When others transmigrate, they either become big celebrities, second-generation rich kids, or geniuses in cultivation and martial arts, living in harmonious families. But when I transmigrated, I ended up an orphan. After waiting all night with no sign of the golden finger, I worked in the field feeling completely frustrated, gnawing on a hard, tough pancake until my gums ached unbearably. I was just about to go back for a nap when I saw the driveway full of cars from the crew of the show back to field. Just as I was puzzled, the system finally appeared and even issued a task for me to join the production team. Chapter 1, The Production Team. Jiangnan Province, Tonglu. It was noon, and the warm spring sunlight bathed the earth, while a gentle breeze swept across the world, stirring waves of green. Outside a remote mountain village, Ling Tian was swinging a hoe, clearing the weeds on the ground. Behind him was an open area of more than 2,000 square meters. This was the result of all his hard work that morning. 10 minutes later, he put down the hoe, walked over to a big tree nearby, and sat down. He casually took a flatbread from the bag beside him and bit into it with a crunch. The hard flatbread directly shook his gums, causing him to wince in pain and gasp sharply. Damn it, when others transmigrate, they either become big celebrities or second-generation rich kids, or at worst, geniuses in cultivation or martial arts, living happily with their families. How come when it comes to me, I end up an orphan? Ling Tian was in a very bad mood, feeling extremely irritated. This situation started right after he transmigrated last night and has continued until now. The most annoying thing was that others always had a golden finger when they transmigrated, but he waited the whole night without hearing a single thing in his mind. He could be called the most miserable transmigrator, bar none. Could it be that heaven sent me here just to experience rural life? But damn it, except for the few years I was in college in my past life, when have I ever not been farming at home? Are they planning to make me continue struggling with the land in another world? Damn! After finishing his complaints, Ling Tian took another bite of the pancake, then simply tossed it aside, got up, grabbed his bag, hoisted his hoe, and was ready to go back and take a nap. As for this piece of land? He'd deal with it after waking up anyway. It was still a bit early to start farming at this time. But just as he was coming down the mountain and reached the village entrance, he suddenly noticed that a large number of cars had parked in front of his yard at some unknown time, and each car had a huge banner on its body, with the words, "The life we long for." Ling Tian blinked, then scanned the car and people in front of him with a confused expression. As an Earth otaku, he was not unfamiliar with the show The Life I Long For. He had watched the entire first season, but for the second season, he only knew it had started airing and hadn't had the chance to watch it before he was transported here. So, right now there is a huge question mark flashing in his mind: why on earth does this world also have the show The Life I Long For? Just as he was puzzled, a cold mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Beep, detected host contact with media, Supreme Star System officially activated. Activation complete, host bound, Ling Tian. Beep, start scanning the current world environment. Scan complete, information transmission begins. Beep, detected that the host has an unclaimed beginner's gift pack. Beep, detected task, the host must join the Yearning for Life program team as a regular guest. Task completion rewards the skill singing mastery. Ling Tian was stunned. He only felt a vast amount of information flooding into his brain. As he digested this information, he realized that this world was 99.9% similar to the original world, with only a tiny bit of difference. This slight change is mainly reflected in the entertainment sector. For example, the online literature scene is still in its infancy. Although it has started charging fees, the novel formulas inside are still the most primitive kind. Popular fiction? It will probably take a few more years to develop. The famous people in the entertainment industry haven't changed, but the works have. There are no longer Rice Aroma, Blue and White Porcelain, Drunken Fist, Marvel, and so on. After realizing this, Ling Tian was happily, foolishly joyful. There hasn't been much change in variety shows, whether it's The Voice, Superboy and Girl, Running Man, The Inn, or Yearning. They all still exist as before, and even the mentors and guests inside remain the same. The only changes are some variations in the champions and guests. After enduring a whole day of torment, am I finally going to rise up? Thinking about the memories in his mind, Ling Tian couldn't help but burst into 3 loud laughs to express his excitement. But then he immediately became an idiot, because the things in his mind were all jumbled, and he even forgot many song lyrics, let alone long online novels and those movies and TV shows. What does it feel like to go from heaven to hell? Ling Tian now truly understood that feeling. Suddenly, he remembered he still had a newbie gift pack to claim, and immediately said, "Claim newbie gift pack." The host received the gift pack. Congratulations to the host for obtaining culinary mastery, 1 stamina fruit, 1 endurance fruit, and 1 agility fruit. Ling Tian blinked, then claimed all the items at once. Immediately, he felt a warmth throughout his body, but before he could fully sense it, the feeling vanished completely. If it weren't for the instinctive memories in his mind and the clearly present sense of power within his body far stronger than before, he would have suspected that the system had tricked him. After absorbing everything, he breathed a sigh of relief and then turned his gaze back to the production crew in front of him. By this time, the group had already left his yard, and Ling Tian recognized two familiar faces among them, the Mango TV mainstay He Jiong and Beijing Film Academy teacher Huang Lei. The house is nice, but I just don't know if they are willing. He Jiong looked a bit worried. Huang Lei patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "It's okay, as long as we pay the rent and promise not to damage anything here, it should be fine." "I know, but the show is going live in 3 days, and this time it's a live broadcast to meet the audience's demands. If we can't pull it off, sigh. Where there's a will, there's a way." Ling Tian listened to their conversation, nodded suddenly, and then quickly ran up to them, saying, Teacher Huang, it's you too. I was wondering who would be interested in my shabby house." "So? From what I heard just now, are you planning to rent this place? Are you the homeowner?" He Jiong and Huang Lei's eyes lit up, and they hurriedly asked. Ling Tian nodded and said, "It was passed down from my ancestors. So can we rent it? We're on a tight schedule, but don't worry, we can offer you a daily rent of 1,000 yuan. We need to rent it for about 3 months here, which means you can earn 90,000 yuan in rent. How about this? I'll decide myself and give you 100,000. How does that sound?" Worried that Ling Tian might disagree, He Jiong rapidly fired off a string of arguments, then looked at Ling Tian with an expectant expression. What disappointed them was that after listening, Ling Tian just chuckled and shook his head, saying, "No rental." Chapter 2, Settling into Yearning. Ignoring He Jiong and Huang Lei, Ling Tian didn't pay attention to them and directly pushed past everyone to walk into the courtyard. Those 2 dry biscuits just now had made his teeth ache terribly, and by now his stomach was already unbearably hungry. With his mind focused solely on food, he wouldn't listen to He Jiong and Huang Lei, nor anyone else who came. Well, the main reason, of course, he wouldn't say it was a scheme to join the crew of Back to Field. He definitely doesn't want to be labeled as scheming, even though that's exactly what he did. Huang Lei and He Jiong, rejected by the homeowner, were stunned. They knew that this house was something they had painstakingly found, and now it was obviously too late to change the target. After all, the promotional ads had already been released, and it was not only unacceptable to the audience to change the location at the last minute, but there was also no time for it. What should I do? The 2 people and the entire group of the production team were all wearing worried expressions. Meanwhile, in the kitchen, Ling Tian, who had just mastered his cooking skills, looked around and found a few carrots, some farm eggs, a bit of seasoning, and a piece of meat. The color of the meat was a bit off, and upon careful thought, it seemed to have been bought yesterday at noon. Damn, it shouldn't be a problem, right? First I'll coat it with oil to kill the bacteria, and make do with eating it. Muttering to himself, he rolled up his sleeves and got to work. And when his hand touched the kitchen knife, he suddenly felt something special, as if the knife had become a part of his body, communicating with his heart. This feeling is strange, as if, whenever he wants, this kitchen knife could instantly merge into his body. And when he started chopping vegetables next, it confirmed this even more. Holding the kitchen knife, he didn't even need to look at the ingredients in his hand to cut them accurately. As he gradually became familiar with the feeling, his speed increased, and by the end, after images even began to appear. 1 minute later, the carrots, meat, and side dishes were all shredded and sliced, neatly arranged on several plates. The eggs were also beaten, then the fire was lit and the pan was placed on it. 10 minutes later, He Jiong and the others at the edge of the yard were still discussing what to do next when suddenly a faint, delicate fragrance drifted over. The scent was completely different from the usual aroma of cooking oil when stir-frying. It was like, well, there really aren't words to describe it. If one had to say, this aroma was especially appetite-stimulating. Although they had just finished lunch not long ago, everyone who smelled the aroma couldn't help but swallow, then all at once turned their gaze toward the kitchen. Is there actually a master hidden here? Director Wang Zhang said with a look of astonishment. I'm starting to feel a bit hungry. Who is going to buy some food and bring it over? He Jiong said, swallowing his saliva. Huang Lei glared at the 2 of them irritably and said, What do you think? How about letting him join our show? As soon as these words were spoken, He Jiong and Wang Zhang were both stunned. After all, their guest lineup had already been finalized. Besides Lu Xianhua from the first season, a mysterious guest had also been added. Although called a mysterious guest, it had long been internally decided to be Peng Yuchang. If they add people now, they must kick out Peng Yuchang, but the key point is that Peng Yuchang is the person Mango TV has internally decided to promote. Doing so would be equivalent to going against Mango TV, so this is not feasible. Huang Lei saw that the 2 were silent, so he spoke up. Here's the thing, you see, we're here to experience rural life, right? If we bring in a real farmer, it will definitely make the show more down to earth, right? Also, Old Huang, are you planning to find someone who doesn't have to cook for you? Before Huang Lei could finish speaking, He Jiong unhesitatingly revealed his true colors. It seems Lu Xianhua's schedule is fully booked, so although we've already started the promotion, the contract hasn't been officially signed yet. Do you think we can replace Lu Xianhua? Wang Zhang suddenly asked. He Jiong and Huang Lei are both investors in this show, so even though Wang Zhang is the chief director, he still has to consult their opinions. Hearing Wang Zhang's words, He Jiong furrowed his brows. What about the early stage promotion? This is easy to handle.
Just say that Lu Xianhua has to temporarily leave our program due to certain reasons.
Of course, to make up for it, we can invite him as a guest on a future episode.
Also, if we have new programs later, we can consider including him as well. I believe Lu Xianhua will definitely agree. Let's do it this way.
After hearing this, Huang Lei stood up immediately, giving He Jiong no chance to object, and walked straight towards the kitchen. He Jiong just glanced at him and tacitly approved Huang Lei's approach. After all, Lu Xianhua's performance in the first season was not very good. It could even be said to be a bit embarrassing, especially when facing the female guests. That overly eager attitude was almost unbearable to watch, and He Jiong had no idea how many times he had covered for him back then. Most importantly, in the public's comments, positive reviews of Lu Xianhua are far outnumbered by negative ones, so replacing Lu Xianhua seems to be a good option. In the kitchen, Ling Tian plated the last dish of shredded pork with green peppers, then glanced at the rice cooker beside him. Lifting the lid, he looked at the steaming white rice and couldn't help but swallow. He said, "This is what life is all about." Just as he was about to serve himself and start eating, someone suddenly rushed in from outside the door and said directly, "I don't even know your name yet."
Here's the thing, we just discussed it, and we definitely want to rent your house. But besides the rent, we can also let you live in the house. What do you think? Ling Tian was momentarily stunned, then turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" "We've decided to have you join our show team as a regular guest, but we're not sure if you're willing to be a star?" Huang Lei straightforwardly stated his intention, but as he said this, his gaze fell on the 3 dishes.
Madame couldn't help herself what to do. She really wanted to eat. Ling Tian felt a surge of joy in his heart, but a reluctant expression appeared on his face as he said, "I haven't watched your show, but I don't mind becoming a star."
"Are you really willing to have me as your guest? But besides some strength, I don't know how to do anything else."
"No problem." Seeing that Ling Tian didn't object, Huang Lei immediately said, "We are a reality show, and the purpose is to let celebrities experience rural life, so there is no script.
Just act as you normally would."
Ling Tian pretended to suddenly understand and nodded, saying, "Oh, alright then.
Do you want to sign the contract? Chapter 3 program recording begins.
The host has completed joining the show back to field as a regular guest, earning the singing proficiency reward. D detected the current task. The host must gain 100,000 popularity points within 3 days. Task completion reward, Mastery of Guoshu. At the very moment Ling Tian signed the contract, the system in his mind promptly distributed the task rewards, but
why do the upcoming tasks sound so annoying?
The recording of The Life We Long For starts the day after tomorrow, but the system requires gaining 100,000 popularity points within 3 days, which means he actually only has 1 day to complete this task.
This is absolutely bullying, okay?
However, no matter what, once the task is assigned, it is impossible to change it, so no matter how frustrating it is, Ling Tian can only hold his nose and endure it. After signing the contract, except for a few renovation workers who stayed to do some simple work on the house, everyone else temporarily left, planning to return on the day recording begins. After signing the contract, the production team gave Ling Tian an advance payment. This time, joining the show back to field, along with the rent, the production team will pay Ling Tian a total of 340,000 renminbi. 30% is paid upon signing the contract, and the remaining amount will be paid in full on the day the show ends. But that also cost 100,000, so Ling Tian decisively decided to temporarily leave the piece of land he had developed as it was. After the show ended, he would see if anyone wanted it, and if so, he would sell it directly. After a lifetime of struggling with the land, Ling Tian really didn't want to farm anymore.
2 days passed in the blink of an eye.
That morning, while still half asleep, Ling Tian suddenly heard a commotion outside, instantly waking up. He quickly jumped out of bed, got dressed in no time, and looked out the window to see a group of crew members carrying cameras already pushing open the door. It is worth mentioning that this time, compared to the first season, the show added a live broadcast. In other words, from the moment the staff entered the courtyard and turned on the camera, the show had already started, and it began under the watch of millions or even tens of millions of viewers, with no possibility of redoing or backing out. So for the sake of his popularity, Ling Tian has been thinking about many things these past 2 days. Now that everything is ready, he naturally cannot leave a bad impression on the audience from the start. Even though the matter of him replacing Lu Xianhua has long been heavily criticized online. Following the usual routine of washing up, then walking into the kitchen to start preparing breakfast. The sponsor, Hogu Mixi, had already delivered the items, but Ling Tian would never drink those things, especially after mastering cooking skills.
How could those instant products compare to something made from scratch? The camera slowly zoomed in, and Ling Tian's upright figure finally appeared in the frame.
Standing at 1.78 m, not particularly tall but definitely not short, his handsome face couldn't compare to those young idols, but years of farming had added a touch of ruggedness to his features, giving him the charm of a tough guy. On top of that, he was wearing a loose tracksuit with an apron, creating a huge contrast with his appearance and demeanor. So when he appeared, the people in the live stream room were stunned.
Is this the new guest? They look pretty good. Ah, stop looking, give me back Dahua, you shady character, get out of my sight immediately. Oh. Handsome guy, TSK, just my type. Handsome guy, can I have your phone number? Although I really don't want to admit it, Mango TV's talent selection skills are truly impressive. This guy may not be a fresh-faced young star, but he is not off-putting either. I'll keep an eye on him for now and look forward to his future performances. I want T-look, boo, but what can I do if I can't help it? To the person upstairs, I can't help but agree. After seeing so many effeminate young guys, suddenly having a tough guy appear is indeed quite exciting. Get lost. The dense barrage of comments indicated that Ling Tian's first appearance on screen was temporarily going well. The staff monitoring the live stream watched it and then breathed a sigh of relief before reporting the situation to Wang Zhang. At the same time, the production team also brought the dog Xiao H, 2 chickens Xiao Bai and Xiao Huang, 2 sheep, and a duck from the first season into the courtyard, adding a touch of life to the seemingly empty space. At 8 in the morning, just as Ling Tian had finished preparing breakfast, the front door was pushed open, and He Jiong and Huang Lei walked in carrying large suitcases, accompanied by Peng Yuchang. Wow, is this our mushroom house? It's really beautiful. Peng Yuchang was somewhat pleasantly surprised. After all, he had watched the first season and was a bit apprehensive about the extremely shabby mushroom house inside. If it weren't for wanting to build up his popularity this time, he definitely wouldn't have participated in this show. It would have been pure suffering. He Jiong also spoke with some surprise. That's right, this place is really nice, it feels very comfortable. Huang Lei agreed, then looked at the director over at the production team with a hostile expression and said, I seriously suspect that the director deliberately set us up in the first season. Wang Zheng. At this moment, Ling Tian brought out the 3 prepared side dishes. As the dishes came out of the kitchen, a faint fragrance spread throughout the courtyard. A group of staff who had just finished breakfast couldn't help but swallow their saliva, instantly feeling hungry again. He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Yuchang had tea eaten, so they couldn't stand the aroma and immediately ran over. When Ling Tian brought the porridge out of the kitchen, he happened to see 3 people pointing at the side dishes, swallowing their saliva, their expressions unable to hide their anticipation. And this scene was deliberately captured by the cameraman and shown in the live broadcast room. Did I see that right? Is this damn thing a side dish for breakfast? Is it really necessary to be this extravagant? So beautiful, is this a piece of art? TCH, no taste at all. This is a dish of stir-fried cabbage with vinegar, a dish of hot and sour shredded potatoes, and a dish of scrambled eggs. Seriously, I can't even describe it. I really want to eat. Fortunately, it's morning, the takeout has already been ordered, and I'm ready to start eating. Stop right there upstairs, I want to duel with you. Is this damn thing a food show or what? Just then, Ling Tian quickly walked to the table, looking displeased as he glared at the 3 people who couldn't resist trying to grab the food, and said, Why did you come so early? I haven't prepared your meals yet. Chapter 4, Continuous Laughter. In the courtyard. After Ling Tian finished speaking, Huang Lei and the other 2 were instantly dumbfounded. Seeing the expressions of the 3, the people in the live stream room immediately started mocking them. Ha, this person is so funny. Doesn't he know who is standing right in front of him? I have a bad feeling that Teacher Huang and Teacher He seem to be about to face rivals. Poor Teacher He, Teacher Huang, and Peng Peng could only watch others eat, especially when faced with such delicious food. Haven't you noticed that this time our chef Huang seems to be about to lose his job? Ha, the opinion upstairs is refreshing, but I agree. Chef Huang's cooking skills are okay, but compared to these 3 dishes in front of us, they are simply not comparable. Damn, am I the only one who thinks this newbie is a clueless fool? A complete idiot? After a moment, Huang Lei's eyes rolled around, and he walked over to Ling Tian and said, Look, we have monkey millet porridge. How about this, since there seems to be enough dishes, you drink the porridge, and we eat a little bit of the dishes with the monkey millet porridge. Is that okay? He Jiong quickly nodded, We're in a hurry today and really haven't had breakfast, we're almost starving. You wouldn't want to go work alone later, would you? Working? Working on what? Ling Tian looked at He Jiong with a completely confused expression. Well, this part was acted out for the sake of the show. Just at that moment, director Wang Zheng stepped forward timely and shouted loudly, Everyone, now that you are all here, our program officially begins. Now, please hand over all your phones and wallets. Ling Tian had a silly expression on his face, then slowly placed the porridge on the table, scooped out a bowl from it, and walked over to Wang Zheng holding it. Once the conditions were met, Ling Tian naturally couldn't drink plain porridge. This was a vegetable porridge he had carefully prepared. The moment it was taken off the stove, a very rich aroma wafted out. Although the porridge was a bit watery, it was filled with an artistic beauty no matter how you looked at it, making people unable to help but have their appetite whetted just by looking at it. The 3 Huang Lei brothers couldn't hold back any longer. Taking advantage of the moment when Ling Tian was carrying a bowl to find the director, they each grabbed a bowl and started dividing the vegetable porridge. Their expressions, as if they hadn't eaten in days, made everyone in the livestream burst out laughing.
At this moment, Ling Tian also came in front of Wang Zhang, holding a bowl and strolling around right under his nose, smirking, "Want a drink?" Wang Zhang was enduring with all his might, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is the rule of the show, wallets and phones must be handed in. Don't you want to eat? I can make you some more, it's really delicious." Ling Tian ignored him and continued to entice. Wang Zhang simply turned his face away and said firmly, "Half price."
"Sigh, it seems you really don't want to eat anymore."
Ling Tian looked up at the sky and sighed deeply, then placed the bowl under his nose to smell it, pretending to be intoxicated, and said, "It smells so good." Wang Zhang was about to lose control, and he could even clearly hear the sound of his own swallowing, a moment that completely blew up the live stream chat. "Ha, I take back what I just said. Compared to the director, Teacher Huang and the other three are incredibly lucky. Ha, damn, I've never seen such a despicable person.
Damn, how did this thing get on the show?
I guess the director must be regretting it so much they wish they could slap themselves twice. Why on earth did they have to bring in a culinary master?"
Pfft, cough cough, my screen, damn, are you guys really this good at messing around?
The people in the live room were absolutely ecstatic, but what made them even happier was that later on, Huang Lei and the other two also brought bowls of vegetable porridge over to the director. Right there in front of the director, they slurped it up enthusiastically, almost driving the director crazy with anger. Later, the director simply handed the job over to the assistant director and turned around to run away.
After eating, the phone and wallet were still taken away.
There was no way around it. These were the rules of the show and couldn't be changed. Having just acquired over 100,000 in cash, Ling Tian felt utterly frustrated, sitting angrily under the pavilion and complaining, "I don't understand why you had to find such a ruthless director?
Don't they know the rules are strict?"
Suddenly, the phone in the room rang. He Jeong was startled for a moment, then quickly got up and said, "I'll answer the phone." Saying this, he ran into the room, leaving Huang Lei and Peng Yuchan looking at each other, completely unsure how to respond to Ling Tian's words. In the live stream room, the joyful atmosphere grew stronger, and the barrage was filled with teasing comments.
"Damn, can this guy think about himself before calling others immoral? Damn, I can't stop laughing until my stomach hurts, what should I do? Feeling sorry for the person upstairs. I used to have painkillers at home, but I'm almost out, what should I do? Oh no, I can't hold it anymore, I need to go to the bathroom first. Pfft, my breakfast. Can I just have a proper meal in peace? You can still eat upstairs? After my instant noodles soaked, they turned into mush, and I didn't even dare to eat them. I admire your courage. By the way, it seems this guy still hasn't introduced himself, right? What's his name anyway? How can someone be this funny? It's a shame he is not acting in comedies." As if noticing the live stream comments, Peng Yuchang ran up to Ling Tian, smiling and asked, "Bro, I still don't know your name." "I'm Peng Yuchang, but you can call me Peng Peng. If you have any tasks for me in the future, just let me know. My name is Ling Tian, you can call me Brother Tian." As soon as he finished speaking, just as Ling Tian was about to say something else, a sudden voice from the system echoed in his mind. Beep, detected that the host has completed the task of accumulating 100,000 popularity points, awarding the National Martial Arts Mastery skill. The system's voice disappeared, and Ling Tian immediately felt a powerful and overwhelming force surging through his entire body, continuously striking his skin and bones. The scorching energy flowed directly from his dantian to his heart gate, while a vast stream of information kept pouring into his mind. Ling Tian's heart sank, and he quickly stood up, saying, "Well, I'll go to the bathroom first, let's chat in a bit." After speaking, without waiting for Huang Lei and Peng Yuchang to respond, he hurriedly rushed into the bathroom, then locked the door and began to endure the powerful force and information assault. Fortunately, the whole process lasted just over 2 minutes and then ended. Apart from breaking out in a sweat, Ling Tian experienced a significant increase in his internal strength and agility, but nothing else happened. What delighted Ling Tian even more was that the six-pack abs he had long pursued finally appeared all at once. Damn, made a huge profit.
Ling Tian couldn't help but whisper, then washed his face to calm his excitement before turning and walking outside.
Chapter 5, Want to have your cake and eat it too? Ha? Where are you going?
Just as Ling Tian stepped out, he came face to face with He Jeong, who was coming out of the room. Ling Tian was now immersed in the ocean of Chinese martial arts. He never expected the system to be so powerful, directly instilling all the martial arts into his mind: Wing Chun, Hung Gar, Tan Tui, Bagua, Baji, Taiji, and so on, dazzling yet as if they were instinctive. Most importantly, these martial arts were directly elevated to the proficient level by the system. According to the system's classification, all skills have 5 levels: beginner, elementary, proficient, advanced, and master. The proficient level is already sufficient to teach in the real world. Hearing He Jeong's words, he was slightly startled, then responded, "It's nothing, I just had to pee urgently and went to the bathroom."
"Did you finish the call? What dishes did the guests order?"
Speaking of ordering dishes, He Jeong immediately became furious, gritting his teeth and saying,
"What's wrong? Did the customer order a lot?"
Ling Tian looked at He Jeong, who was speechless, with curiosity and asked in confusion.
Hee-jong shook his head. It's not that, but she actually ordered braised bear paw, big brother. How could he do that?
After Hee-jong finished speaking, Ling Tian was stunned, Huang Lei and Pang Yuchang were simply dumbfounded, and even the staff of the show were baffled.
The live streaming room was completely ecstatic. Pfft, what did I just hear? Braised bear paw? It seems bear paws are not allowed to be eaten now, right? That stuff is illegal. I'm kind of looking forward to this guest.
Knowing how teacher Huang and teacher He usually are, this guest is definitely doomed.
How dare they choose bear paw? Who do they think they are? Cough, my screen, damn it, in less than an hour, I've already wiped the screen 4 times.
I'm seriously starting to doubt whether my computer can last through today.
Judging by appearances, this season of Shangwang is totally a bunch of goofballs. Yeah, that's it for now. They were defeated by them.
I'm really curious about how the guests' brains work.
Bear paws, huh? Sigh, I'd better prepare some takeout.
Poor production team, they just got tricked by Ling Tian, and now they've been fooled by the guests.
Looks like the show is on the verge of collapsing. Pang Yuchang cautiously approached Huang Lei and whispered, Teacher Huang, are we going to eat bear paws now? Huang Lei irritably patted Pang Yuchang on the back of the head and said, are you stupid?
Bears are a national protected species.
Eat bear paws? Do you want to get shot? Pang Yuchang.
Hee-jong's anger didn't seem to have subsided yet. He paced back and forth in the courtyard, gritting his teeth and muttering something under his breath.
Just then, Ling Tian suddenly spoke, want to eat bear paws? It seems it's not impossible to make them.
The 3 Huang Lei instantly focused their gaze and looked at Ling Tian, while the production crew also stared eagerly. Ling Tian's words caused the live stream room to explode for a moment. Everyone in the room was mocking him, and the popularity he had just gained was visibly plummeting.
Can you do it? Huang Lei finally couldn't sit still, walked up to Ling Tian and asked.
Ling Tian smiled and nodded. No one said that to make bear paw, you have to use bear paw, right?
Alright, leave this matter to me.
Saying this, he walked up to the director team and said, prepare 3 taro roots, 2 pounds of flour, 10 pounds of vegetable oil, and also, I want 1 chicken, 1 pound of beef, and half a pound of pork. Wang Zhang, does this have anything to do with making bear paws?
Yes. Ling Tian swore solemnly. What does it matter? Wang Zhang was dumbfounded.
With these things, I can make bear paws. Without them, I can't, and then everyone just goes their separate ways.
I can give you the ingredients, but you have to change.
Wang Zhang decided not to ask anymore to avoid getting scolded. But as soon as he finished speaking, Ling Tian turned and left. I have some matters to attend to and will have to leave for a while. You guys keep an eye on the recording. Oh, and don't damage anything in my house. I might not be back for 3 to 5 months. Wang Zhang was stunned, while Huang Lei and the other 2 laughed hysterically. In the live stream room, after being confused for a while, the audience also started to enjoy it. Although I can't quite stand Ling Tian's arrogance, the director looks so pitiful, how can I not find it hilarious? I was strongly won over by Ling Tian, and besides, what he said doesn't seem wrong. No one said you have to use a bear's paw to make bear's paw, right? The main thing is, this guy is just too shameless. That's right, can't help but laugh, what to do? After seeing all kinds of poses from young fresh faces, now suddenly there's a mischievous one. Why does it look so likable? Gave Ling Tian a like. If he can really make bear paws, I'll be a lifelong fan who never unfollows you.
Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it together.
Seeing Ling Tian preparing to pack his luggage, Wang Zhang became anxious and hurriedly said, just this once, it won't happen again. Ling Tian then chuckled, turned around, and said to teacher Huang and the other 2 who were still holding their stomachs laughing nonstop, hurry up and bring back our ingredients, we're having a feast tonight. Charge. At this moment, Huang Lei and Hee-jong completely abandoned their image, rushing toward the directing team like hungry wolves. Pang Yuchang took the lead. This young man was very honest and also very smart, knowing that he didn't have any outstanding skills in the production team, so he could only rely on hard work to get more screen time. Quickly, all the ingredients were gathered and placed on the table in front of him. Ling Tian looked at the ingredients with a satisfied expression and said, for lunch today, we can make braised chicken with soy sauce, then for dinner, stir-fried beef and sauce, braised bear paw, twice-cooked pork, and also some hot and sour potatoes.
TSK, the feeling of happiness is overwhelming. Wang Zhang's face instantly darkened. Damn, that really hit hard. Huang Lei burst out laughing and said, yes, that's right. With so many ingredients, we have enough to feast on a super big meal today. Oh my, I can't hold back. I'll help, brother Tian. Just tell me what you need me to do. I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. Pang Yuchang said eagerly.
Hee-jong squinted and smiled, saying, thinking about the food we had in the first season, my god, today is definitely like heaven.
Ling Tian, how are you so amazing? I'm starting to admire you a bit now. Don't idolize me, I'm just a legend.
Ling Tian said with a sneer, then looked at Pang Yuchang and said, Pang, go prepare with teacher Huang and set up a stove. Our gas and induction cooker were taken away by the production team, so now we have to rely on ourselves.
Okay. Pang Yuchang is no problem. As soon as Huang Lei finished listening, he immediately took off his shoes and walked over to Wang Zhang, shouting, "What did you say at the end of last season? Where are my modern cooking tools?" Chapter 6, The Guest Has Arrived. Huang Xiaochu's dream of modern cooking equipment was dashed. Bitterly, he started building a stove with Pang Yuchan, while Li Jiong, under Ling Tian's arrangement, went to the backyard vegetable garden to gather some vegetables. Unconsciously, it was already noon. Under Ling Tian's cooking, a large portion of braised chicken with soy sauce was ready, along with a cold cucumber salad and a cold rice noodle dish. All three dishes were definitely large servings, enough for at least 4 people without any problem. Smelling the fresh and subtle fragrance, a group of crew members poked at their boxed meals and instantly felt like they were chewing on wax. It was so bad. Then they started looking longingly at the 4 people in the pavilion who were pointing at the food. Just as they were about to start eating, a figure suddenly rushed in from outside the door, quickly reaching the crowd and loudly exclaimed, "Ah, it smells so good. Luckily, I made it in time. Give me a bowl, please, thank you." The sudden arrival of the guest stunned everyone, especially Ling Tian, who couldn't believe it and glanced at the production team. Only when Wang Zhang shook his head did he reluctantly purse his lips and then look up at the guest. Fair skin, a curvaceous figure, and a delicate face. A grayish t-shirt paired with tight jeans outlined an undeniable youthful vitality in her. The guest is very beautiful, but the way she looks right now feels a bit off. Also, what do you mean by grabbing the dish like that? But the guest didn't think there was anything wrong with her behavior at all. After enjoying several dishes, she finally looked up at the others and said, "Huh? Why aren't you eating?" He Jiong finally couldn't hold back and grit his teeth, saying, "Li Yin, how can you do this?" As He Jiong's words fell, the tens of millions of viewers in the live stream suddenly snapped back to reality, and the live stream exploded once again. Is that Li Yin? I thought who would be bold enough to want the bear's paw? If it's Li Yin, then she would definitely choose to forgive her. Ah, my goddess, I can't take it, I want to lick the screen, lick. Oh my, that was a shock. Is this really Li Qin? How is it so unreal? A bunch of losers, people like Li Xin are the worst, actually stealing food. Have they never eaten before? It's just that I can't stand her the most. She doesn't have an ounce of a celebrity's attitude, so why is my little heart pounding faster and faster? Startled by He Jiong's angry shout, Li Tinga abruptly stopped, awkwardly scratched his head, and said, "Hello, Teacher Huang, hello to you both." Pang Yuchan quickly waved his hand. "My name is Pang Yuchan, but you can call me Pang Pang." "Hello, Pang Pang." Ling Tian looked at the gaze Li Yin cast over, his eyes gradually narrowing. A dangerous aura made Li Yin suddenly feel like he was being watched by a hungry wolf. But just as she was about to escape, Ling Tian suddenly jumped up and smiled at her, saying, "Hello Li Xin, my name is Ling Tian. Thank you for ordering the bear paw." "Ha?" Li Yin was confused by Ling Tian's sudden change, looking at him in a daze and said, "Hello, Ling Tian. Haven't eaten yet, right? Well, thanks to you, we had a pretty good lunch today. Hurry up and sit down to eat together." He Jiong also laughed at this moment and took the initiative to serve a bowl of rice to Li Yin, saying, "I really have to thank you, but this is not a reason for you to act recklessly here. So, come with me this afternoon to find ingredients." "No problem." Li Yin herself is a bright and straightforward girl, especially when it comes to food. Her inner guard is lowered to the minimum, so He Jiong's words have no deterrent effect on her at all. Li Qin's arrival added a different vibe to lunch. After all, it's hard for 4 grown men sitting together to have much to talk about, but adding a woman changed everything. After lunch, the group lay in the pavilion, feeling the breeze and enjoying the rare tranquility after the meal. Suddenly, Huang Lei turned his head to look at Ling Tian and said, "Xiao Tian, your cooking skills are so impressive. Did you teach yourself, or have you learned before?" "I figured it out myself, so what? It's nothing, I just feel a bit unfair. You see, in the first season, I basically didn't have to do anything except cook, but now you've taken my job. Shouldn't you give me some compensation? Teacher Huang, how about this, you keep cooking and I'll go do the work." "No, I think working is pretty good." I feel like I've gained quite a bit of weight, and working might help me lose some." Ling Tian sneered, then lay down to the side and stopped speaking. Just as he had just settled down, Li Yin turned over, looked at him sideways and said, "You made lunch? It was really delicious, I've never eaten such tasty food before." "Thank you. You seem very cold to me. Did I do something wrong?" Li Yin blinked and asked. Ling Tian took a deep breath, then suddenly turned his head to look at Li Yin and said, "No, I just feel a bit confused. Also, I've watched the TV dramas you acted in." Thank you. How about you? What do you do?" "Farming." Alright, the sky was completely bored to death by Ling Tian's endless talking. In the afternoon, He Jiong took Li Yin and Peng Peng to look for ingredients. Although they had enough meat, they still needed vegetables, as the ones He Jiong had brought in the morning were far from sufficient. Huang Xiaochu followed Ling Tian to clean the ingredients needed for the evening. "Xiao Tian, have you ever thought about what you want to do in the future? Do you want to act or something?" Huang Lei asked while washing the chicken. "Your abilities are strong, and your temperament is very unique. I feel that if you become an actor, you will definitely succeed." "I haven't decided yet." Hey, did you see that piece of land? I was still plowing it the day you arrived, getting ready to plant crops. I know, although I greatly admire the farmers, people always strive to rise higher. You shouldn't be locked in this small village, the world outside is vast, and you should go out and see it. I know, let's talk about it later. Do you have any talents? Like singing or something? Teacher Huang, are you getting ready to start your lesson? Hurry up and get to work, I'll sing for you all tonight. After pausing for a moment, as if having made a decision, he continued, if you're not afraid of dying. Huang Lei narrowly avoided having the chicken in his hand thrown out, then looked at Ling Tian with a completely baffled expression. Chapter 7, The Unexpected Guest. 4:30 p.m. Huang Xiaochu and Ling Tian finished preparing all the ingredients. Then Huang Xiaochu started the fire, while Ling Tian began shaping the ingredients into the form of a bear paw. As for the flavor, it needed to be adjusted during the cooking process. In the nearby fields, He Jiong was catching some loaches or shrimp in the paddy fields with Peng Peng and Li Xin, preparing to cook. Everything seemed so beautiful, leisurely, and peaceful. Suddenly, He Jiong screamed sharply, "Wow, look what I caught!" The cameraman instantly switched the lens over, and He Jiong was seen holding a large loach over a foot long. It looked a bit like a snake, but also somewhat different. Even so, Li Yin, who was closest to He Jiong, was startled and screamed in shock. Teacher, a snake. He Jiong had a black line on his forehead, then turned his head to look at Peng Peng. What left him speechless was that Peng Peng was also staring pale-faced at the thing in his hand, as if the next moment it would bite He Jiong back. The three people's expressions were captured accurately by the cameraman, and the previously quiet live chat suddenly ignited with activity. What is that? A giant loach? But how could there be such a big loach? The person upstairs is obviously a post-2000 city kid. Damn, this is clearly a loach, okay? This stuff is expensive nowadays. TSK, what a joyful trio, but getting scared like that by an eel is really something. By the way, Peng Peng, you're a grown man, do you have to be this cute? I hate all that cutesy acting. Li Qin is so cute, how can someone be this cute? Oh my, no, I have to lick the screen again, it's dirty. He Jing took a deep breath and suddenly shouted, what are you two thinking? This is a yellow eel, do you understand eels? Hurry up and look for more, let's catch a few more, we'll have a feast tonight. Li Yin's eyes lit up, and she quickly moved her steps to stand in front of He Jiong, curiously reaching out her finger to poke the eel, saying, so this is an eel? He rolled his eyes, decisively threw the eel into the basket, and stopped paying attention to this naive and sweet fool. Phew! You scared me. But what exactly is a yellow eel? Is it tasty? Peng Peng also breathed a sigh of relief, but his question made He Jiong wish he could grab a handful of mud and throw it at him. Seriously, he had never met someone so clueless. The rice field was not far from the mushroom house, so Huang Xiaochu and Ling Tian in the yard could hear their conversation very clearly. While lighting the fire, Huang Xiaochu said, young people nowadays are becoming more and more inexperienced back in the day. Ling Tian chuckled lightly, this isn't really their fault. With the improvement of living standards, many people enjoy a high-quality modern life, but it has caused many species we used to be familiar with to gradually disappear. Take the eels in this paddy field, for example. In the past, this village had more eels than loaches. When I was a child, I loved catching and eating them the most. But now, I can only occasionally come across one, and I don't even dare to eat it, fearing it might be the last one. Yes, our technology and lifestyle are rapidly advancing, but the cost is really a bit too heavy. Speaking of which, Teacher Huang, are you sure that your current tone of pity and compassion is for recording yearning for life, and not for discussing national affairs? Pfft, you completely ruined the good atmosphere. Fine, the fire is lit. What do I need to do next? Prepare those side dishes, blanch the ones that need blanching, and cut the others as needed. I'll be ready shortly. The two of them were not affected in their progress by the incident in the rice field, but just as they were enthusiastically cooking, the courtyard gate suddenly opened, and two middle-aged men walked in. One of them, upon entering the courtyard, immediately took off his hat and exclaimed in surprise, cooking? Looks like we really came at the right time. Damn! The sudden noise startled Huang Xiaochu. When he saw who had come, he was completely stunned, then turned to the crew and shouted, why is Jingzi here? The director shook his head, indicating that he was also unsure. Seeing the director's expression, Huang Xiaochu immediately took off his shoes and threw them at the director as he shouted angrily, you wouldn't know? Even if you're messing with us, you can't treat us like little cuties, right? Ling Tian twitched the corner of his mouth, quickly stood up, and walked over to Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui, who both looked embarrassed. Seeing Ling Tian approaching, the awkward expressions on Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui's faces faded considerably. After all, Huan Lei's behavior clearly showed he did not welcome them, which was utterly heartbreaking for the two of them, extremely embarrassing. But just as they were about to speak, Ling Tian suddenly said, you really came at a bad time, I haven't prepared any food for you. That really hits hard, buddy. Director Su, don't cry, stand up and keep going. Ling Tian, you despicable person, how can you not know to respect the elderly and care for the young? Aren't you afraid Director Su will take offense at you?
I originally thought Ling Tian's shamelessness in the morning was just for the show, but now I damn well realize that this guy's shamelessness is ingrained in his bones and can't be changed.
I don't like Ling Tian, he's too dramatic.
Poor Director Su, it's okay, just go back and let Sister Hong comfort him properly.
By the way, who is the person following Director Su? I don't recognize them. I think his name is Wang Yanhui? I'm not very familiar with him either.
Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui twitched the corners of their mouths. If a little breeze blew on the spot, it would be like a real-life version of Wind in Disarray. What made them even more furious was that after scolding the director team, Huang Xiaochu directly walked over to Ling Tian, patted his shoulder, and said, "Since the person is here, we definitely can't send him away. See if there's anything else that needs to be done and let those two handle it." Ling Tian scratched his head shyly and said, "Is this appropriate? One of them is a top director, and the other is a famous actor. Are you sure their fans won't beat me up if I boss them around like this?"
"No worries, I've got your back."
Ling Tian coughed twice, then looked up at Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui and said, "Director Su, you see, what we have here is an ideal life, but to put it bluntly, it's actually a mode of reflecting on hardships and appreciating sweetness. So, for the sake of your dinner, you now need to do some tasks within your ability.
You have no objections, right?"
When Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui heard this, the embarrassment in their hearts finally faded away.
No matter what, as long as they weren't kicked out, it was fine. "No problem, we came here to experience the life we long for."
Hearing this, Ling Tian had a clear idea in his mind. His eyes flickered, revealing a hint of a sinister smile.
Chapter 8, The Ruthless Ling Tian.
Ling Tian's expression was captured by the cameraman, and all the viewers who saw his smile couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines.
Damn, why do I feel like something bad is going to happen? The truth is revealed upstairs. Given Ling Tian's despicable nature, it seems that Director Su and that Wang Yanhui are about to have bad luck. Aren't those two unlucky enough?
I think maybe they should prepare that thing in advance, otherwise, they should leave quickly. I have a feeling those two are going to get completely messed up.
Stop shouting, is Ling Tian the kind of person who is unfeeling? Ha? Is he? He really is.
As the audience expected, Ling Tian pondered for a moment and said, "We have basically prepared everything now, but there's one more dish that needs some honey.
You two, put on protective suits and go get some honey."
As he spoke, he pointed to the beehive not far away. Watching the buzzing bees flying around, Su Zhang and the others were immediately thrown into confusion. Before the two of them could speak, Ling Tian turned around and said to Huang Xiaochu, "Teacher Huang, go get protective suits for them. I'll go talk to the director about something."
"All right."
Huang Lei responded with a shout and turned around with a smile, walking into the tool room. Ling Tian then walked 3 or 5 steps over to the directing team and said, "Well, collecting honey is a dangerous job, so if Director Su or Teacher Wang get stung by bees later, you'll have to give some compensation, right?"
"Not much, $50 per sting, how about that?"
As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream room instantly became lively.
Pfft, what did I say?
That despicable Ling Tian is planning to use Director Su and Wang Yanhui as his pawns.
Feeling sorry for Director Su for 3 seconds, but damn, I can't help laughing. What should I do? Does this count as abduction? Does it? Oh my god, I can't take it, I have to go find some painkillers again. I already told Director Su to leave quickly. Facing Ling Tian, the two of them have no advantages except for their age. So, where on earth did the production team find such a despicable person? Gotta say, well done.
Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn, that was so brutally straightforward. Whose kid is this exactly? The director was also left dizzy by Ling Tian's words and, without knowing what he was thinking, actually nodded in agreement. Having settled with the director, Ling Tian clapped his hands, turned around, and walked over to Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui, saying, "Alright, if you two can manage later, try to endure it and let the bees sting you more. That way, you 1T have to work tomorrow. Don't worry. I can't relax, old Huang. Come out here, do you think it's easy for me to record a show? How can you even encourage the guests to get stung by bees?" Su Zhang is about to go crazy. Wang Yanhui grabbed his suitcase and was about to leave, thinking, "Damn, this job is impossible to do." Huang Lei hurriedly grabbed 2 sets of protective suits and ran out of the house, looking at the 3 people in confusion and asking, "What is going on?" Ling Tian went over and told him, and Huang Lei's eyes lit up. He said, "Not bad, Jingzi, I have to say, Xiaotian's idea is pretty good."
"Teacher Huang, what happened to your integrity? I'm so heartbroken.
I never expected my most respected teacher Huang to become so unscrupulous after spending just 1 day with that despicable Ling Tian.
I'm truly speechless.
Once you meet Ling Tian, as deep as the sea, from then on integrity is just a passerby.
Teacher Huang, you have fallen.
The old teacher Huang is gone, and a new teacher Huang is growing anew. Oh my, suddenly it feels like this season of yearning is filled with poetic charm everywhere.
Hey, my computer, can you stop being so ridiculous? Old Huang.
Su Zhang looked at Huang Lei through gritted teeth, unable to understand how an old friend could have changed like this.
Had they approached things the wrong way today?
At this moment, He Jeong and the other two who had gone to the rice field to look for ingredients returned. Seeing Su Zhang and Wang Yanui, He Jeong was momentarily stunned, then happily put down his basket and ran over to the two, ready to give them a loving hug. Before he could rush in front of the two, Su Zhang suddenly spread his hands to stop him and said indignantly, "Old He, well, your show is quite high-end, huh? You think I'm easy to bully, don't you? What's going on?" He Jeong was stunned. Huang Lei quickly took on the role of commentator. The moment Huang Lei explained, Su Zhang felt a sense of relief. It seemed that He Jeong was unaware of the situation, and He Jeong was known in the circle as a famously kind-hearted person. So, could things change from here on? What made him despair was that after Huang Lei finished speaking, He Jeong, after a brief moment of stunned silence, said, "This doesn't seem to be wrong, does it? Lao Su, isn't it just asking you to collect honey? Is there really a need to get so angry?" Put. Su Zhang felt as if he had been pierced through the heart by 1,000 arrows. Just as he was about to retort, Pingping's eyes suddenly lit up. He ran over to Ling Tian and said, "Brother Tian, does getting stung by a bee really cost 50? The entire scene fell silent, and the viewers in the live stream were stunned, but then they erupted wildly. "Wow, I've never seen someone so honest. Pangpeng, where's your intelligence? Is this a complete decline in intelligence? Getting stung by a bee for $50? Pangpeng, are you sure your brain isn't flooded? My dear Pangpeng, how did you end up like this? It looks like Pangpeng has already been completely worn out by the mischievous trio from the life we long for." Ling Tian sighed deeply, patted Pangpeng on the shoulder, and said, "Silly child, since you want to experience it, you'll be responsible for leading Teacher Su and Teacher Wang to gather honey." "All right." Pangpeng got excited, and after shouting, he yelled to the director, 50 per bag, got it." Seeing Pangpeng's excited face, Huang Lei irritably took off his shoes, stormed up to the director, and angrily said, "Look at what you've done to this kid. It's only the first day, how can you be so heartless? Just give us back our wallets quickly, or we'll go on strike." He Jeong followed closely behind. Ling Tian walked behind the two of them with a helpless expression, put his arms around their shoulders, and earnestly said, "Teacher He, Teacher Huang, don't be so angry. You should respect your elders." He Jeong and Huang Lei were momentarily stunned, then burst out laughing. Especially He Jeong, who has a low threshold for humor, immediately clutched his stomach and squatted on the ground, nodding and saying, yes, we must respect our elders. "Director, sorry about just now, we were rude. Please don't take it to heart." Director. Chapter 9, A Bountiful Dinner. After a brief bout of playfulness, Su Zhang and Wang Yanui officially moved into the mushroom house, and the first group of guests was declared to have arrived. Next, it was simple. Pangpeng took Su Zhang to collect honey. To let Su Zhang experience the warmth of the mushroom house, Pangpeng took the lead and decisively got stung by bees twice, causing the honest young man to tear up from the pain. But thinking that 2 jars could be exchanged for 100 yuan, Pangpeng endured the pain to finish collecting the honey, then went with Su Zhang to purify the honey. As for Wang Yanui, he got a relatively easy task cleaning those loaches, eels, and large shrimp. To reward Su Zhang and Wang Yanui, Ling Tian decisively added a dish of shrimp and eel noodles to tonight's meal. This was something Su Zhang mentioned casually, but Ling Tian remembered it. Just because of this, Su Zhang also forgot about Ling Tian teasing them earlier. Of course, the main point is that Su Zhang also knows this is a variety show, aiming for entertainment value. Ling Tian definitely wasn't doing it on purpose just now, rather, it was, intentional. With everyone's joint efforts, the sumptuous dinner was finally announced ready at the moment the sun set. A braised bamboo shoot, a braised pork dish, a braised bear paw, a stir-fried beef dish, a plate of fruit salad, and a serving of shrimp and eel noodles were all laid out on the table, filling it up. Just as everyone was intoxicated by the aroma of the food, Chef Huang suddenly exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to ask the director for beer today." A group of people were disheveled in the wind. With so much delicious food, there was no wine. Was this a way to drive people crazy? Just as everyone was feeling frustrated, Ling Tian chuckled, turned around, poured half a portion of bear paw from the pot, and walked towards the director. In the live stream room, a group of viewers looked at the sumptuous food on the table and at Ling Tian's sleazy smile, and immediately burst out laughing. Poor director, how many times has this happened today? It looks like the director might not survive past the end of the second season. Ling Tian, you despicable person, I just want to ask, do you have any other tricks? Always doing this will make the director very embarrassed. Damn, why hasn't my delivery arrived yet? The person upstairs is so fresh, should I tell you that I've already started eating? Is this damn thing a cooking show? But seriously, Ling Tian, aren't you afraid the director will blacklist you for doing this? 7 bottles, 1 bottle per person, no more. Unexpectedly, before Ling Tian even reached the director's team, the director jumped up and shouted loudly. The director's sudden outburst stunned Ling Tian for a moment, but then he laughed. Should I add some scallion beef stir-fry? The director's face flushed alternately green and red, looking very conflicted. The other crew members also stared at the director one by one. Damn, they still hadn't done any of the farm work they were supposed to, and if this continued, the rules of their show would be completely ruined. Hurry up, director, we're waiting to start eating.
If you don't eat, I'll take it away.
Anyway, Peng Peng still has 100 yuan today, enough to buy 5 bottles of beer.
If we save a bit, we can manage.
Ling Tian pouted and made a move as if he was about to turn and leave. The director gritted his teeth and said, at most, I'll give you 7 more bottles, that's already plenty. Also, I hereby announce that from now on, you are not allowed to use this kind of tactic against the directing team anymore, otherwise, we'll be completely overwhelmed. In the end, the director wore a bitter expression that somehow made people want to laugh. Ling Tian also knows the principle of moderation. Today is the first day of recording, so he can play however he wants, but in the future, he definitely has to follow the rules, otherwise, what's the point of this show? Although he admits that the audience prefers to see the production team struggle, he knows even better that what the audience likes most is watching the celebrities doing farm work. So he nodded without a second thought, then called Peng Peng, Huang Xiaochu, and teacher He over to bring the beer. This time, there was no need for Ling Tian to call Su Zhang and Wang Yin, who came running over. Yeah, those two are typical drunkards who can't enjoy themselves without alcohol. Li Yin, however, sat in her seat with a slightly dazed expression as she looked at Ling Tian. She felt a very strange sensation toward this ordinary person, always sensing that he was hiding countless secrets. The main thing was, she considered herself quite a beauty, right? Yet Ling Tian never showed any particularly warm feelings toward her from beginning to end, which made her once doubt whether her charm had diminished or even completely disappeared. With wine and dishes, a group of people sat around the table. After pouring the wine, they all clinked their glasses together, toasting to the successful completion of today's life. Next came a feast of gluttony and the time it took to finish a meal. Everyone was completely captivated by Ling Tian's culinary skills. The taste was absolutely far better than any delicacy they had ever eaten. Especially Li Yin, as a female celebrity, maintaining her figure is a daily routine. When it comes to food, her self-control was previously well recognized within the industry. But today, after finishing a normal portion, she held back for a moment but couldn't resist and served herself another bowl of rice. Seeing her actions, He Zhong and Huang Lei, both of whom were more familiar with Li Yin, whitened their eyes.
Su Zhang also looked at Li Yin with an amused expression.
Although the two had never worked together, they were friends, just not as close as she was with He Zhong. Feeling a bit uncomfortable being watched by the three of them, Li Yin blushed slightly, but she still said boldly, "What's wrong with indulging once in a while? If you don't eat more of such delicious food, it'll all go to waste for you."
Dream on. He Zhong was slightly stunned, then nodded thoughtfully and said, "This is indeed a problem. After all, we can still eat for 3 months, but you can only eat for 1 week. Well, it's okay, eat more." That's right, unlike the first season, this time they are live streaming the entire process, and each group of guests can stay in the mushroom house for a whole week instead of just 1 day. Huang Lei followed closely behind He Zhong and said, "Of course, you can also eat for a longer time than we do, really." Li Yin's eyes lit up and said, "Teacher Huang has a solution?" Su Zhang paused for a moment, then burst out laughing. You really can eat for a very, very long time, because you can chase after Xiao Tian and then marry him." Peng Peng was dumbfounded, Wang Yanhui was stunned, He Zhong and Huang Lei laughed until their stomachs hurt, while Ling Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and said, "I'm still a child." Chapter 10, Ling Tian's Singing Skills. After dinner, a group of people lay in the pavilion, enjoying the starry sky outside. This place is very far from big cities, with the nearest urban area nearly 80 kilometers away, and there is hardly any heavy industry around, so in this darkness, you can still see a relatively brilliant starry sky. Add a cool evening breeze, making it feel especially comfortable. Because of what Su Zhang just said, Li Yin's gaze at Ling Tian became somewhat evasive, and every accidental eye contact made her blush. Alright, this girl seems to be overthinking a bit. As for acting? Ling Tian sneered at this. Although he did not possess mind-reading abilities, after acquiring the system, he became extremely sensitive to people's eye expressions. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and deception is impossible through them, not even for top-tier actors. In a past life, some said that Liang Chaowei's gaze was always theatrical, but if you look closely, even when he was acting, there were still flaws in his eyes. It wasn't that his acting was bad, but rather that his heart wasn't truly in it at the time, he was just going through the motions. So, Ling Tian was 100% certain that Li Yin's feelings toward him were undergoing some kind of change. Of course, falling in love with him was impossible, the time was too short, and they didn't know each other well. Love at first sight was unrealistic for both of them. Because of Su Zhang's words, the two of them can't even be considered ordinary friends now, it's too awkward. Therefore, Ling Tian can almost foresee that the next few days between him and Li Yin will be spent in this kind of awkwardness. Just as everyone was enjoying the piece, Huang Lei suddenly said, "Tian, didn't you say you were going to sing tonight? Sing a song for us." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was stunned, then they all simultaneously looked at Ling Tian, as they truly had no knowledge of this matter. Li Qin also looked at Ling Tian with some curiosity. She didn't know if it was intentional by others, but at this moment she was right beside Ling Tian, with less than 20 centimeters between them. Just a slight movement would cause their bodies to touch. Ling Tian smirked playfully and said to Huang Lei, "But I also said, if you're not afraid of dying, then I'll sing." Huang Lei chuckled and said, "It's nothing, just a bit of fun after the meal, go ahead." In the live streaming room, all the viewers who hadn't left immediately widened their eyes, even closing the room door and removing anything that could make noise, all just to see what kind of deadly song this despicable guy Ling Tian could possibly sing. At the same time, the bullet comments started flooding in wildly. "I'm really puzzled, what exactly is Teacher Huang thinking? There's nothing much to think about. Teacher Huang just wants Ling Tian, that despicable guy, to be embarrassed." That's right, the entire production team was completely messed up by Ling Tian today. If Teacher Huang doesn't get revenge, can he still be called Teacher Huang? Selling sunflower seeds, fruit, and mineral water in the front row, just waiting to see Ling Tian get embarrassed. Mocking mode activated. "Ling Tian, please begin your performance." Ling Tian looked at Huang Xiuchu's expression that seemed to say, "If you don't sing, I won't let you go," and sighed helplessly. Just then, the system's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Beep, current task detected. Host, please gain 500,000 popularity points within the duration of one song. Task complete, reward, instrument mastery." Hearing this voice, Ling Tian was completely stunned. He had originally planned to mess around a bit and create some laughs for the show, but he never expected the system to start causing trouble at this moment. However, this task isn't actually that difficult. Although he hasn't watched the livestream, he knows the influence of the life we long for. The live room has at least several million, if not tens of millions, of viewers. As long as he sings earnestly and performs an original song, gaining 500,000 popularity points or even 1 million wouldn't be that hard. So this task is basically just an extra bonus, right? Just what Ling Tian didn't know was that the current audience in the live broadcast room was quite a lot, but after a day of adaptation, most of them had already recognized him in their hearts, and there were even almost a million or so viewers who had become his fans, although they weren't hardcore fans, but the system's mission obviously wouldn't have included these million or so viewers. But no matter what, since he had a mission, Ling Tian definitely couldn't mess around. He got up and looked around, then said, "Guide, let's have a guitar." When he said this, Ling Tian was actually quite helpless, because the song he chose was actually better accompanied by another instrument, but as far as he could remember, only the guitar was still available. The director wouldn't refuse this request. Apart from the fact that Ling Tian's heat was high right now, the main thing was that the director wanted Ling Tian to make as many explosions as possible, so that the wave of blackouts that he had made earlier would be covered up, and that cooking, although good, was not enough. After all, it was the star's story that they were telling. The guitar was quickly brought over. After receiving the guitar, Ling Tian tried to play it. The singing proficiency skill made his sensitivity to pitch become very high. After confirming that there was no problem with the guitar, he smiled and said, "Come on, an original, a groundless for you guys." As the words landed, a fierce search of minions instantly shook everyone's eardrums, followed closely by Ling Tian's voice with a hint of roughness and wildness far away. "In the sea of people, there are you and me, meeting and recognizing each other to figure out. In the sea of people, it is you and me, pretending to be decent with a smile. Don't have to say too much, you know, you and I really want to do something. Do not have to care too much, not to mention sad, one day you will leave me." Hijom and other people were directly dumbfounded. They are not listening to the song, nor are they people who do not have the ability to appreciate, but Ling Tian's singing and voice is simply absolute, especially when he sings the kind of emotion that rhymes out of the song, so that they can even clearly feel the picture contained inside the song. And in the live broadcast room, it even became completely crazy. Groove, how can it sound so good? My ears are getting pregnant. Ling Tian, I love you. Ling Tian, how can you sing so beautifully? I'm going crazy. You're still short of monkeys, aren't you? I can't help it, I'm trembling, the High Dynasty is coming. Oh, Ling Tian, what if I can't see you anymore? Kneel down and ask for the sound source. Please upload the sound source as fast as possible. I want it to be played on a loop 24 hours a day. Ling Tian didn't know how much of an impact the song he plagiarized over could make, but as soon as he sang the first chorus, the system prompted that the quest had been completed, and the skill of instrumental proficiency was randomly issued, and then he felt as if he and the guitar in his hand seemed to merge together as one. It seemed that as long as he wanted to, he was able to play any chord, even if it was difficult. Chapter 11, Warming Ling Tian. The song No Place to Hide caused Ling Tian's popularity value to increase drastically, and when the song ended, the system's voice also came out in his head. Drop detected that the host's number of followers has exceeded 1 million, and he has been awarded one lucky draw opportunity. Ling Tian blinked and put his guitar down, saying, "Lucky draw? Yes, raffle. Does the host need to start drawing now? I would like to know how this draw came about. Will it trigger a draw in the future?" Ling Tian was a little bit excited, although he would receive rewards after the completion of the fixed tasks, but the raffle is something that no one would mind too much, and what if he had a stroke of luck and received something superb? Lucky draw opportunities can be obtained by the host through popularity value redemption and attention boosting. 5 million popularity values can be redeemed for one lucky draw, and the number of followers can be obtained for one lucky draw every time the number reaches an integer of 1 million. Oh well, start drawing. Lucky draw opens, lucky draw ends. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the skill, Performance Mastery. The voice disappeared and an attribute panel appeared in front of Ling Tian. Host, Ling Tian. Physique, 3210. Strength, 3710. Agility, 2910. Skills, national art proficiency, cooking proficiency, singing proficiency, musical instrument proficiency, performance proficiency. Current popularity, 287-5226. Current concerns, 100-5752. Well, for the overall quality, Ling Tian was still very satisfied. His current physique had exceeded that of an ordinary person by 3 times, and his comprehensive ability was in the words of Yi Qian, I can fight 10. Just when Ling Tian was immersed in the future, a group of people who were shocked by his singing voice snapped back to their senses from the shock. Wang Xiaoqie got up with wide eyes and walked to Ling Tian's face, saying, "Is this the singing that you said can kill people?" Ling Tian laughed lightly. "Didn't you all almost die just now? If that's the case, I just want to say give me a dozen songs like this." Huang Xiaoqie cut with a look of contempt, then put his arm around Ling Tian's shoulder and said, "I'm serious, as far as your singing ability is concerned, it's not worse than those professional singers at all, it's even stronger. Why don't you become a singer first?" "Let's talk about it later," I said. "Have you all rested enough? Get up and move around a bit, the so-called 100 steps after a meal, live to 99, you are not afraid of accumulating food off?" Ling Tian rolled his eyes and walked towards the direction of the room on his own. Although he left, the shock he left behind still hasn't ended. The live broadcast room has gone completely crazy. Everywhere you can see the pop-ups asking Ling Tian to upload the sound source as soon as possible, and there are even a few music websites that have released their contact information, seeking cooperation. Inside the pavilion, He Jiong rolled over and stood up, walked over to Li Shaoxian and sat down in front of him, saying, "Shaoxian, what do you think of Ling Tian? If I may say so, Mr. Huang's proposal just now is quite good, why don't you go after it?" Li Xiaoyuan glared at He Jiong with a red face and said, "This is the yearning life, not a dating program, okay? Yo, you're still shy, aren't you? Well, then this thing you look after yourself, but it is about your lifelong happiness, the fight or to fight." Just after He Jiong finished speaking, Su Zheng turned his head and dragged his chin, looking at Li Xiaodong and said, "Mister, he is right. You guys are bad guys, ignore you." Li Qian was made shy by a group of big men, quickly rolled over and stood up and rushed towards the guest room, causing a group of unscrupulous big men behind him to laugh. The next day, at 5:30 a.m., Ling Tian jumped up from his bed right on time, and after carefully glancing at the 5 big men who were sleeping to make sure that he hadn't woken them up, he quickly exited his room and then trotted out of the courtyard, and after moving his body a bit at the entrance of the courtyard, he started his morning exercise for the day. The live broadcast room usually started to close after the guests fell asleep, and lasted until 6 o'clock in the morning the next day before it reopened, but as the show's crew, they had to get up at 5 o'clock, organize the equipment, adjust the lens, and the cameraman had to be in the first place, so it was really compared to the hard work of these behind-the-scenes people that was far from being able to be compared to the celebrities. Ling Tian's morning exercise immediately attracted the cameraman in charge of him. After a short period of time, the cameraman will carry the camera and quickly chased out, said loudly, "What are you going to do? Exercise, by the way, make some breakfast, this does not seem to need to record it?" Ling Tian turned around and ran backwards, responding with a smile. The cameraman froze. When he reacted, Ling Tian had already run out a long way. Knowing that he couldn't catch up with him, the cameraman simply started to adjust the camera to make sure that Ling Tian's figure could appear in the shot, and that was enough. At the same time as the cameraman opened the camera, the original darkness in the live broadcast room was reopened. A group of night owls who had not yet slept froze, and hurriedly clicked on the drill-in. Ling Tian ran along the hillside, probably more than 4,000 meters. After running, he did not return to the yard, but came to the small pond near the yard, and then he pulled up his trouser leg into the pond in the middle of everyone's puzzled eyes, bending down and rubbing something. A few moments later, when he straightened up again, his hands already had 2 big fat fish. The biggest one was almost 3 pounds, and the small one was more than 2 pounds. Satisfied smile, the 2 fish with a tree branch scurrying up, sliding back to the courtyard, straight to the kitchen. Waiting for him to pack up all the 2 fish, the time just to see to 6 o'clock, a group of guests are still sleeping, hesitate for a moment. Ling Tian still decided to go to take a bath first, then come back to take care of these 2 big guys. As a big man, Ling Tian's bathing speed was very fast, less than 5 minutes would have ended the fight, and then after making sure that he didn't wake anyone up, he once again came to the kitchen and started cooking. The people in the live broadcast room were already completely dumbfounded. How long did it take for this Nima to accomplish so much? But more than that, there were some pop-ups filled with pink color. Wow, Ling Tian is really so warm. He even started working out so early and had to catch fish to make breakfast for people. No way, warm to the bone. Boing, Ling Tian, people want to have children with you. I lowly voice upstairs, draw your sword. For Ling Tian, you and I will fight to the death. What do you 2 want? Sisters, let's show our weapons. Chapter 12, A Cozy Morning. At 6:30 in the morning, there was finally movement in the room that had been quiet for a night, and a few moments later, Li was seen walking out with a towel and toothpaste and toothbrush. However, when she walked to the door, she suddenly stopped, then shrugged the tip of her nose and said, "What a nice smell. Have you guys started eating breakfast already? What was eaten? Can you let me taste it?"
All the people in the program team were silent, then silently looked towards the kitchen with 2 lines of tears. Nima, they also wanted to taste such an aromatic breakfast. In the live broadcast room, the group of viewers who had just been so warmed up by Ling Tian that they were about to cry suddenly reacted, and then shifted direction in unison. Forgetting about Ling Tian's cooking, they just want to ask if it's still too late to order breakfast? Upstairs, don't toss it, look at us, we prepared the instant noodles last night. Hey, I still have a ham sausage with my instant noodles here, TSK, I won't be abused too hard later. Nima, watching Lee turn from a lady into a foodie, why does it feel so out of place? What's more, this unintentional stabbing of the show's crew is really nice, huh? On the top floor, looking at Li Xiaoyan's cute expression, especially that innocent look, I just want to say, I feel sorry for the program staff for 3 seconds. Looking at the staff's eyes, Li instantly understood what was going on, and hurriedly threw all the towels and other things onto the shelf next to him, and quickly ran towards the kitchen. At this time, Ling Tian in the kitchen had already cooked all the 2 fish. The morning is suitable for eating light, so Ling Tian made a steamed fish, made a light-boiled fish, although they are all light dishes, but the pure fish flavor can't help but make Li I one half S eyes shine. Thinking of what Yi Jiong and the others said last night, Li Xiaobian suddenly couldn't help but think, maybe it's not bad to have such a boyfriend, at least you can have a beautiful meal every day in the future, and Ling Tian looks so warm right now. I don't know what came to her mind, but her face turned a little red, and then she decisively turned around and left, afraid that if she stayed any longer, she wouldn't be able to help herself from rushing over to ask for a hug. She thought that she was also a veteran artist who had been on the road for more than 10 years, and had seen all kinds of stars and handsome men, so how could she not help but want to loosen her defenses when she arrived at Ling Tian's place? Ling Tian seems to have a sense, in Li turned around when looked back, light smile, you woke up? Hurry up and wash up, call them all up for dinner later. Li Xiaoyan gave a hum and ran away. But Ling Tian still underestimated his cooking skills. In the meal is almost time, without Li Jiancall, He Jiong they several will smell the smell ran out, one in pajamas, sleepy eyes are still muttering good smell of a few people, completely make everyone happy, even the cameraman did not hold back, so that the camera a little shaky. Li washed up, once again ran back to the kitchen, helped Ling Tian to bring out 2 fish and a cold cucumber, while Ling Tian followed behind with a pot of skin egg and thin meat porridge. The skin egg was exchanged with the program team, the thin meat was left over from yesterday, so the program started 2 days ago. The program team genuinely didn't manage to send out any worthwhile tasks. After the meal came out of the house, a few big men who were still in a haze instantly woke up, and Pang Pang was even more excited and shouted, wow, it smells so good ah. Ling Tian threw a blank stare over, said, hurry up and wash up, finished over to eat, later we have to go to the mountain to dig some bamboo shoots. Well, if you want to let the program team to guide you to work, then you cannot go. He Jiong and others. Director, Ling Tian, can you stop doing everything yourself? Can you let us show the authority of the directing team? Ling Tian looked at the director with contempt. We're recording Aspiring Life, if we let you arrange everything, what are we aspiring for? The director's face darkened. The audience in the live broadcast room laughed like crazy. Think about the first season, the director of How Ruthless Na, a group of guests by him to play around, there is no place to reason to go, but to this season, Ling Tian's appearance directly let the director practice to eat, a group of viewers really a little worried about whether they can survive through the end of the second season. With delicious food in front of them, the group of people washed up quite fast, and after that, when they sat down at the table and started to eat, this installment of the program undoubtedly turned into a food program once again. Looking at the crystal clear steamed fish, the light boiled fish that looked like a white lotus in full bloom, and a plate of cold cucumber even managed to get beautiful, and the skinny pork porridge with eggs, the green soup, the stars of the yellow eggs as a flower in full bloom in general let a person look at it can't help but want to eat a big meal. In the end, coupled with Yi Jiong and Huang Lei's drastically exaggerated performances, it directly caused the program's crew to collapse and the people in the live broadcast room to go crazy. I was wrong, I shouldn't have said that Ling Tian was warm, this nigga is purposely abusing us, right? Ling Tian, I hate you, but I'll forgive you if you're willing to even out a little bit of the cooking you did. Ling Tian, be a good boy and come to the bowl, as long as you cook for me, at your mercy. Ah, damn bubble noodles, why is it so bad? Alas, originally thought I was a brick wall, impenetrable, but I did not expect even one round did not last, Ling Tian, in the next served. After yesterday's day of cultivation, well, it could also be that the slow pace of life in the mushroom house has completely relaxed Li. She has completely lost the image of a lady in the movie and TV dramas or the media news at this time, and her eating is not inferior to that of the several big men at all. Oh, Ling Tian, I'm curious, where did you get these 2 fish? Little Chef Huang tasted a mouthful of steamed fish, the light fish flavor made him almost not bite his tongue off, and looked at Ling Tian intermittently and asked. Ling Tian pointed to the pond not far away and said, no, there's a lot of them there, if you want to eat them, why don't you take Pang Pang to catch some later on? How about you take Pang Pang to catch some later if you want to eat? Okay, Pumba, get ready. Little Chef Huang immediately responded, not the slightest bit of emotion from being directed by Ling Tian.
Even though he said that, a few people were a bit touched by the idea of catching fish, primping them, and cooking them, plus the fact that Ling Tian had taken a bath. Even if he was just a little sweetie, he could tell that Ling Tian was definitely up and about. Could also tell that Ling Tian must have gotten up very early. If such a big handsome guy who had superb singing skills, could also be original, was a good cook, and was also a bit tough looking, if he wasn't red, there really was no heavenly reason. The main thing was that at this point, Ling Tian had already completely conquered these old-timers in the entertainment industry with his abilities, and it was believed that after this program was over, Ling Tian's future path would inevitably be a lot less winding. Chapter 13, A Disturbed Heart. After eating breakfast, a few people who were holding back a lot of energy in their hearts didn't wait for Ling Tian to speak. He Zhong took the lead and said, in this case, just now Xiaotian said, Mr. Huang and Peng Peng went to catch fish. As for me, I'll just get some more honey here with Mr. Wang, and Zhang Zi, you, Jin and Xiaotian will go digging for bamboo shoots. There is no problem with this arrangement. Even Ling Tian thought it was just right, but just as he was about to nod his head, Su Zhang suddenly said, I'll go digging bamboo shoots? With their little couple? Are you sure you're not asking me to be a super light bulb? When he said this, Su Zhang even made a point of touching his trademark big bald head. Poof was amused by Director Su. Nima, I just wiped my cell phone screen clean, should I be so bitter? Ha, Director Su really deserves to be a comedy director. On this funny power, it is not comparable to others, just bitter my computer. I accidentally laughed out loud just now, and the boss caught me how to solve the problem? Upstairs, be careful, it's only 7:10 a.m. What kind of shift are you working so early? Su Zhang's words made Li's face turn red again, and she glared at Su Zhang fiercely, saying, Su Zhang, if you keep doing this, I'll ignore you. Ling Tian snorted, fine, since Director Su doesn't want to go digging for bamboo shoots, then go get honey, it's $50 a pack. Su Zhang was dumbfounded, staring at his eyes and said, can't I catch fish? Fine, you can do it yourself if you catch fish. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he carried a small basket on his back and took a military shovel provided by the director's team and turned around to walk towards the entrance of the courtyard. Li Xiaoyan shrugged his nose at Su Zhang, also grabbed a basket to carry on his back, and quickly followed Ling Tian's footsteps. Su Zhang looked confused, then looked at Huang Xiaoche. Huang Xiaoche decisively twisted his head, you'd better go get the honey, I don't want to not be able to eat fish at noon. He Zhong walked to Su Zhang's side with a sympathetic face and took him by the shoulders. Let's go, in the future, for the sake of food, can't we endure? What did I do wrong? Su Zhang was still at a loss. On the road, Ling Tian walked in front of him with a basket on his back, and Li, her face flushed red, followed behind him, glancing up from time to time at the back of that solid and incomparable, feeling her heart beat much faster. In fact, people between so a little thing, no one said when, we are safe and sound, slowly waiting for the water to the canal, but if once the people flirting, the mind will naturally change. Li does not know Ling Tian's mind is now what kind of, but she has a little bit of a hazy feeling, she seems to be a little bit in front of the big boy like this. In the live broadcast room, the audience naturally also noticed Li's expression. Although Li's popularity is not as good as Zhao Liying, Dili Ruoba, a few of their popular small flowers, but is also one of the top goddesses in the entertainment industry, with a large number of clusters, so looking at Li will soon be reduced to the kind of expression, the live broadcast room suddenly a wail. The first thing you need to do is to start abusing your dog in the morning. I'm not saying this is the way to live. What's the meaning of the CP flavor that came out all of a sudden? Egu, I can't do it. It is estimated that Li is going to be captured by Ling Tian. How can I break it? Just as a group of netizens were frantically sending out pop-ups, a red and bold font suddenly appeared at the top of the live broadcast room. Zhao Liying v. Ling Tian, I hate you. I haven't had a bite of food until now. You have to make it up to me. As soon as this pop-up screen appeared, the live broadcast room instantly fell into absolute silence, empty except for Ling Tian and Li's silhouette. There was only a screen full of landscapes and scenery, not a single pop-up screen was left. Immediately following, another red and bolded pop-up screen floated out. Dili Ruoba v. And me, I haven't eaten anything either, I'm starving to death. Oh, Ling Tian, I want to eat something delicious. The people in the live room completely stupid face. As we all know, Dili Ruoba and Zhao Liying is recognized in the entertainment circle of the food beauty, but also the kind of no matter how to eat cannot eat fat body. I do not know how many female stars envy the death. The main thing is, these two people's popularity is too high, so after a short silence, the live broadcast room exploded. The flow of people is to rocket like posture crazy increase. Just a minute less than the time from the original 14 million viewers climbed to close to 30 million, more than doubled. The consequence of this result was that the live broadcast of Mango TV almost crashed due to server overload. Of course, these things Ling Tian is not aware of. Compared to the Li's mind, his mind is actually more complex. In his previous life he was just a farmer. Every day in addition to going to work is to organize the land. The biggest wish is to find a not too ugly woman to get married, and then have a big fat boy. But in this life, he suddenly became the existence of the golden finger, and the first woman he met was the big star Li Xiaobian, so his heart was very confused, and even can be said to be a little confused. Going out with Li Jian?
He did not have the determination, because in his heart, in fact, there has always been a figure. The previous life did not have the opportunity, can only fantasize, but in this life he has the opportunity, so want to try. But Lee's sudden entry made his heart a little shaken. No way, as a gripper, there is such a big beauty favor. If his heart does not have some fluctuations, then he is still a man? He just wanted to hold on for a while. As for the future, let's talk about it. The mushroom house wasn't too far from the place where the bamboo shoots were growing, only about 2,000 meters, but even so, when they walked down the hill, Li was tired and sweating profusely. Ling Tian raised his head to look at the sky, turned around and stretched out his hand, saying, "The weather is a bit stuffy right now, it's likely to rain today, we have to hurry up, I'll pull you along." Li, slightly stunned, her face brushed red, tangled for a moment before extending her hand over, said, "Are bamboo shoots good to dig?" Ling Tian laughed lightly, "This depends on luck, but I don't think our luck will be too bad." Oh well, Li's brain was empty, and the topic ended there. Chapter 14, The Laughs Keep Coming. Bamboo Mountain, a feature next to the mushroom house, said it was a mountain. In fact, it was a relatively large hill. The highest point was 47 meters in height. The whole presented a pyramid shape. It was densely filled with bamboo and some smaller bushes. Ling Tian, who was walking in front, skillfully waved his military shovel, chopping off all the bushes that blocked the road and stepping out a new path. Li Shaoxian followed behind Ling Tian and couldn't help but ask as he watched Ling Tian's movements, "Why don't we take those ready-made roads?" Ling Tian smiled indifferently, "Those roads look lightweight, but in fact, the bamboo shoots next to them have long been dug up, we have to search for them again, and the difficulty will increase quite a bit, so if we do some calculations, it would be better to open up a new road out of the way." Speaking here, he twisted his head to look at Li, said, "In fact, every year we will step out a lot of roads here, but every time after the fall, we will all leave this hill, so that the bamboo shoots here can reproduce, so the new road that we are now walking on is in fact the old road in the past." Li Xiaoyan drifted off. After saying that, Ling Tian let go of Li's hand and bent down to clean up the surroundings, only to see two tiny tips exposed on the ground, covered by some rotting leaves, so that if he didn't look closely he couldn't see them at all. Gently peeling away the rotting leaves, Ling Tian was delighted in his heart and laughed, "Looks like we're in for a treat today, these two guys won't be small." With that said, he swung his military shovel and started digging downwards. The physique that was improved by the system allowed Ling Tian to do these things with ease, coupled with the kind of instincts in his memories. In just less than a minute's time, he had already dug out all the two bamboo shoots. However, the roots of the bamboo shoots and the bamboo are connected together, so by this time as much as not to relax, spring bamboo shoots, especially this kind of spring bamboo shoots before the rain is the most delicious flavor, but the biggest taboo is to break. Spring bamboo shoots inside the fat and juicy, but the cellular organization is very loose, coupled with the hot temperature of the ground, so that the whole bamboo shoots in a short period of time is very difficult to dissipate the heat. Once broken, the inside of the juice out will be stained to the outside of the soil, and even bacteria, very difficult to clean. Many people, in order to prevent disease, if the bamboo shoots broken, then even the whole bamboo shoots are thrown away. Along the roots of the bamboo shoots to find the link bamboo place, a flick of the wrist, military shovel instantly cut off the link place. Ling Tian will be two bamboo shoots in the hand weighed, laughed, almost 5 kilograms of weight, enough for us to eat at noon, and then get a few to save for the evening. Even though the stuff was made by Ling Tian, Li was still excited and nodded, "Good, let's hurry up and look for more." Ling Tian's side was going well, but the other two sides were not. In the pond, Huang Xiaoche was standing in the middle of the pond with a netting, looking guarded. Behind him, Peng Peng had the same grave look on his face. Suddenly, a half-foot-long fish jumped up from the water and snapped and fell on Huang Xiaoche's face, and instantly a red mark of a fishtail appeared on his face. Ah! The stinging pain made Huang Xiaoche couldn't help but wail and almost didn't sit on his butt in the water. In the live broadcast room, the viewers who saw this scene were all happy. "Ha, what does it mean to have strength in the face? This is it. Fish, how dare you come over to catch me, let you taste the 18 tails of this fish's descending dragon. Heartache Mr. Huang, just mom cannot go on, to die of laughter. Mr. Huang does not cry, stand up and continue to forehead, not, continue to catch, must catch that fish, let it become food to make amends. And that fish's leap like open some kind of magic, almost blink of an eye, not big pond is full of leaping fish shadow, really give people a scene what is called flying fish style. The most hilarious thing is that the jumping fish can't be caught by Peng Peng and Huang Xiaoche how to catch them, but there are a few fish jumped into the basket behind the two people, so that all the viewers watching the audience are crying and laughing. What is this? What is this? A consolation prize? On the other side, the trio that was picking honey was even letting out a continuous cry of misery. Today's bees seemed to have learned from yesterday's lesson, and were desperately trying to burrow into the ankles and wrists of the three people. Even though the three of them had put on long thick socks, they were still being stung and crying out in pain. When they finished picking honey, Su Zheng hurriedly threw away his protective clothing, squatted on the ground and lifted up his trouser legs, counted them and opened his mouth without tears. 5, they are recognizing me, aren't they? Wan Yanhui's mouth corner twitching, said, my side 4, then you a little bit. He Zheng sat next to the stomach pain laughing, but his laughter involved the wound, said, ouch, cannot, I have only one here, it seems that I am the goddess of fortune today, I have to treat myself. Suddenly, Su Zhang stood up from the ground and walked directly to the director's team, saying, "Director, 4 plus 1, a total of 10 bags, 500, hurry up and get the money."
Yes, this is what we earned back by risking our lives, hurry up. Hee Jeong also reacted and quickly opened his mouth. The director was angry with these two people, almost did not explode, gritted his teeth and said, "Who stipulated to give money? Yesterday did not give? A bag of 50, less nonsense." Hee Jeong saw that the director even wanted to renege on the bill, and immediately took off his shoes, with a look that if you don't give me money, I will throw you. Su Zhang is also eager to take off his shoes, ready to stage a full martial arts. The director instantly conceded, "Yesterday is yesterday, today forget it, give you today, but not next time." Cut. Hee Jeong and Su Zhang rolled their eyes in unison after receiving the money, then excitedly ran to the side to count the money. Looking at the two of them with that look of wealth, the audience in the live broadcast room was once again turned over with joy, one after another exclaiming, "Are you sure this is the life of the earnings? And not the life of a comedian?" Chapter 15. It's raining heavily. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Huang Xiaoche and Pang Pang, who had caught fish lying down, came back from outside with fish traps on their backs, after which they saw the honey-picking trio sitting on a piece of paper grasping the banknotes and giggling there. Huang Xiaoko was a bit confused, looked back at the director's face became darker, and his heart cried out, "Nima, I've never seen such shameless guests." Looking at the director's expression, Huang Xiaochef was happy, otherwise he thought there was some kind of conspiracy, smilingly put the fish basket on the ground, gently walked to the side of Hee Jeong. Three people fiercely shouted and jumped out. This shout almost didn't Hee Jeong and the three of them scared out of a heart attack. Hee Jeong. Hee Jeong was so scared that he shivered and glared at Huang Xiaoche in a bad mood, saying, "Old Huang, what are you doing?" Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui also stared at Huang Xiajie with unfavorable faces, as if he would make him look good today if he didn't give a reasonable explanation. Pang Pang stood on the side, had the intention to help, but this kid's laughing point was really a bit low, so without waiting for him to walk over himself, he couldn't help but laugh his stomach off, and finally simply lay on the ground, looking at the group of people dumbfounded. Only after a long time did Huang Xiaoche react, then sat directly in the middle of the three, saying, "TSK, $500, you guys have been staked by bees into honeycomb coal, right? Roll. Don't want to talk to you. This money is ours, not yours." As soon as Huang Xiaochef's words fell, Hee Jeong's three men opened their mouths at the same time, each with a murderous look, scaring Huang Xiaochef to get up in a hurry and run to the side. However, he still opened his mouth. "What do you mean there is no portion for me? If so, then into, later this fish." "Aya, old Huang, you leather, we are just joking with you, do not need to take it seriously, right?" Hee Jeong heard the fish anxious, "Just eaten in the morning, the flavor is simply deep into the marrow of all, if the noon can only see cannot eat, it would be better to kill him directly to the pain." Su Zhang and Wang Yanhui's face also changed, smiling and running to the front of the yellow kitchen, kind words, really let the yellow kitchen to enjoy what is called the emperor's treatment, the expression, simply dejected no edge. A group of people splashing in cute performance naturally let the audience in the live broadcast room again happy, and just in their side of the joy unlimited time, the other side of the bamboo mountain, Ling Tian again got 4 more than 2 pounds of large bamboo shoots. Looking at the loaded basket, Ling Tian was in a good mood, he could make 2 dishes in the evening, a stewed bamboo shoots and a bamboo shoots fried with sliced pork. Next to him, Lily put away the tools, while taking out a handkerchief, carefully reached out and wiped his hand on Ling Tian's forehead and said with a smile, "Hard work." Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then smiled, and shook his head. "It's alright, let's get going, it won't be good if it rains later." Lily looked up and glanced at the sky. Compared to when they came, at this time the sky is gloomy, a bit like the signs of the end of the day, black pressure clouds hanging directly in the sky less than 100 meters, depressing space so that people can't breathe. Obviously later there will be a torrential downpour. Following Ling Tian out of the bamboo mountain, Lily asked with some curiosity, "I heard Mr. He say that you are a local here? Then what did you guys used to do when you encountered this kind of weather? Why do you ask?" Ling Tian was puzzled. "Curious." Lily smiled cheekily, ran to Ling Tian's side and stood side by side with him, saying, "And if it really rains in a while, we'll have to find ourselves a fun project, won't we?" "Oh, that's right, normally when it comes to this kind of weather it's all about resting, but more often than not it's going to go and find a few buddies to rub mahjong with to pass the time." "Mahjong?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, Lia's eyes instantly lit up. From her expression it was easy to tell that this girl was definitely a senior mahjong player. Ling Tian was dumbfounded by Li Xia's expression, while in the live broadcast room, the viewers were adorable by Li Xia's reaction. "Ha, I didn't expect our Miss Li to be a mahjong fan. Miss Li, where is your idol baggage? Upstairs is so shallow, don't you guys realize that Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan have a kind of Tong Pak Fu's feeling of being in the same situation after he got Xiao Xian's point? Upstairs, if you don't say it, you really didn't realize it, so I'm going to take a screenshot. I've already recorded it and I'm going to post it on B Station. I've thought of the title, it's called the modern version of Tong Pak Fu pointing to Qiu Xiang, you deserve it." Expressing no sense of anticipation at all. Ling Tian, after a short period of being in a daze, he buried his head and walked towards the front, at the same time saying, "We have to speed up. After we go back, I'll go to the village to find out if there's any extra mahjong, but there shouldn't be much hope." "I don't think there's much hope." Lily followed Ling Tian with an excited face, his eyes filled with anticipation. The two were lucky. When they walked outside the mushroom house, the sky that had been suppressed for the better part of an hour only began to drip and start falling raindrops. As the raindrops landed, everyone immediately rushed into the room, after which the sky looked as if the river of heaven had unloaded its sluice gates, turning into a torrential downpour in less than 3 short minutes. The clattering precipitation formed a curtain of water in the sky, crackling onto the ground and splashing half a meter high. Especially now that it was 10:30 in the morning, but the world outside looked as dark as if it was 8 or 9 in the evening, and Huang Xiajie had already pulled the lights on long ago, which allowed the world to regain a hint of light. Just the guests are all right, but the program team suffered, in addition to a few accompanying recording cameramen, including the director, including a group of people directly by the rain to the outside of the grass pavilion below, cannot go in and out. Chapter 16 was molested? The director's team is not using something in the sky to splash water down below? Pooh upstairs cannot be so funny? Can't you see that the crew is shivering in the rain? The director's team, especially the director, was abused by Ling Tian, not to mention, now even the sky is against him, alas, so moldy people is no one else. Director, who the hell am I messing with? Under the eaves, Huang Lei leaned against the doorframe, holding a packet of melon seeds in his hand. While knocking on it, he shouted to the director's team, "Director, there is another room in the house, enough for you to temporarily shelter. Do you want to come over to take shelter from the rain?" The director froze for a moment, then nodded. But not waiting for him to speak, Huang Lei continued, "That's fine, we will go to organize the room for you, but the room is not for free. A day's rent, 500. Tuan Xiaoche is too skinny. Do you know that your wife knows that you are so skinny? Pippy shrimp are not as skinny as you. Huang Xiaochef, you have fallen. Director, Huang Lei, don't let me catch you, or see how I'll get you killed." The audience in the live broadcast room was overjoyed. The guests also laughed their stomachs hurt. Even the program team also held back their laughter, for fear of not being able to hold back their laughter. The guests can just with the director, they do not dare. The guests can just talk to the director, but they don't dare to. It's really hard to hold back the laughter. After daily flirting with the director, Huang Lei still helped the director's team organize the tool room as soon as possible, and led a group of people over, before returning to the room. With such heavy rain, the director's team definitely didn't have takeout at noon, and the guests definitely couldn't continue to cook outside, so the noon meal became the biggest problem. Now they have a lot of ingredients. If they can make all of them, it is enough for them to have a full meal, but the key is that they do not have modern cooking equipment. In addition to the house, there is a big earth pot that has not been used for an unknown period of time. There is nothing. Several guests sitting on the living room mat, looking at the rain outside, one by one worried. Hard work all morning, but because of the rain cannot eat. This feeling is simply a dog. Not only the guests, the director at this time, the feeling is even stronger than them. What do you mean by self-inflicted sins? This is it. If I had known this should have left a set of electrical appliances, at least emergency is not? Just when a group of people were looking at each other, not knowing what to do, after taking a shower, Li came out from the bathroom and said, "Why are you all bitter? Don't you guys like the rain?" The corner of Ling Tian's mouth turned up and he picked up. It's not that he doesn't like the rain, but he doesn't like that he doesn't have the means to cook because of the rain, resulting in starvation. What? As soon as Ling Tian's words fell, a scream went straight through the sky. No way to cook? Why? Well, at this moment, Li was cultivated by Ling Tian's foodie attribute completely exploded. For foodies, everything can be missing, but only eating can't be. Now that she heard that there was no way to cook, it was simply more difficult for her than killing Li Jian. Looking at Li Qian's watering expression, Ling Tian suddenly felt a little intolerant. A few big men will get by, the big deal is to eat a little bit more at night, but letting a girl go hungry, how does it feel? As if he has done something bad? Shaking his head in tears and laughter, Ling Tian sat up from the ground and said, "I remember that we seem to have hot water here, right? Well, there are still 4 jugs, ready to be used for rice thinning. What's wrong?" Little Chef Huang responded, "Why don't we make do with rice thinning at noon? It's better than going hungry." He Joan's eyes lit up and opened his mouth. Just saying that it seems like they haven't advertised the sponsor's rice thinning for 2 days now, and I don't know if the sponsor who was watching the live broadcast will be pissed off by their performance. Ling Tian shook his head and said, "That stuff can't fill up the stomach, although it is highly nutritious, but it is still better as a side dish. This way, I remember that there are still some wood that is not used much over there in the tool room. Pang pang, you go and get it to the kitchen later. I'll make a pot of chowder. Mr. Huang, go and ask the director's team if there is any ready-made flour, and make a pancake that we can all share and eat some to fill up our stomachs." Ling Tian's reaction made everyone freeze for a moment, especially the viewers of the live broadcast. In other words, when did Ling Tian become so righteous? Wasn't he a wicked man? Did his conscience come to him? Upstairs, the truth, according to my visual estimation, Ling Tian did this because he didn't want Li Xiaoxian to be wronged. Is the handsome rural boy still convinced by Miss Li Xiaoxian's charms? Ling Tian, how could you do this? What's so good about her? Upstairs rolls rough.
Only Li Xia rushed to Ling Tian's side with an excited face, and couldn't help but give him a kiss on the cheek, saying, "I'll go find the director and ask." With that she ran in the direction of the tool room. Only her reaction just now directly made everyone go crazy. What did they see? Li gave Ling Tian a kiss? It was a kiss, right? Ling Tian was also a bit confused and couldn't help but spit out, he was being molested, right? However, his reaction speed was very fast, and he quickly spoke up when Li Xiaobian was about to run out of the living room. "Remember to ask the director for the money for the meal. With such a large group of them, how can it be $1,000, right?" Poo cough cough, please forgive me for my faults. I never should have believed that Ling Tian would change for the better. This bastard is still a ing lack of morality. Ha, I feel sorry for the director's team. How many times do I have to say this? I feel the same way. Last season I just cared about the guests, but this season seems to be a complete reversal. Ahem, this time it looks like Ling Tian will fail. After all, they still need the directing team to provide flour now, so... The Truth Emperor has appeared upstairs, waiting for Ling Tian to be defeated. Chapter 17, After Dinner Activities. Unsurprisingly to the audience, Ling Tian's calculations were wrong, but in the end, he still relied on a bold and thick-skinned nature to rob $300 from the director's team, and then decisively exchanged it for 15 cans of beer. Together with the 15 cans exchanged for the $500 from Huang Xiaoche and the others in the morning, they now had 30 cans of beer, able to drink for 2 days. On top of that, they now had 20 packs of melon seeds, finally giving this monotonous life a little bit of a different color. After getting everything together, all the guests and the free staff of the program team went to work, and quickly took care of all the ingredients needed, and then Ling Tian spent less than half an hour to get a large pot of braised vegetables out, as well as a large cake that weighed more than 10 pounds. Although it was still impossible for everyone to be full, it was still not a problem to be half full. It was worth mentioning that perhaps it was due to the fact that Li Xiaoxian had just kissed Ling Tian, so Li Xiaoxian was specially separated from Ling Tian by a distance of mystery during this meal, but despite this, her face was still flushed, and her gaze would glance at Ling Tian from time to time. Being sandwiched between the two, Mr. He felt a huge pressure that was hard to bear, and the worst part was that he couldn't say anything. In the end, he could only nourish and slink away to speed up the speed of his meal, and he usually needed 10 minutes to finish his meal. This time, he ended the fight in less than 3 minutes, and then quickly moved away from this battlefield. After eating, the director's team went to rest, leaving only a few cameramen behind, while the guests sat paralyzed on their mats one by one, enjoying the peace and quiet after the meal. Li Xiaoyan intentionally avoided Ling Tian, but I don't know if it was on purpose by Mr. Huang and the others. As soon as she moved her feet, the people around her would move with her, causing Li Xiaoyan to shy away for a while. After struggling for more than 10 minutes, Li's eyes lit up and she said, "Xiao Tian, didn't you say you have mahjong?" The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he twisted his head to look at Li and said, "I don't have it here, someone else's house has it, and it's raining so hard right now, there's no way for me to go get it." Speaking of playing mahjong, He Jong suddenly sat up and said, "We don't have mahjong here, but there are poker. Why don't we play poker? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." Li a long sigh of relief, she was most worried about this kind of wordless ambiguity. Anyway, no matter what to do, as long as you can make everyone move. Just what Li never expected was that when He Jong brought out the playing cards, the method the crowd chose to play was actually fight the landlord. There were 7 of them, including the resident guests, and apart from Pang Pang who didn't know how to play and Wang Yanhui who wasn't interested, there were still 5 of them. Huang Lei and He Jong glanced at each other and decided to let He Jong play, plus Su Zhang, who had become one of the 3. Li Qian was eager to sit next to him and sat directly opposite He Jong and Su Zhang, but then she was dumbfounded. Huang Lei and Wang Yanhui, these 2 old foxes even crowded Ling Tian behind her, which is obviously to force the 2 of them to set up the rhythm of awe. Even though Li admits that she does have a good feeling about Ling Tian right now, isn't it a bit too much for you guys to do this? At the same time, in the live broadcast room, the sharp-eyed viewers also discovered this, and a huge wave of pop-ups popped up. Is this the rhythm of forcing a CP? I hate this kind of from the program group. Obviously the people involved don't feel it, but also hard to get together. It's unbelievable, ready to give up. On the top floor, although we do not object to Miss Li's love, but definitely do not agree with this kind of forcible matchmaking things, on Huang Lei and Wang Yanhui completely unloved. And Ling Tian, although he was forced to pull the CP, but what does your reluctant face mean? Does our Miss Li not deserve you? Slot, the day is over. Ling Tian wasn't clear about what was going on in the live broadcast room, he just had a helpless look on his face. After all, he couldn't really say what he felt for Li Xiaoyan right now, more than friendship, less than romance? Sitting there, Li Qian was also a bit distracted, and when He Jong dealt all the cards, she still hadn't come back to her senses. Looking at the bewildered Li Qian, Ling Tian suddenly felt a kind of inexplicable heartache. He sighed gently, then sat down next to Li Qian and whispered, "Don't think so much, just follow your heart in everything." Li Qian was slightly stunned and turned his head to look at Ling Tian, saying, "What about you?" "Me?" Ling Tian laughed lightly. "I'm a person who is actually very opinionless, maybe it's because of my personality. I like to talk about water to water and everything. Okay, don't you want to play a game? I will help you." Li bowed his head, suddenly handed Ling Tian the cards in his hand, said, "You first play, I'll watch you from the side." Ling Tian was a bit surprised, but still took the cards, then rubbed them together, rearranged the order and said, "Who is the landlord?" He Zhong and Su Zheng looked at Ling Tian at the same time. Ling Tian suddenly realized, grabbed on the bottom card and said, "I call the landlord."
No robbing. No grab.
He Zhong and Su Zheng responded almost simultaneously. "You guys are bullies." After listening to the words of the two people, Ling Tian had not yet opened his mouth. Li Qian was anxious, but even if she was anxious, there was nothing she could do. After all, Ling Tian called the landlord, the next must be grabbed, this is the rule. Ling Tian passed a reassuring look towards Li Qian, directly lifted the bottom card. After seeing the bottom card, Li Qian could not help but scream, "Wow, the heart wants to come true ah." Li Qian's reaction caused He Zhong and Su Zheng to freeze at the same time, and at that moment, the cameraman also turned the camera to the cards in Ling Tian's hand right on time. In the live broadcast room, the audience was instantly confused after seeing Ling Tian's cards.
I've never held this kind of card even after playing landlord for my whole life. Is this going to be the rhythm of heaven? What do you mean by heavenly cards?
Those with bombs don't count, this is the real heavenly card. Suddenly, Mr. He and Mr. Su feel so sorry for Ling Tian. How big of a sin did they have to create such a deck of cards for Ling Tian? The melon seeds have been prepared, waiting for Mr. He and Su's expression. The two are expected to go crazy.
Chapter 18 is going to be a show? In the living room, Ling Tian looked at the two of them with a faint light smile and said, "Are you guys ready?" He Zhong took a deep breath, his hand was not bad, big and small kings plus K-bomb, the rest had a straight plus 2 singles. Su Zheng, on the other hand, had an ace bomb plus a 2 bomb, also a straight, but he only had a single card. Both of their cards were definitely considered big cards no matter when they were dealt, so facing Ling Tian's aura, both of them nodded their heads at the same time after a short period of confusion. However, just as Ling Tian was about to play his cards, Mr. He suddenly said, "Wait a minute, shouldn't we add a little more to the pot?" Hearing this, Huang Xiaochef and Wang Yanhui, who had been watching the three people's cards, directly laughed like crazy, and Li also pursed her lips tightly, but her narrowed eyes told everyone that she was in a simply beautiful mood right now. Pang Pang was the only one present who didn't quite understand the rules of landlord fighting, so he was a bit confused. In the live broadcast room, on the other hand, the viewers didn't have so many scruples, and at this point, they had all fallen down laughing. Powaha, I now know what it means to dig a hole and bury yourself. Nima have never seen such a death penalty. Mr. He, do not make not die ah.
Well, the front row of the sale of melon seeds mineral water to catch the contact. Mr. He and Su guide two people to die, cannot, I have to go to change a screen again. Ling Tian was confused after He Zhong said it, then said, "Good to what color?" He Zhong was a group of people's expression made a little weak, finally thought about it and said, "The loser performs a program?" "No, the winner performs the program." He Zhong's words had just fallen. Before Ling Tian had the chance to agree, Su Zheng suddenly opened his mouth and said, "At the same time, you can't violate the rules of the game, just do what you need to do, or else it's considered cheating." A group of people were confused. Lili was even angry and glared at Su Zheng, saying, "How can you cheat? Isn't it always the loser who gives the lottery?" Live stream. Ignorance limits my imagination. I used to think that Director Su was quite pleasant, but now I realize that Nima Su is simply faceless and skinless Upstairs is wrong. Sorry, please allow me to laugh for a while. I just want to know how Director Su will think of such a colorful head. Yeah, same curiosity. Did he see Ling Tian's card? No, it should be someone who tipped him off, either that or he's just a pure old fox who's too good at reading people's minds. He Zhong agreed to Su Zheng's proposal after some contemplation, then looked at Ling Tian with a provocative face and said, "Hurry up and play your cards." The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he said, "I don't agree with the winner playing the color. It's useless for you to disagree the three of us play and then now it's 2-1, the minority obeys the majority, so you don't have the right to speak." Su Zheng hemmed and hawed and laughed. Ling Tian sighed deeply, glanced at the cards in his hand and said, "Well, in that case, count me unlucky, but if I have to play the lottery, I'll be very uncomfortable, and then I won't be in the mood to cook. Mr. Huang, dinner will trouble you Huang Lei was dumbfounded, dazedly pointing at his nose, the meaning of which was clear. "Nima, what does this matter to me?" Su Zheng and He Zhong were also dumbfounded. If it was the first season, it would be fine for them to ask Huang Lei to cook, but now that they were used to eating Ling Tian's cooking, Huang Lei's level of cooking skills as a househusband didn't even come close, okay? The two of them were blindsided, but just as they were about to re-announce the rules, Ling Tian snapped and threw out all of his cards, saying, "Even pair, I win, I'll go prepare for the show." Ling Tian's series of combinations left a group of people mesmerized, and it wasn't until after he got up that all of them reacted. Only the guests were all dumbfounded, while the people in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing. I knew it, how could Ling Tian's lack of morals possibly suffer a loss? I was heartbroken for Ling Tian for 3 seconds, but now I realize that the ones who should be heartbroken are Mr. He and Mr. Su. In order to celebrate the fact that I don't have to be abused by the food at night, I've decided to treat myself well. Cough cough that what, Ling Tian, don't you think you're a bit too skinny for that? Pimpy Shrimp isn't even as skinny as you are. Am I the only one who noticed that Li was happy after Ling Tian said those words? Ditto, it's obvious that Ms. Lee has already fallen into the rhythm of falling. Alas, another goddess has a master. Heartbreaking. The crowd waited until Ling Tian walked in holding a guitar before they reacted. Looking at Ling Tian sitting on a stool ready to tune, He Jeong immediately got up and ran over, fawning and laughing. Tiana, look, I just played a joke on you with director Su, we both lost, let's perform the show. Really, you're already tired from just making lunch, rest for a while, let's do it. Right, there's nothing going on with me and Jiangzi, we'll both put on a show, you rest for a while. Su Zhang also hastily chimed in. Huang Xiaoche and Pang Pang were already laughing and rolling on the mat. Wang Yanhui was a bit more stable, but he was also leaning on a chair to barely keep from collapsing. Li Xiaoyan was even laughing so hard that tears were coming out of his eyes. Ling Tian blinked, glanced at the two and said, "It's okay, I just figured out a new song today, so I want to try the effect, you guys just be the audience, and give us a critique later."
Chapter 19, New Song. New song?
Whether it was the guests, or the program team, or the tens of millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, all of them were shocked when they heard Ling Tian say new song. Yesterday's song, No Place for Self-Reputation, was now on the hot search, and countless people were calling out to Ling Tian to upload the audio source as soon as possible, only that they also knew that Ling Tian was currently on the program set, and it was difficult to go out and record a song with the entire live broadcast, so they could only forcefully hold back their inner agitation, and look through the replayed footage in front of them.
Now that Ling Tian had a new song, how could they not look forward to it?
The front row of the sale of bench melon mineral water, there is a need to hurry to contact, later singing can be nothing. It means that the doors and windows have been locked, all the noise has been swept away, and the sound has been turned up to the maximum. Ling Tian, please start your performance. Ling Tian, I've washed my ears again just to listen to the song, come on, wreak havoc on me to your heart's content. Boing boing, finally I can listen to Brother Sky sing again, it's so nice, just not enough tissues.
Is it really good to race upstairs at the drop of a hat?
Be careful of the traffic police checking you out. In the living room, He Jeong and the others hurriedly resumed their seats, looking at Ling Tian with anticipation. Li Jia even simply sat next to Ling Tian, her hands resting on her cheeks, her beautiful eyes dazzled as she looked at Ling Tian's side face, giggling foolishly. Being watched by so many people, honestly, Ling Tian was really a little bit stressed, but he was relieved when he thought about it. Besides, the people he would face in the future might be even more than this, so he took a deep breath and slowly put his hands on the top of the guitar. Just then, the system's voice suddenly came from his head. Ding, detected a new task. Please ask the host to sing a love song within 5 minutes. Touching 100,000 people is considered as task completion, and the reward for completion will be a lottery draw. Ling Tian was slightly stunned. The previous tasks were all directly giving skills. Even he thought for a while that his system didn't have that function of lucky draw at all, and now a lucky draw came out of nowhere. To be honest, he was a bit stunned. But then he relaxed wholeheartedly, and his brain began to continuously filter a love song, including affection and love. Undoubtedly, more than 90% of the people facing the program Aspiring Life were young people, and in the eyes of young people, love is the main theme, so love songs could easily resonate with them, but it was worth noting that these people's emotions fluctuated too much, so it was very difficult to truly cause them to be touched by their hearts. In addition to these people, there is also a part of the audience between the age of 30 and 40. This group of people focus more on family love, and their parents are gradually aging, so want to trigger their heart moved but not difficult. Moreover, the task given by the system was only to cause 100,000 people to be touched and resonate with him, so in a very short period of time, Ling Tian had chosen the song he wanted to sing, a song about his father. Of course, what Ling Tian chose wasn't the father of the fastest brothers, who had taken the world by storm in his previous life, but the song Father sung by Cui Jinghao in 1995 in his previous life. That song was the first song about affection that Ling Tian heard in his previous life, but because of his age he didn't realize it very deeply, but then as time passed, his feelings for that song became deeper and deeper, especially when his father passed away. It was even more so when he sang that song for 3 days in a row without stopping, and every time he did it, it was painful. With a light sigh, he looked up at the guests around him and said, a song called Father, for all those who work outside and can't go home to reunite with their parents. The words disappeared, and a slightly sad melody rang out. That was me, when I was a child, often sitting on my father's shoulders. My father was the ladder to the sky, and my father was the ox pulling the cart. I can't forget the coarse tea, or will I raise, can't forget a long sigh, half a pot of old wine. When I grow up, the mountain children go out. When I was a child, I thought I would write a letter to my family for thousands of miles, and I hoped that my children would return to a bag of smoked cigarettes, and the sky would be filled with stars and buckets. The song is very plain, but in the plainness of the irreplaceable emotions in father's love, especially in Ling Tian's singing and feelings rendering, but also to sublimate this emotion to the extreme. Even though they hadn't reached the part of the High Dynasty yet, He Jeong, Huang Lei, Su Zhang and the rest of the middle-aged men already had reddened eyes and glittered with crystalline tears. Just then, the melody took a steep turn, and the chorus followed. It is said that raising a child is a defense against old age, but the child's mountain is high and the water is far away from his home country. It is said that raising a child is a defense against old age, but you don't open your mouth no matter how hard you work or how tired you are. The child can only sing a song, and tears sing, may all parents in the world peace in spring and fall.
It's all said and done. The song is still continuing, but the pop-ups in the live broadcast room have long since disappeared without a trace. Inside the living room, the guests' faces carry the slightest trace of tears. Even the director hiding in the tool room can't help but burst into tears. Ding detected that the mission has been completed. The host has been awarded a lottery. May I ask whether to start drawing now? When he sang the song almost to the end of the second time, Ling Tianyi heard the voice coming from the system, causing him to let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but pinch his sweat. It was so close that he almost didn't complete it. However, he still resisted the urge to draw and finish the song, but just as he put down his guitar, a figure suddenly rushed into his arms, sobbing, "You're the big bad guy, oh I miss my dad." At the same time, the live broadcast room was boiling. Originally prepared to wait for the year to get pregnant, but Nima waited for a face of tears is how much it means. Ditto, I really don't have enough paper towels now, but it's wipe tears wipe. You can imagine a 30-something big old man in there crying in the picture? Oh Ling Tian, you big asshole, I hate you. Dad, I miss you. No, I'll take a leave of absence to go home now. Do not approve the leave of absence. Nima lousy quit. Where are you from upstairs? Shall we go together? Chapter 20 Skill Advancement Card. The main text. A father so that the original joyful atmosphere of the program suddenly became a little heavy, and even many people immersed in their own sadness and ignored at this time as a face scratching Ling Tian. I don't know how long it took. He Jiang reacted with a jolt, took a deep breath and got up. Xiaotian, you're really eh? What are you two up to? He Jiang's voice pulled the others back from their sadness, and when the crowd saw Li lying in Ling Tian's arms, they froze at the same time, and the live broadcasting room started to explode crazily. What did I say? I forgot in my excitement. Miss Li, you are at least a first-tier star. Where is your reserve? Where's your persistence? Oh, my heart is so tired, listening to sentimental songs, eating mushy dog food. Ling Tian, draw your sword. Pull your head out. I should say, Ling Tian, when will you give out the red packets? Don't ask for more, just give me 1 million or so. Is it really okay for you to be so skinny upstairs? Regardless of what the people in the broadcast room think, but those hidden in the broadcast room of the entertainment media quickly began to power. A lurid headline was thought out by them, and then in the shortest possible time to get the content, sent to their own newspaper. The internet was even the first to update its dynamics, and the hot search terms of Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan quickly rushed to the top 10 of the topic list at a furious speed. But then Ling Tian suffered an unprecedented black tide. After all, he is just a vegetarian, although he can cook, can sing, but Li's identity is still far too far, so as to cause countless people to spray, which eating soft rice and white boy followed the heat, all the way to the wild soaring. The consequence of this is that all of Ling Tian's information in just less than a minute will be dug out. Orphans, farmers, high school dropouts and so on information shocked off a place of people's eyeballs. Of course, Ling Tian didn't know about these things, and neither would Li Jian. After everyone woke up in shock, Li Jian hurriedly got out of Ling Tian's arms, her face flushed red as she glanced at the people around her. Angrily stomping her feet, she turned around and rushed into the guest room. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he glared at Yi Jian without any goodwill and said, "Teacher I'm going to rest for a while, remember to call me later when it's time for dinner." As soon as these words came out, all the sad atmosphere instantly disappeared. He Jiang immediately rushed to Ling Tian's front and said, "Don't Ling Tian, I know you're definitely not that kind of stingy person, why don't Jinzi and I put on a show too?" Old he, what do you mean by that? My cooking is really inedible, isn't it? That's fine, in the future, if you haven't said anything to Ling Tian, Chef Huang won't be happy about it. What? You're starting to dislike an old friend now? You ate quite well in the first season. Besides, what do you mean you used to run to my house whenever you had something to do? He Jiang turned around and looked at Huang Lei noncommittally, saying, "You dare to say that your cooking is as good as Xiao Tian's?" Huang Lei was choked, and then huffed and puffed. "Okay, don't go to my home to rub rice in the future, no." The fight between the two made the living room laugh again, but within the live broadcast, the discussion about the relationship between Li Xiaotian and Ling Tian still didn't end. The heavy rain continued until 4 in the afternoon before it pattered to a halt. The thickness of the dark clouds in the sky went a large portion, and the originally dark world finally welcomed light once again. The director's team returned to their respective positions. Huang Lei, He Jiong and the others also came out of their rooms to start preparing for the evening meal. It was only at this time that Ling Tianyi took the time to look at his rewards, silently reciting the lottery in his heart, and the system's voice followed. Ding, raffle started, raffle ended. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a skill advancement card. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then said, "What is a skill advancement card for?" As the name suggests, it is used to upgrade skills. Ling Tian was ecstatic in his heart. He had previously obtained quite a few skills: national arts, cooking, singing, acting, and musical instruments, but all of these skills were at the proficient level, and on top of that, there were also the 2 levels of slamming and grandmaster. Earlier, he had been unsure of how to upgrade those skills, and now the sudden appearance of the raffle had instantly cleared his earlier boredom. After a moment of contemplation, he immediately said, "Upgrade my national art skills." This decision was chosen by Ling Tian after carefully considering the pros and cons. His main thing right now was the singing skill, but at the moment, this skill was enough for him, and there were still 3 months left for the program to end, which was enough time for him to get a couple of lucky draws again in those 3 months. But the national art skill was about his physical quality. The so-called body is the root of the revolution, and well, the main thing was that Ling Tian had always had a martial arts dream in his heart, although the national art practice to the extreme couldn't be like the TV series where he could fly and walk on the walls, but it shouldn't be a problem to fight against 100 people, right? With Ling Tian's choice, a warm current quickly surged within his body and ran through his entire body in a very short period of time before disappearing without a trace. However, Ling Tian's understanding and perception of the national art had risen by a large level, and he could not help but open his attribute panel. Host, Ling Tian. Physique, 4710. Strength, 5110. Agility, 4610. Skills, culinary mastery, singing mastery, musical instrument mastery, performance mastery, national art mastery. Current popularity, 312-5845. Current concerns, 155-2245. All 3 major attributes had been raised by a dozen points, and feeling the much enhanced strength within his body, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but pick up a nice-looking arc. But just as he was immersed in his enhancement, Hee-jung suddenly walked in with a bamboo shoot and said in a low voice, "Xiao Tian, have you ever thought of recording the 2 songs?" Ling Tian froze. Is it possible now? Don't wait for the program to end? That's not necessary. After all, we are all entertainers. Time can't really be so loose, so live is live, but it's still permissible to temporarily take time off to leave if there's something going on. Of course, it can't be too long, so if you want to record the songs, I can help you take time off. Chapter 21, Zhang Jie and Recording Songs. As one of the investors of the program, The Wayward Life, it was still very easy for Hee-jung to give the guests time off. Especially since the director's team had been a bit exhausted by Ling Tian's endless tricks over the past 2 days, so after hearing that Hee-jung had asked for time off for Ling Tian, the director agreed to do so almost without even thinking about it. But in order to show that he valued Ling Tian, the director only gave Ling Tian 1 day, which meant that he had to be back by tomorrow night. Recording 2 songs in 1 day's time was a bit difficult for the average person. After all, recording a song was completely different from singing it at will. It was a lot of trouble to be emotional, to withhold syllables, etc. But with the skills of a proficient singer, Ling Tian had a lot of time to do it. However, with the singing mastery skill in his body, Ling Tian said that there was no pressure at all. As for the recording studio, is also Hee-jung to help find. As the entertainment industry's most extensive network of people, this sentence is not just talk, almost no effort. Hee-jung will be in the local to Ling Tian to find a good studio. The cost of the 2 songs is only $10,000, cheap to the home. Because it is the first time to record a song, in order to ensure the smoothness of the recording, Hee-jung also specially wasted a little bit of friendship. Will be far away, and Shangnan's old friend Zhang Jie called over, temporarily responsible for the recording of Ling Tian's work. Well, the main is that the next period of the guest of honor is Zhang Jie. Hee-jung may not do so without letting Zhang Jie in advance and Ling Tian familiar with the mind. In order to thank Hee-jung, Ling Tian once again cooked a sumptuous dinner that night, accompanying all of them to finish eating before he pulled his gift and left. 8:30 p.m., Changnan City. In front of an international hotel, Ling Tian finally met up with Zhang Jie. In this time and space, Zhang Jie still took the route of a singer, but in addition to singing, he also dabbled in film and television, counting film, television and song triple amphibian, and his popularity was also very high. It's just that this year he was busy being a father, so he rarely appeared in front of the audience, and his popularity has passed a lot compared to a year ago. Brother Jie, how are you? I'm Ling Tian. Zhang Jie took off his headphones and smiled as he walked over to Ling Tian, reached out and shook Ling Tian's hand, then grabbed his hand for a shoulder touch and said, "It's nice to meet you. I also watch your live broadcasts. Nana likes you a lot and said that she would definitely go over there to eat your cooking if it wasn't for Mr. Huang being there." Ling Tian was a bit speechless. People said Zhang Jie's emotional intelligence is low. Now it seems that this Nima is really low enough. However, this also meant that Zhang Jie was not pretentious and said what he had to say, so overall, Ling Tian's impression of Zhang Jie was quite good. He raised his hand and glanced at the time, saying, "In fact, Mr. Huang isn't that scary, and if we have the opportunity in the future, we can also get together privately, or simply the next guest of honor, you can directly bring Sister Na over to the past off. It's always better to have you there, right?" Zhang Jie blinked. "Is that okay? What's wrong with that? Sister Na herself is synonymous with traffic flow, and the director's team would be happy to have her there. By the way, has Brother Jie eaten yet? Why don't we get something to eat first?" "I've eaten, let's rest first. Tomorrow morning we'll go over to record the song. I know you only have 1 day, so let's finish early, then I'll send you back." "That's fine." The next day, Ling Tian and Zhang Jie arrived at the predetermined recording room early in the morning, but at the very beginning, they didn't record the song, but composed the music. After all, it's not possible to record a song with just a guitar tablature, you have to perfect the song's tablature to the best. Ling Tian didn't have much ability in composing songs, but Zhang Jie's arranging ability was very strong. Together with a couple of recording engineers, a few people used almost 2 hours to get all the tunes of the 2 songs.
But the next time the recording of the song Zhang Jia was confused, even the recording engineer is almost the same, no other. Ling Tian's live play ability is too strong, 2 songs are basically one time, although in order to ensure that nothing is wrong, the recording engineer let Ling Tian record it 2 more times, but the final conclusion is that the recording is a level, not absolutely top, but definitely the top of the domestic singers in the level of the music. Looking at the bemused smile, Zhang Jia felt his confidence had been dealt a big blow. He was known as the musical genius of the new century, but even so, he made mistakes every time he recorded, and it took at least 3 or 4 times to get through, and a dozen or more if he had to do it more than once. He had never even heard of this kind of one-time pass. After all, even the rumored Hakuho god would make flaws when recording songs. Demonic. This was Zhang Jia's evaluation of Ling Tian. After recording the song, Ling Tian and Zhang Jia had lunch outside and hurriedly returned to the mushroom house, while Zhang Jia sent Ling Tian to Tonglu before heading directly north to return to Shangnan. Out of Ling Tian's expectation, the one who came over to pick him up this time was He Jiong and Huang Lei, and what surprised him even more was that He Jiong directly said when he saw him, "Su Guide and Mr. Wang left the mushroom house first this morning because they had to shoot a movie, so it's likely that we'll be admitting the second batch of guests in advance, so you have to be ready for them." Ling Tian froze for a moment and said, "Isn't the second batch of guests Brother Jie? Then why didn't you let Brother Jie stay directly just now? This will be left aside for now, you'll know when the time comes. Right, while you're still out there, have you thought about what music network you're going to upload your 2 songs to? What does Mr. Ho suggest?" "Penguin, I think, it has a lot of traffic and more credibility." "No, this is the copyright agreement for your 2 songs, fill out the information on it and send it out." Looking at the copyright registration information that He Jiong handed over, Ling Tian's heart shook. He had never been in contact with the entertainment industry before, so he didn't know much about these things. Just looking at the information that had been filled out long ago on it, his heart was filled with vibration and gratitude. This was a parallel world with a super high degree of copyright protection. If he was taken away and stolen by someone else because he hadn't registered the information, there would be no place to cry when the time came, but the realistic registration time on top of the information was the one that had been registered directly after he had sung it. Obviously He Jiong had thought of all of this a long time ago. No one is more aware of the value of those 2 songs than Ling Tian, but in the face of such a great benefit, He Jiong has been thinking of him, not to mention other things. Just for this, Ling Tian is willing to He Jiong as a lifetime of Big Brother, Pro. Chapter 22, Humanoid Rice Planting Machine. When Ling Tian and the others returned to the mushroom house, Ling Tian had already perfected all the registration information and at the same time put the 2 songs on top of Penguin music. Almost at the same time he put them out, He Jiong and Huang Lei both directly released a microblog announcing the news, while at the same time taking a look at Ling Tian's microblog. Well, just to clarify, Ling Tian's Weibo was the newest one registered, and the fan value in it was 0. It was only with the help of He Jiong and Huang Lei that his fan value had increased by 150,000 in just 10 minutes, and was still increasing at an extremely fast rate. And his 2 songs, but also in a very short period of time to create tens of thousands of downloads. In the Penguin music, download a song needs 80 cents, he and the site is 46 points, that is to say, download a time he can get 48 cents. Looking at the download speed of the song, it is estimated that his daily income can reach more than 50,000, or even more? In his previous life, he had dreamed and dreamed all his life, but the most he could do was to fantasize that one day his daily income could reach $1,000. Therefore, until he had put all his traveling gifts away, he didn't come back to his senses from his excitement until by the pool, he looked at He Jiong and Huang Lei, who were preparing dinner, while washing up and said, "Where are Xiao 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 and Pang Pang? Why don't we see them?" He Jiong looked at Ling Tian with some embarrassment, then pointed to the paddy field not far away and said, "Nua, this morning we owed some tasks, the 2 of them are planting rice seedlings now." Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at He Jiong, then directly dropped the towel and other things in his hand and said, "Okay, then I'll go over to help them first, you guys just prepare the ingredients, I'll come back and do it later." When these words came out, He Jiong and Huang Lei froze at the same time. Not only them, even the viewers in the live broadcast room froze. Is this still the Ling Tian I know? When did he become so diligent and considerate of others? Did he go out for a day and have some kind of accident that made him grow up in an instant? I'd rather believe that there's some kind of conspiracy brewing for him to do this. Penthouse, it's absolutely impossible for me to believe that Ling Tian has changed his ways. Ling Tian was confused by He Jiong's and Huang Lei's expressions and wondered, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? He Jiong waved his hands. No, this is quite good, it would be even better if it's like this in the future. Huang Lei didn't say anything but kept nodding his head beside him. Even the 2 dogs, Little H and Little O, who never had much presence, kept jumping around beside him as if they were agreeing with He Jiong and Huang Lei. Looking at the reaction of the 2, Ling Tian immediately had black lines all over his head and said, "Am I that unreliable in your eyes?" He Jiong and Huang Lei nodded at the same time. Slot. Ling Tian couldn't help but spit out a sentence, grabbed the water pants next to him and ran out. He doubted that he wouldn't be able to resist punching the 2 if he stayed here any longer.
In the paddy field, Pang Pang and Lee, two people are struggling to move their feet. There is no way, the ground here is really too much, a foot down silt directly over the ankle, and with a strong absorption, if you don't know how to scale, not to mention the work, walking can be exhausting. When he saw Ling Tian coming over, Li's eyes lit up and he quickly waved his hand. Xiaotian, hurry up, I'm going to die of exhaustion. Pang Pang instantly looked up after hearing the voice, looking at Ling Tian with a gaze full of gratitude. Brother Tian, you're finally back, this job is so hard to do. Ling Tian smiled, nimbly put on his water pants and walked down, then went straight to Li and said, you guys need to learn a little bit of skill, don't use brute force when you move your feet after stepping down, a little bit of activity to let the air in, and then you can come out very easily. The words landed, he has walked to the side of Li, looking at the face full of mud and water. Li cannot help but heart a happy, light laugh. You first go back to wash up, rest for a while, here I and Pang Pang to come on the line. Li, a cheeky smile, said, good day, then you have to refuel. Oh, today's task is to insert half of it, there are still a lot. Ling Tian nodded his head and then took all the seedlings from Li's hand. Seeing this scene, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly dawned on them. I told you, how could Ling Tian be so kind? He's just going over there to pick up girls, right? The worst thing is, Li Xiaoyuan even ate his set. I just want to say that my work is much better than Ling Tian's. Li Xiaoyuan, why don't you think about me? Oh, upstairs, it's better to learn how to cook and sing first. While the viewers in the live broadcast room were arguing over the relationship between Ling Tian and Li, Ling Tian put on a show for all of them about what it means to insert rice seedlings in a hurry. In his last life, Ling Tian was a southerner and had been transplanting rice seedlings for more than 10 years, and in this life, he was still a southerner and had been transplanting rice seedlings for more than 10 years, so for him, transplanting rice seedlings was almost an ability that was embedded in his bones, especially when coupled with his current perverted physical qualities, which directly transformed him into a human rice planting machine. The rice planting area that Pang Pang and Li had spent more than 2 hours to complete, Ling Tian had completed it in less than 10 minutes. The main thing was that he planted them very quickly, but he did it very neatly, looking no different from a machine planting them. Looking at that dazzling action, Pang Pang next to him was directly dumbfounded, and the noise of the live broadcasting room also came to an abrupt end. The field, washed up when Li Jin came over, also froze in place for a long time before reacting violently. A face of excitement shouted, Xiaotian is so good, cheers. Ling Tian raised his head and smiled towards Li Chen, then looked at Pang Pang and said, you just go and insert those 2 rows, leave the rest to me, we'll finish all of this today. Pang Pang nodded blankly, only next he felt what is called despair. The width of this paddy field was almost 5 meters, and he was responsible for the 2 rows, which was only 50 centimeters, but even so, his speed was still not much different from Ling Tian's, and sometimes he would even be overtaken by Ling Tian. Looking at Ling Tian, who was not stopping with his hands and feet, Pang Pang was about to cry and said, Brother Tian, you are really great. Chapter 23, A Quiet Night. Ling Tian's speed in transplanting rice seedlings was fast, but after all, it was a paddy field that was close to 2 acres, so by the time they were all done, night had crept into the sky. Mushroom House. After Yi Zhong and Huang Lei finished preparing all the ingredients, looking at the rice planting duo that still had a little bit left, Huang Lei barred his lips and said, Old He, why don't I cook 2 dishes first to share some of the pressure for Xiaotian? Well, that can be done. Yi Zhong thought for a while before answering. Huang Lei's eyes lit up, and he quickly nodded his head. Thanks, Old He, I knew that the bond between us is definitely not something that can be ruined by any cuisine. It's fine, as long as you promise that what you make will be just as tasty as Xiaotian. Yi Zhong did not wait for Huang Lei to finish, then directly opened his mouth to say his conditions, and heard the words behind Yi Zhong. Huang Lei, the whole person is not good. Angry, a hand stuck Yi Zhong's neck, angrily roared, Old He, when did you become like this? Are you sure you're Old He and not possessed by some asshole? The audience in the live broadcast room was amused by the 2 people's amusing jokes, and a pop-up screen filled with the flavor of flirting instantly occupied the entire live broadcast room. Ha, my heart aches for Mr. Huang for 3 seconds, but then again, Mr. He, aren't you really afraid of getting beaten up for being so skinny? Mr. Huang, Lao He, we from now on, the end of friendship. Upstairs, are you sure you won't get beaten up by Mr. Huang? I like to see Mr. He and Mr. Huang fighting, but this season their relationship seems to be much closer all of a sudden. Originally thought that there is no chance, this sudden attack almost didn't let me smoke over. Under the strict supervision of Yi Zhong, Huang Lei finally put up with the desire to cook. No way, Yi Zhong's slippers are not for show. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Ling Tian slipped his water pants and brought Pang Pang and Li in from the outside. As soon as he entered the yard, Li hurriedly picked up Ling Tian's water pants and said, Go, and wash up first, I'll help you put it away. Still need mine. Pang Pang looked at the faraway Li with a confused face, glancing down at the water pants in his hand, his head full of fog. Li turned back, winked and said, You don't have to cook, take your time, it's okay. Pumba was dumbfounded. Ling Tian was also a bit confused. So you're so enthusiastic just to make me cook, right? What? Right? After a few moments, Pang Pang came back to his senses and snorted out a laugh, saying, Brother Tian, is there anything else you need to do? I'll help you. Piss off. Ling Tian glared at Pang Pang without any good reason and huffed as he walked into the bathroom.
After taking a shower, Huang Lei, the chef's assistant, hurriedly placed everything on the stove, looking at Ling Tian with a bodyguard's demeanor, causing Ling Tian to roll his eyes towards him, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart, "This group of people are absolutely spoiled." Well, that's just the way it is. It's just that despite his resentment, he himself wasn't happy to eat the dishes that Huang Lei had made, so in the end, he could only sigh helplessly and start preparing dinner. Fortunately, now that there were 2 less eating gourmets in the mushroom house, the portion of the meal could be a little smaller. After 40 minutes, 3 dishes and 1 soup with white rice had all been cooked, and the group of people once again circled around, ready to eat. Hee-jong specially took out a few cans of beer and poured a cup for each person, saying, "Well, before we eat, let's all raise our glasses and congratulate Xiao Tiansong on its official upload, wishing Xiao Tiansong a big seller and a red-hot one. Cheers!" Ling Tian smiled and raised his cup, clinked it with the crowd and said, "Thanks everyone, especially Mr. He. Honestly, if it wasn't for Mr. He, I guess I wouldn't even know how to cry by then." Speaking of this, Hee-jong's interest suddenly came, ready to give a good sermon, but not waiting for him to open his mouth, Huang Lei violently exclaimed, "Wow, Xiaotian's single downloads have already exceeded 300,000, is this going against the sky? This is going to be the end of the world." The wine in Pang Pang's mouth directly sprayed out, although he is an actor, but also issued a single EPs, but at that time he uploaded to the music online charts, 24 hours downloads only more than 30,000, but that also let him happy for a long time. But how long has it been for Ling Tian? A few hours? Right at this moment, Hee-jong's teeth-gritting voice came into the ears of the crowd, and then they saw Hee-jong staring at Huang Lei with a chilling light on his face, and growled lowly, "Old Huang, you're deliberately working against me, aren't you?" Huang Lei was happy, and hurriedly got up. Huang Lei was happy, quickly got up and hid to the other side of Ling Tian, said, "No, I was just curious to click open to see a little bit, that's what, old he, our relationship where alright? You don't let me cook, I didn't even touch the stove, right? What? I want to be friends with you." Hee-jong got angry and started eating with an angry bowl. "Mr. He, is this what you call friendship? Do you have to be such a spoof? I was worried for nothing. It is expected that Mr. He and Mr. Huang will enter the phase of love and death again. Well, fortunately I have prepared everything. Mr. He, Mr. Huang, please start your performance." Upstairs, are you sure you won't get punched? Am I the only one who noticed that Ling Tian's song downloads have broken the record for single-day downloads in the last decade? I don't care about that, all I care about is that I'm hungry. After dinner, a few people lay in the gazebo, listening to the silent cicadas, a rare inner relaxation, as the mushroom house's budding pets has been covered by Ling Tian's popularity of the 2 little H and little O also ran out to brush the sense of existence at this time, and constantly around the Ling Tian jumping around there. At the very edge, Li looked at such a tranquil picture, her restless heart gradually began to become calm, only when she saw Ling Tian's sleeping face, she still couldn't help but blush a little. Chapter 24, Truth or Dare. "Hey, you said that it's not a thing for us to lie down like this, how about this, why don't we play a game?" Suddenly, Hee-jong rolled over and sat up, asking with a light smile. "Old He, sure enough, you still trust my cooking skills more." What Hee-jong didn't expect was that just after he finished speaking, Huang Lei directly sat down beside him and looked at him with a deep look on his face. "What do you mean?" Hee-jong was startled by Huang Lei's actions and expression, and couldn't help but retreat a few steps, shivering as he asked. "Mr. He, you can grow a little bit of heart, forget about yesterday's landlord? Upstairs, don't say it like that, maybe Mr. He really wants Mr. Huang to cook? Pooh ahem, well, kudos to the two for their friendship, but why is it so awkward to say that? Ha, you peeps aren't even as skinny as you guys, but sit back and wait for the show to start." Hee-jong also reacted at this time, hurriedly said, "I do not mean that, today we do not play the game of punishment and so on, we play truth or dare." Ha! As soon as Hee-jong's words fell, all of them sat up with a brush, looking very excited. Li Jia even moved to Hee-jong's side and said, "How to play?" Hee-jong Magic General changed out a deck of playing cards, said, "Hey, we then draw cards, I will later randomly take out 5 cards, we randomly draw to the largest card of the person can designate a person to do truth or dare." First said, "The game is absolutely fair and impartial, so do not threaten us with not cooking." Speaking here, Hee-jong also made a point to look at Ling Tian. The pair of aggressive eyes made Ling Tian couldn't help but shiver, and nodded with a smile on his face. "Truth or dare, so looking forward to it, I want to see Ling Tian's big adventure, just kiss Li a little bit, to French long kiss. Upstairs you be careful of getting punched, I want to watch Mr. He truth or dare, just ask him what kind of wife he is actually going to find. If Mr. He knew you were so concerned about his life, he would be grateful. This is the key point, the content of the exam must be tested in the future." Hee-jong quickly unwrapped the playing cards, from which he casually took out 5, and then he himself did not look at it, just laid it out on the ground, shuffled it haphazardly, and said, "Good, now start." The words landed, a small white tender hands will rush up, Li smilingly holding a card, said, "I first." Then Peng Peng, Ling Tian, Huang Lei, and finally threw one to Hee-jong. Hee-jong looked at the 4 people dumbfounded, a face of despair. "How can you guys be like this? The game is on, you said it's on, what are we waiting for? Mine is J, should not be small, huh?" Huang Lei answered, at the same time showed his card.
Lee's face darkened and he spread out his cards and said, "Mine's a 7. How could this happen? I don't want it." Pang Pang sighed, "Sister Lee, yours is much better than mine, I just have a 3. He Jones' originally gloomy face instantly lit up, then laughed out loud and slammed the card on the ground, saying, "Mine is a Q, how's that? How about it? Ha, let you fast hands, random fast hands may not be able to draw a big card, huh? Cough cough, Mr. He, mine is a." Just when He Jeong was ready to point out people in a spirited manner, Ling Tian suddenly came out with a sentence that made his laughter stuck directly in his throat, and his face was suffocated red. "Ling Tian, you're enough, beware of teacher He beating you up." Heartache teacher He obviously had already killed off 3 families, but was killed off by Ling Tian when he was the happiest, that feeling, kneeling down to seek the psychological shadow area of teacher He at this moment. "Ling Tian, this is a bad boy or not changed loss of Mr. He's so good to you, I can only say that the gone exhaust to heaven Pao Good Liang. The snacks are ready, Ling Tian, please start your performance." After a long time, He Jung only reacted and looked at Ling Tian with a dumbfounded look, saying, "Xiao Tian, you did it on purpose, didn't you? You definitely did it on purpose." Ling Tian brushed his cards and waved them in front of He Jung's face, laughing, "Mr. He, don't threaten me, or else." "Don't, I won't, you're the biggest, well, I'll just be a salted fish." Only then did Ling Tian nod his head contentedly, then his eyes kept scanning over the 4 people's bodies. Mr. Huang had a disinterested expression that made people look at him and want to punch him. Pang Pang on the other hand was nervous and kept on clasping his fists and bowing towards Ling Tian with an undisguised expression of supplication. Li Xiaoyan, on the other hand, blinked a pair of big beautiful eyes, her hands dragging her fragrant cheeks, and said in a cute voice, "Little Tian Tian, you definitely won't choose me, will you?" Ling Tian couldn't help but shiver, and then looked at Yi Jeong, who at this moment had a grayish face and empty eyes, as if he had lost interest in everything, a proper salted fish. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at the 4 people, then suddenly threw the card to Mr. Huang, who was stunned, then picked up the card and said, "I didn't expect you to pick me. Well, you can say it. Are you going to let me speak from my heart, or is it a dare?" "Of course it's a dare, it's not like I have anything I want to ask you." Ling Tian looked at Huang Lei with a twinkle in his eye, and then glanced at Yi Jeong, who was like a salted fish, and said, "Mr. Huang, please listen, your dare is to..." Speaking here, Ling Tian intentionally stopped, then looked at the several people with a flickering gaze, the lackluster expression on his face once again showing, seeing Huang Lei's heart trembling with fear. The other 3 people were looking at Ling Tian with anticipation, especially Yi Jeong, who actually showed a gloating expression towards Huang Lei. Just then, Ling Tian suddenly said, "Mr. Huang, your dare is to kiss Ms. He for 10 seconds. He Jeong squirted directly and jumped up from the ground in a hurry, exclaiming, "Little Tian, how could you do that?" Ling Tian blinked, "I just wanted to quiz you too on how deep your friendship really is." Huang Lei nodded thoughtfully and said, "That's right, old He, do you think we have a good relationship?" "I don't do it." "I'm not asking you to do it, I'm asking you if we have a good relationship." "I don't do it." Chapter 25, The Sudden Ringing of the Telephone. A good truth or dare directly let Ling Tian give a playful collapse, looking at the 2 teachers in the courtyard. "You chase me," Li and Pang Pang heartless laughter, but also acted as a cheerleader, a moment to this cheer, a moment to that cheer. The playful images made everyone go crazy with joy, and the audience in the live broadcast room was no exception, as a joyful pop-up screen continued to pour out, almost filling up the entire screen. Even the staff couldn't help but be amused, and even several shots were shaking because the camera operator didn't have control, scaring them to quickly remedy the situation. Just when everyone was immersed in the joy, the phone that had been parked in the room for 3 days suddenly rang. Ling Tian was slightly startled, then got up and walked into the room. A cameraman hurriedly followed. On the table, the landline was ringing non-stop. Ling Tian walked in and took a look at the incoming call on it, only for him to be speechless. It only showed the words "unknown caller," which made him not hold back to viciously twist his head and gouge out the cameraman. Well, in his opinion, this is the program group's pot, whoever carries it is the same. The cameraman immediately revealed an aggrieved expression and nudged his mouth in the direction of the director. Ling Tian then let him go, then sat down and picked up the phone, saying, "Which one?" "I am your new guest, I want to report the food." A misogynistic voice came out from the phone, obviously using a voice changer. Ling Tian bristled. He was most used to seeing this kind of person who deliberately sold out, so without saying a word, he directly hung up the phone and hung up. This scene fell in the eyes of the audience in the live broadcast room, and immediately caused a large storm. Good personality of the child, but you do so sure will not be the program group of people crazy flat? Alas, the yearning for life has been completely scrapped because of Ling Tian, but it seems that this has become more joyful. Upstairs is the truth. I like Ling Tian's temperament of being tough at the drop of a hat, it's just a little bit lackluster. The top floor, but don't you think Mr. He and Mr. Huang are the most interesting now? Ling Tian hung up the phone, just ready to get up. The phone rang again. He thought for a moment, sit back, picked up the phone, not waiting for the other party to speak directly opened his mouth. "Report food is non-existent. If you're a guest, tomorrow when you come to bring their own ingredients, and then the guest is the host. I'll take it as your default if you don't speak, that's it. Remember to come early tomorrow or you won't have any food."
After saying that, Ling Tian was ready to hang up the phone.
But right at this moment, there was a sudden exclamation from the phone. "I know who you are you Ling Tian? Say, are you Ling Tian?" This time the other party did not use a voice changer, so Ling Tian easily heard the voice of the other party, well, a male, and this male seems to be one of the people he liked more in his previous life, but he is a little confused. That person seems to rarely on the variety show, right? Most of all, how did the program group invite him over? After all, his popularity has changed drastically over the past 2 years, especially after that movie. It's even more so. Can he watch the show? After a moment of silence, Ling Tian hummed and said, "I'm Ling Tian, I've already heard your voice. Did you just say that you want to report the dishes?" "That's right." "Then you report it, I'll listen and try my best to make it for you, but you can't force me if I really can't do it, that's it." "Okay. I'll have braised lion's head, lamb kebabs, and preferably hot pot, spicy, devilishly spicy, and I'll have nice shaved noodles tonight, that's all for now." "Okay, I'll hang up if there's nothing else." "Duh." This time, without waiting for Ling Tian to hang up, the other party cut the line first, causing Ling Tian to cry and laugh, but thinking about the people who were coming tomorrow, he was still quite happy. Putting down the phone, as he walked out of the room, Huang Lei's voice came over at the right time. "Xiaotian, mission accomplished, let's continue playing." "That's right, we must continue playing, I want revenge." He Zhong had an indignant expression on his face, obviously bullied by Huang Lei just now. With regards to the two's request, Ling Tian naturally wouldn't reject it, and the two of them, Li Zhong and Pang Pang, didn't have much of an opinion either, or rather Li Zhong was basically following Ling Tian now, while Pang Pang didn't have the right to speak at all. Returning to the pavilion, He Zhong asked while shuffling the cards, "Who called just now?" "I couldn't hear too well, it seems like I used a voice changer, but it doesn't matter, I'll know tomorrow." He reported braised lion's head, lamb kebabs, hot pots and knife-cut noodles. "All of these ingredients will have to be changed tomorrow." Ling Tian responded with a light smile before picking up a card. Huang Lei nodded. "Then we must be mentally prepared to increase our labor tomorrow. Hopefully a male will come tomorrow or we'll die of exhaustion." A few people quickly finished picking up their cards. Li glanced at his card and then immediately shouted, and then directly slammed the card on the table, said, "My ace, huh, this time I won." A few people froze. Peng Peng did not even look at his own card and threw it out. His face was full of bitterness. Ling Tian glanced at his own card. Not bad, Q, but still failed. As for He Zhong and Huang Lei, the two of them were as if they were dead. Silence for a moment. Huang Lei suddenly tugged at He Zhong's collar, said, "It's you, nothing to play what truth or dare. Now well? Pit yourself is not enough, but also even with me together pit. You think I want it?" He Zhong, also anxious, especially remembered that he was just kissed by Huang Lei, suddenly from the heart of anger, suddenly raised his head and kissed Huang Lei's face, said, "Now we don't owe each other." Li blinked, said, "Mr. He, I haven't said who I want to do what." He Zhong nodded, "I know, you must have picked me, so I finished my dare, so let's start over." "No way." Li Zhong deadpanned and grabbed the cards, saying, "I haven't said anything yet, your one doesn't count." He Zhong opened his mouth and finally let go of Huang Lei in tears and laughter, saying, "Alright then, you tell me, who to choose?" Li Xiaobian blinked his eyes and said, "I'll pick Ling Tian." Ling Tian jerked his head up and looked at Li Qian with a dumbfounded look on his face, while Pang Pang, He Zhong, and Huang Lei beside him instantly laughed themselves silly, each covering their stomachs and lying on the table, tears coming out of their eyes. He Zhong slapped the table, said, "Xiaotian, retribution, right? I've told you before, pretty women are the best bullies, you just let Li Zhen one horse, now what? Ha! Ling Tian. Chapter 26, Emotional Choices. Ha, finally I see Ling Tian getting frustrated. Li, just for this, I give you some praise, powder. Upstairs, Ling Tian was so thoughtful of Li Xia even counted on him, she's a scheming whore, damn it. The top floor, the most annoying this kind of heart girl, Ling Tian, shine your eyes, don't fall for it. Who put them together in the first place? Now hurry up and come out to apologize, damn, can't stand it. Lily looked at Ling Tian with an innocent face, then looked at her playing cards again, not knowing what came to her mind, her face suddenly turned a little red. Only after a long time did she bite her lower lip and said, "Ling Tian, I want to ask you to play truth or dare." Ling Tian was also curious about why Li Xiaoxian chose him. Of course, he didn't think that Li Xiaoxian was some kind of scheming woman. After all, playing the game, if it's too serious then what's the point of playing it? You like me? Li's sentence directly let's sit and wait to see the drama of He Zhong Huang Lei all sprayed. Pang Pang is more dumbfounded look at Li, and then look at Ling Tian, feel like his brain seems to be a little bit not quite enough. The director of the program group even hastened to let someone give Ling Tian's expression a big close-up. At this time Ling Tian was shocked. This is the first time since he entered the program group to show this expression. The audience in the live broadcast room was completely dumbfounded, especially those who had just clamored for Li Heartgirl were even more dumbfounded, and all of them looked at Li in disbelief. Unlike Ling Tian's shock, at this moment, there was more anticipation and apprehension on Li Xia's face. It was obvious that this girl really liked Ling Tian, but she just couldn't confirm Ling Tian's heart, so she was prepared to use this game method to make Ling Tian say his heart words.
But it must be said, this is definitely the biggest breaking point since the start of the whole program. After all, for the stars, especially female stars, romance is a big deal that should never be underestimated. Even many people will choose to be invisible in love and hidden marriage for the sake of their fans.
I one half S approach is quite bold in everyone's opinion.
After a long time, Ling Tian leisurely sighed and said, I like it, but it's just like that.
Hearing Ling Tian's answer, Li Qian was first delighted, but Ling Tian's later words left her in doubt. She was not the only one. Everyone did not understand why Ling Tian would add that latter sentence. Did it have any special meaning?
Ling Tian laughed lightly. I must admit, you are pretty, lively and understanding, so it's impossible for me not to like you.
Then Li doubtfully opened her mouth and asked, so what does that sentence behind you mean?
I'll explain it to you later. Well, the game is almost over. Let's all go back and rest. We still have to get up early tomorrow to prepare the ingredients. After saying that, Ling Tian stood up and turned towards the room. He Zhou and Huang Lei looked at each other in dismay, and then got up at the same time and left the pavilion. Not to mention Pang Pang, the three people with the heaviest sayings had left. What was he doing here?
The first step is to get out of the way.
In a split second, only Li Xia was left inside the pavilion. She quietly leaned against the pillar at the edge of the pavilion. Her eyes were filled with incomprehension, confusion, and a hint of heartache. She wanted to go and ask Ling Tian what he really meant, but she didn't have the guts to do that anymore. Even just now, she was also under the guise of a game, so that in the future, even if it really spread out, she could also say that it was just a game. If she was allowed to discuss this with Ling Tian alone, she was really a little bit unable to let go of it, and shyness became her biggest roadblock. Like Li Xia, Ling Tian, who returned to his room, didn't sleep. Instead, he lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling with his eyes open. He Zhou came in just in time to see the confusion in Ling Tian's eyes. Gently pushing Huang Lei understood and took Pang Pang and left the bedroom for the time being. He Zhou jumped onto the bed and sat beside Ling Tian, softly saying, I want half this girl is in love with you. What do you think? I know, but precisely no, so I cannot take, clearly, I used to be a poor boy, living on a few acres of land. The star for me is too far away. Even now, I still do not think that I have what qualifications can be worthy of Li I one half AAA.
He Zhou opened his mouth and was just about to argue, when Ling Tian interrupted him and got up. Teacher, do you know? In fact, I used to like a girl, although a little long ago, but her figure in my mind is not much blurred. Just I now have no idea where she is, whether she is married, so I really cannot give Li answer now. You do not persuade. He Zhou realized, patted Ling Tian's shoulder, said, although the words are so, but sometimes people still need to cherish the moment. This girl is also considered to be I watched to grow up, is a very good girl. I just want to say, you can try to accept her. If it is really not possible to separate is also the same. Of course, the premise is that you can't bully her, in the absence of a definite answer before. Is that okay? Ling Tian laid back down again.
He had read a lot of novels in the past, and knew that those traveling parties would have big harems after arriving in other worlds or parallel worlds, never worrying about their feelings, but that was just a novel description after all. Even if this was a parallel world, those people were all living, breathing people. China had been reforming and opening up for decades. No woman would be willing to share love with another woman. That was unrealistic. What's more, he himself is not the kind of person who has a long and hard life. His greatest wish is to be able to find a person he loves and loves himself, and live a peaceful life, not seeking a big storm, red hot, but seeking harmony and happiness, and love for a lifetime. Inside the pavilion, Li Chen didn't know about He Zhou's conversation with Ling Tian. She stood up after feeling sorry for herself for a while, but just as she was about to go back to her room, He Zhou's voice suddenly came from her side. Are you ready to give up? Li was shaken. At this time the live broadcasting room had already closed, so Li was much bolder and spoke directly. What can I do? Xiao Tian is now also very confused. Perhaps he just needs someone to force him to slap him awake. The main thing is, happiness is their own fight, not others' arms. Besides, you girl, when did you become so easy to retreat?
Mr. He? I'm going back to sleep. Think for yourself.
Mr. He, I want to say thank you. I am not going to give up.
Chapter 27, Weird Atmosphere. Main article. The next day. At 4:30 a.m., Ling Tian got up to exercise as usual, riding on the hazy night. His brain was awake like never before, but it was precisely because of this wakefulness that he was doubly tormented, because he suddenly realized that it seemed as if he had somewhat begun to rely on Li Qian's existence. Of course, this is not to say that he fell in love with Li Jian, just a habit, or a man's own possessive psychology. Last night he thought about it all night, tangled, confused, even a little disgusted with himself. He must admit, in the case of anything can be decisive, he hesitated. Especially after He Zhou's words yesterday, although it did not make him come to a great realization, but the shadow in his head is gradually becoming fuzzy, and even for a period of time he simply thought, why don't you just stay with Li for a period of time and see? The reason why he had such a thought, on the one hand, because Li Jian is really excellent, whether it is appearance or character, are too much better than those so-called goddesses he met in his previous life. On the other hand, the hormones in his body had been dormant for too long, having been a bachelor for 27 years in his previous life, and a bachelor for 25 years in his current life. To be honest, to be able to hold back and not go out and do the wrong thing, Ling Tian sometimes had to give himself credit. After running outside and coming back, there wasn't much sweat on his body. He was slightly more relaxed, twisting his head to look in the direction of his room. No one was up yet. Smiling and shaking his head, he walked over to the sink to rinse out his mouth and wash his face, then walked towards the kitchen. But just as he entered the kitchen, he realized that there was actually a person in the kitchen who was choosing vegetables, and that person was none other than Li Li. Slightly stunned, Ling Tian was a bit confused. At this time, Li Jian also discovered Ling Tian and smiled. "Finished your workout?" "I couldn't sleep, so I got up to see if there was anything I could do, and there were still some of yesterday's ingredients left." "Oh, I'll cook." Ling Tian didn't wait for Li Xia to finish, so he quickly stepped out of the kitchen and came to the gazebo to take all the bowls and pots left over from yesterday's meal to the sink to start cleaning them. I don't know if it was due to panic, but when he washed the dishes this time, he actually dropped 2 stainless steel basins, and although they didn't break, the powerful crashing sound still woke up some of the people. Looking at the people who came into the courtyard one after another, Ling Tian cried and laughed, and took a deep breath to suppress that panic within him before he started again. But the next time, Ling Tian completely messed up. Originally has been playing the role of eating and drinking Lily, today even has been around his side, to help him take things, large and small objects and ingredients almost all over her hands. Sometimes 2 people in the handover will occasionally touch each other, and every collision will make 2 people panic. Several panicked rushed over to the cameraman just ready to open the camera, but was walked out of the Heejong to stop. Yesterday playing the game to say anything, but now this is clearly beyond the scope of the game. Once leaked out, the consequences are simply unimaginable. With the addition of Li Xiaoyan, Ling Tian's cooking speed has slowed down quite a bit. Well, that's right, it's not faster, but it's slower. Normally, preparing a few small dishes and boiling a pot of congee would take at most 40 minutes, but today, he had used close to an hour and a half, and by the time all the breakfasts were out of the pot, the sky had already dawned. "I'll go and call them for dinner." Looking at the table of delicacies, a trace of longing flashed across Lia's face, but she still quickly said. But just as she turned around, she suddenly realized that Heejong, Huang Lei, and Pang Pang had already stood at the doorway at some point, looking at them with a blessed smile. Li blushed and said with an exasperated voice, "Why didn't you guys greet each other when you got up? Also, don't even know how to help? We are very tired." The thunderous paragraph showed how shy and unsettled Li was inside. Heejong lightly laughed and walked inside the gazebo, saying, "Well, it smells a lot better. Is this the power of love?" "Teacher he." Li stomped his feet. Ling Tian, on the other hand, cried and laughed, then said, "Greet the people and eat." Looking at Ling Tian's expression, Heejong blinks and is a bit helpless. Although there are no obvious characteristics, Heejong is clear that the Ling Tian who gags on the show won't show up again until he has sorted out his feelings. This wasn't a good thing for the program, but Heejong himself couldn't say exactly what consequences it would trigger, so he could only walk and watch. Not only Heejong, Huang Lei also saw this point, but he is not good to say anything. After all, feelings of this file thing itself, there is no reason in right or wrong. Who loves who this thing is a wink of an eye thing, although he is a senior, but there is no right to speak. As for Pumba, he himself is still a child, forget it. "Mr. He, can we go on air now?" The cameraman looked at the sun coming out of the head and couldn't help but shout. He had just received a message from the technical department side, and now the audience in the live broadcast room was going crazy already. Heejong glanced at Ling Tian, who laughed lightly. "Let's start, we're already late." "Then you guys. This is nothing, besides, if I really decided, certainly will be the first time to say out, do not ask for everyone's blessing support, but to live a bright and open, cover-up is not my character. I don't want to be sneaky." Lily then chimed in, rather like a husband and wife. Heejong glanced at the two with amusement, then gave an okay gesture to the cameraman. The program started. Only when the viewers in the live broadcast room flooded in they suddenly realized that the atmosphere today seemed a bit strange. Could it be my illusion? Or did I open it the wrong way? Why does it feel so depressing? Upstairs, it's not an illusion, I'm also a bit depressed. Usually open is joy, but today somehow, actually have a kind of want to escape the impulse. You guys look at Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyuan, the two of them can't be talking about a breakdown, right? You don't say, you really have this feeling. What is this? What is this? Fancy dog abuse early in the morning? Chapter 28, New Guests. The breakfast in the mushroom house was very cozy, although there were many fewer laughs, but with the efforts of Heejong and Huang Lei, the audience in the live broadcast room was finally able to stabilize their emotions a little. At 8 a.m., everything was ready. The next step was to prepare the ingredients needed for the dishes ordered by the new guests, but Ling Tian did not bargain with the director's team, but was prepared to do an honest labor. On the one hand, in order to soothe his inner emotions, on the other hand, labor was the core of the show. They had already deviated from the theme a bit in the previous days. However, Ling Tian's decision confused the audience in the live broadcast room. It was rare to see that Ling Tian didn't even fight hard with the director. Was this ready to change his ways? Nonsense, Ling Tian, this is obviously the pretentiousness syndrome. Lily is obviously so good, why not accept her? The first thing I'd like to say is that I've never had a scandal since my debut, and I'm a good person, so I can't understand what Ling Tian is thinking. The truth is, if Li Xiaoxian really announced her relationship with Ling Tian, can you accept it? I can't accept it, anyway. Ling Tian is not a hammer. I'm not sure I can accept it, but I can't accept it.
Mushroom House, a group of people are ready. In addition to Huang Xiaoche stayed behind to clean up the breakfast, follow up and prepare the existing ingredients. The rest of the people will all go down to the ground to plant vegetables. Their task today is to finish planting an acre of lettuce.
But just as they were about to go out, the gate of the courtyard suddenly moved, and then a silhouette jumped out from the doorway, shouting, I'm here. In the future, I can also tell others that I'm the one who has been on a reality TV show. Looking at the person standing there with a full sense of middle-agedness, everyone was dumbfounded, and the audience in the live broadcast room was even more shocked outwardly, completely unable to believe the picture they were seeing. The visitor posed for a while, and after realizing that no one was paying attention to him, a trace of embarrassment flashed across his face, and he asked with some curiosity, "What's wrong? This appearance of mine sucks?" Only after these words came out did the crowd react. Jeong was the first to walk up, raised his hand and gave the other a punch, saying, "I really didn't expect the program group to be able to bring you here, but that said, just now your pose was really low and a bit two-dimensional." And at this time, the people in the live broadcast room also came back to their senses and exploded. Who do I see? Wu Jing, my male god, he even went on a variety show, suffer no bird, licking screen in. I was shocked, but I still have to ask, is this guy really the unbeatable Special Forces tough guy? Wu Jing, you've really refreshed my view of things. You're a straight boy. Who did you learn to be a douchebag from? Full of sense of incompatibility. Wu Jing, you're enough. I can see your nature clearly. That's right, the person who came is exactly Wu Jing. Although this world is a lot different from Ling Tian's previous life, many classics are missing, but there are still a lot of things that are the same. For example, the Wu Jing in front of him, his experience was almost exactly the same as his previous life. Everything was synchronized except for the fact that there was one less TV series in his acting career. I am a Special Forceman's sharp blade sheet. Last year, he just finished the filming of Wolf Warrior 2, and the results of the subsequent screenings were not too far from his previous life, with a total box office of 5.59 billion, which is a little less than in his previous life, but is still the No.1 of Chinese movies at the moment. Wu Jing's popularity has also reached unprecedented heights. Just let a person helpless is. Wu Jing never on the variety show, especially reality TV, on the one hand, is not very good at sex, and on the other hand is that his temper is very straight. Once it is said that there is a program that Wu Jing very much liked, but in the after the guest and the conflict, so he has become a black hole of the reality TV, no one dares to invite. I didn't expect him to come this time, which really gave everyone a big surprise. Yesterday, Ling Tian knew who was coming, so while everyone was shocked beyond belief, he was the only one who looked calm. But then again, he was also shocked by Wu Jing's middle-aged aura just now, right? Wu Jing's arrival caused the atmosphere of the program to become different all of a sudden, as everyone surrounded Wu Jing and asked for some gossip. Suddenly, Wu Jing's eyes lit up as he quickly walked to Ling Tian and said, "You're Ling Tian, right? My wife especially likes you, really. Every time she shows me the meals you cook, and then tells me, 'Jing, look at people, if you don't want to get divorced, go and worship the master.' So my main purpose of coming here is to beg you to take me as your disciple and teach me how to cook." Ling Tian almost overturned the car without paying attention, and looked at Wu Jing with a dumbfounded look. "But don't, you are the teacher, how dare I teach you?" When Ling Tian spoke, he put the accent on the word old, and the meaning of the whole sentence changed instantly. A group of people laughed out loud after a short period of time, and even Wu Jing showed a crying expression and rushed at Ling Tian's shoulder without any good reason, saying, "I'm young, have you watched Wolf Warrior 2 yet? I fought, really fought." Ling Tian nodded, "I will too." Wu Jing was stunned and said, "You've practiced martial arts? It's a family tradition." Ling Tian nodded again and said, "My family used to be in the southern school, and I followed my grandfather for a few years." Wu Jing was dazed, but then he looked at Ling Tian with eagerness. "Have a couple of moves?" 3 short words completely exploded the entire program and live broadcast. Wu Jing's kung fu ability is undoubtedly, rumor has it that he is the national mixed martial arts champion. The actual combat ability of all the Chinese action superstars is also one of the most outstanding, but very few viewers can see his actual combat kung fu with their own eyes. I didn't expect that it would be bumped into by them here. No matter it was the people from the program or the people in the live broadcast room, they all went completely crazy at this moment. Chapter 29, Cutting and Dicing. Cutting, director, arrange for them to cut, Lao Zi the Secute. Expecting, Wu big director finally want to show kung fu in reality. Bench melon seeds mineral water has been prepared, sit and wait for the hot blood scene. Both of them are my favorites, what should I do? Be careful when you fight, don't get hurt, or Luan Jiao will be heartbroken, boing. Upstairs, is it really good for you to be so sassy and cute? Pimpkin wouldn't even dare to do that, but still, be careful when you fight, don't get hurt. In the mushroom house, Ling Tian looked at Wu Jing's stance. It was obvious that he wouldn't stop until there was a fight, so in order to prevent what would happen next, he agreed to do so. Of course, he would never say that he wanted to try out just how strong his real-world combat ability was after getting the national art through skill from the system. Putting down the tool on his body, Li hurriedly ran over to help him pick it up, and then Ling Tian moved his arms and legs and said, point blank, "Of course, I don't want to get hurt." Wu Jing also threw away his suitcase. Pang Ping quickly ran over and took it, pulling it to the side, like a fanboy looking at the two people. He Jiang and Huang Lei automatically moved out of the way, while the cameraman quickly pointed the camera at the two people in the arena, staring at the camera with glowing eyes. Some people said that Wu Jing didn't have enough emotional intelligence, but just based on what he just said, Ling Tian was basically certain that the people who said that Wu Jing didn't have high emotional intelligence were either enemies or black fans. The two of them looked at each other for a moment, and then at the same time put out a starting stance. Ling Tian is a standard southern school. He knows that Wu Jing's movements are wide open, so he directly used the Hungar Fist stance. The Hungar Fist emphasizes on fierce and strong, against the enemy is also wide open, but there is no fixed stance. And then respond to the enemy to avoid the enemy's first opportunity is the core of the Hungar Fist, and it's just right against Wu Jing. Wu Jing, on the other hand, is of the northern Shaolin style and starts with a Luohan long fist stance. With the appearance of the starting stance, the aura of the two men began to rise, a powerful pressure that made the surrounding people feel a wave of oppression. The tension began to spread. Suddenly, Wu Jing's figure moved, his toes violently stepped on the ground, the whole person rose up from the ground, his body was like an eagle pouncing on a bird as he rushed towards Ling Tian, his fists were clenched tightly, his legs were slightly bent and his toes were hooked, the whole person looked incomparably ethereal. Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly, his hand slid slightly, and then before Wu Jing's body arrived, he suddenly bullied his body forward, his right hand violently explored, grabbed Wu Jing's lapel, and at the same time, his body pressed down, and his right leg violently kicked Wu Jing's back with a high kick. Wu Jing was worthy of being a national fighting champion. In the face of Ling Tian's fierce strike, he even forcefully borrowed the force of Ling Tian's hand in midair to reverse the direction of his body, and an iron fist smashed towards Ling Tian's calf with all his strength. Bang! A dull muffled sound came out, the two bodies then separated, but after separating, Ling Tian suddenly twisted his body under the driving force of inertia, and then rolled over and rose up, with a fierce and powerful spinning downward chop aimed at Wu Jing's face. Wu Jing's eyes lit up and he shouted, "Good!" At the same time, his movements did not stop, his hands suddenly lifted up, and he pounced to Ling Tian's side with a penetrating force, his arms steeply developed, tightly holding Ling Tian's calves, and then his waist rotated, a powerful force acted on his arms, and he was ready to throw Ling Tian out immediately. But was Ling Tian that easy to deal with? At the same time when Wu Jing exerted his force, he yanked Wu Jing's shoulder, his body fell violently, directly with a twist and flip, he threw Wu Jing out, and then stood up with a carp, and said, "This is the end?" Wu Jing got up, patted the dust on his body, felt the soreness and numbness coming from his waist, and nodded with a bitter smile, "This is the end of the line, you are indeed very powerful. I should say that it was your body that had problems, brother Jing, and this was my victory." Wu Jing waved his hand, "This has nothing to do with the body, although my body did suffer some injuries, but I can feel that you did not use all your strength, so even if I am in full strength, the final result will still be a loss. You're very good, you let me see the future of Chinese kung fu movies." As the words landed, the crowd was once again shocked, and the live broadcast room exploded a few times. What does I, Jing, mean? What else can it mean? I can't take it anymore. I didn't expect Ling Tian to really be so capable of fighting, and his eyes are so sharp and his expression is so man when he's fighting. I think I've fallen. I want to know where Ling Tian's limits are. He can cook, he can fight. And he can work. Is this the rhythm of a demon? I'm looking forward to it, but I feel like Jing is probably going to break the news next. Looking forward to it. Seeing that the two of them are not fighting anymore, Li Xiaoyan hurriedly ran to Ling Tian's side and looked up and down. "Are you hurt? Just now, I saw you guys collide very heavily. Will it hurt a lot?" Ling Tian smiled and shook his head. "No, for people practicing martial arts, limb-to-limb collision is normal, so we all learn to take a beating before we learn to beat people, and we have long been bronze and iron." Wu Jing nodded his head, enjoying the service brought by Pang Pang, the fanboy, at the same time said, "This is true, it is impossible to learn to fight without being beaten, although we don't talk about beating, but defeating the enemy is the essence of martial arts, which can't be changed no matter what." Said here, Wu Jing paused, towards Ling Tian raised his eyebrows, suddenly said, "I'll call you Xiaotian, I'm still missing a role in the Wolf 3, but also a kung fu master, is there any interest in coming over to play a bit?" The moment these words came out, the entire program team including the live broadcast room was instantly quiet. Chapter 30 Wu Jing's Invitation. Ling Tian was also taken aback by Wu Jing's words. If we talk about which IP is the hottest in this world, not to mention the foreign ones, in the country, there is absolutely no one who dares to compare with Warwolf. From Warwolf 1 to Warwolf 2, this movie has accomplished the leap of the Chinese movie impacting the world's top 100 movies. Wolf 3-inch has been the project. The internet is spreading out countless fishing wheels about Wolf 3, what XX to replace Wu Jing in the role of Leng Feng, what Wu Jing how to do. Anyway, this movie definitely belongs to the kind of not yet started filming has already been on fire category. Like in his previous life, Wu Jing in this world also said that the Wolf movie will always uphold the standard of only choosing the right, not the expensive selection of actors, the protagonist of the matter also in a flurry of disturbance in the curtain, but Ling Tian has never considered himself to be able to star in this movie. No matter what, the threshold of this movie is too high. Now I don't know how many superstars want to enter a foot, but they were all ruthlessly dissuaded by Wu Jing. As for those fresh meat?
Oh, Wu Jing has always had no love. Live broadcasting room. After a brief moment of daze, the fiery breath rises up to the sky. Countless Ling Tian's fans went crazy. That's right, now Ling Tian is also a person who has fans, although only a few 100,000, but it is already not weaker than the general big anchors of the netroots. At this moment, these fans erupted with unprecedented enthusiasm, directly dominating the entire live broadcast room.
Ah, is Brother Tian going to star in Wolf Warrior 3? I'm looking forward to it. Still hesitate what hurry to agree this is how many people cannot dream of a big pie After watching Ling Tian's Kung Fu, I just want to say, no Ling Tian starred in The Wolf 3 is definitely not a good movie. Well, this is how it is, I am not straight and strong, sitting and waiting for Ling Tian to star in Wolf 3. I'll be waiting for Ling Tian to appear in Wolf Warrior 3. At this time, He Jong finally reacted, rushed to the middle of the two, looked at Wu Jing with a look of I'm very unhappy, said, Old Wu, you digging your feet into my place, right? Have you ever considered my feelings? Don't forget, I even sent you a pack of cigarettes that year. Told he, can you not be so skinny? But Wu, I have to say something. What can't you say in private? You have to dig in front of us? You are looking down on us? Huang Lei also looks like you don't give me an explanation, don't want to go out. Wu Jing has grown a lot over the years, so looking at the expressions of the two big brothers, he hurriedly clasped his fists and bowed, saying, No, absolutely not, I just give Xiaotian a proposal, and my Wolf 3 shooting will take a few more months, by then Xiaotian will have nothing to do with you. Poof poof. 2 mouthfuls of blood sprayed out from He Jong and Huang Lei's mouths, solid. Peng Peng looked at Ling Tian with an envious face, but only envious, he is still only a small actor, for entering the big IP such as the War Wolf does not dare to have an idea, but he also wondered, is not to take some time to let Ling Tian teach him Kung Fu? After all, even in today's world of special effects, Kung Fu is essential. On the other hand, Li Xiaoyan was standing beside Ling Tian with a happy face, as if it wasn't Ling Tian who got the role, but her. After a long time, Ling Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath and said, if Brother Jing still thinks I can do it by then I'm definitely obligated to do it. Good, then it's a deal. Wu Jing's face was delighted, this wasn't an act, it was real. Ever since the approval of the project of Wolf 3 half a month ago, he had begun to look for actors, but most of the actors had been decided, but a young character playing the role of the Wolf Special Operations Squadron had never been finalized. Because in Wu Jing's setting, that role is very important, almost throughout the entire movie, the weight is not much weaker than even his main character. The main thing is, that role needs a very high force of people in the role, but the younger generation is more fresh meat, even if there are some Kung Fu child stars, but most of them are from the set, the actual combat ability is very poor, and he is not the kind of person who seeks for the flowery style, so shelved down. I didn't expect that this time he came over to participate in a variety show, but he was able to run into such a surprise as Ling Tian. If he wasn't recording the program, he couldn't even look up to the sky and laugh now. After confirming the appearance, Wu Jing suddenly reacted, right, are you guys going out? He Jong rolled his eyes in anger and snorted, it's all because of you, isn't it? You ordered so many dishes, where are we going to get the ingredients for you if we don't labor? Hurry up, since you are here, then go with us. That's right, there is no free lunch under the sky, since you are here, then be prepared to do it yourself. Huang Lei chimed in from the side. However, within the people present, it was probably only the two of them who dared to joke about Wu Jing so recklessly. Wu Jing didn't care and smiled, good, speaking of which, I haven't done farm work for a long time. I remember the last time I went to the army to experience life during the filming of Wolf 1 and did it for a period of time. Wu Jing is the kind of person who is thunderous, think of something and immediately go to do it, promised He Jong them at the same time as taken off his jacket, and then just like that in the courtyard pulled open the suitcase, from which he took out a set of camouflage uniforms put on the body, and dryly clapped his hands, said, let's go. This decisive and easygoing action immediately let the audience in the live broadcast room excited, one by one shouting Wu Jing's name. Obviously, this kind of pro-people grounded action is very popular, no surprise that his fans are going to go up a big section. He Jong and Huang Lei looked at each other in dismay, not expecting Wu Jing to be so cooperative. They felt as if they had used all their strength to smash their fists directly onto a sponge. Luckily, Ling Tian came forward in time to comfort the two of them, and only then did they recover their emotions, but the two of them were still looking at Wu Jing with unfriendly eyes, a bit of a sense of not stopping until they found fault with you. Chapter 31, Let Nature Take Its Course. Wu Jing came to report a bit too much food this time, of course, it was just this one meal, from tomorrow onwards he would have to eat the same meal as the people in the mushroom house, well, just like Li. That's one of the features of this program, right? The guests give you a sweet treat when they come, so that you can slightly improve your taste, but the main thing is still the self-sufficiency in the following days, the sunrise and sunset kind of quiet feeling. Braised lion's head this good to do, as long as there is flour plus some side dishes on the line, mutton this thing will have to be exchanged, coupled with some special ingredients needed for the hot pot, Ling Tian they need to complete the task of sowing 1 acre of vegetable land before this evening. After some simple preparations, He Jong took Wu Jing and Peng Peng to plant the vegetables, while Ling Tian took Li Yan to look for some other ingredients, such as mushrooms, fish, shrimps and loaches, etc.
These things were absolutely delicious when handled to make the hot pot. I don't know if it was deliberate on the part of the director's team, but today there were 3 cameramen plus an aerial camera following Ling Tian and his team, filming from all angles without any dead space, leaving Ling Tian speechless for a while. Based on the principle of difficult before easy, Ling Tian decided to look for some mushrooms first. The good thing is that it just rained 2 days ago, so there will be a lot of wild mushrooms on the mountain at this time of the year. Even if the villagers will pick some, there will still be a lot left behind, so they don't have to worry about not being able to find them. The mountain they were going to this time was not Bamboo Mountain, but a small hill next to Bamboo Mountain, with all kinds of trees planted on it, but these were planted artificially, and they would all be cut down and replanted after a decade or so of growth, which was considered to be an artificial woodland for this village of theirs. Maybe it is the reason that completely opened the knot in his heart. Li this way showed a very active, although the two still do not have any substantial contact, but her body is less than 10 centimeters away from Ling Tian. The amplitude of the body shaking a little bigger will touch together. Smell around the pure natural body fragrance. Ling Tian has a kind of difficult to resist the feeling. God pity, living 2 lifetimes, this is the closest he is to a girl once. After walking for more than 10 minutes, Lily felt a little thirsty, so she took the water bottle out. Just as she was about to drink, she suddenly thought of something, and directly sent the water bottle to Ling Tian's face, saying, "Xiao Tian, are you thirsty? I specially prepared the herbal tea today, can you taste the flavor?" Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then nodded and said, "Thanks." Saying that, he took the kettle and took a sip. It felt sweet. It should be the cane sugar that was put in, just that Li Jin must not know that once too much cane sugar is put into the herbal tea, all the medicinal effects will be greatly reduced. But he also knew that this might just be Li Chin's personal taste, so he didn't say anything more, returned the kettle and said, "Not bad, very good. I've tried it, but it's good. I specially tried it, hee hee." Li narrowed her eyes and smiled, then completely disregarded the fact that the mouth of the jug had just made intimate contact with Ling Tian's mouth, and just drank straight from it. This scene was clearly captured by the camera and transmitted to the live broadcast room. Hello? What did I see? Just now, Ling Tian and Li was indirectly kissing, right? Although he was prepared, he was still hurt by the goddess behavior. "I'm a salted fish that only shouts 666, you guys are free to do whatever you want, I'll just look and not say anything. Goddess, how can you be so hasty? Ling Tian is not the right match for you at all." Regardless of the previous game, or the atmosphere of the morning, Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyi had always only been verbalizing their actions, but now this was already considered an intimate encounter, so the excitement for the audience in the live broadcast room was far more than anyone could have imagined. Ling Tian had also noticed this, but after a brief moment of surprise he was relieved, and his state of mind changed slightly. Although he did not intend to accept Li Jian yet, he would not reject Li Jian like he did yesterday and earlier. It was better to let things take their course, otherwise it would be too depressing to live a life, and he himself was not the kind of person who would depress himself, so he simply decided to let go completely. What feelings and other messy things are dead? There is a saying, life sometimes must have, life is not time, do not force, everything is good to follow its heart. After letting go of these, his face once again bloomed out the original smile, a little gangly, but also a little bit of the unique charm of a tough guy. Li Xiao's eyes never left Ling Tian. Seeing Ling Tian smile, she was slightly dazed, then she was happy, and finally simply reached out and hugged Ling Tian's arm, saying, "Are there a lot of mushrooms here? I like eating mushrooms the most, let's get some more back later, okay?" Ling Tian struggled for a bit but didn't break away, so he stopped paying attention and laughed softly, saying, "Of course, there are not only mushrooms here, but if we're lucky today, we might even be able to have an extra meal." "What extra meal?" Li bewildered, the budding expression made everyone shatter to pieces. If the indirect kiss just now was heartbreaking, now Li Xiaoyan's behavior is obviously ready to go public, especially those male fans who have always been fans of Li Xiaoyan. At this moment they all have the illusion of a broken heart. The director thought that the two of them would be explosive, but he definitely didn't think that the explosion would be so big, right? He was even a little bit afraid that staring at them like that would be counterproductive. After all, no matter how to say that Li is a popular flow, her love affair is enough to destroy a large glass heart to the program's attention. But now that things are like this, the director can't change anything even if he wants to. Ling Tian didn't reply to Li Qian's words. Instead, he sped up his pace, a pair of eyeballs constantly turning in their sockets, coupled with his lackadaisical smile. For a moment, the entire live broadcast room felt bad. Not only the viewers, even Li suddenly had the feeling that he had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 32, the so-called extra meal. Jungle. Ling Tian led Li to look for mushrooms. Just as Ling Tian expected, there were quite a lot of both mushrooms and fungus here because there was a lot of rotting wood. Adding to the fact that it was now morning, the crystallized dewdrops hanging above the mushrooms and fungus gave one a sense of appetite that was hard to suppress just by looking at them. Lily bent down with an excited face, reaching out to pick off a mushroom and fungus, and then carefully put them into the basket on her waist, and when she got excited, she even sang the song "Little Girl Picking Mushrooms." Watching a big girl humming and singing a children's song there, a scene of pink directly filled the entire mountain. Even Ling Tian's mood became extraordinarily open. Live broadcast room. So cute, AI mama, I can't do it, nosebleed came out. Good nasty pink breath, not enough tissue paper, how to do?
Who has it? High price to beg. I don't have enough tissues either. It's so cute. I've never thought Lee could be so adorable. I'm a fan from now on.
Upstairs, you again powder people are also someone else's people, alas, nothing more to say, bless you.
Suddenly, Lilia screamed far out. The next moment Ling Tian will be to her side.
A grasp her waist will pull her away, said, what is wrong?
Snake, good big snake. Looking in the direction that Li Xia pointed to, only to see a rotten wood quietly lying on a length of more than 2 meters of brown spotted snake. The whole body is black and brown. If not looked carefully, then it is easy to take this snake as a piece of wood.
The snake's body was very thick, almost as thick as a human's small arm. Lia's scream made it raise its head and spit out snake letters. The appearance of this snake made the pink aura of the live broadcast instantly disappear without a trace, replaced by a screen full of ah.
Ah, what a big snake. I'm most afraid of snakes. Damn cameraman, hurry away, don't shoot.
Such a big snake in a small woodland.
Didn't the programmers check it out before they came? Who will be responsible for any problems? That's right, I'm going to report it. It's so irresponsible. Am I the only one who noticed Ling Tian looking at this snake differently? Just as that viewer said, when Ling Tian saw this snake, an unprecedented luster instantly bloomed in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even picked up a very nice arc. Gently patted Lia's shoulder and said, this is what I mean by extra meal. This is one of our local native snakes. It's not poisonous and has a very good flavor. We'll be blessed with a mouthful of food at noon today. Li looked at Ling Tian with a pale face and said, eat snake ah? I'm scared. Ling Tian was amused by Li Qian and said, what are you afraid of? You're scared even after it's been cooked? This guts can't work, it's too small. Who said I'm afraid? I'll eat it too.
Looking at Li Qian's cute look of pretending to be strong, Ling Tian suddenly felt that it was not bad to have such a girlfriend. But this thought was suppressed just as soon as it appeared. Still, he would not hastily decide where his feelings belonged to. Although he had already decided to let nature take its course, the understanding between him and Li Xiaoyan was still too little. Deciding now would be irresponsible for the future of the two of them. Without answering Li Qian, Ling Tian let her take a few steps away, then his entire body slowly bent over, crouching on the ground with one hand, his entire body in a state of tautness, while his other hand quietly picked up a tree branch. As an authentic rural child, no matter in his previous life or in this life, he had not caught many snakes. In terms of the proficiency of catching snakes alone, even some of the field special operations veterans may not be able to beat him, not to mention that now his physique had increased by several times. The snake also seemed to have noticed Ling Tian's provocation. The snake's letter gulped faster, and suddenly, the snake's head lifted up, and the entire snake's body lunged at Ling Tian in a lightning-like stance. In an instant, Ling Tian's feet pushed hard and his body directly deflected a foot, while his right hand violently probed out as soon as the snake's head reached out and grabbed the snake's head in a death grip. When the snake's head was grabbed, the snake's body instinctively did a skyward flip, and the huge snake's tail ruthlessly smashed towards Ling Tian's head. However, the next thing Ling Tian did was to slap the snake's tail, directly fanning it away, and then his left hand jerked downwards from the snake's neck position. After about 10 centimeters, his fingers violently tightened, and with a crunching sound of a snap, the snake's skin directly exploded, and an irregular round object jumped out from it. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. He hastily reached out and picked up the thing and put it into the basket. Only then did he re-grasp the snake's body and coiled it a few times, and just threw it into the basket, clapping his hands and saying, okay, done. There were quite a few steps just now, but the whole process actually only took less than 3 seconds, so when Ling Tian was all done, they hadn't reacted until Ling Tian's applause rang out. Did my eyes just blink? This is too slick, isn't it? Indeed, it's very slippery. I used to like catching snakes as well, but it's nothing compared to what Ling Tian did. I now seriously doubt that Ling Tian will be a special forces origin. This hands, Nima, how can the average person have? Shocking, but upstairs, have you forgotten that Ling Tian is from a martial arts family? Is it strange that he has this ability? Lily swallowed hard and walked to Ling Tian's side with a scared look on her face, sticking her head towards the inside of the basket, but then she hurriedly jumped onto Ling Tian's body, screaming loudly, ah! Chapter 33, Lack of Virtue. Ling Tian is back? This reaction of Li's is too big, isn't it? Can't you see the snake is already dead? Upstairs, no a hairline, do not know what is called the opportunity to mooch? I admire the thinking upstairs, but I don't even dare to mooch off a girl, let alone let a girl mooch off me. I don't even dare to think about it. Li Jian, draw your sword, Ling Tian is mine. Li Li's big reaction made the audience in the live broadcast room, who were just shocked at Ling Tian's hands, completely exploded. Although most of the speakers were still boys, but some of Ling Tian's female fans also began to have a force, so that the pop-ups in the live broadcast room had some other kind of tearing flavor. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he put Li down and said, dead. But I'm still scared. Li Xiaowei burrowed into Ling Tian's embrace and said nothing. At this time, even Ling Tian felt that Li Qian was using the opportunity to eat his own tofu, but it was impossible to be mean to a girl. But this was not difficult to defeat Ling Tian, only to see him gently bring the back basket in front of him, and then reached in and touched it, and took out the snake gallbladder, and handed it to Li Qian's face. The next moment. Ah, blood, lots of blood. Li Qian screamed and hurriedly escaped from Ling Tian's arms, running towards the bottom of the mountain without looking back. When Ling Tian saw this, he said that he was finished and hurriedly chased after him, but even though he was fast enough, he had reached the foot of the mountain when he caught up with Li Jian. When he rushed to the front of Li Xiaoxian, Ling Genius realized that Li Xiaoxian was actually crying. His heart immediately rose a touch of guilt, quickly walked to the front of Li Xiaoxian, said, "I'm sorry, I overplayed my hand." Li shook his head. "No, it's all my fault, I know, I'm pestering you, but I'm already almost 30, I know what I'm doing. If you don't like me, then you just tell me. Don't be like this, okay? I am really scared of snakes." Ling Tian was shaken, while the viewers in the live broadcast room completely exploded. Instantly felt that Ling Tian was simply a scumbag, trough, at the expense of the old man who had adored him so much earlier. "I don't want to talk about it anymore, but I'm going to switch from pink to black." Li Xiaobian does not cry. The world is a good man a lot, less him Ling Tian is not a lot. That is, if Ling Tian does not have a reasonable explanation today, from now on we'll never pay attention to him. For a long time, Ling Tian only reached out and wrapped Li in his arms, and said softly, "I don't dislike you, I just don't want my first relationship to be so scribbly." "Aha?" Li Qian raised her head and looked at him with teary eyes. Ling Tian smiled lightly and lightly. "I'm a rather conservative person, and I'm a bit scared of relationships, I guess. Anyway, I think it's too soon between us, we don't know enough. If you're willing to wait, maybe there'll be a turnaround in the future? Of course, I will also try to let myself accept this relationship." "Fast?" Li a little confused. She has a lot of girlfriends around her, like Lu Shishir, Yang Mi, Zhang Xane and so on, all of these people and the object of the filming of the beginning of the relationship. The fastest is only half a day, the slow is only a week. The answer they gave to Li is that it only takes a second to see eye to eye, and you can get to know each other slowly after the relationship starts, or else the opportunity will probably pass by. However, Li Xiaoyan never thought that Ling Tian would give such a reason. She had the intention to refute it, but when she looked at Ling Tian's incredibly clear eyes, she suddenly realized that she didn't know what to say. After all, what Ling Tian said made sense. That was why Li Xiaowei was prepared to try and accept Ling Tian's reasoning. But in the live broadcast room, the viewers weren't that nice. In their opinion, Ling Tian was just looking for excuses. One by one, they blackened Ling Tian's body until some girls started to slowly defend Ling Tian, evolving to the end of the day. The live broadcast room had turned into a fight between male and female fans. When Ling Tian saw that Li Xiaoxian was no longer angry, he heaved a sigh of relief and laughed. "Okay, smile, the smiling Xiaoxian is still the best looking." Li rolled her eyes and said, "You just scared me." Ling Tian choked and laughed bitterly, saying, "Okay, my pot, I have to carry it." Li then nodded with satisfaction. "In the future, not allowed to exclude me, even if you want to understand it does not hinder the exchange of feelings. You make it seem as if I'm a nuisance." "Okay, I promise you." "Then I'm tired, you carry me back." Ling Tian suddenly felt as if he had dug himself a hole, but it was just that. He was never the kind of person to go back on his word, so he had to squat down in front of Li Xiaoxian and said, "Come on." Li Qian snorted and laughed, then decisively jumped onto Ling Tian's body, opened his arms, and said loudly, "Get up and return to the palace." Ling Tian cried and laughed, but still unconsciously accelerated his own pace. At the same time he said, "I think we can dress up that snake and give Mr. He and the others a surprise. What do you think?" "Good, it's best to make it bloody. I don't want to be scared all by myself." "Wouldn't that be a bad idea? Mr. He and the others will be angry, right?" Listening to the conversation between the two, the quarrel in the live broadcast room disappeared. The screen instantly became clean, but followed by even more ferocious pop-ups, and all of them completely coalesced at this moment. "I'm not sure what I'm talking about, but I'm not sure what I'm talking about, and I'm not sure what I'm talking about. Li Xiaobian, can you afford to do this to us? Thanks to the fact that we just hacked Ling Tian out of the sky for you, you're surprisingly too disappointed. I'm a salted fish that only shouts 666, kudos to Ling Tian, kudos to Li Qian." It instantly felt loveless, but then again, what the hell is this full of dog food going to do with it? Director, when did the yearning life turn into a dating program? Am I the only one with a different focus? I feel sorry for Mr. He and the others, they are going to be spoiled by Ling Tian and his family. The evil Ling Tian is back. I'm looking forward to it. I'm heartbroken and torn. Chapter 34, Laughter. After Ling Tian and Li came back, the two of them counted the harvest. There are quite a lot of mushrooms and fungus, but because they were just picked, all of them are a little bit dirty. They must be cleaned as soon as possible or else dry to the top will not be cleaned. Huang Lei is preparing yesterday's remaining ingredients. See two people back, eyes bright. "Yo, you can be fast enough. I look at what you have got." Said he walked over towards the two, first looked at the mushrooms and fungus in Li's basket, smiled and nodded. "Not bad, at noon you can get a fried mushrooms with green peppers, this is very tasty." But when he saw what was in Ling Tian's basket, the whole person immediately exclaimed and took several steps back, saying, "What the hell is this?" Li snorted out a laugh and said, "Mr. Huang, you're a cook, but you're also afraid of snakes? It's all dead." Huang Lei dawned, but thinking about the image he just saw, it still chilled his heart, but he still pretended to be firm. "Che, so it's snakes, I'm not even afraid of the live ones. Today we can make a snake soup. Well, I see that this snake is very big, or else we can make a roasted snake meat?" Ling Tian gave a funny look at Huang Lei and said, "Alright, in that case, then this snake will be handed over to Mr. Huang for you to deal with. I'll take Li Xiaoxian to look for some loaches and eels, and catch 2 fishes by the way." Looking at Ling Tian and Li Li left, Huang Lei instantly became bad, said loudly, "I have not primed the snake or you guys come to get it, I went to wash the mushrooms and fungus." After shouting, he carefully glanced at the snake in the basket, palpitating, patted his heart, whispered, "No, when Mr. He and the others come, I have to scare them, or it's too much of a loss." This appearance of external strength made the viewers in the live broadcast room immediately happy, and everything returned to its original joy, as if the situation of hacking Ling Tian just now had never occurred at all. On this side, Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyuan found 2 empty baskets. First went to the pond to catch a few fish. When catching fish, Ling Tian once again showed everyone what it means to catch fish in a hurry. In just less than 3 minutes he had already caught 7 fish, and every one of them was more than 20 centimeters in length. Looking at a crowd of people were dumbfounded, and the adoration in Li Xiaoyuan's eyes was even more intense. After catching the fish, Ling Tian put the fish basket into the pond and said, let's go catch the loaches and eels and then come back and take them away together." "Can I catch them?" Li said as she jumped into action. Ling Tian looked at Li Qian with surprise and said, "Do you know loaches and eels?" "No, I don't." Li Xia shook his head decisively. Ling Tian took a deep breath, then said to the cameraman, "Use your cell phone to check out loaches and eels, then show them to Li Xia." Li froze, but then she jogged to the cameraman and took the cameraman's cell phone. When she saw the loach it was nothing, but when she saw the picture of the eel, she instinctively screamed and directly threw the cameraman's cell phone out. With a muffled plop, the cell phone gloriously drilled into the pond, provoking a dozen fish to fly up in the air. The cameraman looked at the place where his cell phone disappeared with a bitter face, and the whole person was on the verge of crying. On the other hand, Li Xiaoyan spat out his tongue with an embarrassed face, and then looked at Ling Tian with an innocent face. Ling Tian sighed helplessly and went back to the pond to touch the cell phone out, saying, "The cell phone can't be used, but the card should be fine, go back later and buy you a new one." In the live broadcast room, everyone was amused by Li's performance just now, especially the cameraman's expression, which made everyone couldn't help but laugh their stomachs off. Heartache cameraman. 666, looking at a photo can throw the phone into the pond. Li Xia, are you sure you did not do it on purpose? The camera operator, who am I messing with? Pfft, why do you want to laugh at the cameraman's tearless expression? But Ling Tian's performance this wave was good, a nod of approval first. The cameraman took over the cell phone. He is not worried about not having a cell phone to use. Today's incident was a complete accident. The program will be reimbursed. He is just a little helpless. After taking care of the cameraman, Ling Tian looked at Li, said, "Still catching or not?" Li hastily shook his head, spat out his tongue and said, "I'd better cheer you on from the shore, honey, you're the best." Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then with a wink turned around and jumped inside the water field next to him. However, Li Xia's cry of darling once again made the audience in the live broadcast room eat a mouthful of dog food, but because of the previous patting, this time everyone was mostly just flirting and most of them were calling Ling Tian in droves, telling him to stop being so inky. The audience just didn't know that Ling Tian's lack of response made Li's heart a little bit happy, because it meant that Ling Tian didn't object to her pursuit. After realizing that she had a good feeling about Ling Tian, Li's biggest fear wasn't Ling Tian's objection, but rather, she was afraid that Ling Tian wouldn't even give her a chance to pursue her at all. Although there was still not much progress, at least Ling Tian had initially accepted her proximity. Much like catching fish, Ling Tian's speed in catching loaches and eels was still blindingly fast, but after more than 10 minutes of work, he had caught more than a dozen loaches and 6 eels, in addition to roughly half a kilogram of river prawns. Looking at the half a basket of ingredients, Li's eyes narrowed and said, "You're really good." Ling Tian smiled, "Go, take the fish and let's go back. It will take a bit of time to pack up these things." "Aha!" Li nodded and trotted over to the pond and pulled out the fish basket, then draped a piece of plastic sheet over his back as per Ling Tian's instructions. When they returned to the mushroom house, He Jiong and the 3 of them had all returned. At this time in the courtyard, Wu Jing was holding the snake and sizing it up. Next to Pang Pang and He Jiong, the 2 of them were shouting from time to time, full of fear that made people couldn't help but laugh at the sight of it. Looking at this scene, Ling Tian let out a light breath and said, "Joy is back. There will be more joy in the future." Lily leaned against Ling Tian's shoulder and said in a low voice. Chapter 35, Worthwhile Snakeskin. Mushroom House, Courtyard. Wu Jing waved the dead snake with both hands and kept throwing it towards He Jiong and Pang Pang, causing both He Jiong and Pang Pang to keep screaming. Beside them, Huang Lei watched the 3 with a strange smile, occasionally giving Wu Jing a boost, and then giving He Jiong and Pang Pang a gas. In the live broadcast room, everyone was going crazy with joy at Wu Jing's quirky behavior. "Ha, Wu Jing, does your daughter-in-law know you're so skinny? Sledge, you guys don't know that Wu Jing is actually funnier at home than he is outside. Upstairs, Wu Jing will kick your ass if you say that, but pfft, I can't take it. Wu Jing, why don't you go make a comedy? Top floor, Wu Jing, if you do a comedy, we'll help you push the box office even higher, it's so damn funny." Ka chow. Ling Tian pushed the door and walked in, smiling lightly. "All busy, huh? Mr. Huang, didn't you say to get rid of this snake?"
Huang Lei face stiff, some apprehension glanced at Ling Tian, flattering smile. This is not to let everyone look at the fruits of your labor well, you can rest assured that later I will absolutely give you deal with the beautiful. You can pull it down, just now who even dare not touch, and finally used cooking as a reason to get rid of the old woos? He Jiang rolled his eyes in anger, looked at the snake with a somewhat pale face, and patted his heart. Pang Pang did not say anything, but he kept nodding his head on the side, and for a while, Huang Lei's embarrassment cancer was committed, so he had to stagger in exasperation. Do I have it? Have? Old Wu, tell them, did I? Wu Jing winked. Old Huang, why didn't you tell me Xiao Tian let handle the snake? If I knew then I would not play. Come on, here you go, said Wu Jing directly through the snake towards Huang Lei. Looking at the snake flying towards him, Huang Lei screamed. Slightly fat body instantly burst out of the unprecedented speed. Blink of an eye has disappeared in place, at the same time shouted, Old Wu, I'm not finished with you. Li's stomach hurt from laughing beside him, and finally he simply hung on Ling Tian's body, not coming up for air. He opened his mouth. Mr. Huang, can you not be so funny? Oh, oops, I can't, I have to go slow down. Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a different light, and then walked to the middle of the courtyard, picked up the snake from the ground, and said, Teacher Huang, since you're afraid of this snake, then go and take care of those loaches and eels and fish. It's almost time now, it's time to prepare lunch. I'm not afraid of snakes. Huang Lei was still insisting, only the non-stop backward steps made the truest answer. Good, we all know that you're not afraid of snakes, hurry up and go deal with something else, otherwise it's time to get hungry. Ling Tian held his forehead, feeling his heart so tired. Only then did Huang Lei nod his head, carefully circling around Ling Tian for a good distance before quickly rushing to the side of the fish baskets, grabbing 3 of the fish baskets and running away, while shouting, Pang Pang, go and follow me to deal with these things to go. Mr. Huang, do you want to do this? This is very embarrassing, you are a teacher of all times, you have to pay attention to the image of the proof Nima can't make it up, let me laugh for a while. I feel sorry for Ling Tian, suddenly I feel that this program is Ling Tian with 2 comical old kids playing around. Ling Tian does not cry, later you will realize that habits can be formed. Poo cough upstairs, you're so skinny be careful Ling Tian beats you up, he's an iron-blooded hard man who's going to star in Wolf Warrior 3. It's okay, I'm a little woman, it just happens to be a mama, so shy pardon how to break? Ling Tian naturally do not know the audience in the live room at this time has been happy crazy, he will get the snake next to the pier, and then with a knife in the snake's neck scratched a circle, said, Wu, to help take the head of the snake. He took the snake to the pier next to him, and then scratched the snake's neck with a knife. Wu Jing's eyes brightened up as he hurriedly ran to Ling Tian's side and grabbed the snake's head. At the next moment, Ling Tian's hand suddenly exerted force, and with a creak, the snake's skin and the snake's body were decisively separated. Looking at the intact snake skin, Wu Jing froze, and then gave a thumbs up towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian smiled lightly, then got up with the snake skin and walked towards the director's office. His actions caused both Wu Jing and Li Xiaoban to freeze, and the viewers in the live broadcast room were even more confused and didn't know what to make of it. Even the director's crew was a bit confused, especially some of the girls, even if it was just the snakeskin, they were scared to say the least. Ling Tian walked to a place 2 meters away from the front of the director's crew and stopped, folded the snakeskin and said to the director, 1 complete snakeskin, $100, you've made a big profit, do you want it? The director's face went black and said, Don't. Really don't? Ling Tian smiled. Don't. The director continued to insist. Then you won't hinder me from earning a little pocket money, right? This is the fruit of my own labor. Ling Tian winked. The director thought for a while and nodded, it was earned in the program anyway, so it wasn't against the program rules. Ling Tian saw the director agree and sighed in relief, then turned around and directly threw the snakeskin to Wu Jing, saying, Brother Wu, please run to the village below and sell the snakeskin. Oh, don't give it to me for less than 500, this is the market price. This is the market price. Wu Jing was dumbfounded, Li was dumbfounded, the people in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded, and the director's team went crazy. Ling Tian nodded, go, no one will buy it, come back to me. Wu Jing went out with snakeskin in a doubtful manner. Ling Tian showed a contemptuous expression towards the director. You guys are losing a lot of money I tell you, prepare 20 cans of beer for me, we will buy it when the money comes in a while. After saying that, he no longer cared about the program team and started to pack up the snake meat. The other ingredients Huang Lei had already prepared all the ingredients, so he only needed him to cook. Li walked to Ling Tian's side with some concern and said, that snakeskin is really worth that much money? I said less, if you take it to the town to sell it, 1,000 is more or less the same, but let's make do with what we have here. Suddenly, Li Tian felt as if his outlook on things was about to be turned upside down. Chapter 36, More Joy in Teasing. As Ling Tian said, that snakeskin was worth a lot of money. Wu Jing hadn't bought a lot of things before, so he naturally knew some of the tricks of the trade, so when he came back he brought back not 500, but 700, and this was still the result of the person's extreme downward pressure. Looking at the 7 tickets in red, Li got excited and shouted, Honey, you're great, let's go catch snakes again tomorrow, so we don't have to work. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at Li Qian, he was no longer able to correct her for her name calling.
On the other hand, the director's team was messed up. Each one of them looked at the tickets dumbfounded, looking at each other. How could they not expect that snakeskin to be worth so much money? Did all money become waste paper nowadays? Most importantly, if Ling Tian really got a snakeskin back every day, they would still have no fun with this program. Wu Jing looked at the bouncing and jumping, so joyful, and elbowed Ling Tian, laughing. This girl is good, I can see that she likes you a lot. Ling Tian rolled his eyes. I know, but it's still a bit fast now. I'm a person who is more interested in letting nature take its course. If the water can come to the right place in the future, I definitely won't let go. TSK, that's something you're not as dry as your kung fu, it's a bit of an ink blot. Wu Jing bristled, then simply sat down in front of the stove and spoke, I'll start the fire. He Jong hurriedly ran out of the bathroom when he heard Li Jian shouting. He didn't even have time to wipe his hair. After he went out, he looked at the big red banknotes in Li Jian's hand. His eyes directly lit up. He hurriedly ran next to Li Jian and said, How did you get the money? Li responded with a haughty face, the snake skin of the snake caught by Xiao Tian was sold, 700. He, Mr. He, let's go catch a snake tomorrow. Well, the feelings of this girl really want to catch snakes as a profession to do. He Jong's face turned white, and he quickly waved his hand. I'm good at counting money, but if you want me to catch snakes, I'd better go and see if there's anything I can do to help. Li looked at He Jong's back and said, Mr. He, you are a big man. No, I'm a little man, I'm afraid of snakes. He Jong choked Li out of his sentence. He Jong, I'm a little man, mama, why is it so awkward to hear this sentence? There are still men who say they are little men in this era? I think I've discovered some kind of secret. Mr. He couldn't be the reason why he's not getting married, right? The truth upstairs, huh? Just don't know Mr. He knows will not be staged on you all martial arts. Looking forward to ing. Ahem, allow me to laugh for a while. Ha, Mr. He, you're so disgraceful but so cute. But I want to say, you are more than 40, still so cute, really good? With the money, Li Xia's waist straightened up. She didn't forget what Ling Tian had just said. She directly drew out 2 tickets and walked to the front of the director's team and opened her mouth in a commanding manner. Give us 20 cans of beer. Add another bottle of fruit orange. Ling Tian put down the cut snake meat and walked to the front of the stove and shouted loudly. Li blinked, suddenly thought of something, a sweet smile appeared on her face, and drew another one from the money. Another bottle of fruity orange, I drink. The director's face at this time was as black as the bottom of a pot of gray, but the money was earned by others, and it was still with his permission. What could he say? He was also desperate. Receiving the money and giving the goods, Li smiled and carried the beer and fruit oranges to the gazebo and placed them in front of the dining table, before quickly running to the stove and watching Ling Tian cook. He Jong turned around inside the courtyard before finally realizing that Huang Lei and Pang Pang had actually run to the pond to kill the fish. Remembering the picture from earlier, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed before spreading out and walking over. At the edge of the pond, Huang Lei has already processed the fish almost, the internal organs and other things directly by the small h and small o. These two do not have much of a presence of the dog to eat. Lo Chanil is good to deal with, and is now also close to the end of the process. When He Jong came here, Huang Lei happened to throw the knife into the basket, got up and said, well, we go back. Finished? He Jong came over, took over a basket, took a look at the things packed inside, said, the speed is very fast, but I came over this time is to tell you a good news. What good news? Huang Lei froze. We have money, several hundred, but just girl bought 20 cans of beer and a bottle of fruit orange, spent a third. He Jong invited credit as if he opened his mouth to the 2 men. Pumba was dumbfounded and exclaimed, we have 600? 700. He Jong thought for a while before opening his mouth to respond. How can there be so much? Huang Lei was surprised. Snake skin sold. He Jong hemmed and hawed, his eyes full of cunning. Well, this time, both Huang Lei and Pang Pang stopped talking, and even the way they both looked at He Jong turned into wariness. Feeling the wariness from his teammates, He Jong's whole body was not good, but then he thought of Li Jian, lightly grunted and said, you guys are really enough, no more, I'll go back first. Huang Lei and Pang Pang looked at He Jong's back as he left, looked at each other and then nodded with the same seriousness before following with apprehension. Ling Tian's reconstructed stove was still very high in power. Under his skillful operation, the 3 vegetarian dishes had all been cooked in just 10 minutes, the rest was fish. As for the snake meat, that thing had to be stewed properly. Although the snake wasn't poisonous, there were quite a lot of bacteria in its body, and it was necessary to make sure that the bacteria were all dead before they could do so. Luckily, He Jong didn't let Ling Tian wait. After he served the last vegetarian dish, He Jong placed the cleaned fish in front of Ling Tian, and then sneakily went to look for Li Jian. Watching He Jong's actions, the people in the live broadcast room all sprayed. Chapter 37 Delicious Table Filling. Ling Tian had just placed the pot on his side, when He Jong and Li Chen blocked Huang Lei and Pang Pang's path on the other side. Immediately followed by a scream came out. What? Going to catch snakes tomorrow? We? Pft, I knew that Mr. He's expression just now was too, and it was not what I expected, huh? Visually, Mr. Huang has been played by Mr. He. Ah, why did Li become so badass? Ling Tian, you returned my goddess. Upstairs don't be. Don't you think that the badass Li Xia seems to be more adorable? Anyway, I'm liking her more and more. Ling Tian watched a few people jostling around, smiled and shook his head without paying any attention.
It was Wu Jing who opened his mouth with some envy. This kind of life is the real life, 3 to 5 friends, laughing and joking together. TSK, I really want to go on like this forever. Ling Tian laughed lightly. Yes, this kind of life is indeed quite good, but not everyone can afford it. You may not be clear, I am a local. Before the program team arrived, I lived here alone for more than 20 years. To be honest, I truly don't think that this kind of life is much better. But now with Mr. He and the others, I think that this kind of life can still be looked forward to. After all, it's still good to laugh and smile every day. Wu Jing was silent. For him, there was so much work every day that he almost didn't even have time to rest, so a life like the one he had now was simply heaven. But as the saying goes, if the sun is not a fish, how can he know the joy of a fish? They were yearning for a life like the one they were living now, but Ling Tian and the rest of them were also yearning for their lives. At the very least, these big stars of theirs didn't have to worry about money, and they didn't have to think about whether or not their children would have the money to afford a marital home or a car when they got married in the future. Similarly, Ling Tian's words also made the audience in the live broadcast room fall into contemplation, and it was only after a long time that the pop-ups began to pop up one after another. I'm from the countryside, I work 10 hours a day, I go home and watch my kids, but I still don't have enough money to spend every day, and sometimes I can't even afford my children's tuition, so I'm going to top Ling Tian. That's right, I'm also a rural person, seems to be slow-paced in the countryside. In fact, the pressure is becoming more and more big. Some time ago, engaged to get married, they saved 8 years of savings are not enough, or parents took more than $100,000 out of the female party to be satisfied, and I do not even dare to think about the marriage after whether the courage to have a child. I am a city household, now just joined the workforce. I am. The good joyful program froze by Ling Tian's sentence into a program to explore the concept of life. Think about it is also drunk. More than half an hour had passed, Ling Tian had finished the last snake meat and served it on the table. Compared to the people in the live broadcast room, their atmosphere here was still joyful. Even when it came to the table, the battle between He Zhong and Huang Lei didn't end. For example, right now. Old Huang, you can't drink this beer. He Zhong grabbed Huang Lei's wrist and smiled. Huang Lei froze, why cannot drink? Unless you promise to go catch a snake with us tomorrow. Lesion is on the side of the knife. Poof, Huang Lei directly sprayed, exasperated. I say you two are with me on the bar, right? He Zhong smiled without saying a word. Li aggrieved. Peng Peng is very dry, knowing that this situation is not at all something he can participate in, so he just sat there and began to contemplate. I do not know what in the end he thought of what the contraption. Looking at the stalemated trio, Ling Tian was happy, taking out a can of beer and handing it to Huang Lei, saying, alright, today was our lucky day, that's why we got such a big snake, but after all, it's a man-made woodland, and the trees have only been growing for more than 10 years, so even if we go over there tomorrow, we won't necessarily be able to catch it. It's still Xiao Tian who is good. Li Qian's face flushed red, lightly hummed, do not want you to manage. With that, she sat down next to Ling Tian, unscrewed the lid of the fruit orange and handed it to Ling Tian, saying, come on, you drink some first. Yo, is it really okay for you guys to openly spread dog food like this? Aren't you afraid of getting punched? He Zhong said with a sour expression. Peng Peng hurriedly nodded his head and looked at Li Xiao. He was a single dog, pure. Li Xiao's behavior and demeanor just now caused at least 30,000 points of bludgeoning damage to him. Li Zhong glared at He Zhong with dissatisfaction. You can also go to find off. He Zhong was dumbfounded. Puff hard old iron, I feel that Li can later become Li Xiaodao, and Li Ying Zhao Xiaodao and known as the Jianghu double knife. Heartache Mr. He, but then again more than 40 years of single dog life Mr. He in the end how to come over? Cheap laugh expression. The truth upstairs, for Mr. He 3 seconds of silence. Hate Ling Tian and Li, do not know respect the old and love the young? Especially in front of an older single dog like Mr. He. Ahem, upstairs, you're so skinny, Pippy Shrimp isn't even as skinny as you are. Seeing this, Huang Lei quickly opened his mouth to relieve his old friend. Come on, don't even say it, let's raise our glasses and thank Xiaotian for the sumptuous lunch he prepared for us. Cheers! The group of people heavily touched their cups together and then drank the beer down in one go. After that they began to survey the meal on the table, the most sumptuous meal they had eaten since they moved into the mushroom house including the first season. There were 8 dishes alone. Stir-fried baby bok choy, boiled lettuce, cucumber scrambled eggs, braised lion's head, braised fish, sautéed loach with scallions, braised eel, and 7 treasures and 8 treasures snake soup. Because it was noon, there were no kebabs, but even so, the rich aroma of the dishes intoxicated the crowd. And their expressions that they didn't know if they were acting or not, coupled with the large close UPS that the cameraman intentionally made on top of those delicious dishes, directly made the viewers in the live broadcast room riot. Chapter 38 Super Speed Ling Tian. I knew it, fortunately I prepared a takeaway but this takeaway simply cannot eat how to break? Sympathy for upstairs, in order to cope with Ling Tian's delicious juggernaut, I specifically ordered a $100 takeout, well, it tastes pretty good. Upstairs, I can say I can't even afford to eat $4 of instant noodles anymore. Heartache upstairs, I can still add a ham sausage. The live broadcasting room's disturbance can't affect Ling Tian's mood in the slightest. A few people eat and laugh, so hilarious, especially Wu Jing. The first time he ate Ling Tian's cooking, almost didn't swallow his tongue into his stomach. In the end, he even unprecedentedly ate 3 bowls of rice. We have to know that his previous amount of rice is only 2 bowls of the top of the sky. The 8 dishes that were full of food were eaten cleanly by several people, and in the end, one by one, they all laid down on the ground, relieving the discomfort in their stomachs without any image. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at them, and got up, saying, "Alright, don't lie down, get up and move around, otherwise it's not good for your body." "That's right, letting you guys eat so much, just like starving ghosts." Lily also chimed in from the side. Huang Lei chirped and said, "Girl, is it really a good idea for you to be talking smack right now? If it wasn't for me, would you be able to eat Ling Tian's cooking for the rest of your life?" Li Xiaoyan's face reddened. That's right, as a foodie, she was definitely the kind of person who could eat a lot. If she didn't decide to rely on Ling Tian for the rest of her life, she definitely had to eat today. After all, eating once is less, and it was Huang Lei and He Jiong who had pierced through the line of defense in her heart. Speaking of which, she was now quite guilty of having a groom in her heart, and having a matchmaker thrown over the wall. Ling Tian glared at Huang Lei without any good humor, then looked at Li. He knew that this girl's dependence and feelings towards herself was getting heavier and heavier. He really didn't know what would happen in the future. But fortunately, during this period of time, his heart also gradually heavily shadow. As for the previous figure, is accelerating the blurring, perhaps soon will disappear, may also say. Of course, this was mainly because he and the shadow in his heart had never really encountered each other in either his previous life or this life, otherwise, the outcome would have been really unpredictable. It was just that he was still a little worried that now that he was considered to be in this circle, if he encountered it in the future, would it trigger a backlash of inner suppression? Well, if it wasn't for this, he might have already dried up and gotten together with Li Xiaoyan. After all, no matter how he put it, the feeling Li Xiaoyan gave him was impeccable. At this moment, Wu Jing suddenly sat up, then rolled over and stood up, saying, "Xiaotian, you've made me suffer. Do you think Sledge will really divorce me if I can't cook like this in the future? If it really comes to that, you're screwed, I tell you." Ling Tian froze and laughed. "It's fine, anyway, my sister-in-law doesn't know if what I'm cooking is good or not. You'll just go back and tell her directly that I'm terrible at cooking and it's all just an act that everyone is putting on." The crowd rested for a while, and then got up to walk around the courtyard, eliminating food activity for almost more than 10 minutes, feel that the stomach is not too uncomfortable, then they all went back to the room to take a nap. At this time, the program team also quickly turned off the camera, and then rushed to the outside, picked up the takeout and began to devour. There is no way, just now the meal almost didn't let them make a mistake, it was too torturous. Especially the director, he realized that he had made the biggest mistake by agreeing with He Jiong and Huang Lei to let Ling Tian join the show. At 3 in the afternoon, Ling Tian took the lead and walked out of the room, followed by He Jiong and the others, lining up next to the sink to wash their faces. "How much have you guys planted in the morning?" Huang Lei suddenly looked at He Jiong and asked. "Almost half of it, I'll finish it in the afternoon." He Jiong dejectedly threw his head, said. Huang Lei suddenly, "That's fine, later you guys continue to go over to the seed planting finished, I and Xiaotian to see if there is anything to eat, get some for dinner." He Jiong and the others were just about to agree, when Ling Tian suddenly spoke up. "Forget it, there are still a lot of fish, loach, and eels from lunch, half a caddy of shrimp, half of the snake meat, and the mushrooms and fungus haven't been touched yet. We just need to get some more lamb for the kebabs, so we don't need to look for the ingredients. Mr. Huang, you can stay here for a while to make a temporary stove for the barbecue. I'll go and plant with them, and finish planting earlier and finish earlier." Huang Lei blinked, thought really, they got a little too much stuff today, a meal cannot eat, but he did not expect to be able to leave so much. After thinking for a while he nodded his head and said, "Alright, then you guys hurry up a bit." Ling Tian gave an okay gesture towards him and then greeted He Jiong as they walked towards the vegetable field. And only after they all left, did Lily come out of the room in a daze and went straight to the sink, rinsed his face with cold water and then swept the courtyard, wondering, "Mr. Huang, where are Mr. He and the others? You're looking for Xiaotian, right? Not that I'm talking to you, it's not good for you to keep sticking to Xiaotian like this, you have to give him some space appropriately, or else Xiaotian will certainly be." "Mr. Huang." Lily didn't wait for Huang Lei to finish his sentence, she gritted her teeth and interrupted him, her face flushed red as she opened her mouth. "I know how to get along with Xiaotian, so I don't need to bother you, old man, I just want to know where they went." Huang Lei was shaken, then turned to look at Li Xiaobian, blinking. "In that case, they went to the vegetable field to plant seeds. Do you have anything to do?" "Oh, they went to the vegetable field, then I will go and take a look." For the second time, without waiting for Huang Lei to finish, Li Qian simply ran away this time, leaving Huang Lei alone in the courtyard in a mess. After a long time, Huang Lei only reacted, muttering, "How come there are so many young sets nowadays? A little bit of sincerity is not there anymore, it is really a sad story." "Mr. Huang, aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will beat you up if you are so skinny?" "What do you mean upstairs?" "Ha, cough cough, kudos to the one on the first floor. What he means is that Mr. Huang has admitted that he's old, so his sister-in-law must be coughing up a storm, when I didn't say anything. You guys are really skinny, I must say, you really lose gone exhaust to heaven Pao Good Liang." Chapter 39, A Sudden Visit.
turning the ground, hoeing the ground, scraping and leveling the ground, pulling the ditch, spreading the seeds. The group of people were dumbfounded as they looked at Ling Tian, who kept flipping in the vegetable field. Their minds were completely occupied by shock. An hour later, Ling Tian threw the last packet of vegetable seeds in, buried it, and looked up, only to realize that he had just planted this field all by himself. Turning his head to look at Ijong, who was still in shock, Ling Tian immediately had a black line all over his head and said in a bad mood, "Have you guys seen enough? Ah. Ha, ha. Ha, it's a beautiful day today." Pang Pang looked up at the dark cloudy sky with a stupid face, his own embarrassment cancer. Ijong snorted out a laugh, then walked over to Ling Tian's side and picked up what he was carrying, saying, "Nah, it's mainly because you're so awesome that we all look silly." That's right, in the past, I also counted to have seen work powerful, and also the elite warriors of the army, but their speed is still far from you. Wu Jing was also full of admiration. Although they didn't do farm work, they were all grateful to the farmers. After all, what would they eat without them? Most of all, Ling Tian worked so hard, it looked like he had been doing it for more than 10 years, but even so, Ling Tian's skin didn't dry out, and even looked a bit white, and he could sing, and his ability to have a sense of humor was also okay, which made a group of them who would only pestle and roll around in a line not to be admired. After fixing a vegetable field, the few people talked and laughed as they walked towards the mushroom house. Meanwhile, inside the mushroom house, Huang Lei had sorted out all the ingredients and was about to start a fire to boil water when the door to the courtyard was suddenly pushed open, and then a delicate figure poked her head out, and her eyes lit up when she saw Huang Lei, saying, "Teacher Huang, they're not here, are they?" Huang Lei froze, first glanced at the director's team, blinked, obviously asking, "Are there any guests coming today?" The director hastily shook his head, and then held back a smile as he nudged toward the doorway. Huang Lei's eyes rolled, then looked towards the doorway, when the other party had already walked in, but when he saw the person coming, the whole person was bad, awkwardly laughing. "It's Sledge, ah." "Sledge?" Seeing her, I'm suddenly looking forward to the rest of the show. "Pft, upstairs, you're too skinny. You're ready to see how Sledge is going to beat up Wu Jing, aren't you?" Upstairs is the right answer, huh? No, I'll laugh first. If I remember correctly what Wu Jing and Ling Tian said just now? Thanks to upstairs' good memory, I still remember the conversation from 3 hours ago. Ahem. Well, I have to say, I'm looking forward to it. Xia Sledge smiled cheekily, ran to Huang Lei, put down his salute, and hugged Huang Lei, and said, "Aha, Mr. Huang wouldn't be unwelcoming, would he?" "No, absolutely welcome." Huang Lei hurriedly gave a serious assurance, then changed the topic. "I'll take you to put the salute away first, and start cooking when they arrive in a while." Xia Sledge's eyes flashed before he nodded without objecting. Right after the two of them entered the house, Ling Tian walked into the courtyard. His body was empty, not a single tool in sight. Well, after troubling Ling Tian to finish planting all the vegetables, Ijong and the others didn't have the face to ask Ling Tian to take the tools again. Ling Tian walked towards the pool first and said loudly, "Mr. Huang, we're back. Are your things ready?" "Well, it's all sitting in the pavilion. I'll come down now." Huang Lei in the house returned. But at this point in the camera, Huang Lei was lying next to the window with Sledge, looking at several people coming out of the tool room one after another. Wu Jing was the fastest, and was the first to put his tools away and run to the sink, saying, "Xiao Tian, although I know I'm not very talented at cooking, you still have to teach me later, or else my daughter-in-law will really run away with someone." Ling Tian glared at Wu Jing with a black line on his head. "It's not that serious, and you won't learn it even if I teach you now. It's a slow kung fu, it'll take years to learn it." Wu Jing, the corner of his mouth, said, "There is no quick fix." "No. It's over, I'm going to strangle you. Why do you think you're cooking so well?" Wu Jing went crazy. Ling Tian cried and laughed at the messy Wu Jing, said, "Nothing, not with you. When you go back to your sister-in-law to say, well, say I cook really delicious, and then you say that you are gifted and stupid, simply cannot learn, and pray for your sister-in-law to forgive you, I think your sister-in-law will not be and you will not take it seriously." In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers look at Xia Sledge, who quietly walks up behind Wu Jing with his hands behind his back, and they are all happy and dumbfounded. "Ha, I think Wu Jing is going to be finished. Don't gloat so much upstairs, we should have some sympathy. Come on, let's shout like me. Sledge, focus on me later, don't give me any face. Pft, cough, cough, upstairs leather, but come on, let's all yell. Sledge, don't do us any favors. Sledge, don't give us face one." Wu Jing looks at Ling Tian with a surprised face and says, "No, didn't you tell me at lunch that you were going to say that what we did was awful?" Ling Tian held back a laugh. "I was just teasing you." "Don't, when you tease me, I'm all over the place. Who is it?" Wu Jing suddenly felt someone grabbing his ear and turned around. The next moment the angry expression on his face waned for a second and he smiled fawningly and said, "Old wife, why are you here?" Sledge reveals a pair of baby teeth and squints. "If I hadn't come, you'd be able to fool me, wouldn't you?" "Wu Jing, you've got some nerve, you're fooling me now." No. I'm sure you believe me, don't you? Chapter 40, Mutations in the System. Poof, solid old iron.
Ahem, Wu Jing, do not cry, stand up, we are still a man, the big deal is kneeling durian, well, bear. Well, upstairs, what if we kneel on a cactus? What if you're a cactus? I'm not sure if you're going to be able to get a good deal on this, but I'm sure you're going to be able to get a good deal on this. Sledge's arrival brought more joy to the mushroom house, and perhaps for the sake of Wu Jing, Ling Tian made a dinner that was full of colors and flavors: fried mushrooms with peppers, cold fungus, braised fish, and onion boiled loach. When all of these things out of the pot, He Joan they cannot help but start drooling, especially Pang Pang. This goods if not He Joan pull, probably can directly down to catch. Even those program staff members who were holding the seemingly delicious boxed lunches at this time were no longer in any mood to eat, and each one of them looked blearily at the food inside the gazebo. The most irritating thing was that the cameraman in charge of filming couldn't use the camera to eat all of these meals. Ling Tian laughed lightly. Will be temporary grill good, after the fire will be Huang Lei's skewered lamb kebabs put on. Well, when he came to get some leeks, this thing aphrodisiac, and grilled to eat the flavor of special, the previous life of the Ling Tian and his friends jerking skewers chives almost every time the existence of a must order. This earth furnace temperature is very high, the speed of baking nature is also fast, coupled with Huang Lei to get this time to get a little long, so Ling Tian almost a pot out of the 30 strings of meat skewers, a large portion of leeks, not yet baked when it has been aroma of the sky, at this time by the Ling Tian and out of the time, Pang Pang is more than indisputable outflow of the Hala. Even the more stable He Joan, Huang Lei, and Wu Jing couldn't help but gulp. Xia Sledge's eyes were so glazed over that he couldn't just snatch it away. The only one whose image was better was Li Chen, not that she didn't like to eat, but she kept comforting herself in her mind. Li Chen, go for it, you'll be able to eat good food every day after you've taken down Ling Tian. But Ling Tian had just put all the food on the table, and when everyone was waiting to eat, Ling Tian suddenly changed his face and hurriedly said, I forgot something, you guys eat first, I will be right there. With that, he ran towards the house, leaving a group of people messing around in the wind. Eat first? No way, not to mention that all of these meals were made by Ling Tian, but he had done so much work today, if they didn't wait for him to join them, a few of them wouldn't be able to bear it in their hearts. As for Xia Sledge, if the others don't eat, she has to hold back even if she can't help it anymore, or else her image will be completely lost, and she will also attract a bunch of black people. She's not that stupid. At this time, after Ling Tian rushed into the room, he hurriedly unlocked the door before taking a heavy breath. The reason why he was in such a hurry was entirely because the system's voice suddenly rang in his head. Ding detected that the host's popularity value exceeded 10 million and the number of concerns exceeded 5 million. The system hereby issues a reward, Director Proficiency. Ding, the system has reached the official opening conditions. Opening. Ding, the system mall is officially open. Ding, all items in the mall are being organized. Ding, all items in the mall are being sorted out. Hosts can redeem all items in the mall through their popularity value. Ding detected the only main task: the host must top the world's entertainment industry within 10 years and become the first person in the entertainment industry. The task is completed, rewarded with Longevity Pill 3. Longevity Elixir. After taking it, an ordinary person can get rid of all hidden dangers in his body and increase his life expectancy by 1,000 years. Ding detected a side mission: the host must achieve a 3rd-tier star before the end of the current program. Mission completion rewards dance proficiency skills. Mission failure randomly deducts one of the host's skills. Ling Tian was shocked. He directly clicked on the system's virtual interface, his eyes looked straight at the longevity Dan on it. How could he not expect that the system would be so heavenly that it would even have something from this kind of metaphysical world? But then he felt a deep chill, and couldn't help but spit out, Nima, this world shouldn't slowly turn into a metaphysical fantasy, right? No wonder he had such thoughts. After all, he had read too many entertaining novels written to the back of the metaphysical fantasy. What martial arts sects, what cultivation have emerged, simply against the blind dog's eyes? Seemingly sensing Ling Tian's thoughts, the system's voice rang out again. The host does not need to worry, this world is a parallel world, there is no metaphysics in cultivation, martial arts is also the same as the original world, the national art is the only reason why there is the existence of longevity pills, but the host is sure that you can reach? Lean. Are you despising me? Ling Tian was dissatisfied. Isn't it? The host's performance in the middle of this program nowadays is relatively bright, but the host asks himself, what's the difference between you and a salted fish compared to the skills you possess? Ling Tian froze. Indeed, right now, he spent most of his time cooking, and the rest of his work was just doing whatever he wanted to do. There was simply no place where he performed brilliantly, and he even believed that at least 80% of this popularity he had right now was due to the 2 songs he had brought in. It was just that if he really ran for the position of the world's #1 in entertainment, then would he still be him? After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath and said, what will be the consequences if I don't go through with these tasks? The host's skills will all disappear little by little. When all the skills are gone, the host's life will end. Don't be surprised, if you don't die, you won't be able to be brought to this world by the system to start over again. If you give up the system's tasks, it also means that you give up the system. The system doesn't have any reason to continue to renew your life for you. Ling Tian was silent once again. He didn't blame the system, nor did he think that the system was cultivating slaves. As the system said, his current life was all earned, the system didn't owe him anything. Chapter 41, It's About to Change. Room. Ling Tian sat on the bed in silence, his mind constantly recalling what the system had just said. As he said himself, the system did not owe him, instead he now owed the system his life, and becoming an entertainment star was also something he wanted to do in his previous life until his death. The system was merely magnifying this dream of his infinitely and giving him the skills to move forward. If there was one thing that irked him, it was that the system was forcing him to accomplish this. After a full 5 minutes of silence, Ling Tian only stood up again, exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and said, "Well, you're right, maybe I really should make some changes." That's right, Ling Tian had figured it out. It wasn't just about being the number one in entertainment, he didn't believe that with the system he couldn't even accomplish this. In this world, the star is divided into a unified, specific statistics all have a unified organization to do, from low to high in order into the star attention hundreds of thousands to 10 million, 3 stars attention 10 million to 30 million, 2 stars attention 30 million to 50 million, a star attention 50 million to 80 million, the superline star attention 80 million to 100 million, and finally the Heavenly King superstars over 100 million followers. That's right, the statistics here are all calculated by the microblogging attention, and the attention alone does not count, must be active to reach more than 80%, so this world is not the so-called bipowder event, because that does not have any effect on the star's value. In this world, microblogging is a joint management of all the entertainment companies in the world, the status of superb, with absolute authority. Naturally, their statistical calculations are global, so the number of attention mentioned above seems to be a bit of a mirage, but it is not impossible to achieve. And according to the memories in Ling Tian's head, there were currently a total of 9 Heavenly King superstars in this world. Their status was extraordinary, and the influence of each one of them was huge, even surpassing the heads of some small countries. But what was regrettable was that amongst these 9 Heavenly King superstars, there was not even a single Chinese. Not bad, is not one. The current Chinese star popularity attention is the highest Hong Kong Island, a veteran action superstar Qing Lung, the global attention of 93 million, but this remaining 7 million he has been working hard for nearly 10 years, but still no change. It wasn't that his later works weren't good, but his fans had already reached saturation, and to go further, unless he could come up with a big bang, he would most likely stop here in this lifetime. The only advantage Ling Tian had right now was that he possessed the system, carrying with him the many abilities it gave him, plus the fact that many of the movies and music in his head that were big explosions weren't available in this world. But even so, it was definitely not an easy task for him to reach the top of the altar of the Heavenly Kings. After all, there were just as many geniuses and classics in this world. Those so-called phenomena of taking the classics of the previous world and getting them to the parallel world and immediately catching fire were not realistic in Ling Tian's opinion. Perhaps they could recreate the glory of the previous world, but it was never possible to get everyone to agree with them. Maybe even because of some special conditions, some works even if taken out may not be able to attract much attention. Otherwise, the system wouldn't have been able to give him 10 years, 3 to 5 years would be about right. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. The expression on his face became more and more determined, muttering, "It seems that some changes must be made." His mind had already begun to have some plans. Wu Jing's Wolf Warrior 3 now had a very high reputation, acting in it was a must, but it would take at least a few months until Wu Jing started filming, and even if it didn't go well, it was estimated that it would take more than half a year, etc. Such a long time he cannot afford to consume, so he is prepared to start with Su Zhang. This world of Su Zhang although still go comedy, but the Lost series has not yet appeared. He is ready to see if he cannot take Su Zhang's role to the top of the role of Su Zhang, so that Su Zhang specialize in a director. But to do this, he needs more than just a script, he must also have a certain investment capacity, only then can he impress Su Zhan, otherwise it's hard enough. And his funds are now only a total of more than 300,000, although the music network now has nearly 1 million, but want to get their hands on it will have to wait until next month. This world's music network checkout is also calculated on a monthly basis, the first of each month to release the previous month's amount. This amount was still not enough, so he had to work hard to see if he could upload a few more songs. Thinking of this, only then did he count on temporarily pressing down his inner restlessness, forcibly resisting the desire to click on the system mall to walk out of the room. He didn't forget that he hadn't eaten yet, and according to his understanding, the people below definitely wouldn't eat before he went out. As expected, when he walked out of the house, a group of people were joking and laughing, and the meal was still sitting nicely on the table. When Yi Jiong saw him come out, he hurriedly stood up and laughed. "So long? You're not going to talk to someone on the phone, are you?" Li heart and soul shook, quickly looked up and looked over. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he pointed at Yi Jiong and said, "I'm a landed Hanyu, where is someone? I did have some personal matters just now." "That's fine then, hurry up and come over to eat, otherwise everyone will be craving for food." Yi Jiong also felt the gazes behind him and hurriedly forced himself to change the topic. After hearing Ling Tian's answer, Li Xiuli's heart sighed in relief and she trotted over to Ling Tian's side and began to help him serve his meal.
This action caused Xia Sledge to freeze for a moment. Although she watched the livestream and knew that Li Jian and Ling Tian were the best CP on the show, she had always felt that it was staged, but now she realized that she seemed to have gotten the wrong idea. Ling Tian naturally took the rice handed over by Li, then Li opened a bottle of beer for Ling Tian and said, "Seeing that there is something not quite right with your expression, is there something wrong? Can you tell me about it?" Ling Tian was slightly stunned, smiled, and shook his head. "Nothing, let's eat." Chapter 42, Ling Tian's Promise. "Oh, it's so delicious, Ling Tian, how can you make it so delicious? What if sister-in-law can't eat it in the future?" "Wu Jing, I'm telling you, this time you have to learn all of these meals, otherwise we won't be able to get by." "Wu Jing, I'm stuffed, come here and rub my stomach." "Wu Jing." The meal was finished with Sledges yelling, and the crowd felt like they were being force-fed a mouthful of dog food as they watched the silent and tearful Wu Jing rub Sledge's stomach with tender eyes. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also hit by tons of damage. Not knowing if she was stimulated or not, Li even ran directly to Ling Tian's side and hugged his arm, demonstratively glancing towards Xia Sledge, only that Xia Sledge was currently enjoying Wu Jing's massage and didn't have the time to pay attention to her at all. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he nodded Li Sledge's forehead, saying, "Why so childish?" "No, just feeling stuffed with dog food." Li Qian beamed and said with some dissatisfaction. Just after she finished speaking, He Jiong couldn't help but spit out, "To be a person have to be conscientious. You are now hugging your man and talking to our group of people who have no companion to say that they are stuffed with dog food. Have you ever considered our feelings?" Pamba stood up with a hurt face. "Mr. He, I feel so lonely, I'm going to sleep first. I should have known to bring my wife and duo here too, this is simply suffering." Huang Lei also had a sad face and got up to leave. He Jiong looked around, then quickly flashed, "Nima, this Thai place can't stay." Their reaction made the audience in the live broadcast room almost laugh silly, but when the audience saw two pairs of people there, one instantly want to cry, "Too bad, simply choose to hang up, go to find some action movies to see, to relieve the lonely mood." Xia Sledge's face flushed red as he was irritated one after the other, and he gave Wu Jing an angry look, saying, "Hurry up, how much longer do you want to be watched?" Wu Jing froze, then nodded his head and dragged Sledge back to his room to rest. In an instant, only Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan were left in the pavilion. The breeze blew by, bringing up a slight coolness. Li Xiaoyan couldn't help but move closer to Ling Tian, with a faint shy smile on her face. Ling Tian had the intention to push Li Xiaoyan away, but after thinking about it, he still didn't do it, mainly because he was a little bit confused about his own mind right now. Moreover, he suddenly realized that he seemed to like this kind of feeling a little bit. Suddenly, Li looked up at him and whispered, "Tian, what are you going to do in the future? Are you really going to quit after this program ends?" Ling Tian thought for a while before he said, "I'm not sure yet, but I've realized that it seems like being a star is pretty good. At the very least I can have a group of friends like you guys." Li Xiaoyan's eyes lit up. "Really? Then have you thought about what to do next?" Just as Ling Tian was about to answer, the guide side suddenly cut off the live signal, which immediately caused a wave of abuse from the audience in the broadcast room. However, many female fans had been frantically asking for orders on top of the official website of the Yearning for Life program, asking them to reveal Ling Tian's Weibo account. For the guide's approach Ling Tian is not clear, the live audience's pop-ups and messages he is even more unaware of. After carefully thinking for a while he said, "I decided to sing first, the current 2 songs in the music network situation is not bad, I am ready to work hard, and then see if you can invest in a movie or something." Li Xiaoyan nodded his head and just hugged Ling Tian, saying, "Then you should sing me a song first, I want to listen to it." Ling Tian froze, and then he saw Li Xiaoxian take out a cell phone, and was surprised. "How come you have a cell phone? Didn't you put it all away?" Li Xiaoxian giggled, "I just asked the director for it. Anyway, the live broadcast is almost over, so the director didn't give me a hard time, but asked me not to use my cell phone to buy things." Soon after, Li Xiao opened a music software, and then handed the phone to Ling Tian, saying, "This has the function of arranging music, you can record it first, and then I'll help you send it to the studio for tuning, rearranging, and then synthesizing it with the original voice you sang, so you don't have to leave the show and go outside to record." Ling Tian was a bit touched, especially when he saw the arranging page on his phone. It was obviously prepared by Li a long time ago, but he knew that in this world, Li was just purely an actress and had never sung, so this software was obviously not for her to use. Then it was obvious who it was for. Turning around, gently holding Li Xia in his arms, smelling the fresh scent of her hair, Ling Tian laughed, "Give me the time of one program, if my heart hasn't settled down after this program, then you'll be responsible for pulling me down and holding me down." Li Xiaoyan first froze for a moment, then she nodded her head repeatedly, reaching out to hug Ling Tian and choked, "I will never let you fly away, really, no matter what method I use, I will not let you fly away." Although Ling Tian still had not given her an accurate answer, this was the best news she had gotten in the past few days. She knew that this relationship had come a little suddenly for her, and to be cute was to be in love, and there was no such thing as a long period of time. All the hard work in front of her had now finally paid off, and Li couldn't tell everyone how happy and joyful she was right away. But she knew she couldn't do that because that would push Ling Tian into a very dangerous position and she didn't want that. "Let me sing for you." Ling Tian gently patted Li's back before speaking. Li Xiaoyan nodded her head.
Then the two of them walked to the pavilion and sat down below. I don't know if it was because the heavens were giving kudos to the conversation between the two of them. After they walked into the pavilion, it was actually raining outside, but at this time, those staff members still didn't leave their positions. After all, it's Ling Tian's song, you won't get tired of listening to it for however many times you want to listen to it. The few people who had just walked into the room were all lying on the window looking down at the bottom, and when they heard that Ling Tian was going to sing, a group of people immediately got excited and rushed down regardless. Looking at Hee-jung as they came back, Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Didn't they all go to bed? Lee also a bit dissatisfied. How can you guys be so colorless? Chapter 43, A Song of Jiangnan, Infinite Obsessions? Inside the pavilion, several people were sitting around, looking straight at Ling Tian and Li Chen. As for the dissatisfaction of the two people, who cares at this time? Ling Tian handed over a helpless expression towards Li Chen. Li Chen beeped, grunted in dissatisfaction, and simply pulled Ling Tian's arm to the side and sat down, saying, let them listen if they want to, as if they have pity on them. Put. A group of people spewed blood, too damn heartfelt. Ling Tian's eyes lit up, glanced at Li, then smiled and nodded, opened the music software and started editing the sheet music. Of course, although this software is good, it can only get a simple main melody out. The rest of the soundtrack must go to the recording studio in order to be able to get it done. But this was enough. At the very least it was a little more fulfilling than when Ling Tian played the guitar. After more than 10 minutes, Ling Tian got the melody done and then clicked play, while the whole person lethargically leaned against the pillar of the gazebo, letting the rain outside drift onto his body, before slowly opening his mouth. The wind to hear is sticky, sticky passerby thoughts, the rain to hear entangled into a line, entangled us to stay in the human world. You are around as fate, fate carved in the 3 life stone above, love has 1/10,000th of the sweet, rather I will be buried in this point. Jiangnan, one of the classic songs of JJ in the past life, which not only has gorgeous Chinese wind elements, but also the qualities of Jiangnan described to the fullest, so that when people listen to the song will be as if they are in the misty picture of the rain in Jiangnan. At this time, it was drizzling, and with the scenery around the mushroom house, so as soon as he opened his mouth, several people were completely attracted by the lyrics. Ling Tian glanced at a few people who were caught up in the intoxication, the corner of his mouth hooked up a faint smile, and then sang. Circle, 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 every day year day day I look deeply at your face, angry gentle, complaining gentle face. Do not understand the torment of love and hate. We all thought that love is like the change of the wind and clouds. I believe that love one day, against forever, in this moment of frozen time. I don't get it. The chorus of the song is not much high, but it gives a feeling that shocks people's hearts. The Jiangnan region is synonymous with lingering love, especially the 8 beauties of Qinhuai in the Ming dynasty, which has interpreted the infatuation of this place to the pinnacle, but Ling Tian has used just a few lines of lyrics to describe everything here in a perfect way, so that people will fall deep into it and can't extricate themselves from it. Hee-jung and the others were mesmerized by what they heard, but Li Xiaoyi acted a bit gloomy. It wasn't that Ling Tian didn't sing well, but she thought that Ling Tian would sing a sweet love song belonging to the two of them, but she didn't think that Ling Tian would sing this kind of song, which was a big difference from what she had thought. But then she was relieved. What she got today was already quite a lot. It would be unattractive to ask for too much more. What's more, Ling Tian had also given her a deadline, counting it would only be more than 2 months. When the time came, she would surely grab Ling Tian and pester him for the rest of her life. For now, just let him release his emotions first. Thinking of this, Li Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes and looked at Ling Tian in fascination, listening to the beautiful notes and phrases one after the other. 3 minutes later, when Ling Tian finished singing the last word, Hee-jung and the others did not immediately return to their senses from the mood, which made Ling Tian wonder for a moment if he had downgraded his singing skills. However, after a few seconds, Hee-jung was the first to raise his hand and applaud, getting up and saying, "What a beautiful Jiangnan picture, what is this song called?" Hee-jung's words woke up all the others, and Li didn't wait for Ling Tian to speak, so he raised his hand and said, I can guess it, it's called Jiangnan, isn't it? Ling Tian froze, how do you know? Li Xiaoping narrowed his eyes, I guessed it. Ling Tian was speechless. It was Huang Lei who opened his mouth after the flashback. This is the legendary Heart of the Heart, Lao He. I did not think that the two of us on the show once, but also to promote a pair of good people. Well, based on this, later I will get a small dish, we drink a little bit. Count me in. Wu Jing hurriedly raised his hand. But just as he finishes speaking, Xia Sledge slaps him on the arm and says, "What's the point, go back to bed." Wu Jing's mouth twitched. "Honey, I came here to experience the life I aspire to, you're embarrassing me." They don't have wives to fool around, you want to join in the fun? Fine. Separate. Sledge grunted softly and walked arrogantly towards the room. Wu Jing froze, and then hurriedly chased after the past, shouting, "Wife, wait, I do not mean that, I listen to you is not okay, hey, wife." In the pavilion, Hee-jung blinked and looked at Huang Lei. "Old Huang, did I just lie down?" Huang Lei at this time also reacted to, "What do you mean you lie shot? You don't have a wife as a fact, I'm the one who's really lying down. No, I have to find Sledge and ask her where she got my wife. How could I participate in a program and still lose my wife?" Looking at Huang Lei's exasperated look, everyone laughed, especially Pang Pang, who had the lowest laughs, lying on the floor, covering his stomach and laughing. It was He Jeong who sprayed a mouthful of blood and said angrily, "Old Huang, don't reveal your shortcomings. Do not have time to care about you." Huang Lei said. People have drilled into the room. At the same time a growl came out. "Xia Sledge, you give me out. What do you mean I do not have a wife? Where did you get my wife?" Lily snuggled up to Ling Tian and spoke with a smile. "It's so nice. I wish it could always be like this." Ling Tian nodded his head, but still responded, "In fact, this kind of life occasionally for a period of time can be, but not for a long time. Like me, this kind of life for more than 10 years, to be honest, a little bit tired of it." Li was a little surprised, but then relieved. Indeed, every life is not absolutely beautiful, the so-called yearning is just an occasional relaxation. The day ended in laughter. Half an hour later, the last light in the mushroom house went out, and the whole heaven and earth entered a state of complete silence at this moment. Chapter 44, The Early Arrival of the Plum Rain? The next day. Early in the morning, when the sky was dark, Ling Tian woke up as usual and prepared to go for his workout. Only when he opened his eyes, the sound of crashing rain came to his ears. After being slightly surprised, he stood up, put on his clothes and walked out of his room. Outside, it had long been completely covered by a majestic rain curtain. The continuous rain made one's vision locked within a range of 20 meters, and the ground crackled with splashes of water splashing up high before converging into streams that flowed into the paddy fields outside. It had been raining all night. Wu Jing appeared behind Ling Tian and spoke with a surprised expression. Ling Tian nodded. "This is normal. Jiangnan already has a lot of rain, and now it's gradually entering the rainy season, so it's not surprising to have this kind of weather. I'm just curious, under this kind of weather, should the recording of the program still continue?" Wu Jing nodded. "This is impossible to say. According to my understanding, once the rainy season comes, this kind of weather can last for more than 3 months at the longest." More than 10 minutes later, the sound of rain woke up the sleeping people, and when He Jeong came out and saw the weather, he also showed a worried look. Although it is an irresistible factor, but their program in the end to stop without stopping but still need to consider, may have to be in this kind of weather in the rain shooting, after all, is promised to the audience, they cannot break faith. On the other hand, no matter how to say that this program they have invested a huge amount of energy and funds, if because of the weather to stop broadcasting, they cannot get over their own that one off. Finally, after deliberation, the director team decided to temporarily stop broadcasting for 1 day, to see what the situation is tomorrow. If it really can't, then open the show in the rain. After the decision, a group of guests will have nothing to do. He Jeong, Huang Lei and Peng Peng, 3 of them are resident guests. Notices have long been pushed off. In addition to every Friday, He Jeong will go back to record Happy Camp. In addition to other time will not leave here. Ling Tian is a local, not really into the entertainment industry. Usually this kind of weather is directly to find a few friends to play cards, not to mention what will happen. On the other hand, Wu Jing and Xia Sledge decided to leave first and come back if they can't make it tonight. Originally, Lily also has a notice, but she is now in the most critical period of the strategy of Ling Tian. Naturally, it is not possible to make money and delay their own happiness. She does not want to continue to be the group of girlfriends say she is the older leftover woman. So she simply asked her agent to push off her notice, ready to stay and continue the tug of war with Ling Tian. After all the arrangements were made, everyone ate some rice porridge, and then Huang Lei explained to the director's team to get the gas cooker and induction cooker over as soon as possible. Even if the program continued to broadcast, they couldn't continue to cook outside, they had to move to the house, and I believe that the audience wouldn't have any opinions about this kind of weather. The main thing was that without the gas stove, they would have to go hungry today. For this request, the director's team will definitely not refuse. Director Wang Jingji even let people go back to prepare. At the latest before noon we'll be able to send over. In the room, He Jeong was sitting on the floor, looking at the weather outside, and said with a smile, "Actually, I quite like the rainy weather. When I listen to the sound of the rain, I'm very quiet. I won't think about anything, listening to music, drinking a little bit of wine. It's really a very beautiful feeling. It's similar to me, but I don't like rainy days. It's called occasional relaxation." Huang Lei echoed a sentence, then continued to busy with the matter at hand. Well, he is taking this opportunity to talk to his wife and daughter at home. It's so boring. Lily leaned against Ling Tian with a bored look on her face, her eyes blinking as she looked at Ling Tian and said, "Tian, what do you usually do when you encounter this kind of weather?" "Playing mahjong to earn some pocket money," Ling Tian responded while flipping through his cell phone. When he heard about mahjong, Li Xia's eyes instantly lit up, saying, "I want to play mahjong. Which one of you will come?" Mahjong is one of the national heritages. No matter if it's during leisure time or during New Year festivals, basically everyone will invite 3 or 5 friends to rub a few hands together. So it's said that there are basically not many people in China that don't like to play mahjong. Therefore, when they heard Lily's question, He Jeong and Huang Lei raised their hands almost at the same time, indicating that they would welcome the fight. Only Peng Peng had a confused look on his face. Well, this kid basically didn't come into contact with mahjong in the past, and even if he did play, it was only on his cell phone to get through the hands, so he froze for a while before raising his hand, and cautiously asked, "Can I add one?" Seeing that all 4 people wanted to play, Ling Tian got up and said, "Fine, then you guys wait for me here, I'll go downstairs and get a pair up." With that he walked out with a raincoat on.
Just after he left, Lee found out that he left his cell phone behind. Not only that, she found out that Ling Tian's cell phone was not even locked. She curiously took it over and then flipped through the menu and found out that there was no microblogging app on it. Almost without any hesitation, Li Xiaoyan took it upon herself to download a microblog for Ling Tian, and then simply registered it, but those detailed information on it would have to wait for Ling Tian to come back. The two of them hadn't gotten to the point where they knew everything yet. But this is also enough. After registering, she took the lead Ling Tian, and then let Yi Zhong and Huang Lei and Peng Peng attention, and finally sent this newly registered microblogging company, applying for V. After doing this, she thought about it, and then simply registered a microblogging company. After doing this, she thought about it, and then posted the song that Ling Tian sang yesterday, and at the same time left a message. Today's microblogging opened, a little happy, to give you a small benefit, remember to click on the attention O. At the back was a smiley face emoticon. But what she doesn't know is that just when she was operating her cell phone, Huang Lei took a picture of her behind her and then directly transmitted it to the microblogging site. Ling Tian, Li, you're so AWOL, not afraid of Ling Tian coming back to domestic violence you? Yi Zhong the bastard was so good that he clicked a like underneath, and at the same time left a message, if Ling Tian gets angry in a while, shouldn't I hide for a bit? After Peng Peng paid attention to it, he liked it and left a message, cheer up sister-in-law, brother Tian definitely won't be angry, I'll support you spiritually. Looking at the messages of the three guys, Li Xiaojiang was dumbfounded. Chapter 45 is publicized? As an actress, Li, whether it is the image or acting skills or withstand scrutiny, just because of various reasons, her own popularity is not too high, microblogging fans less than 20 million, but because of the performance of the life of the yearning, her microblogging fans in the past few days in a continuous state of high rise, the current number of fans has been infinitely close to 20 million. So after she followed Ling Tian's new microblog, the commotion wasn't too big, but Yi Zhong and Huang Lei were different. Yi Zhong was the nation's premier super idol host, with more than 50 million Weibo followers, a serious first-tier star, while Huang Lei's was also approaching 50 million, at the top of the second-tier stars, and their retweets directly blew up the entire Weibo. The two of them directly made the whole microblogging explode, and woke up ready to watch the program. Why did they get this result? But that said, early in the morning to spread dog food really good? Is this the rhythm of going public? Congratulations to Xiao Xiao, finally found his happiness. Ling Tian, if you dare to bully Xiao Xiao, our Xiao Xiao family will never let you go. Ah, is the goddess taken? Is this confirmed? I'm so sorry, so sad, suddenly feel everything is tasteless. Upstairs Grip's daydreams have not woken up, identification is complete, but know that the goddess is in love, or a good heartache said. In just a few minutes, Ling Tian's microblogging fans have exceeded 8 million, and towards the threshold of 10 million fast. Of course, these people really like Ling Tian's estimate is only 4 or 5 million, most of the rest are Li, Yi Zhong, and Huang Lei their fans. In addition to the netizens, some of his best friends in the entertainment industry also started to flock to him. Lu Shishir, when are you going to treat us to some wedding candies? Yangmi, so long to finally see the girl to find their own happiness, so happy, have time to bring the brother-in-law over to eat a meal together, sister to give you a gatekeeper. Tong Lia, girl is not good on a program to put themselves in? I have to run through it, now start turning the program to see who in the end abducted my little sweetheart. Tang Yan, happiness you finally went to your head there, thank you smiley face. Su Zhang, it's only been 2 days since you two went away and you're all together? You guys did it on purpose, right? Where's Xiao Tian? Let him come out, he has to make up for my little heart spurting blood. Wang Yanhui, blessings. With the addition of these celebrities, Ling Tian's Weibo fan count once again started to rise like crazy, and soon surpassed the 10 million people mark, except that these people behind him weren't the ones who were paying attention to Ling Tian, they merely wanted to see who had captured their goddess in the end. So even though the microblog's followers had already exceeded 10 million, Ling Tian still didn't get a prompt from the system to complete the task. Looking at the long ago mess into a pot of porridge, Li, some sweet at the same time also a little worried, after a long time she only huffed and puffed, stood up, said, look at you guys do a good thing, if Xiaotian came to be angry, we will end up friends, humph. Yi Zhong laughed loudly, nothing, Xiaotian will never be angry, don't worry. Huang Lei also pursed his lips, forced to hold back a smile, I and old he will pull a small day, you can rest assured. There's me, brother Tian loves me the most, he'll definitely listen to me. Peng Peng made up for it, directly making Li Xiaolai almost spurt blood. Meanwhile, Ling Tian had also found a friend downstairs to borrow a pair of mahjong and was on his way back to the mushroom house. At this moment, the rain was getting heavier and heavier, it looked like it wouldn't stop for the rest of the day. Letting out a light sigh, he couldn't help but speed up his steps. As he walked to the mushroom house, the laughter in the house reached his ears. Just listening to those voices, Ling Tian suddenly had a feeling that it wasn't too good. Just then, Peng Peng ran out from inside and said loudly, sister-in-law I know I'm wrong, okay? Lily followed him out from inside and was just about to reprimand him when she saw Ling Tian. Her face flushed red and she rushed into the rain with an aggrieved face, hugging Ling Tian tightly and said, they bullied me.
Ling Tian froze, but he didn't ask. Instead he quickly pulled Li Qian and ran into the room, taking off his raincoat before saying, "You go change first, there is something to say after you change your clothes." Li Xiaoxian shook his head and said, "They did it on purpose." Huang Lei and He Jiong looked at Li Xiao's expression and knew that Li Xiao was really sad this time. They looked at each other inside, then at the same time walked to Li Xia and bowed deeply. "I'm sorry, girl, this time it's me who overplayed my hand." "Me too." Ling Tian looked at the few people with a confused face. "What the hell are you guys playing at? How come I went out and became like this?" Lily took Ling Tian's cell phone and handed it over. On it was the interface of Weibo, and the battle on it had become even more intense compared to just now. Ling Tian just took a look at it and was dumbfounded. At this time, Huang Lei opened his mouth with an embarrassed face to explain. "Girl just looked at your cell phone and found that you don't have a microblogging, so she registered one for you. Originally intended to let us pay attention to it, but I put her picture out there, and this caused the current situation. So if there is any unhappiness, Old Yellow I'll carry it all, so don't affect you and girl's feelings. And me, I didn't stop Old Huang, so if you have a fire, just send it out. We two old guys definitely won't have any complaints." He Jiong, as Huang Lei's hardcore best friend, hastened to take sides. Pang Ping didn't say anything, he just stood by the side with his head down, a bit at a loss for words. As a newcomer, he was too aware of the impact of the exposure of a romance. He now only hoped that Ling Tian would be a bit lighter when he got angry later on. Ling Tian blinked his eyes and said with a smile on his face, "Just this, huh? Is it worth it? Hey." Ling Tian's words caused several people to freeze. Even Li Jian stopped crying and looked at Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Ling Tian patted Li Qian's forehead and said, "Alright, hurry up and go change your clothes, don't catch a cold, leave the rest to me." Chapter 46, Ling Tian's Choice. After Li Xiaoyan went upstairs, Ling Tian directly threw his cell phone to the side, then vacated the center table, put the mahjong on it, and said, "Come on, rub the cards." He Jiong carefully walked to Ling Tian's side and said, "You're not angry? The love affair is exposed. You are not. Maybe you are right?" Ling Tian suddenly spoke back, causing He Jiong to freeze. That's right, if it wasn't for what happened today, his heart was ready to accept Li Jiong, otherwise he wouldn't have given Li Jiong such a reply yesterday. Just as how Jiong said, how the future is false, cannot be seen, and the previous shadow in his heart is also the existence of never seen, counted as an absolute stranger, more like a dream bubble, far less real than Li. That's why he was already prepared to start with Li Xiaoyan, and when he said that yesterday, it was also to give himself a buffer of acceptance. But now since things had already happened, he wasn't going to do anything about it, and what's more, he knew very well what was in the minds of both Huang Lei and He Jiong, and really they were doing it for their own good, so blaming it was impossible. The main thing is, now society is not the original feudal society, nor is it a backward age of ignorance. Two people, if really not suitable, can also be peacefully broken up in the future. His previous insistence really counts as some of the flavor of the bull's eye. He Jiong finally reacted after a short period of time and a daze, crying and laughing, patted Ling Tian's shoulder, said, "Can think through on good, but still the same sentence, and you did not really decide before, do not hurt the girl, she is very simple, I'm afraid that she cannot afford that kind of price." Ling Tian nodded with a smile and once again greeted Huang Lei and Pang Pang as they came over to shuffle the cards. Huang Lei and Pang Pang saw that Ling Tian was really not angry, and immediately relaxed, quickly ran to the table and sat down cross-legged, and started stacking cards. Lily quickly came down from upstairs. At this time, she changed into a white long-sleeved t-shirt, paired with a pair of blue skinny jeans, which outlined her perfect figure to the fullest. Her hair was somewhat casually coiled up, and her whole person looked full of youthful vigor. It's just that her expression was a bit not so good, especially when she saw that Ling Tian and the others were about to start playing cards. Her heart was even more aggravated. "You guys still have the heart to play cards? What time is this?" When Ling Tian heard this, he immediately stood up and walked over to Li Xia, saying, "Are you ready?" "What?" "Accept the existence of the other half and publicize it." Li Xiaoyan froze, confused. "I was ready, but you weren't." Ling Tian didn't wait for her to finish but directly kissed her red lips, then picked up his cell phone and took a picture, then let go of Li Qian and said, "You go have fun." Li Jin was confused. He Jiong, Huang Lei and Pang Pang were even directly dumbfounded. Ling Tian didn't pay attention to the reactions of a few people. After getting the photo, he started editing the microblog, although he didn't open a microblog in this life, but in his last life he was also considered a microblogger, so naturally he was familiar with it. Sending the photo, with an accompanying paragraph underneath. "I thought my happiness would come slowly, but I didn't expect the speed of two hearts getting close to each other to be so fast. Even though I've only known each other for a few days, I believe that the future is brightly. I wish that on the day of the white head of the rickets, I will still have you by my side." After this microblogging was uploaded by Ling Tian, it was the first to be discovered by the netizens who have been paying attention to this matter, and Ling Tian sitting down also made the heat that had been slightly declining tumble again, straight to the high dynasty. "This is directly publicized, right? Ling Tian, really have your powder. Ling Tian, love is love, there is no such thing as a lot of gabbing? I'm in. Ling Tian, why did you get yourself out so easily? Don't you know how to pick them out? But what you did was really manly, unlike some people." Pink. Blessing, 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 but you must treat our Li well in the future, or you will be hunted down and killed. This side a few people are catching cards. Suddenly a burst of urgent message tone rang. A few people froze for a moment and then quickly took the phone up. When they saw the microblogging above the message, all together froze. But then Huang Lei and He Jiong passed a thumbs up towards Ling Tian, their eyes flashing with appreciation. Pang Pang, on the other hand, took a picture of himself with a bored face and accompanied it with a sentence. Finished, the dog food in the future is not expected to be able to eat it all, laughing and crying. Then click send. After this incident, Pang Pang's microblogging fans also quickly increased from less than 1 million to more than 3 million. See his message. A group of netizens instantly happy, and soon under the message appeared a whole lot of heartache. Pang Pang do not cry message. After freezing for a long time, Li Xiaobian suddenly covered his mouth. His eyes reddened as he lay on the table, sobbing in a low voice. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then he smiled and walked over to Li's side, patted her shoulder and said, "Why are you still crying? You don't want to, then? I am willing." Without waiting for Ling Tian to finish speaking, Li Chen directly rolled over and directly hugged Ling Tian, saying, "Who said I'm not willing? I just can't believe it's true." "Xiao Tian, have you really made up your mind?" "Of course, I am very careful with my choice of love. Once I decide, till death do us part." Me too, I'm so happy." Looking at the two people spreading dog food there, He Jiong opened his mouth with a bitter face. "This day can't be lived. Can't you guys consider the pain of a single old man? And me, I'm also a single dog. Woof woof." The two dogs, Little H and Little O, who never had much of a presence, also jumped up to make a fuss, only to be quickly chased out by Mr. Huang, all the while mumbling, "What are you two little guys up to? I'm going to split you up." Pust. Li did not hold back a laugh, then wiped the tears, said, "I'm so happy, thank you. In order to show my gratitude, I'm going to win all of your money today." Chapter 47, Live Streaming Reopened. Ling Tian and Li's romance had created a strong storm on the internet, especially with other celebrities joining in. It had put the two in the middle of the fishing wheel storm. In addition to those who wished the two well, there was also a large portion of black fans who were jumping around recklessly, hating the fact that they couldn't stop until they threw Ling Tian and Li Chen directly into a frying pan and fried them up. However, no one paid any attention to all this, as Li Chen in the mushroom house was trying hard to win all the money from Huang Lei and the three of them. Well, this is just a beautiful fantasy. After all, they are playing a little gung-ho. There is no such thing as several times. The bottom of the bet is only $1 kind of play. Lose an afternoon cannot lose $50, but maybe because of the happiness of the dream, so Li Chen play very vigorously. Ling Tian was a bit distracted as he sat beside Li Xia, partly because he himself didn't expect to settle down so quickly, but more importantly because his mission had been completed. Ding detected that the host has gained 10 million fan followers, officially stepping into the third tier of stars. Mission accomplished, rewarded with dance mastery skill. As the system's voice disappeared, he felt a hot current instantly run into his body, and these hot currents directly entered his bone marrow and ligaments, constantly remodeling his body twice. And many dance skills appeared in his brain. What surprised him was that amongst this knowledge was all of Michael Jackson's dance abilities from his previous life. This world also has Michael's existence, just different from the previous life, although this world's Michael is also the existence of the Emperor Superstar, but no matter whether it is the song or dance is completely different, although the two people's achievements are comparable, but if only on the dance, perhaps the previous lives will be a little stronger. It seems that this is the final trump card for one's achievement of being the number one in entertainment. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth flicked up, revealing a faint light smile. Just when a few people were having fun, the director Wang Zheng suddenly walked in and said, "Everyone, pause for a moment, I have something to announce. Wait for a while, I'm going to win this hand soon." What Wang Zheng didn't expect was that after hearing what he said, Li directly threw out a sentence, and then said to Huang Lei in the upper house, "Mr. Huang, hurry up and play your cards." The corners of Huang Lei's mouth twitched, crying and laughing as he drew a card, then shook his head and said, 80,000. Li snapped and pushed the card away, said, hurry to pay." Wang Zheng took a breath with a speechless face and said, "I just communicated with the Meteorological Bureau side. The rain will gradually stop at 4 o'clock this afternoon, but there will still be light rain tomorrow, and this weather will continue until a month later, so in the next period of time, all of you will need to work in the rain. Of course, in order to live up to the expectations of the netizens, we have already begun to set up automatic cameras around the entire mushroom house, so from this afternoon onwards, your lives will need to return to their original state again, and the live broadcast will be reopened. Well, that's all the news. I wish you all a happy time." Wang Zheng left, but the 5 people inside the house is a bit confused. Peng Peng is directly throw away the cards, came outside to look at the heavy rain, turned his head to Yi Zhong and Huang Lei said, "Mr. He, we are going to pick vegetables to cook in this kind of weather in the afternoon?" He Jiang rolled his eyes in anger. "How do I know? This matter you should ask your brother Ling Tian and Mr. Huang, they are the two spoon." Ling Tian thought for a while and said, "I'll go and see if there are any ingredients. If it's not possible, we'll just have to brave the rain and go up the mountain." "I'll go take a look too." Lily dropped her cards and carefully took out all the money, showing off in front of a few people before giggling and running towards Ling Tian. "This girl." He Jiang laughed softly, his eyes carrying the slightest glint of favor. Huang Lei patted He Jung's shoulder and laughed. Honestly, I didn't think that the two of them would really be so bold. Which previous star didn't have sufficient public relations before publicizing their relationship and waited until the time was right to do so? Only the two of them would be so dry, right? This may not be a bad thing. Of course, we need to help out next. Old Huang, are you afraid? I'm afraid of a girl counts me as half a student. Basically also I watched grow up. Xiaotian, not to mention, this child absolutely cannot pick any faults, even if some shortcomings are normal. Very pleasing to the two people. If such a person is not to help, I am still me, right? Huang Lei glared at He Jung without any good reason, then got up and walked upstairs. In the kitchen, Ling Tian sorted out the ingredients left over from yesterday. There were still almost half a caddy of mushrooms left, there were still some fungus, there were 10 or so loaches left, 1 eel, 1 fish, 2 bamboo shoots, half a caddy of white flour. Basically all of the ingredients were not enough. Putting these ingredients in order, Ling Tian gently sighed and turned around. There aren't enough ingredients, I'll go out now, or else I won't have any lunch. I'll go with you. Li Xiaoyan hastily raised her hand. Ling Tian blinked, crying and laughing, nodded the tip of her nose and laughed. Don't get involved, what if you catch a cold in this heavy rain? Stay at home, I'll be back in a while. Li opened his mouth, just ready to speak. Peng Peng directly spoke. Sister-in-law, I go with brother Tian. A sister-in-law called the Li full of red face, but think about the two are now public, so did not object to this name, glaring at Ling Tian, then turned around and said, do not drag your brother back ah. He Jung directly laughed and sprayed. Peng Peng looked at Ling Tian with an innocent face. The expression clearly said, what happened to me to become a drag? Ling Tian smiled and didn't say anything, then started to prepare the rain gear. At this time, a few staff into the mushroom house began to install the camera. In their preparation for the rain gear to go out, the camera is also all loaded, itself is debugged, fixed to the room on the line, so they went out the moment just in time to catch the live broadcast reopened. Chapter 48, Delicious in the Rain. The first time I saw a live broadcast, I was able to get it on the air, but I didn't have to wait for more than 10 hours. 666, it's raining so hard and still open. This program is definitely a conscience program, but I can say that I'm not here to see the program, but to see Li and Ling Tian's. Ditto upstairs, I'm also here to see this new couple. Am I the only one who wants to ask Ling Tian about the song in his tweets? It's so good, isn't it? It's on infinite loop. The reopening of the live broadcast excited all the waiting viewers, and the empty live broadcast room was instantly flooded with more than 5 million people, and it was still rocketing fast. Ling Tian and Peng Peng put on their rain gears and headed out in the rain. Their brains had memories of this place for more than 20 years, so Ling Tian knew very well how to find what he wanted in this kind of weather. According to the plan, the two of them were going to go inside the bamboo forest first to look for rainy bamboo shoots, and by the way, they would see if they had any luck in getting a little bit of bamboo worms. Apart from these two, there were also some game inside the bamboo forest that would run out in the rainy days, such as wild rabbits, wild chickens, and so on. After fixing the bamboo forest, they can follow the original path to the pond. Because of continuous rainfall, the water inside the paddy field has not been over the knee, so to catch eels is impossible. The loach has long been hiding in the silt, so they can only get some fish back to the teeth. Finally, in the pond side of the vegetable field to get some side dishes, then can go back. Of course, this is just the idea in his head, and did not tell anyone, so after walking for a while, Peng Peng was surprised and asked, Brother Tian, are we going to dig bamboo shoots? Let's go and take a look first, maybe there will be something else to harvest? Ling Tian responded with a smile. Other harvests? Peng Peng was dumbfounded. By the time he regained his senses, Ling Tian had already walked out more than 10 meters. Frighteningly, he hurriedly chased after him. In this kind of weather, he didn't want to be wandering around outside alone. Compared to the usual bamboo forest, the bamboo forest in the rain had more of a hazy beauty. The smoke was misty, and from afar it looked like a rainy fairyland. And the first time to see this kind of scenery, Peng Peng directly froze in the bamboo forest outside, shivering open. Tian, brother? Is this really our bamboo forest? Ling Tian stopped his footsteps, glanced at Peng Peng and said, is it strange? Good, beautiful. No, I have to take pictures, such a beautiful scenery can't be missed. Saying that, he went to touch his cell phone, but unfortunately, they came out just in time for the live broadcast to restart, so the cell phone was put away once again, and his thoughts were mercilessly doused. Looking at the bitter Peng Peng, Ling Tian cried and laughed as he walked back, pulling his arm and said, alright, it's better to think of a way to fill up your stomach before you say anything, and we have to prepare more. The rain isn't going to stop this afternoon, so we don't have time to waste. This is so angry, oh. Peng Peng tootled his lips to sell a cute. Just the two of them do not know is that this piece of bamboo forest inside was also installed camera, although only a few at the exit, but it is enough to record the two of them reaction into the live broadcast. And the audience, who was originally attracted by the beautiful scenery, one by one all sprayed when they saw Peng Peng's expression. Peng Yuchang, are you sure you won't get beaten up if you go out like this and act like a little girl selling your cute face? Ha! Although the scenery here is so beautiful, but Peng Peng's expression is even more beautiful. No words, praise, but then again Peng Peng seems to be more suitable for women's big brother, right? The truth is upstairs. I'm looking forward to Pumba's female costume.
I'm looking forward to it, but Ling Tian looks so warm. Why didn't I realize his smile was so warm before? Ling Tian looked up as if he felt something, then he smiled and shook his head, pulling Pang Pang into the bamboo forest, temporarily avoiding the audience's sight. After the two entered the bamboo forest, they went all the way to the top of the mountain, even passing by a few bamboo shoots without getting their hands on them, causing Pang Pang to be confused. Arriving at the top of the mountain, Ling Tian put the basket down, and then quickly pulled out a coil of coiled wire from his pocket, squatted down and began to set up some small traps. These were the ones he remembered playing with a lot when he was a kid, so sitting up was a breeze, and in just a few minutes, a small electric grid took shape. Looking at this strange iron ring, Pang Pang asked with a confused face, "Brother Tian, what is this for?" "Let's go, you will know in a while. Let's dig bamboo shoots first." It's easy to find bamboo shoots this time of the year, but the viscosity of the soil is much bigger, so be careful when digging, don't break it. "Don't worry, I'm experienced." When it came to digging bamboo shoots, Pang Pang's energy instantly returned and he ran down with his hoe. Looking at Pang Pang's actions, Ling Tian laughed before he began to wander around the bamboo forest, his eyes constantly sweeping over some of the more brittle-looking bamboo. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, quickly walked to the front of a bamboo, reached out and gently flicked. The next moment there was a wriggling white shadow on the top of the bamboo fell down, and in the place where it originally stayed, there was a small hollow. If you listen with your ears sideways, you can clearly hear some wriggling sounds coming out of the bamboo sparsely. "Tisk, it's really not easy to find you guys." Ling Tian smiled and took out a food bag, and then pulled out a machete, wrist flick, machete bang chopped in the bamboo above. Towering bamboo should be sound and broken, the following crackling fall a ground of white worms. Ling Tian light smile, will turn over the bamboo, aimed at the food bag gently flick, instantly there will be a large pile of bamboo worms fell in, white non-stop wriggling, and so on the last one fell in after the eye looked surprisingly not less than a pound. Packing, the bamboo worms carefully put into the basket, only then stood up, walked to the front of another bamboo, randomly split a few knives, out of a few bamboo canisters thrown into the basket. Just as he was about to go back to see if there was any harvest at the top of the mountain, Pang Pang below suddenly let out a piercing scream. Chapter 49, A Harvest Full. "What's wrong?" Ling Tian rushed to Pang Pang's side and asked with a worried face while his eyes scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, only to see that not far away underneath a bamboo, two grayish-brown animals with a body length of more than 30 centimeters were hissing there at the two men. A pair of small claws kept waving, and then lowered his head to nibble on the bamboo shoots. That appearance, how to look at it, was a little bit adorable. It was just that these two cool rats were supreme delicacies in Ling Tian's eyes, and even he didn't expect to come across this kind of wild flavor. "Old rats, what big rats!" Pang Pang seemed to have not recovered from his fear and grabbed Ling Tian's arm with a death grip. His demeanor was like a little daughter-in-law who had suffered a great deal of aggression. Ling Tian laughed and cried as he patted his shoulder and whispered, "Don't scream, this is a delicacy, what if it scares away?" Pang Pang's stupid face. But Ling Tian is not in the mood to care about him at this time, he must catch the two little guys in front of him. Visual inspection of the two little guys' weight is definitely more than 3 pounds, even after washing and peeling can get 2 pounds of meat, enough for a few of them to eat a meal, and now there are bamboo worms, and then come to a bamboo rat, is simply enjoyable. Bamboo rat, a special rely on nibbling bamboo and plant rhizome growth of animals, large body meat, taste delicious, has a very high economic value and medicinal value, just this small things hide too tight, so in general is very difficult to meet. Of course, the market currently also sells artificially farmed out, but most of those are raised on feed. The flavor is far inferior to this wild one. Carefully putting down the back basket, Ling Tian Cat walked to the other side of the bamboo rats, and then slowly put down a section of barbed wire on the ground once again, and after checking the empty electrical equipment, he got up and walked to the other side, and then fiercely held towards the two little guys. The two little guys' guts were not big, by Ling Tian so scared, instantly exploded, stomped the little short legs and jumped out, and then froze straight into the power grid above. With a burst of convulsions, the two little guys directly fainted. Ling Tian sighed in relief, stepped over and bundled up the two little things, casually threw them into the back of the basket, before walking over towards Pang Pang. While looking at Ling Tian who came over, Pang Pang's whole body was bad, trembling voice, "Brother, you wouldn't really want to eat rats, right?" Ling Tian slapped Pang Pang's head and said, "What do you mean by rat? This is a bamboo rat, it's a rare delicacy, let's go see if there's anything to be gained from the traps on top of the mountain." Beautiful and delicious? Pumba is really stupid this time, although he is simple, but he now really want to say a MMP okay? At the top of the mountain, although the traps had only been set up for less than an hour, because it was a rainy day, there was quite a lot of wild game at the top of the mountain, so when Ling Tian and the others arrived here, there was an extra bamboo rat, a hare, and 3 mountain chickens inside the traps. Ling Tian's eyes lit up as he quickly bent down to tie up and put away all of these things before he spoke with satisfaction. "Pang Pang, how many bamboo shoots do you have there?" "3. Pang Pang replied back, but his eyes still kept looking in Ling Tian's basket. Whenever he thought that there were 3 rats in that basket, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. "Okay, 3 is quite a lot, let's go over and get some side dishes, and catch a fish to go back, so we'll have our meals for lunch and dinner today." said Ling Tian. Will take the lead towards the foot of the mountain. Peng Peng took a look at the surrounding bamboo forest, could not help but shiver, and then quickly chased up, still uncertain asked, Brother Tian, we really want to eat rats off?
I repeat, this is not a rat, it is a bamboo rat, and rats are not even a family, okay? It just looks more like a rat. Forget it, you don't believe it even if I tell you, so, when you go back, you will find the director's team and ask for a cell phone to search for it. Don't talk nonsense now, hurry back.
Ling Tian rolled his eyes and couldn't help but speed up his pace. After solving the bamboo shoots and wild game, the rest was relatively easy to get. Peng Peng directly went to pick vegetables inside the vegetable field and got a little bit of lettuce and oleander, as well as some green onions and garlic. On the other hand, Ling Tian casually caught a 3-catty grass carp at the edge of the pond, and declared today's collection of ingredients to be successfully concluded. Half an hour later, the two of them returned to the mushroom house. At this time, inside the mushroom house, He Jiong and Huang Lei were tidying up the kitchen, while Li Chen followed behind Huang Lei, constantly asking questions, looking at her like she was a good learner. Obviously she was ready to learn the tempo of cooking. Suddenly, Li Qian's eyes lit up and she said, You guys are back? Huang Lei and He Jiong also jerked their heads up and looked towards Ling Tian and Peng Peng, who walked to the door. As if he had seen a relative, Peng Peng looked at He Jiong and Huang Lei, directly dropped his basket, rushed to the front of the two, and spoke in an aggravated manner. Teacher Huang, Tian wants to eat rats.
Proof I heard it right? Ling Tian wants to eat rats? This Nima is the rhythm of the persona to collapse awe. Look at Pumba. Are you sure you didn't do it on purpose, Ling Tian? Are rats really edible? Pumba couldn't have been mistaken, right? With Ling Tian's cooking skills, it doesn't make sense for him. On the top floor, sit back and wait for Ling Tian to answer the truth. Peng Peng's words left He Jiong and Huang Lei baffled, while Li Jie couldn't help but tremble a bit as she walked over to Ling Tian's side with some curiosity. Ling Tian glared at Peng Peng without any good reason and said, I'll say it again, that's a bamboo rat, not a mouse. When these words came out, Huang Lei and He Jiong were instantly relieved. One of them is a chef and the other one is a southerner, so they naturally know the existence of such things as bamboo rats, while Li Jin is even more bright-eyed. Is there really a bamboo rat? How many and where are they? Looking at the expressions of the three people, Peng Peng was dizzy and instantly felt that his outlook had completely collapsed. Chapter 50, Dog Food in the House. So it is a bamboo rat, that thing I have eaten, it is very tasty. I really do not understand why Peng Peng will be so big reaction. Indeed, the bamboo rat is a good thing, and now restaurants are often tens of a copy, some even hundreds of dollars. The average small family has not had to eat it. You guys, Pumba must not have eaten it before. I don't believe that when you didn't eat bamboo rats in the past, you wouldn't feel nauseous when you saw it. On the top floor, I have never eaten anyway, so now still a little stomach, not to mention, go out to avoid the wind before. The appearance of the bamboo rats made the people in the live broadcast room form two distinct camps, and the number of pop-ups began to climb dramatically. After comforting Peng Peng for a while, Huang Lei and He Jiong walked over to Ling Tian's side and said, What have we gotten today? Is it enough for us today? Ling Tian smiled blandly and placed the basket on the kitchen floor, saying, The harvest is very good, 3 bamboo rats, 3 pheasants, 1 hare, 3 bamboo shoots, 1 fish, oh, and this. Speaking here, Ling Tian violently lifted out a bag of white flowers. At this time those bamboo worms are still struggling to wriggle, wanting to climb out of the bag. Seeing this, spares Huang Lei and He Jiong's insight, at this time also cannot help but some scalp numbness, and even backed up a number of steps. Peng Peng was even so scared that he ran to the side with a scream, hugged the doorpost with a deadly grip and cried, Brother Tian, how can there still be worms off? Are we going to live like savages? The only one who was not able to stop himself from swallowing his saliva was Li Shoubian, who walked over to Ling Tian's side and said, Is this a bamboo worm? Ling Tian nodded his head with a smile and put the bamboo worms to the side, saying, Have you ever eaten them? I ate it when I was young, but I haven't eaten it since I grew up. It's been more than 10 years, but I still remember that flavor. Only then did Ling Tian remember that Li Jin was from Jiangsu, and Jiangsu was one of the main distribution areas for bamboo worms, so it wasn't surprising that he had eaten this kind of thing. At this time, He Jiong also came over and said in surprise, This is the bamboo worm? I've eaten bamboo worms before, but I've never seen a live one. I thought you had gotten something that scared me. Ling Tian laughed lightly. These ingredients are enough for us to have 2 meals. I'll clean up the bamboo worms and bamboo rats first. Mr. Huang, you and Peng Peng go and clean up the pheasants and rabbits, and Mr. He, you and Xiao will wash these green vegetables. Okay, you're busy, we'll take care of this. The series of actions in the mushroom house left the viewers in the live broadcast room dumbfounded, because this live broadcast was on a fixed camera, so just now they didn't see clearly what exactly Ling Tian took out, but judging from Huang Lei Peng Peng's reaction, it should be a rather scary bug? Until Ling Tian arrived at a pot of boiling hot water inside the water basin, and then poured out the bamboo worms. This is a scary old man, this is a worm, right? Can this thing be eaten? Vomit Ling Tian, your taste is heavy enough, I can't stand it, go and vomit for a while first. I've also eaten bamboo worms, but like Mr. He, I've only eaten cooked ones and never seen live ones. But then again, Li and Ling Tian are the only ones who aren't afraid of bamboo worms, so why do I suddenly have the feeling that I'm being fed dog food? The first thing you need to do is to stop talking about it, okay? A bamboo worm is disgusting enough, and then a mouthful of dog food. Do you want people to live? I specifically went to search for bamboo worms and bamboo rats, and found that they are rare delicacies. Only one word to describe my heart. 3 views completely collapsed. Over here, Ling Tian put the bamboo worms into the boiling water. This is the first step in dealing with the bamboo worms. It takes about 3 minutes to scald all of these bamboo worms to death. The next step is to dry them out, and finally just deep fry them. Of course, this is the simplest way to do it, but the complexity of the practice is not in a position to do it here. Who let the director take all the other things away? If it wasn't raining heavily and they didn't have the means to cook outside, it was estimated that they wouldn't even have a gas stove to use right now. After dealing with the bamboo worms, Ling Tian started to work on the 3 bamboo rats. He had to say that he was very lucky today. The smallest of the 3 bamboo rats was about 1.5 pounds, and the largest was almost over 2 pounds. Bleeding, removing the skin and viscera, cleaning, a series of actions that dazzled people. When he took out the washed and stripped bamboo rats, everyone felt their eyes blurred. Where is the sense of sight of a rat? This is a pocket version of a cow, right? Handle the 3 bamboo rats. The bamboo worms over there should almost be fished out. Fish out the bamboo worms, dry them on top of a dry cloth, and then take them to the window position to let the wind blow. After doing this, he walked over to Li Xia's side and said, "I'll do it instead. You go and rest for a while." Li Qian squinted her eyes, enjoying Ling Tian's affection, but she still shook her head. "It's fine, it's just picking and washing vegetables. I can do it." "I didn't say you can't do it, I just don't want you to get tired. Go rest." Put. He Jong suddenly covered his heart and lay down on the ground, saying, "Xiao Tian, are you trying to murder me, an old man, with dog food?" Ling Tian was slightly stunned and said, "Then you can find one too." "That's right, Mr. He, do you want me to help keep an eye out for you?" Li Jiao also helped out on the side. The corners of He Jong's mouth twitched, and he directly stood up and said loudly, "This day can't be lived anymore." "Ahem, ha, heartache Mr. He in 3 seconds. Can I say I have a date, so I don't have to eat dog food? The upstairs show of love to get rough to go, tra, this day cannot live." Caught off guard by the dog food made me cry. I silently took out the gas pipe. "Wife, don't worry, I'm coming." "Oh, it's so hard, I'm going to buy cucumbers and eggplants." The 2 upstairs are so informative. "Director, I want to complain. Nima, this is definitely not the yearning life, this is the yearning dog food, this day cannot live." Just at this moment, outside the mushroom house suddenly came a sound of a car honking, and then a laugh full of infinite magic came into the house. "Ha ha ha, I'm here again." Chapter 51, Messing with Chen He. "Ah ha, I'm here again, hurry up and come out to greet." A magic-filled voice transmission made the entire mushroom house instantly quiet. A group of people looked at each other with confused faces. He Jong blinked, then glanced at the pouring rain outside and said, "There are still guests coming over in this kind of weather? Are you kidding me?" "Ignore him, it's probably the director's team who saw us preparing delicious food here, so they had someone come over to test us on purpose." Huan Lei opened his mouth to respond with an accomplished expression. He Jong suddenly realized, it should be like this, then we don't need to pay attention to him. Ling Tian's mouth twitched. "Mr. He, why do I hear that voice outside like it's Chun He's voice?" "Think carefully if it is?" He Jong thought for a while, then shook his head. "No, Chen He will definitely call first if he wants to come, so right, what did you just say?" Ling Tian was choked by He Jong's ability to forcefully change the topic, and finally sighed helplessly and got up to walk towards the outside. Meanwhile, outside the mushroom house, a figure holding an umbrella, shivering, stood in the pouring rain, looked up at the closed door of the mushroom house, and said, "What's going on? Why doesn't anyone come out to greet us? It's really Chen He?" Mr. He and Mr. Huang thought it was a prank made by the director's team, and they laughed me to death. I can't help it, my stomach hurts, hee, you'd better go in by yourself, they don't want to talk to you at all." "Let me tell you something. Chen He has been abandoned by the mushroom house." Chen He is so pathetic, alas, but it's true. Last season he screwed over Mr. He and the others. This time I guess Mr. He and the others just did it on purpose. The truth is upstairs. In such a rainy day, an umbrella is basically no different from nothing. In less than a minute, Chen He's clothes have all been wet. If not for his suitcases waterproof, maybe this time he will have to suffer in the mushroom house. Just when Chen He was ready to get into the car that sent him over suddenly drove away, at the same time splashing a whole lot of water, so that the originally soaked Chen He came to a second fall into the water. Looked down at the wet pants leg, Chen He wanted to cry. At this time, the mushroom house finally came out of a person. It is Ling Tian. He took a look at Chen He standing there, froze for a moment, and then rushed to run over, said, "Really is you ah?" Mr. He and the others said it was a prank made by the director's team. "Sorry ah." Looking at Chen He with a soupy look, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. Chen He's mouth twitched and said, "What do you mean by prank?" "Ah. It's freezing me to death. Quick, I need to go back and change my clothes." Ling Tian took Chen He's salute and said, "Don't blame Mr. He and the others. First of all, Wu Jing's recording has not yet finished, so according to the rules, even if you come, it's not the right time, and secondly, you didn't make a phone call when you came, so it's only natural for them to think that way. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm more familiar with your voice, maybe you'd have to stand here today." Chen He looked at Ling Tian and said, "Your name is Ling Tian, right? I especially admire you, right? Is there anything good to eat today? I don't ask for too much. Can you get me a body-warming tonic at noon? I'm not asking for much, but can you get me a warm tonic at lunch? You're too kind." Chen He let out a cheer and couldn't help but speed up his pace, making Ling Tian laugh for a while. Although he had Ling Tian's explanation, after Chen He rushed into the mushroom house, he still couldn't help but yell out, "You guys are up to something? Surprisingly letting me get soaked for so long inside the pouring rain, you guys are definitely up to something. Wow, it's really you. Why didn't you call ahead?" He Jiong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw Chen He, who had been drenched to the point of being completely out of shape, and hurriedly jumped up to ask. Huang Lei also looked at Chen He with a shocked face, then looked at Ling Tian who walked in from outside and said, "It's a good thing that Xiao Tian went to take a look, otherwise you would have gotten wet." Pang Peng looked at Chen He with some intolerance, then quickly dropped the things in his hand, got up and walked to Ling Tian's side to take Chen He's suitcase, said, "Big brother Chen He, I will take you to your room first, you change your clothes before you say anything, it's easy to catch a cold." "Thank you, you are still the best. Your name is Peng Yu Chang, right? I bet you'll be a hit, believe me." Chen He was as if he had seen a loved one, he grabbed Peng Peng's hand and wouldn't lose it. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then he simply threw his salute directly outside, clapped his hands and said, "Thanks to me going to pick you up, you didn't even say thank you, what a blind job." "Ling Tian, you are too funny. Are you sure that Chen He won't beat you up if you do this?" "Upstairs, don't be ridiculous, Ling Tian is a real man who can beat Jing." Chen He wants to walk away from Ling Tian? Is he out of his mind? I'd say Ling Tian did the right thing. Ling Tian braved the rain to bring him here, but this guy didn't say a word of thanks. This is a reality show without a script, and Chen He's performance is enough to show that he has character problems. Seeing that her man is angry, Li Xiaoyan is not happy with her mouth and glares at Chen He. "Chen He, what's wrong with him? You don't like my man, do you? Okay, then these things are all prepared by my man, so you don't have to eat them." Chen He looked at the angry Ling Tian and Lili with a confused face, and then blinked, and suddenly plopped down on the ground, spluttering, "Ouch, mama, it hurts me to death, ouch, my old waist ah." This scene directly let Yi Jiong and Huang Lei laugh sprayed. Ling Tian is also laughing and crying luggage to Peng Peng's hands, said, "Okay, here the floor is cool, your waist was not good, do not really get something." "You are not angry?" Chen He brushed up from the ground, excitedly asked. "I'm that careful? Hurry to go to change clothes to go, I am now cooking, late cannot have you eat." You are really my own big brother." "Okay, I went to change clothes, a moment down to help ah." After Chen He left, He Jiong walked to Ling Tian's side, said with a smile, "Thank you, Chen He, this person is good, but it's just a little bit of love to make a fuss, just now the thing you do not take to heart." "Mr. He, am I that kind of person in your eyes?" Ling Tian was a bit upset. "That's not true, otherwise I wouldn't have set you up with Xiaoyan, mainly because forget it, let's not talk about it, I'm going to see what's left unfinished." Chapter 52, The Influence of Jiangnan. Just as Ling Tian was preparing his lunch over here in the mushroom house, the song Jiangnan that was uploaded to the microblog by Li Xiaoyan on the internet finally stood out from the storm of Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan's relationship and began to blossom with her unique charm. Famous music producer Lin Shi, Jiangnan, a song that lingers. Misty. Sentimental. Sorrowful, beautiful words all reveal the charm of the unique Jiangnan rain, so that people like to be in the Jiangnan fairyland, experiencing the millennium since the flow of love and hate. And singer Ling Tian, more with his unique singing skills, will be this charm unlimited amplification, or this is not a simple song, but a perfect scroll, the whole song is worth all the people to savor. Famous singer Zhou Huajian, it's hard to imagine that this song Jiangnan is written by a young man in his 20s, and his singing is impeccable, even compared to old singers. I hope to meet with Mr. Ling Tian when I have time, and it would be even better if we can cooperate. Movie and TV singing superstar Lu Dewao, Ling Tian little brother's creative ability is simply shocking, from the initial No Place to Go, to the middle of the song Father, and then to the current Jiangnan, the style of change he still maintains an unimaginably high standard of creativity. It can be said that he wrote out of the 3 songs are classics, can be passed on for 100 years and does not fail, without saying. Point of first, I hope that in the future there will be an opportunity to. I hope we will have the opportunity to work together in the future. A series of big celebrities have been blown up, directly triggering the entire network of fishing wheels, microblogging. The music official website has countless netizens staying in every minute, almost every refresh, there will be thousands of more comments and retweets. No words, Ling Tian's song is really good. 3 songs have been in a continuous loop play, every time you listen to a different epiphany, especially the song Father, basically listen to a tear once, and Jiangnan is more so that I, the nerd party, cannot immediately fly to Jiangnan, to see the unique charm of the place, 10 stars praise, agree with the follow-up.
Penthouse, since the no place to go out of the powder, and now even more convinced that their choice is not wrong, Jiangnan is to let Ling Tian's level of creativity up a new level, until now cannot help but want to hum a couple of phrases, it is too beautiful. We do not understand the torment of love and hate, we still think that love is just a change of wind and clouds, believe that love for a day, against forever tisk, too beautiful, why is he able to write such a wonderful song? I really want to separate Ling Tian's brain to see what's inside it. Cooking killed Mr. Huan, martial arts killed Boss Wu Jing, and now his singing is also praised by countless big celebrities, and his fans love him so much that they just want to ask, Ling Tian, what on earth else is there that you don't know how to do? Along with this storm, Ling Tian's microblogging fans also began to rise like crazy, from just crossing the threshold of 10 million level, directly broke through the 15 million mark, and quickly towards the 20 million step. I believe that if you come back again, break through the 20 million, into the 30 million is not much of a problem. There were even many people who started predicting that Ling Tian, a vegetarian, had gone from unknown to a third-tier star in just 6 days, so how long would it take for him to enter the standard of a second-tier star? Some people said a month at most, others said half a month is enough, but more people chose more than 3 months. After all, there are only so many microblogging users, it is impossible for those who have powdered it to powder it for a second time, and Ling Tian's microblogging fans are basically saturated now, unless he can come up with even more amazing works. But in just 6 days' time, he wrote 3 masterpieces of such exquisite talent. Even if Ling Tian is more demonic, he needs to settle down for a while, right? Otherwise, he would really be pulled out for study. At the same time, the director's team also received a call from Tencent Music, who wanted Ling Tian to re-record Jiangnan as soon as possible and put it on the music network for sale, and in order to show their sincerity, they were willing to change the original 50-50 split into a 30-70 split, and it was after tax, which meant that Ling Tian would not have to pay any taxes to get 70% of the profits directly in the future. After the director received the call, he glanced at Ling Tian and the others who were busy, and after a moment of silence, he called Lili over. Now that Ling Tian was dealing with the ingredients, this was the time for the program to break out, so the director naturally couldn't put the cart before the horse, and it was just as well to discuss this matter with Li Jian. After all, Li Jian was now Ling Tian's girlfriend, and she could already do a lot of things for Ling Tian. After hearing the director's words, Li Shaoxian froze for a moment, and then nodded. I know, I will go and talk to Xiaotian right away, there is no problem with this matter, you let Tencent's side directly draw up a good contract on the line, at that time, I will let my agent go directly over to talk to them. The director was choked by Li Shaoxian's words, but without waiting for him to respond, Li Shaoxian hurriedly ran away. In the kitchen, Ling Tian had just fished out the fried fish and was about to put it out to stew, when Li Shaoyan arrived at his front and smiled with narrowed eyes. Xiaotian, let's take the afternoon off to record the song and upload it. So urgent? Ling Tian glanced at Li Jian with some confusion, and the others also shot their eyes over. With an excitement that was hard to suppress, Li Shaoyan said, well, Tencent's side called, requesting you to upload it in the fastest time possible, and the contract has been changed, from 50-50 to 30-70, and it's still after tax. I'll contact my agent later and ask her to help talk about the contract this time, all you need to do is to record the song and upload it. Hiss. Li's words fell, the people in the room all huffed in unison, although most of them were actors, they were not much of strangers to music, especially He Jiong, who was very clear that a large part of the singer's economic source came from the music website's share. There are a lot of people in the music circle, but most of them take a 50-50 split, only the second line stars and above can get a 40-60 split, or before taxes, want a 37? Can, first to the top of the second line star say it, He Jiong also only last year to change the contract. This can be seen Tencent Music for Ling Tian's creative ability to give how great affirmation, they can even be called gambling. After all, if Ling Tian if the future can no longer get the same level of works, Tencent Music will definitely lose money. Ling Tian, on the other hand, has been completely confused, but then smiled and opened his mouth to say, first get ready to eat, there is something to wait for the rain to say. Chapter 53 Super Sumptuous Feast. Takeaway, where is my takeaway? This time, I have to give the express delivery boy a 1-star bad review. The pop-ups are ready, but it'll be 5 minutes before I can eat. Upstairs, are you sure your noodles can satisfy your visual nerves? I've prepared a $100 set for Ling Tian's food. Ready to go? Show off dogs go to. Ha, you scum, would I tell you that I didn't prepare anything? Although Ling Tian's cooking is indeed beautiful, I don't have any appetite just thinking about rat meat and worms in it. Groove, upstairs, my set meal. Although the viewers in the live broadcast room could vaguely hear that Ling Tian's song was going to be uploaded, they were more concerned about the lunch that Ling Tian was going to prepare next. And as Ling Tian served up the last bamboo rat, the pop-up screen directly exploded. In the pavilion, a few people rushed out of the room with dishes and chopsticks, set things up, and then rushed back to serve the meal. Although the crowd was more or less drenched in the rain, they were in a very good mood, especially Chinhee, who had seen the previous installments of the show earlier, and knew that Ling Tian's handiwork was absolutely nothing to write home about, which is why he dared to come over even in this kind of weather. Apart from the fact that his schedule was only for 1 day, the main thing was that he was already craving for it. And today's lunch did not let Chen He disappointed: a fried bamboo worm, a braised bamboo rat, a boiled fish, a green pepper mushroom, a fried loach, a sour and spicy spring bamboo shoots, and a cassoulet pheasant. The rabbit was put away by Ling Tian, ready to be done at night. But even so, when the 8 delicious and exquisite dishes appeared inside the camera, it still gave the viewers who were standing there an overwhelming blow. Groove, this day can't be lived. Abuse single dog even if it is, now even stomach to abuse. Ling Tian, I hate you. Well, if you are willing to condescend to marry me, then forgive you. Upstairs, don't daydream. Don't you see that Ling Tian is already the man of the house? But now I'm looking at the 100 yuan set meal on the table and I've lost my appetite. I just threw away the noodles. People are more angry than people say is now. Top of floor words. This day cannot live. Pfft, Mr. He said that, didn't he? Well, the same top sentence. This day Nima cannot live. I'm hungry, I'm hungry, I'm hungry. Say the important things 3 times. In the pavilion, the rain was still falling outside. Li snuggled in Ling Tian's arms, looking at the food in front of her with a happy face, and couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Ling Tian pinched her cheeks in amusement, then used a spoon to make a little bit of bamboo worm and handed it to Li Xia, saying, "Taste it, see if it has the flavor of when I was a child." Li squinted his eyes, then opened his mouth and ate it, crunching and chewing, and said vaguely, much tastier than the ones he made himself when he was a child. Just suddenly the two realized that the 4 people in front of them were looking at the two of them with a very angry expression. "He Joan, girl, how can I be considered your leader? Even you and Xiao Tian were set up by me, right? Doesn't your conscience hurt if you're so blatantly showing love and abusing dogs in front of me?" "Pamba, Mr. He, I feel so lonely, I've been completely fed with dog food." "Huang Lei, director, can I ask my wife to come over now? Otherwise this program can't be filmed." "Chen He, shouldn't I call my wife over too? It's really hard to have a wife and watch others feed her dog food, okay?" Li face red, quickly sat up straight body, said in a bad mood, "You still eat or not? Do not eat if I in small they eat not finish I'll take to feed small h and small o. I'm going to turn my grief into an appetite. I eat." He Joan gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Tian and Li, grabbed a cup of wine and poured it into his stomach, then picked up a loach and crunched it. "Me too." Pang Pang had already eaten a lot, and at this time, he completely threw away all of his image and started eating and drinking with his bowl. Chen He and Huang Lei, the 2 married men, looked at each other in dismay, then sighed in unison and raised their wine glasses to clink them, soothing their inner torment. It's just that although the 4 of them started eating, they were always a bit hesitant to eat the 2 dishes of bamboo rat and bamboo worms. Even He Jiom only ate the bamboo worms before he was captured by their deliciousness, but he still didn't have the courage to lay his chopsticks on the bamboo rat. Ling Tian picked up a piece of bamboo rat meat, brought it to his mouth and blew on it, then sent it into his mouth, nodding his head with satisfaction. Delicious, are you guys really not going to eat it? This thing's activity time is very short, maybe this is the last time we eat it, don't regret it if you don't eat it. Lily looked at Ling Tian, then tried to clip a piece and took a bite with her eyes closed. When the meat entered her mouth, her eyes lit up and she nodded her head repeatedly. "Honey, it's so delicious, oh how can it be so delicious?" With that she was ready to go for a second chopstick. He Jiang froze for a moment, then tried to clip a piece. After eating it, his expression was even more exaggerated than Li's. He closed his eyes as if he had eaten an immortal dish, and said intoxicatedly, "I swear, this is definitely the best dish I've ever eaten, and it's too wonderful." Huang Lei's 3 looked at He Jiang's expression and knew that although he loved to act a little bit, he definitely wouldn't lie, so the 3 of them clamped the bamboo rat meat at the same time. After one bite they immediately became captives, then they started to taste the bamboo worms again, then. This is definitely the fastest lunch, from the beginning to the end of only 20 minutes of time, the whole 8 dishes, a pot of rice was 6 people ate a clean, beer is to drink 10 cans. After a few people will be unimaginative line to the pavilion, one by one covering the stomach wailing, "No way, just ate without feeling, only now realize that eat too much, hold up the panic." Ling Tian was the only one who ate less, but he was also happy to rest against the pavilion for a while. Just as the few people were reminiscing about the delicious food they had just eaten and enduring the unbearable feeling of their stomachs rising up, Li Xia suddenly became a little sad. Ling Tian was slightly stunned and queried, "What's wrong?" "I'm leaving tomorrow." Li Qian looked at Ling Tian with a face full of reluctance and beamed. Ling Tian suddenly realized that Li Qian's arrival today was already the 6th day, she had a week's worth of time here, and tomorrow would be the last day, and her schedule was only for these 7 days, and there were still a whole lot of circulars waiting for her to get busy behind her. Chapter 54, The Stay or Going of Li Li. Alas, without realizing it, 6 days have passed, but in my opinion, it seems like a long time. Watching Ling Tian and Bao Bao, 2 people from knowing each other, to loving each other, there is really a kind of illusion to see the vicissitudes of change. Indeed, in this week, Bao Bao showed us another side of her, lively, cheerful, active, and treating people sincerely and frankly. Honestly, I don't want Bao Bao to leave. I don't want her to go away. The person upstairs must have a boyfriend. Is it really good to see Ling Tian and Bao Bao torturing each other every day? But then again, I just have all the attributes, how can I break it? For those who don't want Bao Bao to leave, let's go to the official website and ask the show to make Bao Bao a permanent guest. Li Jiao's words made tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room directly exploded. Whether it is Ling Tian's fans or Li Jiao's fans have asked Li Jiao to continue to stay to abuse the dog, although they also know that this is not realistic. After all, the program team also has rules, not to mention, in the live broadcast room do not know how many other stars' fans are looking forward to the arrival of their idols. Inside the pavilion, He Zhong slowly sat up, then leaned against the pavilion pillar and sighed. In the blink of an eye, 6 days have passed. Huh? It's really fast. Indeed, quite fast. Think about a few days ago a girl first came when that stock of bold almost did not put the small day to die. Did not think that just 6 days the two people actually became a couple. TSK, think of quite a sense of accomplishment.
Huang Lei winked towards the two and said with a smile.
Pang Pang lowered his head and didn't say anything. He knew his nature. Whatever he said in this situation would most likely go wrong. Well, this is an honest kid, just a little bit gung. Ling Tian glared at He Zhong and Huang Lei in a bad mood, then took Li Peng's shoulders and said, "It's fine, it's not like we can't meet in the future, so when you're free you can come over and sit down, and I'll also go to look for you after this program is over.
But I don't want to be separated from you."
Li beamed, her eyes full of reluctance.
Mr. Huang doesn't want to separate from his wife yet, asked he just became a father not long ago, does he want to separate from his wife?
Ling Tian laughed lightly, every separation is for a better reunion, so let's be cheerful, right?
Every separation is for a better reunion?
Li Xiaoyan recited these words, and for a while, he was actually a bit smitten. Huang Lei also froze there, for a long time before sighing, or Xiaotian you see through, I'm convinced, I really don't know where you come from so many philosophies at such a young age.
Give you praise.
He Zhong stretched out his thumb and said with a smile. Shen He, on the other hand, was a bit bewildered and seemed to have thought of something, his eyes filled with fondness and affection. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also a little confused by Ling Tian's words, although it was only a short sentence, it was spoken with shocking power. Looking at the expressions of a few people, Ling Tian froze. His phrase was something he heard while watching an Ultraman special in his previous life. In his previous life, this phrase, although it was only a dialogue inside a special, it formed a trend on the internet, and many people used it. However, these few people in front of him were obviously hearing it for the first time. Suddenly, Ling Tian's eyes lit up, then he silently nodded and turned around to look at Li. That's right, every time we part ways, we're preparing for the next reunion. There's a saying that distance produces beauty, so you don't have to be so sad. I'm also going to think about you a little bit every day, throughout the entire pair of times, trust me. Li's beautiful eyes brightened, then smiled and nodded, said, then later we will go to record the song, then I'll go back and let my agent talk about the contract with the penguin side.
Good.
Li Xiao's departure was finalized, so He Zhong and the few of them were very sensible and didn't bother this young couple who had just entered a period of passionate love, but quietly returned to the room, leaving the not-so-large place to them. In the live broadcast room, the viewers didn't seem to be able to bear to continue disturbing this last snuggle of theirs, so they all turned their cameras to where He Zhong and the others were, watching them gag there, and the joyful atmosphere only began to return a little bit. Meanwhile, the director's team. Director Wang Zhang was testing the live broadcast attention for this period of time, while checking the editing work on the recording side. Suddenly, a staff member hurriedly ran over and said in a low voice, Director, I just contacted tomorrow's second guest, but the other party said that there is absolutely no way to start in this kind of weather now, so they hope to come back after the rain stops. Wang Zhang frowned and said, impossible, there are still 3 days before the rain stops, it's impossible for us to wait for so long. By the way, who is the guest for the next installment?
Tong Lia. It's her?
Wang Zhang was a bit confused. If it was Tong Lia, he would have to think about it. After that he glanced at the two people snuggling with each other in the gazebo, nodded indistinctly, and said, go and bring the phone over, I'll ask in person. The staff answered and quickly ran over, bringing the contact phone to Wang Zhang's face. The phone was in a talking state, so there was no need to call back.
Hello, this is Wang Zhang.
Good day Director Wang Zhang, this is Yaya, I hope that. Wang Zhang didn't wait for Tong Lia to finish, then directly opened his mouth to interrupt. I know what you mean, you want to give Ling Tian and Li Li and the two of them some more time together, right? Tom Lia on the phone was a bit silent, but finally said, there are indeed factors in this regard. Of course, I'm not too fond of rainy days, nestled in the house is a bit stuffy, so please forgive the director. Of course, if it really can't be done, the director can also contact the back of the guests again, I don't mind rotating.
Wang Zhang was completely speechless.
After the phone hung up, he walked out of the room somewhat helplessly and came straight to Ling Tian and Li Jian, who were still in the middle of their reluctance to leave, coughing twice to signal his arrival. Ling Tian and Li Jian almost simultaneously threw a super blank stare at him. Wang Zhang had a black line on his head and said in a deep voice, alright, don't get bored here, this married person can't stand it anymore. I came over to tell you guys that because of the weather, the recording of the next guest may have to be pushed back, so I'm announcing that until the rain stops, you can continue to stay and participate in the live broadcast. Li Xiaoyan.
Chapter 55 What to Do on a Rainy Day. Hearing that there was no need to leave, Li instantly widened his eyes. Even Ling Tian's eyes were replaced by full of surprise. Only the two of them who knew the director as a human being did not immediately take a stand. After all, they couldn't be sure if this bastard Wang Zhang was taking them for a ride or not.
Looking at the two from surprised to skeptical eyes, Wang Zhang instantly anxious, you love to believe it or not, angry me, I'm so no sense of propriety? Poof, the director's heart is bitter, but the director just won't say anything. Ha, ahem, the director finally recognized his own a little bit, point of praise and then go to laugh for a while. Wang Zhang, is Lao Zi that feckless? Answer, yes, I'm that feckless, what can you do to me? What can you do to me? Upstairs, are you guys really good at being so skinny? Ahem, my stomach hurts a little, I'm going to take a painkiller. Wang Zhan left. Ling Tian and Li Jian looked at each other in disbelief for a long time before Li Jian asked uncertainly, what should we do? Do we trust him? Ling Tian was silent for a moment and responded, whether it's true or not, we'll just take him for real, and even if he's going to do something tomorrow, you can't take any notice of him. Good, let's do it. What about your notice? As long as I can be with you, notice or something later, anyway, I am now a third-line star, no one will care. A few short sentences, but filled with a fragrance of dog food that was hard to suppress, causing the entire live broadcast room to instantly beep, and for a while the pop-up slipped up, in order to shield their sight, so that the M attribute could come a little slower and gentler. After having made a decision, Ling Tian and Li returned to the room in unison. At this time He Jiong they have already begun to enter the shallow sleep state. The two thought for a while, still did not have the good sense to wake up a few people, just so quietly returned to the room. But what everyone didn't expect was that this time, Li Jiao didn't even go to her own room, but followed Ling Tian back to a house. Seeing this situation, Wang Zhang instantly felt bad, and hurriedly had someone cut off the live broadcast signal of that room. In the live broadcast room, tens of millions of viewers looked at the suddenly blacked out live broadcast screen and instantly exploded. What is this situation? Does it mean that I dare not think about it? I dare to say, this Nima is definitely the director's intentional, in order to whet our appetites, and then suddenly release a harmonious and incomparable picture. Upstairs, you've got the truth, but how can you still be so full of resentment towards the director? LOL, you guys are so optimistic, I don't think my goddess will still be an innocent girl after an hour anyway. Truth Emperor, get out of the live room, we don't want the truth, we want illusion. In the room, Ling Tian seemed to have a feeling as he glanced at the camcorder above the house and drifted off slightly before revealing a hint of a crying and laughing expression. Li Xiaoyan was confused by Ling Tian's reaction and queried, what's wrong? Ling Tian pointed at the camera and said, the director has turned off the live broadcast, I really don't understand what he is thinking, he doesn't think that the two of us are going to. Li's face turned red, and she glared at Ling Tian, saying, you're not allowed to have that kind of thought. Aha! Ling Tian looked at Li Jian with a smile on his face. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan looked particularly attractive. It seemed that the relationship between the two had been confirmed, so her shyness was very different from the original, crystal skin with a little bit of redness, looking like a ripe peach, so that people want to hold back and cherish. Li Bai Ling Tian looked at the body heat, hurriedly said, anyway I am not ready now, you wait for me. Put. Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out, and directly picked up Li Chen and put her on the bed, then lay down next to Li Chen and said, what are you thinking? I am that uncontrollable in your eyes, ah? Although I do have thoughts about you, after all, you are my future wife, but now it is in the recording of the program, I don't want the first time between us to happen in this situation. Aha! Li answered, then nestled into Ling Tian's embrace and whispered, me too. Sleep, I'll take you to find some good food in the afternoon. Aha! At 3 in the afternoon, the heavy rain that had been falling for most of the day finally turned into a drizzle. Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked outside through the window, then quietly moved away from Li Chen's arm and rolled over to get out of bed. Only his movements still woke Li Xia, who opened her eyes in a daze, froze for a moment as she looked at Ling Tian, who walked out, then her face flushed once again. How could she not expect to sleep so soundly in Ling Tian's embrace? It seemed that from the time she entered the showbiz industry, there had been very little of this kind of sleep. After thinking sweetly for a while, she also jumped down and followed Ling Tian into the kitchen to start washing up, but when the two of them went out, it only happened that He Jiong and the four of them had already gotten up, and were laying on the living room's carpet with a bored look on their faces, sighing and lamenting. What are you guys doing here? Ling Tian curiously walked up to the four and looked down at them and asked. Chen He stood up with a brush and said, Pro brother, you grew up here, right? Then do you know what's fun when it rains? Or else even give me my computer, it's too boring to sit so dry. Ling Tian looked at Chen He in tears and laughter, then looked at He Jiong. 3 people, said, okay, do not nest here, hurry to wear raincoats, this afternoon we go to get some wild game to taste. What kind of game? Hearing that there is food, He Jiong and Peng Peng turned over and stood up at the same time. Huang Lei also sat up straight and looked at Ling Tian with an expectant face. Ling Tian hemmed and hawed and said, you want to know? Then go put on a raincoat. Regardless of what Ling Tian said, as long as they were not allowed to nest in the house, even if they went to catch chickens and dogs, they also admitted it. A few people quickly rushed into the tool room, put the raincoat on their bodies, changed into rain shoes, and walked to the yard fully armed. Ling Tian took a small shovel and walked side by side with Li Xia at the front, heading straight in the direction of the forest yard. Brother Tian, are we still going to catch pheasants and hares? Peng Peng looked at the forest field not far away and seemed to think of what happened in the morning. He couldn't help but exclaim in shock, he was getting psychological.
Ling Tian shook his head. It's much tastier than that. Know about the monkey? Pang Pang very honestly shook his head. Even Li Xia was a bit bewildered, but it was He Zhong's 3 older guys who lit up their eyes at the same time, and Chen he couldn't wait to ask, there are robin monkeys here? Are there many? Chapter 56, Childhood Fun. The monkeys have been extinct on our side, and now they are in a state of extinction. Our side has been extinct, now this side who can catch if certainly rich, a $5 or not to buy. Whenever it rains or at night, I go out and catch some to deep fry and eat. It smells good, oh but I haven't eaten it in years. I envy the guests of the program, actually can eat robin monkeys, bother to ask, I $10 a collection. Ling Tian, you catch more to sell me, okay? Pft upstairs, you are here to make fun of me, aren't you? Ling Tian is an entertainer now, so he doesn't need a few dollars from you. Even if Ling Tian doesn't have any money, even Li Xiaozhang can afford to support him, right? The assholes on the 3rd and 4th floors can go themselves. Mockingbird, the larva of the cicada, is a kind of arthropod that prefers to go out at night, and the meat is tender and sweet, which is a rare delicacy. Just with the development of the times, now many places have been extinct, and the price of the robin monkey has also climbed, and now many places can even reach the point of 50 yuan each. He Zhong seems to think of the flavor of the childhood eaten in general, Bardmouth. I remember the last time to eat robin monkeys or when I went to college, then my mother specifically for me to fry dozens of sent to the school, but at that time I ate 5, the rest of the group of unscrupulous roommates to the pit. Huang Lei chimed in, I haven't eaten for a long time either, now that I think about it I really miss it a bit, there really are robin monkeys here? Ling Tian smiled and nodded, there are still a lot of them here, our people here are considered to be more principled, every year just 2 months in April and May to catch some, the rest of the time we'll let them reproduce and leave them for the next year to catch again. Sustainable development, ah you guys? Envy. Shenhe stared at the eyes, before we catch when we cannot catch all the robin monkeys are caught, or always feel that their own less, that time and a few buddies together, if who caught less but to be laughed at. 5 people were chatting about their childhood, so happy, only Li and Pang were confused. The good thing is that this road is not too long, a few people soon reached the edge of the forest, then Shenhe and Huang Lei 2 groups, He Zhong with Pang Pang group, Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyuan group separated into the forest. After a day of rain, the air inside the forest reached an unprecedented level of freshness, smelling a light fragrance of leaves, making people relaxed and happy. After deeply breathing several mouthfuls of fresh air, Lily pulled off the rain hat on her head, letting the thin raindrops fall on her head, and playfully looked at Ling Tian who was walking in front of her, and said, just now, I heard you guys talking about it, what in the world is a mockingbird off? Ling Tian walked very slowly, his eyes always stayed at the roots or bottom of the tree trunks. Li Qian's words made him froze for a moment, you don't know the robin monkey? Li Jian shook his head. Ling Tian turned around in tears and laughed, the robin monkey is the larva of the cicada. Li Xia was dazed, but still a little confused. Just at this moment, Ling Tian's eyes suddenly lit up, suddenly reached out and grabbed the root of a tree, and then he turned around, and in his hand there was a little guy with a dark orange body. Ah, Lily couldn't help but scream and covered her eyes. What are you doing? Ling Tian laughed lightly. This is the monkey. Later, after going back to soak in salt water, and then wash, dry, wait for the evening when I let you know what is called the real delicious, and this thing is the whole body is a treasure. The inner meat has the wind to promote the lungs, the effect of the fever to calm the alarm, and the shell is an important pungent and cool relief of the table of traditional Chinese medicine. The most important is that this thing to eat a little bit of sweet. Especially fragrant, really. Lily was a little bit unable to stop herself from swallowing her saliva by Ling Tian's words, although this little thing looked a little scared, but she trusted Ling Tian, so at this moment she had already treated this little thing as a delicacy, and with a curious face, she ran to Ling Tian's side and stretched out her hand. Come on, let me see it. Ling Tian sent the mockingbird monkey to Li Xia's hand and said, be careful, this thing is painful to scratch, you'd better hold it by its back shell. Oh. After expelling Li Qian's fear, Ling Tian then asked Li Qian to hold the bag and be responsible for loading it, while he was responsible for finding it. As a person who had lived in this place for more than 20 years, Ling Tian's skill in catching robin monkeys was absolutely nothing to write home about. In less than 10 minutes he had found more than 10, of course, this was also due to the fact that they protected the robin monkeys better here. Because they deeply knew that wild robin monkeys were simply spoiled compared to artificially bred ones, naturally it was impossible to let this delicacy go extinct early. At the same time, the other 2 groups also had their own harvests. Every time when they caught the robin monkeys they couldn't help but let out bursts of surprise screams and cheers, and for a while, the not-so-large woodland was filled with a strong sense of children's fun and vitality. At this moment, all of them put down their idle baggage and truly integrated into nature to enjoy and reminisce the kind of fun they had in their childhood. Half an hour later, Ling Tian looked at a bag full of robin monkeys, exhaled a mouthful of cloudy air, said, okay, almost, and then catch maybe overloaded, let's go to find their 2 groups. At this moment, Li Xiaoyan was already completely immersed in the excitement of the harvest. Hearing Ling Tian's words was more or less not too happy, but thinking about the fact that there were already quite a lot of them here, he smiled and nodded his head, and followed Ling Tian towards the not too far away place. How many? On the other side, He Zhong threw a robin monkey into the bag in Pang Pang's hand and asked after wiping the rainwater.
Pang Pang had been counting, with the afterglow of excitement on his face. He said, "Now there are already 18 of them. I think we are definitely the ones who have caught the most." Hee-jung nodded with a confident face. "That's for sure. When I was a kid, I was the absolute king of catching robin monkeys. It's almost time. Let's go over and see the harvest of their two groups. Mr. He, we caught a lot." Just as Hee-jung packed up and was about to leave, Lee Xiaoyan couldn't wait to run over, showing off with a bag full of robin monkeys. Looking at the ones in Li Qian's hand and then looking at the ones in his own, Pang Pang suddenly felt his face burning, and even Hee-jung couldn't help but show an embarrassed smile. As if sensing something, after Ling Tian and the others arrived, Huang Lei and Chen He also came over. They caught quite a few as well. Looking at the more than 20, both of them had the same excitement on their faces. In the end, the three groups of people got all the robin monkeys together and counted them. There were 70 to 80 of them. Looking at the robin monkeys crawling around, Huang Lei laughed softly and said, "Hurry up and release the last of your vitality, otherwise you won't have a chance at the end of the night." Put. A sentence will all the childish fun all destroyed completely. Chapter 57, Romantic House. After catching the monkeys, a few people went to the pond to get 2 fish, and then got some lettuce from the vegetable field, which was all the ingredients needed for the night. After returning to the mushroom house, Ling Tian directly threw all the monkeys to Huang Lei. On the one hand, there is basically no skill in this thing. As long as you know the steps, whoever makes it will have the same flavor. On the other hand, Ling Tian suddenly realized that since he joined the show, he was gradually stealing the roles of Hee-jung and Huang Lei. Although Hee-jung and Huang Lei didn't mind, their fans would definitely have a problem with it, which would be detrimental to his future development. With the ultimate mission released by the system weighing on him, Ling Tian had to change his way of doing things. Well, the result of him doing so was that he was spat on by a few people. There was no way around it. In the past few days, Ling Tian had already completely conquered a few people with his cooking skills, and now that he's suddenly switched to a different person, although Huang Lei's craftsmanship was not bad either, he always felt that there was a sense of deliciousness getting further and further away from him. However, Ling Tian was not idle. He needed to clean up the fish, as well as some fungus and lettuce, all of which required skill and fire control, in order to not let a few people completely messed up, so he gave all of them. Huang Lei got the task given by Ling Tian. The whole person looks very excited, while the robin monkey into the salt water, while speaking, said it has been many years have not done. I do not know the handicraft backward or not, but I believe that I will not let Xiaotian a few disappointment. Come on, the camera instrument, give me a close-up, I want to make a military order. Watching Huang Lei making a mess there, the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly happy. Teacher Huang, even though I'm your fan and I want you to appear more often, but your such a shameless expression really makes me unable to stop myself from laughing. Kudos to Mr. Huang for his guts. Hopefully he won't reap more spitballs when dinner starts. Ahem, it's a good thing I took a painkiller. Now I can let out a big laugh and no one is going to stop me. Mr. Huang, that's enough. You're so skinny, watch out for a few people to join forces and beat you up. Beat. Hit. Ha. Hee-jung. Several people were also amused by Huang Lei's performance. Hee-jung is Huang Lei's diehard, but also directly walked to Huang Lei's heel, stifling laughter. Old Huang, are you sure you will not let us down? What if you can't do it? Huang Lei's face was bitter. Old He, can you not tear me down at this time? It's you who made the military order. Let's do it this way. We won't make it difficult for you. If you don't do a good job today, these delicacies will be spoiled, right? And then you'll wash the feet of a few of us as a punishment. How about it? Hee-jung winked with a mischievous face. He really didn't know how in the world he managed to keep such a childish heart at such an old age. Huang Lei took a deep breath and gritted his teeth. I will definitely wash your feet. On this side, Li Yan has been following Ling Tian, watching him remove the armor from the fish, remove the bones, cut it off, marinate it, and then remove the leaves from the lettuce, remove the skin, clean it, and shred it. Although she has seen it many times, she can't help but be dazzled every time she looks at the dazzling knife work, and her big beautiful eyes are full of all love and adoration. At 6 o'clock in the evening, the pattering rain has a kind of seedling to stop, which makes a few people are relieved. The only one, Lily's mood is a little bit not too wonderful. Even if the director said is true, then she must leave after the rain stops, so at this moment she actually have a kind of impulse to let the rain continue to fall. Delicious meals came out under Ling Tian's operation, and several people once again surrounded the edge of the dining table in the gazebo, and there was no doubt that these meals once again caused the viewers of the live broadcast to revolt for a while, especially when Hee-jung and the others held the robin monkeys and bit into their crunchy bites. That feeling of swallowing their mouths almost didn't cause them to bite their tongues off. After having dinner, a few people chatted in the pavilion as per usual, but today's topic was slightly heavy. After all, in their perception, both Li and Chen He were leaving tomorrow, and even though there was still one more night to go, the atmosphere of parting had already begun to fester. Suddenly, Hee-jung suggested that Ling Tian sing a song to bring these few days to a perfect end. Hearing Hee-jung's proposal, a few people were somewhat moved, and the audience in the live broadcast room was out in full force. Bench melon seeds mineral water has been prepared, headphones put to the maximum, the noise in the room has been completely cleared. Ling Tian, please start your performance. Suddenly I'm so sad, I don't know if what the director said is true. If it is, then I hope it will continue to rain tomorrow, although it makes the program less fun, but I really can't bear to see Jinbo leave like this. Ling Tian, let's sing a song for you and Bao Bao.
You don't have a song dedicated to Bao Bao yet. Upstairs, is it really okay for you guys to be so sentimental? I feel like punching you guys. Li Xiaobao also looked at Ling Tian with a look of anticipation, and the director even had all the cameras pointed directly at Ling Tian. After a long time, Ling Tian took a deep breath, got up and said, "Well, let's sing a song. Well, to be clear, this is what I gave to Xiaoyan. If you are not afraid of abuse, just listen." After saying that, he walked to the room, fetched the guitar, sat down again on his seat, and gently strummed it. Li looked at Ling Tian with a face full of joy. The atmosphere of parting was dispersed quite a bit, her hands resting on her cheeks, her eyebrows gazing with affection. Ling Tian took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "A song called The Most Romantic Thing is sent to Bao Bao, and also to all lovers in the world. I wish you all can find your own happiness, and be beautiful for the rest of your life, and love each other for the rest of your life." The beautiful melody slowly resounded, and Ling Tian's voice, which was full of tenderness in its elegance, slowly spat out. Back to back sitting on the carpet, listen to the music and talk about wishes. You want me to be more and more gentle, I hope you put me in the heart. You said you want to send me a romantic dream, thank me for bringing you to heaven, even if it takes a lifetime to fulfill. As long as I tell you, you will remember and never forget. The most romantic thing I can think of is to grow old with you, and collect all the laughs along the way, and save them for the future when we sit in the rocking chair and talk slowly. I can think of that. The beautiful song makes everyone feel as if they are in love, and the beloved together envision the future of the good, and not too gorgeous rhetoric, but a perfect interpretation of the hand of his son, with his son to grow old with the good wishes. The song is finished. Lily directly rushed into Ling Tian's embrace, choking, "I love you." Chapter 58, The World of Two. Ling Tian's song directly fed everyone an unprecedented super large amount of dog food, but at this time, no one went to spit it out. Instead, one by one, they reddened their eyes, and a large amount of blessings floated up in the live broadcast room. Ling Tian, if you can really do what you wrote in the song, I powder you for life. There are too many breakups in the entertainment industry. I hope that Ling Tian can come out of the mud and not be tainted, and really do what you wrote in the lyrics, temporarily powdered, to see what will happen later. Blessing Ling Tian and Li, I hope you really can hold hands and grow old with your son, crying. I said I'm a 30-year-old man, still a single dog, why should I cry? Why don't you just get out of the way? He Jung itself is a sentimental person, at this time is made to tears. He wiped his tears while choking. Really good, I hope your future is more and more beautiful. Huang Lei was also a bit overwhelmed by the atmosphere, and suddenly said, "That girl, didn't you say you were going to take Xiaotian to record a song? Tonight we gave you two a vacation, you go out by yourselves, the time is still early, you should be able to make it. If you really can't, then come back tomorrow. That's it, you guys hurry up and go, stay here, dog food eat too much, can't stand it." Chen He also made a look of disgust. Peng Peng bowed his head, silently got up and walked towards the house. The psychological quality of young people is a little bit poor, was struck by a blow, so angry. Oh. I don't know if it's a coincidence or not. Right after Huang Lei finished talking to Chen Yi, the director's side came over with a phone and said, "Li Xia, your manager called over and said that he had already talked to Penguin Music, so you should record and upload the song as soon as possible. I think everyone is waiting for the sound source." Well, that includes me too. Li knew that this was everyone deliberately creating space for them to have a world of two, so at this moment, her heart was filled with emotion, and she couldn't help but get up and say, thank you everyone. At this time, a staff member outside rang the car horn at the right time and turned on the car lights, saying, "Ling Tian, Li, I'll send you guys over." He Joan even hurriedly asked for a cell phone from the director and called that old friend from the recording studio, telling him to wait. From here to the city is only 2 hours away. If fast they can come back in the middle of the night, but at this time everyone did not think they will come back, or they do not want the two to come back at all. To Yi Jung's surprise, his old friend was also watching the live broadcast, so he had already prepared everything and was waiting for Ling Tian to come over. This time, the recording of the song Ling Tian still maintained the highest standard, going through it once, so when they finished recording the song and uploaded it, the time was just 5 minutes shy of 11 in the evening. But when the two of them were ready to return to the mushroom house, they realized that the driver who had sent them over had disappeared, well, just fled. Ling Tian and Li Xiaoxian looked at each other in disbelief and then smiled at each other. Li Xiaoxian hugged Ling Tian's arm and said, "They really are very cute people." Ling Tian nodded, "There's no way out, today we can only stay in the city for one night. Did you bring your ID card?" Lily froze and looked at Ling Tian dumbfounded. She didn't even bring her ID card with her this time when she came over to the mushroom house. Where would she find her ID card now? Where would she find an ID card now? Is this the rhythm of sleeping on the streets? Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at Li Chen, then pulled out his ID card from his pocket. He had actually guessed this ending when he came, but this kind of thing really left him speechless. Fortunately, at this time of the day many shortcut hotels were not closed. The two smoothly asked for a suite within a hotel. Well, in order to keep the receptionist secret, the two of them were very quick to give each other a signed group photo. Just they will not think, this kind of get a good thing cannot help but want to share with others how powerful the impulse. Almost their front foot just left, behind the reception opened the cell phone, wanting to send out the signature photo.
Fortunately, this reception was quite sensible and was prepared to wait for Ling Tian and the others to leave tomorrow before sending out the microblogs. It seemed that the reception couldn't help but laugh out at the thought of the envious and jealous expressions from their friends. Room. Lily came in and ran straight into the bathroom, shouting to Ling Tian outside, "You go and make the bed, I'll take a bath first, you're not allowed to peek." Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then gave a hum and said, "I know, be careful not to catch a cold.
There is air conditioning here."
I don't know if it's shy, Lily's bath time is particularly long, washed almost an hour before coming out of the bathroom. At this time her whole body is only a white bathrobe. Bathrobe is very short, can cover half of the thighs, coupled with the fragrance that emanates from the body of the bath she has just finished, there is a kind of natural irresistible seductive power is constantly diffuse. Ling Tian looked a little lost in thought. Li was even more heated by Ling Tian's look, and a faint blush appeared on her exposed skin. Suddenly, Ling Tian was startled and hurriedly stood up, saying, "I'm going to rinse off, you sleep first." Liam burrowed into the quilt. Only after Ling Tian's figure disappeared into the bathroom did she heave a sigh of relief, then patted her cheeks and muttered, "Li, what the hell are you thinking?
Are you that impatient to give yourself away?"
However, thinking about the sweetness between her and Ling Tian, she revealed another silly smile. Her eyes were mesmerized as she looked in the direction of the bathroom, listening to the sound of rushing water coming from inside. Her heartbeat indisputably began to accelerate. Ling Tian's bathing speed was very fast. After 10 minutes he walked out wrapped in a bath towel and then lay down on the other side of the bed, casually taking out his cell phone, ready to check out what was happening on the internet. But just as he took out his cell phone, Li reached out and wrapped her hand around his arm, saying, "It's late, we'll look at it tomorrow, sleep first." Smelling the fresh scent coming from his side, the flames that Ling Tian had just suppressed bubbled up once again, and this feeling of forcing himself to endure it made him very unhappy. However, thinking about the fact that he still had to record the program tomorrow, and that Li really wasn't ready right now, so he silently recited the meditation incantation while letting out a hum and sliding down the bed.
Seemingly sensing Ling Tian's dissimilarity, Li's face turned even redder as he murmured in a voice like a mosquito fly, "Is it hard?" Ling Tian dotingly stroked her hair and laughed, "Fool, what are you thinking about? Sooner or later you are mine, now be good and sleep." Oh, Lily revealed a sweet smile, changed into a comfortable position nestled into Ling Tian's arms, and soon there was an even breathing sound. Chapter 59 Cursing in the Darkness of the Night. At the same time that Ling Tian and Li both entered a state of rest, on the internet, a raging storm of fishing wheels was set off because of the song "The Most Romantic Thing." The cause of the incident was because of an extra-long comment posted out by a famous music critic. Famous music critic Zhang Shivi, in recent days. Due to the yearning life and the sudden popularity of the vegetarian Ling Tian, popularity once soared more than just a few days' time has been among the middle of the third tier of the star position, and the main reason for this is his love with Lili and is released out of the 4 original songs. As a music critic, Zhang was fortunate enough to be invited by a close friend to listen to Ling Tian's 4 songs. It must be said that Ling Tian's ability is there, from the initial "No Place to Call Home" to "Father," and then to the later song "Jiangnan." 3 are rare classics. Even if they are no longer picky, it is difficult to pick out any flaws, whether it is the lyrics or the arrangement. Zhang Mao has to say a word of admiration to Mr. Ling Tian. However, the most romantic thing that I heard this evening broke Mr. Zhang's perception, not that the song is not good, nor that the feelings in the song are not strong, but the difference between this song and the previous 3 songs is obvious, rather a kind of saliva song suspicion. Of course, this song is able to fire. After all, today's market is the most mainstream as the saliva song. What Zhang would like to say is that the Fire Up the song is not necessarily a classic, and Mr. Ling Tian's song "The Most Romantic Thing" has broken his original classic road. Zhang cannot help but want to ask, could it be because of the time is too hasty? Or perhaps Mr. Ling Tian's creative talent has gradually dried up? Worse, is this the standard for Mr. Ling Tian's originality, and the previous 3 songs are all behind the scenes? In the end, these words are personal remarks. You can just take a look, everything is more serious, and I hope Mr. Ling Tian can understand the inconvenience caused to him. As a famous music critic, Zhang Shi's microblogging fans also have millions of people. This comment out directly detonated the entire microblogging circle. Top Zhang Shi greatly. The original I have a kind of twisted feeling, as if the song "The Most Romantic Thing" and the other 3 out of place. It turned out to be a grade down ah. Could it be that Ling Tian is really operating in the dark? He was originally a newcomer that Mango TV was preparing to promote, and these were to give him a persona on the show? Unlikely, right? After all, it was under the guise of originality, and if Mango TV really dared to play around so much, weren't they afraid that their entire persona would collapse after the program ended? TSK, what does it mean to be salty about carrots? It didn't matter if Ling Tian was really talented or not, as long as the songs he sang were good. At first, most of the comments were made by Zhang Shi's fans, but then the trend spread to the official website of the program, as well as to Ling Tian's microblogs. These obviously denigrating remarks directly caused the fans of He Jiong and the others to blow up directly. Who is this Zhang Shi? Why have I never heard of him before? Doesn't he know that today's song is just a love song that Ling Tian gave to Bao? What's the point of having nothing to compare? What's a classic?
Classic is to be able to penetrate into people's hearts and minds, to move people. Ling Tian's "the most romantic thing made me and my girlfriend successfully come together and agreed to grow old together." Those who said that Ling Tian's secretive operation of the scum and then blindly compare believe it or not I'm a human flesh? No words, a word, Ling Tian, as long as you do not make things in the future, the old lady top you for life. Scum, dare to slander Ling Tian, pull out the knife. Where's Zhang Shi's Twitter account? Brothers, draw your swords. 10 minutes later, these fans were completely riotous, frantically pouring into Zhang Shi's microblogging. At first it was fine, belonging to the slow reasoning, but the emotions between the fans were varied, and the clash of ideas between the two sides ultimately evolved into a large-scale scolding war. And the result of this war of words is Zhang Shi's microblogging fan number from the original more than 3 million people soared to more than 8 million, single popularity words. His harvest is undoubtedly the biggest. Just when Zhang Shi saw the mess within the microblog, the whole person was not good. With the passage of time, the scale of the scolding caused by the more and more large to the life of the program group originally has a fixed live audience of more than 40 million people, such a huge crowd of people which certainly do not like Ling Tian. This group of people will take advantage of this trend. Crazy began to denigrate the Ling Tian, what blackmail, what is being adopted, what whitewash, and so on. The insulting words all came out. For a while, the entire network rolled in smoke and flames. Mushroom House, originally already slept. Hee Jeong was suddenly called up by the director. Looking at the face of the anxious director, Hee Jeong rubbed his confused eyes, whispered, "What's wrong?" The director's face was very ugly, directly handed over the cell phone, said, "You see, now what to do? If one is not handled well, our Mango TV will be finished." Hee Jeong's face sank, took the phone and glanced at it, which clearly marked the hot search that had suddenly sprung up, and the first ranked one was Ling Tian caught in the original storm, suspected of backdoor operation. Is Ling Tian really powerful, or is Mango TV trying to cover it up? The second is that Ling Tian is caught up in the original storm, or Jiang Lang talent exhausted. Third. Fourth. The highest heat of the first article below. The amount of retweets has been more than 30 million, comments is more than 7 million, sweeping, most of them are abusive fighting, support Ling Tian and another set of people playing hard to distinguish. It can be predicted that this thing is likely to the next day directly to the front page headlines. What the hell is going on? Hee Jeong's face wasn't looking good anymore. He really liked Ling Tian as a junior, and now that this kind of thing had suddenly appeared, he, a good old man, was also in a rare state of anger. The director's side, it was caused by a music critic's tweet. Hee Jeong coldly snorted, "No matter who is behind the trouble, the other party must be seriously held accountable. Don't worry about the rest, I'll talk to Xiaotian first so he can get ready." "Okay, you tell him, so that he does not have too much pressure. This child is very honest. I am afraid that he cannot stand this kind of blow." The director exhorted and turned to leave. After the director left, Hee Jeong took a deep breath and muttered in a deep voice, "It's true that there are many rights and wrongs. What kind of person is red and what's right is wrong?" Huang Lei woke up at some point and suddenly appeared behind Hee Jeong, almost scaring him out of a heart attack. Chapter 60, Overbearing Response. Even though the night's events made a lot of noise. However, Hee Jeong and Huang Lei decided not to notify Ling Tian and Li Xia for the time being after discussing it with the two of them, so that their little couple could have a quiet night. The next day. Changnan City, completely unaware of the events that happened last night, Ling Tian and Li Xiaoxian finished their attire and left the hotel. What made them laugh and cry was that when they walked out of the hotel, they realized that yesterday's driver was waiting for them at the entrance. Well, the bastard must have been watching the two of them yesterday. He just hid it and didn't let them realize it. After a night of real solitude, Lily also opened up more. She wasn't the kind of person who was restrained. The person she was when she first appeared at the Mushroom House the other day was the real her, only later in order to pursue Ling Tian, so she restrained herself a little bit. Now in her heart, she was already Ling Tian's person, so she simply exposed her nature, lest the two of them would have conflicts because of this in the future, and she believed that Ling Tian definitely wouldn't dislike her, well, just like she wouldn't dislike Ling Tian's sudden farting when he slept at night. This was still a little secret that she discovered yesterday, and it almost didn't make her happy at that time. Previously, Ling Tian's performance was too perfect, so perfect that he didn't look like a mortal human being. It wasn't until after last night that Lily suddenly realized that Ling Tian was also an ordinary human being, only that he knew a little bit more, and without the mental gap, she would naturally become more natural. After getting on the car, the driver directly handed the two a cell phone, said, "This is what happened last night. The director and Mr. He, they felt that they shouldn't bother you guys, so they suppressed it, but now the fishing wheels on the internet are getting more and more powerful. You guys see if there's any way to deal with it? If it doesn't work, Mr. He will have the TV station step in and do their best to suppress this matter." Lee looked at the comments above the microblogging. The more she read, the more angry she became. She couldn't help but click and log into her own microblogging, and immediately wanted to publicly support her husband. But just as she was about to type, Ling Tian held her hand and shook his head with a smile. "It's okay, just leave this matter to me. But these people are too hateful. Who doesn't talk about people behind their backs?
Especially celebrities, no more people, say more people naturally, only more outrageous than ordinary people is that their things are put into the open, that's all. In fact, as long as you don't take care of him, after a period of time and then look at it, in fact, it's the same thing. Ling Tian's bashfulness made Li froze, but it was the driver who had a kind of sighing feeling. Ling Tian, to be honest, earlier my understanding of you was only limited to talent, but now I have to say one thing, on your state of mind if you don't fire, that's really no heavenly reason. Thank you big brother, let's hurry up and go back. Today's weather still looked a bit gloomy, but there was no rain falling. It looked like it wasn't going to rain today, so after going back, Li Chen would have to pack her bags and leave the mushroom house to embark on another part of her journey, coupled with what happened on the microblogging site, so much so that the whole way, Li Chen was not in a very good mood. Even though Ling Tian had been comforting her, it was always difficult for her to get over the sadness of her impending departure. When they returned to the mushroom house, it was already 9:30 a.m. According to the rules, Li Chen and Shen He had to leave at noon. Looking at the car that drove over, He Jong's 4 people who were preparing the ingredients for lunch immediately greeted them. Peng Peng was the first to run in front of Ling Tian and said, "Brother, we all know about last night's incident, don't take it to heart. When I came up my teacher told me that there is a lot of right and wrong in the entertainment industry. As long as we can hold on to our hearts, we'll surely make it out of the crisis." Ling Tian laughed lightly and patted Peng Peng's shoulder, saying, "Do I look like I have something wrong with me? Don't worry, I'm better than you at handling this kind of thing." With that, he walked over to He Jong's trio. "Mr. He, Mr. Huang, I already know about the matter, thank you, but this matter should be left to me to deal with. How are you going to handle it?" He Jong asked with some worry. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth picked up. He wasn't the type of person who was willing to cause trouble. He actually preferred everyone to be friends together with an open heart, but he also knew that that wasn't realistic at all, so he was more of a person who wasn't afraid of things. After nodding his head with He Jong and the others, Ling Tian ran to the front of the director's team and said, "Director, can I trade the ingredients for the song at noon today?" The director was slightly stunned before saying, "Yes, but it has to be a classic." "Okay." Ling Tian made an okay gesture, and then stepped out of the shot. The director of the two brought his cell phone over, tapped on the microblog, and quickly typed a paragraph on it. "Someone in the world slanders me, bullies me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, cheapens me, how to deal with it? I said, just endure him, let him, avoid him, let him, endure him, honor him, ignore him, and in a few years, you will see him." This sentence was originally written in a novel he had read in his previous life, and then he realized that it was from an ancient text. Cold Mountain asked picked up, because this sentence contains too much philosophy, so he liked it very much, and it became his motto for a time. After crossing over, he went through all his memories, and took advantage of his free time to check the internet, and found that there is no such book, and even many of the original ancient poems have disappeared, which makes him happy but at the same time a little bit regretful. After all, nowadays in this era, want to make those thousands of years of ancient poems to reproduce the scenery of the previous life basically not much possible. And once Ling Tian's microblogging was sent out, it immediately triggered a powerful fishing wheel wind wave. Countless fans were excited beyond words. The anger that had been suppressed for a night instantly disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by an even more exorbitant wariness. They had copied Ling Tian's microblogging, and began to publicize it on the network. The viewers in the live broadcast room even casually liked and retweeted the tweets, and then stared at the live broadcast room without taking their eyes off the screen. Ling Tian is good, this is how to treat those people. Sit back and wait for the classics to come out. Originally thought that Ling Tian was a hot-blooded young man, but now it seems to be a master of philosophy. Neil, sit and wait for the classics. Ling Tian, I can't say anything, just based on your words. If you don't catch fire, I will completely lose all interest in the entertainment industry. Support you, Powder. Support Ling Tian, sit and wait for the classics. The pop-ups were flying, although there were still some black fans yelling, but every time they appeared they were quickly drowned in the middle of the Wangyang Sea. Not even a wave could be turned up. Chapter 61, The Terror of the Classics. Regardless of whether it was in his previous life, or in this life, Ling Tian had quite a few classics in his memory, just that the classics of this world definitely couldn't be used, but the classics of his previous life were too much, so for a while he actually had the nuisance of not knowing which one to choose. Huang Lei had already put down the work in his hands and looked at Ling Tian with a nervous face. Now Ling Tian was basically pushed to the tip of the wind and waves, and was forced to give a proposition, wanting to make a classic on this proposition, or to complete it in such a short period of time, not to mention Ling Tian, even if it was those music masters who had been famous for decades couldn't do it. Looking at Ling Tian holding his guitar and frowning there, Li felt her heart ache so much that she rushed to Ling Tian's side regardless and hugged him tightly from behind, saying, "Let's not do it anymore, okay? Let's quit the entertainment industry together, and never bother about these disturbances again, okay?" Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then smiled, and shook his head. "Why should we give up? People always have to have dreams, otherwise what's the difference between a salted fish and a salted fish? But I don't want you to be hacked by others. It is a mediocre person who is not envied by others, believe me and believe in your own choice. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he stood up, and after a moment of silence, his fingers gently strummed the guitar, and a beautiful melody came out, and for a moment, the entire live broadcasting room and the people on the scene all held their breaths for fear of interrupting Ling Tian's train of thought. After all, the current Ling Tian was being original. This melody was a bit long. Just as people were nervous and apprehensive, Ling Tian slowly opened his mouth. I had doubts about me, walking in the desert, never results, no matter what kind of dream, only to open the wings. The wind has become silent, accustomed to the pain of injury, counting the harvest. Fortunately for me, I have never looked back, finally realized that there really is an oasis. Every sweat life becomes thick, out of frustration, only to see the new universe. Dull and heavy voice like a magic sound into the eardrums of all the people. They can even imagine a picture. In order to today, Ling Tian how long to work hard, but in exchange for failure and despair over and over again. Now that he finally had a chance to make a name for himself, but he had just been blackballed by countless people at the very beginning, the immense pressure was even able to crush the last of his nerves. Right at this moment, the melody suddenly became high and intense, and Ling Tian's expression instantly became lofty and confident. The sea is wide and the sky is clear. After being brave, take persistence and break the locks of fate. Indifferent people, thank you for belittling me, so that I do not bow my head and live more splendidly. Boom! Exploded. Everyone only felt a burst of scalp numbness, looking at Ling Tian who stood there hissing. It was like seeing a tenacious upwardly mobile fly. At this time he was making the final conquest against those dark shackles in the world. The top of his head was the blazing sunshine, now it was only the last rampant of the darkness before the dawn. Immediately after, the melody once again became low, and Ling Tian also seems to have returned to the calm, as if murmuring to himself. The window in the early hours of the morning after losing sleep all night, watching the dawn from the clouds, raised his head. Sunset is submerged, the sunrise is mature, as long as the light must be brilliant. Ka-ching! Everyone seemed to feel that the sky instantly cracked open a gap. Strong sunlight shot down from the top of the head, illuminating the whole world. Excitement, restlessness, and even a kind of feverish nowhere to vent the feeling of dryness. The sea and the sky, after the storm. Turn your head, to the old heart take a smile, the most understanding of my people, thank you silently all the way with me, so that I have a good story can be said to look at the future step by step. The melody gradually disappeared, but everyone did not return to their senses from the shock, looking at Ling Tian who stood in the middle of the courtyard with his head lowered. Everyone, whether they liked him or hated him, at this time, they all felt a shocking force surging in their hearts, so that they could not help but have reddened eyes. It was only after a long time that pop-ups began to appear one after another in the live broadcast room. Ling Tian, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I shouldn't have listened to the rumors. You are the best singer-songwriter. After a lifetime of powder, I wish you and Lee grow old and happy. I wish you and the cause of the road farther and farther. I will be with you all the way. I cried. Really, no song has ever made me so emotional. Ling Tian, thank you. You are a classic creator. Love you, forever. I have also been desperate, and even at one time to the point of self-loathing to want to commit suicide, and now although I have slowly recovered, but still cannot help but think back to the past. Ling Tian, is your song let me rekindle the hope for the future. Thank you, powder your life. I can't imagine that Ling Tian has such a talent, but it has been buried for so long, so you can imagine what he has been through before. If it is not looking forward to life, maybe we will never be able to hear such a shocking song. Looking forward to life, thank you for unearthing such a dazzling star. Ling Tian, love you, eternity. I want to say something, but I can't stop the tears. Maybe I can only silently click Ling Tian's microblogging attention, and then silently support him behind the scenes. Black people, I'm going to explode now. Come out, pull out the knife. Black men, I feel like I can kill a cow with one punch. Who has the guts? Come out, let's continue. The fight isn't over yet. In the mushroom house, Li Xia had long since jumped behind Ling Tian and hugged him tightly, tears flowing unceasingly. Huang Lei and Shen He looked at each other, and then sighed in unison, not knowing exactly what to say. This time compared to the last time they played the game, the atmosphere was even more depressing and heavier, because those people had ripped open Ling Tian's scars in a raw way, and made him face the hurt once again. And a classic song had immersed everyone in this deep pain, unable to extricate themselves. Pang Pang, being a big boy, was also crying, and in the end, he even simply ran into the room and hid under the covers. The program's crew also had the same red eyes, looking at Ling Tian with heartache. The director opened his mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but realized that it seemed like whatever he said right now was so pale. Perhaps he looked towards He Jong. It was just that He Jong was constantly wiping his tears at this moment, and didn't have the time to pay attention to him at all. Just when everyone was immersed in the sadness created by Ling Tian, on the internet, a group of celebrities suddenly stepped forward, pushing the entire fishing vessel to the peak of the incident instantly. Chapter 62, Public Opinion Explosion. Hong Kong Island superstar Dr. Chen. Yesterday, in the middle of the night, my agent suddenly showed me a rather interesting message. The person in it was a junior that Hua admired more, so I took a look at it. Well, I also paid special attention to Aspiring Life today. I thought it would be a hasty end, but I didn't expect that Mr. Ling Tian would give me such a big surprise. As a singer, I am picky about music, but this song today, I can say without exaggeration, even after 20 years, 30 years she is still a classic, still has the power to shock the people. Not to mention, Mr. Ling Tian, in the future there is time to come to Hong Kong Island, I'll be the host.
Chinese superstar Lu Duwao. I felt that Xiaotian, well, calling Mr. Ling Tian always feels strange, so I just made the decision to call him Xiaotian. I hope he won't mind. Since the last time, I pay more attention to the yearning for life, now has let the agent and the program group side of the negotiation. I hope to be able to go over in the next period of time as a guest, to meet this once-in-a-century genius boy, and finally said, Xiaotian, cheer up, your future will be very exciting. Asian song God Zhang Shueo. First of all, thank you Huazai, if not Huazai words, I really do not know the domestics surprisingly out of such a big genius, TSK, listen to the scalp numbness. Just want to ask a question, Mr. Xiaotian, your songs when to come out of the album off? Remember to leave me a signed one, I want to collect it for life. Yang Mi, the head of the new generation of Flow Flower Girl, so like to sing, so like to listen to the song, but today I listened to cry, so heartbreaking, those who black Ling Tian, what do you know? What do you know? Nothing to say, the more said the more angry, I 1/4 OE baby, take good care of small Deo, careful he was those young girls to snatch away, huh? Just kidding. This time the stars who spoke at the lowest click position are all first-line superstars, the number is more than 15, each one in Asia has an unrivaled influence. Their microblogging speech directly let all the black powder and spray instantly mute. To know, the number of fans of these stars add up to several hundred million, their group of water army hold up a few tens of thousands of people can't, how to compare? Maybe there is also the possibility of being some radical fans to flesh out, then it's not a matter of the network, and may even trigger their own personal safety issues. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Ling Tian's fans also quickly rose within a short period of time, rather like a thick and thin feeling. In just more than 10 minutes time it broke through the 20 million mark, and launched the fiercest charge towards 30 million, the tipping point of the second-tier stars. The director's team was also keeping an eye on the fishing wheels on the internet, and after learning that Lu Duwao was coming to the program, the director almost didn't go crazy with joy. It is important to know that since Lu Duwao burst into flames in the 80s of the last century, has been read for more than 30 years, and the popularity has never decreased, his fans across the age limit, the smallest may just be children, but the big even have 50 or 60 years old people. It's just a pity that Lu Duwao has never participated in any variety shows, even Happy Camp couldn't invite him, let alone this reality show of his. But now, one of Ling Tian's songs had surprised this well-deserved first-day king of China to come and participate in their program, which was the biggest surprise and accident for the director and the program team, and even the entire program. So the director who received the news immediately decided to have the guests who were originally prepared to come over today wait in Nanchang City, and notify Lu Duwao to inquire about the recent schedule of this heavenly king. He couldn't wait for Lu Duwao to come over right away if he could. The staff member who received the order personally dialed Lu Duwao's phone, and after some conversation, the director was ecstatic, because Lu Duwao had promised to leave today and try to have lunch at the Mushroom House tomorrow. Hanging up the phone, the director immediately arranged for the next guest to come with Lu Duwao, and the other person's original unhappiness caused by the director's temporary change of schedule disappeared in an instant after receiving this news. The director's side was busy because of the temporary change of the program's guest, while the Mushroom House side had also recovered from the initial shock and sadness. Huang Lei and Shen He walked over to Ling Tian's side inside as they patted him on the shoulder, while Li Zhong even directly hugged him and said, "Little Tian, cheer up, tell your brother anything in the future, as long as your brother is able to do it, he'll never say anything." And me. Pang Pang ran out at an unknown time and exclaimed, "Although I'm young and haven't officially debuted yet, I'll definitely do my best to help Brother Tian. Well, Brother Tian is my idol, from the very beginning." Ling Tian gratefully glanced at a few people, especially Huang Lei, He Zhong and Pang Pang. Although a few people had only known each other for 10 days, they had really managed to act as if they were a family, treating each other honestly and trusting each other. Li Xiuli gently leaned against Ling Tian and said, "There's me, I'll always support you too." "I know." Ling Tian wouldn't say thank you to Li Qian, but he would keep it in his heart, gently holding Li Qian's shoulder. Ling Tian turned his head to look at the director and said, "Director, I want to eat Buddha jumping over the wall for lunch today, prepare the ingredients for me, and you can take the song for it," you said. Put. The director almost didn't spit out a mouthful of old blood, and huffed, "No. You want to go back on your word?" Ling Tian's eyes narrowed. That for a change, there are too many ingredients for the Buddha jumping wall, and the weather is bad right now, so we didn't prepare it. The director wimped out, and the entire atmosphere of the live broadcast room became joyful almost instantly, especially when everyone looked at Ling Tian not being immersed in the past, they were even more excited. "Ha, Ling Tian did a great job, but I want to eat Buddha jumping wall too. Wake up upstairs, that stuff is truly not something we can afford to eat. I hope that in the future, Ling Tian will organize a fan meeting, and then the theme will be to make a Buddha jumping over the wall for us fans. TSK, I can't do it, I'm drooling." The proposal upstairs is good, but then again, we don't seem to have a camp of our own right now. It's already been built, Ling Tian's fan support club, the number is XXXX. Ling Tian didn't care about those, coldly smiled. "No, I want Buddha jumping over the wall, it's only 10 a.m. now, there's still time, you guys can go buy it now." Ling Tian, I at least helped you just now, right? This is not the same thing. Chapter 63, Li's Departure. Despite their reluctance, after lunch, Chen He and Li Xiaoxian left the Mushroom House. This was the rule, even Ling Tian couldn't do anything to change it.
After the guests left, only the quartet was left in the mushroom house, the four of them lazily lying on the floor stand in the living room, chatting about the events that had happened during this period of time. The song Wide Open Sky had already been taken away by Li Xia. This time she was going to finish the song by arranging and synthesizing it, although it was a bit troublesome, but Ling Tian singing just now was standard enough, so it wasn't that big of a deal, at least there was no need to fix the sound. Suddenly there were two less people. It was a bit hard to get used to, as if they had lost all their vitality all of a sudden. Suddenly, Huang Lei coldly came a sentence, directly let the other three people all froze. He Zhong thought about it and said, indeed, especially the girl, although only a few days, but we seem to have become a family, she is like our daughter, and now the daughter went out to work, it is normal to be sad. I also miss my sister-in-law, how nice it is to have her here, I really don't understand why the program team wants her to leave. Pang Pang dragged his chin and echoed with a dissatisfied face. Pang. Ling Tian was in a bad mood when Pang Pang's head came up and scolded with a smile, what the hell are you talking about? No rules, your sister-in-law she also has her own work to do, can't stay here all the time, right? In fact, the reluctance is only temporary, I don't think Shoubian would want to be a person with no autonomy at all. Alas? You're wrong about that, I've told you before, she wants to find a more powerful husband in the future so she can be a full-time wife. Ha, Xiaotian, you have to work hard, otherwise I don't believe you'll be comfortable watching your girl acting in a TV drama. Lean. Ling Tian couldn't help but let out a foul mouth and looked at Yi Zhong with round eyes, he hadn't really thought about this earlier. He is not opposed to Li to do their favorite things, but in the future if intimate scenes are absolutely cannot have, what embrace kissing certainly not, at most he will allow others to pull her small hand child, the other face to face. Huang Lei froze for a moment, you still really mind off? That's just acting. As an acting school teacher, Huang Lei has this kind of idea is normal, but that's just his own idea. Ling Tian did not have the good sense to roll his eyes, said, I really mind, anyway, in the future kissing and hugging scenes absolutely cannot have, the big deal is not to shoot, or simply I turn to directing, I come to personally create a movie and television drama for her. Ling Tian was just saying that, after all, the director is not anyone can do, you do not see so many actors turn to do the director after a more than one pouncing powerful? Apart from Su Zhang and Wu Jing, very few have succeeded, and even if they did, their results were not outstanding. But what he didn't expect was that just after his words fell, the system's voice came in his head. Ding detected the host's will, congratulate the host successfully awakened the consciousness of becoming a heavenly star, according to the host's will special reward director proficiency skills. Ding detected a new task, the host must shoot a movie with a box office of not less than $1 billion in half a year's time, the task succeeds in rewarding the skill advancement card, the task fails and the director proficiency skill disappears. Ding detected the host's wish, the host's movie heroine must be Li. Listening to the voice coming from his head, Ling Tian was silent, it wasn't that this task was difficult, with the director proficiency skill he had, as long as he took out those classic movie scripts from his memory, it wasn't that hard to get $1 billion at the box office. But the key was that he didn't have any money right now, even though his fame wasn't small nowadays, if he said that he wanted to make a movie and let people invest in it, he would probably be laughed at by other people, and it was even very likely that it would cause a new round of cursing again. Huang Lei looked at Ling Tian's serious and earnest expression and frowned. Xiao Tian, this kind of thinking of yours is not right. As an actor, if she can't even let go of those, then it's best for her to hurry up and pull out of the actor's industry. Are you preparing to kill Xiao Xiao's girl's dream? Ling Tian shook his head and said with a smile, I will never kill her dream, but I also said that I won't allow her to do anything with other male stars. That's the principle, even if she is filming. Well, and I really wasn't joking just now, I'm going to test the waters for a while, and let Xiao Xiao come over and give me a supporting role. You are really ready to shoot off? He Jiong also froze. In the live broadcast room, Ling Tian's words also caused a new round of turmoil as countless viewers spoke up, quickly dividing the live broadcast room into two factions, one faction being Ling Tian's absolute supporters. I think Ling Tian is right, as a man, even if you know it's an act, you definitely can't accept your girlfriend and other male actors, I can't do it anyway. Ling Tian is a man, I am also a man, I can't accept it, so I have never just chased the stars, but never think of really in which star to have a family. On the one hand, it is impossible, on the other hand, also can't accept it. Top Ling Tian, I as a woman must say, I also can't accept my lover and other women intimate, even if it's just a playground. Ling Tian's approach is what a man should have. Perhaps I now understand why many couples in the entertainment industry will derail or even divorce. Nima every day in the TV watching their loved ones and other people in love with each other, even if you know it is not true cannot accept it, right? The other faction is the opponents. They are holding on to the fact that Ling Tian won't let Li Xiaobian film this handle to denigrate Ling Tian. Even more, Ling Tian want to film as selfish and unaware of the need to mock Ling Tian's self-centeredness. For a while, the live broadcasting room became pandemonium, and the battle raged. At this time, Li Xiaoyan, who had just arrived in Changnan City, was also watching the live broadcast, and when she heard Ling Tian's words, she almost didn't even think about it before she dialed her agent's phone, and then spoke directly without waiting for the other party to speak. Help me push the audition notices of those movies and TV dramas at the back. What do you mean? Nothing, just suddenly do not want to act. This is a breach of contract, do you know?
If the company finds out about this, you will be frozen. I know what I'm doing, and I know what I want, so I'll just pay for it and cancel my contract.
The agent on the phone was silent for a long time before sighing. Have you really decided?
$30 million in liquidated damages.
I'm ready, you can talk to the company. Chapter 64, Ling Tian's script. Mushroom House. Ling Tian didn't know about Li Jin's decision. After he received He Jiong's and Huang Lei's suspicions, he directly stood up and said, "You guys wait for me here for a while. Well, there is a possibility that the time might be a bit long, so if you really can't sit down, then please bother your two older brothers to go ahead and prepare what you're going to eat for the night." After saying that, he hurriedly ran upstairs. Huang Lei and He Jiong looked at each other in dismay, then Huang Lei got up and clapped his hands, saying, "I'll go and see what else we have to eat, and then go out to get some more." "I'll go too." He Jiong followed.
Pang Pang looked at the three who left with a dumbfounded expression, then pointed to his nose and asked with a lack of breath, "What about me?" Upstairs, Ling Tian opened his computer. Because of the program requirements, this computer was not linked to a network cable, so it could only perform simple stand-alone operations, but it was sufficient for writing a script for a movie. In fact, when he was talking to Huang Lei and the others just now, Ling Tian's mind flashed with the names of many movies, although he hadn't read the movie scripts, but perhaps because of the reason of crossing over, so his memory had become very strong, although it was impossible to memorize every single detail, but the vast majority of the images were remembered very clearly. For his first movie, Ling Tian didn't think of making much of a stir for himself. On one hand, he didn't have enough substance at the moment, plus he had risen too quickly, resulting in a weak foundation, so he needed to settle down a bit. Secondly, it was because of Li Xiao. Since he had directly rejected those movies and TV dramas on the program in Li Xiao's place, he had to prove to everyone that even after Li Xiao left those movies and TV dramas, he was still able to make a name for himself.
As for whether or not Li Xiaobian would be blocked by his agency, it wasn't that Ling Tian hadn't thought about it, but he thought that even if he was going to be banned, it wouldn't be done right away, so maybe after his first movie came out, it was possible that Li Xiaoyan's fate would change directly. Of course, even if it is really blocked as nothing, the big deal is not to make a movie. First, from the net drama, with the development of the times, the net drama of the hot degree is not in the least worse than those regular blockbusters. Nowadays in this era, with the net drama promoted to the second line star is not without. Since it is to pursue Li, then the first movie in the female lead role must be very heavy, and about the female lead of the movie there are a lot of movies, such as in the previous generation of The Fire of the Whole of Asia Chang Long Brothers, Super Police, and Hong Kong Island movie Thunderbolt, and so on. Especially Wang Jiawei's The Grandmaster, in which the female lead's role is even more colorful, but these are not in line with Li's current situation. After all, the main thing in those films is kung fu and fighting. Li is now just an ordinary girl. Even if you can do off, the action scenes are still flimsy, and if the use of stunt doubles, then it will also lose the original flavor. Ling Tian naturally couldn't do that, so there were only so many movies for him to choose from next, one of which was the former Hong Kong Island gaming movie Bird Saints 3 Touching the Diva, and another one was the mainland director Tang Da's Lost Love 33 Days. In the end, after choosing, Ling Tian decided to choose 33 Days of Lost Love as his opening movie. One is that the investment of this movie is not that big. In the previous life, only a few million. This time Ling Tian estimated that if all the newcomers are used, at most 5 million will be able to take it down. On the other hand, her box office, in the past life when this movie was released in 2011, the box office is located in the National Box Office Annual List of the 4th. The ratio of investment in box office reached a horror of 15-1, is definitely a dark horse in the dark horse, and inside the healing plot about lost love, no matter which world is universal. I believe that with the current domestic box office, to reach $1 billion is not any problem. After having made a decision, Ling Tian started to code. With his improved physique and kung fu, Ling Tian was able to type several times faster than an ordinary person, plus he had a clear plot in his head and basically didn't have to think about it, so he quickly immersed himself in the joy of coding. Time passed little by little. In the blink of an eye it was evening. Ling Tian heavily knocked on the enter, done. With the sound of the printer, a stack of scripts turned into hot paper. After setting it up from end to end, he got up and walked down. Below, Huang Lei. 3 people happened to come back from outside. Looking at the ingredients in the basket of a few people, Ling Tian smiled, put the script on the table, said, "This is the script I wrote, because there is no systematic learning, so the writing may be irregular, you guys can just take a look at it yourselves. I'm going to go first to deal with the ingredients, and then make dinner." He Jiong and Huang Lei directly stupid. Although Ling Tian writing songs is quite powerful, but the script and the song are two completely different areas. Writing a song may need a year to create a classic, but the script is likely to need several years of polishing to be able to mold. Of course, now those movies that are specifically designed to make money don't count. And Ling Tian is preparing for a hit this time, so the script must be at least mid-range, such a short time. In the end, He Jiong and Huang Lei decided to go and take a look. For one thing, it was written by Ling Tian, and for another, they also wanted to see where Ling Tian's limits actually lay. As the two of them picked up the script, the viewers in the live broadcast room all held their breath and watched them both nervously. One of them was the country's premier top host and had worked as a director himself, and the other was a teacher at a film school, so their ability to appreciate scripts was unquestionable. It's a bit interesting, huh? The two had only just finished reading the first page when Hee Jung's eyes lit up and he couldn't help but open his mouth and say, if it can be picked up later on, this is definitely a good script. It won't become a classic, but it's enough to set a momentary trend. Huang Lei also gave an affirmative gaze, but the main thing is still the acting skills of the actors. The persona in this are very special, some are high up, and some are grounded. This is a great test for the actors. If Shatian wants to shoot, looking for actors is a big problem. It's fine, don't you have a bunch of students there? Except for this boss, all the others are young people, just let the students act, just these two old people in here. Find someone to guest star, I'll contact them. Huang Lei was ready to make a phone call when he finished speaking, but when he touched his empty pockets he realized that he was now recording a program, and burst into a bitter laugh. And the reaction of the two of them made the audience in the live broadcast room completely freeze up. Chapter 65, The Capricious Li. What's going on? This script of Ling Tian seems to be pretty good? There's basically nothing wrong with it. Mr. He and Mr. Huang's abilities are unquestionable, and since they can confirm it, it must be good, and suddenly there's some anticipation for Ling Tian's movie. Top Ling Tian, when the time comes, I will bring my own sisterhood to Wildly Brush, at least 10 times. Upstairs, you've had enough. Even if you're crazy about Ling Tian, he's someone else's now, right? Get out. Huang Lei and Hee Jung had been dazzled by Ling Tian's script, especially the dialogues that were destined to become internet buzzwords, which made the two of them wish they could make the movie right away. So much so that by the end of the night the two of them were still discussing who exactly should be hired to play the old couple as well as the boss. Listening to the two of them discussing non-stop, Ling Tian interrupted them with tears and laughter, saying, I'm going to let Mr. Huang play the role of the big old king, and as for the golden couple, we'll see when it's time to look for some old actors, but the budget is not quite enough on my side, so the price can't be high. You're not kidding? Huang Lei was just about to retort but suddenly changed his face. There was no way, he was too fond of the role of the big old king, it was simply tailor-made for him. Ling Tian smiled and nodded his head. Huang Lei came down with vigor this time, patting his heart and assuring him, in that case, let's see how your brother will play it. Well, let's solve the problem of the crew first, I'll get this one. Then I will mix a producer as how. Hee Jung couldn't help but interject, Nima can't get a role, the producer can always write? Ling Tian is naturally no problem. Then he glanced at Peng Peng. Peng Peng is an actor, although only acted in 2 online dramas, but the acting skills can still be used. The difference is that the shooting needs to be properly coached, so Ling Tian thought for a while, and then directly inside the second generation of the rich way still the role to him. Hearing Ling Tian's arrangement, Peng Peng almost didn't jump up in excitement. Just as their side of the discussion was in full swing, a message suddenly appeared on the internet, and this message directly pushed Li Qian into the limelight. In view of the fact that Li Xiaoyan has violated the spirit of the contract by suddenly cancelling most of the company's announcements, all of Li Xiaoyan's activities will no longer be related to the company, and the company will uphold the principle of fairness and justice and prosecute Li Xiaoyan accordingly, and all of Li Xiaoyan's works will be taken off the shelves as an example to others. The message was long and densely written with thousands of words, but it was summarized in one sentence: Li Xiaoyan had been blocked by her employer. Just as the netizens were shocked, Li's Weibo suddenly posted a status. From now on, I also need to work hard for my family Ling Tian. I will be a good girlfriend and wife who will wholeheartedly consider you. The contract has been resolved. In the future you will be the master of my life. This sentence is obviously in support of what Ling Tian said in the program, full of dog food sense of vision so that all single dogs suffered tens of millions of storm damage. However, more people were in admiration of Li's attitude. After all, not only the entertainment industry, look at the whole society, dare to give up their own everything just to support the husband of the woman is also fewer than pitiful, almost extinct. Naturally, the remarks of Li Xia and her old boss Xinda Film Company were pushed to the top 10 of the hot search in a very short time, and continued to go up at a very fast speed. This news also reached Ling Tian's ears after the live broadcast on the Mushroom House side was shut down. In the living room, Ling Tian sat cross-legged on the floor, looking at the microblog published by Li on his cell phone. A faint sweet smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were filled with tenderness. TSK, after her future you do the main, the girl this is completely her own to you to arrange small day, there is no feeling peculiar pressure? Hee Jung looked at Ling Tian with amusement and asked. Huang Lei nodded. Now Xinda Film and Television will certainly not let the girl continue to show her face on the screen, although the influence of Xinda Film and Television is not too big, but also cannot be underestimated, so your future road will be very difficult. It's okay, there are only a few ways that Xinda can block, but there is one way that they absolutely can't block, and I believe that there will definitely be people who will stand up and fight with Xinda, and the next step is to see what we can make the movie look like. Ling Tian snorted in response, Xinda? If it was the wrong Xinda of his previous life, he would have been worried for a few moments, but what kind of thing is the Xinda of this world? After responding, he then spoke on Weibo. Silly girly, our future together, my future is also made by you. This comment was also quickly discovered and screenshotted by netizens, and put together with Li's tweets, and after that. I'm ready to go to sleep and eat a mouthful of dog food, I really want to chop my hand off, let you. I'm so envious of Li Xiaoyan, I can find such a good man, no, and then I want to be unable to resist and Li Xiaoyan competition how to do? I'm even more envious of Ling Tian, Li Xiaoxian, what a good goddess, now almost become a love idiot. Look at what she did, at the drop of a hat on the termination of the contract, simply drunk, but I have to say, well done. Kudos to both Li and Ling Tian, that's right, even if the woman is acting and other men are also tired enough, but also to show affection, groove, anyway, I cannot stand it, the entertainment industry should be like this. Silently watched, silently eat full of dog food, and then silently to find some self-satisfaction. I now want to know, when can I retire my unicorn arm? This wave of fishing wheels made Lia's microblog followers skyrocketed to more than 20 million, finally no longer the bottom of the third tier, and already have the criteria to impact towards the second tier. And Ling Tian's microblog followers also broke through the 25 million mark, the threshold of a second tier star was already within reach, perhaps it could be accomplished with just one more sprint from him. Compared to these, Ling Tian's biggest gain was that the downloads of his 5 songs on Penguin Music had directly exploded, with the initial downloads of Groundless and Father directly exceeding 5 million, The Most Romantic Thing and Jiangnan also having close to 4 million downloads, and even the just uploaded Wide Open Skies had also exceeded the 2 million mark, and was heading towards the 3 million mark. Chapter 66, Funds Arriving Early. Main article. Lily's contract is lifted. From the inside, Ling Tian's relieved, at least in the future do not have to think of their girlfriend to shoot other people's movies and TV dramas, and other men cuddling, and even kissing. In addition, he took out the script got Huang Lei and He Jung's affirmation, which makes him sure that the previous life of those hot movie and television drama to get now is also possible, which is even more so that he is in a very good mood. A few people early negotiation is completed and went to bed. Looking at a few people back to the room, the director suddenly had a kind of beeping dog feeling. It seems that from the first 2 days of rain, his program has begun to become a little impure. What a mess of things have come out. He is very skeptical of how to go on. His program there is no need to exist. At the same time, in Changnan City, after settling the contract, Li simply gave up the intention of returning to Magic City and stayed in Changnan City. Well, from the moment she resolved her contract, she no longer had an agent and was now truly alone. In the hotel, Lily holding the phone, looking at the microblogging above, Ling Tian sent out a giggle, and then from the bag out of a photo album, above all these days she photographed out, which recorded her and Ling Tian from the encounter after the little by little, looking at the album that's sunny, with a little bit of a little bad, but stable, unlike the handsome boy, she cannot help but giggle. In the end, she simply kissed hard on the photo album and said, "Wait for me, I want to give you the biggest surprise." What Lee didn't know was that in a guest room not far from her, there was also a woman watching the events on Weibo in a daze. Suddenly, she couldn't help but smile and whispered, "This girl is really capricious, but can find a man who really loves her really good, bless you girl." If people see it will definitely be surprised, because this woman is not someone else, it is one of the popular Flow Flower girl Xin Jian Damei girl Leah. I don't know if it's fate, the two can actually live in a hotel at the same time, if they know it is estimated that they will be happy for a long time, after all, it is one of the few girlfriends in the circle. At the same time, Changnan City Airport, a slightly lonely figure wearing a pair of sunglasses, wearing a black sportswear, pulling a suitcase slowly walked out from the airport. Afterward, he raised his hand and glanced at the time, it was just 10:30 in the evening. This person was Lu Dewao, who had come over from Hong Kong Island, a superstar of this world, with more than 80 million microblogging followers, and was known as the evergreen tree in the Chinese entertainment industry. He came over to participate in the yearning life this time, completely on a whim, so he didn't even bring his assistant. Even the work schedule on the agent's side was also pushed back by his capriciousness for a few days, but after arriving in Changnan City, he suddenly realized that he didn't know when he started to get accustomed to the feeling of having a person by his side. Now that he was coldly alone, or came to such a not-so-familiar city in the middle of the night, there was really an inexplicable feeling of loneliness. Well, but he quickly thought of his wife and daughter at home, and all the loneliness suddenly disappeared, then took out his cell phone and dialed a phone number. In the hotel, Tong Leah was lost in thought. Suddenly the cell phone rang, picked up a look on the face, suddenly bloomed a touch of joyful smile. Connected, brother Hua, you to Changnan? That's right, in determining to let Tong Leah and Lu Dua, two people at the same time to go to the mushroom house, will be informed in advance of the two of them. They also worked together before a movie, naturally have each other's contact information, so it was agreed. Just let Tong Leah did not expect is, Lu Dewao actually comes so fast, after all, is a heavenly king level of existence, travel must be troublesome. In her prediction, Lu Dewao can come over tomorrow morning is good. Lu Dewao smiled bashfully, yes, arrived, where are you now? I will go over to find you. I am in XX hotel, why don't I go over to pick you up, it's not convenient for you to take a cab so late. No need, I will be there soon. Lu Dua hung up the phone after saying that, reached out to stop a taxi and rushed to the hotel. No one knew about what happened during the night except for a few parties involved, and Ling Tian was naturally not clear about it either. When the sunlight sprinkled down on the earth once again, Ling Tian suddenly opened his eyes before shaking his head to clear his head a bit before he walked over to the window to take a look. The cloudy days had already passed and everything seemed to be back to the old days. Looking at the lush and vibrant colors in his sight, Ling Tian inhaled intoxicatedly and said, "Everything starts again, come on." After saying that, he ran to the bathroom, and after washing up, he went out to start preparing for today's workout. But just as he was going out the door, the cameraman who had already returned suddenly called out to him, then handed him his cell phone and said, "Xiao Tian, congratulations, you're rich." Ling Tian froze for a moment, then took the phone and unlocked it before realizing that there were several short messages in it, each of which was a transfer message. After reading it, it dawned on him that it was Penguin Music side that had called the income from his song in advance. Because he was a newcomer, each song's download cost 80 cents. Well, it had started to rise now, and it was expected to be repriced to $1 in another week. According to the 30-70 split, he would get 56 cents for each download, and the downloads of the 5 songs had already surpassed the 20 million mark, so this time alone, Penguin Music had directly called him over $12 million. Seeing so much money, Ling Tian's mood is false to say that he is not excited. After all, it is the first time to have such a large amount of wealth, although this money in the Magic City in Tianjin cannot even buy a set of better houses, but that unprecedented sense of achievement makes him a little hot-faced. Most of all, the money needed for the movie was enough. If he wasn't still recording the program, he couldn't help but want to shout to the sky. Only after a long time did he hand the phone back to the cameraman and said with a smile, "Thanks, I'll treat you all to a big meal at Hui Xian Lu after this program ends. Don't back out, I've written it all down for you." The cameraman laughed and put away his cell phone, then nodded towards Ling Tian and turned on the camera. Perhaps because of the arrival of the funds, Ling Tian was in a good mood. His training was 1/3 greater than before, but it was still difficult to suppress the restlessness in his entire body, and afterward, even when he returned to the kitchen to make breakfast, he was still humming a little tune in his mouth. Chapter 67 Sudden Surprise. Hello? What did I see? Ling Tian's mood seems to be very good? Could it be that something unspeakable happened after the live broadcast closed yesterday? Bitch's smile. Upstairs is really nasty. Ling Tian should be happy because of Li Xiaobian's attitude, right? I don't care about that. Well, after all, I'm a single dog of only 28 years. What I care about is that it's finally clearing up, so I don't have to put up with the stifling boredom that comes with that kind of gloomy weather anymore. On the top floor, the aspiring life can finally be normalized a bit. That said, the new guests should come soon, right? I'm looking forward to seeing who the guests will be this time. Same expectation. Ling Tian and a few others from the Mushroom House were also equally looking forward to the new guests. After all, they all knew nothing about the new guests. Even He Jiong and Huang Lei, the two investors, didn't know who the guests were this season. But Peng Peng's excitement was very high. As a young actor who had just started out, he didn't think that he could act in a movie, although Ling Tian had never made a movie before. But since they had met, Ling Tian's omnipotence had already made Peng Peng develop a kind of blind admiration for Ling Tian. Coupled with He Jiong's and Huang Lei's affirmation, he was naturally very much looking forward to the movie being made, and then he would be able to tell others that he was the one who had made the movie. That's right, no matter in his previous life or in this world, movies are the most elevated existence in the entertainment industry. Countless stars struggling in the small screen have wanted to be among the big screen. In order to fight for a higher status, just to complete this transformation is very few. Breakfast was no different from before: a small fried bamboo shoots, a boiled cabbage, plus a pot of vegetable porridge, and a few pancakes. Several people sat around the dining table, slowly savoring the deliciousness of breakfast and experiencing the rare clear sky. Hey! What do you guys say, is there 1 or 2 guests coming over this time? He Jiong suddenly opened his mouth and asked. Huang Lei thought for a while and said, according to the director's nature, it's estimated that there will be at least 2, only then can we increase our workload, but then again, the phone should be ringing soon now, right? We'll have a rough guess by then. Also, He Jiong thought about it and nodded his head in response, but then he realized that Peng Peng was actually giggling and gawking. The bowl of kanji and the bowl of the most edible guy in the program still had a large portion in it now, and basically didn't move. He Jiong, who was in tears and laughter, slapped Peng Peng on the head and laughed. Hurry up and eat, you still have to work later, you still think it's a rainy day, you don't have to do anything Oh, Peng Peng heatedly giggled and started eating with his bowl. Ling Tian lightly laughed and shook his head. Right at this moment, the door of the Mushroom House was suddenly pushed open, and then a small head was revealed, followed by a surprised voice. Yeah, you guys are eating? It just so happens that I haven't eaten either, leave some for me. Said the other party rushed over, picked up a pancake and sent it to his mouth, at the same time picked up Ling Tian's kanji and took a sip, then burped and said vaguely, so delicious. The sudden appearance of the person directly let everyone confused, He Jiong and Huang Lei too dumbfounded. Peng Peng's mouth open can even be stuffed into an egg, even Ling Tian's movements have stopped, not to mention the other people. The live broadcast room. I don't know, am I blind? Why would I see Li Xiaoyan? Isn't she gone? Upstairs, you didn't see it wrong, I just want to know why Li came back again? Can someone give me an explanation? I'm going crazy. This dog food never ends, does it? Oh. Li Jian is back, huh, so good, I can watch the couple again, kudos to Li Jian. Inside the pavilion, Ling Tian managed to stabilize himself and said, why are you back again?
Lee glared unhappily at Ling Tian, then sat directly beside him, picked up chopsticks and ate a mouthful of food before saying, I cancelled my contract, now I'm a free agent, and I'm also blocked by Shinda, so I don't have a job, and this is also my home now, isn't it? I can go home and rest, can't I? T. Jeong was choked and sprayed by Lee words, coughed several times before saying, yes, this is also your home now, there is nothing wrong to come back, cough cough, I will slow down for a while. The audience in the live broadcast room was also shocked by Lee's answer, but then a strong hot response erupted. No one is convinced, just serve Lee. This wave of explanation is not a problem, our two people, Ling Tian's home is naturally Lee's home, people go home who can stop. Be careful to sue you. Ahem, to Lee Neal, just want a suddenly good happy how to break? Ling Tian cried and laughed as he pinched the tip of Li Jian's nose, then went to serve another bowl of rice, handing it to Li Jian, saying, naturally there's no problem with you going home, no one can say anything. After saying this, he looked at Yi Jeong again, a tangle flashed across his face, Xiao Jian coming here won't affect the recording of the program, right? After all, she was the original guest of honor, and now she's suddenly returned. Yi Jeong waved his hand, it's fine, absolutely fine, you don't know how hot you two are right now, the girl coming back will only make the program's viewers more numerous, and the ratings will be higher in the future, so we naturally welcome it with both hands. While saying this, Yi Jeong also glanced at the director thought for a moment, then nodded and turned around and walked into a cubicle to make a phone call, after all, there was no way he could make a decision on such a big matter. Although Yi Jeong and Huang Lei are both investors, but the big head is still Mango Satellite TV, he must report this matter to Mango Satellite TV, and then seek the consent of the above. Of course, in the director's opinion, there is no reason for the top to refuse, just look at the audience's reaction to the live broadcast. Leah's arrival gave a huge surprise to the Mushroom House, making the slight sadness caused by yesterday's partying completely dissipate, and laughter once again occupied the entire Mushroom House. After having breakfast, Li Xia, the hostess, simply returned to her room to clean up the place where she was staying. Well, it was actually Ling Tian's room, after all, the two of them had already had the experience of sharing a bed in the hotel, so it was naturally impossible for them to pay attention to other people's gazes anymore. On the other hand, Ling Tian and the others began to make preparations for the ingredients for noon, and were now waiting for the guest of honor to call. At 8:30 a.m., the phone of the Mushroom House that had been silent for several days finally rang. Yi Jeong immediately ran in and picked up the phone and said, hello, this is the Mushroom House, may I ask if you're the guest who's coming over today? Chapter 68, The Bitter Mushroom Family. Hello, this is Mushroom House, may I ask if you are the guest who is coming over today? Yi Jeong plopped down next to the phone and asked softly. That's right, we are the guests who are coming over today, now we are going to order. A beautiful and melodious woman's voice came from the phone. As the entertainment industry's recognized king of connections, Yi Jeong's insight was definitely an invincible existence. Although the other party had deliberately changed some of their voices, he still captured the characteristics in the voice at the first time, nodded his head in understanding, and winked at the camera. Cough cough, of course, may I ask what you want to eat? Said here. Yi Jeong, suddenly stunned, said, wait, you said you guys? How many of you? 2, can we order now? Order. Yi Jeong opened his mouth somewhat disheveled, while secretly wiping his sweat, feeling a pang of worry for his next fate. Okay, we'll have the xin jiang pulled pork, and the pot helmet, and a steamed venison, steamed chicken with fragrant bamboo shoots, and. Pa! Yi Jeong directly hung up the phone, and stood up with an angry face, huffing and puffing at the camera. Look what kind of people are there? They think it's easy for us to make a dish? And? No more. Put. Mr. He, you really enough, you so careful to be hit by the guests. This is the first time Mr. Ho has been beaten up in front of a guest, isn't it? After all, basically all the guests will give Mr. He face, ahem, but just want to say to the guests, well done. Mr. He did a good job, so dislike, but also accustomed to them still. Is it really okay for you guys to be so skinny? Aren't you afraid that Mr. He will put you in the cold palace? Let me laugh for a while. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang once again, and at that exact moment, Ling Tian walked in from outside and looked at Yi Jeong suspiciously, saying, did you not answer it just now? No. Yi Jeong was still a bit angry. Ling Tian snorted out a laugh, knowing that Yi Jeong was defeated in front of the guest of honor, so he no longer paid attention to it and walked right up to the phone and picked it up, saying, hello, Mushroom House. Are you Ling Tian? There was still that melodious female voice on the phone. Ling Tian gave a hum and said, what do you want to eat? We need to prepare it in advance now. Ling Tian had a black line on his head. At this point he finally realized why Yi Jeong was so angry. Nemo was preparing to kill them all in the Mushroom House. Is there any conscience left? But in the end, he still gritted his teeth and said, yes. Good day, then we will arrive around noon. Can we eat these dishes at noon? No, we can't, we'll have 2 at noon and the rest at night, that's it, we have to go prepare the ingredients, see you later. Snap. After Ling Tian finished speaking, without waiting for the other party to respond, he directly hung up the phone, then coldly said, won't their conscience hurt if they do this? What's wrong? What's going on? Huang Lei and Pang Pang hurriedly ran in from outside when they heard the sound and asked, and Li Xia also came down from upstairs. At this time she had already changed into a set of more homey casual clothes and looked at Ling Tian with a puzzled face. Ling Tian huffed and puffed and talked about the phone call just now, which instantly caused the anger of the entire mushroom house. It was too much, even more so than that asshole Chen He. However, the purpose of the mushroom house was to satisfy the needs of the guests, so even if they were no longer happy, they had to go and prepare. After venting for a minute, only then did the few people walk out of the room in unison, ready to go and ask the director how much work they needed to do to get these ingredients in exchange. However, on the way out, Ling Tian suddenly stopped Li Qian, who wanted to go out with them, and shook his head at her, saying, "You can rest at home, just let us do the work." Li Xiaoyan froze, just wanted to speak. Huang Lei said, "Alright, you two stay here. Xiaotian, you will prepare the things you are going to do at noon and start doing them. It's almost 10 o'clock now, the guests are likely to arrive soon. As for the farm work, it's better to leave it to the three of us to do it." Ling Tian slightly frowned. "Forget it, it's better for you to prepare it. I'll do it. Leave these front work to you. I'll do the cooking, and I'm originally from a farmer's background. I have experience in farming. Hurry up a little bit, lest we drag today's task to tomorrow." "Mr. Huang, let Xiaotian go." Li Xiaoyan also helped out. He Zhong and Peng Peng also started to persuade Huang Lei. After all, Huang Lei is the oldest here, 3 years older than He Zhong, and it was Huang Lei who cooked in the first season. Although the flavor is not as good as Ling Tian's, doing some of the preparations in front of him is perfectly fine. Huang Lei answered after a few moments of entanglement, and then He Zhong set off with Ling Tian and Peng Peng in an exuberant manner. A minute later, He Zhong's growling voice came from the courtyard. "What? Say that again?" At this moment, He Zhong was holding slippers in his hand, glaring at the director in front with a face full of anger, with a rhythm of tearing apart at the drop of a hat. The director froze for a moment, hastily dodged a little distance, said, "You just asked for pork, chicken, cloves and flour, so you have to finish planting all the vegetables in front of the plot today. This is the principle." He Zhong grabbed his slippers and threw them out. Just as he was about to throw the second one, Ling Tian grabbed him and shook his head at him, saying, "Alright, let's go over there. It's just half an acre of land, 2 hours is enough." "It's just half an acre, 2 hours is enough." He Zhong looked at Ling Tian with some surprise. For those of them who hadn't done farming before, if they wanted to plant all the seeds in half an acre of land, they wouldn't necessarily be able to do it in a day. But for an old farmer, if he couldn't plant a few acres a day, then it would be better to simply drink the northwest wind. Seeing Ling Tian nodding, He Zhong was relieved, but still viciously said to the director, "I remember you, humph." In the live broadcast room, watching the atmosphere of the mushroom house once again return to its initial state, all the viewers were pumped up, each one of them happy. "Ha, it's been a few days since we've been this joyful, it's so good, the life of the yearning is finally back on track." A nod of approval first. "The reason why I came to see the life to the future is to see Mr. He and Mr. Huang eat the defeat. Well, now it seems to be good." "The upstairs, you guys are so skinny, really? I don't think I've ever seen a shrimp like you." "Ha, I feel sorry for Mr. He, Ling Tian and Peng Peng, ahem, but there's no way to stop the excitement. How to break it? I'm waiting online, I'm in a hurry." Chapter 69, The Biggest Guest Ever. "Peng Peng, you go and dig 2 bamboo shoots. Our bamboo shoots ran out yesterday. I'll just go with Mr. He in this field." On the way, Ling Tian suddenly called out to Peng Peng, who was carrying a hoe. Peng Peng froze, and then nodded without even thinking. "Okay, leave it to me, I'm an experienced person." Every time I hear this sentence from Peng Peng I can't help but laugh. What about it? It's too cute. Upstairs rotting man? But I suggest that the director can give Pumba a chance to do a footage of his growing up experience in the post. It must be beautiful to think about. Boing boing, Peng Peng is too tolerable. I want to hold her in my arms and ravage her hard. How to break it? Upstairs get lost. Peng Peng belongs to my old man. Show your guns. Looking at Peng Peng's expression of full of energy, Ling Tian and He Zhong looked at each other and laughed out at the same time. Planting this kind of thing is nothing to Ling Tian. After arriving at the field he started to make arrangements. "Teacher He, later on I'll organize the Longzi first, then you can see that there's a small ditch over there, level out those high places, and draw as much water as you can over here, or else we'll have to pick up the water later on." "No problem, watch me." Sending He Zhong away, Ling Tian took a deep breath, then opened his hands and stretched, saying, "Okay, let's get to work." As soon as the words landed, he grabbed the shovel and walked inside the field. At the same time, on the road roughly 20 kilometers from the mushroom house, the two of them, Ton Lia and Lu Dua, were sitting in a commercial car and joking. "I feel like Mr. He must hate me to death." Ton Lia held back her laughter, her eyes glittering with a different kind of luster, as if she was thinking of He Zhong's expression when he answered the phone just now. "This is nothing, right? Isn't their task to fulfill the guests' needs? We just ordered a very few dishes." Lu Dua asked with some doubt. Although he had watched 2 installments of Xiang Xiang, he had watched it just in time for the rain, and he hadn't had time to watch the previous ones because of work, so he thought that what He Zhong and the others needed to do was merely cooking. Tong Lia blinked and instantly understood what Lu Dua meant, and quickly shook her head and laughed. "Brother Hua doesn't know. If they want to cook they have to go to the director's office to get the ingredients first, but the director's office has to get the ingredients through labor, so I guess they're planting the land right now. He.
There's still this saying? Lu Dewao was a bit confused, but then he felt quite interesting. He also farmed when he was a kid, but it was a very small field. After all, there are only so many places on Hong Kong Island, it's impossible to give them a large piece of land to cultivate. However, when it comes to farming, he really had an urge to try it out, and immediately said to the driver in front of him, "Master, can you drive a little faster? I think we should go over and help Mr. He and the others." Such warm-hearted words let Tong Lia instantly blush, looking at Lu Dewao's eyes full of admiration and admiration. Of course, only these. After all, the two are not the kind of people who have no principles, and both have become a family. The driver first froze for a moment, before nodding his head and starting to accelerate, but God knows how excited he was at this moment. On the other hand, inside the mushroom house, Huang Lei sorted out the ingredients left over from yesterday. There wasn't much actually, just some cabbage and a few pieces of mutton, and 2 pieces of dried fish, which definitely couldn't be used to make braised fish, but it was good to be a side dish, so they would have to go catch fish later on. Sorting things into categories, Huang Lei looked up at the sun and the sky, wiped his sweat and said, "The guests this time definitely can't let them be too comfortable, this is simply bullying." After saying that, he picked up a towel and wiped his hands, turned his head to the room being cleanly shouted, "Girl, I'm going to go and see Xiaotian them. Later if the guests come, you do not be polite to them, just let them go directly to work in the field on the line." "Okay, Mr. Huang, I know." Li Xiaowei revealed her head and smiled back. But her outfit at this moment directly made everyone spray. "Poo cough cough, my drink, cough cough, it's hard to kill me, Bayo, next time can you not change yourself so suddenly? I seem to see a village girl? Nima, this village girl's face value is a bit too heavenly, isn't it? What the hell? Wow, Bao Bao's so tolerable, it's cheap for that bad guy Ling Tian. Cough cough, I really didn't expect that there's such a side of Huan Bao, it's me who lost, I kneel for you." Huang Lei is no exception, unblinking look at Lili, only to see that at this time Lili is wearing a pair of loose hemp silk pants, the upper body is a white t-shirt Ling Tian, tied with a grey apron, head of hair is a white towel casually wrapped up, coupled with the mop held in her hand, which Nima go out to play the countryside little daughter-in-law do not need to dress up. It took Huang Lei a long time to stretch out a thumb toward Li, said, "You enter the role of the speed really fast." This began to take the peasant daughter-in-law self-proclaimed. The realization is not bad. Li Xia spat out her cute tongue, then grunted before continuing to turn around and go over to clean up. Huang Lei sighed as he took out a hoe from the tool room and said, "This damn weather is really something too, Director A?" Huang Lei words did not finish. "We'll see the yard door side of the movement." Then he saw a delicate face out, when he saw clearly after the person, suddenly angry, pointing to the other side said, "Good Juiea, can ah? Whole people are whole to our head, is not think wings hard?" Tong Lia grunted twice, then ignored Huang Lei's rant, but opened the door, sideways, single on the belly, bowed and said, "Please brother." Huang Lei froze, followed by his whole body is not good, his whole body trembling, pointing at the sudden appearance of Lu Duwao, said, "Old Lu? How is it possible? I must have blurred my eyes." Lu Duwao's temper is recognized in the entertainment industry, and Huang Lei and his relationship is even more irreconcilable, even better than the relationship between He Zhong and Lu Duwao. It is precisely because of this, Huang Lei will be so shocked, because he is too well aware of Lu Duwao's temperament, not to mention the reality TV show. Even variety shows Lu Duwao is absolutely excluded. But there is no doubt that Lu Duwao now appears here, absolutely is the entire Chinese entertainment circle variety show the biggest star, there is no one. But compared to Huang Lei, the most shocked were the viewers in the live broadcast room. The moment they saw Lu Duwao, they almost didn't explode the live broadcast room directly. Chapter 70, Nuan Nuan's Idol. "Ah, I must have blurred my eyes, how could my Hua participate in a variety show? God split a thunder down to wake me up." The boiling atmosphere directly made the atmosphere in the live broadcast room reach an unprecedented peak, and the keyword Lu Duwao participates in the yearning life was directly rushed to the first of the hot search list by the audience in the shortest possible time. For a while, the number of audience in the live broadcast room began to grow explosively. As I said earlier, Lu Duwao has been read for 30 years, his fans from children in their teens to 70 to 80-year-olds, only many people do not play microblogging, or perhaps he is the first Chinese emperor superstar, but his influence but no one dares to deny. After getting the news, the audience in the live broadcast room in just 5 minutes less than time from the original 35 million in one fell swoop broke the 50 million mark, and quickly towards the 60 million threshold of rapid impact. Seeing this data, the director went crazy with joy. Mushroom House. Lili was cleaning. Huang Lei's sudden exclamation startled her. When she came out and saw Lu Duwao, she first froze for a moment, then rubbed her eyes, then froze again, and finally let out a frantic yell, directly dropping the mop and rushing out, directly pouncing on Lu Duwao's arms, excitedly shouting, "Idol, why are you here? Ah, so cheerful. No, I have to tell Xiaotian. You wait I will go to call Xiaotian to come." Cough cough. Lu Duwao looked at Li somewhat awkwardly, then crying and laughing, he opened his mouth and called out to her, "Don't, I heard that you guys still have to exchange the ingredients needed for the dishes we ordered through labor, so they should be doing farm work right now, right? If that's the case then let's put our bags down for a while and then go together." Li Xiaoyan was confused. Huang Lei, on the other hand, had his eyes light up and hurriedly took Lu Duwao's suitcase, saying, "Okay, no problem, I'll go and arrange it for you guys right now." 10 minutes later, on the way to the farmland.
Li Xiaoxia looked at Lu Duwao, who was walking in front side by side with Huang Lei. She couldn't figure out what was Lu Duwao trying to do here.
Is his idol going to go down to the fields to work as a farmer? Agu, surely impossible, overthinking.
Just when she was thinking nonsense, Tong Lia suddenly patted her shoulder and then violently swept her into the arms, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, fierce and furious, staring at her, said, "Good you a dead girl, you do enough ah?"
Not saying a word to find a boyfriend, not to mention, but also the brokerage contract to directly, in addition to the same 9 years of compulsory education. How do you so show it?
Li Light, humming, full of happiness, despised Tong Lia a glance. I am 9 years of compulsory education, you are not. Oh, you still have to pay money at that time, right?
Humph. Are you saying I'm old? Are you not old? 35 years old, big sister? Ha!
After saying that, Li Xiao ran out. Angry, Tong Lia stomped her feet beside her.
Pff, zap the hard old iron, Li, how can you be so straight?
Heartache, yeah, but suddenly feel that time passes so fast. Ah, blink of an eye, yeah, are mom level characters.
This is already very late, okay? Here we have a year older than Yaya, now people are when the grandmother, simply destroy the 3 views have wood? Yaya do not cry a hairline ah, as if her man cheated a while ago? In the end is really false ah?
Upstairs, you're so skinny your mom made it?
Suggest the super tube will be that guy kicked out, too spoiled. The field.
Ling Tian has already done more than half, the rest will be almost done in half an hour at most. On the other side of the Hejian will also draw the water inside the aqueduct. This is still the reason why it has been raining for the past 2 days, resulting in the rise of the water level. Otherwise, if you want to draw the water, even if it is Ling Tian, it will take a whole day to do it. After having the water, the rest was easy to get. Ling Tian went back to the very beginning and said, "Mr. Hejian, come on, I'll teach you how to plant vegetables quickly." Hejian gave a took the vegetable seeds and walked to Ling Tian, only to see Ling Tian directly pick up the wooden pole of the shovel, aimed at the middle of the field, said, "I have just straightened, so the land of these fields is very soft. Later you take a stick, like me, in the middle of the ditch, and then according to the distance of the vegetable seeds will be scattered, and then finally bury the seeds with your feet can be done." Hejian froze, "Is this okay? I see others are digging a pit, then planting seeds, burying the soil and watering. It's okay, our side are so planted, from ancient times have not seen that year's vegetable not less, listen to my right." Ling Tian smiled and responded, then began to continue organizing the land.
Hejian blinked, suddenly thought of something and nodded, "What am I thinking of?" Xiao Tian is a professional agriculture background, what he said must be right. The cameraman in the back had a black line on his head and couldn't help but spit out in a low voice, "Mr. He, are you sure you're not doing this to be lazy?" "What did you say?" Hejian's ears twitched and he jerked his head around to ask. "I didn't say anything, really." The method Ling Tian said is a way commonly used by old farmers, easy, fast, and better than the kind of pit-by-pit planting grows better. This is the voice of experience. Just let a person did not expect is, perhaps so do really easy, planted too long after the Hejian surprisingly there to play, and even humming a little song. Fortunately now the audience's line of sight are basically in the body of Lu Dua, otherwise he definitely lets a whole lot of spit. I don't know if Huang Lei was deliberately slowing down. When they arrived at the field, Hejian and Ling Tian were almost done. Looking at the results of the two, Huang Lei obviously froze for a moment, and then said, "You guys are so fast? You're not stealing chickens, are you?" Hejian laughed and cursed, but when he turned around and saw Lu Duao, the latter words were directly choked back. A face of surprise opened his mouth and said, "Huazia? Why are you here? This is too much of a surprise, right?" Ling Tian also looked up sharply. His idol is only a few, and Lu Duao is definitely one of the top ranked, so after seeing Lu Duao, his whole body froze. Chapter 71, Grounded Superstar. Field. Lu Duao saw Hejian, an old friend who was also in a good mood, so he responded with a smile, "I'm here to apologize to you guys. I really don't know that your show guests report dishes, but they need you to do farm work in exchange for ingredients. No, I'm here to apologize." At the same time, Lu Dua took off his shoes, pulled up his pants, and walked barefoot into the field, picked up a branch, and said, "It's planting vegetables, right? This I will, as a child planted for many years, but now may be a little rusty." Hejian and others all froze, a confused look at the skillful in the field above the ditch. Lu Duao, feel a little messy brain. The audience in the live broadcast room was also completely captured by Lu Duao's grounded behavior. "I'm really worthy of being the nation's first idol. This behavior is definitely not comparable to those fresh meat. I love him to death. Oops, my husband, I was wrong." Poof for the upstairs of the silence, but Hua is really very good. I have been like him for 30 years, but today I have to once again praise, good job, this is the real superstar. Oops, people are lowly, favorite fresh meat, but now suddenly feel like Hua good warm how to do? I'm not hopeless, am I? Upstairs stingy man, don't pretend, I have seen you a dozen times, this time I must beat you. Compared to other people's shock, Ling Tian, although a little confused, but soon reacted, after all, is his biggest idol. He naturally know Lu Duao is right. When Lu Duao's family conditions are very poor, a family of vegetables are basically relying on the back of the house that less than 200 square feet of small vegetable garden, and Lu Duao is the main laborers to take care of the vegetable garden. Moreover, Ling Tian knew that no matter what Lu Dewao did, he liked to do it himself, especially in the area of charity, so if he really had to say it, Lu Dewao had done more farm work in his life than some young people in their 20s from the countryside. This is the mentality, but also the character, or else in his previous life, others would not have said that Lu Dewao deserved to be on fire forever. After slightly adjusting his mood, Ling Tian started to continue his work, without the slightest hint of going up to talk to Lu Dewao. His behavior also made the audience in the live broadcast room very upset. What's the matter? What's the matter? Starting to put on airs, right? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get a good look at you. For a while, the black tide that had just subsided for not more than 2 days emerged once again and became more and more intense. He Jiang and the others were also a bit confused, and Li Xiao was even running directly to Ling Tian's side, saying, "Why are you ignoring Brother Hua?" Ling Tian smiled and said, "Brother Hua is my biggest idol. Now that my idol has come to work, do I still have the face to use the excuse of greeting to be lazy?" Nima, this reason is so powerful that the group was speechless. Lu Dewao also froze for a moment, and then toward Ling Tian extends a thumb. "I call you small day, good. Young people should have this kind of sky collapse mentality. Staggering, speculative things cannot be done. Later busy after we too good talk." "Thank you, Hua, for your understanding. Kudos to you." "Ha, I give you kudos too, your songs are great. The main thing I want to do this time over is to eat your cooking, and the other is to hear you sing. Really, I'm a fan of yours now too. Don't scare me, you're my idol since I was a kid. I've always followed your example." What everyone didn't expect was that the two people were not talking. This talk was endless. What was even more speechless was that even though they were talking, the speed of their work was not slow at all. Several people looked at each other for a moment, then they brushed together on the battlefield. After all, people's biggest names are hands, they have the nerve to look on the side? Looking for abuse? The so-called power of many, with Lu Dewao them a few people to join, this piece of land in 20 minutes after the end of the battle, back on the way just to see from the mountain down Pang Pang. But at this moment, Pang Pang looked very excited. After seeing Ling Tian, he shouted, "Brother Tian, guess what I got?" "Ha, you'd never guess, it's a bamboo rat, 2 of them." A group of people were confused. Tong Lia and Lu Dewao had never seen bamboo rats, while Li Zhong knew that Pang Pang was almost scared to death by bamboo rats. How come this kid is so excited now? Could it be that he got up in the wrong way today? Ling Tian was also a bit surprised, but then he was relieved and waved his hand to show that he knew, then returned to the mushroom house with a group of people. Inside the mushroom house, the director's team had already prepared all the ingredients. Ling Tian simply washed up and started to prepare lunch. It was now infinitely close to 11 o'clock. A group of people had been busy for half a day, and had long been starving. Pang Pang was responsible for building the fire, He Jiang was responsible for washing and peeling the bamboo rats, Huang Lei was responsible for processing the ingredients provided by the director into semi-finished products, Ling Tian was responsible for the final production process, and Li Li was next to him responsible for wiping Ling Tian's sweat, and the entire mushroom house seemed like a functioning machine, which gave an inexplicable sense of beauty. When Lu Dewao and Tong Lia washed out to see this kind of picture, was immediately shocked, especially Lu Dewao. He'd get in front of a few people, turned around, said, "I also counted a lot of knowledge, but like you guys such a clear division of labor, I really see for the first time." "Then stay for a few more days, that way you'll get used to it." He Jiang winked and said mischievously. Huang Lei also chimed in, "That's right, we can stay here for 7 days for one installment of guests, so if you don't mind sleeping in a bunk with us, stay for a few more days, and we can also feel the feeling of a heavenly king up close and personal." "That won't do, I came here behind my manager and assistant this time, so I'll stay for 2 days at most, and I have to go back tomorrow night, but I think these 2 days are enough for us to get to know each other better. By the way, is there anything I can do? I've cooked before, and the flavor is good." Lu Dewao stopped his steps, finally simply walked to the side of the wooden pier near, said, "Why don't I chop some more firewood?" "What about me? What can I do? I can wash vegetables, is there any unwashed vegetables?" Tong Lia panicked. Now Lu Dewao hand chopping firewood, if she is idle, the persona will instantly collapse, the consequences are too heavy, she cannot afford it. The most important thing is that she really is not the kind of people who watch others work and rest themselves. Ling Tian glanced at Tong Lia, lightly smiled and shook his head. "The dishes are washed, why don't you let Shoubian take you to get some honey, today to do a honey flower tea for you to taste." Chapter 72, The Handicapped Yaya. "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Honey picking? Will that get stung off?" Hearing Ling Tian's words, Tong Lia looked nervously at the beehive not far away. At this moment, the beehive's sky was buzzing with the sound of bees talking. As a girl, she was born with an irresistible fear of such things, so it was normal for her to have this reaction. Just after she had finished speaking, Ling Tian hadn't even replied, but Li Xiaoxian rushed into the room with a smile. "It's okay, Yaya, we'll be fully armed in a moment, and the honey is really tasty, especially if it's made by Xiaotian, hee, nah, this one's for you." Looking at the anti-bee armament that Li Xiaobian took out from the room, Tong Lia looked discouraged, but still put her clothes on, then took a brush and carefully followed Li Xiaobian towards the beehive. Huang Lei said with a smile as he made the noodles, "Xiaotian, the girl is getting more and more like a rural daughter-in-law, it can be foreseen that in the future, your life will definitely be very happy.
Yes, girl is really handing her all over to you, you can't bully her in the future, or else the two of us who are fathers won't agree. He Jeong also helped out on the side. At this time, Lu Dewao walked over holding a handful of firewood, nodded and said, "Her name is Li Xia, right? I watched what happened last night, a very good girl, it's really enviable that you can get such a relationship." Ling Tian's face also surfaced a faint tenderness, said, "I know, but empty words will be said by anyone, so I'd better not say it. In the future, you guys see my performance. This is what a man should say, give you a nod." Lu Dewao laughed out loud and mischievously extended a palm. Ling Tian froze for a moment before snapping his hand in Lu Dewao's palm, before continuing to lower his head and start working. Originally, it was set that he would make 3 dishes for lunch today and have something better in the evening, but now that the idol was here, naturally, he couldn't be so perfunctory. Ling Tian was going to increase the dishes to 6, so he was pressed for time. On the other side, as she gradually approached the beehive, Tong Lia's face became whiter and whiter, only now Li Jin was pulling her hand, so she couldn't even think of escaping. "Bao, you've really changed." Suddenly, Tong Lia sighed and said. Li Xiaobao looked at Tong Lia noncommittally. "Have you? Why don't I feel that? Bah, look at you, what do you have now besides a happy face with a silly smile? What about your persistence? What about your dreams? Where's your opinion? Aren't you spreading this dog food a little too hard?" Tong Lia exasperatedly stared at Li. Li, a cheeky smile, "I am indeed very happy now. But what kind of dog food are you eating, yeah? Just make a phone call to your family and you'll have everything? Okay, don't make excuses, now start learning from me, let's open the beehive first." "You're hopeless." Tong Lia, who was poked through her small mind, slapped her forehead and was filled with despair. Paha, so heartbreaking for Yaya, even by Bao tossed into this way. I am suspecting that Yaya will not have a psychological shadow because of this? For Yaya, silent condolences. At the same time, a Chen Sicheng, your mother-in-law was made into this appearance, you girl do not know heartache? I'm guessing the other side is working on a script with an actress? The truth upstairs. The upstairs and the upstairs are all getting out of the way. Do you need to worry about the couple's business? Not to mention, who knows if it's true or not? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly skewed, and gradually there was a rhythm that evolved into a scolding war. However, these Mushroom House people do not know that they cannot escape the Tong Lia simply choose to break the pot, followed Li carefully will beehive inside the honey board out, and then follow Li the way, with a brush to the top brush. Only when the brush touched the bees on it, all the bees instantly flew up and buzzed towards her face. By this time, she had completely forgotten that she was wearing a head covering, and hurriedly raised her hand towards her face to cover it, and a honey board was directly thrown to the ground by her. The sudden situation startled everyone, especially Ling Tian, who knew very well that a carelessness in this situation would completely provoke those bees, and at that time, it was not only Tong Lia who suffered, so he directly dropped the spatula in his hand, quickly rushed to the side of Tong Lia and pulled her directly behind him, and then quickly stooped down to pick up the honey board, and brushed it and inserted it into the beehive. Then he pulled Li Xia to the side and casually picked up the protective cap on top of Li Xia's head and put it on his head, holding a honey board in the sky and shaking it continuously. As he did so, the fragrance of honey spread rapidly, and the bees that were originally on the verge of violent behavior slowly calmed down, gradually converging on the honey board. After Ling Tian inserted the honey board into the beehive again, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially Tong Lia, who directly squatted on the ground and hugged her knees and cried. "I'm sorry, am I useless? I don't even know how to harvest honey." Ling Tian took off his headgear and handed it to Li Xia, gently patted Tong Lia's shoulder and said, "It's not your fault, not to mention you. The first day when Su Zhang and Director Su came over to collect honey, they also almost made a mess. It's only human nature. It's just human nature. There is nothing but, no one is perfect, you have your own strengths, so there is no need to blame yourself. If you really feel bad, then after lunch give us a dance. I heard that the Xin Jiang dance is very beautiful, but I have never seen it before." "Really?" Tong Lia's eyes lit up. Ling Tian nodded his head with a smile, and then with a wink to Li Xia, he rinsed back to the side of the pot stove. Fortunately, he got a little more water just now, or else this pot of food could have been thrown away in a while. Ling Tian's series of actions also received thumbs up and appreciative looks from Huang Lei, He Zhong, and Lu Dewao, and the audience in the live broadcast room was instantly warmed up and cried. "Ah, I'm so envious of you, I can't do it anymore, Li, although you're my idol, but now I have to say pull the knife." Li Xiaobao was so happy, how can Ling Tian be so warm? OMG, I'm a guy who's almost moved. Iron-blooded tenderness, a warm man among hard men, and so versatile. Simply, alas, after losing Ling Tian, I find myself as if I've lost the whole world. Chapter 73, Superstar is also a foodie. 1 hour later. Ling Tian's last braised fish came out of the pot. In order to show his welcome to Lu Dewao, Huang Lei directly took out all of the only 10 cans of beer left. Looking at a table of delicacies, Tong Lia was a bit dumbfounded, couldn't help but swallow her saliva and said to Li, "I've decided, I'll go to your house to dabble in the future when I'm not doing anything." "I'm not allowed to."
Li Xiaoyan raised her head arrogantly and said, "You can let your brother-in-law come over to learn cooking from Xiaotian, just like sister Xia Sledge letting brother Wu Jing learn cooking." Tong Lia froze. He Joan, who was pouring wine for the others, heard Li's words and suddenly thought of something and said, "Speaking of which, it seems that old Wu hasn't finished recording yet, right? Why isn't he coming too?" Huang Lei nodded and asked the director directly, "Director, is old Wu still coming?" Wu Jing's recording was pushed back a few days because of his work. Huang Lei gave an "oh," then said, "Then don't worry about him, anyway, he's already been here once before, so he won't have to order food the next time he comes back, instead, he'll also let us have more laborers, it's quite good." "Ha, Mr. Huang, aren't you so skinny that you're not afraid that Wu Jing is watching the live broadcast?" "Wu Jing, old Huang, let's practice next time we meet. I'll be sorry if I don't let you rest in the hospital for a few days. The one upstairs is too naughty, but Mr. Huang is really naughty, haha, really naughty." Give Mr. Huang's guts a nod. I hope that when Wu Jing goes next time Mr. Huang will still be intact. Cough cough, can't help it, laugh for a while first. In the gazebo, He Jiong also couldn't help but dislike Huang Lei. Looking at a few people climbing there, Ling Tian keenly caught Lu Dehua gulping down his saliva. He immediately lost his smile and opened his mouth. "Okay Mr. Teacher Huang, everyone has been busy for half a day, they are all starving, let's start eating." "Good, come on, Hua, you try this fish, do not blow no black." Xiao Tian made all the dishes inside. "I cannot forget is the fish, too delicious, simply does not belong to the earth." Huang Lei responded, then picked up a piece of fish and put it on Lu Duao's plate, said with a smile. Lu Duao has long been starving, hastily picked up the fish and put it into his mouth, instantly felt an unprecedented sweetness spread all over the body, so that a person cannot help but let out a sound of intoxication, for a long time before stretching out his thumb. "Really delicious, it should be the best fish I've ever eaten." "Right? Ha, I also think so. Don't listen to old Huang's nonsense, this chicken made by Xiao Tian is the most delicious, really. Go on, you guys are so bad. Everything Xiao Tian cooks is delicious." A few people were talking and laughing and eating and drinking there, and the cameraman had the good sense to start zeroing in on the live broadcast of those delicious dishes, which immediately triggered the appetite of the entire live broadcast room. Groove originally thought that the food program is over, but I did not expect that it is just now beginning. Finish, did not prepare takeout. How to do? My instant noodles were finished yesterday, now I want to ask, is it still too late to go out and buy them at this time? Upstairs, remember to bring me a packet with a ham sausage. I lost all my appetite, I feel like I'm eating a bunch of pig food. Alas, I'd better close my eyes and rest for a while, it's too torturous. As the atmosphere continues to melt, Lu Dewa's idle baggage completely thrown away, to the end even began to steal food with He Jiong and Huang Lei, and even directly to the fish platter served in front of their own face, a face of wariness to look at He Jiong and Huang Lei. Rapid chopsticks will be sent to the mouth of the fish. He Jiong could not cry. "Hua Zai, you are an idol, pay attention to the image, no?" Huang Lei was furious. "Hua Zai, aren't you afraid of getting fat if you eat like this? Do you still want those female fans? What? You are destroying your own future, I tell you." Lu Dua glared at the two men without comment. "It's okay, I'll work out in a while. As for the image, have I ever had an image?" He Jiong and Huang Lei choked. Come to think of it, Lu Dua really does not seem to pay much attention to the image, and the reason why his fans like him so much, but also because of his generosity, and will never care about the image of the problem. Watching He Jiong and Huang Lei suffer, the live broadcast once again laughter, even Ling Tian. A few people also cannot help but shake their heads and lose laughter, but they are the most surprised is Lu Dua's behavior. Where is this still a Heavenly King superstar posture? It is clearly a neighboring Big Brother. And so grounded Lu Dua naturally let everyone on his feelings again rose a level, and even once again a female fan shouted out to give him a monkey words. Well, of course, this can only think about it, after all, he is recognized as a good man in the entertainment industry, and his wife love more than 20 years, never rumors of any conflict news. After finishing the meal, Lu Dua lying on the floor of the gazebo without any image, said, "Xiao Tian, you know what? Before I came here, I specially flipped through the previous programs. I originally thought that your cooking was just like that, and that old He and old Huang were all acting in conjunction with you, but now I realize that, TSK, I don't think I'll be able to eat anything in the future." Ling Tian cried and laughed at the foodie like Lu Dua. "It's okay, in the future, if Brother Hua wants to, just come and find me, I'll do it for Brother Hua to eat. Ah. Good, this is what you said. Ah." Lu Dua's eyes lit up, directly rolled over and sat up, face with a hint of conspiracy success smile, said, "A gentleman a word, fast horse a whip, we cannot talk is not a word. That is natural. Good, it's a deal, that yeah, why don't you dance now? Digesting?" Lu Dua toward the eaten-up Tong Lia wink, opened his mouth and said. Tong Lia was shocked, hastily shook his head. "Do not, I eat a little too much, hard to be very difficult, I first go back to rest a little." After saying that she hurriedly stood up, turned around and ran. Huang Lei leaned against the pavilion pillar, sighing. 3 or 5 friends get together, this life is really good, just cannot be long. He Jiang nodded, but isn't it precisely because of this that it is called a life of yearning? Lu Duao also lamented, this life can only be experienced occasionally, long time of people will lose their dreams and persistence, and ultimately become a waste of human beings.
I agree with this point, just like me. If not the program team happened to come over to rent my house, perhaps my whole life will also rely on the land. Really, at that time I was really desperate, do not dare to go to the luxury of any dream. Ling Tian's eyes became a little hollow, confused, and a little sad. This is the dream of 2 lifetimes in a previous life.
Chapter 74, Afternoon Leisure Time.
A few people rested inside the pavilion for a while, then they each went back to their own rooms to sleep. Now that it had entered the 5th month of the solar calendar, the weather was becoming hotter and hotter, especially on the southern side. The water vapor was heavy and dense. Almost every day, one would feel extra uncomfortable. The whole body was sticky, which was the main reason why people from the north didn't adapt to the south after arriving there. On the roof of the building, in Ling Tian's exclusive room, Li early drilled into the bathroom and took a cold shower, walked out refreshed, then jumped onto the bed, sitting cross-legged with a big grin, said, "Xiao Tian, is it possible to take a nap in the afternoon?"
Of course we can, we finished our work in the morning, there are enough ingredients for the night.
Ling Tian packed out a set of wide clothes and walked into the bathroom. Li Xiaobian blinked, then smiled playfully, rolled over and laid on the bed. The whole person was in a big shape. Fortunately this room, because of Li Xiaobian's sudden return, the director directly withdrew all the cameras, and also eliminated the cameraman to continue filming, or else just this image of Li Xiaobian, it would definitely spread throughout the entire network. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Tian came out of the bathroom and gave a funny look at Li, naked.
It's okay, anyway, sooner or later is your well, hurry up and come over, without you around I cannot sleep.
Li rolled over on the bed, patted the position next to him. Ling Tian was speechless for a while, and then sat down next to Li Xiaoi, gently patted her back. You really think I'm the kind of person who can't be bothered to sit still?
What if I can't hold back? Li Qian's face turned red and she said with a pout, if you can't hold back, then you can't hold back.
Okay, I'm sleepy, let me hug you.
Ling Tian smiled and shook his head, then directly laid down next to Li Xia. Li Xia quickly adjusted her posture, comfortably leaned against Ling Tian's embrace, unexpectedly kissed Ling Tian on the cheek, then quickly closed her eyes, murmured softly, I'm sleeping, hurry up and sleep. Ling Tian pinched the tip of her nose without any good reason, then recited the meditation incantation several times before barely suppressing his inner fire and slowly closed his eyes. The mushroom house that had been busy for a morning completely returned to silence as the crowd took a lunch break. Only little H and little O were tossing back and forth in the yard, and the colorful lamps that had disappeared for several days appeared out of nowhere and nestled in the gazebo to start thinking about life again. In the sheep pen, Tianba and Dot leisurely ate grass, and from time to time looked up and looked outside, as if they were watching their home. The quiet time lasted until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Huang Lei walked out from the room with a trace of daze, quickly walked to the sink and rinsed his face with cold water. Only then did he regain his spirit, only that he still felt a bit heavy-headed and couldn't help but rub his hands together. Get up. Huang Lei first walked to the kitchen to look at the ingredients. All the ingredients will be rearranged, and then put into the cold water in the cold water. Only then said, the night of the ingredients enough, there are still remaining. It seems that there is nothing in the afternoon. It is rare to be so leisurely. I'm ready to go to do a kite, to experience the joys of childhood. At this time there were very few viewers in the live broadcast room, although the number of viewers shown above still exceeded 50 million, but most of them were hanging out, so Huang Lei's words were exchanged for just a few sporadic pop-ups, and they didn't make any sense. Of course, Huang Lei didn't know about any of this, he was just following his usual routine of introducing what he was going to do next. After he finished speaking, he drilled into the tool room to find a few unused discarded bamboos, got a bundle of thread and a knife, and walked into the middle of the gazebo. The next moment he discovered the existence of colorful lamps, suddenly could not help but exclaimed, you a small thing when to come? Disappeared for several days and the outside cannot mix it, right? Tell you, you have been lazy for so long, there is no dinner tonight Old Huang, who are you talking to? Huang Lei just finished, He Jiang rubbed his eyes and walked out, followed by Peng Peng and Lu Duao. Huang Lei sat down, said, is the color lamp this little thing back? The other day also do not know where to run wild, I was wondering whether to stew it tonight. Colorful lantern? Colorful lanterns are back? He Jiang flabbergasted for a moment, rushed to the poolside to wash a hand, and then even the hands do not care to wipe it rushed into the pavilion, looking at the color lamp nestled there in contemplation, he was happy, hey, this little thing is really. This is a colorful lamp? It's quite cute. Lu Duo washed his face and came over, then sat down next to Huang Lei, said with a lazy face, it's been a long time since I've been so relaxed, I can't think about anything, I can just lie here with a blank mind, enjoying the sunbathing. Indeed quite good, I am now ready to make kites, do you too want it? Later on, let's go outside together to experience the joys of childhood? Huang Lei showed what was in his hand towards the three of them. He Jiang and Lu Duo's eyes lit up, but when they saw the frame Huang Lei made, they were completely speechless. This is a kite? This is a kite? It's not bad if it can fly. Huang Lei saw two people even dare to despise their own, was not happy, waving the knife in his hand, said, line, you do not see it right? That into, later don't rob with me I tell you. Yikes. Mr. Huang, are you making a kite? Good pocket. Oh, suddenly, a crisp voice came in, almost did not let Huang Lei throw out the things in his hand. Without good humor, he glared at Tong Lia, I said can you not shout so much?
Tong Lia spat out her tongue, then walked to the side and poured herself a cup of water, saying, Xiao and Xiao Tian haven't gotten up yet? Got up, ha slept so comfortably, why are you guys so early?
Ha? Mr. Huang, what are you doing? Li pressed Tong Lia's voice out of the room. He's making a kite.
Pu Ling Tian followedly heard He Zhong's explanation, directly sprayed the mouthwash in his mouth, coughed several times, and then walked to Huang Lei, said, Teacher Huang, your kite is made like this
Ah. What else can I do if I don't do it like this? Huang Lei was a bit confused. What's going on? They're all looking down on themselves, aren't they?
Ling Tian lightly laughed and shook his head, saying, Kites take off mainly by the air suspension and propulsion. You like this two-pointed kite will make all the airflow run away. The kite lost the air suspension force, it can't fly.
Huang Lei looked at the thing in his hand with a confused face and said, But I've seen a lot of these shapes before? That's because they use different materials. Forget it, I'll do it. Which one of you wants it? Chapter 75, Super Backstage.
Ling Tian's action is very fast, the small fruit knife in his hands as if turned into a god weapon. A section of bamboo gabion was cut out by him. Just less than 10 minutes time on the ground will be more than a dozen of about half a meter long bamboo gabion. Then he broke all the thick threads that Huang Lei took out, drew them into a thin line, and skillfully linked the bamboo gimps together.
5 minutes later, the frames of the 4 kites took shape.
Finally, he found some thin cotton cloth from inside the room and cut it into triangular-shaped pieces according to the frames, and then attached 2 long tails to the back of the cloth pieces before fixing them on the bamboo gabions made of brackets. A series of dazzling actions watched a group of people dumbfounded. The live broadcast room's sleepy audience has been a lot. Just at the very beginning they were confused, now after seeing the finished product one by one exploded.
Ling Tian even knows how to make a kite? And it looks like he did it perfectly? How can he be so omnipotent?
Boing, what a beautiful kite. It would be even more beautiful if you could print some flowers on it. Ling Tian is great.
Ling Tian, come on, tell everyone, what else in this world do you not know how to do?
Ling Tian, I don't know how to give birth to a child, I can only find a partner. Pfft upstairs, if you are so skinny be careful Ling Tian will beat you up, that's a real man who can beat Wu Jing. Ling Tian handed the finished kites to Huang Lei, He Zhong, and Lu Dewao, then picked up one and put it in Li Zhen's hand, saying, I'll try to see if it can fly, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. With that, he stood up, and Li Jian stood behind him, holding the kite in both hands, with a hint of excitement on his face. Ling Tian walked a few steps, to make sure that the line has been taut, so he nodded to Li Chen, and then violently pulled. The kite directly flew up, and then in his hands like a dancing elf constantly trembling, and gradually flew to more than 10 meters high in the sky. Yeli Li jumped up excitedly, then winked towards Huang Lei and said, Mr. Huang, still doubt Xiao Tian? Humph. Huang Lei looked dumbfounded at the flying kite, then looked at the frame that he had placed on the ground ready to wait for Ling Tian to make a fool of himself before showing off his style. His face bristled with embarrassment. The cameraman happened to follow his line of sight and recorded the frame he made. The audience who was originally confused instantly understood what was going on after seeing the frame, and for a while the entire live broadcast room was filled with 666 pop-ups, so you can imagine how joyful they were right now. Just when everyone is happy, a person is very depressed. This person is the director of the program Wang Zhang. When he saw Huang Lei ready to do kites he let the staff immediately bought several kites over to prepare to sell to Huang Lei them, and ruthlessly paid a sum of money. But now that the kites were all smashed in their hands, the taste was killing them. After letting it go for a while, Ling Tian handed the line in his hand to Li Xia, and said, just pull it slowly like this, and don't let it fall down. Okay, watch my invincible kite flying skills of the invincible beauty girl. Li Xiaojun flailed around, then took the kite string and glanced provocatively at He Zhong and the others.
Bao, you're enough. If it wasn't for Ling Tian, could you be so dejected? Laughing and crying. I just found out that Bao Bao is also a tease. Damn, it really blinded my titanium alloy dog's eyes. Inexplicably, I feel a little bit sorry for Ling Tian. How can I break it? With such a funny girlfriend, Ling Tian won't become a funny guy in the future, right? Like Deng Chao and Sun Li?
The upstairs don't say, suddenly have a kind of intolerance feeling, you have to compensate me for the mental damage.
Piao Bao, where's your tenderness and virtuousness? Where's your cheerfulness? How come you've turned into a comedian in the blink of an eye? Feeling loveless, okay?
With Ling Tian in front of him, Huang Lei and the others also stood up one by one, and walked out of the yard to start flying kites, and it had to be said that Ling Tian's craftsmanship was indeed impressive enough. Even Pang Pang, who didn't play with kites much, sent the kite up into the sky after failing only once, and happily the boy kept roaring with excitement. After flying it for a while, Lu Dewao handed the kite in his hand to Tong Lia, then walked over to Ling Tian's side and said with a smile, you're really good, I now know that you can cook, you know kung fu, you can sing and write songs, and now you can also do handicrafts. Tell me what else you don't know how to do?
You mustn't say that.
Ling Tian was startled by Lu Dewao's words, modestly said, I'm all blindly drumming, no toys when I was young, just blindly groping, and I'm an orphan, so naturally, cooking and so on is better than others, so I don't know a lot of things to go.
You're an orphan?
Lu Dewao was shocked, his eyes glaring. Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head. Of course, I lost my parents when I was 6 years old. Everyone in the village knows that. Otherwise, do you really think that I can have such a large piece of land by myself? These are all from those uncles in the village who took pity on me and gave them to me to make ends meet.
Lu Dewao was silent.
Huang Lei and the others who heard this beside him also froze, especially Lili, who once thought about what she would do if Ling Tian's parents came back sometime.
I, Ling Tian, am actually an orphan? This Nima is definitely the saddest reality in the world. Suddenly so heartbroken.
Ling Tian, don't cry, everything is in the past. From now on we are all your relatives, you are not alone.
That's right, we'll be with you all the way. And Papa, what are you waiting for? Hurry over and comfort your man.
After a long time, Lu Dewao sighed deeply, turned around and embraced Ling Tian, saying, "You kid is definitely the best young man I've ever seen. Really, if someone like you doesn't catch fire, it's simply unreasonable." Lu Dua's words startled everyone. If it was an ordinary person who said that, everyone would just laugh at most, but now the one who said that was Lu Dua, the superstar in China second only to Chung Long. Since he said that, it means that in the future, Ling Tian would be covered by him, and those who want to make things difficult for Ling Tian, or even subvert the rules of Ling Tian, would have to weigh the consequences of that, whether or not they can afford to do so. To put it politely, with Lu Duao's influence, his words can even make most of the third-rate film and television companies directly bankrupt. Even the second-rate film and television companies will also be injured. Although Ling Tian was not too sure about the energy involved, he was truly touched when he looked at Lu Duao's eyes.
Chapter 76, Heavenly King's True Intentions. Li's reflex arc was a bit long this time.
It was only after Lu Dewao gave Ling Tian his promise that she reacted, then directly dropped the kite in her hand and rushed into Ling Tian's arms regardless, looking at him with reddened eyes, saying, "Why didn't you tell me?" Luckily, He Jiong was quick to catch the kite, otherwise with the current wind, the kite would have flown out of sight in less than 10 seconds. However, no one was paying attention to the kite now. Ling Tian reached out and gently stroked his hand down from the top of Li's head and said with a smile, "I'm used to it, after all, it's been almost 20 years, what's the point of mentioning those unhappy ones? Besides, I am now living is not quite good.
But you should tell me, I am your fiancé, you cannot have things hidden from me."
"Yes, Your Honor, I'll be the first to report anything in the future, okay?"
Ling Tian smiled.
Li then sobbed and wiped her tears, arrogantly said, "I like it when you call me your wife's honor, humph, love you."
"Ah, I can't stand it, what's with this sudden dog food? Even if you want to change the style, shouldn't you first give us single dogs a heads up?"
To paraphrase Mr. He, this day can't be lived.
To paraphrase Mr. He, this day is unbearable. That's enough. Go Ling Tian, you're the best. I'll support you all the way. Well, look, you should be shouting like me. Roll. The sense of dog food made He Jiong and the others suffer tons of bludgeoning. He Jiong pulled the kite in a huff and said to Li Xiaoyan, "Girl, if you keep this up, do you believe I'll quit right away?" Okay, you resign."
He Jiong spat out a mouthful of blood, it was too solid. The others were amused by He Jiong's hilarity. The previous sad atmosphere caused by Ling Tian instantly disappeared without a trace. After determining that Ling Tian was fine, Li Xia snatched He Jiong's kite once again and happily ran to Tong Lia's side. The two big beauties stood side by side, directly killing Huang Lei and Peng Peng on the opposite side. On this side, Lu Dewao and Ling Tian found a shady place to sit down. Looking at the joyful and infinite silhouettes in front of them, it seems like everything has returned to the carefree childhood days, especially He Jiong. Ling Tian actually never understood, he is obviously more than 40 years old. In the end, how did he keep himself in the mentality of a 14-year-old all the time?
Xiao Tian? Do you know the main purpose of my coming over this time?
Seeing that the cameramen had all gone to record He Jiong and the others, Lu Dewao opened his mouth and asked. Ling Tian was slightly stunned and shook his head. "I really don't know about this, is there something wrong with Brother Hua?"
"Well, I have an Asia-wide tour this year, you know that right?"
"I've heard about it, but haven't gone to take a closer look yet." Ling Tian nodded his head to indicate that he was clear. Lu Dewao laughed. "I'm getting older," said it's a full Asia tour. In fact, it's a national tour. Hong Kong Island side has been held, the next stop is the Magic City, and then after that, the third stop is Changnan City, Magic City not to mention. But when I come to perform in Changnan, I hope that you can go over to me as a supporting guest." I'm sorry. Ling Tian was shocked by Lu Dewao's words. The whole of China knew that although Lu Dewao was already over 50, his concerts were always full, no matter how many seats there were, so he didn't know how many newcomers who were preparing to debut as singers wanted to show their faces at his concerts. It could be said that as long as nothing goes terribly wrong on top of the concert, the popularity will come to a surge. Ling Tian didn't even have to think about it. As long as he agreed to Lu Dewao, then a concert would be enough to put him in the ranks of second-tier stars. After just a moment of silence, Ling Tian agreed. There was no reason to refuse this kind of thing, although this would owe Lu Dewao a favor, but so what? He would definitely surpass Lu Dewao in the future, and he would return the favor at that time. Although he knew that Lu Dewao didn't want him to return it. Okay then, let's talk about the second thing. I remember you wrote a movie script? Can you show it to me? Lu Dewao suddenly changed the topic.
Ling Tian was confused by Lu Dewao's thinking and nodded blankly. I don't have it with me right now, I'll show it to you later when I go back. Is Brother Hua going to invest in it? Well, I got a new star guide, some years ago has been losing money, these 2 years only began to have a profit, and I believe you, depending on whether you are willing to let my brother earn a hand. Happy times always fly by, almost just a blink of an eye, the sun has quietly set to the west behind the hillside. The few people who were tired of playing put away their kites, their faces vaguely carrying the afterglow of excitement, especially Huang Lei, who was even shouting loudly to the valley, as if wanting to vent out the irritation that had been pent up in his heart all these years. Lili was even running directly to Ling Tian's side, chattering about what had just happened, with a strong happiness and tenderness on her face. Lu Dewao extended a thumbs up towards Ling Tian, then turned around and left, taking the lead to return to the mushroom house. The others saw this and also hurriedly followed. Looking at herself and Ling Tian who had been left behind, Li Xia made a mischievous face and said, "Hubby, aren't the two of us going a bit overboard?" "No, I like it a lot." Ling Tian laughed out loud, and then directly bent down and said, "Come up, hubby will carry you home." Lili giggled and directly jumped onto Ling Tian's body, saying, "I also think no, who told them not to bring their husbands and wives?" "I don't think so, who told them not to bring their husbands and wives?" Hearing Li Chen's words, the people walking in front of him had black lines on their heads, and Zhong and Peng Peng were even directly heartbroken to the end. The audience in the live broadcast room also exploded. "Poo poo poo poo, how can you become so bad? Did you consider Mr. He and Peng Peng's feelings when you said that? Mr. He, I don't want a girlfriend or a wife, what can you do to me? Upstairs is naughty, Pippi Shrimp are not as skinny as you. Am I that gentle and virtuous, cheerful, and kind treasure? Where have you gone? Poof, solid old iron." Just as several people walked outside the mushroom house, they happened to see the director walking towards the outside with several kites. Huang Lei froze for a moment and said, "Director, you have kites here? Are you planning to sell them to us? How much for one?" "Not for sale." The director gritted his teeth and said, bypassing Huang Lei and quickly running away. Huang Lei rubbed his chin and whispered, "He definitely wanted to sell us the kite and then screw us over, but Xiao Tian's presence made him miscalculate, so I think we need to fool around a bit at night. Raise your hand if you're in favor." Chapter 77, Li Xiaobian's efforts. "Mr. Huang, that's enough. Is it really okay to be so naughty to the director? I think Mr. Huang will become more and more naughty. Let's play a game to find out when Mr. Huang started to become so naughty? From Ultimate Challenge? Come on, let's all guess together, and then tweet all about this place to Sunli. Pfft, upstairs, compared to Teacher Huang, you're even more leathery." Everyone was amused by Huang Lei's proposal. Even Li and Hejiong raised their hands, clearly ready to second Huang Lei's proposal. The director who was walking in front of him had black lines on his head, his veins were exposed, and he almost couldn't hold back from turning around to have an all-out brawl with Huang Lei. After returning to the mushroom house, the crowd first went to wash up in turn. Li Lia's directly pulling Tong Lia ran into the bathroom on the second floor to whisper. Next, as usual, Ling Tian began to prepare dinner. Huang Lei is responsible for playing hands, Peng Peng to build a fire, Hejiong to chop firewood. Everything is so organized. Lu Dewao went to the living room and opened the script that Ling Tian handed him and read it, followed by his laughter. It wasn't until Ling Tian had prepared all the food that he put down the script and got up to walk out of the room, saying, "Xiao Tian, when is the script going to start filming? Remember to pull me up when the time comes." Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "I'm not sure for the time being. After all, I signed a contract with the program. If I go to shoot a movie, it will take at least 3 months to finish it, so won't it be a breach of contract by then? That's why I'm having a hard time right now. This is alright, we can first set up the crew, contact the actors, and so everything is ready before shooting. Then I guess the program is also almost recorded. That time you leave is no problem at all." Huang Lei waved his hand in a carefree manner. Hejiong nodded. However, the formation of the crew will be troublesome to Hua Zai. After all, now that Xiao Tian is here with us, he has no time to get these. This is no problem at all. After I go back, I will start to prepare for it, so let's set it up as soon as possible. Okay, are you guys going to eat? I'm starving. Lili couldn't help but open his mouth without waiting for the others to respond. There's no way, after playing all afternoon, I'm really hungry, and Ling Tian's cooking is so delicious, I just can't stand it off. Lu Dewao smiled awkwardly and said, "Yes, eat first, after eating." After saying that, he turned to the cameraman and said, "This section is pinched for me, not allowed to broadcast it. This is a live broadcast." Compared to noon, the dinner was a little lighter, but still people had 6 dishes, a pot full of rice, and 10 cans of beer. This is to find the director advance. Tomorrow they need to plant another piece of land seeds to be able to do. After eating, a few people lazily rested for a while in the gazebo, and then went back to their respective rooms. There was still a lot of work to be done tomorrow, or else there would be no ingredients for tomorrow, so they were prepared to have an early night's sleep today. On the second floor, in the room, Lili just returned to her room and directly snatched the script from Ling Tian's hand, then drove Ling Tian into the bathroom before she flopped down on the bed and started flipping through the script. Speaking of which, this was the first time she read the script since she came back, and according to what Ling Tian said, she would be the female lead in this movie.
As a TV drama actress, she had always thought about entering the big screen before, but after making a few films, they didn't have much of an impact, so all in all, her transition was a failure. This time she had directly abandoned her old employer for Ling Tian, which was tantamount to cutting her own throat. Previously, because she had been blocked, she hadn't really thought about making a movie. After all, even if it was made, it wouldn't necessarily be released. Although the strength of Shinda Film is not the strongest, other film and television companies will more or less give her a little face. But now it's different. The King of China, Lu Dewao, personally invested. Who dares not allow the release of the movie? If Shinda Film dares to put a fart, I guess Lu Dewao can kill them. Unconsciously, Lily was caught up in the drama until Ling Tian came back, but did not return to his senses. The whole person's thoughts are following the script inside the Huang Xiaoxian's mood fluctuations. Half an hour later, she had read about a third of it, and just as she wanted to continue turning the pages, Ling Tian suddenly pressed her hand and said, "Don't read it tomorrow, the female lead is yours, no one can take it away." Aha! Li Xiaoxian's mood was a bit not too high, although the plot inside was quite funny. Li Xiaoxian consciously substituted herself into the role of Huang Xiaoxian. At the moment she was full of lost love. If Ling Tian didn't wake her up, it was estimated that she wouldn't even want to come out of the plot again tonight. Taking a deep breath and suppressing that depression at the bottom of her heart, Li Xiaoxian looked up at Ling Tian and said, "I'm going to take a bath first. There are some ideas I want to discuss with you later." "I'm going to take a shower first. I have some ideas I want to discuss with you later." I don't know if it's because I have something in my heart, but I washed very quickly this time, and in the end, I simply put on a bathrobe and ran out of the bathrobe, climbed onto the bed, and lay down in Ling Tian's arms. "So fast? I want to leave for a while." Li Shan suddenly opened his mouth. "This is your debut. The script I do not quite understand, but this story is really good, so I do not want to drag you down because of your acting skills. I am going to go out and see more of those lost love of the girl is what reaction. You can rest assured that before you decide to start filming, I will certainly return to your side." Looking at Li Li's determined expression, Ling Tian suddenly felt a little heartbroken, tightened his arm and said, "If you don't like it then you won't shoot, I'll raise you at home later." "I don't want to. I am also a person with a dream. I want to be a movie queen. Humph, as my man, you have the responsibility to push me to the position of the highest movie queen." Oh. Li smiled sweetly and dug in Ling Tian's arms in a petulant manner. The bathrobe, which was not tight at all, fell off directly. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he went to pull it, but what he didn't expect was for Li Xia to throw the bathrobe out, muttering, "It's not comfortable, I won't wear it anymore." "You!" Ling Tian breathlessly slapped her on the back. "You are challenging my bottom line." "Hee, sooner or later it will be yours anyway, that's what you said." Li said the words again, directly provoking all of Ling Tian's fire. But just as Ling Tian was about to roll over and go into battle, he was directly shouted at by Li Xiao, and then muttered a few words in his ear, and right after that, Ling Tian's face began to change drastically, and he ended up lying on the bed with a disheveled look on his face. "I am sorry, well. Wait until I come back? Come on, I didn't know I'd be here today." Chapter 78, The Aggrieved Hejong. The next day. The refreshed Ling Tian opened his eyes. Last night, although he and Li didn't complete the rite of circumcision, but it was also carried out pretty much for the first time in both of his past and present lives, so he was in a good mood as a whole. Only when he was about to wake Li Qian up did he realize that Li Qian had unexpectedly left at an unknown time, and above his bedside there was an additional note with a paragraph of clear handwriting. "Hubby, I'm leaving first. I'm not in this period of time. Cannot go to hook up with other girls. Oh, hee. Well, love you. Oh well." The last side followed by a smiley face emoticon. Gently tearing off the note, Ling Tian's face revealed a faint smile, and then he refreshed himself to prepare for a new day. Downstairs, perhaps it was because of the arrival of the Heavenly King, so the people inside the entire mushroom house got up very early, and when Ling Tian came down, Huang Lei had already brewed a cup of monkey nun rice pudding for all of them. Well, last night to get high, directly all the ingredients are huo once, temporary to find certainly is too late, after all, in the morning still have to go out to do farm work to pay off the debt. Seeing Ling Tianxia come, Hejong blinked, said, "Finally for once got up earlier than you, TSK, give yourself a nod, wait, don't move, I'll take a picture to remember." Under Hejong's series of childish behavior, Ling Tian's mood inexplicably refreshed a lot, smiled and cooperated with Hejong to a scissors hand pass, well, very low. "Where is the girl? How come you haven't come down yet? You guys didn't do anything over the top last night, did you?" Huang Lei looked up at the upstairs and asked suspiciously. "Mr. Huang, is it really good for you to be so direct? You can ask about the personal matters of other people's young couple in such a dignified manner. Did Liang Jingru give you the courage to do so?" Cough, soybean milk and donuts are ready, waiting for Mr. Huang to get beaten up. "Upstairs, you have been led astray by Mr. Huang. It seems necessary for me to cooperate properly, huh? Since ancient times, pop-ups have produced talents. Xiao Shang kneeled. As Huang Lei's words fell, a group of people immediately looked at Ling Tian with a strong gossipy gaze, even Yaya was no exception. "I really don't know what she was thinking. Is it really good to show such an expression inside a large number of men? Ling Tian cried and laughed as he walked to the table, saying, she left, said she was going to observe the demeanor and daily routine of the girl who fell out of love, in preparation for the next filming of the movie. Alright, let's eat. Have you made arrangements for the work later? Huang Lei froze for a moment. This girl is still so hard then the group of bear children in my class is much stronger, alas.
Huang, you are not afraid of those students to beat you
He Jiang walked to Huang Lei's side, picked up a cup of rice thin drink up, and then continued, almost, a moment you and Wan Ya to catch some fish, and then dig a few bamboo shoots. I go with old Huang and Pang Pang over to the vegetable field over there a little bit. Yesterday with you learned a lot, today I'm going to make a big fuss.
I'm going to make a big splash today, huh?
Ling Tian agreed after thinking for a while. After all, there's no real skill in this farming thing, it's all about physical strength. However, looking at He Jiang's dejected expression, Ling Tian's eyes lit up and said, Teacher He, why don't you take the role of Wang Xiaobie? This word, everyone is confused, especially Huang Lei and Lu Duao. They are people who have read the complete script. At this time a comparison found that He Jiang surprisingly suitable, whether it is cute and cheap or sissy. He Jiang absolutely counted as the color of the role, well, almost like this.
I think it is feasible. Huang Lei was the first to concur. Lu Duao also nodded. Tailor-made? Xiao Tian, are you sure you didn't refer to Zhong when you wrote the script? Who is Wang Xiaobie? Who can give me an answer?
It looks like it should be the character in the script that Ling Tian wrote out. I just don't know how many characters. I didn't expect Ling Tian to pack the whole mushroom house at once. Inexplicably a little bit of anticipation. Mr. He and Mr. Huang to join, plus Bao, just with these three people is worth the ticket price, not to mention, when the release of the I Must Go to Brush upstairs together. Unlike the joyful emotions of the audience in the live broadcast room, at this moment, He Jiang felt so hurt, looking at Ling Tian and the others with a grudging face, his teeth clenched and rattled. Tong Lia looked at the crowd with a dumbfounded face and said, you guys are talking about the script? Can I take a look at it?
No, you can't.
Before Ling Tian could say anything, He Jiang spoke directly. He wouldn't say that he didn't want Yaha to know that the Wang Xiao bitch he was going to star in was a sissy with an unknown sexual orientation. Suddenly, he thought of a scary situation, that is, he has not had a date up to now. If he then starred as Wang Xiao bitch in the 33 Days of Lost Love, would it really make people think that he is of unknown sexual orientation? Thinking of this possibility, he broke out into a cold sweat and glared at Ling Tian in anger, saying, I'm not acting. As the words landed on the ground, Huang Lei and Lu Duao both laughed out. As He Jiang's old friends, how could they not know what He Jiang was thinking? But what He Jiang didn't expect was that Lu Dihu suddenly said after laughing, Jiang, act, as long as you act, I'll give you back the leading role in the next movie, how about it?
Really?
He Jiang's eyes lit up, but then he shook his head. No, even if I don't act in movies in my life, I definitely won't act as Wang Xiaobie.
Okay old He, you're done. This is Xiao Tian's personal invitation. Do you still want to eat? Xiao Tian has given up his girlfriend to be your partner. What else do you have to say?
Huang Lei patted He Jiang's shoulder with an expression of looking out for you. But the words he said made He Jiang very hurt, very sad, aggrieved, so angry. But in the end, in a group of people looking forward to the gaze, He Jiang still closed his eyes and agreed. To this point, Ling Tian officially completed all the work of packing the mushroom house. And the director who has been watching this place has been full of fierce eyes, veins exposed. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat Ling Tian, he would definitely not hesitate to throw his slippers towards Ling Tian. Too bullying.
Chapter 79, Network Explosion. Surprise! The first program group in history to be successfully scouted by all the people was born. He Jiang cried in the toilet. Upstairs, can you not be so skinny? It's easy to get beaten up like that, I tell you.
I feel so sorry for the program team. It's only been less than 10 days. The entire program team's guests have been poached. The director is already crying.
I now want to know that Wang Xiaobie in the end what is going on. Who can tell me? Tom's outlet online. Seeing He Jiang promised, and then according to Lu Duao and Huang Lei's reaction, some nestled in the live broadcast of the paparazzi instantly excited. What do you mean by breaking point? This is the biggest breaking point. So one by one immediately temporarily left the live broadcast room, began to write articles, all want to be the first time to get their own news to put out, to attract attention. And at this moment, the paparazzi showed a far superior execution ability. In just less than 3 minutes, the network was filled with news that Ling Tian was going to make a movie. Surprise! The biggest corner-cutting incident in history was born. The program team of The Wayward Life was successfully poached in just a few days. Is it the distortion of human nature, or is it a moral degradation? Who is Wang Xiaobie? Why did He Jiang produce a look of hopelessness? With the planning of the heavenly king Lu Du and the old fox Huang Lei, a conspiracy has enveloped He Jiang's head. What is the truth of this? The headlines were more oozing than one another, more frightening than one another, but there was no doubt that all of these headlines got a notable amount of attention, and some netizens who didn't often look towards the past clicked in, and one by one, all of them spurted blood. Slot. I thought it was some kind of forbidden news, but I didn't realize that it was all a headline party. But no matter what, Ling Tian to shoot a movie news is known to everyone. As the recent red super celebrity, Ling Tian's attention has not been low, and now there are 4 hot searches in the top 10 is about him. Ling Tian's impression is that he can cook, write songs and sing, and do kung fu, and now he's going to make a movie?
For a while everyone's interest was raised. Especially since Ling Tian was able to pull in Lu Duao's investment, Huang Lei, and He Jiong's devotion to joining him, plus the popular Flo Flower girl, Lili. This is definitely not a weak combination. Of course, some people praise, naturally there are people black. After the news broke out, a director who relies on shooting literary films in the movie industry to mix immediately jumped out. I just heard that Ling Tian, the vegetarian guest in The Yearning Life, even wanted to make a movie. This news made me shocked for a time, and my heart is even more indignant. When is the threshold of the director so low? When did the threshold for directing become so low? Can a person become a director? I don't know what Ling Tian thinks, but I want to tell Ling Tian, do people have to have self-knowledge, the world because of arrogance and lead to failure of too many examples? I hope that Ling Tian can learn from the warning. This director isn't very famous, and most of the literary films he made relied on those things from the underworld, and it's these black materials from his homeland that he relied on to make movies that surprisingly won some awards at the international level, but sadly, his films were never released domestically because all of them were cut. Well, if his movie could have been released domestically, perhaps the grass on his grave would have been dozens of meters high by now, right? But no matter what, his microblog name was labeled with a certified V, the label of a famous director, so the moment his remarks came out, it quickly triggered a large number of followers, and countless people flocked to Ling Tian's microblog to start sneering and mocking. Some people think they have a little bit of achievement on the wild boundless. If the movie is so good to shoot, who all go to do the director? Why is the quality of our country's movie is getting worse and worse? Why is the quality of our national movie is getting worse and worse? It is you so-called amateurs have to go in to join in the fun and make money, trough, despise. Nowadays, people's bottom line is really getting lower and lower. Do you think that relying on some fans to give you a bill will last long? Or that you are ready to make a fortune on the go? Originally, I liked you, but now, I'm turning from pink to black. I don't know what the hell are you thinking? Making a movie? Shoot the black fans were so arrogant that they messed up Ling Tian's microblog, and even almost butchered Ling Tian's microblog at one point. But after that, Ling Tian's fans, those netizens who had been following the live broadcast of Yearning for Life, became furious. What's the situation? How did this place become a trash shelter without paying attention? Everyone comes here to spew? Do you really think that my 40-meter sword is just for show? A bunch of brainless spammers. Ling Tian's script is even recognized by the king of the world, Lu Duao, and Mr. Huang Lei and Mr. He Jiong have joined the team. If the script is not good, will they be willing to cut off their own career? What a bunch of assholes looking for a scolding. Bastards, do you really think my sisterhood is a vegetarian? Sisters, show your swords and let those black bastards know our fighting strength. Black bastards, draw your swords. Ling Tian's fans did not lack some network experts. In a very short period of time they locked the source of the matter. The microblog of that unknown director who originally wanted to rub the heat was instantly squeezed and blown up. Tens of thousands of abusive comments from beginning to end made him have to be a shrinking violet, directly turning off the microblog's comment function. There were even some more radical fans who directly personified the addresses of the black people, followed by a rapid increase in the courier company's business. But what made the courier break out in a cold sweat was that all of these things turned out to be razor blades. On the internet, the battle between Ling Tian's supporters and opponents was getting more and more ferocious, at one point squeezing out the #1 spot on the hot searches, sitting firmly on the throne, and was starting to spread towards reality at an extremely fast pace. Soon, the incident alerted the internet police, and then the fishing wheels on the internet completely restored calm in just 5 minutes, and all the remarks were deleted cleanly, as if nothing had happened. But these things, the Mushroom House people do not know. They have just finished breakfast. Huang Lei led He Jiong and Peng Yuchang to carry a hoe to the field to plant vegetables. Ling Tian took out 2 small shovels, made 3 back basket, led Lu Duao and Ton Lia to the bamboo mountain, to dig bamboo shoots. After all the guests had left, director Wang Zhang's face suddenly sank, saying, "Has the director who made the remarks been found? What is his background?" Chapter 80, The Heavenly King's Little Sassy. So beautiful, oh, such a large bamboo forest, I still see it for the first time. Standing below the bamboo mountain, Tong Lia surveyed the bamboo in front of her with a curious face. Early in the morning in the south, the dew is already heavy, although the sun has risen, but the temperature is actually not too high. Crystal dew hanging in the bamboo leaves, reflecting the sun's rays, looks exceptionally beautiful. Coupled with the aroma emitted by the bamboo itself, people cannot help but want to be intoxicated. Lu Duao nodded, indeed very beautiful, but I have seen a bigger bamboo forest than here, is in Sichuanshu side of the Panda Base, but the bamboo there and here does not seem to be a species, the bamboo here looks stronger and bigger, these are the mozo bamboo? Ling Tian smiled, a variety of mozo bamboo, let's go in, dig some bamboo shoots after going to catch fish, but I think if today can be a bit of unexpected harvest would be better. Hearing this, Tong Lia jerked back a breath of cold air, you will not still think of eating bamboo worms, right? That thing is not easy to find now, although only a few days apart, but now the bamboo worms are likely to have already begun to pupate, so we can only see if there are snakes or pheasants and rabbits and so on, and even the bamboo rats are not necessarily found now. Ling Tian explained with a bitter smile.
Lu Duao, what about the one that Chang Chang caught yesterday? I put those two are pregnant bamboo rats, although you can eat, but it is against humanity. It is better to let them reproduce, so that next year there will still be something to eat here. Ling Tian took out a shovel and took the lead into the bamboo forest. His explanation also made the viewers in the live broadcast room roll over. Originally heard the words in front and felt that Ling Tian was so warm and fuzzy, but isn't the bend in the back turning too sharply? Hey, demon spirit? Or the original place, yes, this time over the car is a little big, people? I'm fine, but I can't breathe. You all too skinny, bamboo rats I'm not a vegetarian animal, so all meat things do not matter, feel Ling Tian do not bad already. The same feeling, Ling Tian good love, at least than Mr. Huang Strong, when the first season of the Small H Hot Small, he thought of stew soup, simply. Cough upstairs, you dare to turn over Mr. Huang's black history, do not want to mix it, right? Not only the netizens of the live broadcast, Lu Duao and Tong Lia 2 people are also laughing, feel Ling Tian is too skinny. After entering the bamboo forest, outside some of the scorching sunlight is instantly blocked by the bamboo leaves an unprecedented sense of coolness spread throughout the body. Tong Lia cannot help but quickly ran to the side of a bamboo, said, so comfortable, you guys come to help me take a picture of it. No camera. Ling Tian did not lift his head and returned a sentence, then walked into the corner of the side, bent down and squatted down. Che, why are you so unattractive? I really don't know how Xiao Xiaojin fell in love with you. Tong Lia beamed, then walked over to Ling Tian's side with a hint of curiosity and looked down. After observing the surroundings, Lu Duao suddenly realized that the two partners beside him were not even walking. His eyes flashed and he quickly walked over to the two of them, puzzled. What are you guys doing? Don't know. Tong Lia was equally bewildered. Ling Tian observed for a while, then got up and said, today we are blessed with a mouthful of food, there is actually a snake nest here, let's go digging for bamboo shoots first, and later when we come back, take away the big snakes here, and keep the small ones for free range. With Ling Tian leading the way, digging bamboo shoots is naturally not a problem. In order to speed up, Ling Tian taught Lu Duao and Tong Lia the skills to find bamboo shoots, and then separated. Of course, since the snake's nest was found here, in order to be safe, the three people didn't separate too far. After all, the snake's fear is too strong. Although we know that the snakes here are non-poisonous, but it's still good to be afraid of. Even Lu Duao is also a little bit of heart trembling. After the separation, Ling Tian's speed is much faster. Well, in his own words, the feeling of not having to bring a disciple is really too good. Not too long ago, he had already dug 4 large bamboo shoots of about 2 pounds, about the same, and was ready to dig 2 more and go back. But at this moment, not far away, Tong Lia suddenly let out a scream. The mournful scream directly penetrated the entire bamboo forest, while Ling Tian startled a big jump. Groove, what happened? It can't be that he has encountered some poisonous snakes and beasts, right? Ling Tian, hurry up and go over there to take a look. If something goes wrong with Yaha, you're screwed, I'm telling you. Upstairs, this doesn't seem to be Ling Tian's problem, does it? It's the show's responsibility, okay? But still, Ling Tian, hurry up and protect Yaya. I feel so sorry for Yaya. Ling Tian couldn't see the pop-up screen, but he also knew that something must have happened, so he directly threw the shovel into the basket, and like a leopard, he scurried out, heading straight for Lu Duao and the two of them. Just what they don't know is that in a clearing not far away, Tong Lia's face carries a trace of thick resentment, looking at Lu Duao in front of him with an exasperated look. Only to see Lu Duao holding a snake molt in both hands, dancing around in his hands, and from time to time throwing it towards Tong Lia, scaring Tong Lia to take a few steps back and then scream, while Lu Duao let out a loud laugh without any sense of propriety. The live broadcast audience who had been watching their side was about to go crazy with joy. Cough, Nima can't do it. Huazai, how can you be so skinny? Ahem, I must have seen a fake Hua, the real Hua can't be this cute. What kind of demon dares to take over the body of my Lu Tianwan? Quickly show yourself. Hua, do you know that your image is gone? Nima, don't mess up like this, be careful, Chen Xiqing will fight you to the death. Lao Tak Hua, Chan Zixing? Let him come over here, look at my somersault cloud, 18,000 miles, let him chase. Ling Tian, who was rushing over, saw this scene, and immediately cried and laughed, and couldn't help but walk up and say, Brother Hua, you guys. What's going on? Nothing, just feel too bored, so just have fun, otherwise it's too boring. Lu Duao will snakeshed casually thrown on the ground, and then patted the hand, which walked to the front of the Tong Lia said, sorry just played a little too much. Tong Lia shook his head, that's not true, just think you good skin, you really is my brother Hua? Lu Duao he smile, I am social Hua. Everyone who heard this all sprayed. Chapter 81, The Fierce Heavenly King. Looking at Lu Duao's completely uncouth behavior, Ling Tian almost didn't spurt blood, feeling that his idol that he had been chasing for 2 lifetimes had completely collapsed at this moment. However, when he put his eyes on the snake molt on the ground, his eyes closed violently and he hurriedly picked it up, saying, how is that possible? Lu Duao and Tong Lia hurriedly turned around when they heard Ling Tian's words and said in confusion, what's wrong? This is the molt of the bamboo leaf green, bad, we must leave this bamboo forest immediately. After Ling Tian finished speaking, he threw away the snake molt and pulled Lu Duao and Tong Lia to run towards the outside in a hurry.
No wonder Ling Tian would have such a big reaction. After all, the bamboo leaf green is recognized as one of the top 10 venomous snakes in the world. Its toxin is so fierce that it only takes a few drops to kill a person. The most frightening thing was that this kind of poisonous snake usually lived in groups. As long as one was found, there would be at least several hidden around it. In addition to that, the color of the bamboo leaf green itself was also a protective color. They lived in the middle of bamboo forests and blended in with the color of the bamboo forests, making it very difficult to detect, and if one was not careful, they would be trapped. If it was only Ling Tian himself, he didn't really care, but now Lu Dewao and Tong Lia basically have no self-protection ability, not to mention that he can't afford to pay for what happened, and even if he could, he wouldn't want to see that kind of thing happen.
In the end, what happened? Why did Ling Tian have such a big reaction? It seems like he found the bamboo leaf green snake, which is a poisonous snake, right? Just how could there be a poisonous snake in this bamboo forest? Could it be that the program team hadn't checked before filming? This is an uncontrollable factor. Unless the program team lifted the entire mountain, how could they have checked all the snakes, insects, and rodents?
I just went to check. Bamboo leaf green snakes seem to be very rare in China, and the place where the mushroom house is located isn't the main distribution area. Ling Tian's luck is too unbelievable, isn't it? The appearance of the bamboo leaf green snake let the live broadcast room instantly produce a burst of noise, and the program team was almost scared to pee. All the cameramen desperately followed Ling Tian towards the bamboo forest outside to run. The director was even more furious and stormy, constantly playing the phone to call the ambulance staff. Inside the bamboo forest, the great commotion still caused the bamboo leaf green snake's uneasiness. A moment later, a hissing sound rang out, very dense, even in the noisy crowd can still be clearly heard. Ling Tian was shocked, hurriedly said, "All stop, stand still and do not move. Snakes generally will not take the initiative to attack humans. Even if they attack them, will wait for the right time. So as long as you all stand there for a short period of time, will not be in danger. Remember, must not move." Ling Tian finished in one breath, then took a deep breath, gently took the shovel out of the basket and looked around with a guarded look. The four cameramen, together with Lu Dewao and Tong Lia, 6 people had quietly gathered around, looking at Ling Tian who was walking in front of them. Each of them abandoned their breath and looked at Ling Tian with a nervous expression. After taking a few steps forward, Ling Tian suddenly squatted down, his eyes staring straight at the ground not far in front of him. In a place less than 3 meters away from him, 2 thin green-colored snakes with a length of roughly around 60 centimeters raised their tongues, spitting out their snake letters unceasingly. Ling Tian's crouching down seemed to have ignited the hostility of the bamboo leaf green snake group. In just a few seconds, his periphery had densely raised no less than 10 snake heads. The cameraman following Ling Tian hurriedly adjusted the focus and captured this scene in the camera, and all the viewers who saw the scene all drew a breath of cold air. Nima, a single bamboo leaf green can scare people half to death. Now a dozen of them came out all at once. Is this the rhythm to wipe out Ling Tian and his group?
Nima, scared me to death. Trough, why are there so many snakes here? Or vipers? I'm so sorry, don't try to be brave, let's go.
Lee, hurry up and call your husband to go home, it's going to kill someone. Mom, do not dare to see. Oh, it is not easy to have a hard man can like, but did not expect to start it, will die. This Nima mother cannot stand it. A few cameramen trembled with fear, but they still maintained their professional ethics. Dead Lu Dua and Tong Lia protected in the center. But let them surprised, Lu Dewao after seeing these snakes, then directly pushed away from them, said, "Small day, we withdraw first, slowly, as long as they do not stimulate them should not be a problem, right? Brother Hua, you'd better hurry into the protection circle," or else a cameraman saw that Lu Dewao was actually going to go to Ling Tian and hurriedly pulled him back. Lu Dewao was slightly stunned, then shook his head. "All of us are human beings, life is the same. I don't have any nobility over you guys, so there's no need to say this kind of words. You guys have to back off. Protect Ya, she's a girl, Xiao Tian, and I will come to the back." This sentence again let Lu Dewao powder countless. After all, as a heavenly king, his status in the country in the eyes of ordinary people, even if with a dozen lives to exchange, is no big deal. And now a lot of fresh meat is not how to drop it. On the Twitter let assistant this and that, they and Lu Dewao then simply have to throw to the corner of the dregs of the good? But what Lu Dewao did not expect is that his words but directly ignited the bamboo leaf green attack signal. A bamboo leaf green violently coiled up the body, whoosh a scurry towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian's eyes condensed, suddenly raised his hand, only to hear a banging sound. The bamboo leaf green's entire head was smashed by him, a green liquid flowed out. Ling Tian hurriedly took 2 steps back to avoid the liquid, but he could not wait for him to stand still. The second and third bamboo leaf green also flew over. Slot! Ling Tian cursed, banging 2 times, smashing the 2 snakes away, saying, "Quickly go, these snakes are crazy. Let me help you." Lu Dewao violently stepped forward and smashed a snake with a shovel, saying, "Don't forget, when I was young, I came out of the wireless training class and learned some kung fu when I was filming martial arts." Ling Tian smashed a snake, surprised to see Lu Dewao a glance, and then nodded with a smile. "Good, today let us brother and sister to kill the 4 directions." Ha, should have been like this, not just a few snakes, come on. Lu Dewao seems to be aroused, blood, hand shovel flying, in the blink of an eye will shoot away 3 bamboo leaf green. See the back of the cameraman and Tong Lia dumbfounded. Even Ling Tian was taken aback by Lu Dewao's ferocity. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more directly dumbfounded.
Chapter 82, Shocking Fish Catching. Ah, I still have to say that I might have seen a fake Heavenly King. So Heavenly King Lu is so raw? Could it be that all the stars from the Hong Kong island side in the past were this powerful? Boing, Ling Tian so greasy, Lu Tian Wang so fierce. Groove, upstairs get out, Nima in this situation you can do such a nasty thing, really refreshed the old me 3 views. With the addition of Lu De Wao, Ling Tian's pressure reduced a lot, the two stood side by side in a line, the hands of the shovel flying, a strip of bamboo leaf green was mercilessly smashed on the ground, tossed a few times after the complete end. But in the two people will soon all the bamboo leaf green all the time, not far away from the bamboo forest suddenly came a commotion, followed by a few people will see two at least 5 pounds of mountain chicken ran out from the inside, each chattering up a bamboo leaf green will click eat up. Ling Tian looked at the 2 pheasants with no good sense of humor, and casually slapped away the last bamboo leaf green, then directly grabbed the shovel and threw it towards the pheasants. With a thud, the shovel hit and slipped as it hit the first target, smashing the second target to the ground as well. Then he jumped over, grabbed the 2 pheasants in their confused little eyes, and then walked to Lu De Wao in front of him, pulling the chicken's head, and said, "The wild game at noon, dry? I'm not sure if you're a good person." It seems that the snake killing was a bit unfulfilling. Lu De Wong heard Ling Tian's words and directly broke the heads of the 2 pheasants with 2 puffs, before saying with a satisfied face, "Consider it as a way to calm us down." Ling Tian nodded his head and threw the pheasants into the basket, saying, "Seriously, I really didn't expect you to be so good, Brother Hua. I can't help it, I was destroyed by the director, I was not famous before, I was a dragon cover, and sometimes I had to be a stunt double. If I didn't have a little bit of ability in that era, it was impossible to get ahead, so I learned a little bit of kung fu from Mr. Chung Xiaodong." Lu De Wao said with some sighs, seemingly thinking of the days when he used to be a drag queen. Ling Tian laughed lightly. In fact, why is the entertainment industry changing so fast nowadays? The main thing is that today's actors have not experienced any real training at all, and many of them rely on a face to eat. Especially some of the current young fresh meat and young flower girl, acting skills are completely absent, relying on a face to attract fans, but human aesthetics is fatigue. See, a year is not annoying, 2 years is not annoying, but 3 years? Absolutely annoyed. So many of the so-called new generation of actors in the fire after 2 or 3 years will be mercilessly abandoned. But the old people are different, they are trained first, and then they have to go through a very long career as a drag queen before they can really become an actor. For example, Lao Takwo, who once ran a drag queen for 3 years when he just came out of the wireless training class before he got his first TV drama. Star Chow, comedy brother, master star is running for 7 years before he found his own direction. So many things, the list goes on, so that generation of actors and actresses have been read until now, decades are still being talked about, like, as long as they start in the movie, TV series, there are always countless viewers will go to watch, this is the influence. Just think so, but Ling Tian's starting point now is much higher than these old people, although not as direct as those fresh meat, but not much difference, and Ling Tian's only difference with the fresh meat is that he has a hang-up, which is absolutely an unresolved existence. Bamboo leaf green was eliminated, there are 2 more pheasants under the dish, a group of people out of the bamboo forest mood is not bad, well, in addition to the 4 cameramen are still a little palpitating, the woman are restored to the usual kind of sweet smile. For the things that happened in the bamboo forest He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Yucheng 3 people do not know, so see them out of the bamboo forest, Chi-Chi toward them to greet, looking at the 3 people's faces overflowing with smiles, Lu Dua and Ling Tian looked at each other, and then Chi-Chi laughed. What are we going to do next? Going straight back? Lu De Wao looked at the bamboo shoots and pheasants in Ling Tian's basket and said. Ling Tian shook his head, these things are simply not enough for the 6 of us to eat, there is a pond in front of us, let's go and catch a few more fish, and then I'll see if I can catch a few eels and lobsters, since it's a life we aspire to, how can we condescend to ourselves over food? Catching fish, huh? I like catching fish. Tong Lia's eyes lit up, hurriedly said, when I was a child, I caught fish over there in my hometown, but it was very small, and now I basically haven't caught it, can I go into the water to catch it? Of course. A few people seemed to completely get rid of the fear brought by the bamboo leaf green, laughing all the way rushed to the side of the pond, then Ling Tian pulled up his pants leg, grabbed Tom Lia's basket, said, I'll give you guys a demonstration, then you guys catch it here, I'll go look for eels and lobsters. I'm going to look for eels and lobsters. Lu De Wao and Tom Lia nodded at the same time. Ling Tian took a deep breath and then went into the water, then he violently slammed the back basket into the water, instantly the calm water surface was replaced by a large ripple. The strong commotion stimulated the fish below, a dozen of fish jumped up from underwater, there were silver chub, mackerel, and also grass carp and carp. The sudden spectacular image caused Ton Lia to let out a scream, her face filled with excitement. It was just that Ling Tian didn't even look at those fish, instead, he slammed the basket into the water once again, and this time even more fish jumped out. Suddenly, a carp and a mackerel jumped out from Ling Tian's side, almost in the instant the fish jumped up, Ling Tian moved, only to see him wave his hand violently, the back basket drew a circle in the sky in a strange arc, and when he came to a stop, there were already 2 more fish inside. These 2 fish were more than 2 pounds of carp visually, and the mackerel was even as big as 7 or 8 pounds, even if Lu De Wao and Tom Lia didn't catch it, it would be enough for them to eat. However, in order to let the two experience it, Ling Tian still walked up the bank, took the fish out, and then handed the basket to Ton Lia, said, "You guys go down to experience it. If you can catch it, you can't. Even if you can't, anyway, these 2 fish are enough for us to eat." "Good, then the 2 of us will catch some more to eat at night." Lu Dewao jumped into the pond with confidence and started catching fish just like Ling Tian. Tong Lia was equally excited, but compared to Lu Dewao's boldness, she looked a little squirmy. No way, who let her be a girl? Today she even wore a loose long skirt. If she was not careful, she would be naked. Chapter 83. What happened to Li Xiaoyan? While the mushroom house side was busy with lunch, Li Xiaoyan had already arrived in the downtown area of Changnan City. Her main purpose of coming out this time was to integrate into the emotional world of those lovelorn girls. Of course, letting her fall in love on her own and try to fall out of love was impossible, not even in this lifetime. She was Ling Tian's. This was the oath she made when she decided to pursue Ling Tian, so in this lifetime, she could not possibly say the 3 words "I love you" to someone of the opposite sex other than Ling Tian. Since she couldn't fall in love on her own, she had no choice but to look for lost love targets and carefully observe their state of life and state of expression. What place had the largest number of people who had fallen out of love? Without a doubt, it was definitely the campus. Whether it was a high school campus or a college campus, almost every day there were people falling in love and falling out of love, and there, one could look for one's target with almost no effort at all. So after arriving in Changnan City, Li took a taxi directly to the campus of Changnan University. Changnan University is one of the key colleges in this province, with a campus area of more than 100,000 square feet, featuring more than a dozen majors including business and finance, foreign languages, computers, etc., and more than 20,000 students on the entire campus. It wasn't too difficult to find a lost love in such a huge crowd. After entering the campus, Li found a target before lunch. The other party looks to be in her 20s, not too pretty, if you add makeup, can barely enter the ranks of beauty, height of 1.6 m or so, a little short, but the whole person looks small and exquisite, but her face at this time is covered with sadness and confusion. The main reason why she was sure that the other party was her target was because she felt a strong sense of loneliness from the other party's body. As an actress with pretty good acting skills, she would never doubt her own perception because it was something she had learned from countless roles, and it had already been engraved into her bones. After recording the other party's expression at this moment, Li Xiaowei took a step forward and softly said, "Hello, may I have a chat with you?" The other party's thoughts were obviously not in the state. After hearing Li's words, her body clearly trembled for a moment, and then she suddenly realized that a person had appeared in front of her eyes, and was so frightened that she hastily took several steps back. But then she reacted and said in surprise, "You are Li Jian?" Li smiled and nodded, "I am Li, may I talk to you?" The other party froze for a while and nodded in confusion, "Of course. Thank you." Li Chen walked to the other party and extended his hand. "It's almost noon, let's go to dinner first and talk while we eat." "Okay." Although the person in front of her was a big star, the girl's expression still didn't have much excitement, which further allowed Li to confirm the other party's current state, definitely lost love. As expected, on the way to the cafeteria, Li learned the girl's name Chu Xiaoxiao, a very elegant name, 20 years old this year, is the Department of Commerce and Industry junior student, just broke up with her boyfriend this morning. The breakup was the girl herself, because she found out that her boyfriend actually with their girlfriends on the good. Very bloody plot, but it is such a plot but let Li dumbfounded, because she remembered that lost love 33 days inside the Huang Xiaoxian is because her boyfriend cheated on her girlfriends to get out of the lost love. In order not to cause too much of a stir, Li Xiaoxiao and Chu Xiaoxiao arrived at the cafeteria and then went directly to the 3rd floor of the VIP hall, which is usually where the school's rich second generation and leaders dine, and has a separate room, which can be isolated from all harassment. The two asked for a room, casually ordered some dishes and sent the restaurant staff away, and these are all Chu Xiaoxiao did. Li always pulled down the brim of the hat, hiding the identity. When the door to the room was closed, Li only breathed a sigh of relief. "Just now trouble you?" "It's okay, can I ask, why are you looking for me?" Chu Xiaoxiao shook her head with little interest. "I don't mean anything else, it's just that although I like you a lot, you shouldn't know me." Li slightly stunned, and then said, "Nothing, I mainly came out to do a survey." This survey is the girl generally after the loss of love will have what reaction? "Very sorry, I know this is very hurtful, but this survey is really important." The corner of Chu Xiaoxiao's mouth twitched, and she had the urge to turn her face and leave, but in the end, she still resisted the riot in her heart, and said, "Why do you say that?" Li somewhat embarrassed, "Because last night my boyfriend, Ling Tian, you know, right?" Chu Xiaoxiao nodded her head. Now that Ling Tian's hotness was so high, how could she not know? But precisely because she knew, she was angry with Li, thinking that this idol of hers was probably coming over to amuse herself, while sunbathing her boyfriend and spreading dog food with her. Li Xiaobian exhaled. "It's like this, my boyfriend has written a script, it's a healing script, but it starts with a girl falling out of love. Maybe it's a coincidence that the reason for her falling out of love in his script is that her boyfriend cheated on her girlfriend, so I know, but I can't help. I know, but I cannot help you anything. I can only say, I am now very irritable, very confused, seems to have lost interest in everything, not to love. After all, I still have parents, but I really cannot be interested in anything, as if it seems that the whole world has abandoned me. I want to vent, I want to cry, but I cannot even find a person to cry to." Seems to open the box. Chu Xiaoxiao has been starting to say her current mood, and later it is directly lying on the table and cried. Seely some heartbreaking. She is now very skeptical of their own, so face to face with a girl who lost her love to say that kind of words, ask that kind of question is not very cruel. But she had to say. Chu Xiaoxiao's words gave her a new direction. She already knew what she should do next. But now the most important thing she needed to do was to comfort the girl who made her cry. But she underestimated the mood swings of a girl who had fallen out of love. Even if she was about to beg her grandparents, Chu Xiaoxiao's mood still hadn't changed much. At this time Chu Xiaoxiao seemed to have found an outlet, as if she had found an outlet, and she wouldn't stop until all the emotions in her heart had been vented out. So the result of the comforting of the Li is that Chu Xiaoxiao cried more and more powerful. Looking at the girl lying in his arms and crying, Li suddenly had a feeling called regret. If she could, she really wanted to give herself a slap. Let your mouth cheat, this is good, right? You've been betrayed, haven't you? Chapter 84, Li Xiaoxian's Sharp Operation. It was not easy to comfort Chu Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao has been Chu Xiaoxiao sent to the dormitory before breathing a sigh of relief. But although she understands Chu Xiaoxiao's mind now, but for the next how to behave and no accurate direction, of course, if she wants to act, it is not impossible to act, just that will certainly be distorted, not to mention that this is her boyfriend's debut. Even if it is another director's play, she will never allow herself to do so. So after Chu Xiaoxiao, she took a special look at the dormitory and found that there was still a spare bed inside. So after she left the dormitory, she rushed straight to the school's office building. Half an hour later, the principal's office. What? You said you want to come to our school for graduate school? An old man who looked to be around 60 years old looked at Li with a surprised face and opened his mouth. As a public figure, the principal's impression of Li Xiao was that he was just an actor. He didn't look down on people in the entertainment industry, and their school had a film and television program. Although it wasn't very large, it was ranked among the national film and television colleges. But he has never seen a person who has begun to popularity is still willing to come to school to relearn. Especially Li Jin is now in Ling Tian's fishing wheel is being speculated, so a person will feel at ease in the school to learn? Li Xiaoyan smiled elegantly and said, I just need to do an observation in the school. This observation needs a period of time. In order not to cause trouble to the principal, I'm willing to donate $200,000 for the school's financial aid fund. I just hope that the principal can let me stay in the school for a period of time. Well, I'll just live in the girls' dormitory, building 4 of the 305 on the line. $200,000? The principal was silent. $200,000 was nothing for a huge school, but it was not a small amount for the scholarship fund, not to mention that Lily would only be staying for a few days, so it didn't seem to be a big deal. After a few moments, the principal still agreed. Meanwhile, inside the women's dormitory, Building 4, Dormitory 305, Chu Xiaoxiao had just finished her bath and was lying on her bed, her mind still thinking about her feelings. She and her boyfriend are high school classmates, after graduating from high school know that at the same time admitted to Changnan University, so only to determine the relationship. 3 years have passed, she in any case did not think that she would go to this step with her boyfriend. Her side, there are 2 roommates are flipping through the cell phone. Look at the page they look at, it is not difficult to find out. They are at this time watching how to save a girl from the lost love back to the post. Suddenly, the door of the dormitory was knocked. A roommate froze for a moment and then hurriedly got up and went to the door to pull open the door, but the next moment she let out a scream, eye blurred. Shut up, do you want the whole building to have trouble sleeping? The housekeeper aunt who was responsible for sending Li Xiaowei over to the dormitory shouted with a serious face, and then led Li Xiaowei into the dormitory. If it was usual, the authority of the housekeeper's aunt would never be provoked, but at this moment, the roommate still could not suppress his inner excitement, and followed behind Li with an excited face, several times wanting to open his mouth to say something, but due to the housekeeper's aunt's authority, he did not dare to make a move. What's going on? Li Jian? She didn't dare, but another roommate went crazy, jumped off the bed directly wearing a fat suit, and jumped into Li's arms, saying, It's really Li, it's still hot, huh? I've seen my idol. Shut up. Auntie Hudon Lion was furious. Chu Xiaoxiao also looked at Li Xiaoxiao who was following behind the housekeeper aunt with a surprised face. Li Xiaoxiao smiled towards her and then said, I just applied for graduate school with the school, and I will live in your dormitory for the time being, so I hope that we will get along well in the future. Ah. Li Xiaoxiao's words once again triggered a screaming match. Only Chu Xiaoxiao was puzzled, but then she ignored it and went to her own grief. Auntie housekeeper once again reprimanded the 2 roommates, then turned around and left, after which the 2 roommates were busy helping Li Xiaoxian to make up the bed next to her, just like a maidservant, making Li Xiaoxian uncomfortable, but no matter how much she said, the 2 of them just wouldn't listen. At this moment, she once again sprouted a kind of regret. Can in just one day, no, is within 2 hours regret twice. Li is also considered to break a small record, right? As for what happened on Li Xiao's side, the people in the mushroom house did not know. At this time, Ling Tian had just prepared his lunch, because the morning's harvest was relatively rich, so Ling Tian once again had the luxury of once. Braised fish, boiled fish, cassoulet chicken, cold chicken, stewed bamboo shoots, fried cabbage, 6 dainty delicacies set up a table full of them. Because of the relationship between time, his small river shrimp and eel, Loach stayed, ready to wait for the night to eat, and the excess fish was Ling Tian brought with the director in exchange for a few cans of beer, and the director seems to have taken into account to give Lu Dua and Tong Lia a little psychological compensation, so the two of them fished out of the fish even directly for $500 of living expenses. Such a generous director let Huan Lei once thought that the director ate the wrong drug, and even wanted to go catch a few fish for money, so that in the future they do not have to do anything. But after he made this request, the director directly readjusted the price of fish to the original $5 a caddy. Angry Huan Lei once again threw out 2 slippers towards the director. Afterwards, Tong Lia said what happened inside the bamboo forest. Only then did Huan Lei stop the action in his hand and looked at Ling Tian's trio with a tense face, saying, "Are you guys alright? How come there are bamboo leaves? Didn't the crew clean up the neighborhood a long time ago?" He Jian was also scared for a while. That was bamboo leaf green, it could kill a person. Ling Tian smiled indifferently, greeted a few people to take a seat, said, "This is normal, bamboo leaf green usually like to hide in the ground about 10 centimeters of the cave. If not today's weather is too sweltering, it is estimated that they will not come out." The program team did not find as normal. Having said that, He Jiang still had a heavy face as he got up and walked over to the director's side, muttering a few words to the director before he re-entered, and then poured a glass of beer for everyone and said, "Let's not talk about the past, in order to thank Xiaotian and Hua for saving us all today, so I propose that we toast the two of them together." Right, thank you Hua and Xiaotian, otherwise I would have been miserable today. Tong Lia also panicked and raised her glass, winking towards the two of them. Ling Tian nodded his head and raised his glass, while Lu Duwao said to the cameraman with a dejected expression, "Record this moment, okay? To broadcast it, I want to tell everyone that I am also very powerful." Chapter 85, The Other Side of the King of Heaven. 666, Hua, where is your integrity? What about your image? You so skin is not afraid of sister-in-law home let you kneel durian? I am now 100% sure that what I saw is definitely a fake Hua. It's over. Hua has only been in Mushroom House for 1 day and has already embarked on the road of no return. Alas, the memories in my heart collapsed. Ahem, should the upstairs be so skinny? I feel that the current heavenly king is very good grounded, and poof Nima cannot wash. Lu Dua's comical performance let the people in the live broadcast room happy fast fork in the air. After all, Lu Tianwan used to no matter in front of people or after people, the performance is an absolute modest gentleman, but now this Nima where is still Lu Tianwan? It's a joke, isn't it? But Lu Duwao but this does not care, after drinking a cup of wine, but also directly proposed, "Small day today special powerful, really, if not before I have done homework, then, surely thought he is a mysterious force of special forces, is the kind of click to kill the bloodless king of soldiers." Poof. This time not only the audience of the live broadcast, even He Jiang and others cannot help but just drink into the mouth of the wine to spray out. To screw it? Ling Tian was embarrassed by Lu Duwao, opened his mouth to argue, but in the end, he could only sigh deeply. Alas, who let others be the king of heaven? Brother Hua, image, you are a heavenly king. Tong Lia covered her mouth and held back her laughter to remind Lu Duwao. But what made her speechless was that Lu Duwao picked up a piece of fish and put it into his mouth, responding intoxicatedly, "Do I have an image? You are an idol, my biggest idol." Peng Yucheng hurriedly opened his mouth. This period of time can suffocate him. Originally Mango TV let him come over to participate in the yearning, is to enhance his popularity, but now it's good, he is directly on the verge of being ignored all. The first time I've seen this, I've seen it in the past. Lu Duwao quickly waved his hand. "I'm not an idol, I'm just a big old man, ordinary people, really, this period of time I'm studying literature, and strive to make their cultural level can reach the standard of high school students." Vomit God high school student standard. Lu Tian warn you enough, if you go on like this your persona will really collapse. What's going on upstairs? People Lu Tian Wang said wrong? Even if it is wrong, you have to listen, you know? Upstairs Senior Black, identification is complete, SuperTube still waiting for what? Kicked. Looking at a group of people dumbfounded expression, Ling Tian lightly smiled and explained, "In fact, I can't be sure if what Hua said is true, but Hua's real cultural standard is really not high. You guys may not know, Hua is my idol. I have always been concerned about him, and I have also checked his information. Hua started working from his teenage years. It seems that at that time, there was only a junior high school education?" Lu Duwao nodded his head, 2nd year of junior high school. Ling Tian dawned on him and continued to popularize. Later Hua entered the wireless training course to study. You can take a look at the 1000 degrees. The above Hua's graduation institution is the wireless training course, not a certain college. Of course, all these years Hua has been working hard to learn the knowledge, so I can't believe it when he said the high school level, but the words in front of him are true. After Ling Tian's explanation, a lot of people only suddenly realized, after all, everyone knows that Lu Duwao is a big star, but very few people know what kind of education Lu Duwao actually has. In fact, the entire Hong Kong island in the 1980s stars, 70% of them do not have a formal university graduation, like Star Chow, Chow Yun Fat, Chung Long and so on. So, don't take me too seriously, when I was a kid, I was actually much skinnier than I am now. Lu Duwao did not care about Ling Tian's shortcomings, his face with a trace of never-before-seen ease. He Jong and Huang Lei glanced at each other before nodding at the same time. Tom Leah, on the other hand, was still shocked at the reality, but when she was about to say something, she was directly stopped by He Jong. Well, Hua, no matter what, you're the best entertainer in our hearts. Come on, in order to celebrate that we have another great meal today, let's raise our glasses. After lunch, a few people ducked into the room and turned on the large ceiling fan overhead, finally allowing the stuffy air to circulate. Seemingly completely letting go of everything, Lu Dewao directly and unimaginatively paralyzed on the floor stand, and said to Ling Tian, Xiaotian, there's nothing much going on right now, sing a song for everyone. Right, sing a song. He Jiang suddenly sat up straight with an expectant face. Huang Lei and Peng Yichang also sat up straight, staring at Ling Tian with burning eyes. Ton Lia's eyes were even more glowing. Now to say whose song is the hottest, Ling Tian has definitely deserved the first. Now his initial release of the No Place for Self-Reproach and Father 2 songs downloads have already exceeded 15 million, became this year's new song list of the first and second place. Even if the back of the Jiangnan and The Most Romantic Thing, Sea and Sky is even later, downloads have exceeded the 10 million mark, ranked 4th, 5 or 6 in the new songs list, in the middle of a veteran singer's new song. But look at the situation of that singer's position has been faltering. Tom Leah even downloaded all 5 of Ling Tian's songs to her cell phone a long time ago, and The Most Romantic Thing was even set as her incoming call ringtone, and she loved it. Ling Tian froze for a moment, and then nodded his head and said, that's fine. Are you guys going to listen to new songs or old songs? There are new songs? Lu Dewao sat up with a brush, his face with undisguised excitement, said, there are new songs, of course, listen to new songs. Ling Tian a sound, and then went up to the second floor to get the guitar. At the same time, the audience in the live broadcast room already do not know how many times boiling. There are new songs to listen to again. I hope Ling Tian can still maintain the classic standard. Damn it, why doesn't this live room allow rewards? I can't stand my rockets anymore, okay? It's okay, I've pulled out all the money. Penguin Music can reward above. Hey, it's ready, sit and wait for the new song. All the noise has been cleared out. Ling Tian, please start your performance. A few moments later, Ling Tian walked down from the upper floor, holding his guitar with an extra charm, directly triggering a large group of female fans to wolf howl. A song called Sea White Sky is for all those who are struggling or are experiencing setbacks. When the words landed, everyone was instantly confused. Chapter 86, Shocking and Heavenly King's Decision. A song called A Wide Sea and a Wide Sky to all those who are struggling or are experiencing setbacks. I hope that you will all be able to usher in the best of tomorrows. Today is brutal, tomorrow may be even more brutal, but the day after tomorrow, it will definitely be a beautiful one. After Ling Tian finished speaking, He Jiong and the others were confused, and the audience in the live broadcast room was dumbfounded. What did I hear? The sea and the sky? Wasn't it published? New wine in an old bottle? Has Ling Tian really run out of talent? Be careful what you say upstairs. Watch out for Ling Tian's mouth. Hush everyone, don't talk, listen to the song. Ling Tian did not wait for He Jiong and others to ask questions, so he gently strummed the guitar. A section, and the previous sea and sky completely different from the beautiful melody rang out, gradually from slow to fast, more and more intense, but at the highest point when suddenly closed, once again turned into a gurgling trickle of the general soft. Today I am, watching the snow drift by on a cold night, going to a faraway place with a cold heart, chasing after it in the wind and rain, not being able to distinguish the shadow and the fog. The sky and the sea are wide, you and I, will it change? The song floated, everyone felt their scalp numb, a layer of goosebumps rose all over their body, but more people were surprised, amazed, and shocked. Cantonese song? Ever since the 90s of the last century, Cantonese songs had gradually gone into decline, even if Heavenly King Lu and the rest of the older generation of Heavenly Kings were trying to find a new path, and had turned to Mandarin songs. Cantonese songs really hadn't appeared for many years. Moreover, listening to Ling Tian's lyrics and melody, this was definitely a very good song, and for those professional musicians, this was simply bleeped. Almost everyone was spitting in their hearts. Another classic? Ling Tian lowered his head and gently strummed his guitar, his tone becoming slightly heavier. How many times to meet the cold eyes and ridicule? Never give up the ideal of the heart, a moment of trance, if the feeling of loss, unknowingly has become diluted, the heart of love. Boom melody in this moment suddenly became violent. Forgive me for this life of unruly indulgence, love of freedom, will also be afraid of one day will fall, turn their backs on the ideal, who can, which will be afraid of one day only you total me ono. Bombed, this time is really bombed. If the Mandarin version of Sea and Sky is an inspiring song, then the Cantonese version is a healing song that saves one's soul. Although both are telling people that they should not give up in the face of setbacks, the way they express it is completely different. This song focuses on the positive attitude towards life and the belief of never giving up. Compared to the Mandarin version, it is easier to get into people's hearts. In his previous life, this song has been on fire for more than 20 years, and until Ling Tian traveled across the world, it was still covered by countless big names. The second time of the song began, everyone also in this moment completely gathered their minds, so that their whole heart immersed in the song. After a long time, the sound of the song died down, but the entire live broadcast room and Mushroom House seemed very quiet, and even the sound of everyone breathing could be heard through the camera.
It wasn't until a minute later that pop-ups were the first to appear in the live broadcast room. I have to say, the scalp exploded, the blood boiled, perhaps the heart has something. I recently happened to catch up with the company layoffs, was laid off, a time simply do not know what I should do next, has been nested in the home for several days, thank you Ling Tian, gave me the motivation and hope to continue to struggle, I will work hard. The top floor, I am the Northern Drift, is ready to go home this year, completely give up the heart of the unrealistic ideas, but now, I decided, next not out of the head of the old man died in Tianjin, slot. That's right, I'm a horizontal drift, and the upstairs brother, not to be successful, are two shoulders to carry a head, I do not believe it. I'm not as hot-blooded as you guys, I'm preparing for the college entrance exam this year, I was going to give up the key, but now, I've decided, I won't stop until I get to the key. A touching pop-up screen emerged, leaving the technician in charge of testing dumbfounded. Well, this technician was a second-generation door. After graduation, he relied on his family's connections to enter the TV station, so it was difficult to appreciate the kind of emotion contained within the song. But he wasn't a cutie. Knowing what these pop-ups represented. Looking at Ling Tian sitting there with a shocked face, his heart boiled, and for the first time, he had the urge to rush over and ask for an autograph despite everything, while at the same time, his heart wildly exclaimed, "This is the idol ah!" Several minutes passed, Lu Dewao sighed, stood up from the carpet, clapped his hands, smiled and shook his head. I still underestimated you, not to mention your previous songs, just this one song is enough to make you eat for the rest of your life. Xiaotian, you're the strongest music singer-songwriter I've ever seen, even if it's the brilliant duo from the Hong Kong island of the last century, that's all there is to it. When these words came out, everyone was completely shocked. Brilliant duo refers to the last century Hong Kong island's famous music producer Huang Sticky and Gu Jiawei. The two people worked together, almost contracted the entire 80s wireless TV station. All the theme songs and interludes of TV dramas, including many famous singers of the famous song and so on, was made into a brilliant demon. From this, it could be seen how high Lu Dewao's opinion of Ling Tian was. Lu Dewao knew that saying this sentence would probably cause bad results for Ling Tian. After all, there was a Chinese saying that a piker can't be held responsible for a crime, and there was also a saying that a big tree attracts the wind. But he didn't care. With such a right-tempered young man, he had already decided that even if he spelled out not to have a reputation for the rest of his life, he would still want to keep it. Unlike other artists, Lu Dewao has seen the boom and bust of the Chinese entertainment industry. He pays more attention to the cultivation of the next generation. The new star director is his plan. In order to cultivate Chinese directors, he has lost nearly $1 billion, but he is still doing it, because he does not want to let the Chinese entertainment industry in the future one day completely decline. He knew that perhaps his power was weak, but if he did it, he wouldn't leave any regrets, or else he would regret it for the rest of his life. As for Ling Tian, he was undoubtedly the most outstanding young man he had ever seen, even though right now Ling Tian had only shown his creative talent in music, but judging from his scripts and kung fu, Ling Tian's other aspects were certainly not weak, and as long as he was properly cultivated, he would definitely be able to carry the banner of the Chinese entertainment industry forward in the future. Such a person doesn't need to go on a detour at all. Whoever dares to oppose it is working against the development of the entire entertainment industry, and he, Lu Dewao, is most afraid of those who are good at going on crooked paths. But these are just his own thoughts. The few people in the mushroom house, Ling Tian, were almost scared to death by his words, especially Ling Tian, so close that he didn't fall to his knees unsteadily. Chapter 87, Li Xia's Afterthoughts. Ling Tian's Cantonese version of Sea and Sky detonated the entire internet. But the words of Lu Tianwang completely pushed Ling Tian to the tip of the wind and waves. But everyone can see that Lu Tianwang is ready to die to protect Ling Tian, so those who want to make trouble instantly extinguished the little heart. However, there were still some entertainment companies that weren't afraid of Lu Tianwang, but they started to move around, ready to crush this newcomer who didn't know what was going on. Of course, they didn't want to block him. They were ready to give Ling Tian a first courtesy and then a soldier. If Ling Tian was willing to sign a contract with them, then everyone would be good. If not, heh. But their thoughts just came out. He Jiang went forward and patted Ling Tian's shoulder and said, "You are really great, I can't say that. What problems do you have in the future? My brother will give you a pocket." As a pillar of Mango TV, He Jiang's energy is absolutely huge. Do not look at him now as only a second-line star, but he really want to anger up, even if the domestic super first-line stars also have to kneel, not to mention his friends in the entertainment industry. Just a single Mango TV will be enough. And after He Jiang, Huang Lei also said with a smile, "There is time to come to Nortel to give the children a lesson on your this power, hanging a professor title are enough." Huang Lei, Nortel bearer teacher, under the hands of the star students, and a very wide range of contacts, is definitely the meat and potatoes of Nortel. Who dares to offend him, basically and offend the entire Nortel is no difference. 3 consecutive heavyweights to support, so that those unwilling companies completely lost their temper. They can offend a Lu Dua, but cannot afford to offend He Jiang and Huang Lei their joint efforts, unless they do not want to mix in the future. Ling Tian saw that the 3 of them were so supportive of himself, his heart felt warm, smiling and nodding. Good, as long as those students don't kick me out, I'll definitely have a good class, huh? They dare, the guts have fattened them up. Huang Lei finished and laughed as well. He Jiang blinked, "If you have time, come with me to Happy Camp?" Speaking of which, I haven't recorded for a few episodes, so I don't know if they've forgotten about me yet. The group of people talked and laughed and sort of put the matter just now behind them, but what they didn't know was that there was still a pair of eyes staring at Ling Tian in the dark, and the power behind these eyes could almost pry up the entire Chinese entertainment circle.
Meanwhile, Changnan University.
Lily was considered to have officially moved into the 305 dormitory, and after a brief introduction, she had two more roommates, one named Chui Fong, one named Zheng Qianqian, plus one Chu Xiaoxiao. Well, for people was just right. And after a short period of shock, Chui Fong and Zheng Qianqian also came back from the excitement of seeing a star, and began to get along with Li with the mentality of an ordinary person, just want to completely eliminate the inner tension. In a short period of time, it is unlikely. After a brief understanding, Li then took a shower, and then lay on the bed in Chui Fong, Zheng Qianqian chatting, but her eyes are always watching Chu Xiaoxiao lying there motionless, observing Chu Xiaoxiao's every move, and even every change in her eyes. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Chui Fong and Zheng Qianqian went to class. Li Chen, because of the special nature of her identity, so her class is random, that is, she can go to class if she wants to go to class, and no one cares about her if she doesn't want to go to class, and the school doesn't expect her to bring any honor to the school anyway. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, because of the matter of love lost by the class guide directly approved a week's leave, also do not know that the class guide in the end how to think in the head, but carefully think about it, found that that guy is quite humane. After all, to Chu Xiaoxiao's current state, the class is not possible. In the empty dormitory, Li Xiaoxiao looked at Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the ceiling. The two people did not say anything, or rather, since the noon venting, Chu Xiaoxiao and Li Xiaoxiao between the words have been completely without any communication. But after looking at it for a while, Li seems to be a little messy in the head. Simply take out a notebook and a pen from the bag, look at Chu Xiaoxiao, and then record it. At the same time began to add everything that he saw in his head in front of him. The sound of sand writing woke up Chu Xiaoxiao, who was in a daze. She sat up violently from the bed and looked at Li in tears and laughter. Big sister, what exactly are you going to do? I'm already very sad, just spare me, okay? Li somewhat embarrassed. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do it anymore. After saying this, she directly rolled over and lay on the bed, looking at Li Xiaoxiao closed her eyes. Chu Xiaoxiao then breathed a sigh of relief, and then relay back down, and after a few moments, she once again went into a daze of emotions. Li Xiaoxiao pulled the pillow down a little, head tilted back, just to see Chu Xiaoxiao's facial expression. The corner of the mouth raised a nice arc, so motionless look up. But after watching for half an hour, Li found that Chu Xiaoxiao was still dumbfounded. In addition to being dumbfounded, her eyes were empty without any color. If she didn't know that she was still alive now, it was estimated that she could scare herself to death. Laughing and crying, Li Xiaoxiao slowly closed her eyes. Her mind began to recall everything she had seen today, and then tried to fuse these memories together to form her own instincts. But she just sat up violently after thinking for less than 10 minutes, her brows furrowed and her eyes flashed with a hint of shock. What's wrong with you? Chu Xiaoxiao noticed that something was wrong with her and hurriedly opened her mouth to ask. Li waved his hand without saying anything, then lay down again, then suddenly stood up and said, I am sorry, today's matter has caused you trouble, I will leave. I am very sorry that Qianqian and Xiaofang come back after you, and they say, in the future there is a chance that I will invite you to dinner to be regarded as an indemnity. Goodbye. After finishing in a panic, she grabbed her bag and rushed out of the dormitory. Without even going to the principal, she went straight out of the school gates before leaning against a big tree with a palpitating heart and gasping for air. The reason why she had such a big reaction was because she suddenly realized that what she had done this day was no different from those paparazzi that she hated. Both of them were prying into other people's privacy, and even though she had a reason for what happened, wrong was wrong. She would never allow herself to become the kind of person who would do anything to achieve her goals, and just now, she even developed the beginnings of a shameful desire to commit suicide. After a full 10 minutes of slowing down, she let herself calm down, and then took out her notebook of records, will record about Chu Xiaoxiao's paper ripped off, torn into shreds and thrown into the trash can, and then looked back at the campus of Changnan University, whispered, I'm sorry. Chapter 88 Hibiscus Yaya. Li Li's departure did not bring any fluctuations to Changnan University. In addition to Chu Xiaoxiao and their three girls know that Li Li had come, other students do not know anything about it. After hearing the report from the janitor, the principal, who led all this, just lamented that the stars nowadays don't take money for granted, but didn't say anything. What's more, it's actually a good thing for the school if Li Xiaoxiao left. After all, the heat of Li Xiaoyuan is very high now, although it is still only a third-line star, but the heat even those bottom of the first-line stars can't compare. If let the paparazzi know that Li Xiaoyuan is in the Changnan University, then this key institution is expected to have no more peace of mind. After leaving Changnan University, Li Xiaoyan once again returned to the original hotel, directly threw herself on the bed and began to rest, although only a short day, but for her, today's state of mind fluctuations have exceeded the usual months or even a year. She felt a wave of unprecedented fatigue. Flipping out her cell phone from her bag, she had the intention to give Ling Tian a call to complain about her grievances, but when her fingers placed on Ling Tian's phone number she let go. A sweet smile appeared on her face and she murmured in a low voice, if I tell you about today's events, you will definitely tell me to go back and have a good rest, right? But I'm definitely not going to give up, I'll definitely make it, huh? With a playful smile, she rolled over and lay back down again, her mind recalling the change in Chu Xiaoxiao's expression, speculating on her mental fluctuations, and then connecting to Huang Xiaoxian.
3:30 in the afternoon.
The mushroom house that had been secluded for a few hours became lively once again, but the afternoon sunlight was a bit nasty. The sun rolled up a thick layer of heat on the ground. Hee-jong picked up the thermometer and measured it outside for a while, and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my god, the temperature right now is as high as 34 degrees.
So high?"
Huang Lei also froze, and then he went straight to the door, wanting to try what the situation was outside. But just as he stepped out, he was hit by a heat wave on his face, choking him so much that he hastily shrunk back, saying, "This damn weather is so hot, what are we going to do in the afternoon?
We can't just do nothing, right?"
Ling Tian put the towel away, patted his cheeks and said with a smile, "This kind of weather is actually the most suitable for fishing. We don't wear water pants, we just wear our t-shirts over there. Well, this is just the right time of the day, the water temperature is very cool, and it'll definitely make you feel comfortable to the sky."
"Can you?"
Hee-jong was a bit worried. After all, this is playing with water. If you are not careful, you may lose your life. Ling Tian knows what Hee-jong is worried about. Directly, "We do not go to the reservoir, just in front of the pond on the line. The deepest place is only just over the waist. Nothing can happen."
As to go swimming.
Huang Lei was the first to shoot the board, and then looked at Lu Dewao. Lu Dewao shrugged his shoulders, a face of excitement said, "I was a child but very good at catching fish. Today we want to test to see who caught more."
"What about me? Can I go too?"
Suddenly, Tong Lia some apprehension asked a sentence. After all, she is a woman. If only wearing the usual clothes to play with the water, then it is not wet.
"But if you don't go then good heart-o."
Ling Tian coughed twice. "You wear jeans and shirt."
"Okay day."
Tong Lia laughed, quickly turned around and ran into the guest room, perhaps because she knew what would happen next, so she changed her clothes very quickly. In less than 5 minutes she had reappeared in the living room. And at this time, Ling Tian and the others had already taken their backpacks and were standing in the courtyard waiting for her under the big sun. The pond in the mushroom house was very small, less than 100 square meters, and besides Huang Lei, Hee-jong, Peng Yucheng and Ling Tian were all very familiar with this place, and even without looking underwater, they knew what the terrain was like. The only thing that is worried about is Lu Dewao and Tong Lia. After all, the two only came yesterday, in addition to today when Ling Tian fishing came here, never came again, let alone underwater. But the water here is very shallow. Think about it later, if the two people make a fool of themselves then it seems quite good. Ling Tian suddenly thought to himself.
What are we going to do next? Just go straight down?
On the shore, Tong Lia put down her basket and looked at Ling Tian with a curious face. Ling Tian smiled faintly and walked straight down to the water, saying, "Like me, come down first and then submerge your body into the water, just leave a head outside to breathe. Why do you need to get your clothes all wet first?"
Tong Lia was a bit confused.
That's because it would be very uncomfortable to have clothes half wet and half dry, but all wet is cool except at the very beginning, especially in this kind of weather.
What amazes people is that this time the answer Lu Dewao. Huang Lei's eyes lit up. "Was I, expert ah?"
That is, when I was a child I was the champion of catching fish in our village, but we were all catching fish on the beach at that time. This kind of pond is really the first time to come, really comfortable. After Lu Dewao got his body all wet, he had a look of enjoyment on his face. Hee-jong, 3 people also finished all the preparations. Tong Lia although walked into the water, but want to let her and a group of men here to play a wet body game. To be honest, she is really a little bit unable to let go. But looking at a few people, that face of enjoyment expression, and then linked to their back that hot temperature, suddenly hard, directly squat down, and then clatter stood up. All of a sudden, the refreshing feeling directly spread all over the body, so that she could not help but moan. Chanting, said, "So comfortable ah." But she does not know is that at this time, her clothes are all pasted on the body, even the inside of the fat times marks can be seen clearly. All of a sudden, the live broadcast room was originally because of the catching of fish and memories caused by the fever instantly boiled. I'm not sure what I'm going to say, but I'm going to say something. Oh, tissue paper, Nima saliva flow out.
Ya's wet. Body seduction. Confused? Is this real? Is it true? Ah, what a great perk. I'm so happy. Shen Siqing, your mother-in-law is having fun with 5 men. Don't you care? Upstairs, aren't you afraid of being beaten up by the thousands of netizens in the broadcasting room for being so skinny?
Not to mention the viewers in the live broadcast room. Even Pang Pang looked directly dumbfounded, but it was only because Hee-jong directly slapped him on the head that this fiery youngster extinguished that flame in his heart.
Chapter 89 Awesome Mayaya.
In the water pond. After completing the preparations, Tong Lia also completely let go, simply just sat on the edge of the water pond, said, "Really comfortable it, but I will not catch the fish there is a fish in the bump me." From gentle to panic instant transformation, let the water pond. A few big men all laughed out. And Tong Lia's shout seemed to have opened Pandora's box. Peng Yucheng followed suit and exclaimed, "There's a fish hitting me on my side too.
And me, there are so many fish here."
Huang Lei was also surprised, and look at the force, the fish here are not small.
Why am I not hit by a fish?
Hee-jong looked at a few people dumbfounded. Lu Duwao suddenly squatted down. When he got up again, his hand has more than one chub. Look at the reminder, at least 3 pounds. The first time I saw him in the back of my hand, and then I saw him in the back of my hand. Looking at the skillful action, the operation like flowing water, Manhwa is definitely a master of catching fish. Identification is complete. So cool. Why is the screen dirty? Let me lick it first. I love you, Hwa. I want to be your granddaughter. That's enough, you'll be beaten up by was fans. After catching the fish, Lu Dua quickly rushed to the bank, stuffed the fish into the basket, and then raised his eyebrows towards a few people with an amusing face, saying, "Is it great? Come on, give me a close-up and wash it into a photo, I want to keep it as a souvenir." Ha, Hwa, can you not be so amusing? And keep it as a souvenir? Come on, let our Hwa look at his great image now, ha. He Jeong laughed and squatted directly in the water, one finger pointed at Lu Duwu's face. It turned out that just because of catching fish, his face splashed with a puddle of water, and with some silt. At this time, Lu Duwu was absolutely natural cat with a big flowery face. The others couldn't help but laugh. Lu Duwu, slightly stunned, then reached out and wiped a hand on his face, looking at the black mud on the palm of his hand, suddenly speechless, but then he gritted his teeth and said, "What do you know? This is called a symbol of merit, understand? See how I'm going to make a killing today." Snap. Lu Duwa words just fell. Ling Tian will suddenly reach out, and then one-handed grabbed 2 fish stood up. These 2 fish, a bluegill, a grass carp. The small one also has 4 or 5 pounds of the appearance, while the bluegill is almost 10 pounds. This style of painting directly let Lu Duwa confused, feel a cool wind blowing around, so cold. In the live broadcast room, a group of people were also made to cry and laugh by this sudden change in the style of painting. Ihua, just a little bit of awesome blowing. Nima, this face hit. Pia pia. Poof, finished, cough cough. Ihua has already gone farther and farther down the path of being a comedian. There is no possibility of turning back. Ha, I hate Ling Tian so much. How can he hit my Hua in the face like that? But why can't I help but laugh? Ling Tian is so handsome. Ling Tian is so handsome. Ling Tian, I want to have a monkey with you. He Jeong directly laughed after he reacted and flopped down in the water, lifting his hand to slap the surface of the water. If not for the fact that the water below had already been muddied by their tossing and turning, then he probably would have been able to lie down there and roll around. Huang Lei was also a burst of laughter. Shao Tian, excessive how can you be so not give your brother Hua face? Peng Yu Chang, on the other hand, looked enviously at Ling Tian and Lu Duwa, who caught the fish, clapping his hands vigorously. Brother Hua is great, brother Tian is great. Tong Lia rolled up her sleeves. I want to catch fish too, but what if I don't know how? Ling Tian was just about to go forward. Lu Duwa quickly rushed over. Come on, it's okay, I'll teach you. Really? How do I do it? Tong Lia leapt forward and stared at the water, as if there were countless fish waiting for her. Lu Duwa did not say anything, but stared at the water for a while. Suddenly, a few fish heads showed up. He smiled softly and pointed to the fish heads. See? After the water is muddy, the air underneath will be insufficient. At this time the fish will float to the surface. This is why we catch fish in the pond, to mix the water first. Isn't there an idiom called muddy water to find fish? This is the situation. Don't panic when you see the fish, don't startle them, wait for them to come closer, then you can see the opportunity to strike. Remember, you must grab the gills of the fish, so the fish won't run away. Words fell. Lu Duwao violently probed hand. With a snap, a fish was his dead gills cover slipped up. This is a carp, more than a catty look, not small. Looked at the carp that kept struggling there. Tong Lia eyes full of worshipful light. So powerful. Indeed awesome. Brother Hua can still have this kind of skill at this age. TSK, kudos to you. Ling Tian casually fished out and grabbed a grass carp and shook it at Lu Duwa and spoke with a smile. Looking at Ling Tian's hand that not less than 3 kilograms of large grass carp, Lu Duwa, ahead of Black Line, cannot help but laugh and scold. Off, you are a moment and not against my heart is not comfortable, right? I also caught one, ha, look at it, look at it. Just as Ling Tian was about to reply, a huge force suddenly came from behind him, and then he saw He Jeong holding a chub that was only about 7 or 8 tails in his arms. The silver chub struggled and flopped, jumping out of He Jeong's hand from time to time, and finally plopped into the water amidst He Jeong's exclamation of surprise. He Jeong was dumbfounded. Huang Lei froze for a while and they all laughed out loud, especially Huang Lei, who not only laughed, but also directly disliked. Old He, you're not comfortable if you don't make fun of him for a while, are you? Rolling. He Jeong ran away from the fish, at this time is about to explode. I do not believe it, I cannot catch a fish. Suddenly, standing in the side of Lu Duatong, Leah stooped violently, and then both hands at the same time out, and then quickly raised, after her originally empty hands will be more than a little more than a catty chub. Ah, I caught, ha, I can also catch fish. Tong Leah deadlocked her gills cover, excitedly screaming and jumping in the water. Well, this woman is already about to go crazy. Awesome, I didn't expect Yaha to learn so fast. This is nothing, the chub is very easy to lack of oxygen, and generally is the initial time the strongest stamina, to the present basically has been the stamina of the almost consumed, so let Yaha catch, if it is other fish, absolutely run. Upstairs the Truth Emperor roll, we do not care about those we only know that Yaha caught the fish. Awesome my Yaha. Awesome my Yaha won. My Yaha 10,086.
Chapter 90, The Director Who Can't Cry. The cool pool water and the sense of joy brought by catching fish as well as the sense of accomplishment completely dispersed the hot weather. Several people tossed around in the water for nearly 2 hours before they went ashore one after another. At this time the temperature had gradually begun to fall, the flow of air pressure brought up a breeze, blowing on the body some cool, very comfortable. The most important thing is that this afternoon is absolutely counted as a bumper harvest, 5 basket loaded full of fish. According to the price given by the director group, these fish at least can be sold more than 2,000, so a large sum of money enough to live a few days they do not have to do anything. So a few people are in a very good mood, even if tomorrow will leave. Lu De Wow is also very excited. This afternoon he seems to go back to that period of childhood, although that time there is no money, but really much happier. Fish basket is very heavy, basically each fish basket has 70 or 80 pounds of appearance, but let Jeong they are surprised. Ling Tian is directly so one hand one carry will go, and they tried. Finally rely on 2 people to lift is also enough to lift one. Alas, it seems to be really old. Huang Lei shook his head with a bitter face, got up and grabbed the empty basket and left. He had no face to continue to stay here. Lu De Wow is even more dry, directly greeted Tom Leah left. Well, in his words, we too are guests, help you catch fish is enough, carry fish even if it. He Jeong stood in place without good breath, and finally huffed and puffed and hammered Peng Yuchang a fist, saying, "Our young people, why are you so uncontested?" Peng Yuchang wanted to cry. He only caught 2 fish this afternoon, but also were small fish, and finally all to let go, and now lift the fish and lift cannot, and Ling Tian so compared, really seems to be suicide how to break? Looking at Peng Yuchang's pitiful expression, the audience was instantly happy. Peng don't cry, it's okay, you're still great, except for being a little bit weak. Mr. He, do you want to be so bad? Peng's little heart was almost blown up by you. Is it really good for you to bully a kid like that? Go Pumba, don't compare yourself to Ling Tian, compare yourself to Mr. He, or else you'll make Mr. He admit that he's already old. Cough it up, watch out, Mr. Ho will be there in 2 seconds. Am I the only one who realizes that Ling Tian is a bit of a pervert? Why does this guy know everything? Is there anything in the world he doesn't know how to do? He definitely doesn't know how to give birth. The truth upstairs, but then again, there seems to be examples of men giving birth to children now, right? Well, if Ling Tian is willing? He Jeong also left, leaving Peng Yuchang standing alone with a desperate look on his face waiting for Ling Tian to come over and move the rest of the fish away. Ling Tian didn't have any complaints about this, after all, he hadn't done this kind of thing before. Half an hour later, there were 5 baskets of fish neatly placed in the courtyard of the mushroom house. Huang Lei stood in front of the director's team with Ling Tian, He Jeong, and Peng Yuchang, while Lu De Wow and Tong Leah had already returned to their rooms to take a shower and change their clothes. $5 a caddy, no bargaining. The director looked at Huang Lei with a firm face. Huang Lei nodded, no backsies. Weighing. As the words fell, a few staff members immediately ran over and started weighing the fish. The final tally was 410 pounds, and after selling it they would get a total of $2,050. However, Ling Tian directly took a roughly 10 pounds of bluegill from it, saying, "We'll eat this fish ourselves, and sell the rest to buy some ingredients and beer. Oh, just go outside and buy the ingredients at the market, and go to the supermarket to see if there's any beer." Good, I'll go with Lao He to buy. Huang Lei hemmed and hawed, walked directly to the director, hand out, Huang Lei, take the money. The director was a bit confused, looking at the faraway Ling Tian. He hurriedly said, "No, you can't go outside to buy ingredients and beer, you must buy them here from me." Who stipulated that? Huang Lei froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask, while turning his head to look at He Jeong. He Jeong shook his head. "No, anyway, when I came to the contract did not have this provision. We make money, the money is ours, you still want to buy and sell off? Beware of me complaining about you, I tell you." But the director is anxious. Nima, if they go outside to buy ingredients, the $2,000 enough to eat 10 days, even if the guests again pick, a week is no problem, then he still play a line off? Is he going to let the audience watch them chatting and farting around in the mushroom house every day and sunbathing on dead fish? No buts, humph, we own money, wherever we want to spend it, that's the way it is. Huang Lei snatched the money from the director's hand and handed it to He Jeong. He Jeong counted it, $2,000, not a penny less, grunted and sneered, "With this money, we will be able to rest for a while, ha, so beautiful. Extra dinner tonight." Huang Lei waved his hand. "Good lord, I want to eat Buddha jumping over the wall." Peng Yuchang just shouted out, then was ruthlessly suppressed by He Jeong, "Nima don't want to die, right? A total of $2,000, a Buddha jumps over the wall of materials almost 200, do not want to rest properly in the future, right? Mr. He good stingy sense of vision, heartache pang. Ha, I feel even more sorry for the director, they now have $2,000, according to the standard of consumption in the countryside, they can basically live a week or even a dozen days without worry. The director is expected to cry in the toilet. Hey, I'm curious what Huang Lei and the others are going to do every day after they have the money. Doing anything is more interesting than farming, right? Anyway, I think it's fine now, hee. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at the 3 people who were spilling their guts out there and casually disposed of the green fish before returning to his room to start showering and changing his clothes.
After he had changed his clothes, Lu Dewao had already sat down and made himself a cup of rice thinners and was slowly savoring it. Ling Tian froze for a moment and was just about to speak when the phone in the house suddenly rang. Slightly stunned, Ling Tian walked over to the phone and sat down next to it, pressed the speakerphone and said, "Hello, Mushroom House." "Hello, I'm the guest who's going to be at the Mushroom House tomorrow. I'd like to order food." The voice was a female, sounding somewhat delicate, but what made Ling Tian speechless was that the person on the phone was speaking in dialect. God have mercy, Ling Tian doesn't really understand these dialects at all, okay? He didn't understand it in both of his lifetimes, so after a moment of silence, he directly snapped the phone and hung it up. Chapter 91, Song for the Heavenly King. Cough cough Ling Tian, you're being naughty again, be careful of being complained about by the guests. Oh. Look at Ling Tian's blank expression, he was dumbfounded by that series of dialects, right? Ha ha. Finally, we see Ling Tian getting upset again, so we sit back and wait for Ling Tian to be complained about. Ling Tian, I'm the one who's covered by 3 big brothers, want to complain? Come on, tough it out. Pfft, can you guys not be so skinny? I guess the opposite guest is still in a daze right now? Ling Tian's actions made the audience in the live broadcast room slap the table with joy, but Lu Dewao in the mushroom house froze and looked at Ling Tian with a puzzled expression. Ling Tian waved his hand and said that he was also confused, he didn't understand it at all, so it was a waste of time to answer it. Lu Dewao pointed at Ling Tian and continued to ponder. A few moments later, the phone rang again. Ling Tian looked back, then walked to the phone again, pressed the speakerphone and said, "Hello, Mushroom House, please speak Mandarin." A sentence directly choked the opposite side not to speak. And Lu Dewao is more directly a mouthful of rice thin all sprayed out, choking red face looking at Ling Tian, laughed, "You kid enough ah, wanna choke me to death ah?" Ling Tian laughed, "I can't help it, I've never been out to a big place, I really don't understand the dialect. I am your guest of honor tomorrow, I want to order." The voice on the phone finally came out, but the original dainty voice became a bit neutral and even a bit thick. Ling Tian realized that as long as he was speaking Mandarin, he didn't care who was coming, whether it was a man or a woman, so he opened his mouth and said, "Okay, what would you like to eat please?" "I want to eat fried chicken wings, fried chicken tenders, braised caviar, imperial fork bone, and bamboo shoots fried with sliced pork, well, and lastly, I want to eat Buddha jumping over the wall and knife-cut noodles, that's all for now." Ling Tian's mouth twitched. "How many of you are there?" "I'm one." "Okay, I'll prepare it for you." Ling Tian hung up the phone with a snap when he finished speaking, turning around with an exasperated sigh, a trace of flesh pain flashing across his face. He now very much suspected that this guest was an undercover agent arranged by the director to reimburse them for all the $2,000 they earned today. Rubbing his brow with a headache, he was now worried that when Huang Lei and He Jiong came down to hear the news, would they be so angry that they would go out to find the director to fight for their lives? Lu Dewao saw the situation as a bit funny, but just when he was ready to get up to comfort Ling Tian, outside suddenly came over a staff, in his ear muttered a few words. Lu Dewao slightly stunned, and then nodded in understanding. "What's going on?" Ling Tian looked at the departing staff member suspiciously and said. Lu Dewao spread his hands somewhat helplessly. "Just now my assistant called, saying that there is something urgent that must make me go back immediately, so there is no way for me to have dinner with everyone tonight." "So urgent?" Ling Tian frowned. "I can't help it, in our line of work, I can be lazy for more than a day has been very good, and these 2 days I really had a very pleasant time, and know you such a little brother, it's worth it, in the future there will be time to go to Hong Kong Island to find me to play ah." Lu Dewao was very open-minded. But think about it, after all, he has experienced too much, have this mentality is normal. On the contrary, the twisted plainly makes people feel pretentious. Hua wants to go? At this time, He Jiong and Huang Lei also walked down from upstairs. Hearing the conversation between the two, Huang Lei was a bit surprised. "What is it that can't wait until after dinner?" "I have to catch a plane, or else I can't sleep at night, that's it. It's not a parting of life and death, it's just a temporary separation. I remember what Xiaotian said, every parting is for the sake of a better meeting, so don't think too much." After saying these words, Lu Dewao got up and prepared to pack up his manners. But just as he got up, Ling Tian suddenly pulled him back. "Brother Hua, wait for me for a while." As the words disappeared, he also disappeared into the hallway, leaving behind a group of people who looked at each other in disbelief. After returning to his room, Ling Tian was still a little upset. Don't look at him and Lu Dewao seems to be very normal friends, but in fact, only he himself knows how excited he was when he and Lu Dewao got along, especially when he felt Lu Dewao's care and love for him. He was more than a few times almost in tears. Earlier, for the sake of the program, he had held back his emotions, not allowing himself to burst out, but now that Lu Dewao was about to leave, he had to do something. There was just very little that he could do, and after nearly 10 minutes of contemplation in his room, he decided to give Lu Dewao a song that didn't exist in this world, but had made a big splash in his previous life. Because he had a complete memory of the song, Ling Tian quickly wrote out the lyrics and melody. As for the arrangement, he was still rusty in this ability, so he decided to leave it to Lu Dewao to do on his own.
After he finished writing, he quickly rushed downstairs. When he came down, Lu Dewao had already prepared his salute. Yeah, and Peng Yu Chang looked at Lu Dewao with a face of reluctance. If they didn't know that the program was being filmed, it was estimated that both of them would have been unable to hold back their tears. If they didn't know that the program was being filmed, they probably would have been unable to stop crying. But even so, their eyes were red. He Jong and Huang Lei sat there drinking tea, not saying a word, and the atmosphere in the entire mushroom house seemed a bit low. Time flew by so fast, 2 days had passed in the blink of an eye. Yes, Hua is leaving, although only 2 days, but Hua has brought us too much joy. I still know for the first time, the original Lu Tianwang is also a comical, but why do I have a kind of Hua cry feeling? Upstairs, shut up, I have shed tears have not yet said, you are there to gossip a hairline? So sad to part with every time they part, it is really unbearable, strongly suggest that the program group cancel this link. Ling Tian glanced at the crowd, then walked over to Lu Dewao's side, handed over the written song and said, being a younger brother has nothing good to give to my brother, so I had to write a song to express my feelings. I hope that my brother won't mind it. Chinese? Lu Dewao glanced at the lyrics, and then sang along with the melody. The more he sang, the brighter his eyes. The others were even more dumbfounded as they looked at Lu Dewao and Ling Tian, listening to the song in their ears. Everyone couldn't help but think, Nima, this is tailor-made, right? But it really sounds good, and how can it be so energizing? Even if it's just being sung in a clear voice, it still makes one's blood boil. In the end, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Ling Tian's body, and the burning gazes caused Ling Tian's scalp to go numb and a layer of goosebumps to rise all over his body. Chapter 92 Yaya exposed her nature? Lu Dewao left with the song given by Ling Tian. Outside, his assistant drove the car directly to the outside of the mushroom house, clearly not prepared to give Lu Dewao any extra time. After sending Lu Dewao away, Huang Lei clapped his hands and said, alright, everyone, don't continue to be sentimental, our main theme is yearning for life, what's the point of being sad all day long? Now the time is almost up. Peng, you take Yaya to get some firewood, be careful, don't hurt. Zhong, you go to build a fire, I and Small Day to clean up, we cook, tonight, not drunk. Okay, let's go. He Zhong yells, stirring ran to the side of the fire stove, began to light the fire hot water. Maybe it is to vent the reason, tonight Ling Tian's special show of hands, all the ingredients all over again, enough out of the whole 10 dishes. And after it was done, he directly carried a plate of crayfish to the front of the director's team, looked viciously at the director and asked, want to eat? Looking at the red crayfish, smelling the flavor, the director couldn't help but swallow his saliva, and then decisively nodded his head, Nima, this is absolutely supreme food, don't want to eat is either stupid or stupid. Ling Tian smiled grimly, want to eat No, you even dare to tamper with the guest of honor, come to pit the money we earned today, humph, gluttony is not for you to eat. Pfft, Ling Tian, thanks, I was naive enough to think that you changed after you fell in love, I didn't realize that you were still so lacking in virtue. 66, Ling Tian, is it really good for you to get back at the director like this? Aren't you afraid that the director will give you small shoes? Ling Tian, will he try to put a shoe on me? I'll just make food every day from now on, and then lure you in and piss you off. You guys are really enough, but looking at the lack of virtue, Ling Tian suddenly has a kind of inexplicable sense of joy. Well, Li, quickly come over to see your family. Ling Tian again made a demon. Just now because Lu Dewao to leave things, so Zhong Huang Lei and others do not know the guest ordering things. At this moment heard Ling Tian words, a few people rushed to the side of Ling Tian. Did someone order? What was ordered? This is Huang Lei. Isn't it excessive? This is He Zhong. Are we running out of money again? This is Peng Yu Chang. Tong Lia stood by the side and didn't say anything, but rather looked at Ling Tian curiously, not sure why Ling Tian was so angry. However, when Ling Tian said the dishes ordered by the guests on the phone, Huang Lei immediately took off his slippers and slammed them towards the director. I told you to be a demon and pit us? And the Buddha jumping wall? And fried chicken fillet? Fried chicken wings? I'm looking at Huang Lei throwing his own slippers and then going to get He Zhong's. Ling Tian hurriedly pulled him back and said, Mr. Huang, don't be like this, we're still responsible for smashing him, so each of you go and serve a plate of food over here, and we'll eat it in front of them today, and piss them off. Right. The gas is not a death sentence. He Zhong huffed and turned around to serve the dishes. Huang Lei and Pang also launched a super speed trot, even Tong Lia also felt fun, laughing and followed. Looking at the beautiful and fragrant delicacies, a group of staff members looked on with bated breath, then looked at the director with an aggrieved face. Let you do it, now it's hard, isn't it? But why do you want us to suffer with you? The director was furious at Ling Tian's behavior and gritted his teeth, but he could not do anything about it. Was he not going to let people eat? But not waiting for him to launch his self-compassion, Ling Tian picked up a piece of fish and waved it in front of the director's face, dejectedly saying, it's really tasty, more and more I admire my own craftsmanship, do you guys want to eat it? The staff nodded in unison. Do not give. Ling Tian's face sank, lightly grunted, and put the fish into his mouth. The director was going crazy, especially in the face of the hot gaze of a group of staff. He finally had to grit his teeth and said, is it okay for us to buy it? Not for sale. He Zhong angrily refused. But Ling Tian's eyes lit up. We can sell it to you. We'll take 2 copies of the ingredients needed for the dishes ordered by tomorrow's guests. You are robbing. The director was smoking with anger. Then you cannot buy it. We are not forcing you, right? Ling Tian shook his head, slowly peeling the shrimp shells of the crayfish. That was like a slow-motion action that could make a person alive. The director swore he had never seen such an unethical person. But what the director could never have imagined was that because of him, the audience in the live broadcast room was on the verge of rioting. I can't help it, director, it's all because of you, I hate you. Ling Tian, this is all the director's fault, why are you making us take the blame? So annoying, I'm starving to death. There's a $100 set meal in front of me, but I can't even eat it now, how can I break it? The show-off dog has appeared upstairs, oops, it's hard to swallow a $1,000 set meal. Ling Tian, are you trying to make a fool out of yourself? Dense pop-ups directly swept through the entire live broadcast room, that word for word, sentence for sentence almost didn't scare the technician in charge of surveillance to death. The technician looked at the director with pity, and thought in his heart, the director had better go out and wrap his bag more tightly, or he will definitely be beaten up. Tom Leah seems to have been inspired to play. After eating a piece of fish, she picked up a piece of fish with an intoxicated face, then got up and ran to the director's face, shaking it under his nose. Does it smell good? I tell you, oh, really delicious, but Ling Tian does not let you eat, so I eat first. I bought. The director cried. Remember the first season, he is how powerful letting people do what they have to do. Not doing it? Then you don't want to eat. But how come this season has been so suffocating? In the end, he put his sight on Ling Tian's body, and had the intention to do something to punish Ling Tian to get back at him, but in the end, after thinking about it, he decided to give up. There's no way, he simply can't afford to mess with Yay, I did it! Tong Leah saw the director agree and jumped up excitedly, then ran to He Zhong and gave him a high five, followed by Huang Lei, Peng Yuchang, and finally Ling Tian, and when she was done, before Ling Tian stuck out a thumb towards her in unison. Tong Leah squinted happily. Suddenly she thought of something and exclaimed, Xiao Tian, what are we going to eat after the director bought it? Ling Tian sneered, it's fine, I made a large amount today, enough to split it into 2, pang. Take those crew members to serve the rest, but remember to ask them for tomorrow's ingredients first, 2 servings. Chapter 93 Pugnacious Yaya. Ling Tian, you're enough, you even let Goddess Yaya give you a head start, you this lack of goods how to endure? Yaya you so cooperate with Ling Tian is not afraid of Chen Xiqing jealousy? Beware of the 2 of them fighting at that time. What's wrong upstairs? Shouldn't it be Bayo who gets jealous and then fights with Yaya? But you guys are so full of it. Doesn't anyone feel sorry for the director? The director is the one who suffers the most here, right? Director, baby's heart is bitter, but baby can use money to make things right. After successfully extorting the director for a large sum of money, the mushroom house became joyful again. Just as Ling Tian said, every separation is for the sake of a better encounter. It's not like they won't be able to see each other in the future, so they are still having fun as the main thing now. Tom Leah was also infected by the mood of a few people, letting go quite a bit, and even took the initiative to ask for a bottle of beer during dinner. For this kind of low-grade beer, a few big men naturally will not go to make things difficult for Tom Leah, just so they did not expect. Tom Leah drink a cup of after, the original fair face directly become red, a pair of beautiful big eyes filled with a trace of a different kind of luster. And when a bottle of wine went down, Tom Leah completely fainted, stood up in a daze, walked to Ling Tian's side and said, Don't you want to see me dance? Do you still want to see it? Looking at Tong Leah's drunken appearance, Ling Tian was completely speechless and hurriedly stood up and ran to He Zhong's side, saying, Mr. He, help. Get lost. He Zhong cried and laughed as he pushed Ling Tian away, saying, Yeah, you're drunk, aren't you? I'll let Pang send you to rest? Don't, I've been really happy these past 2 days, I've never been this happy before, I want to dance. Tong Leah said and stood up, slapping on the table, saying, No one will try to stop me. The moment this domineering words came out, everyone was confused. A long-time Huang Lei only said with some fear, that who just gave Yaya's wine? Do not want to mix it, right? Splat. Tong Leah slapped on Huang Lei's shoulder, said, I took it myself, Mr. Huang, I like you, and our family duo also like you, our family likes you. Huang Lei fainted, cried and said, Who can tell me why Yaya is like this after drinking too much? Why didn't anyone tell me before? Tong Leah finished looking for Huang Lei, and then looked at He Zhong, but He Zhong reacted quickly, directly stood up and ran to the door of the house, said loudly, Do not look for me, I am your big brother, I like you very much, really. Then Tong Leah's eyes went to Peng Yuchang's body. Peng Yuchang shivered, rolling and crawling rushed out of the gazebo. Yaya's sister, I have always liked you, really, I want to see you dance. Tong Leah's eyes lit up, Director, come up with a Xan Jiang song, I want to dance. Watching Tong Leah walk to the center of the courtyard, Ling Tian several people rejoined in the pavilion, and wiped the sweat on their heads. Too damn scary, if something happens what should I do? Perhaps afraid of Tong Leah will come over, the director hastily played a beautiful Xan Jiang song. After hearing the melody of the Tong Leah stood in the courtyard slowly posed to shape, and then began to dance body. Poo strong my big Yaya, even with such a petite body, hard to let a group of big men helpless give you a knee. My goddess, where is your image? Where's your idol baggage? It's over. My heart is completely broken. Is this the so-called goddess of variety? After today, no one wants to drink with Yaya anymore.
Chen Xiqing, hurry up and come over and take your mother-in-law away, or the whole world will know. My stomach hurts. Although Tong Lia was drunk, but I have to say that her dance was really very beautiful, like a beautiful peacock. The soothing movements directly attracted all the eyes of everyone. Even Ling Tian had to admit that this moment of Tong Lia was really beautiful. 3 minutes later, the melody ended. Tong Lia stood in place with a head full of sweat, glancing around in a bit of a daze. Then she seemed to think of something and instantly covered her face and let out a scream. What did I just do? After yelling, she ran to the front of the director and said in a sharp voice, "Did you mosaic that part for me just now?" We are live. Tong Lia was on the verge of tears, looking around with an aggrieved face, then huffed and ran back to the room. I'm not living. Ling Tian and Huang Lei looked at each other, confused. What's going on? Just one dance and the alcohol woke up? How can it be so quick? Inside the house, Tong Lia covered herself into the quilt, but quickly got out again. There was no way, it was too hot. At this moment, her face looked very red, a little bit not normal. This was the result of high temperature plus drunkenness, but now she was extraordinarily sober, and very clearly remembered everything that had just happened. Whenever she thought of what she had done just now when she was chasing after Huang Lei and the others, she couldn't help but want to cry. The image of a goddess that she had worked so hard to create was now completely finished, and she didn't know how Chen Xiqing was going to laugh at her when she got home. But then she thought of Ling Tian's reaction, and couldn't help but laugh, patting her face, whispering, although a bit humiliating, but so relaxed, seems to have removed all the baggage at once. At this time, she remembered Lu Duwao's words, I have an image? Yes, Lu Duwao never intentionally create their own image, always live in his heart, so he is very relaxed. Now Tong Lia suddenly feel that he should try the day without baggage and image. Anyway, just now the image has been ruined, and do not care about a few more times, is not it? After thinking it through, Tong Lia organized her clothes and got up to walk out of the room. Outside, Ling Tian several see Tong Lia out, brushed together, a face nervous look at Tong Lia, afraid that her alcohol did not completely removed, make what odd things out. Tong Lia rolled her eyes in anger, said, I am so terrible? Mr. Huang, if you are like this again, we will be the end of friends I tell you. In small days, believe it or not, I go to find Bao, specifically say bad things about you? Looking at a face of tough Tong Lia, Ling Tian suddenly have a kind of not too good feeling. It seems that they have done a big thing tonight. Chapter 94, Simplified Version of Who's Undercover. I feel as if we have let out an imp. Do you think Chen Xiqing will think of nibbling us to death when the time comes? Ling Tian carefully approached Huang Lei and asked in a low voice, lying on his ear. Huang Lei was slightly stunned, then looked at Yijiong, then looked at Peng Yichang, and said, Don't worry, Cheng will at most kill Peng Peng. He won't dare to touch the three of us. Who asked you this? Mr. Huang, is it really okay for you to be so skinny? Ling Tian's dumbfounded expression once again exploded the live broadcast. Tens of millions of viewers have no sense of propriety began to flirt loudly. Ling Tian, ghosts at most nin dead Pang Pang, I'm going to ask not this. 666, Mr. Huang, your skin has exceeded my imagination. It is true that loneliness has refreshed your bottom line of modesty? Yaya has been completely taken for a ride by the Mushroom House people. Her goddess image has completely collapsed. Chen Xiqing, hurry up and come out to save your wife. It looks like so much fun, but can you not be so funny? Do you want to laugh me to death and inherit my flowers? Yijiang saw that the atmosphere in the courtyard was a bit strange, and smiled somewhat awkwardly, but just as he was about to speak to round off the scene, Pang Pang seemed to feel something, and hurriedly rushed to Tong Lia's side and hid behind her, with the appearance of a small student who was afraid. Yaya's sister, just now they forced me, really, I will always stand on your front. Huang Lei was dumbfounded. Trough, 1,000 calculations did not count on his side will be a traitor, this still want a face? Peng Yichang hastily scrunched up his neck, only revealing his 2 eyes as he looked at Huang Lei, winking mischievously. Ling Tian sighed deeply and looked up to the sky. If I had known this, I should have just gone to bed. What is this now? Going to bed so early? Can you sleep? Why don't we play a game? Yijiong finally found a chance to talk. Speaking of playing games, Yijiong's eyes flashed a different light, looking back at Tong Lia. Yaya, want to play together? You guys are not afraid of me anymore? Tong Lia grunted and sneered, looking down on them. A few people flirted for a while longer, and finally decided to play a game to kill some food, and according to Yijiong's proposal, they were going to have a simple version of Who's Undercover in the Mushroom House. Because there is no props, so they must do it themselves, Yijiong get quite simple, directly from the tool room to get some cardboard, and then write words on it, a total of 4 groups. According to the efficiency of a few of them, it is estimated that the 4 groups should be about to go to bed. The first group Yijiong acted as the referee. Ling Tian, Huang Lei, Tong Lia, and Peng Ping 4 people guess, because of the reason that there are fewer people, so the rules of the game must be the undercover agent to survive to the end to be considered a victory, otherwise the undercover agent fails, and the loser must perform a program as a punishment. As the game began, everyone held their breath and stared at the Mushroom House. A few people, especially the live broadcast, but also not even a pop-up screen, clean as a whistle. Afterwards, the cameraman clearly lifted the cards in the hands of 4 people, and then recovered. This group of words are 3 He Jeong and a Ling Tian. Good death. Ling Tian happened to get his own card. This game he is undercover. He Jeong forced a smile and said, okay, now start with Yaya. Tong Lia thought for a while and said, very handsome. After Tong Lia came Ling Tian, who was slightly stunned, then thought for a moment, very humorous. Next was Pang Pang, not very tall. And finally Huang Lei, pretending to be young. When the 4 finished, they all drifted off, because all 4 knew what the riddle was this time. Even Ling Tian knew that he was an undercover agent, and a cold smile spread in the bottom of his heart. He Jeong looked at the 4 people with surprise. Originally he let Tong Lia speak first just to not give Ling Tian a clue, but he didn't expect Ling Tian to not say the keyword, but to say another one, although Ling Tian usually has a bit of humor, but how the hell can this time be his keyword? Therefore, when he shouted to start, 4 people pointed to 4 people, 1 person, 1 vote. This game is null and void. He Jeong slapped his forehead and took a deep breath, but just as he was about to start the second game, Huang Lei directly interrupted him. Forget it, don't play around, the riddle of the game in this game is your old he, right? Let me guess, the similar keyword is Ling Tian? We all know the answer to the riddle and still play the game. Come on, I'll be the host for this game, you go over and guess. Agreed. Ling Tian raised his hand in agreement. Tong Lia and Pang Pang also raised their hands in response, directly blocking all of He Jeong's words. Looking at the 4 people with the same enemy, He Jeong was furious and gritted his teeth, but the minority obeyed the majority. He finally had to bow his head and face the cruel reality. Ha heartache Mr. He for 3 seconds, unexpectedly disliked by everyone collectively. No, where are my painkillers? Mr. He is also too unlucky, right? Pooh still want to see the 4 of them play a few more rounds. If it's all like this, will today's broadcast end early? I didn't even see Yaya's great power, simply you, the old fox in the end is the old fox, but then again, Mr. Huang you so directly announced the answer to dislike Mr. He really good? Not afraid of the friendship boat directly overturned? Mr. Huang, never only I and others, who dares to say friendship with me? Yeah, upstairs, I just said it. 1 round ends, the second round begins, the second round keyword, makeup, undercover noun, dress up. The undercover in this round is He Jeong. Seeing the cameraman lifting up the sign, Huang Lei directly laughed and sprayed. However, he still and the cameraman left immediately after the ye cough that the game began. First from the old he began to say. He Jeong's eyes narrowed, instantly feeling that his side was most likely an undercover agent, otherwise Huang Lei couldn't have laughed so lewdly, and his keyword was dress up. Since this was the case, he had to think of a vague word similar to dress up to muddle through, and strive to gain more information in this game. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes lit up and he opened his mouth. Girl's favorite. Chapter 95 Unexpected Guests. Late night. Mushroom House. Just when He Jeong and the others were having a great time, the gate of the courtyard quietly opened, then a figure quietly walked in from outside, then quickly shushed the side of the director's team that was recording, before slowly approaching the mushroom house. This person looked a bit dark, thin, and looked kinda weak. His physique was similar to He Jeong's, but this person's hair was short and looked very spiritual. He is a man who has a short hair and looks very energetic. Why doesn't it ring a bell? Could it be the villagers who came over to cause trouble? Upstairs Loa, this person is called Jean Lei, is the general director of the new singing voice of Huaxia, no? He's great, but what's he doing here? When did Mango TV get so close to Jiangsu and Zhujiang TV? Shoo, don't even talk, let's watch the show. That's right, the person who came was none other than Jean Lei. With the broadcast of the first season of The New Voice of China, the ratings were not as good as The Good Voice of China, but it wasn't that bad either, and several issues ranked number 1 at the same time in China's variety shows, so the second season came right after it. However, after planning the second season and starting to select contestants, they found that there didn't seem to be anyone who could carry the show. Coupled with the news about Ling Tian and Li Li's popularity during this period of time, Jean Lei then set his sights on Ling Tian's body. For this reason, he specifically listened to a few of Ling Tian's songs, and in the end, he had to admit that if Ling Tian was willing, the ratings for the second season would definitely explode. Just so there was a problem involved, and that was how to communicate with Ling Tian? Phone call? Sincerity is not enough, after all. With Ling Tian's popularity nowadays, the temptation of the Huaxia new songs to him is not big at all, and may even be counterproductive. But personally invite? That's not too good. After all, the program is live. As long as their people appear, will be the audience guess the purpose. In the end, Jean Lei decided to take a shot. Anyway, his popularity was very low. His microblogging fans were only less than 1 million. Thrown in the crowd, no one would think that he was the general director of a super phenomenal program. So he came, but he still can't count. Live Room really know him, so his calculations are doomed to fall through. Of course, the current Jean Lei didn't know that he had been exposed, so after waiting outside the mushroom house for a while to make sure that no one noticed him, he quickly rushed into the room, and with a burst of air stood in the middle of Huang Lei and the others, saying loudly, good evening everyone. Ling Tian had a black line, Peng Yuchang was confused, He Jeong and Huang Lei were confused, and Tong Lia opened her small mouth in surprise. Only after a long time did Huang Lei point at the visitor in a bad mood. Good for you Jean Lei, what are you doing here with nothing to do with us? Hurry up and leave, we don't welcome you. Jong also thought of something and walked directly in front of Ling Tian to block Jean Lei's line of sight, saying, "Old Huang is right, hurry up and go, we are going to rest." Jean Lei was embarrassed and scratched his head. "I said old Huang, there's no need to be so insensitive, right? I just happened to pass by here, come over to be a guest, drink water, really, no other meaning, after drinking water I will go, okay?" Cut. Who would believe you? Jong and Huang Lei didn't give Jean Lei any face, then forced Jean Lei out of the room. Outside the mushroom house, Jean Lei was a bit angry and pulled away from Huang Lei, frowning. "I said old Huang, I didn't offend you, right? Do you need to treat me like this? You'd be done if I didn't treat you like this. Do you want to die if you run into the live room so boldly? Who doesn't know what you're doing here? Do you want to get Xiao Tian killed?" Huang Lei chided furiously. Jean Lei froze for a moment. "No one should recognize me, right? Fart. Do you really think you don't have anyone's attention? Let me tell you, there are a lot of paparazzi and entertainment company people inside the live broadcast room, and even some of the viewers know you, okay? I'll take it as you haven't been here today, hurry up and go. Next season you can let Xiao Tian go over and be a mentor or something for you guys instead." Jean Lei backed up a mouthful of cold air. He really forgot about this point. The heart has more than patted the heart, said, "I was negligent, but even if the mentor, but you really intend to just let me spend the night outside off, later outside the live broadcast off you then go in, tonight rest finished, tomorrow early to go, never let the cameraman shoot you, that's it, I'll go back first." Watching Huang Lei turn around and enter the house without hesitation, Jean Lei only felt that a large group of crows flew over his head, but he also knew that he had taken a risk today, and for no reason at all, he created a big explosion for the program group of the yearning life, and at once a feeling of displeasure bubbled up from the bottom of his heart. Huffing and puffing, he glanced at the dark surroundings, and in the end, he simply walked over to Wang Zhang's side, and sat on his butt next to Wang Zhang. The stock sat on the stool next to Wang Zhang. Wang Zhang was slightly stunned, waved his hand for the cameraman to go away, then turned around and glared at Jean Lei with a face of indignation. "I say you can old Jean, are like this still have the face to stay here? Come on, tell me, how did you practice your face?" Jean Lei snorted, "I understand, your program team is a bunch of white-eyed wolves, forget it, I'm not going to argue with you here, I'm here to look for Ling Tian." Not waiting for Wang Zhang to speak, Jean Lei continued, "Stop, I don't intend to let Ling Tian to participate in the competition, this is only a period of time as the 2018 Music Awards ceremony, I think with Ling Tian's few songs can certainly get awards, so I came over to discuss with him, when our Chinese new voice of songs to the rematch, can go over to us as a supporting guest, which does not affect your shooting, right?" Wang Zhang froze, "Really? You're not here to poach me? I'm the kind of unreliable person in your eyes, right? Okay, Wang Zhang, I've wasted my time making you my friend, okay? If you don't like it, I don't want to stay here, I'm leaving." After Jean Lei finished speaking, he got up and wanted to leave. "Wait a minute." But when he took a step, Wang Zhang called out to him, "I know what you're thinking, okay, just give me a call when you need Ling Tian to come over, I'll help you convince Ling Tian to come over and participate in your program. This is more or less the same." Jean Lei hemmed and hawed, and sat back down again, casually picking up an unopened bottle of mineral water and gulping it down. Wang Zhang pointed at him without any good humor, then shook his head in tears and laughter and stopped ignoring him. At the same time, the mushroom house, after Huang Lei came back, he didn't mention Jean Lei's matter at all, as if he didn't appear at all, but because of Jean Lei's sudden intrusion, we all lost the mind to continue to play around, and each of them said good night, and went back to their rooms to rest. Chapter 96 The Tough Chi Brother. After the live broadcast was closed, Wang Zhang brought Jean Lei to find Ling Tian directly. After listening to Jean Lei's invitation, Zhong and Huang Lei were in deep thought, but Ling Tian could tell that the two of them wanted him to go over. After all, they were just supporting guests, they didn't have to delay for too long, and they were also able to boost their popularity, so it was cost-effective no matter how you counted it. It was just that Ling Tian was a little worried, his assignment to make the movie was only half a year, although Lost Love 33 Days was not a big production, the fastest time from shooting to the end would be about a month, of course, if the actors all brought out 120% of their playing level, the time could still be shortened, but the chances of that were too small. However, he knew better, as his popularity grew, the future would become even busier, if not for the system behind him to force, he said nothing willing to go to this kind of life. But now. After a short period of consideration he still agreed, perhaps impacting a second-tier star depended on this wave. The next day, when the sky was dark, Ling Tian opened his eyes and prepared to go out for his regular workout, but when he stepped out of the compound, he realized that Jean Lei had already left, well, just left, and he could still see the taillights of his car. Long run, boxing, and then go back to take a shower. After all finished, the time has reached 6 in the morning. He began to rush to prepare lunch again. Fortunately this morning do not have to go to labor. 2 ingredients are enough for them to eat for 2 days and still have leftovers. At 7 in the morning, under an ethereal fragrance, Tong Lia and the others began to get up, greet, eat, and then start a new day. In the gazebo, the few people who had eaten breakfast sat around, looking at the surrounding scenery that was getting deeper and deeper into green, feeling the fresh breeze blowing over, one by one revealing expressions of enjoyment and intoxication. Hey, guess who the guest of honor coming over today will be? Suddenly, Huang Lei sat up and opened his mouth to ask. This is not clear, did not hear the voice, and the other party ordered too many dishes, including several local flavors and snacks, wanna guess out basically not much possible. He Jeong responded with a bitter smile, the expression on his face also looked more and more lazy. When Ling Tian answered the phone, only Lu Duo was around, so now, in addition to Ling Tian, everyone else is in the dark, no clue.
Xiao Tian, you can't hear the other person's voice at all? Huang Lei asked somewhat undeterred.
Ling Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. I don't pay much attention to people in the entertainment industry in the first place, and the other party has deliberately changed their voices, so I can't hear them. Huang Lei deflated. I should have known that I would have asked for a little less ingredients, so that when the guests come we'll just go to hell, it's so hateful.
Ingredients can be taken back.
The director suddenly took over, causing everyone to freeze for a moment. Huang Lei then violently took off his slippers and smashed them over. Get lost. A few people joked for a while. Ling Tian got up and said, forget it, no matter who is here, I guess they will just stay for a day or two and then leave. There aren't many like Xiao and Yaya's sister who are here to die. This way, Pang Pang and I will go out and get a section of bamboo. We will make bamboo rice for lunch today.
Bastard Xiao Tian, you give me clear. What do you mean by relying on here to stay alive?
Ling Tian had just left when Ton Lia reacted, pinching her hands on her waist and roaring like a lion in the river.
Ling Tian trembled, his hands instinctively covered his ears, and without looking back, he ran away, reasoning with a woman? He's not crazy yet.
In the live broadcast room, the nerves of the viewers who had been confused all night completely ran wild at this moment.
Ha, Ling Tian, who on earth gave you the courage to say something like that? Aren't you afraid that Bao Bao is watching the live broadcast?
Li Xiaobao, damn Ling Tian, the cactus is ready, hurry up and get back to be punished.
Upstairs high person since the ancient pop-up screen out of talent, give you a nod. After watching so many live broadcasts, I'm not convinced by anyone but Ling Tian, but then again, Ling Tian seems to be very capable of fighting. Upstairs, why don't you ask Ling Tian to try to beat up Li Xiaoyan? He doesn't want to be in the game, does he? Ling Tian got a basket and a machete from the tool room, and then greeted Ping Yu Chang ready to go get bamboo. This place's bamboo rice is considered a special feature. If you do not eat it, always feel a little bit of a loss, and at this time of year, the bamboo is the strongest flavor of the time, and then after a period of time, even if they want to eat, but also cannot eat this kind of natural flavor. But just as the two of them were about to go out, the door outside suddenly fell down with a click, followed by a wail that reached their ears. Looking at the door that fell down, and the figure standing outside it, the group was confused. Only to see that the other party had long black hair, casually draped over his shoulders, with a delicate face, wearing a white long-sleeved t-shirt with a pair of loose sky blue jeans, carrying a large duffel bag in his hand, and was squatting on the ground with a face of pain. I'm not mistaken, am I? This is my big brother Chi?
666, Brother Chi is mighty, just came to destroy. You are definitely the first person in the mushroom house, give you a nod for your courage.
I can't help but lick the screen, how can I break it?
She is so beautiful one, I have already licked the screen once, he. He Jeong was the first to react, quickly walked to the front of Chi Wei, pulled her up and said, how is it?
Is it all right?
Chi Wei shook her head, I'm fine, it's just that the door is broken.
The door is fine.
He Jeong just finished, Huang Lei coughed, and then looked at Chi Wei with a serious face. Yesterday is your messy order so many piles of food?
You can eat it all you? Or are you receiving any benefits from the director?
Chi Wei smiled awkwardly, rubbed the place where he was hit, said, that I am not to see you eat so little every day, afraid that you do not eat enough. Well, do not worry, I will certainly let you eat more today. A piece of crow flew over Huang Lei's head, and he gritted his teeth and said, who said this?
You didn't say that?
Okay then, I'll go and put the luggage away first. By the way, do we need to do any farm work today? Leave it all to me. Ling Tian decided that it would be better to leave this hellhole for the time being, as he had already realized that Huang Lei was almost on the verge of breaking out. Well, naturally in this situation, the 36th plan was the best plan. But without waiting for him to act, Huang Lei said, Xiao Tian, give the basket to Chi, let her go over and cut the bamboo. What a pittance, I really don't know who gave you the courage.
Chapter 97 Chi Brother Mighty. This is the Bamboo Mountain in the live broadcast when watching the time still do not feel, only now realize that it is so big
Outside the bamboo mountain, Chi Wei carrying a basket, holding a machete in his hand, dumbfounded, looking at the bamboo forest in front of him, suddenly thought of something, directly throw away the basket and see, and then ran to a bamboo underneath, tugging on a bamboo to put a bamboo to his chin, posing an expression of upside down. Quickly, give me a photo, I go back to PS a set of ancient costume up, sure special beauty.
Chi, you're enough, you're not Chi? What do you want to be beautiful? The stingy man is the place for you. Looking at Chi there to pretend to be a small woman, the heart inexplicably want to laugh how to break? You are really skinny, she is really beautiful, okay? Come on, shout with me, brother Chi, you are beautiful. Upstairs you give me to get rough, damn just opened the beer, all wasted, lean. Ling Tian cried and laughed and spread his hands, our cell phones were confiscated, there is no way to take pictures, this is how it is. The smile on Chi Wei's face instantly closed up, so really wasted my just so beautiful modeling. Ling Tian looked at Chi Wei and couldn't help but secretly spit out, "Are you sure it's really good for you to be so self-absorbed?" Hesitating for a moment, Ling Tian decided to ignore this Chi brother for the time being, and cut the bamboo first. Counting Chi Wei, there are 6 people in the mushroom house, and according to the 2 meals per person, they have to 12 bamboo tubes. 1 bamboo is not enough. And in order to not bring back the bugs from the bamboo forest, so they had to fix the bamboo tube problem on the bamboo mountain. Walking into the bamboo forest, Ling Tian directly walked to the place where he had caught the bamboo rats a few days ago. Here he found a few bamboos that had just grown up last year. This 1-year-old bamboo was the one with the strongest fragrance and had the most water in it. This water, when incorporated into the rice, would produce a very moisturizing sweetness, and the aroma would converge. It would definitely be the most beautiful natural cuisine. Chi Wei followed behind Ling Tian, holding a machete in her hand, looking around at the bamboos, saying, "Xiao Tian, which one shall we cut? Find the kind with the greenest skin, but the size should be right. The best one is as thick as a fist would be the best." As he spoke, Ling Tian found one, saying, "Look, it's like this kind." Said Ling Tian is ready to cut, but not wait for him to do it. Chi Wei will rush over. "Do not do it, this one to me." Duong. The machete and the bamboo came into the closest contact. Just Chi Wei has never done this kind of work, so her knife in addition to the top of the bamboo left a scratch, nothing. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at Chi Wei, who blushed a little at the sight, but she didn't concede defeat, and once again lifted the machete and slashed down towards the bamboo. It was just a pity that there was no difference between this time and the last time. Looking at Chi Wei still ready to come a third time, Ling Tian helplessly sighed, said, "Come, see how I get. According to you, like this tomorrow also cannot cut off. First of all, you grab the machete posture is not right, should be like this, only so the machete can grasp the solid, will not deviate from the direction, and chopping to cut from the top to the bottom of the angle of about 45 degrees chopping. This angle of force is the biggest." When explaining, Ling Tian violently lifted the machete against the bamboo plight cut down. A comparable to the arm thickness of the bamboo should be broken. The center of the fracture is smooth and incomparable, as if it was cut and polished by the machine. Chi Wei directly looked silly, even couldn't help but reach out and touch the place where it was cut. It was simply flat and unimaginable. Of course, the reason for this effect was because Ling Tian's physique was several times that of an ordinary person. If anyone else chopped it, even if it could be chopped off in one slash, it would definitely leave behind a large mess. After chopping the bamboo, Ling Tian quickly chopped off all the branches on it, choosing the 6 thickest segments in the center, cutting them off and handing them over to Chi Wei, saying, "Just take care of this and separate them, I'm going to go find another one." Oh. Chi Wei received the bamboo, but because it was too heavy, it almost didn't bring her to the ground. After she managed to stabilize her body, she realized that Ling Tian had already walked out 5 or 6 meters, and shrugged her nose at Ling Tian with dissatisfaction, spitting in a low voice, "What a wood, don't know how to pity a woman at all, alas, pitiful as I am, ah." Playing a crunching sound, Chi Wei's machete fell on top of the bamboo, where a whole body showing black, the length of more than 10 centimeters of the huge spider has been divided into 2 sections from it. Just now my big Chi brother burst thick, right? Ah, how do I find to the mushroom house guests one by one are walking crooked it? I Lua go, Chi brother mighty, even can raw split big spider, cattle. Good terrible spider, Chi deserves to be Chi, mighty and domineering, on this courage, absolutely throw Mr. He a few streets. I feel sorry for the little spider, how did I run into brother Chi? Brother Chi is mighty, kudos. Ling Tian was also startled by Chi Wei's action. When he ran over to see the spider that was already dead, he heaved a sigh of relief, and then stretched out his thumb towards Chi Wei, saying, "Brother Chi is mighty." Chi Wei dejectedly winked towards Ling Tian, "It's more powerful than your family Bayo, right?" Ling Tian was slightly stunned. The audience in the live broadcast room was even more explosive, because this is an almost insoluble problem. No matter how Ling Tian answered will offend a person, now it depends on how Ling Tian choose. A large swath of flirtatious pop-ups flew out, quickly dominating the live broadcast room full of screens. A moment later, Ling Tian gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. "You two can't compare, my family Bao is a woman. The first time I saw this was when I was a little girl, and I was a little girl, and I was a little girl. The god's treasure is a woman." Ling Tian's words mean that Chi brother is a man, chanting? Ling Tian, who gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? I'll give Ling Tian an E. Haha, I'm a woman. I can't help it, I'm dying of laughter. I still have a few bucks left in my money. Ling Tian. Chi Wei gritted her teeth and screamed, fiercely hammered her fist on Ling Tian's shoulder and huffed, "I am also a woman, I am your sister Chi." Ling Tian blinked, "Then why does Mr. Huang call you brother Chi?" Chi Wei was about to cry, "God brother Chi, who the hell shouted it out first? Stand out, old lady definitely won't get you killed." Chapter 98 He Jungqiang dislikes Huang Lei. Just as Ling Tian and Chi Wei were chopping bamboo on the bamboo mountainside, the mushroom house. He Jiang is cleaning the ingredients left over from yesterday. After all, after a night, it's definitely not possible not to wash them. As for the 2 ingredients that the director was pitched, they also need to be initially sorted out, but those jobs were snatched away by Tong Lia. Seeing that there was nothing else to do, Pingyu Chang took the initiative to ask for some more fish, as she had caught so many yesterday and sold them all to the director, so she had to get some more.
Throughout the mushroom house, only Huang Lei is there leisurely sunbathing, holding a fan that he made himself and gently fanning himself, humming a little song with his mouth and eyes closed, looking more beat up than beat up. He-jong finished washing the lettuce, looked up and glanced at Huang Lei. Old Huang, is it fun for you to sit so dry? There are so many ingredients on Yaya's side, you go help wash them first, and also, brother Chi wants to eat knife-shaved noodles, aren't you going to make noodles? Are you going to throw it all to Xiao Tian? Huang Lei, one eye open, I am giving young people the opportunity to exercise. If you admit that you are old, then we too will switch, how about it? Fair enough? Piss off. He-jong's head flew over a large swath of crows. I've noticed that you've really gotten a lot lazier this season. Aren't you afraid that your cooking skills will decline after recording the show? You can't blame others when Sunli makes you kneel on the keyboard. My cooking skills will drop? Are you kidding me? Huang Lei stood up with a brush, rolled up his sleeves and walked towards He-jong, ready to show off and prove his cooking skills. The corner of He-jong's mouth picked up, then he winked towards the camera, revealing a treacherous expression. But what he didn't expect was that Huang Lei suddenly turned back when he was almost at his side. Say, why should I prove to you that my cooking skills won't decline? Really? He-jong felt like he had received tons of bludgeoning damage, his face flushed red and his eyes rounded in a solid look. Ha, I found out that Mr. He is the one who loses every time he dislikes Mr. Huang. It seems that an old fox is an old fox, Mr. He is still a little bit worse. Pfft, Mr. Huang, are you so lazy? This is not the Mr. Huang I know. Huang Lei, since there is a small day, I just want to be a quiet salted fish, you all do not bother me. Cough cough, upstairs don't skin, be careful of getting beat up. He-jong saw that Huang Lei did not take the bait, huffed and puffed, picked up a plate of cut bamboo shoots and walked to the side of the pool, plunked the basin in the water, and then strutted in front of Huang Lei, directly snatched the fan out of his hand. Huang Lei suddenly suffered an attack, brushed his head and sat up, puzzled. Old He, what the hell are you doing? You rest here, I work, I'm not feeling well, humph. Huang Lei rubbed his nose and stood up in tears, saying, fine, then I'll go and make noodles, okay? Only then did He-jong nod in satisfaction, handing the fan back to Huang Lei, returning to the sink and starting to continue washing the vegetables. Huang Lei, on the other hand, walked into the room with his 8 steps, staggering, looking like a landlord's old talent. When he came out, he had an extra basin in his hand, which contained half a basin of noodles. After putting the noodles away, he returned to the room and took a few eggs, and then while beating the eggs into the noodles, he said, I'm going to make a knife-shaved noodle with eggs today, it's my specialty, really, I'm not bluffing. Stop. Without waiting for Huang Lei to finish, He-jong looked up sharply. Old Huang, do you mean that you are planning to cook yourself at noon today? Huang Lei shivered. No, you heard wrong, I'm just going to make the noodles. I didn't hear you wrong, you definitely said you were going to cook yourself. He-jong finished, then rubbed to the door. I'll go tell Xiaotian, he can take a break today. Old Huang, don't let down my expectations of you. Don't ask you to cook better than Xiaotian, but it must be above the standard line. Huang Lei looked at He-jong, who rushed out of the courtyard with a dumbfounded face, then looked at the dough in his hand, and finally slapped it hard on the back of his hand. I told you to be cheap. Tom Liat in the side to see cannot help but want to laugh, several times almost laughed out loud, and now He-jong went away. She slowly stood up. That Mr. Huang, these things are also handed over to you. I want to see Peng Peng's side of the results of the war. How? Hey, Huang Lei could not shout in time. Tong Lia had already run away. The entire courtyard instantly left Huang Lei alone. Just at this time, the director gently snapped his fingers, and at that moment a bleak and incomparable music rang out, coupled with Huang Lei's small eyes of a pair of innocent and confused. The entire audience of the live broadcast room instantly sprayed. Pooh, good heartache for Mr. Huang. 3 seconds of silence for Mr. Huang. Well, 3 seconds too. Ha, can't help it. Alas, I know, to the Mushroom House star one by one all go crooked. Look, Ayaya goddess have become what kind? Upstairs, this is the unique charm of the Mushroom House, understand? Astonishing, it can make people change character. Magic house poof can't make up. Allow me to laugh for a while first. Woof woof woof, good and bad, small h and small o do not know where to come out, surrounded Huang Lei round a circle. Huang Lei was slightly stunned, and then hastily squatted down, sighed, little h, little o, thank you, only you will not abandon me at such a time. With a command from Wang Xiao H, the two hands instantly slipped through Huang Lei's fingers and scattered far away. Huang Lei's hand still stopped in mid-air, his eyes rounded, a burst of inexplicable embarrassment rushing from the soles of his feet straight to his head. A few moments later, Huang Lei suddenly stood up, rushed to the director angrily. What is this called? What's going on here? I'm quitting, I'm going on strike. The liquidated damages are $300 million. The director's light voice came over, causing Huang Lei's movements to come to an abrupt halt as he prepared to turn around. Bleak, helpless, desperate, just a few seconds time Huang Lei's face appeared several kinds of expression, looking at a group of audience happy stomachache, feel heart attack is about to commit. Chapter 99, the Eye-Blowing Music Award Nominations. This side of the Mushroom House was peaceful except for Huang Lei, who felt a bit desolate. While outside, it was because a network pushed the award nominations for the 2018 music festival exploded on the internet. Music festival is a very important ceremony in the Chinese music world. The content of the festival is to take stock of last year. Yes, it is last year's domestic emergence of a variety of songs, but in this year's music festival nomination list above, but appeared Ling Tian's name. And this name appeared not once, Ling Tian this year only into the audience's field of vision. The time full count less than 3 weeks of Super Vegetarian even won the Best Newcomer Award, the Best Arrangement Award, the Best Lyrics Award, the Best Composition Award and so on 4 nominations. The most direct effect brought by this list is that the whole music world has exploded, the whole entertainment industry has boiled, and the whole network has completely turned over. Famous singer Han Hong. I have to admit, I've heard all of Ling Tian's songs, and I have to make it clear to everyone that I really like those songs. If it's next year, I won't be surprised if Ling Tian's children take all the awards, but the music festival has advanced the list to this year, which is an insult to the rules, and is destroying the order of the music world, which I will resolutely boycott. Famous singer Lin Jixuan. I was honored to be invited by the music festival, but when I learned that Ling Tian's children, who sang classic songs such as No Place to Call Home, would also appear in the music festival this year, I was a bit puzzled. When did the music festival's awards also include this year's songs? For the record, I don't mean to look down on Mr. Ling Tian. After all, the songs he wrote are all classics. I'm just wondering if the rules of the music festival can be changed at any time. If yes, then where is the authority of this kind of festival? If not, what is the purpose of doing so? Famous singers. Famous movie stars. A large group of stars were blown out of the water and took to the internet to denounce the music extravaganza, questioning the authority of the music extravaganza, questioning whether the impartiality of the music extravaganza was worthy of people's trust. Compared to these stars, the statements of netizens on the internet appeared to be more intense. I'll be damned, who the hell does Ling Tian think he is? Why did he get invited to the music festival? It's just a variety show, what's he got to do with it? Don't be jealous. He's got his own mom. With Mango TV behind him, who can say anything? The first time I saw this, I realized that having a good parent is not the same as having a good parent, so I kneeled down for the music festival and Mango TV. The official website of the music festival was flooded with millions of viewers in less than an hour, 90% of whom were questioning and cursing. There are even some people who feel that venting is not enough. One by one, they flooded into Ling Tian's microblogging to leave messages. Of course, these messages are not good words. And as the incident intensified, Wang Dazi, who is known as the Entertainment Discipline Inspection Committee, suddenly released a microblog that completely pushed this fishing wheel to its peak. Wang Discipline Inspection Committee. I've seen all kinds of second generation before, such as official second generation, rich second generation, this includes me, package second generation, the person who is being adopted and so on, but today I've gained more insights, so the world is really a generation of package generation. To give Ling Tian's awesome point of praise, when we get together? This microblogging, although it seems to lift up Ling Tian, but in fact, explicitly and implicitly in the irony of Ling Tian is by the Mango TV to the package, yes, not by a person package, but by a TV station package. The netizens who were originally displeased with Wang Jiwei liked his microblog after it was released, and then frantically reprinted the microblog into Ling Tian's microblog, and all of a sudden, Ling Tian's microblog turned into a messy battlefield. In addition, this time, it was really the music festival that did the wrong thing, so even those Ling Tian's fans had no way to refute it, and could only let those spammers go to the music festival's trouble, but there was no way to get back at them. Changnan City. Just after the end of the day's observation of the Li back to the hotel, is ready to take a good rest, then suddenly heard the cell phone drop out of a message tone. Pull out the cell phone, open a look at all the girlfriends in the circle of friends in the message. Lu Shishir, Bao, your man is in a big trouble. Dilly Ruba, sister, my brother-in-law has suffered too much from this unprovoked disaster, right? Aren't you going to do anything? Tang Yen. Zhao Liang. Densely packed message even up to more than 30, the unknown Lily hurriedly clicked on the microblogging, only to find that his microblogging is also about to fall. All the tirades and mockery of the voice, sharp-eyed, she quickly found the beginning, and then directly clicked on the official website of the music festival. When she finished reading the nomination above, she was furious, directly overbearing message. I'm just asking, my small day in the Manhwa Music Festival? If you do not give a reasonable explanation, wait for the court summons. When this message came out, it was immediately topped by Tang Yan and their group of girlfriends, and those netizens who were hurling insults instantly woke up, each looking at each other. There was no way, Li Xiaotian's proclamation was too overbearing, and since the music festival was held, she was also the first person who dared to let the court issue a subpoena to the music festival. It was only after a brief moment of silence that some unorthodox celebrities who appeared out of nowhere suddenly began to satirize and counter Li's statement. Yo, a man doesn't speak, but a woman comes out to take the fall? I feel so ashamed for Ling Tian. Nonsense, who the hell is Ling Tian? How dare he come out? He's just a small actor who's been banned from the show. Keep your voices down, or Mango TV will ban you. Li Xiaoyan was so angry with these unscrupulous bastards that he was about to cry, and both of his eyes were red. At the same time, Ling Tian, who was far away from the mushroom house, suddenly received a voice from the system in his head. Ding detected that the host has encountered a fishing vessel crisis. Please have the host resolve this matter within 12 hours. Mission complete. Reward for arranging proficiency.
Chapter 100 Dislikes.
Ding detected that the host encountered an unprecedented fishing wheel crisis. A little carelessness may affect the subsequent tasks. Please host within 12 hours to solve this matter. The task is completed. The reward arranging proficiency. The task fails. Any recovery of a skill. Ling Tian put down the bamboo tube in his hand and then stood up before walking over to Yi Jiong and muttering a few words before quickly walking out of the shot.
A few moments later, he walked around the edge to the director and whispered, "Can I use my cell phone for a moment?" The director was slightly stunned. "This is not allowed on the rules? Can you give me your cell phone first? I have something urgent."
Ling Tian was silent for a moment and extended his hand towards the director.
The director's mouth twitched and sighed deeply. "What do you want to do? This is against the rules." "Then I'm going to quit the aspiring program team."
Ling Tian's face sank. Joke, this matter was about the safety of his own life, and he didn't even need to think about it when he heard the system voice to know that Li definitely knew something. With Li Jin's character, he would definitely make a mess and would end up suffering a big loss. No matter it was for his own sake or for Li Jin's sake, it was impossible for him to delay any longer. What's more, as time continued to pass, he realized that the looking forward to life program was becoming more and more of a drag on him, and if it wasn't for He Jiong and Huang Lei's words, he would have given up and quit a long time ago. The director was confused by Ling Tian's assertiveness, and then with a puzzled look, he asked the staff to hand him his cell phone, and after receiving the phone, Ling Tian quickly opened his Weibo account and instantly understood everything. He pushed the microblogging interface in front of the director and said in a deep voice, "I don't know what you guys really think, or do you think you can handle this matter by yourselves? Or perhaps you plan to ignore it and just kick me out when the yearning is over?" The director's face changed, hurriedly said, "That's not true, these comments are just a moment, if you are involved, but it will help those jets of anger, rather than so it is better to deal with cold, so that after a period of time people will forget about this matter." Ling Tian understood, there were indeed many people in the entertainment industry who would treat the fishing wheel coldly. After all, the audience were forgetful, but he was different. Narrowing his eyes and glancing at the director, he took his cell phone, turned around and left. Looking at Ling Tian's back, the director was a bit helpless, to be honest. Even if he didn't want to admit it, he had to face a fact, that is, the current yearning program basically relied on Ling Tian to pull in the ratings. If Ling Tian left, their program wouldn't say it was aborted, but it would also be dealt a heavy blow. He still couldn't help but sigh. Ling Tian was still a bit young and impulsive. But what he was more puzzled about was why Ling Tian knew about this matter. This was an unanswerable question, and Ling Tian couldn't possibly tell anyone that he had a system, so the director was destined to be stuck in doubt forever. On the other hand, Ling Tian took his cell phone and walked to a path outside the mushroom house. Perhaps he had received a notification from the director, so the cameraman in charge of him was resting at the moment, so he didn't have to worry about anyone knowing what he was doing. After looking at the remarks in the microblog for a while, he then clicked on the official website of the music festival, and the first thing that came to his eyes was the overbearing and incomparable strong thunder wording of Li. When he saw this, he smiled, his heart filled with emotion, but when he saw the remarks underneath this wording, his eyes instantly became cold and incomparable. His mind also instantly thought of the purpose of Jean Lei's coming over last night. This thing in all probability is what Jean Lei has come up with. After all, the music festival is what JZTV is responsible for organizing. Jean Lei is the bearer in the director group of JZTV, definitely has this ability. Ling Tian did not expect Jean Lei's action to be so fast. Thinking about his own at that time, even agreed to Jean Lei's proposal. This time he really cannot help but give himself a slap in the face. Living 2 lifetimes is still so naive. The brain into the water? Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, Ling Tian shook his head to throw away those chaotic thoughts in his head, and then crackled and started typing. A few moments later, a statement appeared on top of the official website of the music festival. Yesterday, director Jean Lei of Jiangsu and Zhejiang TV found me and said that he was going to let me participate in their new Voice of China program as a supporting guest, but because of seniority, he proposed that I show my face at the music festival first to mix up my seniority. As we all know, I'm a vegetarian, and I've never been exposed to the rules of the entertainment industry before, so obviously, I've been shady, and I don't know why director Jean Lei is doing this to me. Have I offended him in some way? Or did he simply dislike me as a person? I am now at the tip of the storm, so I have to produce evidence. Perhaps director Jean Lei has forgotten that our program is a live broadcast, but it is also a recording, so even if the camera is turned off, there will still be a camera that continues to work, so that there will be an extra piece of footage in the post-production editing. Therefore, I hope that director Jean Lei and the organizers of the music festival can give me an explanation. If I, Ling Tian, have done anything wrong to you guys, show me the evidence. If not, please give me an explanation for what you have done. Finally, once again declared, I am me, my name is Ling Tian, not by anyone in the forces of adoption. If you like me, I will do my best to bring you a better work. If not, like the world hates me a lot of people. You count how old? The appearance of this speech directly caused the entire fishing vessel to enter a short period of cold silence, and it seemed that everyone was shocked. But what everyone didn't expect was that less than a minute after this speech appeared, the heavenly king Lu De Wao directly liked it and left a message, I believe in you. 4 short words, but contained an incomparable firm attitude and support. After Lu Dewao liked the message, the god of song Zhang Shuiao also liked the message. Although I have not seen the little brother, but Wachai is my most trusting friend. He supports the people. No say, praise, believe you. Famous singer Dr. Chen, kudos, support Wa, believe in Ling Tian, continue to work hard. We are waiting for you to come out with more and better works. Famous director and actor Su Zhang, although I've been with Xiaotian for only a day or so, I know him very well. Jean Lei, you've gone too far this time. Famous actor Wu Jing, who was hacking my brother Xiaotian. Aren't you afraid of getting your ass kicked? What can you do with your time? Xiaotian, I believe in you, Wolf 3 is waiting for you, go for it. Chapter 101, the end of the story. Look at the following. More than a support, Ling Tian's heart only feel warm, although outsiders have such and such a misunderstanding of the circle, but at least Ling Tian now come into contact with the people are sincere, well, that Ines Jean Lei accept. As for Lu Dewao, they were all old men who had been in the entertainment industry for many years, and the energy contained behind them was astonishingly large. After a few people spoke one after another, in just less than 10 minutes, there were dozens of second-tier stars and above who spoke in favor of Ling Tian. With the appearance of these people, the direction of the fishing wheels started to become evenly matched all of a sudden, and a new round of fishing wheel wars started on the internet between the two sides. Right at this moment, Huang Lei and He Jiong, who had been busy in the mushroom house, walked out. Hey! Xiaotian, why are you here? What are you doing? We've been so busy. He Jiong staggered over to Ling Tian. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, only then did he realize that both Huang Lei and He Jiong had arrived, and with a puzzled glance in the direction of the mushroom house, he said, Isn't Mr. Huang cooking today? I came out to get some fresh air. A breath of fresh air? I think it's for the girl to chat, right? I'll take a look. Huang Lei hemmed and hawed and directly snatched Ling Tian's cell phone, but when he finished reading the things above the tweets, his face brushed and pulled down. He Jiong was puzzled and took the cell phone from Huang Lei's hand, and after reading it, he immediately cursed in anger. It's too much, how can they be like this? And Jean Lei, what the hell does he want? Obviously, He Jiong the good old man this time is really angry, regardless of exit Ling Tian's microblogging, and then logged on their own, immediately spoke, to warn those who listen to the wind and rain, Ling Tian is my best brother, his character I dare to guarantee with my personality, if whoever is talking nonsense, don't blame me for directly give you a court summons, and finally he took a look at Jean Lei, the goal is obvious. Huang Lei looked at He Jiong's move, also took the phone, then used his own microblogging to send a statement, Xiaotian is also my best brother, what against me, that's all. Tu Shouba's big brother's speech directly became the last straw that broke the camel's back, especially after the two spoke, Mango TV and Nortel at the same time to the two microblogging, this time no need to comment on the netizens, the music festival and Jean Lei's side will not be able to sit down. Jean Lei first clarified on his microblog, I did look for Mr. Ling Tian and invited him to participate in the Huaxia New Voice as a supporting guest, and his nomination at the music festival was also submitted by me, but I submitted the nomination for next year, so I'm very sorry for causing a credibility crisis for Mr. Ling Tian, and I apologize again. Music Spectacular followed suit, the screening team got the timing wrong and put Mr. Ling Tian's nomination into this year, this is an oversight in our work, but I still have to say as the official spokesperson, even if it was put into this year, Mr. Ling Tian is still worthy of our nomination. Jean Lei was decisive, while the music festival had the intention of showing Ling Tian favor, and the speeches from both sides completely set the tone for this time. Ling Tian was instantly cleansed, and the number of fans that he hadn't lost much had once again ushered in a high tide, and by the time Ling Tian and the others were ready to return to the Mushroom House, his number of fans had already reached 26.5 million. This figure was very close to the 30 million needed for a second-tier star. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the crisis mission, rewarded with arranging proficiency, please keep up the good work. The announcement of the completion of the mission made Ling Tian breathe a sigh of relief, and after returning to the Mushroom House, he directly found the director. The director was still in a state of confusion and was ready to ask Ling Tian when he saw him, but without waiting for him to open his mouth, Ling Tian directly interrupted him. I want to take a leave of absence, just for today, I will definitely be back tomorrow morning. The director froze, and nodded his head after more than 10 seconds, yes, it's good to take a break after such a big event, but you have to be back before noon tomorrow. Thanks, you really are a very good director. Ling Tian smiled. The director cried and laughed as he looked at the distant Ling Tian, then greeted a staff member to drive Ling Tian out. And after Ling Tian sat in the car he couldn't wait to call Li Shaban's number. At the same time, Li Qian, who was following the microblogging news in the hotel, couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out when she saw Ling Tian's speech and the support of a whole bunch of big names behind him, before breaking down into laughter. After being happy for a while, she dropped her cell phone and prepared to go wash her face and get ready to rest, but her cell phone rang just as she left. Picking up the phone and looking at the word husband labeled on it, Li's eyes lit up and hurriedly answered the call. Honey, I miss you. The first thing that came out of the phone was Ling Tian's voice. I miss you too, I miss you so much. Li Qian once again couldn't help but cry out, the aggression that she had just habitually ignored all of a sudden erupted. Where are you? I asked for a day off, I'm going to accompany you now.
Li shuddered and hurriedly said, I'm at the hotel we stayed at last time, or the original room. I've chartered it. I'll wait for you. Ling Tian nodded his head and then hung up the phone. A faint smile of happiness surfaced on his face. He and Li definitely counted as the fastest among the love crowd, but the two of them were full of all sorts of sweet memories. Even if these memories were only a few days in the past, as long as they thought about it, they would always be able to help but feel warm and sweet in their hearts. The staff member who was responsible for sending Ling Tian was a full-time driver in the program, so he was aware of the hotel where Ling Tian and Lili were staying, and when they arrived at the hotel, the time was less than 12 o'clock in the middle of the day. After dropping Ling Tian off, the driver made a phone call gesture towards him. Call me when you leave, I'll be right here waiting for you. Good. Ling Tian answered, took a deep breath and lifted his leg into the hotel. In the room, Lili had already finished her bath, quietly lying on the bed looking at the cell phone in her hand, which at this time showed all the photos of her and Ling Tian, some of which she secretly photographed Ling Tian, but also the two together, and Ling Tian helped her to take pictures. Just when she was immersed in happiness, the door of her room was suddenly knocked. Li froze for a moment, hurriedly jumped down from the bed, quickly rushed to the door and looked through the cat's eye. Chapter 102, Letting Go of Love. Opening a door was like opening the last barrier between two people. When Ling Tian stepped into the door of the room, Li then closed the door with a bang, couldn't help but pounce on Ling Tian's body and hugged him hard. The two people's faces slowly approached each other, and then gradually intersected together. Don't! Just when Ling Tian was a bit unable to hold back and was ready to continue down the line, Li suddenly hugged him and said, My relatives haven't left yet. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he let go of Li and took her hand, saying, I miscalculated the time, I should have come back in 2 more days. Go, what's going on in your head? Li Qian hammered Ling Tian in a bad mood, then quietly leaned in his arms. Is that all you think about when you're with me? Ling Tian pinched the tip of her nose. Of course, you're my wife, and I'm the only child in our family, so I have to hurry up and spread the seeds of our old Ling family. You are bad, but I will be yours sooner or later. Just stay with me today, okay? Lili laughed softly, and then gave Ling Tian a peck on the cheek. Good. The two of them were in the room for a while and then got up and left the room. This was considered their first date in the true sense of the word. After all, the last time they came here it was because of work, so Ling Tian decided to let himself go today, not wanting to think about anything, not doing anything, just so and Li Qian quietly walk around in a piece of time, take a look at it, and let the nature witness the two of them in love. Even this time the two completely threw away all the disguises and baggage, so lightly dressed, even a simple makeup or not out of the hotel, directly into a roadside snack bar. Ah, it's Ling Tian and Li, I've met the big star. Really, Ed, two people really good match, but stars go out are not all wrapped up tightly? I really admire the two of them, just made so much noise, but the two seem to be not affected at all, cannot help but want to like it. I want to take a picture, want to sign. The two had just walked into the restaurant when a few young girls screamed and then ran to the two like the wind, surrounding the two of them with death. Ling Tian and Lili smiled and glanced at each other, then Ling Tian stepped forward and said, All of you lovely and beautiful beauties, we want to have a solo world of two today, and I don't think that all of you beauties would want your date to be spoiled, would you? So please be understanding and give us a space to be alone, okay? Ling Tian's voice was magnetic, and the group of girls of all sizes were mesmerized and nodded their heads, then automatically made way for the two to walk into the innermost table. When the two were seated, a little girl couldn't help but take out her cell phone and take a picture, then send it to her circle of friends. I'm so happy today, I met Ling Tian and Lili, although I didn't ask for an autograph or a photo, it's like I witnessed the love of two people, it's so romantic, all of a sudden I want to fall in love. Although the other diners were a little bit excited, as Ling Tian said, no one wants to be spoiled on their date, whether it's with good or bad intentions, so one by one, all of them passed a thumbs up towards Ling Tian, and then smiled and continued to eat their own meal, giving the two enough respect in silence. Ling Tian hurriedly got up and thanked the group of diners with his fists before ordering 2 very ordinary small dishes and 2 orders of ramen from the owner. After taking note of the menu, the owner said to the two of them, I admire you too, really, compared to those hidden stars, your courage and love deserves everyone's respect. Today's dishes are on me, don't tell me anything else, if you don't let me treat you, I won't do it anymore. Ling Tian and Li froze, had the intention to say something, but the words were finished by the boss, so the two of them could only nod their heads and respond, anyway, there are only 2 small dishes, adding up to less than $30, the boss is not bad. But what the two people did not expect is that a girl suddenly stood up, I like you two the most, so today your meal money I gave, cannot let the boss suffer, right? After saying that, she turned to the boss and said, Boss uncle, I know you mean well, but if the paparazzi know about it, they will surely say something nonsense, what Ling Tian did and Li's sister eat king's food or what, so it's better for me to give it for them. And me, not for anything else, just for the love between the two. On a side note, I watched the fishing will battle just now, Li Qian's courage is worth my money. Count me in. Ling Tian's bullying and forthrightness is a breath of fresh air in the entertainment industry. Think of all the misconceptions we people have about the entertainment industry. Maybe Ling Tian will give us a different kind of excitement. Kudos to you. Looking at the people who stood up with a clatter, Ling Tian and Li Shubian were all dumbfounded. When did they become so good in people's eyes? It seemed like they hadn't done anything, right?
Ling Tian suddenly had a feeling that in his previous life, he felt that there were less and less good people in the world, and that the whole world was full of deceit, so he slowly turned into a geek and was not willing to go and make contact with outsiders. In this life, he has been a farmer for his whole life, and he has eaten 100 meals, but with the development of society getting better and better, the once goodness of his heart has really become wants, and the connection and feelings between him and the people in the village have become more and more faded. But at this moment, he had once again sparked hope in the world, and said, well, then Xiao Xiao Jin and I will thank you all. In order to show our gratitude, I'll sing a song for you all later, a new song. Oh. Ah, really? I'm so glad I came, Ling Tian, I can't say enough, here's to you. What kind of song? I want to record it and play it on a 24-hour loop. It seemed that in order to hear Ling Tian sing faster, the boss served the food very fast, and for the boss's move to take care of Ling Tian and the two of them first, all the diners expressed their understanding. One by one, they started to eat their own food with full of anticipation, and some of them were still holding their cell phones, videotaping the two of them. For these people, Ling Tian and Li Li also showed absolute cooperation, posing gestures and expressions one after the other, making some of the stargazers over the moon. Chapter 103, A Glorious Song, Thank You. Because they had to cooperate with the video recording and photo taking, so Ling Tian and Li ate a bit slowly, but after half an hour Ling Tian was still standing up and said, because there is no musical instrument, so I can only sing cleanly. I have a guitar here, although it's the most inferior kind, but I hope Ling Tian you don't mind. Ling Tian had just finished speaking when a young man sitting at the door suddenly stood up, holding up his wooden guitar and shouted. Ling Tian was slightly stunned. It was only then that he realized that this youngster had a guitar case sitting next to him, perhaps because he was in a hurry. The case hadn't had time to cover it yet, and he could clearly see the loose change that was placed inside. Ling Tian nodded towards the street singer, and then took over his guitar. Holding the guitar and trying out the tone, it was slightly less accurate, but it wasn't too bad. He nodded once again, then returned to his seat, and softly said, as you all know, I was originally just an ordinary farmer, relying on farming to make a living, and although I had participated in a few competitions in the past, it was clear that the results were despairing. Afterwards, I was fortunate enough to participate in the program Aspiring Life. Originally I just thought to satisfy the vanity of being in close contact with a big star, but I didn't expect to get so much love and support from so many people, so I'd like to give a song to all the people who support me now, a song that belongs to you exclusively, a song of glory. Thanks for having you along the way. As the words fell, a beautiful melody came out from the guitar. Ling Tian's eyes were clear as he looked into the eyes of everyone staring at him and spoke softly. Thunderous applause, heart surge, this is the beginning, not the end. When you for me, the palm of the hand clap pain, what should I take in return for your love and affection? Glorious, a song that circulated on the internet in the past life, sung by Brother Echo. Although in the past life, there were many songs written for fans, and the heat of this glorious song only lasted not 2 years because of Brother Echo's disappearance and completely disappeared. But in Ling Tian's opinion, this was the song that was truly written for the fans, and all the other songs were less flavorful and unique compared to her, not to mention the lyrics. The magnetic voice and the unique and beautiful melody made everyone mesmerized by what they heard. Just then, the melody changed abruptly, becoming high and full of passion. I want to bow deeply to you, because the effort put in someone can understand, that minute, in my heart. In my heart, too many feelings, indescribable, more twists and turns in the future, absolutely no relaxation, proving that you choose to be different. Thank you for the honor you gave me. I want to bow deeply to you, because the effort put in someone can understand how ordinary this teenager used to be. It's you guys who let me make my dream the pinnacle. Thank you for the honor you gave me. The intense and full of deep feelings of the chorus let all the diners for a moment were all obsessed. Some of Ling Tian's fans remembered Ling Tian this way over the road, although only a short 10 days, but was hacked 3 times, each time almost let him never come back, which the hardship they have not experienced, but can imagine how much pressure Ling Tian had at that time. Thinking about the effort they had put in, and listening to Ling Tian's song, they suddenly felt a little bit like crying, because it was a very good song, and the main thing was that it was written by Ling Tian specifically for them, his fans, and it was unique. Yes, it was us who gave Ling Tian the honor, it was us. We are not mediocre, we also exist. For the first time, fans felt their place in the star's heart. No, I should say it was Ling Tian's fans who felt their place in Ling Tian's heart. Other idols? Sorry, it wasn't really that big of a feeling right now. By the second time of the song, a few of the girls were somewhat emotional and left behind tears. One of them even cried on the table. Even the eyes of the boss, an older man, had tears glistening in his eyes. Ling Tian suddenly stood up and bowed deeply to everyone, saying, "Thank you all, it's you who gave me glory, and gave me everything I have now. I know that one bow is not enough at all, but I'll work even harder in the future. I'll make you all proud, and let you be able to say to anyone that you're Ling Tian's fans." Finally, this song Glorious, I announce that all my fans can sing it on any non-profit occasion, and I'll put this song on top of Penguin music for everyone to listen to for free. Wow! The applause was like a tidal wave. Even though there were only a few dozen people, the commotion created was no worse than that of a few hundred people, and some of the girls couldn't help but scream out loud. Returning the guitar to the young man, Ling Tian quietly left $50 on the table, and then he pulled on Li Xia and quickly rushed out of the restaurant, running furiously all the way for a few hundred meters before stopping, and then the two of them looked at each other and bent over in unison and smiled. What a lovely fans, but my man is just awesome, to be able to sing such a good song. Why don't we record this song now and upload it? Li Xiaoyan managed to slow down her breath and spoke as she hugged Ling Tian's arm. Ling Tian shook his head. No, I came here today specifically to accompany you. Work and everything else is not as important as you. Li obsessed, then fiercely kissed Ling Tian's face and said, then I want to go to the amusement park. Good, then we'll go to the amusement park. The two of them left, but the commotion made by Ling Tian didn't disappear at all. A few girls uploaded Ling Tian's Glorious to their friend circle and B station at the first time after they left, and they left messages one after another. A song written by Ling Tian greatly to all his fans, it's super good. My ears are already pregnant, and I want to play it on a loop for 24 hours. I'm going to play it on a loop for 24 hours. I'm so lucky to have the honor of listening to Ling Tian audition singing on site. The voice is really wonderful. Ling Tian's fans, we're blessed. I'm so proud to be a fan of Ling Tian's. We have our own songs, specially written for us by Ling Tian de. Go ahead and be jealous. The beautiful melody and melodious voice made these links quickly ferment and explode on the internet. Countless netizens liked and forwarded them. For a while, the internet was filled with Ling Tian's fans being active, so much so that when the fans of the other stars saw these messages, one by one, their hearts started to sour. After that, the other stars were miserable. After all, it might not be hard to write a song, it wasn't impossible to spend money on it, but a song specifically written for fans? And it had to be good? And better than Ling Tian's? Kill them. Even Heavenly King Lu couldn't help but republish a link, which was accompanied by a message of his own. Xiaotian, what a big problem you're giving your brother, hurry up and come over to solve it, or else the friendship will end, followed by a naughty emoji of spitting blood. Chapter 104, The Depths of Love. Amusement Park. Ling Tian sat on a stool and looked at Li, who was not far away from the merry-go-round emitting silver bells of laughter, with a faint light smile on his face. Suddenly, a little girl came over with a basket of roses and winked, Big brother, are you planning to chase your girlfriend? Then buy a bunch of flowers, it will bring you good luck. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then he stood up in tears and laughed, squatted down and said, who told you that roses will bring good luck? The little girl tilted her head and said, I see that's what they say in TV dramas. Big brother, do you want to buy them? Good, then I'll buy all of them. How much in total? Ling Tian smiled. This little girl was dressed very beautifully, and the clothes were not the usual kind of stall goods, so Ling Tian concluded that this little girl must be a child of some rich family. But why did she come to sell roses? Ling Tian just took a look and realized that there were more than a dozen kids all around selling all sorts of things, and not too far away, two young girls looking in their 20s were looking at these kids with a pained smile on their faces. Almost immediately Ling Tian was certain that this should be an activity that some kindergarten had come up with, the purpose of which was obviously to cultivate the children's self-care skills. The little girl's eyes lit up, and then broke her fingers and said, a bunch of flowers $5, here a total of 33, so it is oops, people cannot count it, big brother you help me count it, okay? Ling Tian laughed, really this little girl is too cute. He simply sat directly on the ground, and then took out a flower, handed the little girl a $5, said, look, we buy this way, you give me a flower, I give you $5, so that in the end you know how much money can be sold it. The little girl froze, then cocked her head and thought for a while before saying, big brother is really stupid. The teacher said that we have to learn to deal with problems in a simple way, so we have to think about how to do it all at once to do it mo out a face of blood. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian now really wants so badly to hurry up and have a child, preferably a girl, preferably as cute as this little girl right now. Ling Tian reached out and touched the top of the little girl's head, said with a smile, then we have to use multiplication 33 times 5, the last is $165, come on, brother to give you the money, you put the flower to help my brother to send to that big sister over there, okay? The little girl followed the direction Ling Tian pointed to look over, and then nodded with a smile, took the flowers and turned to go, but she did not first go to look for Lily, but first went to the two young girls in front of them muttering did not know what to say. Afterwards, as if she had confirmed something, she ran towards Li Chen with the flowers cheerfully, and it didn't take much to know that she was going to confirm that she had given the right amount of money. Thinking about this, Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh. This little girl is quite smart. I don't know whose family it is, but it's so well educated. On top of the merry-go-round, Li Chen seemed to have had enough, so she jumped down from the horse when it stopped, but just as she was about to come over and look for Ling Tian, she saw a little girl running over with a big bouquet of roses, and then pushed it directly in front of her, saying, big sister, there is a big brother who wants to chase after you, so he asked me to send these flowers to you. Li snapped her head up just in time to see Ling Tian there making a heart gesture towards her, and she burst into tears. Crouching down, she took the flowers from the little girl's hand and said, then do you think sister should say yes to him? Of course I want to. I just told big brother that as long as he buys my flowers he will have good luck. What a little naughty. Then okay, sister promised. Li laughed. Yay, so the TV really didn't lie. Giggle. I'm the first to complete the task. Today there are little red flowers. Thank you big sister. After the little girl finished speaking, she hurriedly ran away, leaving behind a series of giggles. Ling Tian walked over to Li Xia, reached out and wrapped his hand around her waist, looked in the direction of the little girl and softly said, I just counted, a total of 33, I hope that our love can continue for 3 lifetimes, never to part. I hope our love will continue for 3 lifetimes and never be separated. Lily beamed, 3 lifetimes is too short, I want to live forever, you must be responsible for remembering me, and then you must also find me.
Looking at Ling Tian's expression of speechlessness, Li couldn't help but snort out a laugh and then said with a red face, Tian, I don't want to play anymore, let's go back. Alright, I happen to be a bit sleepy as well.
After thinking about it, Ling Tian opened his mouth with some amusement and prepared to tease Li Xiaoyan. But what he didn't expect was that Li Jian nodded her head when she heard this, and then smelled the scent of roses with a shy face. I'm sleepy too. Ling Tian was irritated, gritted his teeth and whispered in Li Qian's ear, but your relatives haven't left. Li rolled his eyes, and then forced to endure the shyness in Ling Tian's ear muttered a few words. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Suddenly Li hugged up, said, you said, do not regret. Quickly put me down, do not want you to hold me. Li Xiaoxian was so shy that she directly hid in Ling Tian's embrace. 2 hours later, in the hotel room, Li Xiaoyan glared at Ling Tian in a bad mood and kept rubbing her wrist, saying, why are you so strong? My hand is numb. Ling Tian looked at Li Qian with a bitter look on his face. What about the promise that? Why would it be the hand? Although it's quite comfortable to use your hands, but alas, let's not talk about it, talking too much is tears. I'll wait for 2 more days, and then I'll go home to be with you after my relatives leave. Seeing Ling Tian's expression of you're screwing me over, Lily smiled and said with a smile as she plopped down on his side. I'm not going to be a victim? No, hurry up and go wash up, later I want you to cook for me personally. There is no kitchenware here. It's okay, we can go buy a set and go on a picnic, I don't want to spend tonight in the hotel. Ling Tian froze, then got up and walked into the bathroom, looking at Ling Tian just so naked walking. Li's face once again became red and moist, although it has long been ready to be frank and honest, but as a girl, cannot let us reserve a little? Chapter 105, Strange Phone Calls. In the evening, Ling Tian and Lily walked out of the hotel, ready to purchase equipment for the evening picnic and camping. However, when the two were about to walk to the mall, Ling Tian's cell phone rang, and after looking at it, it was an unfamiliar caller that he had never seen before. Ling Tian took a look at the phone and hung it up directly, but then not a minute later, the other party called again. Ling Tian was slightly stunned and then picked up the phone. You are? Hello Ling Tian, I want to meet with you. I know you are not in the program group. I have something in your hands. Half an hour later, Changnan Xinhai Hotel entrance. I'll wait for you. After the other party finished speaking, he hung up the phone, leaving behind a speechless Ling Tian. Ling Tian frowned tightly, for the voice on the phone always feel a little familiar, but do not know where I have heard, should be between a time or two of the people, but the people who have seen? In the end, who is it? Lily looked at Ling Tian's expression and couldn't help but open his mouth. Go over there and see if you don't know? Ling Tian smiled bitterly and shook his head. He really didn't want to go, but he couldn't help but be surprised when he saw Li Jian's expression. Do you know what the other party is? Li Xiaodong nodded. I do know, go, there should be a big surprise tonight, and if it is handled well, I believe that after tonight, not many people will dare to hack you. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Tian and Li Qian appeared at the entrance of the Xinhai Hotel. Looking at the middle-aged man standing there carrying a briefcase, Ling Tian understood everything. He couldn't help but pinch the tip of Li Qian's nose and whispered, You're so naughty, don't you know that I don't want to meet with these people at all right now? But there's always a need to meet, isn't there? Li Qian smiled cheekily and pulled Ling Tian and ran towards the other party. When the other party saw Ling Tian, he first looked him up and down before stretching out his hand, the corner of his mouth hooked into a faint light smile. Ling Tian reached out and touched his hand with the other party, and then let go. I didn't think that this little person like me would be able to startle Mr. Wang, and even have Mr. Wang come over personally, so I'm truly flattered. Wang Zhongbian, the executive president of Huaxia Hui Film and Television Company, Ltd., is one of the most deserved supergiants in the entertainment circle of Huaxia, and the entire entertainment circle will shake 3 times when he says something. To be honest, the reason why Ling Tian was familiar with Wang Zhongbian's voice was because in his previous life when he didn't cross over, he had heard Wang Zhongbian speak when he watched the first season of That World Yearning for Life, but since it was only one installment and not a live broadcast, which was just an hour or so, he didn't remember it very clearly. And now, he was really surprised. Wang Zhongbei smiled. You are more mature and stable than I thought, no wonder old Huang will value you so much. Come on, let's go to dinner first and talk while eating. Mr. Huang? Ling Tian suddenly realized Huang Lei and Wang Zhongbei were very good friends. If he was there to make peace in the middle, then everything was explained. Only Ling Tian was a bit puzzled. Why did Huang Lei tell Wang Zhongbei about himself? Could it be because of the fishing wheel battle in the morning? A group of 3 people went directly to the hotel's top-floor private room. After ordering the waiter to serve the food, Wang Zhongbei took out a document and handed it to Ling Tian. This is the old Huang let me investigate about the morning of the fishing wheel war all the Black Year people's information, but because of the time is a little tight, so the investigation is not particularly detailed, but I still have to say, kid, you into the industry just less than a month, can provoke the red I can be really quite a lot of people. Ling Tian was shaken, but then he pushed the document to one side and laughed lightly. No one in the world does not talk about people, no one is not talked about behind their backs, everyone has times when they are red-eyed, so I don't really care much about these people. Moreover, it's mediocre to not be envied, isn't it?
I can make them angry, make them jealous, but they can do nothing about me. This feeling is not quite good?
Wang Zhongbei was stunned by Ling Tian's words, then nodded his head, his eyes flashing with strong appreciation. However, he then spoke, having said that, it's never a good thing for a star to be at the center of a fishing wheel at all times. That's what old Huang came to me for. I can also see that you're a master who isn't willing to be subjugated, so I won't be preparing an artist contract for you. How about it?
Would you be interested in having a studio under Hawaii? You're really looking for a backer for yourself, aren't you? Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at Wang Zhongbei, although he had He Zhong and Huang Lei in front of him, and Lu Dua behind him. But after all, the three of them and Ling Tian do not have any direct interest in the relationship, even if it is no longer possible to offend the entire entertainment industry for the sake of Ling Tian. Precisely because of this, the network of those behind the scenes will have no fear, because they guess that even if they really will Ling Tian black xiang in the end, but no matter, the big deal is to delete the remarks.
But if Ling Tian titled in Hawaii below open a studio is different, this is equal to him and Hawaii. The entertainment industry deserved the big brother has a relationship of interest. Moving Ling Tian is equal to move the cake of Hawaii to Hawaii's nature, even if they die are not indignant.
But just agreeing to Wang Zhongbei, Ling Tian always felt that he would be at a bit of a disadvantage. After all, Wang Zhongbei is a businessman no matter what. A businessman. A businessman is called a businessman when he injures someone else. That's why he wouldn't be naive enough to think that Wang Zhongbei would be so kind.
So he opened his mouth after a short silence and asked, "How much do you want to draw?"
So direct?
Wang Zhongbei looked at Ling Tian in surprise. Ling Tian nodded his head. Since Mr. Wang has stated his intentions, there must be an exchange of benefits, and although feelings pulled by benefits are fragile, they are still feelings after all, so it's better for us to say the ugly words up front.
Directly enough.
Wang Zhongbei laughed and opened his mouth. It's like this, I won't doubt your talent, but if you want to open up the situation, we, Hawaii, still have to step in and promote it. So before you completely open up the situation, we want 30% of your studio's net profit, and after that, in accordance with the highest level of division, we will only draw 10%, how about it? This is definitely a contract of conscience, but Ling Tian instantly reacted and smiled. You guys take 10%, how about I do the opening up myself?
Can you do it? Men don't say they can't, let alone me.
Chapter 106, Preparing to set up a studio.
Xiao Tian, are you really ready to agree to hang the license under Hawaii?
After having dinner, Lily and Ling Tian both walked out of the hotel, holding each other's hands and walking side by side on the street.
Ling Tian nodded. Why don't you agree?
I am now considered to have made a debut. The fans are not too many and not too few. So many people want to coalesce. Definitely not a few songs can do it. So in the future to make a movie or something definitely must be proposed as soon as possible the statute. But if I do this as a free agent, it's inevitably a bit less formal and easy to get ripped off, so the studio is definitely going to be set up. Only previously I was prepared to wait for the movie to start filming before deciding, but now since Hawaii is willing to come out and help me take the top spot, why wouldn't I say yes?
But I think you're giving them 10% of the net profit is a bit much.
Li Xiaoyi beamed with some dissatisfaction. That little expression was simply adorable.
Ling Tian couldn't help but kiss her at the corner of her mouth. 10% profit is already very little. What's more, now that you're blocked by Shinda, and I'm being watched by as many people as possible, ready to blackmail me at any time, it's totally worth it to use 10% of the benefit for the reserve underpinning of our two preliminaries. What's more, when we really get up in the future, it's not impossible to get out of Hawaii. After all, it's just a cooperation agreement. It's not like we've sold out to them for life. Anyway, I just feel like he's robbing us.
Ling Tian was amused by this little housekeeper attitude of Li Qian, but this also proved that Li Qian really has taken herself as a member of the Ling family. Otherwise, who cares if he, Ling Tian, goes to hell? Anyway, as long as there was no shortage of money from her, it would be fine.
Moreover, this is also equal to the fact that Li Qian has completely made a decision, so Ling Tian naturally won't be stupid and not show anything. I'll give you a surprise when I'm done with this period of time.
What surprise? A surprise isn't a surprise if you say it.
You're bad, I don't care, I'm going camping tonight. No way. Didn't the weather forecast say it's going to rain tonight? Even if we have a tent outside, there will be problems, so not today, let's do it later, we have a lifetime, we don't have to count on this, right?
Because of Wang Zhongbian's reason, the picnic fizzled out, the camping also fizzled out, so after returning to the hotel, Li has been looking a little sullen, lowered his head to look at the weather forecast on the cell phone, exasperatedly poked and prodded at the top of it. Broken. What rain?
What kind of rain are you having? Why do you need rain?
Suddenly, the window clicked a loud bang, a lightning fell from the sky, cut off half of the sky, and this lightning also seems to open a big gate. Originally a little cloudy sky pattern began to drift up the rain. The loud noise startled Li and hurriedly rushed to the bed, burrowing into Ling Tian's arms, saying, "It's terrible, how could it be so loud?" Ling Tian was reading a book on business operations, feeling the extra warm body in his arms, he couldn't help but laugh. It's just thunder, we're on the middle floor here, so even if it's true that this building was struck, it doesn't have anything to do with us, good boy.
What kind of book are you reading? Business. Why read it?
Why don't you just find a professional manager? We don't know this business anyway. Speaking of which, Li Xia suddenly brightened up and said, "Wait, I'll make a phone call." said. She did not wait for Ling Tian to speak, then jumped down from the bed, ran to the table from the bag to take the cell phone out, and then quickly flipped out a phone number dialed out.
Yo, my Miss Lee, finally willing to come out from the gentle land? Give up to give me this chaff to make a phone call? Say it, how are you going to comfort my wounded little heart?
I tell you, my heart now, crunchy, are almost broken. When the phone was just connected, there was a charming voice coming from inside, which was so delicate that people couldn't help but get goosebumps from listening to it. Because Li Xiao was directly on speakerphone, Ling Tian shivered violently and threw a blank stare at her. Seeing that Ling Tian was about to speak, Li Xiaoxian hurriedly gave a hush and said, "Speak normally, didn't you quit your job?
Have you found a job yet?" "No, why? Are you going to find me a job?"
"I am now starving to death, the rent will not be able to pay, I tell you, another 3 days I will be."
"Where are you now? Can you come to Changnan tomorrow? I have something to discuss with you."
Li directly interrupted the other party, to avoid any further problems.
"I don't know what to do, but I'm in a hurry."
"Well, anyway, I have nothing to do now, so, I probably tomorrow noon too, but you have to reimburse me for all the travel expenses and food and drink, I am now really fast out of money."
"Reimbursement my ass. I'll give you a super job when you get here. It's a deal, love you. I'm hanging up."
The other party hung up the phone directly after saying that, after which Li Xiaowei met Ling Tian's gaze. Li, a cheeky smile, will be the phone casually thrown to the side, retracted into Ling Tian's arms, which said, "Her name is Li Yun, is my cousin, authentic Tianjin University Department of Business Administration master's degree graduates, previously served as a foreign-funded enterprises as a personnel supervisor, but also in charge of a portion of the planning of the business. The personal ability is very strong, but her superiors seem to be prepared to subterfuge a period of time ago. She was sent to the hospital by her foot, so that she is now in a state of unemployment."
"You want her to come over as the chief of our studio?" Ling Tian smiled and nodded, saying, "Can't we?"
"She's definitely much more powerful than us, and the two of us have been close since we were kids, really, she's definitely reliable. Don't need to explain to me, as long as it's the person you chose, I believe, but I'll probably have to go back to the mushroom house early tomorrow at noon, so this is something you can say directly with your cousin on the line, and you can draw up your own contract after you've made the final decision."
"You're not afraid that I'm going to screw you over?"
Ling Tian casually took the bank card out of his pocket and threw it to Li. "If you want to pit it, my life is anyway rely on you."
"Hee, you're so good, well."
The next day, Ling Tian opened his eyes, outside the rain still did not stop the seedling, and look at the state of the sky, estimates that today still have to go down all day. Think of the mushroom house when it rains, Ling Tian suddenly have a kind of do not want to go back to the impulse, is too damn suffocating panic. But after all, promised the director, so should go back or have to go back, this is the basic principle of being a human being. Get up, wash up, and then go out to buy breakfast, even if you want to go back, but also have to give this morning to the perfect before it is not?
Chapter 107, Brother Chi's Fury. Sweet times always fly by.
At 10:30 a.m., Ling Tian and Li Qian separated and returned to the mushroom house, while Li Qian also received a call from Li Yun at the same time, and the two of them met at the hotel. Li Yun's cousin wasn't really pretty, she could only be said to be at a medium level, but the temperament on her body had slayed more than a few netizens, and she was a proper goddess and royal lady. In her body, people can easily ignore her appearance, was deeply attracted by her temperament, and she has a 1.68 m height, 90 centimeters of long legs, coupled with a pair of high-heeled shoes. The front and back of the body thrown into the crowd turnover rate is definitely more than 80%. When she met with Li, all the goddess temperament instantly disappeared, and directly transformed into a female nerve. Firstly, she laughed 3 times to the sky, and then snorted with a cold face, "Ha, little girl, I'll see where you're going to run this time." Li double eyes, threw a pair of slippers to Li Yun, said, "I do not intend to run, hurry to come in, there are important things to say to you." Li Yun cut a sound, and then suddenly shrugged the tip of the nose and sniffed, "No, there is a man smell here, say, Ling Tian is not just gone?" Li completely speechless, "I say sister, can your attention not always be on irrelevant issues?" Li Yun heatedly smiled, and directly took hold of the shoulders of Li Xiaoyuan. "It's okay, sis knows, alas, but poor as I am, even 30 and no one wants it, this world is really too many blind men, can't see the girl's innate beauty, forget it, don't talk about these topics that make people sad, this time, you let me come over to prepare to do what? I'm telling you, don't talk about selling your body. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I'm going to do." Li smiled and scolded a sentence, threw Li Yun a document, said, "Your brother-in-law is ready to open a studio, now need a professional manager, I recommended you to him, so as long as you agree, you will immediately become $1 million a year studio boss, how about it?"
"How about it? Studio? He's not going to sign into an entertainment company?"
Li Yun froze for a moment, and then nodded her head. "Indeed, my brother-in-law's ability is not to speak of, working for someone else is too much of a loss, so it's good, but I don't know much about the entertainment industry. How long will it take for you to set up this studio?" "It depends on when you can take office, as long as you arrive, you can start at any time."
Li was satisfied with Li Yun's reaction.
However, she admired Li Yun even more for this character that could separate herself in work and life at will, changing at the drop of a hat. After thinking for a while, Li Yin got up and said, "Give me a week's time, I'll go and get to know the rules of how the entertainment industry operates." After saying that she was ready to leave, it is clear that at this time she has entered the work state. As for whether or not to promise Li, this is not obvious. Li know Li Yun, this cousin's character, she will not give you any guarantee, but she will be 100% responsible for you, a very reliable person. But Li Yin glanced at the time, then directly pulled her, said in a bad mood, "Now it is almost 12 o'clock, let's eat first, and then I will join you. After all, I am also a person who has been mixed in the entertainment industry, more or less can give you some help." Li Yun froze, a face of surprise looking at Li, for a long time before it scat out, "It seems that the power of love is really big enough. The previous you can never care about my work, much less go to find yourself a headache. I did not think that a love affair actually let you have such a big change. You really are my sister? Not possessed by an alien? Roll." Li gritted his teeth. Li Yun laughed loudly, "Then I want to eat 2 dishes in the full banquet at noon today. What dishes you decide? It is not easy to catch you. Do not ruthlessly slaughter, always feel sorry for themselves." Li was completely defeated by his cousin. At the same time, Ling Tian also arrived at the mushroom house, only he had just gotten off the bus when he heard Peng Yu Cheng's magical laughter coming from the mushroom house. Well, there was also Mr. He's wailing as well as Chi Wei's roar. The curious Ling Tian nodded at the cameraman who came over, took the initiative to hand his cell phone to the driver, and then took a step towards the inside of the mushroom house. His appearance also caused the entire audience in the live broadcast room to freeze. Ling Tian is back? Wasn't he with Li Xiaohan? Why did he come back? That's enough from upstairs, although I think so too. Is it really okay for you to say it so bluntly? Aren't you afraid Ling Tian will beat you up? Ah, last night Ling Tian didn't come home for the night. Think of my goddess, I can't live this life anymore. Upstairs big talent, admire your brain hole, but I still say, you can go to the, so beautiful love even let you say so nasty, I am also drunk. Am I the only one who's curious about how Ling Tian will react when he sees his house turned into a pot of porridge? Same expectation. Ling Tian walked into the yard and was just about to enter the house when He Jiong covered his head and ran out from inside, shouting, "Brother Chi, stop it, it's raining now, do you want me to catch a cold?" Chi Wei huffed and puffed, waving a rolling pin, saying, "You call Brother Chi again? I'm a female, once again, I'm a woman and I can give birth." Ling Tian blinked and looked at the 2 people in front of him with a confused face, his mind was a muddle. It seems like he only went out for a day, how come Chi Wei became like this? Also, you say you are a woman, but the way you look right now is alive with a stingy man, okay? At least get your hair done when you come out, so messy to make sure it's not the result of a literary man who's been cooped up at home for months. He Jiong saw Ling Tian, rushed to the back of Ling Tian, said, "Chi brother is not stimulated by what?" In the past, she let herself call her brother Chi, how now so aware of their own gender? Ling Tian suddenly remembered what happened yesterday morning, he couldn't help but have a black line, he directly pulled He Jiong in front of himself and said, "Sister Chi, I'll help you catch him, what's your complaint though?" He Jiong. Chi Wei hemmed and hawed, weighed the rolling pin in his hand, and then slowly walked to the front of He Jiong. "Mr. He, our relationship is the best, right? Tell me, how are you going to let me punish you so you can remember that I'm a woman? I will definitely give you a good time." He Jiong. I want to cry, who will help me? Chapter 108, Blink of an Eye and Separation. Pooh God give a pain, heartache Mr. He for 3 seconds. 666, Ling Tian even raw Chi's gender to reverse, ha. Thinking about Ling Tian's sentence that my family bow as a woman can't help but want to laugh, the same 9 years of compulsory education, Ling Tian why are you so show? Mr. He, who am I messing with? Why am I always the one who gets hurt? You guys are so skinny. Although Chi Wei spoke ferociously, in fact, everyone was just joking around, so after briefly chuffing at He Jiong's body for a few moments, Chi Wei simply bristled, dropped the rolling pin in her hand, and turned around to walk towards the house. He Jiong heavy sigh of relief, wiped a non-existent forehead, face rain, then suddenly turned his head, gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Tian. Say, is it your pot that Chi has become like this now? Ling Tian blinked slightly, then suddenly turned around and ran. Almost noon, I go to see what to eat at noon, today to everyone to do delicious. He Jiong was messed up in the rain. Inside the room, Huang Lei was in the kitchen organizing the ingredients needed for noon. Tong Lia was helping out at the side. When he saw Ling Tian come in, Huang Lei froze slightly, then casually wiped his hand on his body, turned around and left the kitchen, saying, "The kitchen is yours." Tong Lia also looked at Ling Tian who came in with a face of surprise. "Xiao Tian, you finally came back. I thought I wouldn't be able to eat the last meal you made before I left." Ling Tian looked at Tong Lia inexplicably. "Sister Yaya is leaving?" Huang Lei's eyes rolled up. "It seems that you have really fallen completely in the gentle land. Don't you know that there is a situation called an unforeseen event?" Ling Tian was even more confused. Tong Lia stood up and said, "This is my own reason. Originally I was supposed to be able to record for a full week, but because of the weather and the fact that I still have to go to Tianjin to attend the opening of a play, so I had to leave early. But my sister is really happy here these few days. Oh." Ling Tian suddenly, the star's notice is generally not fixed, perhaps today decided things, to the next day there will be changes, we'll have to make changes, this kind of thing in the entire entertainment circle has become the norm, so even the program group generally will not be difficult for the star. And Tong Leah, this is considered good, as today's first line star. She can record 5 days in the Yearning for Life program group, can be said to be really very generous. After all, her main business is not variety, but the actor. After figuring all this out, Ling Tian clapped his hands and said, "Good, then today I'll cook a big meal to give Sister Yaya a good send-off."
Go on, say it like I'm going to die. Tong Leah's eyes rolled back in her head and she muttered in an unkind manner. Ling Tian had an innocent look on his face. Nima, this is considered saying the wrong thing? But then he threw these chaotic thoughts aside and walked into the kitchen. When he saw the ingredients, his eyes lit up for a moment. Perhaps Huang Lei and the others had also taken Tong Leah's situation into consideration, so they had prepared a rather rich array of ingredients. In addition to the extra portion of ingredients that Chi Wei had asked for when he came yesterday, there were also more things such as enoki mushrooms, shiitake mushrooms, bamboo curds, Chinese sausage and so on. With so many ingredients, Ling Tian considered for a moment and was surprised that he was able to come up with 12 dishes. Next, after he confirmed the starting order, he took a deep breath and said, "Good, I'm going to start." "Hurry up, we are starving to death." He covered his stomach as he sat on the floor and grunted, obviously still not relieved about Ling Tian's betrayal of him just now. "Don't you all eat breakfast?" Ling Tian opened his mouth to ask while cutting vegetables. "Don't you know that if you don't make breakfast then we all just drink rice thinning to make do?" Huang Lei took over and said something that made Ling Tian very desperate. While he kept moving his hands, his eyes glanced at Huang Lei. "Mr. Huang, are you trying to let your lazy cancer continue to grow to its limit? Aren't you afraid that your sister-in-law will beat you up later?" Huang Lei's face pulled back, he grunted and stopped answering, but in his heart he started to spit out, "Ling Tian, this kid is getting more and more crooked. In the future we have to think of a way to straighten him out before he can do so." Thinking about it, he slowly dragged his hand over his chin and began to conceptualize in his head how he should start the action. With regards to Ling Tian's cooking skills, the entire mushroom house was trusting, well, except for Chi Wei who hadn't had the chance to eat Ling Tian's cooking yet, but looking at the look of anticipation on everyone's faces, especially Tong Leah who couldn't wait to stare at Ling Tian's hands for a moment, her heart inexplicably looked forward to it as well. Well, yesterday, Mr. Huang did a good job, so today let's see if Ling Tian's handiwork is really as great as the legend. At this time, in the live broadcast room, the viewers who were watching Ling Tian's dazzling movements were completely flustered. Ahead of the food high energy, but also please friends to help me, together to launch the pop-up screen array, to stop Ling Tian's attack. Upstairs, you want to laugh me to death? Shouldn't we immediately call for takeout? Shout how expensive it is, you must not be attracted by Ling Tian's food. Rolling rough, Lao Zi this period of time just ordered takeout ordered $3,000, but Nima still feel no appetite how to break? Order takeout has spent 20,000 silent drift through, I hope my wife will not find out, or dead. Upstairs, Dekai, the noodles and ham are ready. Ling Tian, start your show. Ling Tian's cooking speed is very fast, coupled with Peng Yuchang on the side to give him a hand, so in just half an hour's time he has already cooked 4 dishes, and all the preparations for the Buddha jumps over the wall have been completed. 1 hour later, in addition to the Buddha jumping wall still continuing to cook, the rest of the 11 dishes were all on the table, and Huang Lei also generously asked the director to ask for 10 bottles of drinks. Well, yes, it's the drinks. Since the last time Tong Leah drank the wine, the entire mushroom house unanimously said that they can never let Tong Leah dip into the wine a little bit more. Looking at a table full of dishes, Chi Wei couldn't help but swallow her saliva, not to mention the fragrance that floated out. Just looking at the color alone, it is definitely not something that Huang Lei can compare to, or I should say that it is not at all in a class. As for Huang Lei and the others who had eaten Ling Tian's cooking, they also all revealed an expression of impatience, not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. A large swath of wolf howling pop-ups rushed up to the sky, completely flooding the entire live broadcast room. Chapter 109, Divine Sword Chi Brother. "Ah, I'm going crazy, simply can't bear to see Who will save me? $1,000 of takeout package was just thrown by me, oh. Upstairs, show off the rich dog, identification is complete, aha, ham sausage flavor is good, if there is another bottle of beer more perfect. Upstairs, the rich dog, this steamed bun is really hard to chew. Since ancient times, pop-ups have produced talented people, so I'm kneeling down for all of you. The beautiful food stimulates everyone's appetite. The audience in the live broadcast room is wailing. The staff of the program team, one by one, kept swallowing their saliva, looking at a table of food pitifully, especially a few cameramen in charge of recording food, at this time cannot be thrown directly to the camera. What's even more annoying is that Chi Wei sat down and then directly picked up a piece of fish, first in front of the camera, shook, with a flirtatious face, asked, "Looks so beautiful, want to eat?" The cameraman nodded repeatedly. But Chi Wei violently put the fish into his mouth. I taste the flavor first, so delicious, really, I have never eaten such a delicious dish in my life. The cameraman cried, "Nima, do not give food, just do not give food, why do you have to ask first? Is it fun? What? I really want to smash the camera on your head. Huang Lei looked amused. "Chi Wei, you do not flirt with the cameraman, and then careful they really hit you with the camera." Chi Wei to sound, and into the mouth of another piece of shiitake mushroom, suddenly eyes bright. "Mr. Huang, I feel like I ate fake shiitake mushrooms yesterday." "Pooh, cameraman, smash him." Huang Lei spat out a mouthful of old blood and gritted his teeth.
He Jiang and Peng Yu Chang were happy on the side. Ton Lia was almost choking on her drink, but only Ling Tian was eating his food and drinking his drink without slowing down. But suddenly, Chi Wei turned her gaze to him, and with great difficulty, she swallowed everything in her mouth before she said, Xiao really found a good man, Ling Tian, why don't you dump Xiao, and I'll give you a girlfriend. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then hastily shook his head. I am a man, I love women.
Chi Wei squirted. Poof cough, can't stop. God, you're a man, love women, who gave you the courage? Forgot what happened to Mr. E?
I really admire Ling Tian, how dare he say this, Chi Wei, don't be polite, think him to death. It's all over, Ling Tian has gone further and further down the road of death.
Look, Ms. He's eyes are lighting up.
Ling Tian, you are finished, get ready to bear the heck of my big brother Chi.
Upstairs, shouldn't it be female authority?
Ling Tian had just finished speaking before he suddenly remembered what Chi Wei had done at the moment he first came back, and hurriedly said, Sister Chi, I don't mean that, well, what I meant was.
Ling Tian.
Chi Wei did not wait for Ling Tian to finish his sentence, then gritted her teeth and interrupted him. This is already the second time, I repeat, I am a woman, the kind of woman who can give birth to children. I have a daughter, understand?
The second time?
He Jiang suddenly understood something, directly rushed to Ling Tian's side, a hand stuck his neck, said, so everything is you even dare to let me give you back, I want to strangle you.
Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at He Jiang, then innocently shrugged his shoulders. I didn't do it on purpose, do you believe me?
Don't believe. Ling Tian took a deep breath and started to bury his head to eat, ready to respond to all changes with no change. Well, it's also known as a dead pig in a poke, let you guys do as you please. Looking at the fuming Chi Wei, the group of people all put down the dishes in their hands, ready to watch the show. But what they didn't expect was that Chi Wei, after giving Ling Tian a stern look, picked up her chopsticks and put a piece of braised pork into her mouth, saying vaguely, it's good, for the sake of you, you're going to make me a good meal for a few more days, let's just forget about it, it's really tasty. A group of people only felt a large crow GA flying over their heads. Nemo wanna be so spoof off? Scare people to death? Especially He Jiang, more dumbfounded look at Chi Wei. Xiaotian said you twice you do not get angry, I said once in a hurry? And Xiaotian then I said too much, right? Chi Wei cut a sound. If you can make me such a delicious meal, you can also Poof sa xan. He Jiang felt his little heart clicked all broken, indignantly looked at the table food, suddenly stretched out the chopsticks to eat up. I want to eat up, I want to turn grief and anger into appetite, I want to. How much can you eat with that little body of yours? Come on, Mr. He, please start your performance. Chi Wei's light words directly caused all of He Jiang's movements to stop, a touch of despair surfacing on his face. The viewers in the live broadcast room were also made mad with joy by Chi Wei's series of continuous elimination. Ha, I only knew that there was a Zhao Xiaodao in the entertainment circle before, but now I realize that my brother Chi is actually a divine sword. The god knife Chi brother, kneeling for Mr. He's psychological shadow area at this time how big? The knife Chi brother, mighty and domineering, a unification of the world, only your soul respect. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Well, Chi Wei could never have imagined that by participating in a program, she would have gained the title of Divine Sword, and I don't know what her expression will be when she learns about it in the future. However, the next Huang Lei hastily changed the topic, sort of temporarily uncovered this section. Well, the main thing is still Tong Lia's imminent departure, although only a few days together, but everyone has formed a certain amount of affection between them. This kind of sudden separation will always make people a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, Chi Wei's ability was good, finally let this meal end in jokes and laughter, and the final Buddha jumping wall also made all the people shouted for this meal to draw a successful conclusion. After the meal, Tong Lia went to her room to pack her luggage in the company of Chi Wei, and the people from the program group outside also arranged a car ready to send Tong Lia away. 20 minutes later, a group of people stood outside the mushroom house, looking at the car that was gradually moving away, and sighed in unison. Regardless of how it was earlier, but truly when parting came, the emotion of reluctance would always erupt unintentionally, making one's heart ache. It's just that life is all about splitting up and meeting and separating. So they quickly began to adjust their emotions and prepare for a new life. But without waiting for them to adjust their mindset, the phone inside the room rang once again. Chapter 110, The Mysterious Guest of Honor. The sudden ringing of the phone caused several people to freeze, then in unison, they placed their eyes on the director. Huang Lei even walked directly to the director and took off his slippers. You are sincerely not wanting us to have a good day, right? This is the rule, the guest goes, the guest comes, the contract is written clearly. But not so fast, right? At least let us take a day off also line ah? Huang Lei is furious. I advise you to hurry to answer the phone, ask each other what they need, a friendly reminder, your ingredients have run out. The director ventured out without dinging a sentence, directly choking Huang Lei. Pooh bleeping dog director, want to not be so direct ah? Mr. Huang visually fainted on the spot. Mr. Huang's little eyes are just too amusing. I can't, I have to laugh for a while. Cough cough director, you have nothing to blindly say what big truth.
Ling Tian looked at the dumbfounded Huang Lei, glanced at Yi Zhong suspiciously, then frowned. Mr. He, don't we still have more than $1,000? Can't we just buy it when we run out of ingredients? Speaking of this, Huang Lei is angry, stomping his feet. It is not all Chi Wei, this dead girl. Yesterday lunchtime to ask for 20 cans of beer where he clicked drink, and then in the afternoon and a large pile of melon seeds and the click of knocking there, and finally we did not hold back. So what? Ling Tian suddenly had a bad feeling. A bottle of beer 20, a bag of melon seeds $10, according to this group of people's urination. The money was all spent, and he still owed the director $100. Peng Yu Chang, as the most honest guest in the program group, also scratched his head somewhat awkwardly at this moment. Ling Tian slapped his forehead and was completely speechless. I've never seen such a loser. Is this a sincere attempt to get himself killed? But then he calmed the mood, said, all right, not just no money, well, work is. Said here, he suddenly raised his voice, Mr. Huang, you and Mr. He afternoon with Pang Pang and Chi to complete the task of the director team. You owe all the money back. I go to the phone. Huang Lei and He Zhong, they all stupid, but thought about it, as if this thing is really what they do is not good. After all, that is 2,000 oceans, enough for them to live a week's living expenses, so they were an afternoon plus a night to Huahua clean. On whom to put on the body have to be angry not. The viewers in the live broadcast room were so happy, it was too funny, but they really admired Huang Lei's courage, even dragged it out until now to tell Ling Tian. Think about it, it was really a bit difficult for them. Ling Tian huffed and puffed as he walked to his room. The phone was still ringing non-stop. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian sat down on the floor and pressed the speakerphone. Hello, this is Mushroom House. Hello, I'm your guest of honor for tomorrow. Is it okay if I order now? A very non-standard Mandarin came from the phone. The voice was a bit thick, but it should have been due to the use of a voice changer, so it was impossible to hear who it was. However, there was no doubt that those who could speak Mandarin to this extent were definitely stars from the Hong Kong island side. Just who exactly it was could not be determined right now. Ling Tian thought for a while before he said, yes, may I ask what you want to eat? I want to eat boiled fish fillet and stewed crayfish. The other you guys just watch to get some. The other party hung up the phone after saying that. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then heaved a sigh of relief and winked at the camera. This is a very good guest, wanting something that even basically doesn't cost money. This is really the first time. In order to reward him, I have decided to make a few more dishes tomorrow. After saying that, Ling Tian stood up and walked out of the room in a refreshed manner. $100 task is just $100. With Mr. Huang's ability to busy themselves for an afternoon, there is absolutely nothing wrong with it, but he can't be idle either, because they are out of ingredients for the night. Who was the guest of honor just now? What did they order? We shouldn't have to stay in the field all day tomorrow, right? It's going to kill us in this heat. Ling Tian had just come out and Huang Lei couldn't wait to ask. He Zhong and Peng Yu Chang also looked on with bated breath. Only Chi Wei was a bit eager to try because she had never done farm work before. Well, I believe that after this afternoon this thought of hers will completely disappear. Ling Tian lightly laughed. Alright, the other party is a very nice person. They only need a boiled fish fillet and braised crayfish, both of which we can catch ourselves. So this afternoon you guys just need to pay the amount you owe. I'm going to go prepare the ingredients for the evening. Hearing this, everyone was relieved. Huang Lei even said directly, no matter who is here this time, I have to give him a good hug. Too benevolent, give him credit. And me, there really aren't many guests who are as considerate as this nowadays. I now seriously suspect that someone is an undercover agent sent over by the director just to toss us around. He Zhong raised his eyebrows and squinted at Chi Wei. That expression was as obvious as it could be. Chi Wei was a little hairy from Yi Zhong's eyes and couldn't help but say angrily, Teacher He, why are you looking at me like that? Pfft, give Teacher He some credit. He was just hunted down in the morning and now it's starting again. Teacher He, who on earth gave you the courage? Liang Jingru? What do you mean, you can't die if you don't act? Please watch Mr. He's loving interpretation. Mama can't make it up, huh? I'm going to die laughing. Mr. He, I don't have any money for my flower chanting. Really, it's useless for you to kill me with joy, huh? Where are my painkillers? Cough cough. He Jion snorted, isn't it? Adea ordered so many ingredients not to mention, but also pitched us $2,000 of ocean, humph. Chi Wei was said by He Zhong a little red, weakly said, then that I big deal in the future to follow you guys to eat is, really, as long as it is made by Xiaotian, I certainly do not pick. Ling Tian has been too lazy to see them perform here again, or else he must be angry with them. Immediately walked into the tool room, carried a basket, took a small shovel and stepped out of the yard. Until after the main road, he exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and gritted his teeth. I now seriously doubt that if I go on like this I will be angry with them, especially Mr. Huang and Mr. He. Shouldn't it be the two of them leading our group of youngsters to play? Why do I feel like I'd become their babysitter? Chapter 111, Jiangnan in the Rain. The gloomy sky after a night plus a morning after the precipitation became bright. Pattering rain even into a silk line fell on the ground, stirring up a small blisters, blinking that is cracked. Ling Tian carrying a basket with a shovel in hand, strolling in the rain, slowly walking towards the direction of the bamboo mountain, humming the melody of Jiangnan in his mouth, the cameraman intentionally shooting from the back, looking at the back of the not so far away, just like a relegated immortal in the rain, so that people cannot help but want to be immersed in the world of Ling Tian. So beautiful, yuck, why would I feel this way about a man? Could it be that old me was bent by Ling Tian? Don't! It's so handsome, what if I want to jump into his arms? He's already someone else's man, oh, so sad. I've licked the screen 3 times, why don't I enjoy it? Ha! The cucumber is broken. Upstairs, the man who picks at his feet, identification is complete. After the rain, the air in the bamboo forest becomes more and more fresh, silk bamboo aroma permeates the entire bamboo forest, let a person cannot help but want to be intoxicated in here, never leave. Even Ling Tian, who had the memories of living here for more than 20 years, couldn't help but close his eyes and take a deep breath when he just entered the bamboo forest before he started to move on. Last night's heavy rain had given this bamboo forest a good bath, and many bamboo shoots showed their sharp little corners through the rotting leaves on the ground, making Ling Tian's job of searching a lot easier, and in less than half an hour he had dug up 7 large bamboo shoots that were more than 2 kilograms. Moreover, his luck seemed to have been blessed by the heavens. In addition to the bamboo shoots he also found some robin monkeys, but they were few and far between. After all, the life cycle of these things is very short, and perhaps in a few days' time they will never be seen again. After putting the things away, he once again cut off 2 bamboo sticks and made them into bamboo tubes. Yesterday's bamboo rice obviously fizzled out, so he was going to make it again today. When he finished all of this and walked out of the bamboo forest, outside in the field Jiong and the others had already started working, but looking at their fumbling appearance, Ling Tian was suddenly a little worried. What if they couldn't finish today? Just then he threw this thought aside, the debt was what they owed, they had to pay it back, and it was only 100. Shaking off his head, he walked straight into the side of the forest in the middle, and compared to the bamboo forest, here is more than a hint of noise. Sparse pike and pike sound a lot of very mixed. The heavy rain disturbed the animals inhabiting this place, they are now desperately looking for a new home. Originally thought of laying a few traps here, but after entering Ling Tian directly found several pheasants and hares scurrying in the forest, a bright light in front of his eyes, he quickly put the basket and then took a step and rushed in. The terrain inside the forest is not suitable for filming, so the cameraman can only wait outside from time to time to shoot the things inside the basket, so the whole after nearly 20 minutes to see Ling Tian from the inside came out, but this time his hands but more a pheasant and a hare, look at the size of surprisingly have more than 3 pounds of weight. He gave Ling Tian a knee, how in the world did he catch it? Just now, I was bored and stuck the watch, it took less than 18 minutes, a pheasant and a hare, this is a god, right? The eye of Ling Tian has completely exceeded the scope of our understanding. I now seriously doubt that Ling Tian is an ancient super warrior crossing over. Upstairs, are you going to say that Ling Tian is some kind of martial arts master who has internal strength and can fly and walk on walls? The hare and pheasant had already been directly broken by Ling Tian's neck. Coming to the back basket, he directly threw the 2 wild game into the basket. Glancing at his harvest with satisfaction, he said, catch a few more eels, and today's dinner will be perfect. In fact, catching fish in this kind of weather is the best to catch, because the gloomy weather brings a big change in air pressure, the oxygen in the pool will be drastically depleted, most of the fish will surface. With Ling Tian's speed, catching 10 or 8 of them is no problem at all. But this period of time to eat fish is really a little bit want to vomit, so a change of taste has been urgent. The paddy field and the field where Jiong was working was only 1 lungzi away, so when Ling Tian came here, Jiong stopped all the work in his hands and looked at Ling Tian with anticipation. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at the work they had done. 1 word to describe it, messy. 2 words to describe it, cluttered. 3 words, very messy. 4 words, a mess. If that was the case it was fine, at the very least it was considered done, but in Ling Tian's judgment, the work they had done was basically for nothing. Apart from Huang Lei's row, it was estimated that the chances of the seeds planted by the other 3 people to germinate would not be more than half. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian turned around and walked to the side of Tianlong, saying, you guys go and catch eels, lobsters also catch some, pickle them today and prepare to receive tomorrow's guests, I'll do these jobs. Xiaotian, I know you're the best, well, I love you, mwahaha. Jiong happily threw away the tools in his hand and rushed to the nearby paddy field with a loud shout. Wei also raised his hand and wiped the rain on his face, said, I used to think that the farmer uncle planting quite easy how to me here is so difficult. Huang Lei, alas, old and useless. Xiaotian, what do we eat at night? I'll pack up the ingredients later. Pang Yu Chang, I'll work here with Tian, I should be able to learn quickly. Well, in addition to Pang Yu Chang, this honest child, Ling Tian is disappointed in the other 3 people. Nima polite a little bit, you really take it seriously, don't you want to be so good at using the slope to get off the donkey? He was so angry. But obviously, his psychological activities no one can understand. Wei chased Jiong ran into the paddy field, ready to try to catch eels in crayfish alternative trip. Huang Lei fled as if carrying a basket rushed to the main road, towards the direction of the mushroom house, only Pang Yu Chang a person standing messy in the field, despairing look at Ling Tian. Ling Tian sighed in despair, turn over all the ones you have planted in front of you, we need to start over, or else we will really have to rely on being sucked by the director in the future to get by. Ah? Pang Yu Chang was surprised, none of the ones we planted will work? What do you think? Ling Tian glanced at him, his eyes filled with despair. Pang Yu Chang scratched his head in embarrassment, then quickly returned to the ground and started working according to Ling Tian's words. Chapter 112 Chi is going crazy.
When Ling Tian and Peng Yuchang both started to return to work, He Jong and Chi Wei both went down to the paddy field one after another. Well, because their clothes were already wet from the rain, the two of them directly pulled up their pants legs and jumped straight down. After the rain in Jiangnan, the temperature becomes a little low, the water inside the paddy field is even cooler. After jumping down, Chi Wei jerked back a mouthful of cool air. Mr. He, it's so icy. He Jong did not look back and stared at the paddy field. It just rained like this. You are also a southerner, don't be so melodramatic. I am from Sichuan and Sichuan, the climate there is not the same as here. Chi Wei exasperatedly said, and then curiously walked to He Jong's side, asked, what does an eel look like? How are we going to catch it? Eels are yellow. Color, look like a snake-like fish. Do not catch locha. Loach also grow long, but shorter than the eel, and the color is green. Speaking, He Jong suddenly found a section of the tail exposed outside, a bright light in front of his eyes, directly reached out and grabbed down, and then soaked up a large handful of silt pulled out, and then a little bit of the silt off, a length of about 30 centimeters or so, thumb-thick eel appeared in his hands. Ah! Snap! He Jong didn't even react, he felt a coldness on his face, then his vision started to become blurred, and the eel in his hand was also thrown out by him in a moment of shock. Indignantly, he reached out and wiped and pulled at his face, and his entire face instantly turned into a superb flowery face. Poha, I found that Mr. He is always the injured party when facing Chi Wei. Are the two of them natural opposites? Cough cough, Nemo want to not be so raw, Chi? Look at what it has done to Mr. He. She, I said I did not mean it, you believe it? I believe your big head someone will be in shock when grab the mud to throw in the face of others? I dare to conclude that this is definitely Brother Chi taking revenge on Mr. He. Chi Wei He Jong gritted his teeth and violently picked up a ball of silt and was ready to throw it towards Chi Wei. Chi Wei screamed and ran away, but the silt in the paddy field is too deep. She was not careful directly lying in the paddy field. Well, this time without He Jong hands, Chi Wei whole person has become a mud man. He Jong looked at Chi Wei dumbfounded, then looked at the silt in his hand again and sighed. How can you be so careless? I'd better hurry up and catch eels. Chi Wei sat up from the paddy field with a dumbfounded face, looking at the silt on her body without tears, screaming, Mr. He, are you going to? You fell by yourself, what does it have to do with me? If it wasn't for you, would I have fallen? I'll fight you. You don't want to eat eel tonight? Let me tell you, the eel made by Xiaotian is absolutely the best. Chi Wei's movements momentarily stopped, then curiously said, are you telling the truth? Pfft, Brother Chi, where is your modesty? Where is your dignity? How can you give up your principles just for a dish of eel? Go on, Mr. He. Ahem, be careful upstairs, your words are easily misunderstood. Puha, now I realize, to the mushroom house people not only all become crooked, but also all become foodies, in the front of the food can throw away everything, I am also to the knee. Upstairs, it is estimated that Lee Sun-hyun will arrive at the battlefield in 3 seconds. He Jong raised an eyebrow towards the cameraman, just with the blackened bruises on his face. This expression is so funny how to look at it that many netizens have taken screenshots and are ready to make it into an emoticon pack. Then He Jong only coughed twice and said, that's right, when you've eaten it you'll know. Well, how in the world could there be? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. Chi Wei didn't wait for He Jong to finish his sentence, so he quickly turned around and started rummaging for traces of eels. And perhaps because her body was already dirty, she also completely let go, sometimes even lying directly on her back in the paddy field in order to catch an eel, but unfortunately, her ability was just a little bit intolerable, and in the whole 10 minutes, she didn't catch a single one. Fortunately, He Jong saw the opportunity and directly dodged away for a distance, which caught 2, otherwise the 2 of them would have definitely messed up today's mission. Carefully avoiding Chi Wei, He Jong soon found the 3rd eel, but just as he was about to lay his hands on it, Chi Wei suddenly screamed, and then directly after a flying leap, slammed in front of He Jong with a snap, and then couldn't wait to raise his hands, saying, I've caught it, I've caught one. He Jong looked at Chi Wei with a series of heartache, suddenly feeling as if he had gone a bit overboard. Just as he was about to explain a wave, Chi Wei casually stood up, then with an excited face threw the eel inside the basket, dejectedly looking at He Jong. Mr. He, am I good? He Jong slapped his forehead. Oh, I was worried for nothing, and nodded, very good. He Jong, I'm very good. I told you, there is nothing in this world that I can't do. Humph, little eels, come on, all to my arms, I will love you well. Looking at Chi Wei going crazy bending over there looking for eels, He Jong glanced down at his own clothes, well, not much different from Chi Wei anymore. However, in order not to suffer any more unintentional disasters, he decided to go to the edge of the area to catch some crayfish. The task of catching eels will be handed over to Chi Wei. In the live broadcast room, the viewers had long been energized by Chi Wei's performance. God, catching eels, Brother Chi, are you completely ready to abandon your image? Just for a bite of food? This is the big Brother Chi I know, mighty and domineering. Upstairs, you are again skinny. This is clearly the magic of the mushroom house. Chi still although generous, but not so no limit, right? This simply refreshes my 3 views. Give Chi's courage and character praise, no words, road to powder. I'm a big fan of the way I'm doing. I'm a big fan of you.
Shi Wei wouldn't know whether to cry or laugh if she knew that she had been directly polluted countless times because of this one unimaginative move. But now she does not know, so she played very happy, and with the passage of time, she actually caught 7 or 8 eels one after another. Absolutely can be called catch eel small can. Chapter 113: The difference between thinking and doing. The work that needed to be done for the $100 owed on Ling Tian's side wasn't much. It was only less than 3/4 of an inch, so even with the addition of reworking, it only took Ling Tian an hour to get it all done. After that they started to return and... "Are you brother Qi?" Ling Tian looked dumbfounded at the figure in front of him that was wrapped up in silk, his eyes full of shock. Peng Yuchang was even completely dumbfounded next to him, his mouth open wide enough to stick in half a fist. Shi Wei lifted her hand and patted Ling Tian's shoulder without a care in the world, saying, "Look, I've caught 11 eels, awesome or not?" Ling Tian cried and laughed at the black marks on his shoulder, nodded and said, "Awesome, almost, let's go back, otherwise we'll have to catch a cold in a while." I'm so awesome, do I have to get an extra meal for me at night? Can. Ling Tian now really doesn't want to talk to Qi Wei. If he lets her have so many hits on his body again, Ling Tian would probably have to cry to death. Back in the mushroom house, Huan Lei had already prepared almost all the ingredients, and again, Huan Lei was completely dumbfounded when he saw Qi Wei with He Zhong, and then had a big turtle drawn on his face with bruises by Qi Wei. When he reacted, Qi Wei had already run into the room to take a bath. Angry Huan Lei crying is not, laughing is not, and finally can only helplessly wash at the sink, which looked at the body is still clean. Peng Yuchang said, "In the end, how is it going on?" Peng Yuchang shook his head. He has not reacted to it now, okay? The audience in the live broadcast room was even more amused by them and was about to burst out laughing. Ling Tian's bath speed is very fast. 10 minutes later out of the room, and then directly to the kitchen, get some hot water, and then find some goji berries. Ginger and jujubes began to simmer. Just Qi Wei, although they look alright, but the temperature of the mushroom house after the rain is only a dozen degrees. The slightest attention to the possibility of triggering a cold. Ling Tian must think of a way to stifle this situation. When He Zhong and the others finished their bath and changed their clothes and came out, Ling Tian had already simmered down to about the same level, but at this moment, they were carrying bamboo baskets of dirty clothes ready to be washed. Looking at them about to go out, Ling Tian hurriedly called out to stop them. "First come to drink some ginger red date soup, to remove the cold, otherwise tonight we'll definitely catch a cold." "Ah, I felt it just now, my body is still cool." "Xiao Tian, how come you are so showy? I'm getting more and more envious of you now, what should I do?" Qi Wei dropped her clothes with a happy face and rushed to the kitchen to pick up a bowl of soup, smiling. He Zhong also took a bowl, and after drinking it into his stomach, his entire body was warm, and the surface of his body was instantly cold. That was due to the cold air in his body being drained out. Ling Tian also gave Peng Yuchang and Huan Lei Sheng a bowl, and then only their own small cup to get some, which said, "You envy also no trick, who let you get married so early?" That if Qi Wei just opened his mouth, Ling Tian will directly interrupt her. "No, if I am now full of hearts or treasure, so hurry up to drink your soup, the night for you to add a crayfish." Cut. Qi Wei shrugged the tip of her nose in a bad mood. Ling Tian is actually the absolute best man? Surprisingly, he resisted Qi's temptation? Ling Tian's determination is good. Look at his eyes when he talks about Qingbo is full of deep love, definitely not pretending. Bless you and Qingbo to grow old together and have a child early. Give Ling Tian kudos. I hate those scum who eat the pot and look at the bowl. Cut. Pretend, can vigorously pretend. I do not believe that Ling Tian heart did not move other thoughts. Do not ask me why I know. As a man I know the nature of men. The upstairs is a good place to get out of the way. At the same time, Changnan City is familiar with the entertainment industry business operation process of Li Yun looked at the live broadcast of Ling Tian, lightly smiled to the side of the Li said, "Lina, this kid, Qi Wei so beautiful big beauty even by his refusal, well, is a reliable person." Li looked at Ling Tian with a happy face. "That's for sure. Do you think your sister is really blind? But that pop-up just now was right. There's no cat that doesn't eat fish. Can you be sure that Ling Tian doesn't have anything else on his mind?" Li Yun asked curiously. Li thought for a while. Stopping a person's mind is impossible, just like a woman will sometimes think about other men. As long as he does not make things that are wrong to me, then he is the best man. Well, that's how it is. Thinking and doing are not the same. Li Yun was dumbfounded and could only give a thumbs up to Li Xiaoyan. Just as Li said, there is no one in this world who can really have no idea in front of the temptation. Men want a women, women want a man. This is very normal. Just look at the entertainment circle now. The chances of a man cheating on his wife is almost 1 to 1, or even a certain period of time, the number of women will be even more. But the difference between thinking and doing is very big. No matter men and women, they allow their other half to have other ideas in their heart, because it is uncontrollable, but they absolutely do not allow their other half to put their ideas into action. The former is nature, the latter is character. From Ling Tian's performance just now, Ling Tian's character was absolutely trustworthy, and after spending so much time with Ling Tian, Lily was definitely the most vocal about Ling Tian's self-control, otherwise she would have long since stopped being a girl by now. Every time she remembered how gentle Ling Tian was when he accompanied her, she couldn't help but reveal a silly smile, very sweet and innocent.
Obviously, Li Yun hadn't reached this state of mind of Li at the moment. Shaking her head, she continued to immerse herself in her running plans. Mushroom House. After drinking ginger soup, Chi Wei went outside to receive water, then ran alone to the side of the corner and began to wash the clothes, and directly the cameraman drove away. After all, this pile of clothes, but there is her intimate apparel, for people to see is not good. Her nature, no matter how straightforward, the essence is still a girl, also will be shy. Hee-jung didn't have so many scruples, and washed up at the sink. Huang Lei quickly processed the eels and crayfish before cooking. Peng Yu-chang ran out to help after drinking, instantly leaving Ling Tian as a loafer. He looked around, and then raised his hand to look at the time. It was only 4:30 p.m, there are still 3 hours from the evening, there is no hurry to cook, so after thinking for a moment, he went directly to his room and prepared to go to sleep before saying. Chapter 114 Quiet Nights. At 6 in the evening, Ling Tian woke up from his sleep. When he walked downstairs, Chi Wei and the 4 of them were actually gathered around playing mahjong. Looking at the 4 people who were in high spirits, Ling Tian suddenly had a feeling that he had beat a dog. Huang Lei saw Ling Tian come down, and quickly said, "Things have been prepared for you, all in the kitchen. I will not go over to help. Dongfeng touch, do not move, who?" Chi Wei gas will be on the table of the car to white pull, said, "Mr. Huang, are you deliberately Mr. He did not win when he beat you, and Pang Pang did not win when he beat you, so you just punked me, didn't you?" "I'm not playing anymore, I'm going to help Xiao Tian cook." Huang Lei grunted twice. "Who told you to pit us yesterday?" This is called revenge, Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at a few people, then turned around and walked into the kitchen, washed his face by the pool, and instantly sobered up a lot before he started cooking. Tong Lia had left, there were only 5 people left in the mushroom house, and it wasn't a special day, so Ling Tian made a light fried bamboo shoots, got a stir-fried eel segment, plus a boiled cabbage, and a deep-fried robin monkey. Well, there were also 3 crayfish that were specially made for Chi Wei, that's right, only 3. Hee-jung caught less than 50 crayfish this afternoon, and he'll have to save them for the guests tomorrow. She is now a member of the mushroom house, so forget it. Steaming the rice and instructing Peng Yu-chang to serve all the dishes out, Ling Tian then wiped his hands and slowly walked into the gazebo. Such a sumptuous dinner for 4 people too. I realized that I can't leave the mushroom house more and more now. I so want this show to go on forever. Huang Lei took a bite of the eel segment and said beautifully. Hee-jung nodded his head, biting a piece of cabbage in his mouth, nourishing it into his stomach before saying, "I'm the same, as long as there are dishes made by Xiao Tian, I really don't want to go back. There is also me." Peng Yu-chang, this honest child, raised his hand while eating, because he spoke too quickly and almost choked. Chi Wei had heard this afternoon that the eel made by Ling Tian was delicious, so she took the first bite, only to freeze after eating it, and then tasted a few other dishes, and after carefully confirming what was going on, her pair of eyes were like hooks locking directly onto Hee-jung. "Teacher He, you said that the eel made by Xiao Tian is the best, you're punking me." Hee-jung froze for a moment. Is the eel made by Xiao Tian not delicious? Hee-jung pretended to be stupid and tasted a section of it, nodding his head. "It's delicious." Chi Wei suddenly dropped the chopsticks, directly wrapped around Hee-jung's neck, gritted his teeth and said, "You said the most delicious, but Xiao Tian do are just as delicious, you bad man. The previous teacher he is not like this. Say, are you an alien possessed? Hurry up and get out of Mr. He's body for me." "That's it, she is mighty, she go for it, Upstairs, you're too skinny. Aren't you afraid that Mr. Ho's fans will flesh you out like this?" As a fan of Mr. He, found this time Mr. He is so cute, really love it. Puff face to not come so fast? "The same as Mr. He's fans," said Mr. He, "your sadness is our greatest joy, Hee-jung struggled to get away from Chi Wei's siege and said, "Brother Chi, do you have to be so tough? I'm almost strangled to death by you." "Have you? No, right?" Chi Wei sat down on his seat with a confused face, picked up a section of eel and said, "Just now it was definitely not me. I could have been possessed by aliens. That's how it looks like. Ouch, it's so delicious." God was possessed by aliens. Hee-jung wanted to cry without tears. A few people finished dinner in the fight. This time the sky is also completely dark, around the incandescent lamplight. Outside the light rain is still falling, as if the sky is leaking. In the gazebo, several people leaned against the table side by side, enjoying the tranquility and coziness of this after dinner. To be honest, this was the time of day that I liked the most, eating and drinking enough to sit here without thinking or doing anything, quietly reflecting on everything that had happened in the day-to-day with my 3 or 5 friends. Huang Lei started to deliver his life epiphany again. Perhaps this is the occupational disease of being a teacher as a profession? Hee-jung nodded. Yes, this is the life to aspire to. Peng Yu-chang leaned against the pillar of the pavilion and said, Teacher Huang, do you think it would be better if I quit the entertainment industry now? I realize that living here with Brother Tian seems pretty good too. I don't need to think too much every day, and I don't need too much money. I eat and drink well. Stop. Not waiting for Peng Yu-chang to finish, Huang Lei directly interrupted him, saying, If you are not afraid of your one-half sistery one-half coming back to get you killed, you can just live here. We are definitely leaving anyway. Peng Yu-chang seemed to think of something, shivered violently, flattered and laughed. Brother Tian and Sister Jia, I just said that I have a feeling, do not mind. Snap.
Ling Tian slapped him on the shoulder without any good reason and got up. You guys, why are you so skinny? I'm going back to rest first, you guys can make your own sentiments here. Ling Tian said to leave, directly leaving behind the 4 people who were staring at each other, then stood up in unison, went back to the house, rested. After all, it's also very tiring to advertise the program so much every day. Watching a few people leave, the director suddenly shouted, "Your time is not up yet. That time you figure it out yourself, anyway, I am sleepy." Saying that, he also yawned to prove his words, immediately causing a group of people's foreheads to fly crows, and the audience in the live broadcast room was even more happy. Even Peng Yu Chang and Shi Wei couldn't help but laugh out loud. This excuse was a bit too lame after all. The courtyard quickly regained its tranquility, leaving only the sound of rustling rain falling continuously, making this not so large piece of the world seem less silent. Changnan City, a busy afternoon of Li Yin finally stopped the work in hand, got up and stretched a lazy waist, then looked at a face of stupid Smiley, helplessly shook his head. "What do you want to eat tonight? I'll go and bring some up for you. Anything is fine, I'll watch for a while. What are you looking at when no one is around?" Li Yin slapped her forehead, and then fiercely gave a blow to her buttocks, saying, "This girl of yours is really hopeless." That is also better than you are. I at least have someone to want, is not it? Don't, sister, spare your life. Chapter 115, The Guest of Honor Who Makes You Boil. The next day. The light rain that had been falling all night had finally stopped, only that the sky was still covered in cloudy skies, and it didn't look like it would be long before the next rain would follow. Ling Tian came back from his workout and continued to make breakfast, then waited for a few people to get up, eat, and start a new day. After eating, He Zhong took Pang Pang to prepare to chop firewood, while Chi Wei went fishing under the leadership of Huang Lei. A heavy rain made the temperature of this side of the mushroom house drop to below 20 degrees. It is unlikely to want to catch fish, so they can only go to the not far from the lake island to fish. If they are lucky, they can get a few fish. Ling Tian stayed behind. He needed to clean the bamboo shoots and crayfish, as well as the mushrooms that he had gotten yesterday, to complete all the work before cooking. The few people who had a clear division of labor quickly went into action. At 9 in the morning, with the sound of a slightly rushed car horn, Ling Tian's 3 people quickly stopped the action in their hands. He Zhong, who was carrying firewood to the kitchen, directly put the firewood on the dry ground next to him and said, "Let me go, I want to see who is so nice, I want to give him a big hug." At the same time he spoke, he had already rushed to the gate of the courtyard, and couldn't wait to pull the door. Outside, the car slowly stopped, then the door opened, followed by a pair of leather shoes exposed from inside, then suit pants, belt. When the whole person came out, the whole live room instantly boiled. The whole broadcasting room was instantly abuzz with excitement. Who do I see? Gutierrez, another superstar guest who never participates in variety shows. Is the second season of The Wayward Life ready to go crazy? It's me, Lou, so handsome, so manly, Mom, I can't do it, so good. Pooh upstairs give me rough live room, even dare to YY to my music. Trough, to come also is me to come. My music quickly look at me, I will be cute and pampered warm bed cooking. Oh. Can you guys not be so skinny? I'm a Lolita. I obviously like the girl voice. I'm a girl voice. I can video chat. Not to mention the audience in the live broadcast room. Even He Zhong, who rushed out of the door, was completely confused when he saw Gu Tim Lo. It took a long time for him to react. After a scream, he madly rushed over, directly hanging on Gu Tim Li's body with a flying leap. It's you. Do you know how much I'm looking forward to seeing you? Come on, cameraman, give me a close-up. Yes, see how excited I am now? Is this real? Is this really happening? I'm not dreaming, am I? Gu Timlo looked at He Zhong, who was hanging on his body with a black line, and said with tears and laughter, "Mr. He, can you come down first? There's no way I can walk with you like this." Too excited. He Zhong reacted and hurriedly jumped down from Gu Tim Li's body, saying, "You don't know how much I like you, really. I've sent you so many invitations to Happy Camp in the past, but you didn't accept them all, and I know that you never participate in variety shows, so I really can't help myself a bit. Thank you. I've caused you so much trouble. No, really, if we knew it was you coming, we definitely wouldn't have been so hasty and would have gone out the first 10 miles to greet you." He Zhong said and pulled Gu Tim Li towards the courtyard. In the courtyard, Ling Tian and Peng Peng also heard the commotion outside and were looking at the direction of the door with a curious face. When they saw the people who followed He Zhong in, without any surprise, they all stopped. Well, I should say they were confused. Especially Ling Tian. In his previous world, Timothy Koo was Ling Tian's idol, second only to Lu Duao. Even though Timothy Koo had made many endorsement advertisements for garbage games, he still liked it, because Timothy Koo was truly a person who had charity in his bones. In his previous life, the existence of more than 100 Gu Tim Lu Elementary School made him completely become the only person in the country that only the sun can blacken. Even those network water armies don't dare to take any work about blackening Gu Tim Lu, because that would really kill people. In this world, Timothy Koo is still a superstar, second only to Lu Dua, and there's several heavenly kings, and this world's Timothy Koo's charity is bigger. In more than 300 poor counties in the country, Timothy Koo's charitable elementary school's coverage rate has reached 99%, and the rest are in the process of preparation. 33 years after his debut, the cumulative number of donations made by Timothy Koo exceeded 2 billion, but his own house is only a small apartment with a value of more than $800,000, and the car he travels in is a domestic QQ with more than $40,000, which was exposed at the time, and I don't know how many people were touched by it. Timothy Koo's popularity is as high as 83 million, of which more than 1/10 are people who have been directly or indirectly helped by him. As a result, Timothy Koo's fanbase was known as the most united fan support group in the world. Once a foreign superstar made a sarcastic remark about Timothy Koo, which immediately triggered a super backlash from Timothy Koo's fans, and in just 1 hour's time all of that superstar's activity plans were found out by the Wizen netizens. After that, there were even some crazy fans who rushed directly to foreign countries. If it wasn't for the quick reaction there, perhaps that super tier 1 star would have gone to meet the king of hell. However, that superstar's heart also left a deep shadow, and never set foot in China again. And other stars also therefore to the ancient Tim Lu respect far away. From that time the thing happened to now for 8 years. In these 8 years, no matter is the star, the spray, or even entertainment company, there is no one dares to go to say bad things about the ancient Tim Lu. This is absolutely the entire Asian entertainment circle of the only one. But everyone must admit, the ancient Tim Lee's person is really very good, whether it is Hong Kong Island, or Taiwan, or inland stars. Basically in the ancient Tim Lu has a deep and shallow friendship, a lot of even more irreconcilable friendship, such as Huang Lei. Thinking about all the memories of Timothy Koo in his head, Ling Tian revealed a faint smile. Secretly, even if it is a parallel world, there are some things in his bones that can never be erased. As for Peng Peng, after reacting to the situation, he was already too excited to walk, quickly rushed to the side of Gu Tim Lu, like a little brother generally took over Gu Tim Lee's salute, and then bowed heavily towards Gu Tim Lu. Senior, my name is Peng Yu Chang, you're my hero, and also my idol. To be able to see you, I really... Peng Peng couldn't go on, he was so excited that he almost didn't pass out, scaring Ling Tian and He Jiong. Chapter 116, The Diligent Gu Tim Lu. Letting He Jiong help Peng Yu Chang recover his emotions, Ling Tian took over Gu Tim Lee's salute and led him towards the inner room. Timothy Koo sized up Ling Tian who was walking in front of him and said with a smile, Ling Tian, I've heard Brother Hua talk about you, you're great. Thank you, in fact, you are also my idol, especially the good deeds that you have done, really, I am particularly impressed. These are just me following my heart's choice. In fact, let me tell you, sometimes I have doubts myself, I can't help but ask myself, is it worth it? But every time I go over to visit the kids, I feel that those doubts are really for nothing, isn't that right? Gu Tim Lu was very talkative, and although his Mandarin wasn't standardized, he worked hard and earnestly trying to standardize every single pronunciation. Don't look at Ling Tian now acting as if he is very calm. In fact, he has been suppressing his inner excitement. It can be said that this time the director's team really scared him. Just now He Jiong and Peng Yu Chang are both a little bit out of shape. If he makes any more trouble, then this program will not need to be filmed. Until he placed Gu Tim Lu once again out of the room when he breathed out a mouthful of cloudy air, the mood in his heart finally stabilized. Is there anything I need to do? Just as he resumed his position as a chef, Timothy Koo also walked out and asked with a smile. Ling Tian just wanted to say no, but Timothy Koo had already arrived next to him, picked up a bamboo shoot and peeled it, at the same time saying, this bamboo shoot is very fresh, it's hard to eat such fresh bamboo shoots in Hong Kong Island, I'm lucky to have a good meal for lunch today, Gu Zai, just leave this to me, you go and rest for a while, you don't need to do these small things after a long day of traveling. Just as Timothy Koo finished speaking, He Jiong suddenly ran over and opened his mouth with a smile. Gu Tianlu was slightly stunned, shook his head and said, it's fine, I often cook at home too, don't underestimate me, my cooking skills are also great. He Jiong nodded, this is of course, I heard my friend talking about it, what he likes to do most is to go to your house to dine, but you are a guest from afar today, there is no reason to let the guest do the work, right? Gu Timla stood up with some embarrassment, one hand resting on his chin, looking at He Jiong with a flirtatious face. I came here because Hua told me that it can be a good experience of life and that I can do a lot of things that I didn't have the time to do before I came here. Mr. He, you're making it very difficult for me to do so. He Jiong. Ancient Timla patted He Jiong's shoulder. Well, I am just a very common and ordinary person, you don't have to take me so seriously. If there is anything I did wrong, you can reprimand me. Of course, if you think the bamboo shoots I peeled are not good then I'll just go and do something else, okay? No. He Jiong wiped his sweat, then got up and walked towards Peng Yu Chang's side, while constantly winking towards Ling Tian. Only to his disappointment, in the face of his plea for help, Ling Tian acted as if he didn't see it. Instead, he handed the shrimp that he had just sifted to Timothy Koo and said, Brother Locke, how about going to wash the shrimp? Locke, why don't you go wash the shrimp? Gu Tim Lu immediately stood up and looked at Ling Tian appreciatively. That's it, don't treat me as a star, you are all stars, the same as me. Ling Tian smiled and didn't say anything. On the other hand, the audience in the live broadcast room was warmed up by Timothy Koo's actions. How can I Lu be so diligent? You're already so perfect, but you're still so diligent, do you still want people to live? It's over, I'm begging you not to show off so much, you're so handsome, so caring, and so manly, are you trying to kill the future and happiness of all our male compatriots? I feel like I'm falling. Let's get married, I want to give you children. Upstairs, get out of here. I'm mine. Pull out your knife.
Ling Tian looked at Gu Tim Li's skillful movements and instantly let go of his heart, then he continued his work. Meanwhile, on the island in the center of the lake, Huang Lei and Shi Wei were looking at the fishing rod with a sad face. It had been a whole hour since they started, but the two of them still didn't have any harvest, which made Huang Lei couldn't help but doubt whether there were any fish inside this lake or not. Disappointed once again, Huang Lei pulled out the fish hook. Huang Lei sighed deeply. Brother Qi, who do you think is the guest of honor coming today?
How can I know? It is better to come a handsome man than at least can be full of eyes.
Shi Wei responded with some anticipation, her hands resting on her chin, her eyes full of longing.
Huang Lei was slightly stunned, and then slapped her head in anger. Hey, you're a married woman, don't be such an nymphomaniac. Aren't you afraid that your husband will get angry?
Shi Wei grunted in dissatisfaction, rubbed her head, and said, just looking, just like you also like to look at beautiful women. Could it be that your Nyang will still do something to you? Huang Lei stood up in no good mood. Go, not fishing. I seriously doubt that there is no fish inside this lake.
I also think so, let's go.
Well, the two people who had absolutely no patience whatsoever just gave up halfway, carrying the empty basket towards the mushroom house.
20 minutes later, the two got off the bus, after which they heard laughter coming from the courtyard. Listening to the somewhat less skilled Hong Kong-style Mandarin, Huang Lei's eyes lit up and said, I know who the guest is. I didn't think that the program group would be able to invite him over. Give the program group a nod.
Who the hell is it?
Handsome or not, man or not? Shi Wei asked anxiously. Don't you know when you see it?
Huang Lei said and took a step towards the courtyard. Shi Wei anxiously stomped her feet, then indignantly grunted, which quickly followed up, and after that, a scream was heard thousands of meters away. Shi Wei looked at the busy Gu Tim Lu with an excited face, completely disregarding her image at this moment. She ran over with big strides, hugged Gu Tim Lu with a deadly grip, and shouted, Gu Tim Lu, I finally saw a live one. Gu Tim Lu had a head full of black lines, his hands raised high, standing there full of embarrassment, his eyes glancing around for help.
Chapter 117, Ling Tian's Divine Operation.
It was only after he managed to stabilize Shi Wei that Ling Tian looked his eyes towards the fish trap behind Huang Lei. Huang Lei was a bit embarrassed by Ling Tian's look and scratched his head. Sorry, there might not be any fish in that lake.
Poof, heard Huang Lei's explanation. Ling Tian almost didn't have a mouthful of blood sprayed out. Nima, so big a lake, you say there are no fish? Who would believe it?
However, the two returned empty-handed is the reality, so after a short period of despair, Ling Tian sighed deeply and then took the fish basket and walked out.
What are you doing?
Shi Wei froze for a moment and asked. Huang Lei slapped his forehead, then simply covered his face and quickly walked towards the room. Nima, there is no way to stay in this place, don't want to lose face off? Ling Tian looked back at Shi Wei without any good reason. I'm going to catch 2 fish, otherwise how can I eat at noon? When Gu Tianlu heard this, he quickly said, I'll go with you. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then nodded his head and agreed. After the two left, Huang Lei took over Ling Tian's original job. After all, he hadn't caught any fish, now he definitely had to hurry up and think of a way to make up for his image, didn't he? After walking out of the mushroom house, Ling Tian took Gu Tim Lu and didn't go directly to the pond, but instead went to this side of the bamboo mountain and cut down a bamboo, which was about 4 meters long, small arm thick, and very straight.
Looking at Ling Tian cutting off all the branches of the bamboo, Gu Tim Lu curiously asked, Xiao Tian, what are you doing?
To make a simpler spear, it's too late to go fishing now, so I can only try to see if I can spear a few fish.
Ling Tian responded as he kept moving. I'm not mistaken, am I? Harpoon? Now there is that kind of ancient things? Upstairs does not seem silly?
Ling Tian has said that it is now made, even if there is no more, it does not prevent you from making one, right? I remember my dad making a harpoon when I was a kid, but I haven't seen one in a long time, I miss it.
I just want to know what else Ling Tian doesn't know how to do.
Ling Tian's movements were quick. After removing all the branches, he then used the machete to directly cut the top of the bamboo, removing 3 sides and leaving one side to make a 3-pronged thorn. Then he cut the tip into a thin sharp shape, and tried the hardness with his hand, revealing a faint light smile. Watching Ling Tian call it a day, everyone was confused. Even Gu Timlu was looking at the simple harpoon in Ling Tian's hand with a puzzled expression, expressing deep concern and skepticism as to whether or not Ling Tian would be able to catch a fish with this thing next. It was just that Ling Tian clearly had no intention of explaining now, and with the harpoon in hand, he walked over towards the fish pond. In the sky near noon, the dark clouds were somewhat lowered by the sun behind them, and the scorching temperature was released from above to the ground, making it seem as if the entire world had been thrown into the middle of a giant steamer. After more than 10 minutes, the two of them walked to the edge of the pond. Ling Tian first took a look at the entire pond before bending down and picking up a fist-sized piece of mud, and heavily smashing it down towards the water. With a loud poof, a black color quickly rose up where the mud block fell into the water and began to spread rapidly. Then Ling Tian smashed in a dozen more mud blocks one after another, until the black color spread over half of the pond before he stopped. Just as Ancient Timothy was puzzled, Ling Tian violently raised his hand and grabbed the simple harpoon and quickly stabbed it towards the water. Only a muffled sound was heard. When Ling Tian put away the harpoon, a grass carp weighing more than 3 kilograms had already been yanked out by him. The intense stinging pain was still making the fish struggle non-stop, the fishtail swinging, bringing up a strong force bending the bamboo pole. Ling Tian unhurriedly picked up the grass fish and threw it into the fish basket, and then continued to observe the water surface, but he did not know that at this time, the live broadcast room has been completely blown up. I must be blind, how can that kind of broken thing stab the fish? And is directly through? The tip of the bamboo has that much penetrating power? Kneeling to Ling Tian, Nima, this is completely beyond my understanding. I now seriously doubt that Ling Tian really has internal strength, otherwise there is no way to explain this matter. 6666, simply godlike operation, the same 9 years of compulsory education. Ling Tian, why are you so show? It's so cool. No, I've decided, I'm going to find Ling Tian to worship his teacher. I want to learn his skills. I don't believe I'll still be single if I learn this. Humph. Take care upstairs, let's go together when I buy a plane ticket. Gu Tianlu was even directly frozen in place, then quickly ran to the fish basket next to look down. The grass carp is still jumping around. Blood has been stained red all over its body. Obviously, he just saw everything is true. Just how can this be possible? Not waiting for the ancient Timothy to react, Ling Tian will strike again. Instantly another carp was dragged up, and this carp's head is bigger, looking at a full 4 pounds up. Throwing the carp into the fish basket, Gu Timla finally couldn't help himself. Small day, how did you do this? When I was a kid, I also used a harpoon to catch fish, but... Ling Tian knew what Gu Timla wanted to ask. In fact, he really had no way to explain anything about this, since he was strengthened by the system. His instantaneous explosive power and agility and reflexes were several times higher than that of an ordinary person, coupled with the powerful coordination of his body brought about by the national art of penetrating the body, which is why he was able to do all of this. So he could only respond with a smile. I've been doing farm work since I was a child. My physique is a bit stronger than the average person, plus experience. Anyway, sometimes I don't really believe in this myself. Next, Ling Tian used the same method to catch 3 more fish before returning to the mushroom house with Timothy Koo. But after arriving at the mushroom house, Timothy Koo's mind was still recalling Ling Tian's godlike operation just now, and to put it in the words of a popular saying nowadays, that is, Ling Tian, how can you be so good at what you do? Even Shen Duxiu wasn't as good as you. Wow, so many fish? After arriving at the mushroom house, Ling Tian had just put down the fish basket. Shi Wei, who couldn't wait to see Ling Tian's results, ran over and instantly exclaimed after seeing it, how did you guys do that? Ancient Timla pointed to the simple harpoon that was casually thrown aside by Ling Tian and said, nah, that's the thing that caught it. Shi Wei quickly ran over, looked at the blood on the tip, and looked at Gu Timla with a speechless face. Big brother, is it fun to fool me like this? How can this thing penetrate the fish scales? Don't ask me, I don't know. Timothy Koo shrugged his shoulders. He Joan suddenly raised his hands. I know, Xiao Tian practiced martial arts, all must have his unique skills. The crowd had a black line. What's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? Chapter 118, Studio Establishment. The life of the mushroom house continues. With the addition of Gu Timlo, the atmosphere of the whole mushroom house suddenly becomes a little different. There seems to be a kind of unseen different charm is filling the whole mushroom house, especially Huan Lei. They suddenly find themselves in this period of time. Lazy Cancer actually has a kind of gradual improvement of the seedling. 3 days had passed without realizing it, and the rainy days that had been gloomy for 3 days finally dispersed, and the earth once again ushered in the temperature of the sun. The blue sky seemed to have become transparent, allowing people to feel an unprecedented sense of relaxation and relief when standing underneath it. Changnan City. Li Yun also finally dropped the documents in her hand and completed all the planning for the future of the studio, and then she quickly got the license for the studio through some connections. When she threw this certificate in front of Li Yun was instantly excited. Sister, can we start already? Of course, don't look at what your sister I am. Okay, hurry up and get ready to start working. Li Yun, a face of arrogant, dejected. MNH. Li can't help but kiss Li Yun on the face, said, you can really my own sister, I have found a place, we will go over to take a look, and then start recruiting work. HM? Li Yun was slightly stunned. You are going to keep the studio in Changnan? You're not going to go to Tianjin? What's going on? What's the problem? Li was non-committal. Li Yun cried and laughed and nodded her forehead. The hardware and software equipment here is simply different from Tianjin. Are you really sure? Once settled here, it will be very difficult to start work in the future, and the resources are not comparable to those in Tianjin. It's alright, I know, but also because there is no entertainment company here, I decided to open the studio here. Well, sister, you only need to be responsible for the daily work of the studio on the line, the resources of these me and Xiaotian to think of ways. Are you serious? Are you serious? The place that Li Xiaoxian looked for is located in the city center, is a 27-story office building. In order to facilitate the start of work in the future, Li Xiaoxian directly the top 3 floors all rented down. The total area reached 3,000 square meters, the annual rent of 2,600,000, Li Xiaoxian directly rented for 5 years. Obviously, Ling Tian didn't have that much money right now, so it was all padded out by Li Yun.
After visiting the place, Li Yun had to say that Li Xia's ability is very strong. This place is very perfect no matter from what point of view. Just the name on the top of the contract made her speechless. This girl, really hopeless. Is she not afraid that Ling Tian won't want her someday? Well, about this problem, Li Yun really did not think about it, or she will never think about this problem. In her heart, Ling Tian has long been the only partner for the rest of her future life, the money of the two families, whose is not the family's. Sighing deeply, Li Yun returned the contract back to Li, said, "Okay, since you have taken care of everything, then the next thing will be handed over to me. But this matter you'd better talk to Xiaotian. After all, this is the matter of the two of you. By the way, will be the equity between you clear a bit?" Us? Why? Although Li had some ability, she really didn't know anything about business stuff. Li Yun did not have the good sense to nod on her forehead. This is for the future development of the studio into a company to lay the foundation. If it is not clear now, in the future the company grows, if the listing will be very troublesome. It's alright, so just give all the shares to Xiaotian, won't you? Li Xiaoyan blinked. This dead girl, are you really prepared to put yourself all in? What's wrong with that? I can. Li Yun gritted her teeth and finally nodded her head in tears and laughter. Alright, in that case, I won't say anymore. Let's go. I'll make a recruitment advertisement first, and then go to the talent market to see if I can get a few staff members to come over first. Li, a cheeky smile, hugged Li Yun. I know sister best. You just have to not regret it later. No, Xiaotian is not that kind of person. I believe in my own choice. After fixing everything, Li Xiaowei left all the work to Li Yun and gave her an initial capital of $10 million to let her go ahead and do it. On the other hand, Li Yun went to a 4S store and bought 2 cars, one commercial car and one for herself, and after letting the staff drive the commercial car under the studio, she drove straight towards the direction of the mushroom house. Thinking about the fact that she had managed to take care of the things that Ling Tian had explained to her in just 3 days, Li couldn't help but feel an unprecedented sense of accomplishment, and had even begun to think about how she was going to be rewarded by Ling Tian when she arrived at the mushroom house. A delicious meal? Let Ling Tian make her a bunch of delicious food? Or... Suddenly, Li thought of something, her face instantly turned red, her heartbeat even more uncontrollably began to accelerate, and even her body was rapidly getting hot. Snapped on his face gently slapped twice, which made that thought dissipate quite a bit, but still in the brain hovering. Li Ali, you are really hopeless, how could you also think about that kind of thing? Murmuring to himself, Li Xiaobian took a deep breath, but the speed of the car quietly slowed down a bit, as if he wanted to let this period of time be pushed back a bit as much as possible. Meanwhile, the mushroom house. Ling Tian didn't know what was happening on Li Qian's side. He was currently with Huang Lei and the others to send Qi Wei away. Well, it's worth mentioning that ancient Timothy would be leaving today as well, so all along the way, Qi Wei was in pieces. Huang Lei and the others weren't out to send her away at all, they were sending ancient Timothy away instead. Although it's true that ancient Timothy is much better than her, can we not do such obvious things together? It's really embarrassing, okay? Gu Timla had obviously had a very good time these past 3 days, so he gave the deepest hugs to everyone in the mushroom house on his way out, and when he hugged Ling Tian, he quietly said, Brother Hua's side of the crew is almost done, I guess it's just for these 2 days, so we might be able to see each other again by then. Ling Tian froze and looked at Timothy Ku, who turned to leave. His mind was filled with blanks, he couldn't understand the meaning of Timothy Ku's words at all, okay? Chapter 119, finally waiting for this day. Alas, suddenly the mushroom house has become so quiet, it's really a bit hard to get used to. In the evening, Huang Lei leaned against the pillar of the pavilion with a hopeless face, like a salted fish in general, and opened his mouth. He glared at Huang Lei, then threw the grass in his hand into the sheep pen, then turned around and walked to the yard, said, I can see, you people are hypocritical. Guzai here when you act more diligent than anyone else, and now Guzai gone, you this salty fish problem began again, right? You can't bear to let Xiaotian primp all the ingredients for the evening by himself, can you? What do you mean by salty fish? I'm the one with the dream. Huang Lei's eyes rolled up and he retorted. He Jones sneered, oh? You still have a dream, ah? Then tell me about your dream so that I can gauge whether or not it's achievable in your current state. My dream is to be able to live each day happily like now, without having to do anything. Pfft God, living every day without having to do anything, Mr. Huang, can you not be so mean? Upstairs, I'd like to have this dream too, but finances don't allow it. This is the common ideal of all mankind, but Mr. Huang, you are the first to be able to talk about this dream in such a bright and open manner. Ha, laugh me to death. Cough can't help the stomach ache, Mr. Huang, I now have no money in the borrowing, you laugh me to death no good. He Joan cried and laughed as he slapped Huang Lei, then shook his head and walked over to Ling Tian's side, and began to help Ling Tian primp some green vegetables. Pang Yuchang looked at this side in amusement and couldn't help but let out his magical laughter, but quickly converged under Huang Lei's eyes and then started chopping wood in a serious manner. Well, our Pang Pang is just so good at reading people's faces, no problem. Mr. Huang, people still need to move around a bit. I remember reading a news story before that said that there was a person over in the rice country who suddenly got rich and then did the same thing as you, but he only lived for less than half a year before he went to meet God, and the money that wasn't spent was taken into the treasury by the rice country. Ling Tian looked up at Huang Lei, then threw a fish into the basket and said with a smile. Poof Huang Lei violently stood up from the ground and said, Xiao Tian, can you not scare me?
If you scare me to death, your sister-in-law won't die of heartache. Cut. On your current behavior, I guess my sister-in-law is thinking about whether to divorce and change a man. Too lazy. He Jones' divine mending directly caused Huang Lei's blood level to drop below the red line. Just as they were talking and laughing, there was suddenly a sound of a car siren outside, and then a cheerful voice entered the ears of several people.
Don't film me, I'm going to be filmed when I go home, should I be so ed up? If you keep filming me, do you believe I'll kick you all out?
Humph. When the words fell, Lily jumped and ran in from outside, looked around the yard, quickly rushed to Ling Tian's side, and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Honey, I finished the job, you're a big boss now.
Ling Tian's heart was happy. All done?
Well, now cousin is in charge of recruiting the staff. When all the people are here, we can hang the license. Li Jiong opened his mouth with an expression like you're quick to praise me.
He Jiong was flabbergasted for a moment and said in confusion, what are you talking about? Not only He Jiong, the viewers in the live broadcast room were also confused. It seemed like they had gotten an unimaginable news.
Ling Tian smiled. It's like this, I think now I'm also considered a person in the circle, so I got a studio, ready to do it on my own. This period of time Xiaobian is running this thing.
Studio ah, so Ling Tian is really going to become the boss. Say that his movie in the end when to start shooting ah? I can't wait.
I'm curious where Ling Tian got all that money from.
Are you blind upstairs?
Just take a look at the number of downloads of his songs on Penguin Music and you'll see that there's no such thing as too much, but there's still more than 10 million, which is more than enough to start a studio.
But that money hasn't been sent to him yet, right?
He Jiong nodded indistinctly. Are there any resources?
Not yet,
but after the studio is set up I'm ready to start shooting movies. I just don't know if the director will release anyone by then. As he said this, Ling Tian glanced towards the director Wang Zhang, obviously seeking Wang Zhang's opinion. Wang Zhang thought for a while, then made an OKJ gesture towards Ling Tian, followed by a 30 gesture. Ling Tian was a bit puzzled, but He Jiong suddenly explained in a low voice in his ear that the director's side meant that it was okay, but they only had a month to shoot. After listening to the explanation Ling Tian froze, but then it dawned on him, now that they have greeted 4 groups of guests on their side, it will still be about a week before the studio is set up. Even if they want to start filming it will be a week later, and the material they have right now is enough for them to edit out 5 episodes. According to the weekly broadcasts, more than a month's time is still possible. However, after a month they must come back as soon as possible to continue recording the later content, or else if they can't pick up the gear, all of them will probably have to cool off. However, Ling Tian did not have any problem with this. A month's time was enough for the small budget movie Lost Love. 33 days, he could do the final editing by himself, and should not be able to delay the second half of the recording. Seeing that the atmosphere in the mushroom house was not quite right, Huang Lei quickly stood up and walked to Ling Tian's side and said, Girl is not easy to come once, you don't have to do the dinner today, I'll do it, you have a good time with her. Ling Tian nodded. I was just about to call out to you, so I'll leave it to you. After saying that, he pulled Li Chen towards his room. Although he had only been separated for more than 3 days, Ling Tian really wanted to miss Li Chen. Sometimes he really wished that Li Chen could be with him 24 hours a day, but he also knew that that was not realistic at all, so he could only seize every time he could get along with her. Li Jian was of the same opinion, and at this moment, she couldn't just hang on to Ling Tian. After the two of them arrived at the room, Ling Tian first put all of Li Chen's luggage away before he violently turned around and hugged her, kissing her deeply. After a 10-minute long kiss, Ling Tian looked at Li Jian with anticipation. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning was self-evident. Li Chen gave him a shy blank look. It's time to eat in a while. What about tonight? Oops, you decide it yourself. Li Chen ran down after saying that. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to hold on for a while. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then he reacted and clenched his fists fiercely. A sweet happy smile appeared at the corner of his mouth.
Chapter 120, Mind and Body in One.
Seemingly in order to prove himself, or perhaps just simply wanting to fool around in front of people, tonight Huang Lei's cooking was exceptionally beautiful. Well, it just looked very beautiful on the outside. The few people sat down again, feeling that unique emotion and atmosphere from the first day, slowly chatting and reminiscing about the events that had happened earlier. Perhaps it was because of the influence of the atmosphere, so no one went to say how Huang Lei's cooking was. Well, if there was no Ling Tian, Huang Lei's craftsmanship was definitely worthy of everyone's praise, but right now, well, it's better not to talk about it to blow people's minds. The audience in the live broadcast room was also infected by this mood and atmosphere. The original amusing and joyful live broadcast room was completely covered by cozy pop-ups.
So warm, in fact, this is the real life to aspire to, right?
Although the front of a lot of joy, but more or less have a kind of unrealistic feeling. After all, the social pressure is too much, can be in the heavy busy after a moment of peace and warmth, is the most desired life. The same feeling, work every day tired as a dog, back home even if only one person, but still feel very peaceful, cannot think about anything, do not do anything, lying lazily in bed, flipping through the cell phone, looking at 3 or 5 friends flirting, this is the life to aspire to. I am happier than upstairs. Every time to support the tired body back home, the wife will give a very warm and sweet smile, although the two do not talk much, but still the most desired life.
Upstairs show wife dog, but so envious of you. Unlike me, every time from the school back home mom will ask a full eat without just a few words, so that all the pressure will completely disappear. This is the life to aspire to. Everyone aspires to a different life, but obviously, the mushroom house at this time the scene completely touched their hearts. Do not need a lot of words, do not need to create a lot of joy, do not need a lot of money, just so quiet together, is the most desired life. After having dinner, several people started to return to their rooms one after another, and the day's live broadcast once again came to an end. Second floor. The first one to return, Lily had already taken a bath. At this time, she was lying on the bed with a shy face, holding a book and looking at it absently. From her misty eyes, it was not difficult to tell that at this time, her mind was not on the book at all. Perhaps she did not even read a single word on it. Suddenly, Ling Tian pushed the door and walked in, smiling towards her before walking into the bathroom to take a shower, and when he came out, Li had already buried herself completely under the covers. Well, it was agreed before, I am yours and you are mine. Remember to be responsible. Oh. Of course. The darkness was soon washed away by the light of dawn. Ling Tian woke up early. Today he rarely went to work out. Instead, he made a nourishing and loving breakfast for Li. Only after that he started to make the others. Well, this is kind of a little bit of selfishness on his part. It was only at 8 in the morning that Jeong's three men came out of their room in a daze, and after washing up, they made it to the gazebo to start eating breakfast. Peng Yu Chang held a bowl of vegetable porridge and glanced in the direction of the room. Brother Tian, why hasn't sister-in-law come down to eat? Pa. Huang Lei gave him a good-natured smack. Eat your food, you can't even plug your mouth with food. Ling Tian was slightly embarrassed. There was no way. Yesterday was Li's first time, and he was a bit unaware of the importance of the situation, so I guess Li will have to stay in the house for a day today. And the netizens who came over early in the live broadcast instantly boiled. What a great amount of information. Could it be that Bayo has completely belonged to someone? Why is it like this? Is upstairs stupid? They are two people, right? Doesn't he belong to Ling Tian or you? I despise people like you. Although I knew this day would come, when it did come, I just wanted to say, Ling Tian, you're fast enough. This has a month? Is time a problem? To give you a bit of popularization, the famous singer Sha Dingding and her husband from the time they met to get married only 90 minutes. Well, it is estimated that the birth of a child movement time from the time they met will not be more than 12 hours. Upstairs, you've had enough. There are too many people who get a room when they meet nowadays. Ling Tian is good enough. Now the network developed unlike words. Peng Yu Chang is not really do not understand anything. After the reminder of the face instantly became red, shaking his head. I do not mean that. I eat your meal. He Jeong glared at him. Peng Yu Chang decisively bowed his head. Nima Young have no human rights? Why not let the explanation Just at this time, the phone in the room rang again. He Jeong slightly stunned, will be in the hands of the cake to eat, and only then got up and said, you slowly eat. I went over to answer the phone, presumably today's guests. After He Jeong left, Huang Lei shook his head inside, then rushed to the director to pass a threatening look. This will soon be broadcast. The director does not go to watch the editing, but also give us to plug the guest. What is he going to do? Director Sneer did not pay attention to Huang Lei's broken thoughts, but instead of the eyes with a hint of a faint otherworldly luster, look at Huang Lei inexplicable scalp some numbness. Chapter 121, Panic. Hello, this is Mushroom House. In the room, He Jeong picked up the phone and connected it, while his eyes glanced outside with a hint of a tranquil smile on his face. But the next moment his face completely changed. Is it Jeong? I'm your guest of honor today. I'll be there in about an hour. I'm going to have Huang Lei cook for lunch today, and then you can tell him yourself what to eat. Because the phone was held up, the audience in the live broadcast room couldn't hear what was actually said inside. It wasn't even clear if it was a man or a woman. But at this time, He Jeong's face was really pretty. For a moment he couldn't help but smile, but for a moment he couldn't help but show sympathy. After the other party finished speaking, he nodded his head repeatedly and then said, don't worry, I'll definitely do it properly for you. Okay, that's it, I'm hanging up, see you later. He Jeong put down the phone and couldn't hold back his laughter any longer, then winded up rushing out of the room, laughing once again. He Jeong's sudden reaction to let Ling Tian 3 people are frozen. Huang Lei is even more unceremonious dislike. You will not be stimulated by what? So excited? He Jeong sneered. Just now the guest of honor called. Today's noon designated you old Huang cooking, and did not give the menu, but she said you know what she likes to eat. Friendly reminder, the other side there is still an hour to arrive at the mushroom house. Poof! Huang Lei's mouth of vegetable porridge all sprayed out, dumbfounded stood up, and then rushed to He Jeong in front of, you did not lie to me? Is it fun for me to lie to you? He Jeong, you didn't lie to me? He Jeong had already laughed his ass off. Ling Tian's eyes turned, then he also couldn't help but laugh out, and then inexplicably glanced at the director. He now kind of knew why the director just showed that kind of expression after being disliked by Huang Lei. The feeling was that it had been arranged long ago. Just alas, sympathize with Mr. Huang for 3 seconds first. Peng Yu Chang looked blankly at He Jeong and Huang Lei, and whispered, Brother Tian, who exactly are the people coming? You'll know in a moment, looks like we're going to have to hemorrhage money today, get ready to work. Ling Tian got up and moved his body, then walked into the room.
In the live broadcast room, the viewers were also confused by Hee Jeong and Huang Lei's reaction.
Nima, who can tell me who the hell I'm here for? Why did Mr. He and Mr. Huang react so much? Who knows?
Strongly request Mr. He to disclose the identity of the guest, or else complain. Right, go complain together, it's too torturous, don't play like this.
Ha! I want to guess who the guest of honor is, ha, I can't help but laugh too, what should I do?
My heart aches for Mr. Huang for 3 seconds,
ha. After determining that the other party is really coming, Huang Lei suddenly panicked, rushed to the director's front, took the slippers and threw them over, angrily said, "You did a good job, quickly prepare the ingredients for me, small yellowtail 3, half a caddy of mutton, a caddy of bitter gourd, and forget about it, for the time being, so much so, the rest I'll come to think of my own way." Finally Huang Lei also pointed at the director, ruthlessly opened his mouth to spit. "You really know how to play, know how to play." The director was non-committal, and then opened his mouth. "A total of 2 acres of sewing work needs to be done by you. You go to." Huang Lei directly smashed his other slipper as well, then rushed headlong into the tool room, shouting, "Xiao Tian, today's farm work troubles you guys, I'll apologize to you later, ha." Ling Tian walked to Huang Lei's side and gently patted his shoulder. "Mr. Huang, I understand you, really, ha." Peng Yu Chang was still confused. "Mr. Huang, is the person who came today important? Hurry up and get to work." "Oh." Peng Yu Chang ran away. Huang Lei rushed to the kitchen again, began to check yesterday's remaining ingredients, to see what can be used. The thought of the upcoming people, he directly have a kind of impulse to hit the wall, and now he is simply to the director hated to death. Nima Play did not have such a playoff. Next, Hee Jeong and Peng Yu Chang went to work in the field, while Ling Tian was Hee Jeong stayed behind to help Huang Lei prepare the noon meal. Otherwise, in Huang Lei's current state, it is estimated that they will not need to eat anything at noon. Ling Tian obviously also had concerns in this regard, not to mention that he also had to prepare a lunch of love for Li Xia, so after a moment of silence, he agreed to do so. At 9:10 a.m., with a car horn blaring, Huang Lei completely panicked and almost didn't throw the kitchen knife out of his hand. Then he quickly ran in the direction of the front door. At the same time, outside the mushroom house, a car stopped, and all the audience's eyes were focused in the direction of the car door. All of them couldn't wait to find out who this guest who made Huang Lei almost not go crazy was. A few moments later, the car door opened. The first is a pair of sneakers and a pair of white and pink long legs, then a beautiful tall figure from the car drilled out. The height of the eye estimate of 1.7 m. The features are exquisite, long hair flowing, a good full of the imperial lady paradigm of the goddess. After seeing this person, the live broadcast room instantly lively. Pooh, how can it be her? No wonder Mr. Huang is so anxious. This rests on who was anxious, heartache Mr. Huang. Who the hell is this? Anyone know anything about her? Upstairs, have you heard of Sun Li? The witch Qinger from The Legend of the Immortal Sword and the Wonderful Warrior is Zhao Linger's mom's woman. Do you know who Mr. Wang's wife is? Ha ha. I can't hold it in. The director's team did a great job. I've seen Mr. Huang's lazy cancer getting worse and worse, and now that his wife is here, let's see how lazy he is. Ha ha. All the unknown people instantly dawned on them. They may not know Sun Li, but as long as the main identity of the woman in front of them knows it, Huang Lei's wife personally drove to the mushroom house. Think of the picture that follows. It's just not bearable to look at. No wonder Hee Jeong would have that reaction. Now everything made sense. At this time, Huang Lei opened the courtyard gate in a panic. Looking at the woman standing there, a touch of fawning smile appeared on his face. How did you come? Where is the daughter? Sun Li sneered. You can enough every day in here leisurely life, a few children all throw to me, right? I've already given my children to my parents to bring. I now also want to enjoy the feeling of being served. Huang Lei want to cry. It is clear that this is absolutely not true. This is all a setup, but the most helpless thing is that he cannot say it. This day cannot live. Chapter 122, Little Lei who was completely egged on. Sun Li, Huang Lei's wife, graduated from Nortel in 1999, married to Huang Lei in 2004, the star of The Legend of Heaven and Earth's Fish Beauty, Li Yuanji in the Book of Swords and Enmity, and Qinger in The Immortal Sword and Chivalry of the Queen of the Witch, the third-tier star in China today. Well, only that the popularity is disappearing, and it is estimated that it will soon be out of the third-tier star, completely down to the passerby. This is a certain great power in the live broadcast of Huang Lei's wife of a science, this time all the talents to understand. After all, even if it is Huang Lei's wife, if it is not a star will not be invited by the director, right? After all, no matter how to say is a star program, viewers want to see is also the stars to do farming, doing housework shots, vegetarian what to see? Ling Tian accepted, this one is a pervert. Sun Li's arrival made Huang Lei completely scratch his numbness, and then it was Ling Tian who couldn't look away and directly invited Sun Li to go to his room to accompany Li Li, which allowed Huang Lei to escape for the time being, and handed over a grateful look to Ling Tian. Mr. Huang, where is your dignity as a man? Where's your modesty? I just now realized that the omnipotent teacher Huang is also a wife keeper. Ha ha. I feel sorry for Mr. Huang, I don't want to get married anymore, what should I do? Upstairs, are you sure you're not just saying that because you can't find a date? Put. Ling Tian also looked at Huang Lei with a good laugh, then put the processed small yellow fish into the plate next to him and said with a smile, "Teacher Huang, is the teacher's wife really that scary?" "Alas, you don't know, the two of us have always been respectful of each other, but since the opening of the yearning life, this day has changed, not to mention, and, I tell you I'm not afraid of her, but love her, really. I believe." After having Li Xia, Ling Tian has a deep feeling for this sentence. After all, as a man, letting his wife not say that it is natural, but it is also common sense. After all, people will give you everything, for you to get pregnant and give birth to a child, to take care of the family, laundry, cooking, and running the household. What is the reason for you to go toe-to-toe with each other? Moreover, Ling Tian could also see that the reason why Sun Li behaved that way just now was more of a pampering with Huang Lei, only in a somewhat different way. Thinking about the possibility that Lili might become like this in the future as well, Ling Tian suddenly produced a cry of anticipation. Downstairs is busy in the heat of the day, upstairs the two women are also chatting heart to heart. Sun Li, no matter in any way, is Li's senior, so Li to Sun Li is to maintain enough respect for the Sun Li. Just as Sun Li said more and more playful words, Li cannot help but put down the heart of the line of defense, and began to talk to each other to laugh and joke up. After talking for a while, Sun Li suddenly said, "Li, you can't do it like this, you have to get up and move around after the first time, or else you'll have to suffer in the future." Li Xiaoyan blushed and said, "Li, sister. This is not a good thing, sister, I am also a past person, hurry up, we get up to go outside to supervise the work, let us two of the old man to us today to do a best meal out, not pass the words will be punished at will, not afraid of their negative slack work." Li's face was already red, as a newcomer, compared to an old driver like Sun Li, it was really too much of a difference. However, after a short period of squirming, Li still dressed as instructed and followed Sun Li down. As Sun Li said, apart from some pain at the beginning, after that, it had gradually started to be a bit sore and numb, and when he reached the downstairs, although it was still a bit uncomfortable, it was already too much better than just now when he was lying on the bed. Downstairs, Ling Tian was making yellow fish with pickled vegetables, and when he saw Li Xiaobian coming down, he hurriedly ran over, and said in a distressed voice, "Why did you come down?" Before Li Xiaowei could say anything, Sun Li gave Ling Tian a blank look. "What do you know? It's good to move around a bit more." Ling Tian instantly made a big red face, and directly retreated. "Nima, the identity difference is too big, this word cannot be picked up. The netizens in the live streaming room were defeated by Sun Li's power, and each one of them directly transformed into a madman. Ling Tian was actually shy. It is true that the female driver is still powerful. Ling Tian, can't mess with it, Nima is too powerful. Can't do it, I can't help it. 666. In the future, when you see a female driver, you must immediately get out of the way, or the other party will definitely let you know what is called regret. Alas, am I the only one still immersed in the reality that Bao and Ling Tian are officially together and can't get out of it? Upstairs, forget about it, even if they're not together you don't have much of a chance. Who said, I look not bad if dress up a little certainly not worse than Li, I do not believe that I go to hook up Ling Tian hook up not. Cut stingy man, identification is complete. After defeating Ling Tian, Sun Li, like a teacher, said to Li Xiaoyan, "See? That's how you treat men in the future, or they'll all turn over. It's not that serious, is it? Xiao Tian is very good." Li Xiaotian bowed his head, he was so shy that he couldn't face anyone. Sun Li lightly grunted, "You do not know, old Huang used to behave better than Ling Tian, and now? What has it become?" Huang Lei was not happy to hear this, and immediately retorted, "Wife, I am not as bad as you say, right? You dare to object?" Sun Li's Xiao brow raised. Huang Lei instantly transformed into a goat. "No, wife is right, I am now indeed a little lazy, I promise, absolutely will be corrected in the shortest possible time. Thank you wife." Criticism and correction. In order to thank his wife, I must take out his 120% at noon, to his wife to do a meal of extraordinarily delicious. The audience was amused by Huang Lei's transformation, but Li saw from it the way the two got along, it looked like Huang Lei was being suppressed by Sun Li, but on the other hand, wouldn't it be Sun Li relying on Huang Lei in every way? This is how couples complement each other. Of course, every lover or couple has a different way of getting along with each other, but Li really envied Huang Lei and Sun Li. Nowadays there are not many couples like them in the entire entertainment industry. Not only Li, Ling Tian was also deeply touched. Nodding towards Li, he withdrew his mind, and had a great desire to compete with Huang Lei, well, cooking alone. As for the way to get along with husband and wife, he might have to learn from Huang Lei in the future. Li, who got Ling Tian's response, smiled, a very sweet and happy smile. Sun Li was instead surprised and glanced at the two youngsters, then also revealed the slightest hint of a light smile. Chapter 123 Sun Li's Way of the Royal Husband. Time soon arrived at noon. He Zhong and Peng Yu Chang also returned to the mushroom house from the fields. After seeing Sun Li, He Zhong instantly ran over happily, ignoring the dirty dirt on his body. He directly gave a big hug to Sun Li, saying, "Really, I really didn't think that you would come, It's good to not come over. You don't even know how serious old Huang's lazy cancer is during this period of time." Sun Li glanced at He Zhong in a bad mood, then pointed to the dirt on his body and said, "You are sincere, right? Believe it or not, I'm going to disqualify you from entering our home?" He Zhong smiled, "My pot, I back, I first go to wash a little, we'll talk again." Peng Yichang, on the other hand, completely froze for a long time before thinking of Sun Li's identity, trotted to the front of Sun Li, bowed deeply, said, "Good teacher mother, my name is Peng Yichang. I know you, I've seen your live broadcasts, a very honest child, it's okay, this week, I'll back you up, in the future, let old Huang do more, or he'll have to die of fat." Peng Yichang confused, this is simply cannot be answered especially in the Huang Lei that knife-like eyes stare. In the midst of jokes and laughter, a dish was served on the table, a total of 8 dishes today, in addition to Huang Lei's yellow fish soup with pickled vegetables, braised mutton, cold bitter melon and a winter melon stir-fry. There was also Ling Tian's braised yellow fish, stir-fried mutton, stir-fried bamboo shoots and hot and sour mushrooms. After the meal was served, Huang Lei first respectfully invited Sun Li to the main seat before taking a seat next to her, pointing to the dishes on the table, saying, "Taste it, I really haven't been lazy during this time, you look at me as resting, but in fact, I'm trying to figure out the ways and means of cooking, don't believe me, you can test it at any time." A group of people speechless. The live broadcast room is even more flipped. "Puang teacher, trouble you lie when the eyes cannot dodge? That's a sign of weakness, understand? Mr. Huang, this Nima simply cannot help wife's female way too heavy. Ha, upstairs, are you guys really so skinny? But Mr. Huang, you really let the male compatriots very shame Right, what if all the men have a phobia of marriage because of you? Ha, just kidding, I'm actually a married man, and I envy the way Miss Huang's two people get along." Sun Li looked at Huang Lei with a skeptical face, then sneered, first tasted a mouthful of stewed lamb, slightly nodded, the standard did not fall. Saying that she didn't wait for Huang Lei to be happy, she then tasted the stir-fried mutton made by Ling Tian, and suddenly her eyes lit up. "This is much tastier than what you've made, and you're still saying that you haven't been lazy all this time? How in the world did you say that kind of thing just now? Who gave you the courage?" Huang Lei was instantly blind, he wanted to retort, but in the face of the ironic truth, he was really a little short of words, and in the end, he could only glare at Ling Tian, the meaning of which was very obvious. "You have nothing to do with making the dishes so tasty?" Ling Tian smiled faintly, picked up a piece of fish and put it into Li Xiaoyan's bowl, saying, "Hurry up and eat, we still have to pay our debt later." Li smiled, sweetly eat up. He Zhong and Peng Yichang in the middle of the two pairs of people sitting in that an awkward. He Zhong is a little better, after all, with Sun Li as decades of good friends, but Peng Yichang cannot, this is simply a dog abuse inhumane In fact, not only is Peng Yichang, the single dog in the live broadcast room is even more abused. "Nima, blinded my titanium alloy dog eyes, just want to say a word, Ling Tian, Mr. Huang, you want to show love cannot change the occasion? Don't you know how much your actions hurt us single dogs? I'm already crying in the toilet, who's going to look at me and give me a corpse or something?" The single dog in me silently opened a folder slot, "Where are my tissues? If you guys are really enough, like me how good?" Alas, the wife to hold on for a while, just filled the gas, how is it gone? As an experienced single dog, he Jong simply do not say anything, stifled a bowl of rice, and then they quickly stood up, said, "I go to prepare tools, this morning I and Peng Peng only dry 1/5 of the afternoon to do not finish if we are not done, our debt is going to accumulate." Peng Yichang, once he saw he Jong leaving, immediately freaked out, ate and stuffed some things into his stomach, then confessed and hurriedly ran away. Looking at the two panicked people, Li Samharte, "Did we just do anything excessive?" Sun Li sneered, "Nothing, single dogs are like this, especially Lao He, how many times have I told him, still not married, also really drunk." Huang Lei weakly nodded, "That's right, the old he did go overboard, he purely deserved it, but wife, Peng Peng is still a child. 24, right? Not young, how old was I when I married you?" "Aha!" Huang Lei was instantly speechless, Nima didn't count like that. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at the two people who were hurting each other. He lightly laughed and shook his head, and without a word he started to eat. From time to time he would pinch food for Li, looking at Sun Li with a bit of an eye roll. Finally, when Ling Tian was chucking in another dish, Sun Li let out a light grunt and looked at Huang Lei without saying anything. Huang Lei was confused, crying and laughing. He gave Sun Li a dish and said, "Wife, people are youngsters. Do you think I'm old?" "No, absolutely not, wife is always 18. Huang Lei was on the verge of tears. If it was at home, anything would be fine, but now it's a recording program, and it's a live broadcast. Can you give me some face as a big man? At this time, Sun Li suddenly picked up a piece of fish and put it into Huang Lei's bowl, said, "Okay, hurry up and eat," but after eating hurry to work, or really fat into a pig. Huang Lei's face was happy, and he nodded his head in a hurry, and seemed to eat even more flavorfully. Ling Tian stared blankly at Huang Lei, who was completely manipulated by Sun Li, and had to give Sun Li a thumbs up. Nima, this royal way is simply no one. Cautiously glancing at the Li Xiao next to him, he was really a bit worried about whether Li Xiao would become like this in the future. Yes, initially he was looking forward to it, but now he was really worried about it. Li Chen seemed to have seen his worries and whispered in his ear, "Don't worry, I won't become like that." Ling Tian's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly kissed Li Chen on the cheek. "Wife is so nice." This action once again caused the audience in the live broadcast room to cry out in fear. Chapter 124, Full Power Mr. Huang. After eating lunch, Li Chen went back to rest in the company of Ling Tian. Huang Lei was exceptionally allowed by the director to stay in the guest room because of Sun Li's arrival, and this decision made Huang Lei feel less resentful towards the director.
After all, they are old married couples. If they can't live together because of the program, he would have to hate the director. In the large bedroom on the first floor, on the huge bunk bed, Hee-jeong was idly flipping through a magazine, and next to him, Peng Yu-chang still didn't seem to have regained her senses from the blow she had just received. After waiting for a long time, Peng Yu-chang suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Mr. He, isn't Mr. Huang coming back to rest? Hee-jeong rolled his eyes in dismay, then continued to look through his book without the slightest intention of explaining. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were directly made to spray by Peng Yu-chang's reaction. Poo, can you not be so innocent? It will make you look so fake. Nima, there are still such simple people in this era? It's not hype, is it? You've been watching the live broadcast all these days, where did you see that it's hype? Most importantly, if it was really done by the show's team in advance, do you think you'd still be able to see Mr. Huang's deflated face? On the top floor, according to this great god's analysis, Pang, this nigga is definitely stimulated silly. Ah, Pumba, how can you be so tolerable? People can't take it anymore. Why don't people come and comfort your fragile single dog heart, coming in North Nose? Peng Yu-chang didn't get an answer and was a bit puzzled. Then she stood up, got out of bed, and walked towards the door. Hee-jeong instinctively felt a hint of bad luck. What are you going to do? I'm going to see if Mr. Huang is being bullied by his teacher's wife, otherwise how come he doesn't know about the lunch break? Peng Yu-chang replied with an innocent face. Poof, Hee-jeong, almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, angrily. You give me back, people too went to rest, who will remember us two single dogs? Solid hard old iron, let me have been immersed in their own innocence is not good? Why do you want to reveal such a cruel reality? Peng Yu-chang with a face of despair rejoined the bed and covered his head with a towel quilt. Mr. He, now that Mr. Huang has also abandoned us, why don't we just resign? Humph. Hee-jeong sneered. What? Can't take the blow? Then you hurry to find a date. Ah. Peng Yu-chang suddenly sat up. That Mr. He, why do not you find a first? You are so much older than me? Hee-jeong instantly spurted blood, gritted his teeth and said, roll. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Ling Tian opened his eyes on time, and then mobilely from the arms of the careful move away, turn over out of bed. When he walked downstairs to the guest room, just ran into walking out of Huang Lei. Just at this time, Huang Lei's face is not very good, full of all the fatigue. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, and then suddenly realized, some emotionally patted Huang Lei's shoulder, whispered, Mr. Huang, take it easy, there are still a few days behind. Huang Lei didn't react for a moment, looked at Ling Tian who was walking away in a daze, and only after a few seconds did he react violently, just ready to yell. Then he thought of something, and then quickly rushed over, and pinched Ling Tian's neck. Dai Xiao Tian, what are you thinking about? You think I'm you? What's wrong with me? Look at me, how spirited am I? Ling Tian, that's enough, that's enough. Can you two have a family, not show your love anytime, anywhere? I'll send you razor blades. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to kill someone. I feel that the arrival of the guest of honor in this episode can be named the end of the single dog. This is intentional, right? I was praising the director for bringing Sun Li here, but now I suddenly have the urge to kill the director. Same idea, upstairs, why don't we join together? More than 10 minutes later, Ling Tian and Huang Lei cleaned up their personal hygiene. In the cold water, stimulation of the two people's spirit is also much better. Until then, Hee-jeong and Peng Yu-chang came out from the room, but when they saw Ling Tian and Huang Lei, the resentment in their eyes could simply swallow people alive. But without waiting for the two of them to spit, Sun Li walked out with a yawn and said, you guys just got up too? Don't you have to work in the afternoon? Hee-jeong jerked back and grunted, sister-in-law, who's going to work if you don't sleep on such a hot day? It will kill people. Sun Li instantly awake, then narrowed his eyes and slowly walked towards Hee-jeong. What did you just call me? What did I call you? You must have heard wrong. Well, that's it. Ping, hurry up and wash your face, you still have to finish the farm work in the afternoon. Peng Yu-chang looked at Sun Li, swept over the eyes, and quickly put on an innocent look, shaking his head. It's none of my business, I'm going to wash my face, Master Ma'am. Goodbye. No, Master Ma'am, you first rest a little? Peng Yu-chang is about to cry. Nima can't see people's age and bully them like this, right? Is there any human rights left? Fortunately, Huang Lei hurriedly relieved Peng Yu-chang, then while waiting for Sun Li to wash her face, he opened his mouth and said, let's do it this way, the three of us will do the farm work in the afternoon, Xiao Tian will stay at home to take charge of the evening's dinner, and incidentally take care of Lily Li and Xiao Xiaojia. Agreed. Hee-jeong now couldn't wait to get out of Sun Li's line of sight, naturally responding immediately, with a reaction speed that made people instantly begin to doubt his age. Peng Yu-chang, on the other hand, only after hesitation did he nod his head and agree. Just as Mr. He thought, nothing is more real than getting out of Sun Li's line of sight right now. Just looking at Sun Li's delicate face, Peng Yu-chang couldn't figure out why she had such a bad temper. Well, this unique way of getting along with each other was something that Peng Yu-chang, a youngster, couldn't understand, or rather, single dogs who hadn't been in love couldn't understand. After the tasks were assigned, Hee-jeong quickly rushed into the tool room and took out the tools, followed by Huang Lei, who carried the heaviest things on his body, striding at the front of the team. Looking at the motivated Huang Lei, the corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched, wanting to spit out, Teacher Huang, are you sure you're not doing this to avoid your teacher's wife? Well, this answer was destined to go unanswered by anyone, and it was getting late. Their ingredients were still so much short, they had to prepare them as soon as possible.
Chapter 125, The Girl with the Clean Smile.
After He Jeong and the others had all left, Ling Tian went to the kitchen first and sorted out the ingredients left over from noon, but the consumption over the past few days was just a little bit too much. Currently there was nothing left in the kitchen except for some shiitake mushrooms and the crayfish that He Jeong and the others had captured. Even the greens had been consumed cleanly. After that, Ling Tian walked out of the room and looked at Sun Li, who was sitting in the gazebo and fixing her hair. He walked over and said, "Elder maiden, what are you going to eat at night? There aren't enough ingredients, I have to go out and prepare. I have to go out and prepare some food." Sun Li returned without looking back. Ling Tian froze, then with a he was ready to leave. But right at this moment, Sun Li suddenly thought of something and turned his head and said, "Right, there's no need to prepare anything for tomorrow, I'll leave in the morning." "So urgent?" Ling Tian's footsteps instantly stopped, looking at Sun Li with a surprised expression.
Sun Li laughed lightly and stood up. "Do you really think I'm that idle to stay here for a month?
My little one is not even a week old. If I dare to leave him at home for a week, your Mr. Huang will have to be anxious with me."
Now Ling Tian is even more confused. Very puzzled why I still came over under these circumstances? Ling Tian nodded his head.
Sun Li gently sighed, sighing. Last season of the Yearning Life, the old yellow was responsible for cooking, back when weighed, surprisingly fat 3 pounds, and that is recorded, each time only one day, a total of add up to 12 days time, that is still in the case of his busy non-stop. Now good, this season live longer, and he became lazier, because but if it really goes on, his weight will certainly be seriously overweight. You may not know, you Mr. Huang has high blood pressure, if the weight again Understood. Not only Ling Tian understood, the audience in the live broadcast room also understood, and all of a sudden, one by one, they felt ashamed for the morning's remarks. "I admit that I was wrong. I have to apologize to Teacher Huang. She is not disliking Teacher Huang at all, but is saving Teacher Huang.
Single dogs like me may not be able to experience that kind of feeling at all, right?
I really envy Mr. Huang for finding such a considerate wife. I said I'm a Sun Li fan, but I still almost took off in the morning. Now I'm so glad I stuck it out. Shenyang, I support you. You must clean up Mr. Huang's lazy cancer."
"That's right, that's it, we all support you."
Ling Tian looked at Sun Li with some guilt, opened his mouth, and only after a long time did he stifle a sentence. "Why don't I do less in the future?
Let Mr. Huang eat less."
"Forget it, what's done is done, but in the future you can't speculate, you have to follow the rules of the program. Anyway, just one sentence, if there's any heavy work, let your Mr. Huang do it first, his body must be well exercised to be able to do it."
"Understood, promise to complete the task."
Ling Tian responded loudly, then turned around and left. Walking out of the mushroom house, Ling Tian exhaled a heavy mouthful of turbid air and then looked over towards Huang Lei and the others in the field. Obviously, Huang Lei himself knows the real purpose of Sun Li's coming here, so at this moment he is working very hard, shaking his head with a light smile. He then began to worry about the ingredients for tonight.
At the same time, Changnan City Talent Market.
Li Yun finally rented a position in a more conspicuous location, and then hung up the recruitment notice and unit profile that had already been done yesterday. Looking at Li Yun's somewhat strenuous appearance, some passing young people have sideways glances, some even stop to watch, but let a person disappointed that no one went up to help. Li Yun does not care. After all, people are choosing to go high. No one will condescend to go to a unit that does not have any strength to waste life, is not it? But just when Li Yun was about to finish, a young girl who looked only in her 20s ran in front of her and said, "Can I help you?" Li Yun was slightly stunned, then smiled and nodded. "Thank you. It's fine, anyway, I've been here for several days already. I often do these things." The girl smiled and shook her head, and with nimble hands and feet began to help Li Yun hang the signboard.
Li Yun's eyes flashed a trace of consternation. "Puzzled? Several days?"
The girl did not think of the hand movements. "Yes, I am from the countryside, only junior high school level, so it is difficult to find a job, but I will not give up. I believe that I will be able to find a job, and then I can let my brother continue to study."
Li Yun indistinctly, the bottom of the heart a little touching. "What is your name?"
"My name is Su Lu. My mom gave it to me. She wants me to be happy forever." Sula smiled. Her smile was very pure, different from many people in the city. The smile was very comfortable to look at, very clean, without the slightest impurity in it.
"What about your mom? She went to heaven to enjoy her happiness, right? I've heard many people say that there is no pain in the kingdom of heaven."
Although Li Yun's nature was big and bold, she was a true person of nature, who should cry and laugh, so when she heard Su Li's words, and then looked at the smile that was still too clean to be true, her eyes instantly moistened.
"Okay, sister, is there anything else you need me to help you with?"
Sula clapped his hands, then looked at Li Yun and asked. Li Yun resisted the urge to cry out, wiped her eyes and smiled. "Yes, there are many things for you to do. Are you willing to learn?"
"Study? I don't study for many years. What do I have to do?"
"Not to learn those, but forget it. How about you follow me from now on? Work for me as a secretary, but you need to learn secretarial skills. That's right, Li Yun was ready to take this girl with a clean smile. Although the job of a secretary was important and required strong professional knowledge, but to Li Yun, any ability knowledge was secondary, only the heart was the most genuine. She believed in Su Li's smile, and even more so in her purity.
Secretary? I won't, huh? I just want an assembly line job.
Listen to your sister, just be a secretary, come on, from now on you're already working, first follow me to learn how to recruit employees. Li Yun didn't wait for Su Lu to finish her sentence, she spoke directly. Her unquestionable attitude made Su Lu a bit confused. Then she started working after Li Yun in a daze, even forgetting to sign a contract with Li Yun and talk about her salary.
Chapter 126 Terrifying Memory. Talent Market.
A few girls were walking while holding their cell phones and watching the live broadcast of The Yearning Life. Suddenly, a girl exclaimed in a low voice, "Hey, you guys look!" A few girls instantly looked up and followed the direction the girl pointed to, only to see a huge signboard silently hanging there not far from them. There was a company profile written on it, but the information was very little, without any brilliant performance, but that was it. It still tightly attracted the gaze of the several girls. Because there was a paragraph written very clearly on it.
Tianjin Entertainment Studio, founder, Ling Tian, legal representative, Li Jian.
The latter words were directly ignored by the girls, not to mention other things, just the names of Ling Tian and Li Qian are enough.
As for true or false?
The girls wouldn't doubt it, because yesterday Ling Tian had already said that he had started a studio and would be ready to open in the near future, and now it looked like their studio was in Changnan. A few girls were very excited and rushed to the front of the counter, shouting at Su Lu who was busy inside, "Are you recruiting here?"
When Su Lu heard this, he snapped back from his shock and hurriedly said, "Huh? Oh yes, what position are you applying for?" Until now, Su Lu was still in a daze, she just couldn't figure it out. Didn't she just do the same job as the other day? How did she go from being an interviewer to an interviewer all of a sudden? Besides, she doesn't know anything about interviewing, okay? Can we?
One of the girls inquired with some excitement. They had originally come over to apply for a job, otherwise they wouldn't have appeared in the talent market, but they just didn't expect to have the opportunity to enter Ling Tian's studio. Of course you can, but you have to say what position you are applying for first. Su Lu calmed himself down as much as possible. The girl who spoke earlier hurriedly said, "Let me introduce myself first. My name is Zhang Xiaoyu. I'm a graduate of the Department of Economics and Management of Changnan University of Technology. Can I apply for the position of studio planner?"
And me, my name is Chen Sihan, is the Changnan University Foreign Language Department graduate. Can I apply for the company's public relations?
My name is Hu Jinjun, a graduate of the Department of Economics and Management of Changnan University. I want to apply for the company's publicity. My name is Leng Qiu, is the Changnan University Department of Photography graduates. I want to apply for the company's camera. The four girls were chattering there, almost didn't make Su Li's head explode, but she still patiently listened to all of them, and then said, "Okay, Zhang Xiaoyu, Chen Sihan, Hu Jinjun and Leng Qiu, right? You are all from Changnan University, the education is certainly no problem, but let's see, our studio has a 3-month probationary period, during which the monthly salary is only $3,000 plus a subsidy of $500. Well, there's more. If the internship period is over, you can be regularized when the salary increases to 6,000 per month, plus 1,000 yuan of subsidies. If you are interested in, please fill out your resume file, and then tomorrow morning to this address."
Zhang Xiaoyu. Four people looked at Su Lu actually looking through the recruitment guidelines there. They froze and looked at each other. Finally Leng Qiu couldn't help but ask, "You still need to look at this, ah?" Su Lu smiled and nodded. "Yes, I have just entered the studio, less than 10 minutes ago. By the way, our general manager is here." She said she looked around and found that she didn't see Li Yun's figure. She was a bit anxious, looked left and right for a long time, and finally determined that Li Yun really wasn't there. She said helplessly, "The general manager seems to have something, but it's okay, you can leave the file on the line, and you will be able to see the general manager when you arrive at the company tomorrow." Despite their doubts, the four of them were still attracted by Su Li's clean smile. "Sister, you're so beautiful, you look so good when you smile." "Aha, I feel the same way, looking at your smile is so comfortable. Why do you have such a clean smile?" "It's over, compared to you, sister, I suddenly realize I'm so dirty." "I'm dirty too." Su Lu was a bit blushed by the four people's compliments, lowered her head and said, "No way, sisters are the beautiful ones." At this time, Li Yun came over from the back. She just went to the notary office to pay the warranty, which is what every recruiter must do, and thought it would only take about 10 minutes to get it done, so she didn't greet Su Lu, and at the same time, she had the mind to observe Su Lu. At this moment, when she saw that Su Lu was talking happily with four girls, Li Yun frowned slightly, thinking that she had met a friend, so she couldn't help but walk over to ask what was going on. After all, if she really had such a friend, then the words that she had said just now would have had to be re-evaluated. But when she walked up to her, she heard the four girls praising Su Lu. She was relieved, then she smiled and walked to Su Li's side, saying, "They are here to apply for a job?" Seeing Li Yun, Su Li's eyes lit up and quickly nodded. Yes, Mr. Li, this is called Zhang Xiaoyu, graduated from the Department of Economics and Management of Changnan University and is ready to apply for planning. And this is called Chen Sihan, graduated from the Department of Foreign Languages and would like to apply for public relations. And this sister is called Hu Jinjun, graduated from the Department of Economics and Management and would like to apply for publicity. And this sister is called Lang Xiu, graduated from the Department of Photography and would, well, apply for photography. A series of words spit out, directly let Li Yun confused, and Zhang Xiaoyu. Four people are dumbfounded looking at Su Lu. Chen Sihan shivered and opened her mouth. We only said it once, and we even joked with you for a while, and you were able to remember our identities and requirements so clearly? A genius? Lang Qiu worshipped. Hu Jinjun didn't say anything, covering her face and sticking out a thumb at Su Lu. As for Zhang Xiaoyu, she shook her head fiercely and laughed bitterly. You know what? I'm known as the genius memorizer of the Department of Economics and Management. My memorization ability is considered very strong, but compared to you, I guess there's still a gap. How on earth did you do it? Sulu was a bit shy. I don't know anyway, I just feel that I can remember what I should remember Is it that simple? The four girls asked at the same time. Sulu was taken aback, but still nodded. Yes, it's been like this since I was a kid. Gosh, I'm not living anymore. How can the gap between people be so wide? It's over, I'm going to be bent by my sister. Li Yun on the side watching is also shocked, but more is the surprise. As a secretary, memory is a must, because she has to remind the general manager or the president of the content of the work plan at any time and place. A slight deviation may cause very serious consequences. And Su Lu undoubtedly gave her a biggest surprise. Naive, pure, clean, memory and so good. This is simply heaven specially tailored for her secretary. Chapter 127, He Jiong Set. Perhaps the surprise brought by Sulu was a bit too big, so Li Yun announced on the spot that Zhang Xiaoyu's four were hired. Of course, the internship period still needs to be there, but because they are the first batch of applicants in the true sense of the word, so Li Yun made the decision that their internship salary can be the same as after the regularization. This decision made the four girls very excited. The reason for their excitement was that apart from the high salary, the main reason for their excitement was that they would be able to see Ling Tian and Li Yun often in the future. After the decision was made, the four girls took the initiative to join in the recruiting efforts, but their job was just to distribute some flyers elsewhere, telling these job seekers who came to apply for the job that Ling Tian's studio was going to open. Well, that was it. However, Li Yun had obviously underestimated the influence of Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyi. As the four girls' publicity unfolded, in less than half an hour's time, no less than 100 people had gathered on her side, and there were still many people wandering around because there was no room for them. And these people who came to apply for the job, young girls obviously accounted for most of the boys, only a few tenths? Or how many? In the face of this situation, Li Yun was in tears, because this would make her screening work very difficult, and in the end, she had no choice but to let Zhang Xiaoyu and the four people cooperate with Su Lu, and sift out those with less than 1 degree first. It's not that Li Yun looked down on people with low education, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to let Su Lu directly serve as her secretary, knowing that when Li Xiaoyu and Ling Tian weren't in the studio, she was the studio's deserved number one, and that even if Su Lu was just a secretary, her status was not much lower than her, Li Yun, as far as the employees were concerned. The main reason why this is done is because the entertainment company's main thing is still a high-end knowledge base, so people with more than one book are more able to adapt quickly. They were a new company that needed a stronger and more vigorous vigor, so those with low education could only say sorry for now and talk about it later. After the screening off, the number of applicants was more than half less, but there were still dozens of people. Li Yun asked Su Lu to memorize all of these people's information, while she started to interview them one by one from the more major departments. When the time to point to 5:30 p.m., Li Yun finally will be interviewed in front of all the people to get done, this time a total of Recruitment Planning Department Manager, Personnel Department Manager, the Ministry of Finance. Li Yun is responsible for their own. To others she is not assured that the Publicity Department Manager, the Production Department Manager, a person. Then the clerk 3, receptionist 2, other staff 15 people, plus Sula their 5 girls. An afternoon she recruited 29 employees. Li Yun, who was no longer a commander-in-chief, was so proud of herself that she waved her hand and took everyone to have a welcome dinner. Of course, this meal wasn't for nothing. If any of the people behind her couldn't work, the consequences would definitely be serious. Meanwhile, this side of the mushroom house, Huang Lei and the others had already done almost all the work in the field. Perhaps because Sun Li was supervising, Huang Lei was doing what he called a feverish work. He basically took over 80% of all the work, looking at less than 3 minutes of land to finish it all. Huang Lei got up and wiped the sweat from his head, turned to Sun Li and Li who were sitting in the field looking at them and said aloud, "Honey, can I rest for a while? My back is really sore." Sun Li, satisfied with the completed workload, "Okay, allow you to rest for a while, 10 minutes later to continue," finished before being allowed to go back to eat. "Okay, thank you wife." He Jiong and Peng Yu Chang glanced at the 3 people at the edge of the field and looked at each other, a hint of entanglement flashing in their eyes. They truly wished to go over and rest for a while, but they knew better that if they went over, they would definitely eat dog food and hold out.
Therefore, the two of them came together and simply sat down directly in the middle of the ground, but the next thing the two of them did was scratch their heads because there was no water in this place.
Silence for a moment. Hee-jeong quietly kicked Peng Yu-chang. Hey, you go find your sister-in-law to ask for some water over, thirsty. Peng Yu-chang froze for a moment. Why don't you go?
You're old, you're not afraid, but I'm young, my heart and liver are fragile.
Pang pang. Hee-jeong gritted his teeth. Are you saying I'm old? Peng Yu-chang looked at Hee-jeong with an innocent face. Isn't it?
Heartache for Mr. He for 3 seconds.
Ha. Pang pang, can you not just tell the big truth? Ha, but still, well done.
Puff teacher He fails this time in pretending to be young. It seems that the power of dog food is indeed strong enough to make Pumba dare to contradict teacher He.
Pumba, in order not to eat dog food, what is Mr. He?
The conversation between the two made the audience in the live broadcast room's stomach ache with joy. Hee-jeong's eyes jumped and his eyes were filled with murderous aura as he looked at Peng Yu-chang, wanting to use his aura to force Peng Yu-chang to bow his head. But to his disappointment, Peng Yu-chang, after realizing that he was unable to resist Hee-jeong in terms of aura, he even directly twisted his head to the other side and looked at the distant mountains to start a daze. Hee-jeong felt that his anger was about to be suppressed, staring at Peng Yu-chang for a long time, suddenly stood up and patted the dirt on his body. You do not go just right, I drink some by myself and do not have to talk to people.
Peng Yu-chang instantly turned his head and looked at Hee-jeong who was far away, and instantly became tearless. Nima said should not be so deep ah? Are we still good friends?
At this moment, Ling Tian walked out from the forest, carrying a snake about 2 meters long in his hand, and carrying 3 pheasants and a hare in his basket, which were all of his harvest this afternoon. Later on, he would go to the vegetable field to get some root vegetables and lettuce. Tonight is another sumptuous dinner. However, when he was passing through the field, he suddenly caught Peng Yu-chang's desperate little eyes, and then looked at Hee-jeong and the others, and suddenly seemed to understand something. In order not to get himself into trouble, he quietly turned around and quickly ran down the road towards the mushroom house. Well, this kind of thing should never be mixed up in, otherwise it would be a big headache. But there is a saying that when people are sitting at home, trouble comes from the sky. Not waiting for him to run a few meters, Peng Yu-chang suddenly stood up and shouted towards him, Brother Tian, help.
Chapter 128, Double Blitz. Brother Tian, help.
Hearing this voice, Ling Tian instantly wanted to run away, but what he didn't expect was that Peng Yu-chang had directly cried in order to drink water. Brother Tian, if you don't help me I'm going to die of thirst. Ling Tian stopped for a moment, and finally walked to the head of the field, and said, if you are thirsty, come over and drink water, no one is stopping you, right?
But he was afraid of eating dog food.
When Peng Yu-chang didn't finish speaking, Hee-jeong directly opened his mouth to explain, which immediately caused a group of people to laugh. Ling Tian also shook his head in tears and laughter, and then looked at Li Xiao.
Li winked, kiss me and I'll give him water to drink.
Peng Yu-chang instantly felt like his heart had been pierced by a sharp arrow with a strong poison.
Ha, this is absolutely intentional, isn't it? Right? Ahem, Nima can't help it, I have to go laugh for a while.
666, I was caught off guard by this wave of dog food, my heart aches for Pumba for 3 seconds before I laugh.
Sympathy, heartache, alas, Pumba probably regrets taking part in Siang Siang now, right?
I'm not sure if it's a good idea for you to be so skinny, but I'm sure it's a good idea for you to be so skinny. Suddenly, I realized that Li's sense of variety is so strong, she's about to steal all the limelight from the main character now, right?
But I like it so much.
Ling Tian helplessly lowered his head and kissed the corner of Li Qian's mouth before pouring a cup of water and said, come and drink.
Peng Yu-chang looked dazedly at Ling Tian and Li Qian, then instantly turned around and stood up with a shovel in her hand, clicking and lifting a few shovels of dirt, and indignantly said, I won't drink even if I die of thirst. I hate you guys.
In the evening, as the sky gradually darkened, Huang Lei finally ended their day's labor and began to return to the mushroom house. And Ling Tian, who had long known that Sun Li was about to leave, naturally guessed the intentions of the director's team, so he really played his cards right tonight, and although there were only 6 dishes, each one of them was quite a bit stronger than the previous ones. Well, at the very least, from the looks of it, it was definitely better than the previous ones.
Ah, it smells so good. Did Xiao Tian go overboard today?
Ling Tian had just served the dishes on the table when Huang Lei's exaggerated voice came from outside the door. It does smell so good, I can't help it anymore. Hee-jeong nodded his head, having never had such a large workload before. He was truly starving. Not only was he hungry, he was also thirsty. Peng Yu-chang glanced at Li and Sun Li, and finally said in good conscience, Brother Tian's cooking is getting better and better, I really don't want to leave it. The few people who heard this instantly placed their eyes on him. There was no way, this sentence was too out of their expectation. Well, after all, Ling Tian had really pitted Peng Yu-chang this afternoon. Peng Yu-chang was a bit uncomfortable by the few people looking at him, and quickly slipped into the mushroom house, throwing all the tools into the tool room, but when he came out, Li and the others had already begun to wash up, and they directly took his place. In the midst of the jostling, a few people finally sat in front of the dining table once again. Huang Lei was unable to control the first to get a piece of chicken into his mouth, chewing while saying, honestly, I really didn't think that I would have such a hungry time, and now I eat something particularly fragrant. Sunli ate a piece of rabbit meat, eyes bright, not you eat fragrant, is really very delicious, small day today absolutely overplayed. I don't care if he has overachieved, I am just very hungry, I want to eat, none of you pay attention to me. Hee-jong buried his head, frantically feeding his mouth, even his usual favorite wine was directly ignored by him today. Peng Yuchang is almost the same, eyes straight at the meal, absolutely not a glance to the side of the four people. Nima eat dog food today really let him very hurt a hand. He has decided, such as this festival catalog after going back, must find a girlfriend. Ling Tian was still spreading dog food as usual, always keeping an eye on Li Qian's rice bowl. As soon as her dish was finished, a new one would be sent over immediately, while Li Qian was also full of sweetness, smiling towards Ling Tian from time to time. The whole picture looked extremely mushy. Even Sun Li and Huang Lei, the two of them, were sweetened by the pink dog food that was full of it. Suddenly, Huang Lei stretched his head and kissed Sun Li on the face, and said with a huff, I am also a person with a wife, I don't eat your dog food. Old Huang, you're enough, don't eat it. Pissed me off. Hee-jong violently threw away the chopsticks, stood up and left. Peng Yuchang is still not full, a pair of eyes with a light full of innocence looking at the four people, Teacher Huang, Sure Maiden, Brother Tian, Sister Jia, you are my true relatives, can we sympathize with me as a young man's heart? Don't be so sadistic, okay? This is definitely the longest sentence that Peng Yuchang has said since he joined Xiang Xiang, and his expression directly adored the audience in the live broadcast room. Wow, what a cute Peng Peng, I want to lick the screen. Mr. Huang and the others have really gone overboard this time. I'm a single dog who can feel the heartbreak through the screen. Alas, Peng Peng, buddy sympathize with you. Do you want to be so skinny upstairs? Can't you see that Pumba wants to commit suicide? It's okay, Pumba, I'll make you my girlfriend when you come back, and I'll sweeten them up every day, huh? Upstairs, Pumba is mine, pull out your knife. Sun Li's face became a little red, did not have the good sense to glare at Huang Lei, and then to Peng Yuchang said, Sorry Peng Peng, your teacher Huang did not take it lightly, I will certainly support him in the future, so sweet time I have not experienced it for a long time. Pooh, don't eat it. Peng Yuchang was instantly defeated, and the others were dumbfounded by Sun Li's divine twist, then laughed in unison. After finishing his meal, Huang Lei lay on the floor of the gazebo, his hands touching his stomach, and said, To be honest, I had never really experienced such a tiring time before, but when I finished those, I suddenly felt that my entire body was a lot lighter, so the saying that life is expensive and sports is scientifically based. Ling Tian rolled his eyes. Mr. Huang, is it against your heart to say that? No, it's not against my heart. Huang Lei glared at Ling Tian, then laughed. I have to thank your teacher's wife, otherwise I might not be able to experience this feeling in my life. I have decided that in the future, I will be the hardest worker in the mushroom house, so please remember my words right now, and from now on, call me the hard-working Huangshao chef. It seems like I'm the cook of the mushroom house, right? Ling Tian was speechless and spat out. A moment of silence appeared in the mushroom house after these words, followed by Huang Lei growling, Little Tian, can you stop tearing me down all the time? Chapter 129, To be separated. Just as Ling Tian and Huang Lei were disliking each other there, the director who had been silent suddenly opened his mouth and coughed twice, then took out a megaphone and said loudly, Mr. He, Peng Yuchang, please come to the scene, there is now an important thing to announce, say it again, there is now an important thing to announce. Huang Lei froze, Sun Li realized, Li confused, Ling Tian sighed in relief. The netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly staring, wanting to see what the director was going to do again, but they were in a very good mood, because according to the previous set of words, a moment later, Hee-jong and Peng Yuchang will probably be very unlucky? Well, they can't help but be happy when they see a star get unlucky and suffer, there's nothing wrong with that. In the room, Hee-jong and Peng Yuchang were in the midst of 2 lines of tears in silence, only drinking thin rice porridge, when they suddenly heard the director's words. Hee-jong couldn't sit still at once. What's going on? By their dog abuse, we do not stay, and now even your director is also out of the show, right? At that moment, Hee-jong took slippers and rushed out. Peng Yuchang hands raised, slippers closely followed. Well, let him go to throw the director, he did not dare, but to give Hee-jong fire support or can do. Say, let us out to do what? If you don't have a satisfactory answer, I won't throw you to death today. Hee-jong huffed and pointed at the director and growled. The director fearfully shrunk his body back and said loudly, because the program is about to be aired, so we have to work on editing the material recorded in front of us as soon as possible, so after tonight, everyone will have a month's vacation, and after a month, everyone will converge on the mushroom house once again. That's it for now, if there's no doubt, you can go back and pack up your things now. Other than Ling Tian and Sun Li, everyone else was confused. Especially the netizens in the live broadcast room, they almost lifted the live broadcast room. What does this mean? You won't be able to watch the live broadcast in the future? That should be right, but why is it so sudden? Slot, suddenly feel empty in the heart. Upstairs, you're not alone. Why don't I go with you? I'm also drunk, forget it, I hope they can edit faster, it's nice to relive the past on TV. Upstairs, I kneel for you. For a long time, Hee-jong only reacted violently, threw away the slippers in his hand, skimmed his mouth and said, I thought something was going on, just now you directly shouted that is, but also had to pull us out, is not it think we are good to bully? Humph, but for the sake of the vacation, I will not bother with you.
Pumba stupid face, Mr. He, not lost? Throw your head off, go back to drink our rice thinning to go. Oh. In the gazebo, Huang Lei finally came to his senses, sighed deeply and laughed bitterly. I did not expect it to be so sudden. To be honest, I thought I could show love with Lily for a few days in the live broadcast, and now it's all fizzled out. Silly, what's the point of being an old married couple? Hurry up, go back to pack up things, tomorrow morning, don't delay the little couple. Sun Li blushed and pinched Huang Lei, said in a bad mood. Ling Tian laughed softly. Even if separate Mr. Huang cannot go and Mr. He and Pang Pang all have to give me to do hard labor to go. Talking and laughing, the live broadcast closed. Looking at the black down the live room, tens of millions of netizens all fell into silence. Although a month later they will come back, the live broadcast will also open, but now is really sad off. At the same time, Tianjing has been watching the live broadcast of Lu Duao, and the live broadcast closed after taking out the hand of the document. This is about the love lost 33 days of the project audit, and now the approval has been passed. The crew he is also all ready, waiting for Ling Tian to come over to start shooting. After thinking for a while, Lu Duao directly sent a message to Ling Tian, then got up and walked towards the room. This time he is also tired enough. Now everything is finally about to start. He is also ready to have a good rest. Well, wait for Ling Tian to come over. All the work will be thrown to him on the line. Changnan City, Li Yun had just finished eating with a group of new employees. As Ling Tian's fans, they naturally wouldn't leave the live broadcast unattended. After hearing the notice that the live broadcast was closed for a month, a group of people froze. The strong feeling of unwillingness to let go made them very difficult. However, Li Yun knew about Ling Tian and Li Xia's next work arrangement, so she immediately clapped her hands and said, "Okay, the live broadcast is suspended. You all have to start getting busy next. You all know that after this live broadcast is suspended, boss Ling Tian will start filming a movie, so the few who have applied for the job as assistants today can prepare first, and then follow them to Tianjing tomorrow after they have met the boss and boss's wife." In addition, the people in the publicity and development department should also be moved to ensure that before the movie starts shooting, the publicity work will be done. This is the first big drama of our studio opening, absolutely cannot allow any loss, and a few people in the photography department follow to Tianjing to learn about other people's photography technology. Speaking here, Li Yun suddenly looked at Su Lu. Lulu, once the movie starts shooting, the work behind it will be very heavy, but I still hope that you can make a trip to Tianjing and recruit a few assistant directors and post-production staff for our studio. A series of tasks were continuously released by Li Yun in an organized manner. The employees who had just been in a depressed mood instantly came to their senses, nodding their heads non-stop, and their eyes became brighter and brighter. When Li Yun finished all of them, a group of people directly pounced over and lifted Li Yun up high, loudly venting their inner excitement. Mushroom House. After the live broadcast was closed, Ling Tian and the others regained their cell phones, wallets and other things, and Ling Tian had just received his cell phone when he encountered a message from Lu Duao, and after reading it he instantly slapped his forehead speechlessly. How could he be so negligent? No wonder he had such a reaction. Regarding the movie Lost Love 33 Days, he had only given Lu Duao a copy at that time, but hadn't thought about registering the copyright and submitting the project for review at all. If not for Lu Duao's thoughtfulness, these two items alone would have been enough to delay them for several days. If not for Lu Duao's thoughtfulness, these two items alone would be enough to delay them for several days, and they only have a month's time, so these few days are very critical. At this moment, his gratitude to Lu Duao can no longer be explained in words. Putting the cell phone away, he looked towards the several people who were packing up their things, clapped his hands and said, "Mr. He, Mr. Huan, Pang Pang, if there is nothing else, I hope that we can meet up in Tianjing before tomorrow evening, and then confirm the actors as soon as possible. Hua has already done all the preliminary work. Once we have the personnel in place, we will strive to start shooting immediately." Chapter 130 Ling Tian solicits customers. Time unknowingly arrived at 10:30 in the morning. This time to prepare things have been prepared, the rest is Zhao Wei's performance moment. After deliberation, Li and Wang Jun Kai, two people to stay to help cook. The rest of the Dili Ruoba act as a bar girl, not only responsible for the guests' checkout and the supply of juice, but also need to be next to the bar as used to entertain the guests with a little bit of ham all the sliced down, plated. Su Yuping acted as a waiter, responsible for soliciting customers outside and ordering. The restless Anna took the initiative to undertake the task of soliciting customers, and I don't know what Londoners' faces will be when they see their beloved princess become a hotel welcome guest, but it should be more exciting. As for Ling Tian, he is all-powerful, helping to instruct Zhao Wei when he needs it, and the rest of the time he can go around outside and help Su Yuping and Anna, or maybe Dili Ruba? In short, Ling Tian, the original chef, had completely turned into a runner at this moment, truly moving wherever he was needed. In fact, the meals that Zhao Wei chose were the ones that she had done over at Elephant Island, so basically, there was no need for Ling Tian to give her instructions, and although the ones that came out might not even be as good as some of the chefs, for the Europeans who were used to eating fast food, they were still unbeatable delicacies. Therefore, after taking a look at Zhao Wei's production program, Ling Tian simply became a hands-off teacher, walking out of the back kitchen with his hands behind his back and finding a seat under the shed outside. "Hello, do you guys need to eat? Chinese restaurant, oh, absolutely authentic Chinese cuisine, definitely challenge your taste buds." At the entrance of the restaurant, Su Yuping looked at the pedestrians passing by outside and kept greeting them. Just. Ling Tian glanced at the time and said, Brother Pang, it's not even 11 o'clock yet, aren't your business hours a bit early? Su Yuping was shaken and turned his head to look at Ling Tian. I'm asking them to make a reservation, do you understand?
Well, maybe you haven't heard of the saying that plants can't keep up with changes, and I sympathize with you on that. Ling Tian sighed, an expression of regret to the extreme looking at people who couldn't whip him.
Ling Tian, you're so indebted, does Li know?
Ha, everyone please pay attention, it's time for Ling Tian's pie show. High energy ahead, bullet screen retreat, high energy ahead, bullet screen retreat.
Ling Tian, you're really not afraid that fifth brother will deploy troops to kill you if you do this? Su Yuping gritted his teeth and looked at Ling Tian. There is no such thing as burying people, right?
Since joining this program, he didn't know how many times he had been hit by Ling Tian's storms. He now wondered for a moment if he had come to this program just to create slots for these people. Anna was beside him, covering her mouth, forcing herself to hold back her laughter while keeping her head down as low as possible and wiping the tabletop, but that table was about to be wiped bald by her, okay? Taking a deep breath, Su Yuping turned around and went back down to the shed. You're okay now, right? Then I'll leave the soliciting to you, and I'll go help decut the ham. Are you sure you can cut it? You wouldn't cut your own fingers as ham, would you? Get lost. Su Yuping rolled his eyes in anger and hurried into the room. He was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to help but beat Ling Tian up hard later. He was too delinquent. Time passed quickly little by little, and it soon reached the noon mealtime, and it wasn't until then that Ling Tian stood up from his stool and walked towards the street. However, without waiting for him to step out of the gate, two passing passers-by frantically ran over, a man and a woman, looking like they were in their 20s at the most. From the fact that they were holding hands, it was not hard to tell that this should be a couple. After getting close to Ling Tian, the big blonde beauty could not hold back any longer and screamed as she rushed over to Ling Tian's side and fiercely pounced on him. Ah, you're Ling Tian, you're my idol, I love you. At this moment, Ling Tian clearly noticed that the man's face directly darkened. At this exact moment, the guide broadcast side directly gave that big beautiful girl's boyfriend a big facial close-up. Looking at this face, the netizens in the live broadcast room directly sprayed. Ling Tian, you are cuckolding people in front of their husbands, kneel down. It is difficult to see Ling Tian alive out of London. Alas, what a good young man, how like to give people head coloring it. Is it really okay to flirt with Ling Tian like this? If it was me, I definitely wouldn't care about my husband either. Although I don't have a husband, I'm pretty much the same. It's not just a hug, you guys, the grips from Staintopia are too delinquent. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he pushed that big beautiful girl away and said with a smile, hello guys, do you need to eat? Chinese restaurant, authentic Chinese cuisine. Is this owned by you? And do you know how to cook? The big pretty girl was still excited, tightly tugging on Ling Tian's hand, just wouldn't let go. The corner of Ling Tian's mouth twitched as he looked at the man. I don't know how to cook, but the one who cooks is my apprentice, so if you guys have time, you can come in and try it, and it definitely won't let you down. The man was furious and rolled his eyes, inwardly spitting, groove, picking up my woman in front of me and still wanting me to give your business a boost? What kind of joke is this? But he was just about to go and pull his girlfriend away, when the big beautiful girl nodded her head repeatedly. Okay, we'll eat here for lunch today, do you have anything good to eat? I'll take them all. The male was about to cry, gently wiping the corners of his eyes. Madun, how many years have not shed tears? Don't be so pitiful. Ling Tian smiled and nodded his head, but nudged at the big beautiful girl in her boyfriend's direction. The big beautiful girl froze for a moment, then turned back to look at her boyfriend, and after seeing his expression, she couldn't help but frown. What? You are not happy? No, absolutely not. I think the food made by this restaurant must be very delicious. Right? I knew you thought so too, so let's quickly go in and eat. The big beautiful girl smiled innocently and gave her boyfriend a complimentary look, then she quickly walked under the shed, found a seat and then greeted her boyfriend. The male breathed heavily, feeling that the flood of power inside was about to be suppressed, and it was even more as if tens of thousands of grass mud horses had suddenly rushed through his heart. Chapter 131, The Restaurant That's Full. Poor waifu, about to be pitched to death by his own girlfriend. On what kind of consequences would there be for having a girlfriend who is a brainwashed fan? Ha, this big beautiful girl is just too cute. Just what's the deal with eating Ling Tian's tofu? Old lady is upset, I tell you. Is the one upstairs afraid of schizophrenia? The live broadcast room was lively, compared to in Colmar. Here the viewers realized that the whole atmosphere seemed to be different, as if this place was more joyful, although the front of Colmar also had joyful moments, but the overall atmosphere was strange, far less clear and dry than here. Ling Tian was also amused by this couple, and smiled as he walked over with the menu, saying with a smile, our main dishes today are. All of them come in one serving. The big beauty blinked and directly interrupted Ling Tian's words, but then she realized that it seemed a bit rude to do so, so she said with an apologetic face, I'm sorry idol, I'm mainly too excited to see you, really, can I have one of everything? Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at this big beauty. We have a total of 8 specialties today, are you really sure you want to have one of all of them? Will you not be able to finish them all? The big beauty froze, only 8?
Now the guy finally couldn't help himself and spoke. Honey, I love Ling Tian too, really, but we have to be rational. I don't think Mr. Ling Tian likes the way we look right now either. The two of us usually only have a maximum of 3 dishes. 8 is really too much. That's right, as much as I want business to be booming, rational spending is the main thing, and in the end, I'm just a normal person, you guys can totally treat me as a friend. Ling Tian said as he handed the menu to the big beautiful girl and opened his mouth with a smile. The big beauty glared at her boyfriend with some dissatisfaction, but in the end, she obediently started ordering, and in the end, they asked for a mutton handsteak rice, a spicy shrimp, a braised pork and a stir-fried seasonal vegetable. On Ling Tian's recommendation, they also ordered a ham and 2 pearl milk teas, and the first order of business was considered a complete success. After handing the order over to Anna, who was busy, and letting her go in to inform the serving of the food, Ling Tian once again stood at the entrance of the restaurant ready to solicit customers. It had to be said that Ling Tian's reputation in London was really very high, and he had just stood over there for less than 5 minutes before a group of 7 girls rushed over. The next moment. Ah, the boy god, I actually saw the boy god, is it true? Ha, I touched the boy god's arm, the muscles are just so awesome, I want him to hug me. Ha, I touched the abs, you little ES, hurry up and get out of the way, sis might even share the feeling with you. You little BTCH, how dare you touch the male god's abs, you're finished I'm telling you, male god, come and give me a kiss. Looking at Ling Tian, who was surrounded by a group of big foreign chicks, the netizens in the live broadcast room were completely baffled. I suddenly realized that no matter how hard I try, I still can't resist Ling Tian's charm, the future is really dark. You bunch of stinky ES, get lost, Ling Tian is our Chinese sister's son. Why are you so outstanding, Ling Tian? How can you let us fellow singles live with ourselves? The grips upstairs should stop showing off here, you guys will never be able to compare to a single finger of Ling Tian. The fact is, you guys are going too far, although Ling Tian is great, but it's impossible to get on you guys, there is that energy, might as well find an average guy. Suddenly surrounded by a group of people, Ling Tian also froze. Even if he reacted quickly, he was also eaten a lot of tofu. After he got out of the misery, the whole person felt bad. Male god, we love you. Aha! You guys don't love me, otherwise you wouldn't have forced to take advantage of me. Ling Tian's sentence directly made the 7 big foreign chicks all confused. The script doesn't seem right. Why don't you follow the rules? However, Ling Tian only flirted with them for a moment, and then quickly opened his mouth to say, do you want to eat? Just opened a Chinese restaurant, authentic Chinese cuisine, if you are interested you can sit inside. Did you make this? A foreign girl asked with her hands on her cheeks, looking at Ling Tian with a blushing face. The other girls didn't say anything, but each one of them had an expression that really couldn't wait to eat Ling Tian, and without any hesitation, if Ling Tian was willing to do so, it wouldn't be a problem to have a party of 8 tonight. It's just that Ling Tian wasn't that kind of person, so he was directly stunned by the eyes of the 7 foreign girls, and waved his hands back and forth. No, I don't cook, I'm just a runner, but the one who cooks is my disciple, so you guys can totally try it. So you can totally try it. Well then, the invitation of the god of men can never be refused. Sister, start eating. That's right, you can't say no to the god of men, we're going to eat a lot. God of men, what kind of food do you have here? We'll take them all. Yes, we eat a lot. Ling Tian didn't know whether to cry or laugh as he welcomed the 7 girls into the shed. In order to avoid any awkwardness that would happen next, this time he didn't refuse at all. After greeting them and seating them, he said to Anna, who was busy inside, Anna, go tell Sister Vi that she's going to have all of today's dishes, and by the way, ask Brother Yuping to serve 7 cups of milk tea and a serving of ham. After saying that, Ling Tian ran away. Ma Dan, something will definitely happen if he stays again. His behavior made everyone couldn't help but laugh, except for that big beautiful girl who was eating. She was really so angry. If it wasn't for the small number of people on her side, she definitely wouldn't have minded to have an all-out fight with those 7 little bimbos. It was too much. She also didn't think about it. She had just given Ling Tian a super big bear hug and had eaten more tofu than the others. His girlfriend's behavior made the man helpless, so he could only look forward to hurrying up to finish his meal and then swear to never come to this place again. Otherwise he really doubted that his girlfriend would still be there when Ling Tian and the others left. It had to be said that with Ling Tian as a living signboard, the business of the Chinese restaurant was practically bursting at the seams, and in just less than half an hour, it was already fully booked. The immediate consequence of this situation was that Zhao Wei in the back kitchen was going crazy. Chapter 132, Employee Meeting. The next morning. When Ling Tian and Li Xia came out of the room, the program team had all been withdrawn. He Zhong and others also went early to start arranging the next work. After all, once the movie starts shooting, it will not be completed in a day or 2 days. During this period of time must be able to push all the work all pushed off. Ling Tian made a simple but cozy breakfast, accompanied Li Zhong to eat and then rushed to the studio. Speaking of which, the studio had been set up for 2 or 3 days now, and he, the real big boss, had yet to show up, so it was probably considered to be the first one in the world. At 9 a.m., the two of them appeared at the studios downstairs. Li Shoubian parked his car and then led Ling Tian towards the studio, while explaining the surroundings and other conditions with a haughty face.
Ling Tian nodded his head from time to time as he listened, and by the time the two of them walked into the studio, all of the employees had already arrived, which finally made the studio not look so empty. Well, but it was only this floor, the upper two floors were still unoccupied. Lee was planning to save it for later when the studio grew. The appearance of the two of them, but also let all the employees who were working instantly stop the work in hand, one by one face with excitement to look at them. The star, this is the first time they are so close contact with the stars, especially their favorite stars, can be like this and their own respected in the work together. The heart of the feeling is not able to use words to express. The sudden quietness startled Li Yun, who was writing the paperwork. When she looked up and saw Ling Tian and the two of them, she also froze for a moment, but quickly reacted, got up and walked to the two of them, saying, "You guys came really fast. Since you're here, you should get to know the unit's patriarch first." Li, a cheeky smile, let go of Ling Tian, hugged Li Yun, said, "Sister, I found you a handsome brother-in-law, right?" Although she wanted to hit Li Yun had to admit that Ling Tian was really handsome, although not as tender as the fresh meat, but there was a unique hardness in his body, and a forcefulness and majesty that belonged only to the higher-ups, so that when people looked at him, they had a feeling of wanting to bow their heads. Even if his smile seemed so gentle. Ling Tian smiled and extended his hand towards Li Yun. "I'm Ling Tian, Xiao's boyfriend. Hello, sister." Li Yun nodded and touched hands with Ling Tian, saying, "Good day, brother-in-law." The people in the WoW studio instantly gasped. They originally thought that Li Yun was a professional manager that Ling Tian had found, but they didn't realize that this general manager, who seemed to be incredibly gentle, yet strong, was Li Yun's sister. With this relationship, they suddenly felt that they couldn't be lazy at work in the future. Li Yun smiled, turned around and said, "Come on, I'll take you guys to visit the studio first, because it's just opened, so the staff is not so adequate, but the framework I had built up, the rest is just fill in. By the way, when you guys go to Tianjing to shoot a movie this time, the assistants you should have can't be missing. I've already arranged them for you, and Xiaolo, come here for a moment." Sula froze for a moment at the words, then hurriedly dropped the pen in his hand and ran over, his face flushed red as he said, "Boss is good, boss lady is good." Looking at the clean and incomparable smile on Suli's face, Li Xiaoyan was slightly moved and said with some surprise, "You have a nice smile." In fact, Suli's looks are not much pretty, can only say that it is not similar to Li Yun, belongs to the kind of extremely popular face, but her smile is too clean, directly let her pretty level up several grades. Sula waved her hand somewhat shyly, "Boss lady is the one who looks good, I'm just an ugly girl." "Ha, you're too cute, but pretty is pretty, there's no need to be so self-conscious, you need to learn to be confident." "Well, what kind of work are you doing now?" Mr. Li looked at Sula curiously and asked. "I am now the secretary of Mr. Li. She is what I found in the talent market. At that time I was hanging the signboard alone, only she came over to help me. At that time, after seeing her smile, I knew that this is the secretary I was looking for, and her memory is very strong, it can be strong to the point that you doubt your life." Li Yun glanced towards Li some dejected, and then continued, "This time I am going to let her also follow you together, to the Nortel side to see if you can find us some director's reserve talent, as well as the latter part of the talent, although these two departments are now divided out, but still in a state of vacancy. In order to the company's future development, it is necessary to fill it up as soon as possible." Li froze, but just as she was about to say something, Ling Tian suddenly pulled her back and nodded with a smile. "Yes, then go and get ready, and we'll head out directly when it's noon." "Go!" Sulu responded and then turned around to leave. After that, Ling Tian and Li Yun's lead to recognize all the existing personnel of the studio, counting Li Yun a total of 30 people, of which there are only 4 boys, the rest of the colorful youthful beauty, and one by one, the educational level is high and scary, the lowest are all 211 university graduates, then Ling Tian this mudleg do not know how much higher. And they also focused on recognizing their assistants, are 2 girls, one called Zhang Xiaoqiao, Magic City University of Communications Literature graduates, one called Feng Xiaoyu, Changnan College of Finance and Economics Department of Management graduates. Zhang Xiaoqiao was Li Xiaoyu's assistant, while Feng Xiaoyu was Ling Tian's assistant, except that both of them knew that basically Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyu would spend very little time apart from each other in the future, so both of them consciously distributed their work, with one acting as the living assistant for both of them, and the other acting as the working assistant. In addition to the 2 assistants, there were also 2 drivers, but those 2 drivers were now in the 4S store. After they joined the company, Li Yun had allocated $1 million and brought up 2 cars. They were the ones responsible for driving the cars back. After all, in the future, many occasions of Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan were not suitable to drive themselves, the drivers had to be there. After recognizing the staff, it is also considered a simple staff meeting, after which Ling Tian took a general look at the work plan written by Li Yun. I have to say, Li Yun's ability is absolutely unquestionable. With this plan, the studio, even without those memories in his head, it is also enough to develop quickly. However, because of those memories, these plans did not look so perfect, and even had many more unavoidable mistakes and loopholes. Chapter 133: A Great Surprise? 6 o'clock in the afternoon. A Volkswagen Phaeton drove out of Tianjing's highway exit and sped towards the city of Tianjing. For the city of Tianjing, Ling Tian had an indescribable emotion. In his previous life, he stayed in this city for more than 2 years, and finally grayed out and carried his luggage away, becoming poorer from nothing. He remembered that when he came to Tianjin, he still had $1,000, but when he left, he only had $15 left, and then he relied on the construction site to carry bricks to barely get through the most difficult period of time. After 2 lifetimes, this time he stepped into this land once again, but this time he came here with tens of millions of assets and countless classics in his head. He wanted to see if he was really unsuitable for this city, and if he was, then he also wanted to smash this curse right to pieces. As the heart city of the country, Tianjin's biggest symbol was the endless viaducts and the ubiquitous traffic jams. Ling Tian and his group had passed nearly 3 hours from the time they entered the suburbs of Tianjin to the time they entered the second Ring Tian Haigu Hotel and met up with Huang Lei and the others.
I see you come really slow enough. Go. Your room has been arranged. A moment together to eat a dinner. We are in order to wait for you two. Have been starving until now.
Just met. Huang Lei cannot help but complain, causing Ling Tian had to apologize to a few people. There is no way, this is the basic behavior. In the show they can be no big or small, but out of the show is still like that, is uneducated and unqualified. Of course, if the relationship to the point of iron to the point that cannot be line, is not impossible, but even then also have to grasp a degree, otherwise it is likely to lead to unpredictable consequences.
Okay, don't stand here. Hua is still waiting inside. Give you a surprise today, let's go.
He Zheng rounded up Ling Tian and then led a few people into the hotel. They first put their luggage into the room, and then under the leadership of Huang Lei and He Zheng, several people walked into a private room in the hotel. When the door to the private room opened and he saw the people in the room clearly, Ling Tian froze.
Not only did he see Lu Dewao, he also saw Gu Tim Lu and Peng Yu Chang. Besides the three of them, there were 2 other people. One was the famous sketch actor Guode, and the other was the famous Hong Kong island singer Dr. Chen. In his previous life, Ling Tian liked a lot of songs, but his favorite was definitely Dr. Chen's song Pampas, Ergo, but this world doesn't have this song, but that still doesn't stop Ling Tian from loving Dr. Chen. As for Guode, this is a famous actor who has appeared in the Spring Festival night for I don't know how many times. His acting skills are absolutely nothing to speak of, it's just that right now he looks a bit old. Ling Tian suddenly realized that this old artist in front of him is already in his 60s with a high collar. Mr. Guo, good, Dr. Chen, hello, really did not expect to be able to see you here, really huh, I am now a little excited, do not know what to say, good. Ling Tian acted a little shy, no way, suddenly faced these 2 big names, he is really difficult to calm down. Lu Dewao laughed lightly, how is it? Xiao Tian, I didn't let you down with these 2, did I? After you gave me the script, I've been thinking about what kind of actors I should look for to go with it. How about letting Mr. Guo play the old man in it? This is too good to be true. Thank you, Brother Hua, and thank you, Mr. Guo, for joining this movie. Guode even waved his hand. No, I really like this script, to be honest, nowadays the movie really is more and more fickle, like you can concentrate on the plot of the study, really not much, I'm also more than 60 this year, I can for the Huaxia movie to make a contribution, it is incumbent upon me. No matter what, thanks, really. Ling Tian bowed towards Guode. Lu Dewao blinked, then said, how about Gu Zai starring as that Lu Ran? Ling Tian then suddenly realized why Timothy Koo told him something like that last time, but no matter what, if Timothy Koo could really join, it would definitely be a super powerful box office bomb, and at this time Ling Tian suddenly didn't know how to thank Lu Dewao. He raised his hand to cover his face, took a deep breath and said, Brother Hua, how can you make me thank you? Lu Dewao laughed, if you really want to thank me, then don't be so formal with me, or that, you are the most talented and purest young man I've ever seen, it's really good to be friends with you, so, Gu's role is confirmed? That's absolutely fine, I don't even know how to describe it, really, lol. Well, don't get excited first, I know you've got the main roles all confirmed, but then, since the doctor just happens to be preparing for a concert over here in Tianjin during this period of time, I'm pulling him over to guest star as the agent who rents the apartment, The doctor is very happy about it. This time Ling Tian decided to shut up, because he had been completely dumbfounded. Dr. Chen although he hadn't taken the title of movie star, but his influence in the movie circle was definitely not small, such a big shot even came to give him a cameo. How many good things did he do in his past life in exchange for this? Silence for a long time, Ling Genius took a deep breath, then backed up a few steps, and bowed heavily towards a few people. I won't say more words, I will definitely make this movie perfect, and live up to everyone's love for me, and lastly, although it's very out of the ordinary to say this, I still have to say thank you to all of you big brothers, really. No arrogance, very good, give me a call if there is anything in the future, even though I am about to retire, there are still some things that I can talk about. Guode was very satisfied with Ling Tian's performance and made a promise. Ling Tian once again clasped his fists and thanked him. After that, Dr. Chen suddenly said, Xiao Tian, I've shown my solidarity with you on Weibo, and I'm here to give you a cameo in the movie, so shouldn't you also go up to my concert to give me a hand? I don't ask for much, as long as you come up with 2 or 3 new original songs, I'm just kidding, but I really want you to support me, is that okay? No problem. Ling Tian agreed without even thinking, although what Dr. Chen said seemed to be asking him to help, Ling Tian was very clear that this was Dr. Chen lifting him up, only it was the singing world that he was lifting up. Chapter 134, Love at First Sight by Peng Yu Chang. Ling Tian's performance was recognized by everyone, although there were still some flaws, Ling Tian's humility was something that everyone liked.
Unlike some of the fresh meat nowadays, who started to pose before anything else, every time they went out, there were a ton of bodyguards, assistants, and whatnot, making it look like they were national leaders. After a good start, the next mealtime a group of people talking and laughing, but also let the atmosphere is very good, just do not know whether it is nervous. The whole process did not say a word, always in the measure of a few big names, eyes flashing inexplicable excitement and excitement. After finishing the meal was already an hour later, Lu Duwao accompanied Ling Tian to send Guade away, then suddenly said, I also have a candidate for that granny, or Mr. Guo recommended, I guess you've heard of it, called Kai Ming, a very famous performance artist. Ling Tian was so shocked that he almost didn't paralyze, panting, he said, Brother Hua, next time if there is this kind of surprise, can you give me a heads up first? I almost didn't die of excitement today, really. Lu Duwao laughed heartily, Gu Tim Lu and Dr. Chen also laughed and patted Ling Tian's shoulder before returning to their respective rooms. Huang Lei and He Jiang saw that there was nothing else to do, and discussed with Ling Tian about tomorrow's opening conference and then left. That's right, they're going to hold a press conference tomorrow, and as for the rest of the supporting cast in the movie, come on, Huang Lei is a teacher at the Peking Electric Company, and he has a lot of students under his belt, and he can call dozens of them with just a single voice. Although they don't have the ability to play the lead role, some of the roles of the passers-by are absolutely fine, such as Huang Xiaoxian's girlfriends, such as those dragons in the wedding scene, etc. After determining the time, Ling Tian and Huang Lei will have a press conference tomorrow. After determining the time, Ling Tian and Li Li were about to leave when they suddenly realized that Peng Yuchang was standing still, his eyes looking in a certain direction without blinking. Following his line of sight, he realized that the girl Sulu was recording something with her head down. The two of them glanced at each other before revealing a dazed expression in unison. Ling Tian lightly laughed and walked to Peng Yuchang's front and coughed twice, directly scaring Peng Yuchang to jump up. After seeing Ling Tian, his face instantly turned red, shivering and opening his mouth, but not a single word popped out. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he shook his head, then said, Xiaolu, come over here for a moment. Sulu was flabbergasted for a moment, then quickly ran over. Boss, is there something you want to go do? No, it's just that this nymphomaniac can't walk when he sees you, you'll be responsible for sending him to his room later. Sulu instantly blushed and waved his hands. Boss, I am still small. Ling Tian coughed twice. This child is also only 24 years old, and the person is good. Well, I'll tell you this much, if it really can't be done, follow your own choice, that's it, I'll go back to rest with your sister-in-law first. Sulu looked blankly at the distant Ling Tian and Li Li. She was speechless for a while, and was completely helpless towards this pair of bosses. However, when she looked at Peng Yuchang again, she did not have the curiosity that she had earlier, but just more than a trace of dissatisfaction, beaming her mouth. How can you be like this? You don't even know me and you like me. Well, Peng Yuchang, this child itself is not much language ability, this time his more nervous words are not good. But when he looked at the smile Sulu revealed, the light in his eyes became heavier. Sula huffed and turned around and said, Where do you live? I will send you there, I have to hurry back to rest. I like you. Peng Yuchang finally crashed out these words, then hurriedly caught up with Sulu and said, My name is Peng Yuchang, I'm a newcomer who just debuted. I don't know how to say it. Anyway, it's the kind of thing that makes me feel like I like you very much when I see you. It's love at first sight, right? Anyway, that's it, can you give me a chance to chase you? Sula slapped her forehead without any good breath, although she is simple batch, but for the feelings is not ignorant. In the past in the village time do not know how many people to her matchmaking. If it wasn't for her insistence on bringing her younger brother, it was estimated that she would have married out a long time ago, and now her child would be able to play soy sauce, right? After all, in that village of theirs, there were girls who married right out of middle school. Just love at first sight? This kind of thing she does not know. Her heart is now also a little messy, and finally had to Peng Yuchang grunted, and then said, You in the end to go or not? I'll go now. Go, I'm leaving, then you haven't told me your name yet. My name is Sula, I can give you the chance to chase me, but you can't force me. Su Li's footsteps walked a little faster. Okay, I know, I'll use my hard work and sincerity to make you like me. Please watch my performance. Let's talk about it later. I don't want to hear empty words from you. How can this be empty words? This. Peng Yuchang stopped before he could finish his words because he saw He Jiong who walked out from the room. Only at this time, He Jiong was also confused, and when he reacted, his whole body was bad, and he couldn't help but say, Your name is Shiola, right? This child lives with me, so you have been sent to the place, you can go back to rest. Sulu was relieved when he heard this and quickly bowed to He Jiong. Okay Mr. He, then I'll leave first. Good night. Good night. He Jiong smiled as he finished greeting Sulu, then he suddenly changed his face and pulled Peng Yuchang into the room, saying, I say you're good enough, you're really ready to get rid of your singlehood when you come back to the mushroom house, aren't you? What about eating dog food and drinking porridge together? This is called betrayal. Peng Yuchang giggled. He knew He Jiong's character too well, although the words were so. In fact, he knew clearly that this was just He Jiong reminding him that Sulu was Ling Tian's person. He couldn't be so reckless. So he smiled nervously and responded, Teacher He, this is what Brother Tian promised, but I really like Su Li's. I saw her at the first glance, so I'm going to chase after her. Have you thought it through? Knowing that it wasn't Peng Yuchang's wishful thinking, He Jiong let go of his heart, but still frowned and asked.
Pang Yuchang nodded. I don't want to hide anything like other idols, I just admire brother Tian and sister Jin, so if Sulu agrees to my pursuit, I'll be the first to announce it. I don't want her to suffer a little bit of aggravation. Naive Pang Yuchang was speaking with determination at this time. Chapter 135, Press Conference. The hotel room. Li, after taking a shower and coming out, looking at Ling Tian who was lying on the bed, he asked with some curiosity, "You just sold Sheila like that? Aren't you afraid that she hates you?" Ling Tian put down his book, patted the place beside him and said with a smile, "What do you think of this kid Pang Pang?" "What is this child said with you like how old, but Pang Pang, not bad, people loyal and honest, and willing to work, the future achievements may not be bad, at least Lele with him will not suffer anything." Li Xia thought for a while and responded, at the same time lying down on Ling Tian's side. Ling Tian nodded, "Isn't that enough? Instead of letting Lele go through certain traumas in the future, it would be better to find someone who knows his roots. Pang Pang has only been together for a month, but that month is enough to see a person's character, so I'm very relieved about him. Of course, if in the end, if Lele really doesn't come to terms with him, I won't force it either." "That's true. Okay, hurry up and go to sleep. Tomorrow you have to get up early to put on your makeup, so I guess you'll be tired for most of the day." "I'm sure you'll be tired for the rest of the day." The next day, the daybreak, Ling Tian will open his eyes, but he found that Li even early wash finished all. Looking at a face of spirit Li, Ling Tian's face surfaced a touch of helplessness, raised his hand to look at the time. "Only 5 o'clock, you get up so early to do what?" "It's okay, I can't sleep, so I got up." "Okay, you hurry up, Mr. He, they're ready." "I know." Just like what Lili said, Ling Tian completely underestimated the professionalism of these people who have been in the entertainment industry for years. When they don't have a job, they will stay in bed as much as they want, but once they have a job, they will definitely get up very early, on the one hand to let their essence reach its peak, on the other hand, it is also in order to think about whether or not there is anything that they missed yesterday, so as not to make any mistakes when they are at work. It's just that. When he asked He Jiong and the others for breakfast, he saw Peng Yuchang who was sticking to Sulu. At this time Peng Yuchang was carrying a breakfast in her hand. It looked like soy milk or soy milk. With the donuts and a few small dishes, she was muttering something. Suli's face was red, her eyes couldn't stop glancing around, as if she was worried about being seen. Ling Tian coughed twice. "Okay, if you want to eat, hurry up and go eat." A moment later, Pang Pang hurry to find your makeup artist makeup. "Good to Tian." Peng Yuchang hurriedly responded, then looked at Sulu with an expectant face. Sulu opened his mouth and finally huffed, "I can't even work when you're like this." "It's okay, I'll accompany you to look for it after the press conference. Let's eat first, okay? You're not allowed to be like this next time." "Okay, I promise." Watching the two youngsters run away, Huang Lei said with a doting face, "This kid is finally getting the hang of it. Speaking of which, I don't know how Dahua is doing now. It's time for him to come out in the second half of the season, isn't it?" He Jiang nodded. If Dahua knew that Pang Pang had even found a girlfriend ahead of him, I wonder if he would be pissed off. Huang Lei snorted out a laugh, then shook his head not knowing what to say. For the Dahua in both of their mouths, Ling Tian knew, but regarding Lu Xianhua, Ling Tian wouldn't intervene in anything. On the one hand, that kid was obviously a bit immature, although older than Peng Yuchang, but in terms of dealing with the world, as well as in terms of ability, he was quite a bit worse, holding up to a teenager's level. This kind of person was obviously the type that was spoiled by his family. Of course, his character is still good, but to let Ling Tian to introduce her to the object, that would not be right. Ling Tian is afraid of being beaten by the girls. A few moments later, Lu Duwao and the others arrived, and then together they entered the hotel's specially arranged dressing room to start their makeup. At 7 in the morning, Hua De brought Kai Ming in, and after exchanging pleasantries, Kai Ming quickly entered the state and went into the dressing room. At this time, Lu Duwao found Ling Tian, said, "The reporter has all contacted, 8:30 a.m. will be on time to the scene. At that time you the screenwriter plus director plus investor will be the protagonist. Can you stabilize?" Ling Tian laughed lightly, "No problem." It's not that Ling Tian is talking big, after all, he is a person who has experienced life and death once. What other scenes can make him afraid? Lu Duwao saw Ling Tian speaking with confidence, so he smiled and nodded, patting him on the shoulder. "Then the rest of the things will be handed over to you. I still have some other things, so I won't be coming out this time. Remember, you're a genius. No matter what it is, it can't be hard for you." Ling Tian smiled bitterly. Lu Duwao left, but before he left he did arrange everything and left his assistant to support Ling Tian. Time unknowingly reached 8 o'clock, and after the crowd had a breakfast in the hotel they all headed towards the lobby of the hotel where the press conference would be held. Almost as they entered the lobby, Huang Lei, who had disappeared for almost 2 hours, suddenly appeared and brought along 20 students, half of which were men and half of women. Looking at the handsome men and women in front of him, Ling Tian couldn't help but scratch his sweat. He was really a bit worried that this group of students would not steal the limelight of the main actors. Well, it was still mainly Mr. Huang and Mr. He. But no matter what, their movie now staff standard absolutely beyond many large investment in the movie. The main thing is that these actors are all zero pay to act, and finally only take the box office share. This is also for Ling Tian can be more easily to start the early stage. After all, their pay, which is not sky high.
The journalists who were there originally held little interest in seeing that series of big names instantly became full of spirit, and one by one raised the camera in their hands, constantly capturing the images of these big names. But soon they realized that all these big names surrounded Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan, and Ling Tian was their leader. This discovery made the reporters even more excited, and they even started to guess Ling Tian's behind-the-scenes identity. Maybe all the words he said in the yearning program were fake, and he was actually the son of some big family? Going to Xiang just to experience life? Well, this speculation was very powerful, but equally explosive, so the reporters instantly turned their cameras and focused their main direction on Ling Tian and Li, the newly promoted couple. Chapter 136, Press Conference. Hello Ling Tian, I'm a reporter from Tianjin Entertainment Weekly. I'd like to ask you, as a first-timer in the movie industry, what exactly did you rely on to invite so many famous actors and artists to join your new movie? Ling Tian, hello, I'm a reporter from Nanchang Daily. I'd like to ask if you're the son of some big family, and in fact, your words in the yearning life are all lies? Is it because of the persona? Hello Ling Tian. Ling Tian and the others just sat down. A large group of reporters frantically surged up, chattering and clamoring, and the questions were such that one could not help but frown, especially Huang Lei, who could not help but almost slap the table. Ling Tian pulled Huang Lei, then stood up. Everyone, please come one by one if you have questions. Don't be like this. I can't even hear what you are actually saying if you are like this. And also, today is the press conference of the new movie, The Lost Love of 33 Days. It is not my Ling Tian's identity revelation big reveal. So if you want to ask about this, then forget about it. Okay, now start again. The reporters finally quieted down, but they looked a bit scornful of Ling Tian's later words. After Ling Tian announced the restart, Sula stood up and then ordered a female reporter. The female reporter stood up with a happy face and said, Ling Tian, I'm a reporter from Yunhua Entertainment newspaper. My name is Zhou Yun. I would like to ask, what exactly is the story of this movie of yours? It sounds like the name is about lost love. Is it a tragedy? Ling Tian laughed lightly. No, to be precise, this should be a tragic comedy. The beginning is tragic, but the back is comedic. If we have to divide it up, we can call her a healing movie. If there are those who want to fall in love, or those who are in love, or those who are breaking up, you can take a look. Thank you. Then Sulu ordered another reporter. This time it was a male reporter. Just now he called the most fierce, so when he stood up, he directly opened his mouth and asked, Ling Tian, hello, I'm a reporter from Tianjin Entertainment Weekly. I would like to ask you, as a newcomer, in the end, what do you rely on to invite so many big names to join your movie? Are there any hidden secrets behind the scenes that we don't know about? Bum! Huang Lei slammed the table and got up. You're here to pick a fight, aren't you? Huang Lei was furious. The consequences were serious. A group of reporters instantly winced. They could ignore Ling Tian because he was a newcomer, but they didn't dare to offend Huang Lei, because a single phone call from Huang Lei could make all of them journalists lose their jobs, and in serious cases, they might even be held criminally liable. Ling Tian took a deep breath and said, I don't know exactly why you're asking, but I can clearly tell you now. Brother Locke and the doctor were both recommended by Big Brother Lu Dewao, as well as Teacher Guodi and Teacher Kai Ming. Both of them gave me this newcomer a chance because of Big Brother Lu Dewao's face, and as for Teacher Huang and Teacher He, they were set in stone at the time of the Mushroom House, and there is no need to tell you that Li Li is a woman, isn't there? I'm a woman, and I'm shooting this movie just for her. So, I, Ling Tian, don't have any face at all, except for Big Brother Lu Dewao, Teacher Huang and Teacher He who look up to me. I'm nothing, so... Are you satisfied now? Lily patted Ling Tian's back and coldly glared at that reporter. Not only her, even the always very good-tempered Gu Timla couldn't help but speak up. I hope you guys can think past yourselves when you ask questions. Xiao Tian has spent a few days with me. There is no need for him to have doubts about his identity. If there are any more similar remarks, I can't guarantee that I will prosecute you guys, and that's it. That reporter sat down a bit sheepishly, but his gaze at Ling Tian was even more burning. He believed that there must be some secret in this, so he had to dig it out. Only then could his fame go up a notch. After this episode, the rest of the reporters basically asked questions about the movie, and Ling Tian answered them all carefully. It was only after a dozen or so questions that these reporters turned their microphones to the actors, and the first one they asked was Timothy Koo. As we all know, over the years, for the sake of charity, Timothy Koo had accepted a lot of advertisements for trashy games, and had also made some bad movies that had failed in terms of both box office and word of mouth, but he still hadn't been blackballed by anyone, and they were curious as to why Timothy Koo had taken on this movie. Timothy Koo's answer is also very casual. Nothing, I just think Xiao Tian is very nice, and I like the script, that's all. I suggest everyone to go and see it. Really, this movie is not a bad movie. If it is, I'll build a few more elementary school as a compensation to everyone. Ha ha. Timothy Koo's answer made everyone laugh. There was really no way to hack such a star. Even many reporters had already thought of the next headline. It would be called, Newly Promoted Youngster Ling Tian's Debut Film Lost Love for 33 Days Started Filming. Timothy Koo joined in with great enthusiasm and let out a statement that if it wasn't good, he would donate more schools. I'm sure it will cause a lot of traffic. Then came Guodi, Kai Ming, Huang Lei, and He Jiong. One by one, they inquired about the past, and the answers they got were that the script was a good one. Although Ling Tian's directing ability had not been verified, all of them surprisingly believed in him, and this also made Ling Tian very touched. It was only at the end that all of them aimed at Li Jian. May I ask Li Chen, as Ling Tian's girlfriend, Ling Tian had said that he didn't want you to take on other people's movies, and he didn't want you to act intimately with other people of the opposite sex, even if it's inside a movie or TV show.
Do you have any thoughts about this?
I do. Li Xiaoyan replied with a smile.
And this answer also made all the reporters excited. Nima explosive point is coming up. But the next words of Li but they directly into the cold palace. I'm very happy that he can have this kind of idea and wording because it means that he really loves me. So you all know, I unilaterally destroyed the contract, followed my husband out to mix, well, start the next question. After a group of people sprayed blood, Nima opened a press conference to spread dog food. You guys have finished? Still, the next reporter asked, aren't you afraid that Ling Tian will fail and make your career completely collapse? It's okay, anyway, we have more than 10 acres of land, can't starve, that's it. The reporter instantly retreated. Nima, this interview cannot continue. We want to explode, not dog food, okay? Chapter 137, Starting Shooting and Impacts.
The entire press conference lasted for nearly 2 hours before it ended, and then under Ling Tian's announcement, the filming of 33 Days of Lost Love officially began. After that, Ling Tian was led by Lu Dewa's assistant to the first place where they were filming, which was in this hotel. There were a total of 3 scenes in this hotel, one of a young couple breaking up peacefully, one of Huang Xiaoxian and Wang Xiaobian accompanying Wei Yiran's couple, and one of Wang Xiaobian taking Huang Xiaoxian to a friend's wedding. If things go well, Ling Tian is ready to shoot all 3 episodes today. Of course, this depends on the actual situation, really can't that no one can do anything about it, is not it? As a cameo, the first shot appeared to be 2 of Huang Lei's students, both handsome men and women. At this time, they sat opposite each other as written in the script, with 2 cups of coffee on top of the table. Ling Tian stood behind the camera, staring intently at the lens. As he started to get into the mood, the skills in his head regarding directing turned directly into his instincts. After making sure that the camera was fine, he nodded to the assistant director. The assistant director nodded in response, and then greeted the scene manager, who immediately said, Lost Love 33, Scene 3, first shot Exxon. After that, the 2 students quickly got into the mood, but just as they were about to open their mouths to say their lines, Ling Tian suddenly blurted out, click. The 2 students were instantly confused, and even the others froze in place, turning their gazes to Ling Tian. Ling Tian frowned and said, have you 2 never been in love? Yup. Not yet. The 2 students replied at the same time. Ling Tian nodded indistinctly and laughed. Although people say that the first shot of a movie's opening must be done over and over again because it represents a good start, I don't think so. It's human beings who make mistakes, so I don't believe in that at all. The group of people continued to be dumbfounded, as they simply didn't know why Ling Tian was saying all this at this time. Although he was right, but things had already happened. Would it be useful to say this again? Instead of explaining to the people, Ling Tian walked over to the side of the 2 students, attached himself to them and said with a smile, you can be sure that when you came here, Mr. Huang had already told you guys that you would be the first one, so you guys are acting very hard, but it's because you're trying too hard. First of all, you are now a couple, although there is no relationship to break up, but still a couple, so you have to behave in the calm with a hint of memories of the past. Memories? But we don't get it. The girl froze. The boy was also a bit confused. What memories? Single dogs can't be hurt. Ling Tian took a deep breath and said, this way, have you guys ever liked anyone before? Even if it was in elementary school, as long as you can think of it, or recall if there was anything in the past that made you guys engraved in your hearts? Like this? Okay, let's do it again. Okay, this time there will be no problems. The 2 swore with assurance. Ling Tian gave a and returned behind the camera once again. When the shooting started again, there was indeed something more in the eyes of the 2 people, although it was not as deep as the emotional eyes, but it was enough to cope with this kind of drama. After all, the feelings had already come to an end. It was not good to show more depth instead. After the boy made sure that Ling Tian didn't shout click, he straightened his suit and revealed a slightly forced smile, saying, I think something might have gone wrong between us, so. The girl's eyes lit up and she laughed, I feel the same way. So, I think we should separate for a while first? Okay. That's it then, this meal is on me. The boy walked towards the outside after saying that. The girl smiled and also stood up, following the boy's footsteps towards the outside of the hotel. Looking at the 2 backs in the camera, Ling Tian violently raised his hand. Click. Okay, this one passed. As the words landed, a group of people instantly breathed a sigh of relief, although it was clicked once, but at the very least there was no delay, and even as veteran actors, they had to admit that after Ling Tian's prompting, the 2 of them were a little bit closer to reality, which made it very comfortable to watch. After this shot was over, Ling Tian quickly ordered to shift the battlefield and prepare to start shooting the next scene. And just as they were busy on their side, the outside world had been completely swept away by the reports of their movie. Penguin, the debut movie of rising star Ling Tian, 33 Days of Lost Love, officially started shooting today. It is reported that not only do Huang Lei and He Jiong join the movie with their dedication, but also famous actors such as Timothy Koo, Dr. Chen, and Guodit, etc. So whether the strong lineup of 33 Days of Lost Love can make Ling Tian, the newcomer, soar into the sky? We'll see.
Old wave, rising star Ling Tian's debut film 33 Days of Lost Love officially started shooting. All the big names have joined. The famous actor Timothy Koo even said, "The movie is not good, he will donate a few more schools." Easy Network, the rising young man Ling Tian debut film 33 Days of Lost Love officially opened shooting. Ling Tian directly let slip, this movie is for his girlfriend Lily and shoot. The netizens who saw this news also got excited. They had always been curious about what Ling Tian's script was. At this time, it finally revealed the true colors of the mountain. They naturally clicked in. But after that they fell into a huge shock. There was no way, there were too many big names in it. It was not at all like a rookie director could get out of the lineup. But when they saw the end, they sprayed blood. I'm also convinced, Lee even spread dog food to the press conference, is also enough. The sudden dog food is so unforeseen. I'm about to be propped up. Who's going to help me collect the corpse? Hey, demon spirit? Someone here is spreading dog food and abusing dogs. Yes, it's the original place. I realized that I can't let Ling Tian and Lee Xiaoyuan be together from now on, or else I'll definitely be bored to death. It's too sweet. No, I have to open a bottle of 82-year-old cold white boiled water to suppress the shock first. Li Jian, is it really okay for you to be so skinny at the conference? In just half an hour's time, the news about the start of Ling Tian's movie was pushed to the top of the hot searches, and the heat is still rising. Chapter 138 Public Opinion Explosion. As the heat continued to climb, the information about the 33 Days of Lost Love also swept across the entire network in a very short period of time, and because there were a few big names in it, countless netizens had said that they must go and watch this movie after it was released, and some people had even initiated the call for a group to swipe it. More so, because of the presence of Timothy Koo, the movie was rarely blackened, but many people had their eyes on Ling Tian, the new kid on the block. Although Ling Tian had shown a very all-rounded variety of abilities in the program of Yearning for Life, but a director was definitely not something that anyone could take up, or else there wouldn't be only such a small handful of people in the country who could get a firm foothold in the director's circle right now. Especially some veteran directors have voiced their disapproval of the film and criticism of Ling Tian. Famous director Chen Kaiga, for this kid Ling Tian, I just watched it through the live broadcast, and I know that he is not from a science class, nor has he had any experience working on a drama set. Although his ability shown in the program is good, I am still deeply skeptical of this film. Of course, I am not doubting was connoisseurship, I'm just saying, would it not be better to arrange for a better assistant director in this cast and crew? I'm just saying, wouldn't it be better to have a better assistant director in this cast? Famous director Zhang Yimou, Ling Tian is going to make a movie? I hope it won't be a bad movie. The domestic movie market is already chaotic enough nowadays. Of course, I hope Ling Tian can recognize his own ability. Don't start to be proud just because he has achieved a little bit. The story of the wounded Zhong Yong is not uncommon in China. Famous director Feng Degun, Ling Tian wants to make a movie? Are you kidding? Isn't he a singer? Can anyone really be a director now? When did the threshold of directing become so low? Famous director. Although Feng de Cannon wasn't well liked in his circle, his fame was there after all, so some of the directors behind him had issued very strong mocking remarks, sort of following Feng de Cannon's lead. Although most of these directors were small, unknown directors or literary film directors, they couldn't help but be outnumbered, so there was a not so small trend of blackening Ling Tian's name on the internet for a while. Even netizens who were originally looking forward to this movie had voiced their concerns. Yeah, after all, Ling Tian hasn't had any experience directing a movie. Can he really make a good script work? I am deeply worried about this. I'm worried too. I hope Ling Tian won't make a bad choice and let his image collapse in my mind. Can Ling Tian direct? As a passerby, I express my contempt. Ling Tian is just starting to get cocky because of a small achievement. He doesn't know who he is anymore. He will turn from pink to black in the future. Soon after this trend appeared, the fans of Ling Tian and the other stars of the Lost Love cast began to fight back, and 2 hours later, a massive online scolding war had formed. But because of the defense of these fans, it caused those who didn't believe in Ling Tian to hold their breath, and with no place to vent it, they directly aimed their spearheads at Ling Tian, and gradually personal attacks began to appear. When the situation was getting more and more serious, Wu Jing suddenly stood out. Those directors who were skeptical about Ling Tian, I hope you can still be so confident after the movie is aired. Well, that's it, the movie is definitely a good movie. Good luck with the sales. Less than 10 minutes after Wu Jing, Su Zhang also made remarks. Even though I haven't watched it yet, I believe in you, Ling Tian, go for it, show those who look down on you what it means to be a genius. The internet was abuzz. It could almost be described as an internet explosion, but all of this had no effect at all on Ling Tian and the others who were filming the movie. The time was already approaching 6 o'clock, and they had filmed 2 of their episodes, with only the last one left, where Wang Xiaobian brought Huang Xiaoxian to cause havoc at the wedding scene. The biggest difficulty in this scene was that He Zhong needed to read out a large section of lines in a very short period of time, so before filming began, He Zhong was very nervous. Even though he had made a lot of movies over the years, this was the first time he had encountered such long lines. If he had taken his time, he could have thought about it, but now he had to blurt them out without thinking, which was killing him. So after finishing the second scene he'd been remembering it, and yes, he'd started memorizing it last night, but was still a little uneasy. The subsequent shoots proved that his worries were not unwarranted. The first time he just recited a line and laughed, he couldn't memorize it at all. After that, once, twice, 3 times, to the 4th time Hee-jeong also only insisted on half, still uncontrollable forgetfulness. This shooting over and over again, so that the crew more a trace of joy, but more is helpless, especially Lee. At this time her mouth is smeared with thick lipstick. That astringent feeling is really very difficult, okay? The most important thing was that the taste was too evocative. After another failure, Lee Jiao flung away Hee-jeong's hand with a pout and said, Mr. He, say, are you deliberately taking advantage of the opportunity to eat my tofu? You've been holding onto my hand for more than 20 minutes from the beginning until now. Hee-jeong was dumbfounded, while the others instantly let out a loud laugh. Even Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh out loud. What? You still want to object? Let me tell you, my man is standing right here. Be careful, he'll beat you up in a while, humph. Hee-jeong sighed without tears and said, wait for me to calm down. With that he walked to the side, then picked up the script again and read it, then went over it in his head. After making sure there was no problem, he returned again. This time the performance still wasn't very good. Although Hee-jeong spoke the lines out, the performance was too stiff, a bit of a raw memorization vestigial feeling. However, Hee-jeong was able to memorize his lines, which was already a big improvement, and after 4 more consecutive takes, Hee-jeong finally finished his performance, and with Ling Tian's click, today's work finally came to an end. Well, but next the crowd had to shoot the night scene after dinner. There was no way, their time was too tight and they had to work overtime. Of course, Ling Tian will not lose these people. The night directly 1,888 sets of meals to go, all of them all down a total consumption of more than $10,000. The heartache of the Li I 1/2 don't. Chapter 139, The Outburst of Li Xiaoyan. In the evening, after having dinner, the sky is also completely dark. Tonight, the main shooting of a very important scene in the play, but also the entire movie in the heist towards the bridge, Huang Xiaoxian chasing Lu Ran in the middle of the night. Ling Tian instructed the other people who were not in the movie to go and rest, and then rushed to the next shooting location with the rest of the people. This time, the location was an apartment near a bar that Huang Lei had temporarily rented this afternoon, a little bit not quite the same as the one in his previous life, but it was enough. The nature was the same anyway. It was all a place for migrant workers to rent. A group of people went to put on their makeup, while Ling Tian started to give Li and Hee-jeong a lecture on the movie. In fact, Ling Tian wasn't too worried about Hee-jeong, he was mainly worried about Li Jia. After all, Li Jia had never experienced a romantic relationship before, and couldn't grasp this kind of boyfriend breaking up but still wanting to desperately salvage his heart. So, while it took him 3 minutes to give Hee-jeong a lecture, it took him half an hour to give Li Jian a lecture that still didn't have much of an effect. In the end, Ling Tian had to use the killer, Xiao, look at me, I'm going to break up with you now. Yes, I'm going to break up with you now. It's not a joke, it's true. Li Xiaoyan flinched for a moment, then snorted out a laugh, lying on Ling Tian's shoulder, saying, okay, I know how to act, really. At the end of the sentence, Li Xiaoxian directly cried, you know what? I never used to think about this, but the look in your eyes just now scared me. I'm really scared, so scared. Xiaotian, don't ever say anything like that again, okay? Ling Tian was suddenly a little heartbroken, but she still spoke, remember how you feel right now. After saying that, he turned around and walked away. Li didn't get the comfort she imagined. The pain in her heart instantly erupted. She looked at Ling Tian's back blankly, thinking that one day in the future the two of them might be separated. Tears fell uncontrollably. Hee-jeong was a bit curious as he watched Li Xiaobian crying there. He couldn't help but ask, what exactly did you say to Xiaobian girl? Nothing, ready to start. Ling Tian knew that this feeling came and went quickly, so he had to grab every second for filming, and he was more worried that Li Xiao would fall straight into that kind of feeling and not be able to pull himself out of it. If that was the case, he would not be able to help but kill himself. Hee-jeong and the others also realized Ling Tian's intention, so they hurriedly took their positions, but Li Jian was hesitant to move because he was too emotional. In the end, it was Huang Lei who couldn't stand to watch and went over to say a few words, before Li Jian hurriedly ran to his position. With an Eckerson, the show began. First Lu Ran, played by Timothy Koo, came looking for Huang Xiaoxian, followed by Huang Xiaoxian's complaining, then followed by Lu Ran's ranting and venting, and then mercilessly leaving. Ling Tian looked closely at the camera. He knew that the most crucial part was coming. There was nothing wrong with Li Xiaoxian's and their performances in front of him. One could even say that they were outstanding, but it wouldn't be beautiful if there were flaws in the next shot. The main thing is that this shot is not good at all if it is edited. It must be one shot to the end, only then can that coherent venting and eruption be utilized to its fullest power. Lu Ran got on the car. Huang Xiaoxian began to chase. Crazy chase, mouth constantly broken. I know I'm wrong. Can you give me another chance? I don't want any dignity. I just hope you can stay. I can become very humble, as long as you don't leave me. Lu Ran. The red light in front of us. Huang Xiaoxian saw hope. Ling Tian hurriedly shouted, close up. The camera, give Li close up. Hurry up. Capture her expression at this time. The camera immediately pulled the lens closer. Huang Xiaoxian's eyes appeared hopeful light, then once again accelerated forward speed. But just as she was about to catch up, the red light disappeared and the vehicle continued on its way. This process of going from despair to hope and back to despair completely crushed her heart, making her unable to resist breaking down.
But she still had no intention of giving up, only just as she was about to take a step again, Ling Tian hurriedly gestured towards He Jeong. He Jeong understood and walked over quickly, directly slamming Li Xia's face. In order to act realistically, Ling Tian had discussed this with Li Qian and He Jeong, so this slap was definitely a real one. Li Qian's face reddened in the shortest possible time, and she completely froze in place.
What are you chasing after? What are you chasing? What's there to chase? Huang Xiaoxian, it's time for you to wake up. Boom!
As if she had found a vent, Li Xiaoxian hugged He Jeong's shoulder and cried loudly, crying her heart out and crying her eyes out. He Jeong's face was full of softness as he patted Li Qian's back, his gaze calmly looking at the dark night in the distance.
Ka!
Ling Tian shouted violently, fantastic, perfect, really perfect. Ling Tian couldn't help but rush to Li Qian's front, hugging her tightly into his arms, spinning madly, exclaiming, wife, I knew you could do it, you're great, really, I've never seen such a perfect shot before. For this shot, if you don't win an award, I swear I'll never participate in any movie awards ceremony again. Li Xiaoyan snapped back to her senses and hugged Ling Tian. Xiao Tian, don't leave me in the future, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Ling Tian put Li Qian down. Without saying a word, he directly kissed her hard, while the rest of the crew just looked at them quietly. Then they all started to applaud. Not only Ling Tian, even they were subdued by Li Qian's performance, an absolute post-film level performance. No, it even surpassed the post-film strength. For this moment, Li Qian's performance was definitely the peak. But what moved them even more was the affection between Ling Tian and Li Xiaoyan. After a long time, Ling Tian let go of Li Jian and said with a loving face, we said we would be together for the rest of our lives. How could I possibly leave you? 1 lifetime, 2 lifetimes, 3 lifetimes, every lifetime I will find you and drag you to marry me and give me children. Li Qian whimpered and cried. Ling Tian just hugged her tightly and then silently shed 2 lines of clear tears. Because of Li Qian, originally Ling Tian had planned to shoot the scene next to the fountain, but now he had to cancel it. But with that shot just now, it was all worth it. Most importantly, he had to comfort Li Jian as soon as possible, and he definitely couldn't let her fall into the shadows completely.
Chapter 140 Aftermath. Hotel. Ling Tian practically carried Li Jian all the way back.
Li looked up at Ling Tian, then buried herself tightly into his arms and said, you said, never leave me in the future. If you leave me, I'll kill you and then kill myself. We'll go and drink mangpa soup together and then reincarnate together. Okay, it's a deal. Well, hurry up and get some sleep. Sleep and you'll realize that I've always been there, never left.
I want to listen to a song. What do you want to hear? The most romantic thing, that's the promise you made to me, I've always remembered it.
Okay, I'll sing it for you.
Sit on the carpet with your backs to each other.
Li Qian gradually fell asleep, and Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief, then just hugged Li Qian and gradually closed his own eyes. The next day, Ling Tian took advantage of Li Qian sleeping soundly to roll out of bed, then put on his clothes and walked out. Last night tossed so hard, he estimated that Li Qian had to sleep at least until 8 or 9 in the morning, so he was ready to go out to get something to eat, and bring it to Li Qian by the way. Just half an hour after he left, Li Xiaoxian opened her eyes, the corners of her eyes still with a trace of tears. When she looked at the empty bed, suddenly panicked, hurriedly jumped off the bed, began to put on the clothes, at the same time fumbling with her cell phone to start dialing the phone. Only the more anxious she was, the more flustered she became, and she couldn't even unlock her cell phone. Fortunately, at this time, Sula happened to have something to report over, so he knocked on the door of the room. In her eagerness, Li Ran rushed to the door and looked through the cat's eye. When she saw Sulu, her eyes flashed with a hint of loss and fear, but she still quickly pulled open the door to her room. Have you seen Ling Tian yet?
Sulu froze and said, he's not in the room? Does he not want me anymore? Li Xiaoxian instantly cried. Sulu instantly cried and laughed, saying, how can that be?
The boss loves you so much, he definitely won't leave you, let me give him a call. Sula said and dialed Ling Tian's cell phone. At this time Ling Tian was eating below. After receiving the call completely stupid, hurriedly dropped the bun in his hand. Quickly rushed up the elevator. After a 10-minute long explanation, Ling Tian only managed to pacify Li Xiaola once again, then with a pang of guilt, he slapped himself and said, in the future, I swear that I will never let you make this kind of movie again. No, Xiaotian, I know I was capricious this time, I've done sadistic scenes before, but those I know are fake. This time it's mainly because you said that kind of thing to me. I'm worried, I'm scared. Well, I promise I won't be paranoid from now on, okay?
Don't be angry.
Looking at the fidgety Li Xia, Ling Tian cried and laughed as he pinched her nose and said, do you feel it? Alright, it's all in the past, you take a good rest here today, we'll shoot someone else's scene first. No, I don't want to be alone in the hotel, I want to shoot a movie too, let's follow the original plan, I'm fine with it. Ling Tian couldn't argue with Li Xiaoxian, so he had to follow the original rhythm of filming. Perhaps it was after yesterday that Li Xiaoxian really realized the daytime scenes were surprisingly smooth, and whether it was from the expression or other micro-expressions, Li Xiaoxian did it perfectly. Watching her perform, it was as if it wasn't a performance at all, but rather, Huang Xiaoxian was her. Li Xiaoxian's sudden outburst also made He Jeong and the others' acting skills instantly rise to a higher level. There was no way they couldn't get into the scene at all if they didn't improve, and there would be a sense of awkwardness, so the entire day's footage was quite a bit better than yesterday's quality. When it was time to wrap up, Ling Tian let Huang Lei and the others take a look at today's results, and after reading it, the group of people looked at each other in disbelief.
Afterward, Huang Lei even approached Ling Tian. Xiao Tian, do you think we should reshoot those 3 scenes from yesterday as well?
Ling Tian agreed almost without thinking.
Well, of course, what they res hot was only Li Hejung's and theirs. Huang Lei's 2 students' scenes weren't res hot because it wasn't necessary, and as a lead-in, their performance was enough.
After dinner, the second night scene also started filming. At the same time, if time allowed, Ling Tian was prepared to film the third and final night scene of the drama as well, to save from occupying everyone's rest time in the future. It was just that because the huge LED light tube needed to be re-erected, it was impossible tonight, so Ling Tian had no choice but to declare the end of the day's work after shooting the fountain scene. But even so, Ling Tian is still very excited, although only 2 days, but they will be the progress of the movie shot more than 1/10, according to this speed, 20 days to finish shooting absolutely no problem, then after editing can be sent to the review, arranged for screening. At that time, he can completely give up, everything will be dumped to Lu Dewao to be responsible for. On the one hand, Ling Tian believe Lu Dewao, on the other hand is that Ling Tian probably do not have the time to participate in the work of publicity and distribution. However, no matter what, this movie was made by him, and there is no problem to complete the system's task. But compared to all this, what made Ling Tian happiest was that after a day of today, Li Xiaoyan had finally gotten rid of the emotions he had felt last night, and had a smile on his face once again, which, in Ling Tian's opinion, was much happier than him accomplishing any task.
Chapter 141, the concert is about to begin.
As the crew continued to bond, the progress of the shooting was getting faster and faster. 10 days had already been shot close to 2/3 of the time, the rest were also some relatively simple scenes. It was expected that they could all be finished in a week at the most. And on this very day after filming was completed, Dr. Chen, who had finished filming his scenes early, found Ling Tian because his concert was going to start tomorrow night.
So soon?
Ling Tian looked at Dr. Chen with some surprise.
What? Is there a problem? Dr. Chen asked with a light smile. After all, we are so familiar with this crew, let's go together, it's a way for everyone to relax, it's been really hard these days.
Ling Tian nodded his head in response.
That's good, as for the tickets, fine, I'll arrange it, it's not much anyway.
Dr. Chen said his goodbyes to everyone after that. After all, he still had a whole lot of things to do, and he still had to have the last rehearsal tonight before he could do so. Ling Tian thanked Dr. Chen for the cast and crew, but was taunted by Dr. Chen, something about not treating him as a friend anymore, something about being too outgoing, and so on, which made Ling Tian blush a little. After sending this great god away with great difficulty, Ling Tian only heaved a sigh of relief, and then he gathered all the people from the crew and announced the matter of everyone attending the concert together tomorrow, which instantly made everyone's tired mood disappear, and replaced it with a strong excitement and thrill. And the most direct consequence of this emotion was that the next day their shooting progress was once again a great deal faster, and by the evening the progress of their movie was officially more than 3/4 of the way through, with only a little bit left at the end. At 6 o'clock in the evening, Ling Tian, who had exceeded his quota, announced that he was calling it a night, so that everyone could have a good rest, and at night he could also get enough energy to watch the concert. He also completely dropped all the work and ideas, and took out all the accompaniments that he had made with his cell phone in the past few days, and put them in the computer to check them over, and burned them onto a USB flash drive after making sure that there weren't any problems.
Xiao Tian, do you think this dress looks good on me?
In Ling Tian ready to do everything, Li suddenly scurried out, only to see that at this time she was wearing a set of sky blue casual wear, upper body t-shirt with jeans, plus a pair of white sneakers, hair was casually tied into a single ponytail, the whole person is overflowing with a hard to hide the youthful vitality. Forgive me for being accustomed to seeing Li Li's beauty, but at this moment Ling Tian still couldn't help but hug her tightly, and kissed her hard on her face, saying, "Why do you have to wear such a pretty dress?
What if someone poaches me?" Li Xiaoyan giggled happily. "Then you look after me, huh? Well, I won't go with someone else, you're the man I've decided to go with. My beautiful for you to bloom, but also willing to earn enough face for you, oh, hee hee hee. Why are you so good? Okay, I swear I really can't leave you now, are you ready? Okay, we're off. Okay."
Meanwhile, Wuxong Stadium. At this time, the stadium that could hold 50,000 people had long been overcrowded, basically unable to find any spare seats, and there were bursts of buzzing sounds from the dark crowd. Backstage, Dr. Chen was putting on her makeup, while the chief director was conducting a final check on the equipment at the venue. This was the last stop of Dr. Chen's national tour, and absolutely no problems were allowed to occur.
Has Xiao Tian come yet?
In the dressing room, Dr. Chen asked Lu Dewao. As a good friend, Lu Dewao naturally couldn't possibly miss Dr. Chen's concert, so he came early, but today he wasn't going to go on stage, instead he was going to give all the time to Ling Tian, one reason being that he had already reached his peak, and it would be better to let Ling Tian take the opportunity to expand his popularity than to actually do so. The other was that he had more important things to do, so he would be leaving soon. Lu Dewao glanced at the time and said, "According to the time, they should be arriving soon, so I'll go out to meet them, so that they don't get lost later on."
Who would get lost?
Lu just finished. Ling Tian pushed open the door from the outside and walked in, then took out a USB flash drive and placed it on the dressing table. This is the song I prepared, a total of 3 songs. Brother Doctor, listen to it, and then help me choose one.
Dr. Chen was slightly stunned. 3 songs?
Ling Tian nodded. I don't have the experience of having a concert myself, much less being a guest of honor, so I prepared a few more, so I might be able to use them.
You're awesome.
Dr. Chen gave a thumbs up. What else to choose off? I admire your creative ability, so sing all 3 songs. I'll give you time when the time comes. That's it, you make up here first. I'll go and give the USB drive to the sound engineer. After Dr. Chen left, Lu Dewao also stood up, patted Ling Tian's shoulder, smiled and said, Today, perform well, wait for a while my concert also go over a bit, but first say goodbye, your relationship with me is the best, so the songs cannot be less than 3, that's all, I still have something to do, I'm leaving first. Without waiting for Ling Tian to say anything, Lu Dewao slipped away, looking at Tianwan Lu who looked like he was running away. Ling Tian burst into tears, but in fact, his heart really didn't know what words to use to describe it. But no matter what, he knew that the debt of favors he owed Lu Dewao was getting bigger and bigger, and he might not be able to pay it back in his lifetime. It was only after Lu Dewao left that Li Xiaowei sneaked in and saw that there was no Dr. Chen's figure before he heaved a sigh of relief and then sat down next to Ling Tian, saying, I was scared to death just now, you don't even know how crazy the fans are outside, anyway, I don't care, I want to be backstage to watch you guys sing later on. It's useless for you to talk to me about this, it's only possible if Brother Doctor agrees. I don't care anyway, you go and talk about it, if it doesn't make sense, I won't listen to it. Okay, I'll do it, okay? Take a break, it's time to start. Aha! Lili, who answered the question, rested her cheeks on her hands and looked at Ling Tian, who was being poured over by the makeup artist, but what made her laugh was that the makeup artist didn't know how to do it in the face of Ling Tian, okay? Chapter 142, Explode the Whole Place. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the concert officially started. Both Dr. Chen's popularity and singing ability were unquestionable, and after he appeared on stage, the applause rang out for nearly 3 minutes before stopping. First, he opened with a song called 10 Years, which plunged the entire scene into warm memories, slowly mobilizing everyone's emotions. Half an hour later, Dr. Chen finished singing 10 songs. Just as the audience waited for him to continue to open his voice, he suddenly sat down at the edge of the stage, looking at all the audience. Tell you something, that singing is really very tired, so it is necessary for me to take a break, or else I guess I'll have to be close to the hospital later on. As you all know, I'm old. Ha ha. He was answered by the laughter of the whole audience. Dr. Chen also does not care, pressed the hand, said with a smile, you may not know, I, in the Tianjing this side to know a little brother, originality that is absolutely no say, and singing good I envy, this is not, in order not to let you feel it come to the loss, so I pulled him to the heart over, you may not be too clear, he has been shooting these days, the same is very tired, so he can agree to me to come over. I'm really touched, so let's welcome Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Before Dr. Chen finished his latter words, a portion of Ling Tian's fans went crazy as they stood up and hissed loudly. Dr. Chen obviously didn't expect Ling Tian to have so many fans mixing into his concert. He was crying and laughing as he pointed at the audience, you group of traitors, this is my concert, you weren't even this crazy when I came out just now. Ha ha. Dr. Chen took a deep breath, then said loudly, that's right, let's welcome the new singer-songwriter, the new generation of tough guy Ling Tian with a warm applause. As Dr. Chen's words fell, a violent roar of music spread throughout the entire Wuxong Stadium. Immediately after, Dr. Chen slowly got up and twisted his body towards the back, while at the same time, Ling Tian walked up from the backstage wearing a black trench coat, facing all the audience and shaking his fists heavily before opening his mouth. How many times have I fallen on the road? How many times have I broken my wings? Now I no longer feel at a loss, I want to go beyond this ordinary luxury. The low voice with the metal-like music knocked heavily on the hearts of all the audience. Some of the audience who were not familiar with Ling Tian instantly held their breath, their eyes staring tightly at the stage that was full of heart energy but also appeared to be a little tender face above. The sound of the music rose steeply, and the boiling music made one's blood surge. And Ling Tian also raised his head high, letting out his voice and singing. I want a life of fury, like flying in the vast sky, like traveling through the boundless wilderness, with the power to break free from everything. How many times have I fallen on the road? From extremely high pitch to extremely low, Ling Tian's transition was pure, making it seem as if the people had instantly tranquilized themselves in the midst of a raging storm, but when they reacted, they realized that in the short moment just now, they had already broken out into a cold sweat, and there was only one word to describe their entire body as cool. The song ended, Ling Tian took a deep breath, then walked to the edge of the stage, said, seriously, to be able to get the Doctor Brothers' invitation to come over to give him a crosstalk, I am flattered. I don't know how many people on the scene know me, but I hope that you guys can continue to support the Doctor Brother as always, he's a real singer. In addition, once again, I thank you all for your quietness and silence at this time. Pust. When these words came out, the audience below instantly erupted in laughter, and a few of the more daring audience members even directly hissed. Ling Tian, is it really okay for you to be so skinny? Ha, Ling Tian, I've been chasing after the yearning life, you can just be skinny in that program, this is a serious occasion. Ling Tian, can you not be so funny? The hissing was followed by intense and incomparable applause. The enthusiastic applause even wanted to lift the entire stadium off the ground. Ling Tian cried and laughed as he pointed at the few audience members who had just spoken, saying, "You guys, I'll remember you. Be careful, I'll pickpocket the windows of your house in the middle of the night." The audience below burst out laughing again. Even those who were not familiar with Ling Tian had a feeling that this young man was so cute, and started asking Ling Tian's fans around him. After resting for a few moments, Ling Tian stood up again and said, "Well, next we still have to hand over the stage to the doctor's brother. Well, as for me, I'll just go to the bottom to rest for a while. If you guys still want me to come up, you guys can boo the protagonist after he comes up in a while." After saying that, the music sounded again, and Ling Tian was like a thief around the edge of the stage, said loudly, the following, "Let us invite the famous singer Ling Tian." Now the audience couldn't hold it in any longer. Each one of them had a stomachache from laughing. Some of them even fell directly underneath the stools, looking at Ling Tian in tears and laughter. Ling Tian waited for a little while before saying, "Okay, I'm taking a picture with a fan, I'll be right there." This time the audience couldn't hold it together at all. The entire scene was filled with rushing laughter. Most of them laughed so hard that even tears came out of their eyes, and some of them couldn't help but spit. "God, taking a picture with a fan, do you have any fans? Ling Tian, do you want to laugh me to death and then inherit my money? But I don't have any credit left in my borrowing account, huh? Ahem, I'm having a heart attack. Hey, demon spirit? Come to Wuxong, someone's trying to kill us." Not only did the audience go crazy, but even Dr. Chin in the background burst into tears, wiping his eyes with one hand and covering his stomach with the other. Li Xiaya also laughed too much, but she still shook her head and said, "No, he is usually very stable, maybe today he played crazy." After waiting for about 10 seconds, Ling Tian finally returned to the stage again and said, "Phew, the fans were so enthusiastic just now, I almost couldn't get up. It seems that in the future, I have to think of a way to match myself with a bodyguard, at least it has to be of Wu Jing's grade." Chapter 143, Naughty Ling Tian. God, fans are too enthusiastic. Do you have fans? Ha, I can't. Are you sure I'm here for the concert and not for the jokes? Ling Tian, can you not be so mischievous? I can't do it anymore. Huh? Who has a quick acting heart pill? Give me one. Ha. It's also 9 years of compulsory education. Ling Tian, can you stop being so showy? The audience went crazy with joy, and Ling Tian himself wanted to laugh a little, but he knew that he couldn't, or else the effect would be lost. Of course, the main reason why he was doing this was because Dr. Chen had asked him to string for 20 minutes, but his 3 songs added up to less than 10 minutes, so if he wanted to keep the audience from going cold for the rest of the time, he would have to rely on some other means, and on this kind of occasion, what could be more suitable than a stand-up comedy? Ling Tian waited for all the audience's laughter to calm down a little before suddenly reaching out and pointing in one direction, saying with an angry face, "The one who said I don't have any fans just now, don't go when the show is over, I will let you know the power of my fans. Do you know how much attention I have? Several tens of millions, I tell you. I have not seen my fans in addition to now. Who dares to say I have no fans? Ha, I can't, I'm dying, I'm really dying. Haven't seen any fans, ha, Ling Tian, how did you even come up with those words? I'm going to complain, I'm going to I can't help it, someone save me. I can't even save myself, who can save you?" Just when the audience thought that Ling Tian would continue, Ling Tian suddenly got serious and said, "Really, I came up here this time but I prepared several songs for my fans, just now your words hurt me, so I'm very sad, I'm going to retaliate against you guys, humph." Looking at Ling Tian's expression, the audience once again went crazy with joy. Right at this moment, the music suddenly sounded, only it was different from Ling Tian's previous songs. This was a very magical song. Just by listening to the intro alone, for a moment all the audience once again let out a loud laugh. Ling Tian also revealed a light smile and said, "A very cheerful, no technical content, nor any meaning of the spit song for everyone. I hope that every day everyone can be happy, healthy, smooth career, love." The words landed on the ground, the music just happened to hear the rhythm point, and Ling Tian opened his mouth to sing immediately afterward. "I planted a seed, finally grew fruit, today is a great day. Pick the stars for you, pick the moon for you, let the sun rise for you every day. Become a candle and burn myself just to illuminate you, give you everything I have just for you to rejoice. You make every tomorrow meaningful." That's right, what Ling Tian sang was exactly the Super Square dance song Little Apple, which had set the world on fire in his previous life. Back then, when this song came out, it set off a storm, spreading throughout the country in just a few days, and was regarded by countless square dance moms as the supreme godly song, which was still everlasting even after the past few years. Its unique magic is like a poison. Addicted to the same deep and cannot be extricated, even how much do not like to sing after listening to people will not be able to resist humming a couple of phrases, which shows the magic of this song. But at this time with Ling Tian's flirty dance, the audience completely paralyzed with laughter, one by one squatting on the ground picking up stools, crazy patting the seat in front of them. There is no way, too funny, simply cannot stop. But what shocked them was that after Ling Tian finished singing once and started the second time, they actually had an urge to sing along. Even if they didn't know the lyrics they couldn't help but hum. This kind of magical scene directly blinded everyone. Even Dr. Chen in the background couldn't help but sing along, before slapping his forehead and saying, "What kind of song did this kid get? It's simply magical."
Li Shoubian shook his head and looked at Ling Tian, with a smile on his face that he couldn't hide. Although this song really doesn't have any technical content, but it really makes people can't stop and most of all, the current Ling Tian is really hilarious After 5 minutes, Ling Tian stopped and said loudly, "Does it sound good?" "It's good. Do you guys like it?" "I like it. Do you guys have any questions?" "There is." Ling Tian was taken aback and took a step back directly, saying, "What's your problem? Is my singing not perfect?" "Ha, Ling Tian, can you put away this tie and look? You're a real man who has defeated Wu Jing." "Pfft, I swear, today is definitely the most I've ever laughed. I need to slow down. I've taken several of my quick acting heart pills. If this keeps up, I'm going to have to explain myself here." "Ling Tian, you've had enough. Aren't you afraid that Lily won't be able to look at you in this girly way?" Ling Tian took a deep breath, then glanced at the time. There are still 8 minutes. He lightly laughed and exhaled, returned to the center of the stage, said, "Whatever you guys say, I'm a third-line star now, right? Ha, you guys are envious, right? Jealous? That's right, you guys are envious of my talent, seriously, so good, really not given by you guys, it's my birthright, there's no way up. Get out. Get lost, I can't. If I die laughing, I'll definitely pickpocket your window tonight." Ling Tian. Okay, everyone, take it easy. I can't help it. There are 3 songs in total, and the doctor asked me to delay for half an hour, so what can I do? I'm desperate too, so I brought you joy, how can you not applaud? The whole audience was completely out of energy. One by one, they were panting and sitting on the stools, looking at Ling Tian with a grudging face. They couldn't help but laugh, but they didn't dare to. They were really afraid of laughing out loud. Just now that wave of stomachache was too much for them to bear, and then a wave of it. Do they still want people to live? Seeing that all the audience didn't say anything, Ling Tian immediately showed a sad expression and said, "You guys can't even bear to abandon me. I still have to sing for you guys. I'm so mad at you guys. Ha, I like to see you guys like this and there's nothing I can do about it." Chapter 144, Crazy Outbreak. On the stage. Ling Tian looked at the following limp to the audience. The bottom of the heart heaved a sigh of relief. At least there is no cold, which for the first time on the big stage for him has belonged to the absolute overperformance. However, he also knew the truth that too much was not enough, so after a short pause, he simply sat down on the edge of the stage, and then softly said, "Honestly, I'm not a person who is suitable to be funny." Put. Before he finished his words, the audience underneath couldn't help but squirt, especially when they thought about the picture just now. They simply couldn't stop laughing. Ling Tian glared at them without any good reason and said, "Why don't you guys believe it? I'm telling you guys, that wasn't me just now. An alien from nowhere suddenly attached itself to me. I couldn't even control it, I'm telling you." "You've had enough, Ling Tian, you've really had enough. Chindushio isn't even as good as you. Are you trying to laugh us to death by inheriting our flowers?" "Ling Tian, please stop." "Huh? I can't help it, I can't. I have to slow down, let me slow down. I've never seen you so funny in all my life, and the main thing is that you didn't even laugh. You tell me, are you a god of creation? Simply 6 of a match, I tell you. My mama, I can't help it. Ha." Ling Tian cried and laughed at the following people. "Well, since you want to laugh, then later let you cry. Thought of here." He quietly toward the back of the sound engineer played an okay gesture, then stood up, said, "Well everyone, make a scene." Also made a scene, also laughed and laughed. "I wish you all every day can be happy and happy." The following song in the spring to everyone. I hope that everyone can adhere to their own dreams. Have a dream. You are the hero. Music, go. The powerful music instantly spread throughout the entire venue. Everyone seemed to be directly interrupted by a certain nerve in general. All the smiles were gone, replaced by a shock. Ling Tian let out his voice and sang. "I still remember the spring many years ago, when I had not cut my long hair. There was no credit card nor her. There was no home with 24-hour hot water. But I was so happy back then, even though I only had a broken acoustic guitar, singing that unheard song on the streets and under the bridges and in the fields." Boom! The music suddenly became crazy and intense. Ling Tian's emotions also suddenly became excited and crazy. "If one day I grow old and have nothing to live for, please leave me, in that time. If one day I leave quietly, please bury me in this spring." The melodious interlude sounded, but everyone clearly saw the crystals flowing out of Ling Tian's eyes, and a feeling of heart-stopping suddenly spread throughout the entire cerebral nerves. Thinking that Ling Tian was an orphan, thinking that Ling Tian possessed such an outstanding talent, thinking that he had been silent until the life he aspired to before he started to make a fortune, and imagining the encounters that he might have encountered at one point in time, for a moment, everyone couldn't help but have the beginnings of a tearful breakdown. However, what Ling Tian was thinking about at this moment was not the memories of this world, but the encounters he had in his previous life after arriving alone in Tianjing. Although not as tragic, it was definitely the most difficult, desperate, and hopeless time for him. Coupled with the reincarnation of the 2 lives, a strong aura and emotion slowly overflowed from his heart, and the subsequent song slowly came out. "I still remember those lonely spring days, when I hadn't sprouted a beard yet, and there was no Valentine's Day or presents for my cute little princess. But I didn't think it was all that bad, though I only had fantasies of love, in the mornings and the nights and the winds, singing that unquestioned song. If one day
Backstage, Lily had long since cried into tears. As Ling Tian's girlfriend, she was always thinking from Ling Tian's point of view, so it was easy for her to enter into her own construction of Ling Tian's previous world. Whenever she thought of any desperate encounters, her heart ached a little more for Ling Tian, and it also strengthened her decision that she wouldn't leave Ling Tian. Dr. Chen, on the other hand, sighed deeply, then quietly walked to the edge of the backstage. This was Ling Tian's last song, and he was almost rested. He was just a little worried, because Ling Tian had directly made the atmosphere of the scene extremely sad with this sudden move. He didn't even know if he still had the ability to move the audience's emotions up again. Gradually, the music stopped, and Ling Tian took a big breath, then shouted to the audience below, "Does it sound good? Good to hear." The unprecedented wave of sound almost did not send the Wuxong Stadium flying, followed by intense applause. Ling Tian took a deep breath, calmed down his emotions, and then said, "Sounds good, just right, like I'm such an outstanding person, how can a song not sound good?" Someone in the audience couldn't help but laugh, and this laugh seemed to be contagious. Almost just in the blink of an eye, the laughter swept through the entire stadium once again. Watching Ling Tian turn the mood of the audience around in just 2 sentences, Dr. Chen was dumbfounded as he said to his side, "Xiao Tian is simply born to be on the stage. No, I can't let him go just like that." Dr. Li looked at Dr. Chen with no good sense of humor. He still has to shoot a movie tomorrow. "It's okay, it's just a little delay, really, I promise, I'll let him string a song." Dr. Chen looked at Li Xiaoyi curtly. Dr. Chen looked at Dr. Li curtly. Dr. Li grunted, "No, he hasn't had a good rest these days." "You really can't?" "In fact, forget it, you ask him, as long as he said no problem." Well, the Dr. Chen said and walked up towards the stage, and at this time, Ling Tian also completely stabilized. "Hear the footsteps coming from behind," Ling Tian said with a light smile. "I may be noisy today, the host family cannot see pastor starting to come up to drive people. Well friends, now please return the stage to our host, everyone give some applause, welcome the doctor." The burst of applause sounded again, although Ling Tian's performance was really wonderful, and most people began to like him, but after all, this is Dr. Chen's home turf, and all the people who came here are also the doctor's fans, so for the doctor, the enthusiasm they showed was not less than that of Ling Tian. Seeing that the audience's emotions were high and had not shifted in the slightest, Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief before nodding towards Dr. Chen and then turning around to walk towards the back. But just at this moment, the doctor suddenly called out to stop him. Chapter 145, Ling Tian hustling for the master. "Xiao Tian, wait." Ling Tian had just turned around when Dr. Chen from behind called out to him and then waved towards him. Ling Tian walked to Dr. Chen's side with a puzzled expression. "What's wrong? Time is not up yet?" "That's fine, go rest for a while longer, I still have a lot to say just now." Dr. Chen had a black line on his head. The breath of the audience below that had just slowed down was once again confused. "I mean, you don't usually look like this, what's wrong with you today?" Dr. Chen looked at Ling Tian in tears and asked. Ling Tian shrugged his shoulders. "There's no way what's the point of getting high alone in the past? It's not easy to have so many friends watching, I decided to release myself, I am fireworks of a different color." Cut. Dr. Chen waved his hand in a hurry. Haha. The audience once again felt the threat of death. One by one they hurriedly started to adjust their breath, yet if they were to die of laughter in a while then it would really be a joke. Ling Tian heatedly smiled. "Dr. Brother, if it's alright then I'll go down first. My daughter-in-law is waiting for me, next time we talk you come back." Dr. Chen couldn't help himself, he really wanted to laugh. Why couldn't this guy be so funny earlier? Ling Tian ran over with an excited look on his face. Dr. Chen took a deep breath, and then said, "Okay, I was afraid that you just made the atmosphere of the scene friends too sad, so I let you take charge of it. Now it seems that there is no need, but as a punishment, you will sing another song. Sing it and then get out." Ling Tian froze for a moment, then realized that this was Dr. Chen trying to increase his weight as much as possible, and his heart was filled with emotion. However, he was touched, but now he was on stage, Ling Tian naturally could not show it, and immediately nodded indistinctly and laughed. "So that's how it is, but I prepared 3 songs today, and you didn't say that you wanted to extend the time, so I didn't prepare for what?" "It's fine, then write another song." "That's right, you just bragged quite a lot, come on, please start your performance." "Ling Tian, we believe in you, as long as you don't make us laugh again." I really want to kick him out, but what if I want to hear him sing? Am I getting a bit of a jittery tendency? Crying with laughter. Before Dr. Chen could say anything, the audience below chattered and roared, the intense waves of sound completely overshadowing the emptiness of the venue and sweeping through the entire space. Dr. Chen lightly laughed and shrugged his shoulders. "Nah, this is a request from friends. Ling Tian grunted twice. "You guys think this will be hard for me? Too underestimated me, genius like me, isn't it just writing songs on the spot? Listen up." As the words fell, he took an instant breath and then opened his song loudly. "My love is at the end of the world, flowers are blooming at the foot of the green mountains." As the song came out, the audience was dumbfounded, Dr. Chen was dumbfounded, and backstage Li was also dumbfounded. Until a few minutes later when Ling Tian finished singing, everyone was still in shock, and even many people's eyes were still filled with confusion and shock that was hard to hide. Was this really the Ling Tian who had just sung about spring? Why did he look so unlike him? Is he schizophrenic?
Don't talk nonsense, okay? Ling Tian's stage presence is called stage mastery, and he's a natural performer. Really, just for this song, I'm a fan. I'm a fan of this song. I can't say it's worth it, just for the ability to change the stage freely, go Ling Tian. After a long time, a hoarse roar began to appear under the stage, directly waking up Dr. Chen, who patted Ling Tian's shoulder with a bitter look on his face, then turned to look at the audience. You guys know what? In the past, I always thought that only my brother, Leslie Chung, was the real king of stage, that's why he became a legend, and then I thought that Shueyo was the successor of the king of stage, but he retired, and now I realize that this kind of king of stage is really a natural born, and I have to say that today, Xiaotian gave me a big surprise. You guys, did he do well? Good. Dr. Chen nodded his head, indeed good beyond words. It is really hard to imagine that he has never been on stage before. Sometimes I wonder if he is pretending to be a pig in a poke, but earlier I have specially understood him. He is really just a small farmer, a farmer who harbors ideals but is almost crushed by reality. So with this, aren't all of you giving him the warmest applause? The words fell and the applause rang out. Ling Tian continuously bowed towards all of them with fists, said, really some sincere fear. This time was originally fortunate to get the invitation of the doctor brother. I have already been happy, and now I can actually perform on stage for such a long time. Really happy and excited, and your satisfaction is the biggest affirmation for me. Thank you, really thank you. Dr. Chen patted his shoulder. Xiaotian is now filming Lost Love 33 days, really, although he hasn't been a director, his ability is really strong. I also have a cameo in it, I have to tell you guys, it's really a very good movie. It's now entering the endgame. I guess it will be met with you all in the summer time slot, so let's all go to the theaters and support it then, okay? Good. I'm going to take my friends with me for 3 swipes. I'll make a group of 5. I'll pack the theater. The enthusiastic response flattered Ling Tian, but he was even more grateful to Dr. Chen for lifting him up and supporting him, and it wasn't until a long time later that the crowd stabilized once again, and Dr. Chen nodded his head towards Ling Tian, indicating that he could go down. Ling Tian exhaled a heavy mouthful of turbid air and bowed towards the crowd once again before turning to leave. As his footsteps sounded, the applause from the audience resounded once again for a long time, continuing until Ling Tian's figure completely disappeared. Dr. Chen looked at a group of unfulfilled audience, the corner of his mouth couldn't help but twitch a bit, and said without any good sense of humor, I say to you guys, this is my concert, is it really good for you guys to stay so attached to a crosstalk guest? Do you know that I am very sad right now? These words caused the audience to laugh, but Dr. Chen heard a hint of satisfaction from these laughs, and immediately continued somewhat sourly, I swear, if I open a concert again in the future, I definitely won't invite Xiaotian, this degree of hustle and bustle is too powerful. I suddenly realized that I don't seem to have much of a presence anymore. No. Really? Really? Well then, let's get on with the partying. Chapter 146, the movie is finished. 6 days had passed since Dr. Chen's concert. After the concert ended, Ling Tian's popularity had risen a bit again, especially with the release of the concert video. It had created a considerable wave. Among them, Ling Tian's performance was especially eye-catching. No matter who it was, after seeing his performance, they all exclaimed in pain, and it seemed that all of a sudden, the stuffiness that had been suppressed for a few years had instantly disappeared without a trace. Dr. Chen's comments about Ling Tian also quietly went on the hot search, and gradually some people began to call Ling Tian the new king of the stage. Of course, this was just the spontaneous behavior of the fans without any official affirmation. After all, at the moment, Ling Tian hadn't won a single award regarding music. However, after the 4 songs he sang at the concert were recorded and re-released to Penguin Music, they advanced furiously all the way with a windswept and frantic momentum, and in just 5 days' time the downloads had exceeded 10 million, especially the song In the Spring, which had exceeded 15 million downloads. However, even so, Ling Tian's fan base is still at a little more than 27 million. For this situation, Ling Tian is also very helpless. Obviously, his fans have now reached a saturated state. Just by virtue of the song, it is difficult to have a big breakthrough. But fortunately, after 18 long days of filming, 33 days of Lost Love finally ushered in the last shot today. This shot was specially set aside by Ling Tian, and was the very last shot in the entire movie. In the evening, when the night was hazy, a group of crew members took their positions, then Huang Xiaoxian slowly walked over to the windowsill and looked at the huge LED lights on the opposite side of the room, unable to hold back a hint of a crying and laughing expression on her face. This expression was very difficult. Ling Tian had taught Li Xiaoxian for nearly 3 days before she could barely do it without showing her face, but it was still a bit short of true perfection, but this was already enough. Ling Tian believed that no one would be harsh on her anymore. Just as Huang Xiaoxian's emotions were nearing their peak, Wang Xiaobiao's voice suddenly came from behind her, hey! Huang Xiaoxian hurriedly turned her head. Wang Xiaobiao smiled lightly and shrugged his shoulders, I've been there all along. Huang Xiaoxian laughed, a clean but happy laugh. This shot Ling Tian kept filming for close to 10 seconds before he violently raised his hand and said loudly, click. I announced that the 33 Days of Lost Love has officially been finalized. Ho finally killed the green light. I can finally sleep soundly. Director, no words, you're the one. Ling Tian looked at a group of completely crazy crew members. His heart was filled with a warm feeling. These people, and he never knew each other, only because of Lu Dewao's words. They gathered here from thousands of miles away to listen to his blind command as a person who had no experience in directing at all. The whole 18 days, not long, but also definitely not short, only 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day, sometimes even only 2 or 3 hours, but they did not complain, quietly complete the work belonging to them, meticulous. Not to mention the others, these alone were enough for Ling Tian to maintain the utmost respect for them, the group of people behind the scenes. In addition to them behind the scenes, there were also the actors, He Jiong, Huang Lei, Pang Yuchan, a large group of actors, day and night to familiarize themselves with the lines, just for a few seconds in front of the camera. Their efforts Ling Tian has always been in the eyes of the eyes, although reluctant, but Ling Tian must admit, and compared to them, he, the director, is quite a bit easier. After a long time, Ling Tian heavily exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said loudly, "Tonight at the Grand Hyatt Hotel, the perfect imperial package, walk up."
"Oh, thank you, director. The Emperor package, huh? Legend has it that a set costs 3,888 for a luxury package, huh, director? Kudos to you."
"That's right, I've been on the crew for so long, this is the first time I've eaten a king set."
"I can't say that. In the future, if the director has a job, he can say it, but he'll have to come here for the king set at the end."
"You're so realistic, aren't you? But that's what I'm thinking. Director, is there another movie coming up? We've got nothing to do, so let's do another one."
Ling Tian's words made everyone go crazy with joy. A group of people even rushed to Ling Tian's side despite so, lifting him up high, then tossing him up, then, once more, and kept playing around for more than 10 minutes before gradually calming down. But obviously, the expression on their faces clearly told Ling Tian that they were happy. Ling Tian was naturally happy too, looking at the equipment in front of him, which had all the footage of a lost love, and when it was cut it was a perfect movie, and even though it was something he had carried over from his previous life, in this world, it was his, like his child, and it was still the firstborn. Lily quietly walked to Ling Tian's side, took his arm and said with a smile, "Finally it's over." Looking at the smiles on everyone's faces, "It's really fun." "Yes, a sense of accomplishment. Let's go, eat first, eat and rest. Tomorrow I will start editing. Strive to get the finished film out before the second half of the season begins to broadcast." Lily looked at Ling Tian with some heartache, opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything. After all, what kind of footage does this movie want? How to connect it? Only Ling Tian, who is the writer and director, is the most familiar with it, although a different editor can do it, but it definitely can't reach the standard that Ling Tian asked for. But fortunately, the editor's work and the director's work compared to much easier, and Ling Tian does not need to do it himself, only need to watch from the side on the line. Half an hour later, the entire crew of hundreds of people all rushed into the Grand Hyatt Hotel. Ling Tian directly wrapped up the third-floor dining hall and asked for 10 imperial sets, together with drinks and whatnot. The money for this meal alone exceeded $100,000. Well, for Ling Tian is not much, but for a lot of the crew's farewell dinner, this is already the existence of absolute luxury. After all, a lot of the crew's farewell dinner is in the barbecue stall to end. He Jiong and Huang Lei sat on the first seat, looking at the beaming Ling Tian. A satisfied and pleased smile appeared in their eyes almost simultaneously. He had grown up. Yes, after today, he doesn't need us to protect him much anymore. Chapter 147, A Satisfactory Answer. This, right, go forward a little bit, tune out the front footage. Wait, this is it right here, right from here. In a sealed editing room, Ling Tian kept staring at the footage in front of him, refusing to let go of every frame. His brain began to frantically calculate, recalling the original film he had seen in his previous life while sifting through the loopholes that existed in it, and then picking out all of the problems that existed in the current movie. The editors were tirelessly following Ling Tian's instructions. Of course, the main reason for this was that the editors realized that after Ling Tian's guidance, the images they edited looked smoother and more natural than if they had done it on their own. This movie was because of all the old actors, so Ling Tian had taken all the live audio and didn't need any post-dubbing at all, so as long as it was edited it could basically be taken out and screened. This reduced his workload by at least half. And now it was already the fourth day of the movie screening, and the editing of the movie was at the end, just missing the last 5 minutes of the picture. Right at this moment, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, and then a person who had been away for several days appeared, and it was none other than Lu Dewao.
"How's the movie editing going?"
"It's still a little bit short, wait for us for 20 minutes. Ling Tian stared at the screen without looking back, continuing to direct the editor to work. Lu Dewao did not continue to disturb them when he heard this, but found a seat nearby and casually picked up a magazine to read. It was said to be 10 minutes, but when the last shot was done it was already 40 minutes later. Ling Tian took a deep breath and then stood up, to connect all the clips together and give it a try.
"No problem, give us 10 minutes. The editor answered and began to operate quickly.
Ling Tian also took this time to walk over to Lu Dewao's side and said with a smile, "Brother Hua, are you done with your work?" "Almost done, ready to return to Hong Kong Island to rest for a while, but I heard that your movie is almost over, so I came over to take a look. If it's okay, I'll wait for the movie to finish before going back."
Lu Dewao put down his magazine and responded with a smile. Ling Tian smiled blandly. There's absolutely no problem with the movie, it just so happens that in a while, let's call up Mr. He and the others. How about having our own internal preview screening? Good. These editors were all teachers that Huang Lei had gotten from Nortel. Their ability was absolutely unimpeachable, saying that 10 minutes was 10 minutes. After getting a response from the editors, Ling Tian immediately called Huang Lei and the others, telling them to gather at the screening room in half an hour. After all, this was their common movie, so as soon as they heard that Ling Tian was going to get an internal preview, they all responded, and in less than 20 minutes they had all arrived. In the internal screening room, a group of people who had nothing to do with identity just casually sat together. Ling Tian glanced at the editor, and then took a deep breath and nodded towards them. The editor sniffed and directly pressed the play button. Because the movie was shot with their personal participation and they were all insiders, everyone would not be too surprised by the images of the movie, but instead watched it while trying to look for any possible loopholes that might exist in the movie. What just surprised them was that this movie, which was just a heartwarming romantic tragic comedy based on the script alone, after filming, a strong healing spirit instantly filled their minds and bodies, especially as the plot progressed. It made them fall deeper into it and watch it as if they were mesmerized, and even the movie veteran, Lu Dehua, was not an exception to be deeply attracted to this movie. Most of all, Ling Tian's editing directly brought the quality of this movie up a level. If I had to say one word, it would be near perfect. That's right, it was just near perfect, because everyone knew that absolute perfection did not exist in this world, and if the world was really completely perfect one day, then it was estimated that the final destruction would not be far away. Time passed quickly amidst the crowd's indulgence. 1.5 hours passed in almost a blink of an eye, and when Huang Xiaoxian's tearful but happy smile was fixed on the canvas, the crowd stood up and applauded vigorously. Wonderful, this is definitely the best movie I've seen in the past 5 years, even if it's put into the whole Chinese movie, it also belongs to the top level. Xiaotian, congratulations, you've done it. Lu Dehua was the first to speak, and it was hard to hide his excitement in his tone. The new Star Guide project has been running for 10 years, but this movie is definitely one of the biggest surprises for him, not one. That's because this world doesn't have Ning Hao's crazy trilogy, otherwise Lu Dehua would have to add one to his movie. I really didn't expect that I would be able to star in such a good movie. It used to be some not so good movies, now I must say, I'm also a real filmmaker. He Jiong was even happier. Although his role in this movie was somewhat alternative, but because of this, he believed that once this movie was aired, his benefits would definitely be the greatest, and he might be able to take advantage of the opportunity to impact the super tier 1 stars as well. So at this moment, besides being happy, he also had a deep gratitude towards Ling Tian. But the gratitude was hidden from him as he knew that he didn't need this between him and Ling Tian. Huang Lei was also very happy. This big old king character is not bad. I guess a few words I say will become internet buzzwords in the future. 1,000 pounds of love and righteousness is no match for 4 taels of ferocious proteins. These 2 words are definitely the most sensible words. Humph. He Jiong couldn't help but dislike Huang Lei again, causing him to cry and laugh. Lily's emotions were no less than theirs, even more so, because this movie was made by Ling Tian specifically for her, and she was even certain that once this movie was released, she would inevitably enter the ranks of second-tier stars in a very short period of time. Thinking of her earlier capricious termination of contract, at this moment, she actually had a deep sense of gratitude that seemingly rash and capricious decision not only allowed her to find a lifetime of happiness, but also a direction to move forward in the future. But just as the crowd was getting excited, Ling Tian suddenly said, well, the movie seems to be satisfactory to everyone, so the next thing about the movie publicity and release will all be handed over to Brother Hua. We should also withdraw. Lu Dehua. Chapter 148, He Jiong's Invitation. Xiaotian, I say you do this hands off enough, can do ah? You're not afraid that I'll sell you out? Lu Dehua looked at Ling Tian with a speechless face. Ling Tian was good at everything. It was this handsome pot's behavior that kind of made him cry and laugh. Ling Tian reveals an innocent expression. There is no way toward the program group will give us a month of vacation. Now is past 23 days, only 1 week, even if the run publicity and distribution are too late, and the movie still have to send for review and so on, now less than a month away from the summer stalls, so you can only trouble Hua brother you more labor You okay, but before you restart recording yearning, you have to run a wave of publicity for me. As for how to publicize, that is your thing, that's it. I will first take the film away to the approval. I believe that very soon we'll be able to come down. Lu Dehua finished, then nodded towards the crowd, took the hard disk and left the screening room, just as Ling Tian said, now closer and closer to the summer schedule. If you want to grab a good schedule, you must approve it now, and then as soon as possible to set the schedule. After Lu Dehua left, He Jiong clapped his hands and said, well, since Watt has already said it, let's go straight to a wave of publicity. The guests of this week's Happy Camp have not been confirmed yet. I'll make a call to the station, so let's all go and have some fun together. Okay? Ling Tian was slightly stunned. What's not to like about that? It's decided. He Jiong went to make a call after saying that. After He Jiong left, Ling Tian suddenly felt his arm being tugged at, and looked down to find Li Jia looking somewhat evasively in He Jiong's direction, with an inexplicable gleam in her eyes. Ling Tian was a bit puzzled as he pulled Li Chen out of the screening room before asking, what's wrong? I've been on Happy Camp before. What's wrong?
Seeing that Li Qian's interest seemed to be somewhat lacking, Ling Tian couldn't help but ask at once.
Li Xiaoxian suddenly laughed out. Nothing, it's just that I just debuted at that time, so it's easy to be ignored, and now it definitely won't be. Mr. He?
Ling Tian suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable.
One is his lover, one is his best friend, if there is really any problem between them.
Without waiting for Ling Tian to think about it, Li Xiaoyan shook her head and said, "No, Mr. He is very good, and he took care of me at that time."
Alright, don't think so much, you are the hottest actress now, relax.
Ling Tian comforted her and then sent her back to the lounge. Only Ling Tian was still a bit squirmy. In the end he took out his cell phone and searched for a program about Li on top of Happy Camp, but that program was a long time ago, so the news was pitifully scarce, but Ling Tian still captured some keywords.
It wasn't really much, it was just that at that time, Li had just debuted and wasn't very popular, so she was directly ignored by the hosts, and most of the topics were centered on some of the big celebrities, with only He Jong helping her out a little bit every now and then by letting her appear on the show. Seeing these, Ling Tian sighed in relief. For the Happy Camp host group, Ling Tian in addition to He Jong and Sheena, other people basically have no feeling, belong to the kind of more they are not much, less they are not a lot of mind, can't say that I like it, but can't say that I hate it. Therefore, how those people, and he simply does not have any relationship, as long as the lead did not suffer from verbal insults will be fine. After all, chasing hot characters is the nature of man, who cannot be avoided. The only thing he wasn't too happy about was the fact that Sheena didn't even mention Li at that time. Well, this hosting circle's first sister had slightly changed in Ling Tian's heart. Just thinking about the time when Zhang Jie accompanied him to record a song, he decided to give Sheena a chance, well, a chance to be flirted with by him. As for the others? Who cares? Especially a certain person who knelt down to a star from a stick country. Forget it, it's been a long time. Ling Tian decided not to think about it anymore. Just as he was rambling, He Jong walked over with the phone and glanced around him suspiciously. Where is the girl? She was a bit uncomfortable. I sent her back to rest. That's fine, she's really tired these days. The program team has already decided. We'll fly to Changsha tomorrow and start recording the day after tomorrow. No problem, right? No. Ling Tian smiled back and He Jong left with a smile on his face. He still had to go and inform Peng Yu Chang and Huang Lei. As for Gu Tim Lu and Dr. Chen, the former basically doesn't take part in any variety shows except for Yearning for Life, and he still needed to run publicity on the Hong Kong Island side right now, so it's out of the question. Dr. Chen is even more impossible. His concert has already ended domestically, but the Southeast Asia side has just started. He doesn't have time to spend here. However, Dr. Chen had already announced on Weibo that the news of Lost Love 33 Days had been finalized, so by the time it was almost time for it to be released, just let him send out another Weibo, and with the amount of heat and attention he had, it wouldn't be much worse than on-site publicity. At the same time, Mango TV, Happy Camp Program Group. Sheena and other hosts were recording the paperwork, chatting and farting in the meantime, when suddenly the director walked in from outside and clapped his hands, saying, "Okay, stop the work in your hands, I have something to announce." The four people instantly dropped the pen in hand, a critical look at the director. The director coughed twice. The guests of this issue has been decided. A moment you should publicize the publicity up. Who are they? Selena took the lead and asked. This is her first comeback after giving birth to a child, so she is particularly concerned about the identity of the guests. The director smiled mysteriously. Have you heard of the 33 Days of Lost Love? Puccina, directly a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, said, You will not let Mr. He they come over, right? That's right, it's Mr. He, Mr. Huang, Ling Tian, Li Li and Peng Yu Chang. It can also be said to be the program group of the Yearning Life. In addition to the Ling Tian young couple, the rest are their own people, so how to publicize you think of your own way. After saying this, the director turned around and walked away, not giving them any chance to ask back. Sheena blinked, then turned around with a smile, but just as she was about to say something, she suddenly realized that Haidao was revealing a bitter expression. What's wrong with you? Haidao looked up sharply, struggled to open her eyes wide, and cried, Sister Na, do you still remember the issue when the cast of Dream of the New Red Chamber came? What happened? That installment I stole Li's lines. Chapter 149, Apologizing. The recording time of Happy Camp was set, and the main cast of the entire crew, which was actually the Mushroom House family, had already prepared their air tickets for the next day. However, on the next day, just before they were ready to board the plane, Ling Tian and the others suddenly realized that Peng Yu Chang, who was beside them, had disappeared at some unknown time. Not only him, but also Su Lo, a clean girl, had also disappeared, causing the group to be confused, but more worried. Just at this time, He Jong's phone suddenly rang, pulled out a look. It is Peng Yu Chang. He Jong immediately exasperated to pick up the phone, said, Where did your kid die? Peng Yu Chang he smile. Sorry I teacher, you and Mr. Huang and the day brother, sister to say a little, I and Lele on this side there is a little bit of a small thing, and so dealt with the end of the immediate return, at the latest will not be to the night, just like this we are really fine. You. Not waiting for He Jong to finish, Peng Yu Chang directly hung up the phone. Angry He Jong almost did not throw the phone out. Li Xiaoyan looked at He Jong with amusement. Mr. He, the two of them youngsters aren't going on a date, are they? I don't want to talk to you guys. After He Jong finished speaking, he walked into the airport with an angry face.
Looking at Heejung's back, Lee suddenly blinked and looked at Huang Lei. Teacher Huang, right now the mushroom house can only have teacher. He is a single person. Why don't you, as his good friend for more than 20 years, know how to help out a bit? Huang Lei rolled his eyes and said that he wouldn't take the blame for this because it wasn't that he wasn't looking for Heejung, but that Heejung simply wasn't willing to do it. So what could he do? What can he do? He is also very desperate, okay? 2.5 hours passed quietly, Changsha International Airport. When Heejung walked out of the airport channel, someone instantly rushed over, then hugged Heejung fiercely, then kissed him fiercely on the face, and then patted his shoulder with a big grin. Jung, welcome back. Ha! That devilish laughter. Without looking at his face, he knew who it was. Heejung looked at Sheena with a speechless face, then said sullenly, I don't want to talk to you right now. Sheena looked at Huang Lei behind Heejung with a foggy head. Mr. Huang, Mr. He, what's wrong with him? Why does he look like he's fallen out of love? Huang Lei couldn't help but laugh. He's just out of love, isn't he? Mr. Huang Lei. Huang Lei couldn't help but tell him what happened just now. After listening to him, the whole person is not good, and then rushed to Heejung's side with a heartbroken face, hugged him and said, Jung, I didn't expect you to become the only single dog in the mushroom house so soon, right? Roll. Ha, alright, is not the object of the matter. Well, hand it over to me, immediately give you a fine. After saying that, Sheena took out the phone, flipped out a number and said loudly, second brother, urgent need to rescue. Heejung snatched down the phone of Selena, pressed the hang up, but when his hand touched the phone when he realized that Selena just did not dial through, suddenly angry, hard in Selena's shoulders hammered, said, is it fun to amuse me like this? Aha! Sheena happily laughed again. Heejung was completely speechless, and then looked towards the Vijaya trio not far away, walking over with some doubts. At the same time, Sheena also turned around once again and walked in front of Ling Tian and Lee and said with a smile, I'm Sheena, I'm very happy to see you guys, especially you, Ling Tian. Brother Jia went back but he told me a lot of good things about you, praising you to the extent that you're practically unique in the sky, and not at all on the ground. You don't know, after being married for so long, he hasn't even complimented me like this. Ling Tian nodded his head with a light smile, then shook hands with Sheena and said, I still have to thank Brother Jia, if it wasn't for him I wouldn't know how to record a song. These are all small things. In the future, if there is anything you need, just say so. On the mountain of swords and under the sea of fire, I'm obliged to do it. After finishing with Ling Tian, Sheena looked at Li Jia again, looking up and down at this girl who had fully grown up, and then bowed deeply. Sheena's sudden action startled Li and hurriedly said, Sister Na? What are you doing? Sheena got up and laughed. I'm apologizing for our neglect of you on the show last time, even though it's human nature to chase after hot characters, but since we invited you, what we did was always inappropriate, especially since Hai Tao also stole your lines, so it's only right that we apologize. No, it's been years, I've long forgotten. Li Xiaowei waved his hands back and forth. Ling Tian only rolled his eyes as he watched from the side. Who was in an unhappy mood yesterday? Who said she was in a bad mood yesterday? Well, I feel like I was the object of her pampering yesterday, right? But I have to say, that kind of feeling is really quite good. Of course, the main thing was that Sheena's attitude at this time made him very satisfied, but for the other three, Ling Tian's senses were not that good. Sheena smiled somewhat awkwardly. That's sorry, Vijaya and the three of them are waiting over there. In order to apologize to you, the three of them together prepared a gift for you. Go over and take a look. If you choose to forgive them? If you choose to forgive them, then accept the gift. If you don't, just ignore them. They're not that important anyway. While Sheena was apologizing to Lee, Heejung also walked in front of Vijaya's three and looked at them suspiciously. What are you doing? Secret Evan not going over to pick me up? We're waiting for someone. Vijaya opened her mouth. Wu Xian and Haitao nodded at the same time. Heejung was really pissed off now. Why? He's only been gone for a few days, and now he's not taking himself seriously? It seems that if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who is the boss of the happy family, right? At this time, Sheena also brought Ling Tian and the three of them over here. Looking at Li Xiaoyuan who was close at hand, Wei Jia's three instantly dropped Heejung and ran towards Li Xiaoyuan, and then bowed in front of her, saying, I'm sorry. Such a big battle really scared Li, simply hid behind Ling Tian. At this time she was on the verge of tears. In the end to be like this surrounding I forgot, this is a special passageway, normally there is no one here. But even so, you guys are still scary like this, okay? Chapter 150, A Smile to End All Enemies. Hey, you guys tell me clearly, what's going on here? What's wrong with the girl? Heejung also realized that something was wrong at this time, and hurriedly ran over. He didn't want any problems to arise between his team and his best friend. Huang Lei had just roughly guessed some of it, but he was also a bit confused. After all, he didn't know the details at all. Sheena explained the matter once. Heejung suddenly dawned, and then cried and laughed and pointed at the four of them, saying, Line ah? Now you know to mend the fold? At that time how do not know in advance to make good relations? I'm really convinced, see if you still dare to look down on newcomers in the future. How dare now we are all honest like what, so you can rest assured, you do not see us now began to apologize? Sheena intentionally gagged on the side, trying to ease the awkward atmosphere in the middle of this. Ling Tian also appropriately patted Li's arse and pulled her to the front of Vijia's trio. Vijia instantly took out a small box from behind her back and said, "This is a small gift that the three of us spent all night last night to come up with, so if you're willing to forgive us, just accept it." Looking at Vijia's pitiful expression, Li instantly couldn't help but laugh, then painfully accepted the small box, saying, "It's fine, it's been so long, I've forgotten, really." Only then did the three of them heave a sigh of relief. Ling Tian looked at Li, slightly froze, but then relieved. Although the four people of the happy family, in addition to Sheena, the rest of the 3+ apiece is not half the popularity of Heejong alone, but they are always the premier hosting group in the entertainment industry. More friends, more road is always right. And Ling Tian almost don't even need to think about it. Li Jin must have agreed so quickly because of him. After all, really talk about it, he is the real newcomer. Don't look at his current popularity as high as a matter of fact, but he is not any heritage. Once the back disappeared for a period of time, the popularity of the inevitable instantly disappeared cleanly. Or a situation would arise where the song's popularity disappeared, and in the entertainment industry, this situation was not uncommon. Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian tightly wrapped his arms around Lia's slender waist and said with a smile, "Well, don't all stand around here, we haven't even had breakfast yet." The three of us, Vijia, instantly froze. Immediately followed by Vijia then immediately opened her mouth and said, "Oh yes, we have already prepared a place to eat, today's noon Haitau's treat." "Me?" Haitao froze. "Yes, it's me, today we're going to eat the best." Ling Tian cried and laughed as he looked at the two people who were forcibly fighting, and then pulled Li Xiaoyi towards the outside, while Heejong and Huang Lei hurriedly followed. But before he left, Heejong fiercely nudged Weijia and the three of them, which instantly made the three of them forbid if they were chilling out. Finally, Heejong, they are gone, even the Selena are out of a few meters. Haitao this only looked at Vijia said, "Ja brother, is not good we together please? Why is it myself?" Vijia grunted and sneered, "You're the only one of us here who stole Li. I one half 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 S lines." Well, Haitao said this pot he took the blame, is not just once out of blood, big deal in the future, private money, and then secretly hide some more just. Vijia they chose to eat place is not the kind of high-grade hotel, but a decades-old history of the old snack bar. Inside are some of the local specialties, the taste is absolutely no say. In a way, the level of the cook here is not lower than Ling Tian. So this meal a group of people ate very enjoyable, and after the alcohol test, everyone's previous stigma was also completely put down. This is also considered a case of a laugh to end a grudge. After the meal, Vijia and the others went back to the TV station for the scripts. Heejong, as the returning big brother, naturally had to make a trip back, but Huang Lei, Li Xia and Ling Tian didn't have that need, so they directly went to the hotel that Mango TV had arranged for them to take a rest. In the hotel room, Li Qian was lazily lying on the bed, his eyes staring at the ceiling, while Ling Tian was sitting on the sofa, holding a bottle of drink in his hand, quietly looking at the traffic outside the window. Suddenly, Li Xiaoxian sat up from the bed and said, "Xiao Tian, do you think I did the right thing today?" "What?" "That's to forgive Weijia and the Ma. In fact, I still feel a little uncomfortable in my heart, but I just thought that we still have to hang out in the circle in the future, so I just thought that multiple friends are definitely much better than multiple enemies, that's why I forgave them." According to your own heart, do you think you shouldn't forgive them? Never mind all these factors of hanging out in the circle, even if we really went up against them, we have nothing to fear. Well, they didn't really do anything wrong. I think I'm a bit bullheaded. Hee, you're so nice, I'm going to take a bath first. After Lily finished speaking, she jumped up and down and rushed into the bathroom. What made Ling Tian speechless was that this girl didn't even bring a bath towel again. With the deepening of their relationship, Li Xia seems to have developed a very bad habit, that is, when it's just the two of them, she likes to completely release herself. Not wearing clothes is just the most common thing. It was just that Ling Tian wanted to tell Li Chen that this practice of hers really hurt her kidneys. Even if his body was strengthened several times beyond the norm, it couldn't withstand this kind of tossing and turning. The most crucial thing was that he was worried that Li Xia could not withstand it. But he knew clearly, the reason why Li do so, that is really treat him as an indispensable part of life, if he rashly put forward, perhaps will hurt the girl's heart, so he can only bitterly endure, well, really cannot help it when it is another story. As expected, half an hour later, Li Xiaoxian walked out of the bathroom naked, directly wiped her hair, and jumped onto the bed, saying, "I'm going to sleep, you also rest in a while." Looking at Li Xiaoyan's appearance, Ling Tian was glad that he had anticipated this outcome, so he had pulled all the curtains up early, or else he would have had a lot of fun if someone saw him. At the same time, the flames in the bottom of his heart bubbled up once again, and even though he was drinking an ice-cold drink, it was still a bit hard to suppress it. But just when he was about to punish Li properly, his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 151, the promotional movie is out. Helplessly, he pulled out his cell phone, and after glancing at the incoming call on it, a hint of faint surprise appeared in his eyes as he connected. "Hua? The promo has been put out, you helped forward it on Weibo. So fast? Otherwise, what did you expect? Also, don't worry about sending it for review, you can get the screening license by tonight at the latest. Brother Hua is great, that's all for now, I'll go check out the promo. Okay, bye." Lu Dua hung up the phone after saying that. Ling Tian also quickly clicked on Lu Dua's microblogging and then clicked on the link on the latest news above. There is no advertisement. After a short black screen, the first is the logo of the new Star Guide, followed by a large mass of black ink rolled on the screen, and finally full of cohesion into 5 big powerful words, the Sky Studio. The last is a bang all broken. Then the screen appeared. First is the first breakup scene, then the second, the third, until Huang Xiaoxian holding the wedding dress to see her boyfriend and girlfriends kissing. Clear voice outside the picture, crisp into the ear, so that people listen to the comfort. But then there is a series of wonderful camera cuts, big old Wang's anger, Wang Xiaobia's sissy, Huang Xiaoxian's dominance and sadness, frame by frame, scene by scene. A lost love healing movie froze to let Lu Du under the people to edit a rich martial arts comedy style, even if Ling Tian, who knows everything about the plot, at this point, looking at it also have a kind of can't help but want to enjoy the feeling. The comments below the video were even more enjoyable for Ling Tian to watch.
Groove, this is the movie made by Ling Tian, a newbie director? Looking at it is so impulsive feeling no, wait for the screening, I must go to see the real face. Ha, I seem to have discovered the real secret of Mr. He's not looking for a date. Pfft, upstairs you're enough, what's the big deal about talking nonsense? Is it really okay for you guys to be so skinny? But I still have to ask Mr. He, are you really happy to be pitted by Ling Tian so badly? Ha! Lily was resting with her eyes closed, when she suddenly heard Ling Tian's laughter. She opened her eyes violently, then got up and climbed onto Ling Tian's body, saying, "What are you looking at, that's so funny?" Ling Tian clicked the link and then transferred it to his Weibo. While editing the text, he said, "Brother Hua edited the promo out, it's very colossal, go take a look." So fast? I'll go watch it right now. After Lily finished speaking, he left Ling Tian behind and climbed back onto the bed to start rummaging through his cell phone. Outside on the internet, the promo for 33 Days of Lost Love had already been spread all over the city, especially after Dr. Chen, Timothy Koo, He Jong Huang Lei and others announced the link on Weibo one after another. The number of clicks on the promo shot up to 5 million in just half an hour, with the number of retweets exceeding 3 million, and the number of comments exceeding 300,000. Moreover, more than 80% of these comments were favorable, and only a few not so good. Sour comments were instantly drowned out by other good comments. Such a big commotion even alarmed some senior movie and television critics, who also clicked on the promotional video, watched it carefully and began to write after viewing comments. In addition to these critics, some movie workers also watched it, especially some directors. After watching it, they have removed their contempt for Ling Tian, although the promo showed only certain shots in the movie, but only from these shots you can see Ling Tian's directing skills. Compared to movie critics, these directors were obviously more influential, and their comments were more incisive, so some of their comments were put on the hot search in a very short period of time. With these comments, the heat of Lost Love 33 Days soared once again, and it was already not inferior to those big investment movies that were ready to be released in the summer schedule. But despite this, some critics are still not optimistic about the box office of Love Lost 33 Days, because other movies have hundreds of millions of dollars in investment at least, but Ling Tian's Love Lost 33 Days, it is said that after taking out the payoffs of the main actors, the investment is less than 4 million, and other movies are dozens of times worse. So what good movie can be made with such a small amount of money? As for the promos? That stuff are the most wonderful, after some special editing techniques to do attract people is not difficult. These comments were also directly rebutted by Ling Tian's and others fans, and other movie and TV companies also took this opportunity to attack Ling Tian's Lost Love, trying to fight off the audience's desire to see Lost Love's movie. What no one could have imagined was that with the addition of those network water armies, the heat of Lost Love unexpectedly rushed directly to the #1 spot on the hot search list at 5:30 p.m., strongly stepping on the super blockbuster legend of the demon immortal that had originally hung above it. In the hotel. After finishing the matter, Ling Tian looked at the amount of searches on the hot search, and then looked at some of the comments, and then cried and laughed and opened the mouth. Well, the original thought that we better have to invest a few $1 million in publicity, now it's good, all the publicity are saved. Okay, in fact, we should thank them, as a thank you gift, with the box office to give them a surprise. Lily looked at Ling Tian speechlessly, then directly rolled over and laid down next to him. I'm so tired, I'm going to sleep, call me when we have dinner in the evening. Ling Tian let out a hum, and then continued to watch some of the audience, critics, and other directors' comments on Lost Love. Even though these comments were tinged with personal emotions, they were always helpful to him in grasping the current prospects of the box office. As for a counterattack? The heat is so high right now, what's the point of fighting back? Let the heat fly a little longer. Chapter 152, Program Recording. The next day. The refreshed Ling Tian once again glanced at the hot searches. Lost Love 33 Days was still firmly at the top of the list. Well, apart from the reasons of other movie and television companies, it was that Lu Duao, the big brother, had unleashed the power of his connections. Almost nearly half of the old artists of the last world had publicized the movie, and from here one could see just how great the influence of Lu Tianwang was. This situation made Ling Tian's already good mood even better. After accompanying Li Xiaoyan for breakfast and meeting up with Huang Lei, the three of them boarded the program's car that had already been waiting under the hotel, and then rushed towards the program's recording hall. Happy camp recording is very cumbersome, although seen on TV only a short more than an hour, but they will probably need to record a whole day, and sometimes have to stay up all night. The bottom of the audience will sometimes change several sets. There is no way, if the time is too long, the audience cannot top. You guys are finally here, hurry up and go put on your makeup. Let's try to finish recording earlier and then go back to Mushroom House to rest for a few days. Just as they arrived at the TV station, Hee-jeong greeted them and couldn't help but spit out his words. Ling Tian was slightly stunned and said, "What are you doing going over to the Mushroom House so early? Aren't there still 4 days of rest?" Hee-jeong looked at Ling Tian with a grumpy face. "Can you not mention this?" As he spoke, Hee-jeong's line of sight glanced at the front not far away. Ping Yu-chang came over last night, but now he is obviously not in the state, is holding his cell phone. There's silly music. Do not need to think. Also know that this child is chatting with Sulu. Ling Tian's mouth twitched. Even if you want to hide, you should find a suitable place to hide. What's the point of going to the Mushroom House? Aren't you afraid that Xiao Xiao and I will make you eat more dog food? Hee-jeong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and said loudly, "I want to resign." After saying that, he huffed and puffed and rushed inside, and his actions made Ling Tian's trio couldn't help but laugh out loud. During the makeup, Sheena took the tableau over to them and then asked about some taboos and such, but for stars, the taboos are usually emotional, unless it's the kind that's already very old, and usually those who take the route of an idol's feelings are controlled by the company, and it's hard for them to have the right to make their own choices. There were also some personal questions, but it was clear that this time, the tableau was no problem for Ling Tian and Lee. When Sheena asked Peng Yu-chang first froze for a moment. Only after a short silence he nodded his head and said, "No, I don't have any problems." "Really no problem?" Sheena froze. You have to know, Peng Yu-chang is now just starting out, not even a lowly star. Once the romance is exposed, it is very likely that it will directly ruin his future as a star. "It's fine, I've already decided." Unexpectedly, Peng Yu-chang unexpectedly showed extraordinarily firm. Next to him, Wang Lei stretched out a thumb toward Peng Yu-chang, said, "Men should be like this, brother, I support you." "And me." Li Xiaoyan also raised his hand. "Love is love, where are all the twists and turns?" Although Ling Tian didn't say anything, he still gave Peng Yu-chang an appreciative look. Sheena was impressed by Peng Yu-chang's firmness, took a deep breath, got up and patted his shoulder. "Sister, I support you too, go for it." After saying that, she walked out. 8 o'clock in the morning. In the recording hall, the first set of selected audience members began to enter one after another. The director also began to regulate the entire scene, and the other staff members were even quicker to start the setup, and the entire process was declared complete in just 10 minutes' time. Finally, under the affirmative eyes of the assistant director, the director looked at the camera and said loudly, "Okay, the program is on." As the director's voice fell, the entire stage instantly rang a burst of powerful music, followed by a group of dancers rushed up. In the fierce dance, the 4 people of the Happy Family in the lead of Sheena on the stage, crazy twisting body, and finally clicked in an extremely flirtatious pose above. Welcome to Happy Camp, aired by Opal Mobile. We are the Happy Family. Cherna took over Hee-jeong's opening. After the opening, Sheena looked at the direction of the backstage somewhat sheepishly and realized that there was no one before she heaved a sigh of relief, then patted her heart and said, "It's so close, I thought that later Mr. He would suddenly rush out to beat me up, but fortunately not." After saying this, the audience under the stage was instantly happy. Hearing the laughter, Sheena's state came straight back, immediately rushed to the edge of the stage and said loudly, "Ladies and gentlemen, I missed you all." Now the audience's laughter directly uncontrollable. They thought that after giving birth to a child Sheena will change, at least will be restrained, less to give the child a bad influence, but now how to look even more crazy than before? Just when Sheena still wanted to say something, Vijaya rushed over, pulling her by the death, saying, Okay, we should welcome the guests. This is Happy Camp, not your return special. Isn't it?" Sheena asked with a confused look on her face. Vijay slapped her forehead. "It can be, but this time we have someone in our guest. If you are not afraid, you can totally make this place your special show. Come on, please start your show." As if she had thought of something, Sheena hurriedly covered her mouth, then glanced backstage once again and whispered through the microphone, "There's someone really powerful? At the very least you can't afford to offend. Che, in this world, there is still something I am afraid of. Now we invite our guest of honor to make a grand entrance." "What do you mean?" Hee-jeong directly rushed to Sheena's face with the microphone and gave her a blow on the head in a bad mood. Suddenly see Hee-jeong return, a group of audience all blinded, but then as more crazy cheers came out, obviously, other people in the Happy Camp this stage influence, and Hee-jeong is really not in a class. Sheena looked at the audience below with a shocked face, and listening to the deafening cheers in his ears, he couldn't help but exasperatedly say, "What about me? Why weren't you guys so enthusiastic when I came on? I left for a longer time, okay? Because the audience has already forgotten you." Vijaya God Patch directly let the Selena collapse. The audience went crazy. Chapter 153, Crazy Audience. "Ha, God has forgotten about you," begging for the psychological shadow area of Sheena at this time. Sika directly opened the question Ahem, can you guys not be so skinny? Ha, Sheena really is still that Sheena, love you. Sheena's defiance made the audience below turn over with joy. Hee-jeong also couldn't help but laugh out, then said, "Okay, all joking aside, this time Nana was honored to be promoted to the level of mother. Let's congratulate her with a round of applause." The applause rang out, and Sheena kept bowing on the side to thank her. But in no time she reacted and looked at Hee-jeong with a surprised face, then looked backstage again and suddenly pushed Hee-jeong towards the back while opening her mouth. "Could you, Mr. Hee, today you are the guest of honor, you have nothing to run out as what host you? Hurry up and go back, we haven't announced the guest of honor yet." "Didn't you announce it?" Hee-jeong twisted and re-walked back. "Have you?" Sheena was confused. "Yes." The audience's answer directly broke down the last line of defense of Sheena. She immediately became a face of despair, posture exaggerated, walked to the front of the stage, pointing to the audience below, angry body shivering. Hee-jeong did not have the good sense to pull her back, said, "Okay, there are guests, later after the guests out if you still dare to be so reckless, I counted to serve you." "Cut my service." Cherna's words have not yet come out. Huang Lei will step out, a few dancers walk in his side, will set him off as the emperor. Seeing Huang Lei, Sheena the whole person is not good, the whole entertainment circle all know, Sheena heaven is not afraid of the earth. But only the most afraid of Mr. Huang's sermon, as long as Mr. Huang opened his mouth, Selena quasi-kneeling. At this time, looking at the face of Selena's appearance, the audience once again without modesty laughed out, even Weijia three people cannot help but happy. Hee-jeong is to take advantage of people's danger pushed the Selena, said, "Go continue to fool, alright, today I am the guest of honor, you are the pillar of this place, hurry up, we certainly listen to your command." Selena almost cried, nervous, looking at Huang Lei, fawning smile, and nodded, "Mr. Huang good, Mr. Huang unified the world, Mr. Huang thousands of years, Huang." "Shut up." Huang Lei walked to the front of the Selena, no good mood glared at her, "Say it again, is not I still have to be immortalized Sheena was really going to cry now. However, in the end, Sheena, seeing that she was forced into a desperate situation, immediately began to change the topic of Raw. "Well, the joke is also opened, so now let us use a warm applause to invite the director of the 33 Days of Lost Love Ling Tian, the main star Lily, the male number 4 Peng Yu Chang." Put. Hearing this weird introduction, everyone couldn't help but squirt. "Nima, do you have to introduce me like this? What do you mean by male number 4? But after she finished speaking, the sound engineer and dancers still instantly came on stage and escorted Ling Tian's trio onto the stage. And with Ling Tian and Li Li's appearance, the enthusiasm below rose once again, even surpassing Hee-jeong and Huang Lei at one point, a situation that left Hee-jeong and Huang Lei dumbfounded. After Ling Tian's trio stood back up, Hee-jeong immediately huffed and puffed his way to the front of the audience, pointing at them and saying, "This is my home field, my." He responded to him with the audience's crazy laughter that completely dropped the bottom line. When the laughter disappeared, Hee-jeong then returned to his position, said, "Everyone knows, recently we are participating in a program, Yearning for Life program. This program is the two of us, Mr. Huang and I, with 2 young people and some celebrity guests to experience the rural life of the program. In this program." Wait a minute. Before Hee-jeong finished speaking, Ling Tian couldn't help but shout at him to stop. Hee-jeong froze and looked at Ling Tian with a puzzled look on his face. The others were also confused, including the audience seated below the stage. Ling Tian took a deep breath and said, "Originally, I wasn't going to say anything, but I just couldn't help it. Mr. Hee, don't you have any idea who's leading who in the program?" Now the audience was completely overjoyed. I know, Ling Tian is the cook of the mushroom house, the main hunter of ingredients, the main maker of living tools, the main laborer of farm work. So it looks like Ling Tian is leading Mr. Hee and Mr. Huang." "That's right, that's what it looks like, but Ling Tian, this is Mr. Hee's home turf, aren't you afraid of being beaten up? Mr. Hee, don't be a wimp, just do it." "Yes, him." Hee-jeong glared at this group of spectators who were watching in disbelief without any good reason, then looked towards Huang Lei, nodding and winking towards him. Huang Lei and Hee-jeong were old friends for decades, so with just 2 small gestures he understood what Hee-jeong meant, then coughed twice and opened his mouth to relieve himself. "Mr. Hee is right, but that was the first season, this season I am a salted fish, everything has nothing to do with me. Pfft, old Huang, I'm going to fight you." Hee-jeong immediately rushed towards Huang Lei. Seeing that the scene was getting more and more lively, Cherna couldn't help but look worriedly in the direction of the director, and then go on like this can't have fun, it's all about the guests, what are they doing as hosts? However, when her line of sight and the director met, she found that the director actually handed an okay gesture towards her. This gesture directly caused her blood to collapse, a face of grudges glared at the director, and then began to force herself to add drama, otherwise the flavor of the show will change. "Okay, you guys can talk about it later, the theme of this episode is lost love, can you guys get to the point?" The moment these words came out, Hee-jeong and the others froze for a moment, even the director froze, but then the director decided to let it go. After all, the effect seems to be pretty good now, and the next thing to say is that it really doesn't work. Hee-jeong is worthy of being a top host. After a short period of time, he nodded his head and said, "Yes, have we gotten off the topic? It's already gone off course by 100,000 miles. Sheena slapped her forehead and was filled with helplessness. Put. Hee-jeong's backward rake directly turned everyone over with joy, and some of the audience with low points of laughter almost didn't drill under the stool. Chapter 154, The Chaotic Scene. My responsibility? My responsibility? Cherna began to perform again. Just look at her sad expression, living a chaffing wife who was abandoned by her lover. After laughing and joking, Sheena finally forced the rhythm of the scene back, opened. Well, just now are all jokes, are not allowed to laugh, remember? Now, let's introduce our guests of this issue. Said, she directly pushed away Hee-jeong, walked to the front of Huang Lei, revealed a doggy-like smile. This everyone knows?
Nortel's teacher, under the hands of a large number of star students, people send Jianghu Huang teacher, Huang Lei.
Huang Lei nodded toward the audience, and then glared at Sheena. Can you talk properly?
Sheena shrunk her neck, then walked to the front of Ling Tian, said, recently if you say who has the highest degree of heat, it is definitely not this one, super original singer-songwriter genius, life skills decathlon, will also make a movie of the super big handsome, Ling Tian.
Ling Tian similarly nodded his head towards the audience. Then Selena walked over to Li Chen, carefully sized her up and said, I still don't understand, how did you manage to get Ling Tian? Do you know that because of your actions, you directly made all 800 million girls in the country fall out of love? Lily snorted a laugh and grabbed Ling Tian's arm with a firm grip, saying, mine. I know he's yours. But can you share with us your experience in chasing him? This will also allow us to dig in the future, no? You get the hell out of here. Just as Sheena finished speaking, Hee-jeong yanked her to the side and then introduced her in tears and laughter. This one must not be a stranger to you all, little Miss Yuan-chan from Chu Chao's biography, Ling Tian's girlfriend in reality. Li, let's welcome her. Looking at Hee-jeong who snatched his words, Sheena was anxious, rushed to Hee-jeong, exasperated, why snatch my job? I'm the hostess now, and you're the guest of honor. Humph, I'm the guest of honor? Then why didn't you introduce me just now?
Hee-jeong sneered and disliked back.
You don't need an introduction?
Oops, this is the first time I found out that Mr. He is so unsure of his popularity. Come on guys, tell him, do you know him?
Don't know him.
Hee-jeong covered his heart and collapsed, too sad to live this day. And Ling Tian and the others were also amused by this series of gags, especially Ling Tian. He had to admire Sheena with Hee-jeong. Just a few words will be the scene of the rhythm of all control, and relying on short words froze in control of everyone's emotions. As for Wei Jia and others, they have become a complete backdrop at this time, less than the latter part of the game basically did not have anything to do with them. After Sheena disliked Hee-jeong, she walked over to Peng Yuchang's side and said, your name is Peng Yuchang, right?
I know you, I heard you're in love? Wow.
The following immediately a gasp. This period of time Peng Yuchang's hotness is also rising. Now there are several million fans, although still not into the stream, but after all is a star, and is still by the company to promote the person. The future achievements will certainly not be low to nowhere. But if once the romance breaks out, the consequences are unimaginable, so for a moment everyone couldn't help but give a nod to Sheena. This question is too appetizing. Just what the audience did not expect was that Peng Yuchang, faced with this question, nodded his head without even thinking and said, yes, I already have a favorite person, but I haven't caught up yet. Well, I will try my best.
Sheena exclaimed, really? Then tell us, what is she? How can she make you so fascinated?
She's not from the circle, she's the secretary of Tian's studio, a very clean girl.
Speaking of Su Luo, a happy smile appeared on Peng Yuchang's face.
The director frowned, but then he didn't care, because he saw the expressions on Hee-jeong and Huang Lei's faces. It was obvious that this matter was tacitly approved by their two gods, and since they had already recognized it, then Ling Tian must have been sure of it as well, and in that case, the energy behind it was too great, so great that Peng Yuchang's company didn't dare to say anything. Since this was the case, it was best for him, a small director, to just ignore everything. On the stage, after the introduction of the guests' identities, the program entered the right track, and the group of people split into two camps sitting opposite each other, only for Hee-jeong to suddenly realize that he didn't know where to sit. In the end, he was dragged by Huang Lei to the guest seat, and Hee-jeong was not the host of this program. Selena satisfied with a glance at the opposite guest, and then said, we all know that this period of time on the network are everywhere about the rumors of Ling Tian, from the initial sudden appearance in The Yearning Life, and then followed by the relationship between and Li, and then a new song one after another, and now it is a direct step into the ranks of the director. Ling Tian, can you tell us, how on earth do you in such a short period of time to do all this?
Ling Tian, can you tell us how you did all this in such a short period of time?
Ling Tian pondered for a moment, suddenly looked up and said, because I'm a genius.
The audience sprayed. Sheena also choked and stood up very angrily. I'm asking you very serious questions right now. Look at my expression, how serious it is. All I see is I poop.
Ling Tian responded with a serious face.
Sheena directly covered her heart and retreated in defeat. Nima has never seen such a leathery guest. Still want the host to live? It took her a long time to recover, and then she grunted at Ling Tian and set her eyes on Li Chen. Let's move on to the question just now. Li Chen, how in the world did you chase after Ling Tian? Share it with us. Director, I want to strike. As soon as he said this, Hee-jeong jumped up and said loudly, this can't be recorded anymore. The director was taken aback by Hee-jeong's sudden reaction. Ling Tian even pulled Hee-jeong back and said, relax, Nana must be upset, relax. Why am I unhappy? Cherna was confused.
Hee-jeong was also confused, and the others were even more curious.
Feeling the gazes focused on him, Ling Tian took a deep breath and then said, "Because your daughter is not close to you." The group of people were all dumbfounded. Chapter 155, Joy Without Limits. Happy Camp Recording Site. Sheena suddenly raised her head after a short silence. A pair of eyes looked straight at Ling Tian, and that lingering energy couldn't swallow Ling Tian directly. "Say, how do you know that my daughter is not close to me? Did Brother Jia tell you?" This Brother Jia, looks like I'm going to go back and clean him up." Ling Tian blinked with an innocent face. "Do I need someone else to tell me this? How to tell?" He Jiong came to be interested. Huang Lei and the others were also looking at Ling Tian with an interested face. Ling Tian coughed twice. "I can only say, Nana's teasing, even a blind man can feel it. I believe that her daughter can certainly feel it, so as long as it is a normal person will not kiss her, right?" Pooch Nana sprayed, directly rushed to the front of Ling Tian. Dead grabbed his shoulders shaking, angrily. "You are not Ling Tian. Who are you in the end? Hurry up and come out to me, ah." Ling Tian was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "Hee, I didn't think that I was hidden so deeply that you found out. It's true that I'm worthy of being the big sister of Malin Slope. Since this is the case, I'll have to reveal my true identity." Sheena was baffled by Ling Tian's reaction and looked at him dumbfounded, then reached out and touched her forehead, turned around and walked away, while constantly muttering, "I don't have a fever, why am I hallucinating? Well, it must be because the two little girls tossed and turned too hard yesterday." Her murmuring almost didn't make the audience below go crazy with joy, but of course, the audience was even more surprised by Ling Tian's ability to be funny in variety arts. Although he had already shown great live control at Dr. Chen's concert, many of the audience hadn't seen it with their own eyes, and watching it through a video was definitely not the same as being there. Ling Tian had a hard time posing for the pose, and was about to give the live audience a shocking revelation, when he suddenly realized that Sheena had even left, and sighed breathlessly, "Alas, it seems that my real identity will have to be hidden for a while, or else the killing power will be too great, and this is not even out of the way yet to scare the enemy away. Poha, Ling Tian, you've had enough, I can't hold it in anymore. Cough cough, I couldn't hold it in a long time ago, I now suddenly realize that I can feel the mood of the audience at the doctor's concert, cough cough lol. Ha, I can't believe I didn't listen to my best friend. Does anyone have any heart pills? Give me 2 first. Ling Tian, tell me honestly, are you really happy to skin so much?" Sheena once again glared fiercely at Ling Tian, then took a deep breath, deciding not to skin down with Ling Tian anymore, or else she would definitely be eating her words. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she swept over the bodies of the 3 people, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and Peng Yuchan. Well, she directly ignored Li Jin as well. "See? Nana actually wimped out, huh? This is the first time I've seen Nana admit her wimpiness in front of a guest." He Jiong looked at the expression on Sheena's face to be the first to hold back, and then with a face of dejection, he raised his eyebrows and squeezed his eyes toward Sheena, and even stood up and twisted his butt twice, which made the group of people laughing and their stomachs hurt. Sheena was sarcasm by He Jiong, but she didn't dare to retort. After all, she really didn't want to confront Ling Tian again. That bastard's skin was too thick, completely without the slightest bit of awareness of the rising idol. Even Sheena suspected that if she disliked her again, her position as the first sister of the mainland variety show would probably have to be disliked by Ling Tian, who was a member of the opposite sex. Taking a few big breaths, and strongly suppressing her inner desire to go over and beat up He Jiong, only then did Sheena get back up and said, "Well, let's go back to the main topic now. As you can all see, our topic today is lost love, because our director Ling Tian has made a movie called 33 Days of Lost Love, so let's ask the several creators what kind of movie this movie really is." Healing movie. Peng Yuchang suddenly raised his hand and said, "This I know, Brother Tian said this is called a healing movie." Cherna glared at Peng Yuchang without any good reason. "We all know that this is a healing movie, after all," Ling Tian said it at the opening conference. "I mean, does this movie belong to tragedy or comedy? Or a drama of connotation?" At the end of his words, a look of extreme lewdness appeared on Sienna's face as he looked at everyone with a burst of laughter. But then everyone realized that Li suddenly stood up. This to the stage basically did not say much. Woman at this time as a face of bad look at Sheena, mouth with a hint of provocative smile. "Nana, can you explain in your mouth connotation is how many connotations of?" Sheena was instantly baffled. "It's that connotation ah." "Which connotation?" "The connotation of you and your man." "I don't really understand, you know that people are not married, still pure little girl." Poochie that a mouthful of old blood sprayed out. Gray returned to his position, and then a Pat Vijaya said, "Jia brother, the enemy is too ferocious, I cannot withstand it, Yuan." Wei Jia was instantly confused, and then glanced at the opposite side of the 5 people. "Well, this period of the guests is definitely the most difficult to deal with, Mr. He, not to mention, the happy family big brother, variety arts ability, then they add up to all-powerful, Ling Tian and Li not to mention, now has been defeated, he simply cannot afford to mess with. As for the remaining 2, Mr. Huang is very powerful, asking him is definitely looking for death. Then there is only one Peng Yuchang, well, but the key is Peng Yuchang a small supporting role. If you ask him, nothing can be asked, not to mention, there is also the possibility of offending a few bigwigs." In the end, Wei Jia came to the conclusion that the purpose of Selena pushing him out was to make him take the blame. Taking a deep breath, Vijaya suddenly stood up, his eyes burning as he stared at Yi Jiong and the others. The aura on his body was climbing. Cherna's eyes lit up. That's right, Jia, maintain your current aura, go ahead and sweep them away, let them know who exactly is the big brother and sister of the variety industry. Aha! Vijaya nodded heavily, then took a step towards the opposite side. However, just as everyone was looking forward to how Vijaya was going to unfold, they saw Vijaya walk up to Ling Tian and the others, and after looking at them one by one suddenly slumped to the ground and cried out, "Big brother's help, I want to surrender, I want to report, I want to file a complaint." Ling Tian several people. Sheena, Wu Xian, and Hai Tao. Live audience. Chapter 156, Explosive Laughter. Vijaya's actions directly caused the entire scene to be all dumbfounded faces. The scene was very awkward for a while, especially Selena, who couldn't take a knife and directly cut down Weijia, it was too humiliating. Fortunately, at this time, the director came to the news, the first stage can almost end. Sheena immediately forcefully dragged Vijaya back, and then said, "Count, you guys are good, this round we admit it, humph, but you do not be happy too early, the later stages can be our strong point." After saying this, the director immediately shouted click, signaling the end of the first stage, and then a special person began to go on stage to arrange the props for the next stage. The guests and hosts also retreated to the side to start resting. As for the audience on the scene, they were arranged by specialists to start exiting the stage for the next wave of audience to come in. Although these viewers were not happy, there was no way around it, this was the rule and they had to abide by it, otherwise, not to mention the program team was not happy, even the audience waiting outside would have to get them killed. At the edge of the stage, Ling Tian took the opportunity to take out his cell phone and started to look through the recent movie news. Don't look at him as a big talker in his day-to-day life, but for his debut movie, he really cares about it, or else he wouldn't have been able to be so desperate when he was shooting at the time. In the past 2 days, he had even been paying attention to the movie's news, hating that he could not lie on his phone 24 hours a day. Suddenly, a bottle of water was passed in front of him. Looking up, it was Li Jin. At this time Li Jin was wearing a sweet smile. After he received the water, Li Jin suddenly leaned over his ear and whispered, "Just now, after disliking Nana in the field, it seems like I'm much more comfortable." Put. Ling Tian almost didn't spray out all the water that he just drank into his mouth. He looked at Li Xiaoyan in tears and laughed, and said with a soft smile, "Still so vindictive?" "No, it's just that it's very comfortable right now, and we're supposed to be playing a game later on, and I'm a little worried that we're going to lose." "It's okay, they are professional hosts, they know when to do what, so if we lose, don't blame ourselves, it's all because the hosts don't let us." Looking at such a skinny Ling Tian, Li Qian suddenly couldn't help but smile, then glanced at the few people next to her, and quietly muttered a few words in Ling Tian's ear. Before turning around and leaving, she still had to go and familiarize herself with the rest of the tableau, so as to save any mistakes in a while. Although this was a recorded broadcast, Li still hoped that she could go through it all at once, and then grab more things to get tired of with Ling Tian. Don't ask why, girls who are in love for the first time are just so overbearing, what can you do about it? 10 minutes of rest time quickly ended, the crowd once again returned to the stage, the director towards the Sheena hit an OK gesture. Sheena immediately led the 3 people of Vijaya, said loudly, "Well, welcome back to our scene, this is a happy camp broadcast by the title of the Opal cell phone, we are the happy family. Just now, we have a momentary negligence, lost to the opposite group do not want to dignify the guest team, but does not matter, our next project specifically arranged for our most favorable, then, now let us enter our game session." Speaking, Sheena pointed to the side of the stage, where a long table was set up, which was cut into a small grid. This props at a glance as who was undercover. See this Ling Tian suddenly speechless, how? He felt that this game is interesting and decided to use it for the rest of his life, right? But then he thought of the simple version of the game that they played in the Mushroom House, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who's undercover? Our program's conscience game, our host's best game, will definitely win this time, right everyone? Not right. Pooh Cherna spurted blood and pointed at the audience below with an exasperated voice, "Have you forgotten whose turf this is? I'll have the security guards deport all of you." All she got in return for her threat was unrelenting mocking laughter from the audience. Sheena snorted coldly, "Whatever you guys, anyway, the final win will definitely be our happy family. Okay, now let's start the game, the first round." Under Sheena's arrangement, in the first game, apart from Ling Tian and the 5 of them, the background trio on the happy family's side were all on the field as well, sort of mixing up the shots. Sheena took the teleprompter in her hand and sneered, "Good, now start, you have 3 seconds to look at your keywords, please start." The words fell, the front of the table also removed the cover, revealing the keywords of the crowd. This time the keyword is girlfriend, and the undercover keyword is cuddle bear. I do not know if it is unfortunate, the first round of the undercover keyword of the knife was even the happy family's seafood. After seeing this result, Selena slammed his forehead, turned to the staff of the set and gritted his teeth. "You guys are on purpose, right? The following audience at this time has long been happy. Haitao has always been the mascot of the happy family, usually not much show in lines, but make a fool of himself and amuse the audience is definitely his persona. This time there is no doubt that Haitao's existence is to make this game session ended early. But fortunately, Haitao was standing on the penultimate leftmost side this time, and if he started from the right, he could have gotten tips from the previous 6, so it wasn't like he didn't have a chance, unless he had a brain fart. Well, therefore, Cherna very don't have the decency to announce to start from the far right. Standing on the far right was Hee-jeong, who glared at Cherna in dismay, then indignantly said, I don't have one. Put. The audience below erupted in laughter again, and Cherna even squatted on the ground without any sense of propriety, covering his stomach and letting out a loud laugh. The second person was Huang Lei, who also forced a smile, lying on the table and said, I have had. The third person was Peng Yu-chang, I don't count as having for now. The fourth person was Li Xiaoyan, I don't need to. The fifth person Ling Tian, I have. The sixth person, Wei Jia, I have too. Then it was Haitao's turn. Sheena, who had just laughed her stomach off, was completely dumbfounded at this point. Where was the promised clue? Where are the clues? What's with the yes and no? What are you guys doing? Ling Tian and the others are just fine, but what do you mean, Vega? You're ready to be a traitor to the end, aren't you? Ha! The Siamoy frowned, contemplated, then frowned again, and finally said, hugging is very comfortable. Poha, now not only the audience below crazy, the people on the stage also all crazy. Chapter 157, you guys did it on purpose, right? If you don't look at other people's keywords in front of you, just look at Haito's own. His description actually doesn't have any problem. However, the key is this but. The key is this but, is the ticket comfortable to hold? Of course it's comfortable, but can you not say it on this kind of occasion? It's really hard to accept, okay? Most of all, you have a talent for making people laugh when you say things like that, especially with your charming little eyes. Wu Xian had already laughed so hard that she couldn't speak, slapping the table in front of her fiercely, saying, I cough, I don't need it either, huh? Haidao looked at the reactions of the people around him with a dumbfounded face, and looked at Sheena with full of innocence. Sister Na, did I say something wrong? Sheena, tearless on the spot, announced, I declare that the first game is over, undercover agent Haidao out of the game. Ha crowd this time laughed even more joyfully, especially thinking of the oath of the just Sheena, simply have a kind of miserable vestigial feeling It was only then that Haitao flipped over the other people's cards, and when he saw the 3 words girlfriend the whole thing went bad, and he almost didn't get right under the table. Sheena took a deep breath, then walked directly to Haitao's front, gritted his teeth and said, Give me out, see how you na sister I play, humph. I wish sister na a victory. Haitao was like an amnesty, and hurriedly ran out. After waiting for Selena to stand still, Haitao loudly said, Good, now I announce, I am undercover, second game begins. The crowd quickly glanced at their keywords. This round's keyword is see vows, undercover keyword is sky long, well dead this time to get the undercover is Sheena. See this situation, the following audience once again sprayed with laughter. Even Haitao couldn't help but laugh so hard that he crouched on the ground, frantically slapping the stage with tears coming out of his eyes. Sheena immediately had a very bad feeling. In order to stop this situation from spreading, she slammed the table and said, What are you doing? Hurry up and start. Haidao gave an oh so subtle sound and forced a laugh, saying, Now let's start with Mr. He's keyword description. Hee-jeong still clenched his teeth, face expressionless, low growl, I still do not have. This time Huang Lei first couldn't help but spray, then hastily waved his hand and laughed, I have, this I have. Peng Yu-chang, I haven't had it yet. Li Xiaoyan, I have. Ling Tian, I have too. Vijia, I really do. Sheena. Haitao this time has been completely unable to hold back, simply the whole person are lying on the ground laughing, while covering the stomach to laugh, while watch non-stop, there is no way, is really too much pain in the stomach. The audience below is laughing so much that many people have drilled into the stool below, tightly grasping the backrest in front of them, constantly wiping tears. For a long time, Sheena violently opened his mouth and said, What are you laughing at? This one I also have. Wu Xian laughed, I don't have it, I really don't have this one, ha. Haitao stood up, wiping his tears and said, Good, now everyone start to identify, who is the undercover agent? Brush. In addition to Cherna pointed her finger to Hee-jeong, the other 7 people all pointed their fingers to Cherna, so much so that Cherna herself pointed at herself and said, How can that be? She suddenly lifted up other people's cards, then threw them onto the table with a huff, grabbed her high heels and ran towards the staff of the set, saying loudly, Are you doing this on purpose? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. If you don't give me a clear explanation today, why don't you try? Luckily, Hee-jeong's quick eyes and hands pulled her, but just when everyone thought that Hee-jeong would comfort Selena, who knew that Hee-jeong even took off his sneakers and rushed over, angrily said, Say, are you guys doing this on purpose? Knowing that I am a single dog on purpose, right? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Poha, I really cannot, how can be so funny? Ha, cough heartache Mr. He, it seems that Mr. He in the mushroom house is really eating dog food to eat propped up No, not eaten up, but eat out of the psychological shadow. Ha, you people are ready to laugh us to death and then inherit our flowers? Hee-jeong's reaction blindsided Sheena, then Sheena resumed her position and said as if nothing had happened, See, the enemy has instantly turned into a friendly force, but I still don't believe in evil, I don't believe I can't win against them. Haidao, announce the start. Haitao was pulling Hee-jeong at this time, and froze for a moment when he heard Sheena's words, then looked at Hee-jeong. Hee-jeong took a deep breath, then walked to his position and pointed fiercely at the staff members, before looking ahead. Haitao took a deep breath, adjusting his emotions and breathing as much as possible, then announced the start of the third and final round.
But when the keyword for the third round appeared, the audience below completely erupted, and the laughter couldn't even lift the entire ceiling off. Haitao was even more stupid face, because this game's keyword is actually love, undercover keyword is friendship. The most important thing is that this time to get the undercover or Selena, this time even Haitao cannot help but doubt whether the staff intentionally.
After all, you can't be this coincidental even if you are no longer coincidental, right? This time Hee-jeong completely exploded, hissed angrily, I still do not have, in the end you want what ah? Huang Lei this time also cannot be taught, happy to lie on the table and keep tapping the table, said, I first laugh a little this I still have. Ping Yu Chang now have some heartache Hee-jeong, but this honest child still forced to hold back the laughter, I immediately have. Li Xiaoyan, I already have. Ling Tian, I've got one too. Wei Jia, this. Speaking of which, Vijia carefully glanced at Sheena, then to, this I have too, really. Sheena. You guys did it on purpose, didn't you? You guys definitely did it on purpose. Smart as she was, she knew that she was definitely different from Hee-jeong's when Hee-jeong said it, and Huang Lei's answer behind her made her sure that she was undercover again, damn it. And the most crucial thing was that the group in front of her for 3 innings now said all the same thing, so that she couldn't even make up anything. Therefore, this time she also cannot help it, her face became iron blue, roared, I do not know, I am an undercover line? Chapter 158 Ja Xan Lao Tai. The second session, who was an undercover agent, ended with Sheena being madly punched in the face. After the intermission, the third segment began, but by this time the program had basically reached the midway point. According to the rules, the guests were required to sing a song or show off their talents, so after shouting out slogans, Selena once again revealed her lewd smile. As we all know, Ling Tian initially caught everyone's attention on the program The Wayward Life, but he really came into the public eye with a few of his original songs, so he was quickly pushed to a high position, and now he is even praised by the doctor as the king of the stage. So do you want to hear Ling Tian sing? Yes. Nonsense, who doesn't know that all the songs sung by Ling Tian are basically classics? Even the ones that aren't classics are all catchy pop songs, or even magical god songs. So listening to Ling Tian's songs was definitely a treat. Sheena laughed out loud and looked at Ling Tian with bad eyes. So do you guys want to listen to old songs? Or do you want to listen to new songs? New song. Listening to the cheers of the audience below, Lee instantly became anxious and rushed in front of Cherna, no singing. Sheena was confused by the dislike, and then looked at Ling Tian with a speechless expression. You're a big man and you have to let your wife come out to take the fall for you. Can't you show a bit of courage and manly commitment? Ling Tian smiled coldly. I just want to listen to a song. What do you want to hear? Lily looked at Ling Tian with a worried face. Original how can it be so easy? What's more, looking at the expression on Selena's face, he knew that she definitely didn't have a good heart, and might come up with some kind of topic to make things difficult for Ling Tian. However, Ling Tian quickly pulled her back, and then said toward Sheena, come on, please give your topic, I'll let you see today, this kind of person like a genius really exists, and the more you know, the more you'll feel the original you're really wasted off. Hoo good gas oh. Selena was Ling whether don't, suddenly her eyes lit up, said, so rampant right? Okay, then you can give all of us single dogs a healing song. Ling Tian grunted and sneered, you single dogs? When did Jet become single again? Come on Nana, please start your explanation. The audience below squirted once again. Luckily it was a different group of viewers, or else it's hard to guarantee that someone won't end up in the hospital because of this Sheena blinked her big innocent eyes, then thought carefully, and hurriedly said, no, Jia is not single. You group of wave-hooves must not think of digging my corners. I Ling Tian, counting on you to be great. Then Irie said, you will give Mr. He and their single dogs a song. Sheena. Hee-jeong went crazy and ate up his sneakers and rushed towards Sheena. Looking at the scene that was a mess, the audience directly fell down with laughter. One by one, they burrowed underneath the stools and tenaciously watched the performance above. Ling Tian nodded towards Lee, then walked to the back and took a guitar handed over by the staff, gently strummed it, and rejoined the center stage, saying, since Nana has given out the title, if I don't punch her in the face I'm a bit sorry for her aggressiveness, right? Come on, all of you, curb your laughter and prepare for the voice from the genius. Knowing that Ling Tian was going to perform, a group of people hurriedly backed away, leaving the venue to Ling Tian, and the choreography started to work. The audience below even instantly held back their laughter, quietly looking at Ling Tian on the stage. Ling Tian laughed lightly, sat down on the stool, looked at all the audience and strummed his guitar, saying, a single love song, for all those who are single or about to be ready to get out of their singles, I wish everyone can find their beloved other half. As the words fell, the melodious melody entered everyone's ears. You can't catch love, always watch him slip away, happy people everywhere in the world, why can't you be counted? Ling Tian changed the I in it to you, after all, he already had Lee now, it was simply impossible to follow the original song again, and it would also have some impact on Lee. Besides, after changing the words, it was more in line with the current situation. At most, he could just wait until he finished singing and then hint to the audience. And once these few simple lyrics came out, all the single dogs on the scene instantly broke down in tears. Nima ja harta, too painful. Ling Tian laughed softly and continued to sing, fighting alone for love, long ago ate enough of the pain of love, lost in love everywhere, and you're just one of them. Poof's single dogs continue to spurt blood. The stage Hee-jeong is almost did not hold back to rush up to beat Ling Tian. Nima this lyrics in the end how to write out? Just then, the melody of the song suddenly went up, and the intense chorus part followed. Love should be more frustrated and more courageous. Love should definitely be persistent. Every single person has to see through. If you want to love, don't be afraid to hurt. A group of single dogs couldn't help themselves and were about to explode, looking at Ling Tian with eyes filled with thick malice. Looking for a favorite deep love each other, to say goodbye to single, a sentimental infatuation desperate love to give you wounds. There are so many lonely people, not many happy ones, don't love and miss leaving behind a single you sing love songs alone. You guys don't stop me, I'm going to beat him up. Hee-jeong fiercely stood up and was ready to charge towards Ling Tian, but then he realized that no one around him was even taking care of him, and a thick wave of embarrassment appeared on his face. Luckily, everyone was listening to the song and didn't notice him at all, or else he would have lost a lot of face this time. Soon, Ling Tian's last line also fell, the melody faded away, and the lights once again returned to normal. Putting his guitar aside, Ling Tian provocatively looked at Sheena. Nana, this song of mine is quite passable, right? Sheena nodded her head. It's true that it's better to be known than to be seen. Your songwriting ability is too powerful. It's just that the lyrics are a bit of a punch in the face. Just now, Mr. He almost didn't hold back from rushing up and punching you. Who said that? Hee-jeong instantly reacted, looking left and right, aiming. Just now is definitely not what I said, unless I am tired of living. Hee-jeong's God reaction let the audience just solid emotions instantly spilled out, happened to laugh. God live tired. Ling Tian's kung fu was absolutely no need to question. A person who can defeat Wu Jing, the body is not Hee-jeong can be compared? Sheena. Chapter 159, Crazy Bubble Battle. Good, count yourself as good. Sheena was silent for a long time before she gritted her teeth and admitted it, then she looked at Ling Tian with a curious face, and in the end, she couldn't help but run in front of Ling Tian and pinch his arm, whispering, how could there be such a powerful person? But don't you think that your lyrics just now were really punched? Ling Tian smiled indifferently, very simple because this is a variety show, it is you Selena hosted, do not a beating can be mixed? Ling Tian looked at Sel that speechless expression suddenly couldn't help but dejected up and then said, well, in fact, this is a sentimental inspirational song, as long as you will be inside the lyrics of the word you change into the word I will be on the line, I will upload the song as soon as possible after the catalog is finished. The audience below suddenly realized, they said, how could Ling Tian be so brain dead to write such a beat up song? So it was just for the sake of the program's effect. But thinking about the lyrics after the change, a group of viewers suddenly realized that it was even more heartbreaking. Okay, the song is over, let's move on to the next game session. Hey, this game session is definitely customized for our happy family, this time I don't believe we will still lose. Come on, props please. With the fall of Sheena's voice, the audience's attention was instantly diverted, and then they saw a huge bubble mat being lifted up, which was filled with bubbles, and at the two ends of the mat, there were two tiny basketball frames. This is our happy family's killer, bubble battle. The way is very simple. As long as everyone can throw this basketball into the basket on the mat in the stipulated time will be considered a win. Both sides play against each other. There are no rules. Below, we have the representative of the happy family, Hai Tao. Ling Tian looked at Sheena in silence, as if looking at a little cutie. The same look made Sheena very unhappy and glared at him with an exasperated look. A few moments later, Ling Tian raised his hand. Peng, you're on. Alright, brother Tian, just watch. Peng Yuchang moved his body a bit, then stepped into the mat and stared at each other with Hai Tao inside. Sheena saw that both sides were ready, so she withdrew her gaze and turned to Peng Yuchang and Hai Tao. Ready. Begin. As the words landed, Hai Tao instantly roared and rushed towards the basketball. His huge size directly caused the mat to shake violently. The bubbles on it were all formed by some very smooth laundry detergent. Therefore, under an inadvertent mistake, Peng Yuchang was directly slid over to the ground. But even after falling down, Peng Yuchang didn't give up. Instead, he rolled over and tripped Hai Tao, and took the opportunity to grab the basketball in his hand, and then frantically crawled towards the opposite side. That's right, is to climb. After just fell to the ground, Peng Yuchang will know that here want to run over is impossible, can only climb, and the length of the mat is only 6 meters, so climb will not take long. Hai Tao reacted, directly rolled over and grabbed Peng Yuchang's legs. Peng Yuchang pulled back, then went to grab his ball. Peng Yuchang resisted to the death, and then... Well, the two people are so entangled together, looking like love for each other like love. You tightly hold him, he tightly holds you. If you have to use a word to describe it, that is spicy eyes. A group of people had already bent over in laughter. Even Ling Tian couldn't help but let out a loud laugh, and Li Xia was even hanging tightly on his body, laughing so hard that he couldn't catch his breath. A moment, struggled for a long time. Peng Yuchang finally no strength. Hai Tao quickly steal the ball, and then thrown into the basket, so the first game Hai Tao won. But this game is 2 out of 3, so Peng Yuchang glared fiercely at Hai Tao, said, come again. Hai Tao dejectedly raised an eyebrow towards Peng Yuchang, and then threw the basketball to Peng Yuchang, said, let you once. I will make you lose ugly. After Peng Yuchang finished, he even directly flipped over and ran to the edge of the side, and started crawling madly along the mat. When Haitao reacted and prepared to snipe, Peng Yuchang was already less than half a meter from the basket. Then Peng Yuchang no longer advanced, but a backhanded slam. The basketball should be into the net. 1-1. Peng Yuchang towards Ling Tian gave a thumbs up, and then towards Haitao raised eyebrows, said, "There is still a game, you are bound to lose, humph. You were let down by me just now, this time I will let you know that the gap between us is irreparable." Haitao let out a roar, his body fell to the ground with a roar, directly overturning Peng Yuchang, and then he quickly held the basketball and rushed towards Peng Yuchang. Not allowed to pass. Peng Yuchang rolled over and grabbed Haitao's arm face to face, and then climbed onto Haitao's back with force, clasping his hand with a death grip, so that he had no way to exert himself. Haitao screamed, desperately want to take back the hand, but Peng Yuchang also do not know whether it is inspired by the potential, but also buckle very dead, let Haitao how to struggle is useless. In the end, Haitao simply rolled over to a four-legged look, and pressed Peng Yuchang underneath. Peng Yuchang immediately wailed, let go of Haitao's hand. Haitao laughed, but followed when he reflipped body ready to move forward when he suddenly found that the hands of the basketball is gone. Looking back, Peng Yuchang has reached the edge of the basket. The next moment the basketball in his eyes drilled into the basket. Haitao blinked, did not seem to understand what was going on. But Peng Yuchang had already cheered, yeah, brother Tian, I won. Ling Tian laughed lightly, then looked at Sheena, is this your happy family's strong point? Looking at Ling Tian's face of undisguised disdain, Sheena was anxious, that's because Mr. He defected, so? He Jiang instantly spurted blood and exclaimed, what does it have to do with me? Huang Lei patted He Jiang's shoulder, what Nana meant, you're the powerhouse of Haitao, well, I'll have to deliberate on this one. Piss off. Looking at Huang Lei with an expression like I seem to have discovered something great and unimaginable, He Jiang suddenly had a head full of black lines. Li once again let out a loud laugh, pointing at He Jiang and Huang Lei, tears coming out of his eyes as he laughed. Ling Tian winked at Sheena, you have to admit when you lose. Sheena took a deep breath, it's okay, next game, who are you going to send this time? Who are you going to send? You're in charge of me? What do you care about me? Are you a scoundrel? You bite me? Chapter 160, The Outburst of Li. Happy Camp Live. The audience was already laughing their asses off at Ling Tian and Sheena's mutual dislike. Sheena glared at Ling Tian with an angry face, I say you're a big old man, is it fun to dislike me like this as a little woman? Are you going to bite me? Ling Tian was still saying this. You bite me? Director, I want to quit. What kind of guests are these? What kind of guest is this? Can't the host live anymore? Cherna collapsed. Ling Tian twisted his body dejectedly and then exchanged palms with Li Jian, who was beside him. Li Xiaoyan even raised his head and kissed Ling Tian on the corner of his mouth, saying loudly, you're great, darling. He Jiang immediately burst into tears, turned around and silently walked to the corner to draw a circle. He just couldn't understand, why is it that when he participates in a program, it's always him who gets abused? And the one who abused him is still his teammate, don't be so heartless ah. Sheena looked at the two of them with a disgusted face, and then said, I'm going to send Wu Xian on this time, haha, let's see how you're going to take it. Now it was Ling Tian's turn to be speechless. Snima, do you want to be so bottomless? Sending a female, is this a general? And after hearing Sheena's arrangement, Huang Lei immediately retreated several steps away, then kept waving his hand and said, I'm a man with a wife, I can't do anything to apologize to my wife. He Jiang was completely spewing blood this time. The audience even realized that they no longer had the strength to laugh, but they still couldn't help but make noises. They now seriously doubted that they would die from laughing because they were watching a show. Ling Tian turned his gaze to Peng Yuchang, I am also a man with a wife. Peng Yuchang hurriedly waved his hand, I am also someone who has a beloved. Pooh. He Jiang suffered 2 consecutive blows. Looking at the gazes that were focused over, He Jiang immediately yelled, I treat Xin as my sister, I can't participate. Pisses me off. Ha! Sheena was there pinching her waist and laughing rampantly, I didn't expect it, but I was able to give up without a fight, I'm really great. At this moment, Sheena didn't notice Wu Xian's grumpy little eyes, well, or rather, he wouldn't care even if he saw it, winning is the main thing at this time. Just at this time, Li suddenly said, I will participate, humph. You really think there's no one on our side, don't you? Karma? Sheena's laughter came to a screeching halt, looking at Li Xiaoyan with a surprised look on her face before looking at Ling Tian, you're willing to let your daughter-in-law go up there and tear others apart? Sheena, you're a woman too, can you not be so filthy? Please forgive me for not being innocent, there is no way to be innocent at this time ah. Ha, Sheena, can you stop screwing around like that? I really can't take it anymore. Ahem, someone give me a quick acting heart pill, I really can't stand it anymore, or else call a demon spirit for me. Buddy, the demon spirit is the one that controls the overturning of the car, regardless of being laughed to death, I can't do it either. Ling Tian looked at Sheena dumbfounded, then frowned, are you often tearing it up with others? Sheena. On the director's side, the assistant director kept wiping the sweat from his head and said, Guide, can this segment be broadcast? Is the scale too big? The director froze for a moment, is there a scale? They were just joking.
The assistant director completely knelt down to the director's concept. He was now somewhat afraid to imagine the audience's reaction after this program was aired. It even occurred to him that if Happy Camp was directly ordered to rectify the situation because of this bridge, then the joke would really be too big. But then he didn't care. Anyway, everything is supported by the director. What can he say as an assistant director? What's the big deal is that when the time comes to change the program group to continue to chant, is certainly not get the current high salary. After a long time, Cherna decided to ignore Ling Tian, and then directly announced the start of the second round. Both Li Xia and Wu Xian belonged to the petite body type, but Li Xia had the advantage of height, so just as the two of them started, Li Xia directly took the lead. But just as she was about to rush towards the basket, Wu Xian on this side instantly powered up and directly hugged her, then frantically rolled towards the basket on the other side. Ling Tian was dumbfounded by this scene. To be honest, he was really calmed down by the happy family group of people who play the game with no fear of death. No wonder even Wu Xian and Haidao, who don't have much footage, can stand on this stage for so long. Just based on this hustle and bustle, there is no reason to replace them. However, Ling Tian also ignored Li for this game's importance. For her, this is not only a program, but also her revenge on the happy family. Although in the airport, she chose to forgive, but as she said herself, the bottom of her heart is always still a little bit of a sticking point. Sheena had already been cleaned up by Ling Tian, and Haidao had also been defeated by Pengyu Chang. Then as long as she could defeat Wu Xian next, the stigma in her heart would completely disappear, so she definitely wouldn't allow herself to fail. So after rolling around twice, Li sudden force raw Wu Xian to the side, and then rushed to the bottom of the basket, poof threw the basketball in, and then screamed loudly, "I won!" Bubbles because of all the water liquid, so at this time, Li Chen and Wu Xian's clothes are almost wet, and Pengyu Chang and Hai Tao different. These are two big beauty, especially Li Chen, properly wet. Body. Seductive. The audience below had their eyes all over the place for a while, so they were all over the place. That's why the audience below looked straight for a moment, but then they were laughing like crazy. Ling Tian passed a thumbs up towards Li. Sheena glared at Ling Tian in a bad mood and then said, "It's not over yet, we'll bounce back, Xin cheer." Good. Wu Xian swore. But the next second roundly directly to her a kill, before she could react to the ball directly from the top of the mat picked up and put into the basket. Dumbfounded at this scene, Wu Xian stupid, Cherna stupid, VJ Haidao stupid, even He Joan they are also dumbfounded. Li don't care about that much. After throwing the basketball and he rushed out of the mat and pounced on Ling Tian with a happy face, "I won." Ah, why is it still possible? Wu Xian suddenly reacted and let out a scream. Yeah, why can it still be like this? The group of people all put their sights on Li Xiaoyan's body. Chapter 161, The End in Going Home. Facing a group of puzzled gazes, Li grunted and laughed, because that's what Sister Na herself said. There are no rules, just throw the ball into the basket. Well, a group of people's gazes instantly shifted to Sheena's body, because Li was right, this was indeed what Sheena had said. Sheena instantly felt her scalp tingle. She now seriously suspected that this comeback date she had found was definitely cursed, otherwise how could she have been defeated in front of Ling Tian's two families in a row? The dignity of the first sister of variety was almost lost, okay? Because of the 2 out of 3 games, the game was declared over after this game. After all, the time was almost up, and it was time to procrastinate if they played any longer. Next is still a break. Ling Tian grabbed this time to confirm the release time with Lu Duao. After all, according to the usual practice, the next stage is the time of the main publicity. However, the movie was sent for review yesterday, although Lu Dua said that the approval can come down today, but the arrangement will take some time, so he can't guarantee that Lu Dua will be able to confirm the time today. If not, the back of the publicity basically has no meaning. But to his disappointment, Lu Dua really did not determine the time, although the approval has come down, but Lu Dua still have to contact the theater's side, so that all the talk before determining the time, so as not to appear in the middle of what moths. Well, you don't worry too much. Anyway, publicity is to give the movie to hit the popularity. Now the movie's heat has been very high, almost all the netizens are looking forward to, then as long as we announced on the microblogging on the line. He Joan looked at Ling Tian, who was a bit sullen after hanging up the phone, and opened his mouth to comfort him. Ling Tian took a deep breath and nodded his head. I know, but it's just a bit of a bullseye. Okay, I'll be fine. That would be the best. After this side is over in a while you and girl will have nothing to do. Are you ready to go home? Yes, go back to rest for a few days. This period of time is really a bit exhausted. Ling Tian looked at the Li, who was lifting up the bar in front of him with Selena, and a touch of undisguised tenderness appeared on his face. He Jiang lightly laughed and patted his shoulder. He will be even more tired in the future. Have you ever thought of participating in some other variety show or something? I heard Wang Han say that their idol is ready to start recording the 3rd season again, and now there is still a lack of male hosts. Do you want to go over to string the scene? Ling Tian looked at Yi Jiang with a surprised face. Is that the program where 2 men wander around with a few women? What do you mean by wandering around? Okay, just tell me if you're going to go or not. That program's popularity isn't low, and your popularity will definitely go up a lot by then. I'll think about it. What if I told you that this season's invited guests include a girl? Would you go? Ha! Ling Tian froze, then looked at Li Jian, then He Jian. No wonder he was so surprised. After all, Li Jian is still in the middle of being blocked, filming a movie because Ling Tian is not under anyone's jurisdiction, but recording a program.
Well, he admitted that he was caught off guard. Now that Li Xia has come to Happy Camp, which is a Mango TV program, Wang Han would care about Xinda's blocking? What kind of joke is this? A moment of silence. When will the recording begin?
If there is no accident, it will be in a month's time, and at that time, it is estimated that the program will be over, and the schedule is not conflicting. And that program is recorded, so you don't have to worry about delaying your other work.
Okay, I'll do it for now, but are you sure I can make it? Nonsense.
Just as the two of them were talking, Sherna's side suddenly shouted that the program was about to restart, which brought the two's thoughts back to the scene. However, the next part of the program was mainly just some conversations and movie promotion, so there wasn't anything too explosive, except that towards the end of the program, Ling Tian sang a song called Raging Life which caused quite a bit of applause. After he finished singing, the program was also officially declared over. Ling Tian spoke to Cherna and the others, and then took the lead to leave Mango TV with Li Qian. After running around outside for so long, they couldn't wait to get back home. Especially Li Qian, although she had been with Ling Tian every day for the past month, she didn't have the same kind of coziness that she had at home. As a girl who had fallen in love for the first time, she really hated that she couldn't grow a pair of wings at this moment, and flew to her home in the fastest time possible. Ling Tian is almost the same, so the two of them drove directly to Tonglu that day. Well, the car is toward the program group. Anyway, when the time comes to drive over, now the two of them ride as a temporary requisition. And in Ling Tian, 2 people left after less than 3 hours. Happy Camp program group will pilot film put out. As the country's premier race variety show, the heat is always there, so the pilot film just came out. There are no less than 100,000 viewers clicked in. When they saw the guests in this installment, they were filled with anticipation, and when they finished watching the 2-minute-long pilot, they immediately laughed so hard that their stomachs hurt, following in the footsteps of the live audience. Pohaha, it turns out that Ling Tian is a real comedian. I thought he was at the doctor's concert on purpose, so this is his true colors? God, you bite me. Ling Tian in the end, how to come up with? Looking at the cell that eat defeat, inexplicably feel a burst of happy how to break? Ha, ahem, I guess Ling Tian and Lily were born to fight with Cherna, but I feel even more sorry for Mr. He. That sentence I did not shout, so heartbreaking. In the end, what is the keyword? Good looking forward to, but there are still 2 days to wait, alas, so painful. A message directly to the Happy Camp pushed on the top 5 hot search. The audience of this issue of the expectations of the value is as high as 5 stars. This situation makes the program team happy and smiling, because this situation really has not appeared for a long time, especially with the fire of reality shows, blocking the domination of the primetime variety shows. Big Brother status is in jeopardy. This installment of the program can be said to have given all of them a shot in the arm, and the director of the program announced on the spot that the evening would be a treat for the group of staff members who were so happy and excited. But what everyone didn't know was that the vacant host position in the 3rd season of Here We Come, which had been previewed online for a few days, was suddenly filled with a name.
Chapter 162, Home Sweet Home. 8:30 in the evening.
Tonglu, Ling Tian drove Li to finally return to the mushroom house. They didn't even stay in Changnan City this time. As for the studio side of things, the two of them were even more very dry and left it all to Li Yun to toss. However, while on the road, Li Xia still gave Li Yun a phone call, and only after giving Li Yun an unknown number of good words on the phone did Li Yun's resentment go away. Of course, this feeling of being absolutely trusted made Li Yun enjoy herself very much, and this also made her even more determined to make the studio bigger as soon as possible, and she had even decided that when the time was right, she would immediately develop the brokerage department under the studio, and sign a portion of the artists as soon as possible to enrich the studio.
Mushroom House.
All the people here had already withdrawn, but Ling Tian had explained that people from the village would come over to clean it regularly, so when they returned, the house wasn't too dirty. It should have just been cleaned not more than 2 days ago. After they entered the house, Lily directly dropped the suitcase and flew up to the bedroom on the 2nd floor. At the same time, she said, "Hubby, I'm going to sleep for a while, call me when you're ready for dinner."
Okay.
Ling Tian answered and then put all the things where they should be before he walked into the kitchen and started packing. The kitchen was all out of ingredients and stuff. There were only a few ingredients and condiments, but these were normal. But what gave Ling Tian a headache was that they were in such a hurry to get here that they forgot to buy some ingredients back on the way. He had no choice but to go over to the pond and catch 2 fish, and incidentally went to the fields to get 2 lettuces, preparing to simply make 2 dishes. Fortunately there was enough rice at home, or else they would have had to starve in the middle of the night tonight. Half an hour later, Ling Tian brought out the steamed fish and fried lettuce, counted the time, the rice was almost ready, then walked to the 2nd floor, pushed open the bedroom door and walked in. What made him speechless was that Li was fast enough. Not only was she asleep, but even her clothes were stripped clean and thrown all over the place. He picked up all the clothes and put them into the washing machine, and then found a set of casual short sleeves and shorts, plus a set of fat suit from the closet, before he walked to the bedside and patted Li Xiaoyan's back. Li Xiaoyan slapped Ling Tian's hand away in a daze and muttered, "I'm sleepy, let me sleep." Ling Tian couldn't help but laugh and said, "Get up first and eat something, otherwise you'll be hungry in the middle of the night, it'll be very hard." Only then did Lily open her eyes and looked at Ling Tian with a sleepy face. Then go and bring the food over, we'll eat here.
Go down and eat, it's all carpeted and not very clean. Well, don't want to move.
Li stretched her back, then rubbed her eyes with a deadpan look before she took the clothes that Ling Tian brought over. However, she directly threw her fat suit to the side. No way I'm wearing this, it's unbearable. Ling Tian looked at Li's actions speechlessly, shaking his head with a light smile before taking the lead and walking out. After 10 minutes, Li Chen came down all fresh, then lay on Ling Tian's body in a daze, just like a lazy kitten. I don't want to move, you feed me. Good. Ling Tian doted on her and pinched the tip of her nose, and then simply took her into his arms and began to feed her one bite at a time. The two were quiet, just eating, no one spoke, but in the hearts of the two, this time was the happiest time for them. A warm atmosphere was permeating the room. After Li Xiaoxian finished eating, her spirit had recovered a bit, then she picked up her chopsticks and started to feed Ling Tian, playing pranks every now and then, causing Ling Tian's face to be covered in fish and rice grains, while Li Xiaoxian laughed non-stop in his arms. Ling Tian was also amused by Li Chen's actions, a cozy and simple meal. The two froze for nearly an hour before declaring it over. After finishing their meal, Li Chen still didn't want to move, relying on Ling Tian's arms. The two of them just sat in the pavilion and looked at the starry sky outside. The environment here is really good. Unlike the city, like want to see the stars still have to be in a particular day, here the starry sky seems to be so clear, blinking as if by the two of them to get shy in the putty as well. I really want to do nothing, just stay here. Lily leaned against Ling Tian, murmuring softly in Wu Nong's voice. Ling Tian nodded. I'm the same, but we can't, after all, we're all living in the moment, what needs to be done still needs to be done. But I just don't want to move. Then who was it that said they wanted to be a movie queen? This time if I win the queen of the movie, then I'll announce that I'm quitting the entertainment industry and concentrate on accompanying you at home, or accompanying you to wander around blindly as well. Anyway, I'll definitely not let myself become a slave to my work. Li Xiaoyan looked at the starry sky with a look of anticipation, as if she was making a wish. Ling Tian's heart warmed up, and he couldn't help but hold Li Chen a little tighter, saying, alright then, in the future, you'll be a little follower for me. Aha! Li Chen smiled, her narrowed eyes in the moonlight reflected each other, it looked especially beautiful. Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. You've been invited to the recording of the third season of Here We Come? Li froze for a moment, then said, they did call me, but I haven't said yes yet, what's wrong? Mister, he asked me to be the host and partner with Big Brother Wang Han. Oh, that's fine, I'll go if you do. I've seen that program anyway, it's all about eating, drinking, and having fun, and by the way, it's also a free trip across the country. Gradually, the night is getting heavier and heavier, the weather is also getting cooler and cooler. Considering the fact that Li Chen is wearing too much coolness, Ling Tian directly picked her up and then walked towards the inside of the room. Li Chen was lying in Ling Tian's arms and whispered, it's so good to have you around. I am too. So when are you going to propose to me? Wait, I'm going to give you a big surprise. You've said it before, are you planning to propose to me in a mysterious way? Yeah, you've got it all figured out. Aren't you afraid I won't want you? You dare. I wouldn't dare, and I won't. Well, me neither. The night, completely thick, the mushroom house also became quiet once again, only a faint warmth filled the entire compound. Chapter 163, Yearning for a Reunion. After making a decision, Ling Tian immediately asked Li Yun to send over the contract from the Here We Come program group the next day, and sent it back to the other party after signing it. Immediately after that, the two of them were given a generous franchise fee, totaling $11 million, $7 million for Ling Tian and $4 million for Li Yun. This price wasn't high, it could even be said to be in the low-income category. After all, nowadays, the appearance fees of certain fresh meat could easily be in the tens of millions, or even tens of millions. After the contract was finalized, the two of them completely threw away everything, and happily spent 3 days in the mushroom house, carefree and undisturbed sweet life. On the morning of the fourth day, Lily got up early in the morning and painted herself a light makeup before she walked out of the room, and then said to Ling Tian, who was preparing breakfast, with an unhappy face, are they coming today? It should be, what's wrong? Ling Tian turned around and laughed. Li Xiaoyan's mouth twitched, I just don't want them to come, oops. So annoying. Ling Tian cried and laughed at Li, you should welcome them right after all, if there is no them, the two of us now do not know recognize it, they from a certain aspect is also considered our matchmaker, we cannot be so ruthless, at most they came after more compulsion is. That's what I said, but it's still a pain in the ass. I'm hungry. This divine twist caused Ling Tian to be speechless for a while. Still, he couldn't help but increase the fire a bit, and 10 minutes later all the meals were served on the table. But just as the two of them were about to start, there was suddenly a sound of car sirens coming from outside, and right after that they saw a large group of people walking and carrying cameras, with the director, Wang, walking in the very center. Behind them, 2 cars were traveling unhurriedly, looking like they would be able to arrive at the venue in 3 minutes at most. The director immediately gestured to the assistant director after everyone was in place, who nodded and then said, the second half of the second season of Aspiring Life is officially on. Snap. A series of sounds of cameras turning on rang out. Ling Tian and Li looked dumbfounded at this group of staff who had not put them in their eyes at all, and then Li became furious and stood up with a huff and said, "What are you doing? We haven't eaten yet. The program has started. The time has been announced." The director replied as a matter of course. Li, so angry, so want to hit people, how to do? In the live broadcast room, the viewers who had already been notified rushed in at the first time of broadcasting and happened to see the scene of Li Xiaoyan's rage and were suddenly baffled. Why is there Li Xiaoyan again? Has she become a permanent guest? Are you nuts upstairs? People are in their own homes. When they are there is understandable, okay? I can see Ling Tian again, so handsome. The stingy man upstairs, go away. I want to see the cute and adorable Bao Bao. It's not yours either. Pfft, you're so skinny upstairs, you're not even as skinny as a shrimp, okay? Ling Tian pulled back Li Xiaobao and shook his head towards her, and just as he was about to speak, the sound of He Jiong and Huang Lei's conversation came from outside. I'm so happy to be back again. This month can be suffocated, too tired, or here comfortable, mountains and water, fresh air, really good. Are you sure you're not advertising this place? This is not a good idea. This is our home now, so we should love our home, okay? What kind of family feeds me dog food every day? Looking at He Jiong and Huang Lei who walked in side by side, Ling Tian and Li Xiaojiang rushed to welcome them, but then they saw Peng Yucheng who had just stepped down from the car behind them, grabbing her cell phone and saying in a hurry, Lei, I've arrived at the show. Yes, you have to wait for me. Very soon, at most a month will be able to end. That's it, the director is coming to collect the cell phone. He Jiong immediately fumed. See? See? It hasn't even started yet, and he's already started. What are you guys up to? I quit. Huang Lei hastily pulled him. Okay, stop, he is now worse than you, at least you do not think he? Ideas but cannot be together, that flavor is painful. He Jiong froze. Pohaha, Mr. Huang, are you sure you're comforting Mr. He? Why does it sound so awkward? Ahem, heartbreaking old iron. Heartache for teacher He for 3 seconds. He Jiong, Huang Lei, just for you to say this, we two friendship boat overturned. Cough cough, finally waited for this day, still the original flavor, so good. Ling Tian and Li also rushed to comfort He Jiong, but before the two of them could reach him, He Jiong reached out and blocked them. It's you two, Lao Huang was right, Pang, he is now more difficult than me, but the two of you all day long to get tired of together will not be annoying? No? Ling Tian replied with a smile. Li nodded his head back and forth. That's right, I was just thinking that you guys could come back later for a while, so that the two of us could live in a two-person world for a while longer. He Jiong once again spurted blood. He now seriously doubted that he would be able to hold it together. After joking around, the few people put their luggage in their original place before sitting in the gazebo once more, looking at the sumptuous breakfast. Huang Lei immediately picked up a pair of chopsticks and wanted to go and clip the dishes. But without waiting for him to touch the food, Li knocked his chopsticks. We didn't prepare your breakfast today. Huang Lei was baffled. Peng Yucheng raised his hand. Sister-in-law, we didn't have breakfast today, the director's team is too dark, they pulled us all up in the early hours of the morning, and now we're starving to death. Li called by Peng Yucheng's sister-in-law, but she still maintained a serious expression as she looked at the several people, and finally said with a grudging face, in that case, I'll share a little bit with you guys, well, just a little bit The three people nodded repeatedly. It was so hard to get themselves breakfast, a few people were just about to start, when the phone in the room rang. Listening to the non-stop ringing landline, the corners of Li's mouth twitched and he violently dropped his chopsticks. You guys are doing this on purpose, right? Say, did you guys do it on purpose? Can you still eat properly? Chapter 164, Exploding the Live Streaming Room. Ling Tian managed to pacify Li, then looked at He Jiong. He Jiong looked at the breakfast in front of him with a face of reluctance, then simply grabbed it in his own hands and ran towards the room with a hug, while grunting, trying to trick me into answering the phone, and then ate my breakfast? You guys think I will fall for it? God tricked you into answering the phone, Mr. He, you are really enough. I've realized that Mr. He has drifted farther down the path of comedy since he joined Wayward. It's a road of no return that can never be turned back. Mr. He, have a good journey. Big brother's upstairs, is it really okay for you to be so skinny? In the room, He Jiong put his breakfast next to him, then picked up the phone and said, Hello, this is Mushroom House. Hello? Is this Mr. He? Is it really Mr. He? I want to order food. A clear and melodious voice came from the phone. He Jiong's eyes lit up and he squeezed his eyes at the camera. I already know who it is. But then he coughed twice and said, Okay, what do you want to eat? I'm going to eat you. He Jiong's face instantly darkened. I'm not good to eat. No, I want to order. I want to eat braised trotters, pig's head pork, fried aromatic bamboo shoots, and steamed crayfish. Okay, I'll make a note of it. He Jiong hung up the phone with a black face, and then huffed and puffed and sat down to start eating breakfast. From his desperate eyes it is not difficult to see that he is really hurt this time. Nima came up. The first person is so cruel, the back of the people still let people live? Ringing. The phone suddenly rang once again. He Jong froze for a moment, then picked up the phone and said, hello, this is Mushroom House. Teacher I forgot to mention just now, I'll probably be there in about an hour. I know. He Jong's face became darker. After finishing his breakfast in 3 tries, He Jong packed up his things and walked out of the room, then threw the rice bowl to Peng Chang and walked to sit down inside the gazebo with a disheveled face. Old He, your mental state is not good, what's wrong? What's wrong with you? Huang Lei looked at He Jong, who was like a salted fish, and instantly became curious, moving his position and asking with a smile. He Jong looked at Huang Lei, laughed coldly. The guests came to order 4 dishes, steamed crayfish, fried bamboo shoots, braised hooves and pork. The first 2 we can still get their own, the last 2 must be changed. To the director's team of urine, we do not want to be comfortable today. Huang Lei's flirtation instantly solidified. A moment later he suddenly stood up, huffed and puffed towards the room. What kind of person is this? Watching us work is so comfortable, right? But after walking a few steps he turned around and walked back. The landline here is no caller ID, right? A few people stared at Huang Lei, with a look at the little cute. They've been recording for over a month, and they're only reacting now? What kind of nerve reflexes does this require? He Jong sighed deeply, completely despairing of Huang Lei, and then got up and walked to the director. What do you want to do with the hooves and pig's head for? You have 3 choices. The first, sort out 3 pounds of honey can be exchanged. The second, catch 30 fish not less than 2 pounds. The third, go over there to the bean seeds will be planted. The area is not large, only 1 acre. He Jong froze. Now we have a choice? That's right, this is the way we came up with after a serious study by our program team. Of course, you can also disagree and continue your lives without human rights. The corner of He Jong's mouth twitched as he turned around and walked over to Huang Lei and the rest of them, muttering, and a moment later he turned around again and said, we choose to catch fish. Okay, the ingredients will be given to you in a while, but before evening today, you must get enough fish, otherwise tomorrow, your 1 day's supply of ingredients will be cancelled as a punishment. Yes, I can do that. He Jong simply agreed. Huang Lei gave He Jong a thumbs up, then looked at Ling Tian with an expectant face. Last time Xiao Tian caught 40 to 50 fish by himself in a while, this time it's only 30, it should be easy, right? Ling Tian smiled bitterly and covered his face. You guys are really enough, why don't you listen to me? In the past 2 days, I went to the pond with Xiaobian to look at it, and the fish in it are pitifully small. The director is definitely pitying you guys, but you guys are still stupid enough to jump in. Huang Lei and Peng Yu Chang immediately dumbfounded. He Jong more directly froze, and then violently stood up towards the director, rushed over, loudly, are you in the pit us? No, the choice is yours, it is your own choice. He Jong suddenly had an impulse to give himself a slap. Nima also with such a play? But words spoken, water spilled, can't be taken back, so He Jong could only resign himself to his fate. The other people were also leaning together with grey faces, thinking sadly about what to do next. Only Ling Tian was there in thought. A few people were silent for about 10 minutes or so. Ling Tian only clapped his hands and stood up. Let's do it this way, Mr. Huang and Mr. He went to go fishing over at the lake island. The fish resources there are still very rich. Finding the right place for the 2 of you to fish 10 or so is not a problem. I'll catch the rest. He Jong looked at Ling Tian with a headache on his face. Have you forgotten about the last time old Huang and she returned empty-handed? Ling Tian didn't say anything, but looked at Huang Lei. Huang Lei glared at He Jong. I didn't fish hard enough last time, let's see how I can catch dozens of them this time. After arranging the task, He Jong and Huang Lei immediately went to get fishing rods and bait, and Peng Yu Chang also went to get a back basket with Li Xia to prepare to go catch fish with Ling Tian. But just as they were about to go out, a car suddenly stopped outside, and then a figure drilled out of the car. Looking at the person who suddenly appeared, the audience in the live broadcast room instantly boiled over. I've been waiting for so long, and now it's finally here. Ah! Shadow Bao, ah, it's Shadow Bao, ha, I told you, how could the yearning life miss Shadow Bao? And here it is, ha. Don't say a word. I want to lick the screen. I'll lick, I'll lick, I'll lick, I'll lick. Upstairs, get out of the way. Shadow treasure is mine. Show me the sword. Chapter 165, Broken Fate of the Past. Mr. He, I finally see you again. In the mushroom house, He Jong had just gone out. Zhao Liang rushed madly towards He Jong, then hugged him to death, screaming and jumping. Ah, I miss you so much. He Jong's mouth twitched, and he pushed Zhao Liang away. Are you sure you're not coming over to toss us poor people? Zhao Liang looked at He Jong with a face of innocence. Her pitiful appearance made people look extraordinarily distressed. Well, who let her natural growth of a budding face? The slightest movement can cause a person's desire for protection, right? He Jong grunted twice, directly threw the tools in his hand to Zhao Liang. Since you came here, you are ready to pay for your behavior. Now you go fishing with us. Today your task is 5. Fishing cannot catch the dishes you ordered directly void. Humph. Zhao Liang cried and laughed at He Jong, then blinked again and looked at the 2 of them, Huang Lei and Ling Tian, and shrugged the tip of her nose at He Jong before running towards Huang Lei. Teacher Huang is good. Teacher Huang is not good. Huang Lei's face flushed as he responded with an exasperated huff. Zhao Liang spat out her tongue before running to Ling Tian again. You're Ling Tian, aren't you? How are you? Ling Tian didn't say anything, but instead looked at Zhao Liang in front of him with a strange look on his face, his eyes flickering with a different kind of luster. Zhao Liang was a little uncomfortable by Ling Tian's look, and finally ran to Li Xiaoying's front and directly hugged Li Xiaoying's arm. "Wow, I missed my sister to death." Li Xiaobao pushed her away with a disgusted face. "You are thinking about the food I have here, aren't you? You don't give your sister any face, do you?" Zhao Liang was blinded. "You are a typical C-color forget friends you forget when the two of us you really make me sad. Puyu enough now is in the live broadcasted." Li was Zhao Lixing putty too, as girlfriends, her and Zhao Lixing's relationship is absolutely nothing to say, but the only thing she cannot stand Zhao Lixing to make this look of pettiness. "Nima old lady is also a woman, why do you have to be so tossed me?" Zhao Liang smiled cheekily, and then waved her hand at the back of Peng Yu Chang. "You are Peng Peng, right?" "Hello? Sister Liang is good." Peng Peng hurriedly responded. There was no way, the younger ones had no status. Just as Zhao Lijing was about to run out of things to say, He Jiong suddenly walked over, grabbed her hand, and tugged it towards the front. "You don't want to eat at noon, do you? Hurry up and go fishing with us." "Mr. He, you're hurting me." "Pooh, God hurt you," the old man directly wanted dirty. "Oh, everyone please pay attention, this is not the car to the kindergarten, this is not the car to the kindergarten, everyone please pay attention." Poof. The old man's screen all spent. Who can tell me the beer to the screen will not lead to smoke? Suddenly I realized that Mr. He and Ingbao are a good match. Ingbao, this is specifically over to save the single Mr. He's? Oh, so heartbreaking how to do? A sentence with ambiguous words so that the entire live broadcast room of the people all stupid, a face of confusion looking at the screen gradually walking away from the two people, a batch of heartbreaking Huang Lei sighed and followed up, spouting something. At this time, Li suddenly realized that Ling Tian's expression was a bit unnatural, and immediately pinched him in the waist without any good reason. Is she mesmerized by Ingbao? Humph, I knew it. Ling Tian reacted violently and hurriedly said, "What just suddenly a little emotional." "Sentimental about what?" "Fate Ling Tian gently wrapped his arm around Li's slender waist, and while walking towards the front, he softly explained, "You know what? In fact, a long time ago, I basically do not follow the stars. Zhao Liang is considered to be the first star I chased, at that time. Seriously, my ideal partner should be like her." Li beamed, glaring at Ling Tian with a disgruntled look on her face. Ling Tian cried and laughed at the tip of her nose, then continued, "But that's just my wishful thinking. After all, I've never seen her, do not know her, only know the name, looks, personality and so on, all rely on their own and the blind guessing, until I met you." "You mean I'm a spare tire? Is not it if Ingbao suddenly like you, you'll be moved on?" Li this time cannot care about the things that are being live broadcast. This is about her lifetime happiness. She absolutely do not allow any accidents. "What are you thinking about? This world never if, I told you, I love very conservative, but also very insistent, indeed, in the past and do not know you when, my heart does only live with a Zhao Liang, but that is the previous things. Now, you have completely kicked her out of my heart, I am yours, you are also mine, others? I can only say that the fate is not enough." Li, this is a sigh of relief, but then she snorted and laughed out, with a haughty face, said, "Who knows if what you say is true Isn't there a saying that you'd rather believe that there are ghosts in the world than trust a man's broken mouth?" Ling Tian's face was so bitter that he couldn't speak. But then Li suddenly hugged him and said softly, "Well, actually I'm very happy that you can tell me this matter directly instead of waiting for me to find out by myself later on, because it means that you really put her down. Before you don't know you, who you love, that's your right, but in the future you absolutely can't fall in love with someone else, that's the principle." "Yes, Your Honor. I like it when you call me Your Honor." "Sir wife? Sir wife?" Aha! Watching the two show their love there without any sense of propriety, the viewers in the live broadcast room were once again stuffed with a mouthful of dog food without mercy. I can't help but smash my computer. I've lost my cell phone, now I'm looking at the computer, I guess it's hopeless. Ha take you single dogs, come to wife, we boo just inflated the gas, how deflated. And the two are fully into the show state of lovers completely did not find, at this time followed behind them Peng Yu Chung face or black, well, then the bottom of the pot of gray or black kind of. Chapter 166, Heartbroken He Joan. Ling Tian's side was showing love without any sense of propriety, and on the side of the lake island, Huang Lei had already brought He Jiong and Zhao Liang to the center of the lake. Only. Huang Lei was pulling on the rope with a helpless expression, and if he could, he really wanted to stuff donkey hair in his ears right now. But obviously, his expression He Jiong and Zhao Liang couldn't see it, and even if they did, He Jiong didn't have the time to care about him right now, he could barely stand it himself. At his side, Zhao Liang seemed to have turned into a little girl who didn't understand anything, instantly entering a state of dorkiness, her mouth chattering non-stop. Even if a wave appeared somewhere, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock, and then pulled He Jiong to talk for a half a day with an adorable expression on her face. Finally, the boat is almost to the other side of the river. Huang Lei cannot help but accelerate the speed, at the same time, spit. Before, I always think that young couples will be spreading dog food, but by the single dog forced to stuff dog food, this is really the first time, really, I cannot help but want to run away, this day cannot be lived. Previously, the audience in the live broadcast room only felt that the picture was a bit awkward, but now by Huang Lei, so they reacted violently and immediately exploded. I really didn't realize it earlier, I just felt a little bit out of place, and now I realized that I was actually stuffed with dog food by a single dog, which really collapsed the 3 views. Oh, I also just ate Ling Tian and Li dog food. Now Mr. He and Shadow Bao 2 single dog also come out to stuff dog food. This is a special program to feed dog food? I just woke up and was about to have breakfast. Well, now I'm full. I'll go find some action movies to watch first, to kill my appetite.
I'm going to go watch some action movies to kill some energy. What if you guys say that and suddenly you realize that they look even better together? The key is that my heart is more sour, trough.
When the boat docked, Huang Lei directly grabbed his fishing gear and said, "You two just find a place, don't follow me." He Jiang was slightly stunned, and then hurriedly followed. "Mr. Huang, wait for me, I can't stand it."
Mr. He, why are you running so fast? Have you not seen me for so long that you don't want me? Zhao Liang followed closely behind.
Well, running in front of Huang Lei wanted to cry. He turned his head to look at the rush over Yi Jiang and Zhao Liang, said, "I say you two cannot follow me, this greasy middle-aged man? Although I have a wife, my wife is not here right now, okay?" Zhao Liang blushed, squirming. "What Mr. Huang, not to talk nonsense, people are not a small couple." He Jiang looked at Zhao Liang with tears in his eyes, and couldn't help but spit out in his heart, who would believe that we're not a couple with this expression? But the key is that only He Jiang knows, the relationship between him and Zhao Liang is more than iron brothers, pure, want to happen something simply impossible, but now the key is that other people do not believe. What can he do? He was also desperate. Huang Lei's face darkened, and he took a deep breath. "I want to be alone now. If you want to flirt, go over there, I still have to finish my mission." After saying that, Huang Lei turned around and left. Zhao Liang beamed, grunted in dissatisfaction, then turned around and pulled He Jiang, saying, "Mr. He, let's go over there, don't mind Mr. Huang, he's too bad." He Jiang looked up to the sky and shouted, "I want Jing Jing too." "Who is Jing Jing?" Zhao Liang asked in a cute manner. A pair of big eyes were full of curiosity. Even if you look closely, you can still see some mist. Looking at Zhao Liang's expression, He Jiang really cried now, acting addicted to acting, right? Fiercely breaking away from Zhao Liang, He Jiang twisted his head and ran. "You go to see Bao there, I can handle it here alone, that's it, don't follow me. Don't follow me." Zhao Liang suddenly shouted, her eyes turning sharp in seconds, her round little face all serious and heavy. He Jiang's body gave a start, but then he continued to run wildly with his steps. "Mr. He, if you run again, do you believe I'll jump from here now?" He Jiang was confused and turned his head to look at Zhao Liang, who had a determined expression on her face, and tears fell with a brush. The viewers in the live broadcast room, on the other hand, were almost dumbfounded by the conversation between the two of them. "Hupt, why do I have a sense of vestigial feeling of watching an infatuated woman and a scummy man?" "Same there, although know that their two relationship basically nothing may be together, but now really inexplicably have a kind of heartache, Mr. He. Shouldn't you feel sorry for Shadow Bao? He was abandoned by Mr. He, the scum of the earth, and wanted to jump into the lake. You guys, are you really good at being so skinny?" I'll just laugh, I won't say anything." "Put." Zhao Liang saw He Jiang stop, then she nodded with satisfaction, moving her steps over, then dryly pulled He Jiang's arm up and hugged him tightly, the expression on her face instantly becoming gentle and watery. "Boss, let's go fishing." "Put." He Jiang sprayed out a mouthful of old blood and frantically shouted, "Mr. Huang, help." On the other side, Huang Lei had just waited for a fish to take the bait, and was about to pull it up when he heard He Jiang's yell, so scared that he almost didn't fall headfirst. He was so scared that he almost didn't fall head over heels. He stabilized his body with palpitations, and took a few steps backward in fear before shouting at the back of the room, "I say, can you two stop yelling so much? You don't want to eat, right? Even if the love is full, that is also the two of you things, I, a big man living alone, can still be hungry, okay? Who pissed me off?" Huang Lei's roar made He Jiang's screams come to an abrupt end. Zhao Liang was directly happy, squatting on the ground, covering her stomach and laughing non-stop, then simply grabbed He Jiang's lapel and said, "You guys are really funny, can't do it, Mr. He, you, and Mr. Huang, how can you and Mr. Huang, two people, be so funny?" The corner of He Jiang's mouth twitched, and he glared at Zhao Liang without any good reason, then took a deep breath and said, "Do you want to eat?" I'm all hungry." As a foodie, there was nothing more tangible than food. He Jiang gritted his teeth. "Let go of me if you want to eat, I'm going fishing now. Without fish there's no ingredients, without ingredients you can't eat any of the dishes you ordered." "Is it so serious?" He Jiang said his heart was so tired that he didn't want to talk to this playwright. Chapter 167, The Crumbling He Jiang. Among the options of flirting with He Jiang and eating, Zhao Lixing decisively chose to eat. Well, it's still the same saying, in a foodie's world, nothing is more important than eating. So He Jiang was finally able to get a moment of silence for the rest of the day. But Zhao Liang is not the kind of person who can be idle at all. Okay, after He Jiang sighed through the fish hooks into the water, he went to prepare other things such as the parasol and all that. Near the June Tonglu, the temperature becomes higher. The morning usually can soar to more than 33 degrees high temperature. If not take some measures will probably occur accidents, such as heatstroke and so on. take the parasol out of the backpack, but just as He Jeong was about to set up, Zhao Liang suddenly exclaimed, "Mr. He, a fish ate the hook." He Jeong secretly said that it was not good, but when he looked up, once he realized that Zhao Liang had pulled the fish hook out, well, the ending was obvious, the top was empty and there was nothing. He Jeong immediately slapped his forehead, exasperated, put the parasol to one side, walked to Zhao Liang, said, "You go to get the parasol, and, after getting it done, take the water out." "Good da." Zhao Liang spat out her tongue and ran away somewhat awkwardly. He Jeong took a deep breath, calmed himself down as much as possible, loaded the bait again and set the hook, after which he concentrated on guarding the back of the fishing rod, his eyes firmly staring at the water. But Zhao Liang, who had just been quiet for less than a minute, suddenly shouted, "Mr. He, this parasol is great, is it the latest model? But how do I put it on? How come there are no screws here?" He Jeong, with a black line, turned his head to look at Zhao Lixing. "There are instructions on the side." "Oh, I just forgot." Zhao Liang smiled, quickly turned out the manual, but then He Jeong suffered, because Zhao Liang is not reading, but reading. The main thing is that she read the voice is not big, but not small. Listening to the buzzing sound in his ears, He Jeong almost didn't explode. After holding on for 10 seconds, He Jeong decisively turned his head and said, "Shadow Bao, can we read silently? Otherwise, if we can't catch any fish, we won't be able to eat." Zhao Liang was stunned by He Jeong's dainty voice, but right after that she laughed crazily, pointing at He Jeong and saying, "Mr. He, could it be that you're really a woman in the appearance of a man? Ha, it's just too funny." He Jeong's head was filled with a large crow GA flying past, and he couldn't help but say, "He's going to run out of food." Well, hearing that there was no food, Zhao Liang hastily covered her mouth, but her shoulders were still there shrugging non-stop, and her face became a little red because of the stifled laughter. He Jeong exasperatedly glanced at her, then stopped paying attention. As long as she didn't make herself angry, well, that was it. After a few seconds of self-soothing, He Jeong then relaxed again. After that, time passed little by little. Suddenly, there was a movement of the drifting talisman on the surface of the water. He Jeong was shaken. He hurriedly gently pressed the fishing rod. At the moment when the drifting talisman violently sank into the water, his hand steeply exerted force. At the same time, he quickly retracted the line, and at once, a huge force was transmitted from the bottom of the water. He Jeong's heart was delighted, and he quickly said, "It seems that this is a big fish. Later on, after fishing out to sea, if it's really big, then we'll keep it for ourselves to eat." After saying that, he began to start a tug of war with the fish again, because he realized that he couldn't bring it up directly, and it might even bring him into the water. But just as he was walking the fish, Zhao Liang behind him seemed to have discovered something, and violently dropped the parasol in her hand and ran to He Jeong's side, saying, "Wow, Mr. He, you really caught a fish, didn't you?" "That's right, don't look at who I am." He Jeong, who had caught a fish, was in a good mood and couldn't help but say something back to Zhao Liang. But then he regretted it. Zhao Liang saw that He Jeong was struggling so much to catch fish. She immediately rolled up her sleeves and said, "Mr. He, let me help you," said she. Then grabbed He Jeong's arm, began to pull hard towards the back. This will directly He Jeong's previous efforts all in vain. Sudden increase in force, resulting in the fishing line in the last 3 seconds after the instantaneous taut, followed by a length of more than 50 centimeters long carp jumped from the bottom of the water, with a section of crystalline silk thread drilled into the water, disappeared. Looking at the broken fishing line, He Jeong looked at Zhao Liang without tears. Zhao Liang seemed to have realized something as well, looking at He Jeong with big, innocent eyes. Watching the two people being affectionate there, the viewers in the live broadcast room were completely delighted and dumbfounded. "My bigging bao is too cute, but what he did was a bit unorthodox. This really isn't the director's team intentionally sent over to cause trouble?" "Pah, heartbroken mystery. I now seriously suspect that Shadow Bao is an undercover agent. Don't ask me why, I don't know myself. Can't stand it. So big a fish, see all can't even be Shadow Bao was released. Shadow Bao this is ready to do the fish industry's charity ambassadors? I can't stand it." 6666, give Shadow Bao 36 kudos. Eyeballing Mr. He is going to cry in the heart of the lake. After a long period of silence, He Jeong once again took a deep breath and looked at Zhao Lixing and said, "Know how we came over?" Zhao Liang nodded her head. "Then you should know how to go back?" He Jeong gritted his teeth. He was really going to get mad this time. Too bullying, don't bring this kind of play. Zhao Liang blinked, as if she understood something. Her originally bright big eyes instantly became foggy. "Mr. He, do you not want me?" "God doesn't want you, I haven't wanted you. I don't want you to know." Almost being led into a ditch, He Jeong turned around in a huff and directly put the parasol back into the backpack, then said, "Go." "What are you doing?" "Go back, how can we fish without hooks? We go to see what the situation on the side of Mr. Huang. Now cannot eat at noon, all depends on Mr. Huang, if hungry, I do not want to starve." Zhao Liang screamed. He Jeong instantly felt a burst of heaven and earth, couldn't help but turn back and say, "Shadow Treasure, you honestly tell me, are you the director team sent over to deliberately hole us?" Zhao Liang watering, "He teacher, you even suspect me?" "Mr. He. It's impossible to communicate." Chapter 168, Hard-Working Shadow Treasure. Tossed by Zhao Liang, He Jiong has completely despaired of fishing. After all, last time Huang Lei had created a record of zero income, and also came up with a reason why there is no fish in this lake. Think about it, is also drunk. Therefore, He Jiong really did not think that Huang Lei can catch fish. He has already done a good job later to go back to catch fish together with Ling Tian's preparation. But what he couldn't have imagined was that when he brought Zhao Liang over to Huang Lei's side, Huang Lei had already caught 7 fish, and each one of them was above 2 pounds. At this moment, Huang Lei was leisurely looking at the fishing line, drinking mineral water, lying under the sunshade, a living salted fish. Hearing the commotion behind him, Huang Lei hurriedly got up and turned his head to look at the 2 people who came over, saying, "How did you guys come over? Mission accomplished?" Seeing Huang Lei, He Jiong seemed to have found something to rely on, and directly threw the thing in his hand. "What is completed?" Just a fishing line was also scrapped by Shadow Bao. "Hey, I found that my life is all tragedy." Zhao Liang stood there with some embarrassment, smiled lightly and said, "People that is not pay attention to it, the future certainly will not, or not Mr. Huang, I'll help you. But don't, you rest for a while, my side immediately work, and then fishing too we go. Really, if you have nothing to do if you turn around on the island, I just found that the scenery here is really good." Huang Lei's expression of a small, scared student made everyone laugh. But was Zhao Liang the type to admit defeat? Judging from what she had achieved, her willpower was definitely beyond everyone's imagination, so. After being rejected by Huang Lei, Zhao Liang directly ran to his side, grabbing Huang Lei's fish basket as she said, "Then I'll help you load the fish." Huang Lei just wanted to say something. Zhao Liang was staggered by the fish in the basket, and almost didn't fall into the water, but she threw the fish basket at the critical moment to ensure her safety. However, Huang Lei watched as the fish basket gradually sank into the water. Huang Lei looked at the fish basket gradually sinking to the bottom of the water, a face of despair. "But I really can't help it, huh? I just watched Mr. Huang being dejected there, and now I'm looking so heartbroken, huh? Shadow Bao did a good job. Ha, ahem, I am now 100% sure that Shadow Bao is absolutely the director team sent over to intentionally fix them. Ha, ego, my stomach hurts. 6666, I am now a salted fish that only shouts 666. I can't bear to look at it, it's horrible, Shadow Treasure. How can you torture 2 old people like this? It's too inhumane, huh? Visual inspection, Mr. Huang is going to faint to death, huh? 2 cola? No, my stomach hurts, I have to slow down first, poof, simply can't help it, ah. Zhao Liang stupid, and then a face of vain look at He Jiong and Huang Lei too want to eat her alive eyes, cannot help but back a few steps, waved his hand. If I say I do not mean it, you believe it? You did. Director, where is the director? You did it on purpose, didn't you? What's the matter? You can't stand us, can you? You're sending someone here to mess with us on purpose? I quit. Huang Lei was so angry that he threw away his fishing gear, grabbed mineral water, took a sip, picked up a stool and walked towards the boat next to him, saying, "This program can't be recorded, it's too inhumane, how can they do this?" He Jiong cried and caught up with Huang Lei. "Mr. Huang, wait for me, let's both go on strike together, it's too hateful." Zhao Liang looked at them, then suddenly thought of something and hurriedly caught up with them. "Mr. Huang, Mr. He, wait for me, I can't leave. If you leave, you won't leave me alone as a delicate little girl, right? You go away." He Jiong's face was sad and angry. It was obvious that this time Zhao Liang had really broken his heart. Huang Lei was even more desperate and didn't look back. Seeing the 2 big men walking farther and farther away, Zhao Liang became anxious, and finally simply made a flying leap and tightly hugged He Jiong's neck. "I don't care, I'm scared, you can't leave me behind. God, let me die." He Jiong looked up to the sky and wailed. Finally, under Zhao Lijing's insistence of not letting go, the 3 of them returned to the shore, and then directly drove back towards the mushroom house. But unlike when they went there, at this time Huang Lei and He Jiong both had an expression of hopelessness. Zhao Liang, on the other hand, was looking left and right, as if she wasn't affected by what happened just now. Well, or rather, she still hadn't realized how serious the consequences of what she did just now would be for them. In the mushroom house, Ling Tian's trio had already returned. Although there were quite a few less fish in the pond, catching 30 was still not a problem. This time Ling Tian had once again exceeded his task, catching a total of 33 over 2 pounds, and only one was caught by Li Xiaobian, more than a caddy, which Ling Tian didn't release, as a way to give Li Xiaobian a little bit of proud capital. At this time, they had just completed the deal with the director, but next they needed to go dig up 2 more bamboo shoots and catch some crayfish along the way. This task basically did not need to be assigned. Peng Yuchang took the initiative to take on the task of catching the crayfish, while Ling Tian and Li Xiaoxin went to dig up bamboo shoots. But just as they were getting everything ready, He Jiong's trio came back, looking at the ashen face too with the confused Zhao Liang. Ling Tian was instantly a bit stunned because he didn't see any fish. This result made him himself couldn't help but wonder, could there really be no fish inside that lake? But that was too unrealistic, right? Suddenly, Huang Lei exploded, directly rushed to the director, grabbed the slippers and threw them over. "You give me a clear explanation, is Zhao Liang the one you deliberately sent over to fix us? If you don't give us an explanation today, we will resign now. And me, I must give us an explanation." He Jiong also threw out his slippers with an angry face. Even after throwing out his slippers he went to the tool room to get a wooden stick. Ling Tian's trio looked dumbfounded at the two middle-aged men who suddenly erupted, and then in unison, they focused their eyes on Zhao Lixing's body. The director coughed twice. "This matter has nothing to do with us. Zhao Liying is a long-established guest, so it can only be said that it is a matter of your own choice. After all, if you chose to get honey at that time, then there will be nothing."
He Zhong and Huang Lei were instantly dumbfounded. It can still be like this? Chapter 169, Shadow Treasure of the Drama Pit. In the end, what happened? Looking at the director instantly killed He Zhong and Huang Lei, Li couldn't help but be curious and ran over to open his mouth to ask. At the same time, his eyes glanced at Zhao Liying. It seems that the source of everything is in the body of this best friend? Could it be that she had done something outrageous? He Zhong, worthy of being the top domestic host, that eloquence absolutely no say, directly crackling about what just happened, coupled with his tearful expression, is a vivid about Zhao Liying's accusation will be. And heard these Ling Tian three people all dumbfounded, and then one by one looked at Zhao Liying. Quite a good-looking little girl, how so poisonous? Zhao Liying was a bit uncomfortable by He Zhong's accusations and Ling Tian's three gazes, so she beamed. "I just want to help who knows these things are so hard to do Ling Tian blinked. "I remember you grew up in the countryside as a child, right? Didn't play fishing?" "No." Zhao Liying shook her head. "My family was poor when I was a kid, so I did all the farm work. Besides studying, it was farm work, there was no time for fun." "What about when you grew up? Didn't try?" "No, after dropping out of school, I went to Hengqin to work as a dragon set. At that time, eating was a problem, or else would I have the heart to go and play Ling Tian slapped his forehead. Well, Zhao Liying's dedication to her dreams is definitely worth recognizing, but the point is that this show has absolutely nothing to do with those, okay? Taking a deep breath, Ling Tian said, "So you've caught fish or fished overall while acting, right?" "Well, this one has, but that's all prepared by the crew beforehand Ling Tian spit blood. He now has to be sure of one thing, that is Zhao Liying is really a pit, looking cute without limits, but always inadvertently make you wanna die, pit, but in the end you can't bear to be harsh on her, because her starting point is good, people's hearts are kind, it's very embarrassing." Lily also couldn't help but cover his face. "Shadow treasure, you need to learn how to survive during this time, or else I'll throw you in the forest. You'll be considered capable if you can survive for a day." "But why throw me in the forest? I'm so cute." Zhao Liying couldn't help but blink when she said that expression, instantly adorable with a face full of blood. "You won't be able to find a boyfriend like this." Li Xiaoxiang was anxious. "Why? I'm so cute?" Li declared defeat. Why didn't she realize that her BFF was a tease when they used to get along? But she definitely couldn't have imagined that the viewers in the live broadcast room had long since lost their sanity to the cute. Too cute, so cute, shadow treasure, can't find a boyfriend to find me I will spoil you for life. Get lost upstairs, Shadow Bao is mine, Shadow Bao, come on, I'll show you what a man's tolerance is, no matter how toxic you are, I'll love you forever. All of you, get thee out of here, Shadow Treasure, come to me, all you have to do is look good, I'll make you look good. All of you, go yourself. For Shadowbot, lighten up. Ling Tian saw that Li Jin still wanted to go and explain something to Zhao Lixing. In order to prevent Zhao Lixing from making any more poisonous remarks, she hurriedly pulled Li Jin back and shook her head towards her, before she said to a few people. Now we have the ingredients, but we are still short of a bamboo shoot and crayfish. Just now we briefly allocated. Pang Pang went to catch the crayfish, I went to dig the bamboo shoots with Xiao Xiao. Now you guys are back, then together, Mr. He with the... Ling Tian hadn't even finished speaking, He Zhong jumped right out. I'll go with Mr. Huang to catch crayfish with Pang Pang, and the three of you will go digging bamboo shoots. Anyway, don't try to get me in a group with Zhao Liying. I agree. Huang Lei himself was a capable crawfish catcher, so he agreed on the spot. Zhao Liying looked at He Zhong pitifully. Mr. He, are you abandoning me? Roll. He Zhong grabbed the basket and ran out. Huang Lei passed a comforting look to Ling Tian and Li Li, and quickly followed, while pulling away Pang Yu Chang, who was still in a state of confusion. Ling Tian looked at the three people in tears and laughter, and then said with a light smile, all right then, the three of us will go digging for bamboo shoots. Li Li looked at Zhao Liying with some trepidation. Ing Bao, you'll always dig bamboo shoots, right? It's just like farming, just dig the bamboo shoots out of the ground, but don't break them. This I definitely will. Ling Tian's eyes lit up. Have you ever dug before? No, I haven't. Put. Ling Tian had completely despaired. In the end, he simply let Zhao Liying and Li Li carry the basket on their backs, while he carried a hoe and set off with a small shovel. He had already decided that he would not let Zhao Liying do anything except let her carry the bamboo shoots on her back later on. After the decision was made, the three of them started to set off, but next on the road, Ling Tian sort of learned Zhao Liying's highly toxic attributes. This girl is definitely the kind of person who can't stop, and can't get along with his character at all. Now he is suddenly a little happy that he chose Li Liying, or else in the future, he will definitely be buzzed to occupy the entire length of his life. I'm a little connoisseur of digging bamboo shoots, Zhao Liying's clear but off-key singing voice came from his ears. Ling Tian held back his inner fire and turned his head to look at Li Chen, signaling Li Chen to go and have a good chat with her best friend. This isn't a singing program, so it's not necessary to sing at all, it's also good to save some energy. Li rolled her eyes, then walked to Zhao Liying's side and took her hand, saying, Shadow Bao, let's sing again later, okay? Why? Because it's hot. Aren't you dry? We didn't bring any water with us this time. Are you okay? I've heard that there's water in the bamboo, and it's really good. I wanted to drink it before, but I didn't have the chance. Li Xiaoping slapped his forehead, then gritted his teeth and said, the bamboo here is full of worms. Speaking of worms, Zhao Liying's eyes instantly lit up. Are you talking about the kind of bamboo worms you ate at that time? Are they really still around now? Well, Li must admit how wrong she was to talk about bamboo worms in front of a foodie. Really, if it wasn't because of the overly close friendship between the two in the past, she really wanted to directly kick Zhao Liying out of the circle of girlfriends. It was simply too much to bear off. Chapter 170, The Fast Collapsing Li. It was not easy to walk into the bamboo forest. The dense bamboo blocked the sunny sunlight, and immediately a cool feeling surged through the whole body. Zhao Liying walked inside the forest with a face of surprise, said, so comfortable and the air is also very good, fragrant. Bao, really envy you can marry here. Li mouth twitch, we are here to dig bamboo shoots, and there are snakes here, who would run here for nothing? Snakes? Zhao Liying's eyes lit up, is it the kind of snake that tastes good? What a similar answer. What similar tone of voice? What similar expression? In the live broadcast room, the viewers had gone completely crazy with joy. Ha, it's true that in the eyes of a foodie, there's only whether it tastes good or not, there's no such thing as fear or not? Upstairs, you're wrong, in the eyes of a foodie, there's only whether it can be eaten or not, as for whether it tastes good or not, does it matter? Poof Shadow Treasure is too cute, totally sucked in how to do? Ha ha. I feel sorry for Li Xiaobo, she even found such a BFF, it is estimated that her heartache has already converged into an ocean. Li slapped her forehead, forget it, she had already decided not to talk to Zhao Lixing anymore, or else she had no way of guaranteeing if she wouldn't be exasperated by Zhao Lixing's godly thinking. Ling Tian had completely ignored the two of them at this point, and was keeping his head down as he searched for bamboo shoots. In his thoughts, there was nothing more tangible than hurrying up to get bamboo shoots and then leaving Zhao Liying. Well, although the heart is so, but Ling Tian is very clear, Zhao Liying this kind of character is actually the most popular. Look at her side of the circle of contacts. No, at least Zhao Liying debuted in now more than 10 years, really have not heard of anyone will take the initiative to attack her, and those who do not move with others tearing up the star compared to her is simply a stream of pure water in the entertainment circle. Well, Li Xiaoxian didn't count, the two overbearing declarations that Li Xiaoxian had made were also because of him, so naturally he couldn't possibly count Li Xiaoxian into the circle of those ripping off stars. Of course, Ling Tian was also clear that the main reason for this was because Li Xiaoying was too low-key and never made any headlines, so many people wouldn't bother with her, just because of her low profile. She was still hovering on the third tier of stars when she debuted almost at the same time as Zhao Lixing, but Zhao Lixing was already a serious first-tier superstar. Because he only needed to eat one meal, Ling Tian wasn't going to dig in too much, basically 2 or 3 would be about right. Suddenly, his footsteps stopped, then squatted down and peeled away the rotting leaves underneath. A bamboo shoot was exposed, because the sunlight could not reach here, so at this time, the bamboo shoot was still covered with dew on top of it, and a faint fragrance clearly came out. With a light laugh, Ling Tian was just about to make a move, when behind him came Zhao Liying's shriek, "Don't move, let me do it." With that, she ran over and took a small shovel and dug at the bamboo shoots below. Ling Tian secretly said something bad, but he didn't wait for him to say anything. Zhao Liying's shovel pierced into the land and then, with a crunching sound, Ling Tian instantly raised his head in tears and laughter, and got up, saying, "Let's go, this one can't be had." Zhao Liying looked confused. Why? Lily walked over in no good humor, bent down and reached out to grab the tip of the bamboo shoot, and gently pulled it. With a click, half of the bamboo shoot was pulled out by her. Looking at the soil inside the bamboo shoot and the juices that flowed out, Zhao Liying instantly spat out her tongue. "Sorry, I used a little too much force." Li took a deep breath and said, "Can we not be so impulsive? Don't worry, when it's ready, I'll definitely let you eat it, but for now, please settle down, okay? Just leave these professional things to the professionals. I just want to help." "I know. So can you ask Ling Tian to teach me?" Lily didn't say anything. She really wanted to slap herself right now. Didn't she just say that she ignored Zhao Liying? Why is she so unmemorable? Although she didn't say anything, but at the back, she never took a step away from Zhao Liying, in order to prevent her from doing anything bad with good intentions. Without Zhao Liying's mischief, Ling Tian quickly whipped up 3 bamboo shoots, and then directly said, "Alright, enough ingredients, we should go back." Lily nodded her head and followed, but Zhao Liying looked inside the bamboo forest with some reluctance, and then exasperatedly said, "It's okay, I can come back next time, I must learn how to dig bamboo shoots, humph." After walking out of the bamboo forest, Ling Tian breathed a sigh of relief, and then handed the shovel to Lily, saying, "You guys go back first, I'm going to see how Mr. Huang's side is doing. If I can, I'll catch 2 more eels, and add a dish for us." "I'll catch 2 more eels if I can, and add a dish for us." Li Xiaonan nodded and answered. Pulling Zhao Liying, he headed in the direction of the mushroom house. However, after Zhao Liying heard Ling Tian's words, she immediately broke away from Li Chen and ran to Ling Tian. "Are there really eels? I can catch that one, I caught it when I was a kid, with my dad, can I join you?" What I said is true, you must believe me. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then fell into deep thought. However, his steps did not stop and he was still walking towards the paddy field. Seeing that Ling Tian didn't object, Zhao Lixiang immediately smiled and chased after him, with a hint of excitement due to anticipation on her face. Lily shook her head and followed with a helpless face. She felt that she was so tired today. Obviously noon hadn't arrived yet. Why was she more tired than she was after a few days in the past? As for whether Zhao Liying could catch eels or not, she was already too lazy to spit it out. She had caught them when she was a child. How many years ago now? Are you sure you still know how? Anyway, Li Jin didn't believe it. Ling Tian didn't believe it either, but he was really worried about Zhao Liying continuing to toss and turn. Anyway, this is just recording the program. She wants to play, let her play, and it's not in the way of their side of the work. Well, of course, Huang Lei and He Jiong certainly don't think so. Huang Lei looked at Ling Tian and smiled. Huang Lei looked at Ling Tian and laughed, then took the basket out and said, "Come and see the harvest on our side." Ling Tian was relieved. When they walked to the paddy field this time, Huang Lei they have been done to wrap up, not only got a few pounds of crayfish, there are more than a dozen loaches and 3 eels. For this performance Ling Tian is satisfied, but just when they are ready to return, Zhao Liying suddenly ran over. There are eels? Let me see. Chapter 171 The World of Foodies We Don't Understand. Looking at Zhao Liying who dashed over, Huang Lei instantly showed a reaction speed that far exceeded his age, directly coning the basket on his back, completely ignoring the dirty stuff on top of the basket that had long been made dirty by the silt. He has been Zhao Liying out of the psychological shadow. In his view, as long as you can keep the fruits of their labor, the other casually. Anyway, dirty clothes can be washed, on the body to get some silt or something go back to a rinse on the gone. Zhao Liying looked at Huang Lei with a grudging face. Don't let's see, just don't let's see it. Do you need to be like this? Poof. Huang Lei inhaled deeply, and then said, not for you to see, and so back to the mushroom house. You want to see how you can, even if eaten raw I will not stop you, not here. Zhao Liying smiled somewhat awkwardly, then hummed arrogantly and turned towards the mushroom house. Busy most of the day, back to the mushroom house when it is already infinitely close to noon, so Ling Tian is also too lazy to pretend anything, directly instructed He Jiong and Peng Yuchang 2 people to clean up the fish and shrimp. Li is the initiative to go to get bamboo shoots. But trotters and pork are both cooked food and only need to be heated up to be eaten. Although Ling Tian had a problem with the program team directly providing cooked food, he was too lazy to care about that now, as long as he could eat it. While he himself started to pack up the eels and loaches, Huang Lei had already gone to take a bath, but what he didn't expect was that Zhao Liying even rushed directly to him after putting the tools away, poking the eels in the basin with her finger, saying, "It's really eels, eh?" Ling Tian doubled his eyes. What else do you think it is? You guys are too bad. I'm a girl, can you not be so cold to me? Come see me, bud? Before Ling Tian could say anything, Li Xiaobao huffed and puffed over, pulling Zhao Lixing to the side as she said, "Mine, Ling Tian is mine, and you're over 30, can you well be cute?" Poha, Shadow Bao this is too and bow strangle rhythm? Cough cough, should I say, is Shadow Treasure preparing to poach on Shadow Treasure? Can you guys not be so skinny? Don't you guys pay attention to what Shadowbot said after that? 30 something. Cough cough, I think this pair of best friends is going to end their friendship, so joyful. Zhao Liying blinked and glared at Li Xiaobao with dissatisfaction. What did you say? I'm only 18 this year, okay? Yes, you are 18 every year, I remember you said so 13 years ago. Poof. Zhao Liying covered her heart and fell down, too painful, hard and still 1,000 arrows through the heart of the kind. Looking at Zhao Liying and Lili, the 2 people there in a chokehold, the other group of big men are interested in not to bother. In their view, Lili can drag Zhao Liying, not let her blindly mess has been the biggest job. As for the other? As for the rest? Well, no more. The ingredients were soon ready. He Jiong went to build the fire, Peng Yuchang chopped the firewood, Huang Lei gave Ling Tian a hand. Everything seemed to have returned to the picture of a month ago, although it was a bit hectic, but everyone's mood was pretty good, except for those bad things that Zhao Liying made. Without realizing it, an hour had passed, and when Ling Tian served the last braised crayfish on the table, the lunch was officially declared complete. Zhao Liying even rushed to the front of the table at the first time, looking at the table full of delicious food with a face of intoxication, inhaled deeply and said, "It smells so good, can I taste it first?" No way. Others did not speak. Li refused, pointing to the pool not far away, said, "Go, wash your hands, or not to eat." You are so cruel, I hate you, humph. Zhao Liying retorted, but still obediently went to wash her hands, or that sentence, not letting the foodie eat, definitely more difficult for her than killing her. And just in the time Zhao Lixing washed her hands, the cameraman once again gave all the live broadcast viewers a food blitz, which immediately caused a huge wave. What is this unannounced gourmet food about? Blitz, pure blitz, I instantly feel so hungry. Hey, don't you remember, it's only been a few days and you've forgotten that the biggest poison of this program is the food? Heck, it's a good thing I prepared a set menu for $50. Upstairs show off the rich dog, but upstairs seems to forget, once there is $1,000 set meal in front of me, I look forward to have no appetite to eat. After washing up, a few people sat around the table, a face of satisfaction looking at a table of delicious, one revealed an expression of enjoyment.
But after the intoxication, Huang Lei said with some regret, "There is no wine, it's a pity, if it is not Li Ying will be my few fish to let go, we can at least one person can change a canet. The most hateful thing is that she even let me run away a minimum of 10 pounds of big fish, just that one fish are enough for us to one person a can, humph." He Jiong also started to complain. But what they didn't expect was that for the two of them to spit, Zhao Liying simply didn't have the heart to take care of it, and at this time had already hugged a hoof and gnawed on it, eating it with a mouth full of greasy flowers, and all of the dull and adorable image was even more disappearing at this time. Ling Tian and other people stared blankly at Zhao Liying who was eating there, then looked at each other, then quickly picked up chopsticks. Can there be this kind of operation? The viewers in the live broadcast room had long since laughed themselves silly and spat, but there was no doubt that Zhao Liying's wave of maneuvers had once again circled a portion of her fans. Ling Tian's speed was so fast that he got a dish for Li and put it in front of her before he started eating his own. But right at this moment, the director not far away suddenly said, "Everyone, stop for a moment, because the fish you caught today exceeded the standard, so after the program team decided to reward you with 4 cans of beer, but only this time, the next time will not be an exception." As the director's words fell, everyone who was eating stopped, especially Huang Lei and He Jiong, who were staring at the director with burning eyes. "You didn't lie to us? I'm the director. Then give it to us quickly." Huang Lei said and was ready to get up to go get it, but he suddenly realized that even at this point, Zhao Liying was still burying her head in her mouth and eating bitterly, and was instantly exasperated, and slapped Zhao Liying without any good reason, saying, "You go and bring us our beer." Zhao Liying glanced at the director, then desperately swallowed what was in her mouth before saying, "What beer?" The group of people instantly fell silent. Sure enough, they don't understand the world of foodies. Chapter 172, Lost Love Setting. Although because of Zhao Liying's joining the group, it gave a few people no chance to drink beer at all, as they simply didn't know if drinking would cause them to starve if they did. However, He Jiong still asked for the beer that belonged to them and then put it in the refrigerator after eating, preparing to find a chance to drink it later. After eating, Zhao Liying was just about to go clean up the dishes and plates on the table, but was decisively rejected by Huang Lei, forcibly pulling her and handing her over to He Jiong, saying, Jiong, for the sake of us not hugging the pots and pans for dinner in the future, she's over to you." "Mr. Huang, you're looking down on people. I used to cook a lot when I was at home," Zhao Liying loudly retorted. Huang Lei gave her a puzzled look before decisively choosing to disbelieve. It was clear that this morning's events had already caused him to cast a psychological shadow over Zhao Liying. But what Huang Lei didn't expect was for He Jiong to reject him. For He Jiong, even hugging a pot for dinner in the future was much better than being alone with Zhao Lijing. It was too torturous. Fortunately, Zhao Liying's dishwashing ability was good, and with the help of Li Yan and Peng Yuchang, the three of them quickly finished clearing things up, while walking to the gazebo to sit and chat. Suddenly, He Jiong looked at Zhao Liying and tried his best to put on an affectionate smile. "Shadow Bao, how long are you planning to stay here this time over?" "Why do you ask?" Zhao Liying opened her mouth to ask while reminiscing about the delicious food she had just eaten. He Jiong choked on a mouthful, then took a deep breath and said, "You must have a very full schedule right now, right?" "No, I'm ready to take a vacation this time out. If the crew doesn't kick me out, I'm going to stay here until your program ends. It's too comfortable here." Zhao Lixing's reply made He Jiong instantly spurt blood. Nima can't even stand it for one day, but to stay until the end of the program? Is this really the rhythm of getting them killed? You must be joking, aren't you? He Jiong tried to salvage the situation. Zhao Lixing shook her head. "Mr. He, do you hate me? So you're preparing to kick me out?" "No, absolutely not. You're overthinking it. Oops, it's hot. I'll go back to bed first." He Jiong hurriedly stood up. He now just wanted to get out of this place as soon as possible. Staying with Zhao Lixing was too dangerous. Since there was still a long time behind him, he could hide for a while. Huang Lei also stretched his back and said, "I'll go back to sleep for a while as well." "There's still me." Peng Yuchang hurriedly opened his mouth. He hadn't spoken for a morning. This depressing atmosphere made him really want to escape. Ling Tian glanced at Li Chen and winked at her before standing up after him. Li Chen also hurriedly hugged Ling Tian's arm and smiled at Zhao Liying. "Shadow treasure, you'll go take a nap as well, or else you'll lose your spirit in the afternoon." The pavilion that had been bustling with activity just a moment ago was instantly left with only Zhao Liying alone, and it was only after everyone had left that Zhao Liying reacted violently and rushed into the room as if she was fleeing. I don't know if she did it on purpose, but she didn't go back to the guest room, but directly rushed into the big bedroom, jumped onto the big bunk with her hands and feet, and found He Jiong. "Mr. He, tell me, do you hate me?" He Jiong looked dumbfounded at Zhao Liying, then glanced down at his half-removed pants and said, "Can you not be so presumptuous? It's fine, anyway, it's on live. You guys definitely can't get clean even if you take off your clothes. Hurry up and say, do you hate me?" Zhao Liying was unforgiving. He Jiong instantly stupid face. "Well, although the words are so, but you a girl so rushed into the place where men sleep really good?" Although well, He Jiong must admit, dare so rushed into his room can not only Zhao Liying, China, and Wu Xian are often do this kind of thing. Zhao Liying is to follow the two of them to learn. But the key is that there is more than just him in the room now, okay? Huang Lei and Peng Yuchang were just washing their faces. When they came out and looked at Zhao Liying sitting in front of He Jiong, the two of them were speechless for a while.
Jong, why don't the two of us go to the guest room to sleep and leave this place to you? Huang Lei asked tentatively. Jong instantly shook his head, never. Saying this, he tried hard to make himself serious and said to Zhao Liang, hurry back to sleep, I really don't hate you, believe me, look at my eyes, how sincere. Right? Hurry up, or else you won't have the spirit in the afternoon, you won't be able to do many things. I really don't? Zhao Liang doubtfully opened her mouth to confirm. Jong hurriedly nodded, really no, who would hate you if you're so cute? Hurry back to sleep. Oh, it's good if there isn't, since there isn't then I'll sleep here today, Mr. Huang, you and Pang Pang go to the guest room. Zhao Liang said and then directly rolled over and laid beside Jong. Jong instantly looked desperate. Huang Lei and Peng Yuchang both looked at each other in disbelief before laughing out at the same time, quickly picking up their things and walking out. Of course, they wouldn't go to the guest room, it was where the guests were staying, and it was filled with Zhao Liang's things, so what was wrong with them going over there? But fortunately there were still beds downstairs, although a little smaller, but a nap was no problem at all. In the live broadcast room, the viewers couldn't take it anymore, but because in the first season of Here Comes the Idol, Jong and Zhao Liang had gone even further than this, and nothing happened in the end, so all the viewers knew that this was just a way of communicating emotion between the two of them, just like Jong and Sheena did. As much as it's very hard to admit it, between Jong and Sheena and Zhao Liang, they really saw the purest form of friendship between a man and a woman, unadulterated by anything else. Envious? Who are envious, but no one will be willing to try this way, even many people are skeptical. Jong cannot find a big reason is because he is too good, so good that it is difficult to let the woman believe that he will really hold on to this relationship and not into the pool step. After a long time, seeing that there is no room for maneuver, Jong directly gave up struggling, so wearing clothes lying in the innermost position, and Zhao lying between the distance of a river. The sunlight gradually sprinkled in, and the mushroom house once again returned to a state of silence, and right at this moment, a piece of information on the internet suddenly caught the attention of netizens. The 33 Days of Lost Love will officially land in major theaters on June 25. The speakers were Lu Dewao's microblog and Ling Tian's studio. Chapter 173, A Troubled Afternoon. Finally waiting for the exact time, but why do I still have to wait 20 days to see it? 25 just that time the midterm, I trough a big father. Is there anyone who wants to go with me? I'm definitely going, I've been wanting to see Mr. He's performance for a long time, I still want to laugh when I think about it. No, I have to go see the promo again. With the 33 Days of Lost Love scheduled, the network has just been a little sluggish. Fishing Will Heat was once again fired up, the audience's expectations instantly raised to the extreme, reached more than 90%. From the current situation, the movie will certainly take off by then, but in the end to what heights for the time being no one can be sure. But just as the outside world was in an uproar, this side of the mushroom house was still awfully quiet. On the second floor, Ling Tian had opened his eyes and glanced at the wall clock. It was just 2:40. The temperature outside at this time was the highest. Even though the air conditioner was on in the room, there was still a stuffy feeling. He gently removed Li's arm, then got up and walked into the bathroom, solved the personal hygiene and then walked out of the room, ready to go to see if there is anything to prepare in the afternoon. Only when he arrived at the kitchen did he realize that he didn't even use half of the ingredients today, except for the hooves and pig's head meat. The rest was enough for a meal in the evening. Well, of course, he could also go and get something else, but thinking about the performance of a few people in the morning, Ling Tian quickly pinched out this unrealistic thought. Meanwhile, in the large bedroom, Zhao Liang opened her eyes in a daze, then suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly turned her head to look, only to see Jong sleeping soundly not far away. Then her vitality instantly returned, a faint smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. And she made a face in the direction of the camera, and then silently moved to Jong's side. Suddenly, she grabbed a pillow and pressed it towards Jong. But just when she was about to touch Jong suddenly opened his eyes, dodged Zhao Liang's attack with a dodge, and exclaimed, "Again? What kind of nonsense do you and Nana learn every day? Ha, Mr. He, you look so cute now. Roll." Jong didn't have the good sense to put on his clothes, then quickly left the bedroom. There was no need to be awake at all, that one hit just now had driven away all his sleepiness. The movement of the two people woke up Li not far away. Li rubbed her eyes, and only then realized that Ling Tian was no longer there, and then some dissatisfaction beeped and crumbled, when in the end is this kind of day really? No wonder she had such a big grudge. A few days ago when the program team didn't come, Ling Tian would always stay with her even if he woke up. When she didn't want to lie down the two of them would get up. Now, Ling Tian disappeared early, don't even have to think about it, must be to go to the group of people to prepare the evening food, too hateful. A face of dissatisfaction to put on the clothes, in the bathroom casually washed the face, which walked downstairs, even the hair did not get messy hitching back, looking disheveled. When she walked downstairs, Jong and Zhao Liang had already managed to wake up Huang Lei and Peng Yuchang, and the four of them were crusading against each other there. Shaking her head helplessly, Li walked into the kitchen, and sure enough, Ling Tian was already preparing the ingredients. With a grudging beak, she walked behind Ling Tian and reached out to hug him. "Why don't you let a few of them do it, you're not their babysitter." Ling Tian amusedly turned around and kissed Li on the forehead. Let them get, I do not feel confident, if only they eat then I certainly do not care but now there is not you also want to eat it, I certainly want to do the best to do I'm sure I'll do my best. Li was very happy, with a sweet haughty face. Ling Tian nodded, that's right, it's cheap for them. Li smiled cheekily, then stood on her tiptoes and kissed the corner of Ling Tian's mouth, saying, well then, I'm going to go get my hair done, the way I look now is definitely ugly. Go! But just as Li Xiao turned around, she saw Zhao Liang looking at them with a shocked face. After she turned around, Zhao Liang hurriedly turned around and ran away while screaming, Mr. He, someone's feeding the dog food. The corners of Li's mouth twitched, and she huffed and puffed as she walked out of the kitchen. Outside, He Jian looked at Zhao Liang who ran over, and then looked at Li Qian who came out of the kitchen. What are you doing looking at the other couple for? You deserve to eat dog food. But I don't want to eat it, but I want to watch it. I don't want to eat it, but I want to watch it, so what can I do? These two guys dislike each other again. Huang Lei suddenly said, is it fun for you two to fight like this all day long? If it doesn't work out, you two can just make do and get by. When these words came out, He Jiong and Zhao Liang froze at the same time, then He Jiong turned around and left. Zhao Liang glared at Huang Lei after she reacted, then ran out after He Jiong, and the whole room finally gained a moment of silence. More than 10 minutes later, Ling Tian walked out of the kitchen, looked at Ping Yu Chang who was organizing the room, smiled and nodded, and then walked out of the room. Outside, He Jiong and Zhao Liang were arguing on the topic of whether or not to settle for a life together. He Jiong believes that feelings cannot be settled. He Zhao Liang does not come to electricity, so the two people cannot be together, otherwise it is likely that friends do not have to do. Zhao Liang, on the other hand, believes that love is born over time, and that you can have a relationship after you get married and have a little baby, a viewpoint that her mom and dad personally imparted to her. While the two of them talked back and forth, Huang Lei was sitting on the wall of the gate with a bored face, looking out at the mountains and water, his lazy expression not much different from a salted fish. Looking at the performance of the three, Ling Tian sighed deeply. Fortunately he had prepared for this, or else they would have starved to death one by one. At this time, Peng Yu Chang walked out from the room and said, Brother Tian, I've already packed up the room, are we going to do anything this afternoon? Ling Tian was slightly stunned, shook his head and said, what to do just make do at night. Now, if you are not afraid of being beaten up, go over and get together with the three of them and see if you can put together a table of mahjong. Peng Yu Chang was dumbfounded, his heart couldn't stop thinking about whether or not he had offended Ling Tian. Craning his neck for half a day, he came to the conclusion that it wasn't him who had offended Ling Tian, but Mr. Huang and the three of them, only that he really had to carry this pot, so tired. Chapter 174, The Shadow Treasure Who Couldn't Stop. The flurry of time continued until 4:30 p.m. This point in time was the time when the sun was the most poisonous of the whole day, but the temperature had already begun to drop, and because of the air pressure, there was a wind blowing against the face, making it seem extraordinarily comfortable. He Jiong's argument with Zhao Liang had come to an end for the time being, but judging from their expressions, neither one of them should have convinced the other. Huang Lei also jumped down from the wall, casually grabbing a kite from the room and left. He wanted to take this time to relax. As for Peng Yu Chang, the kid had long since run off without a trace, saying that he was going to catch fish, but presumably he had gone to the pond to cool off. Ling Tian, on the other hand, sat in the pavilion with Li Xia and drank tea, enjoying this rare moment of peace. Suddenly, He Jiong came over and said, I realized that there doesn't seem to be enough firewood, I'm going to chop some. If you have any arrangements on your side, just ask, it's best if it's something Shadow Treasure can do. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, then shook his head, no for now, there doesn't seem to be enough firewood, if you don't want to do it you can rest, at most I'll do less at night. No need, I'll go chop firewood. He Jiong left with a grey face. Ling Tian was just a bit surprised by He Jiong's behavior when he saw Zhao Liang running towards He Jiong. Looking at the situation in front of him, Ling Tian was a bit confused and couldn't help but look at Li Jiao and ask, is she always like this? Or is she only like this to Mr. He? Li Xiaoying laughed softly as he looked at Zhao Liang who was running around and said, how can I put it? Her nature is a bit of a tomboy, so basically in the relationship with the boys are better, but if we say that the eyes, at present there is really not. As for Mr. He, she may be more as a brother in the look, you know, the sister generally like to flirt with the brother, the more pro the brother flirting the more ruthless. Like this Ling Tian understood. The audience in the live broadcast room also came to a realization. Before they were all guessing on their own, either guided by the media, but now Lia's answer was definitely more official. After all, Li and Zhao Lixing's relationship was really good. Top floor, but I'm a sister, I like to molest my brother. Every time I see my brother's expression of lifelessness is so happy, So it is so I said, why they are more than ordinary friends close so much, but how to see is not love, so, I understand, but I do not have a sister how to break? I don't know how to feel that way. Heartache upstairs, I'm 20 this year, my parents also got me a sister out, now the little girl 4 years old, all day pestering me, although not yet pitched me, but there has been this kind of seedling, I'm now thinking about is not as soon as possible to give her to strangle off.
For a while, the live broadcast room was all about the topic of sister control discussion, almost instantaneous effort. Pitt brothers sister. This topic was pushed to the top of the hot search, immediately caused a large group of sisters counterattack. What brother Pitt sister Pitt worst topic instantly popped up, and directly hanging sister Pitt brothers topic. In the mushroom house, Zhao Liying was busy following He Jeong, but it was not known if she did it on purpose. Anyway, every time, she could make He Jeong half dead, but then she could apologize instantly, making He Jeong cry and laugh, and she had the heart to stay away from her, but she simply couldn't do it. Half an hour later, He Jeong moved the chopped firewood into the kitchen, and then took a basket out, preparing to go outside to get some grass for Tianba and to eat. Originally, he thought that Zhao Liying wouldn't go with such a big sun. After all, a girl's skin will turn darker after being in the sun for a long time, and she will look ugly then. But he once again underestimated Zhao Liying's degree of pestering him. But Zhao Liying brought a straw hat this time, just because the straw hat is a little bit big, so it's more like a direct buckle on her head. Looking at Zhao Liying, who was sweating profusely and still had to follow He Jeong out, Ling Tian spoke with some envy. Seriously, I really envy them for this kind of relationship. It's just that my mom and dad went away earlier, so they didn't have the time to give me a younger sister, or else I'd definitely spoil them to the heavens. I have a sister in the future is also your sister. Humph, I want to see how you spoil our sister. Seemingly thinking of something, after Lily finished speaking, she suddenly couldn't help but laugh out, causing Ling Tian to be confused. What's wrong? No, nothing. Right, let's go to my house when this program is over. You've abducted my parents' eldest daughter, shouldn't you go and report it? Good. Ling Tian agreed very quickly. As for what outsiders said about meeting parents' phobia and so on, Ling Tian didn't have it at all. He didn't experience it in his previous life, and never experienced it in this life, but the state of mind of the two lifetimes combined was enough to allow him to face all people and things with ease. They didn't know what Ling Tian was thinking. In her opinion, the reason why Ling Tian agreed so quickly was because he really loved her, so she smiled even more sweetly, and finally even kissed Ling Tian once again in front of everyone, and then leaned her head towards Ling Tian's arms and said, "Hubby, you're so nice." This unforeseen dog food once again made the audience in the live broadcast room wail, but unfortunately, no one cared about them at all, okay? More than 10 minutes later, He Jeong came back from outside. Zhao Liying was still following him around, as if she didn't even know what it meant to be tired. Looking at the energetic Zhao Liying, Ling Tian suddenly thought of something. You'll have to find a way to move in the future as well. Li Xiaoying froze. Why? People need to exercise more to be healthy. You're a bit lazy these days. I don't want you to get sick in the future. The pain is yours and there's still no way to take over for you. I'll be heartbroken. Alright then. Another wave of dog food. The angry live broadcast audience almost didn't smash the computer screen. Even the cameraman couldn't help but want to escape from this place. It's too scary. Maybe soon they will become the first case of single dog in the world to die from dog food. Chapter 175. It's another year of college entrance exams. The next day, Ling Tian woke up early as usual and prepared for his once-a-day workout. But when he walked downstairs he realized that the entire mushroom house was actually up, only Li Xiaoyan was still sleeping. Well, Li Xiaoyan was the mistress of the house, not a guest, so it was nobody's business. But the program had been recorded for so long, similar to this situation this was the first time, so Ling Tian inevitably developed a hint of curiosity. Ha! Xiao Tian got up? Hurry up and come. He Jeong saw Ling Tian and hurriedly pulled him over. What's going on here? Is something big about to happen? Ling Tian walked to the middle of the team in a daze, only to find that the director was actually among them, and the expression on his face looked very serious. Seeing Ling Tian come over, the director coughed twice, and only then said, "Everyone, I'm sorry to pull you up so early. We all know that the day after tomorrow is the National Unified College Entrance Examination, so our program is also ready to follow the trend, into the high school campus, for the thousands of preparation for the college entrance examination over the bridge of the Xinshan students cheering." After a while, we all go back to get ready. Half an hour later, we set off on time. A group of people completely baffled, thought it was something big, so this is it? But then the crowd was relieved and turned towards the room. Although they didn't mind having a close encounter with the high school students and cheering them on, they definitely didn't believe that the program group would have such good intentions. It's just that they also understood the program group. During this period of time, because of the college entrance exams, the heat of all the programs had dropped quite a bit. The program group was preparing to rub off on the heat of the college entrance exams to raise the attention. This was something that was not to be faulted, so everyone also understood. But on the contrary, there was one person among these people who was very incomprehensible, and that was Ling Tian. As a two-life existence, in his last life, he was better off. He finally went to university, but in this life, he had never participated in the college entrance exams. To him, the college entrance exams were serious, and no one was allowed to tarnish them, and it was clear that the program's approach had made him a little resentful. During this period of time, because of following Ling Tian, so Li was also used to waking up early. When Ling Tian returned to his room, Li had already opened her eyes, and was leaning against her bed not knowing what she was thinking about. When she saw Ling Tian, she was instantly puzzled. "Didn't you work out today?" Ling Tian shook his head. The program team had a temporary arrangement to let the guests enter the high school campus to cheer for the students, but I always felt that they just wanted to rub the heat of the college entrance exams, so I didn't want to go.
Li Xiaoyan was slightly stunned, then said, "So it's already the day of the college entrance exam, really fast. Now that I think about it, I participated in the college entrance exam for the past 9 years. I didn't take the college entrance exam." Li disgruntled glared at Ling Tian. "Can you not chat the day to death every time, so that our days will be very boring in the future?" "What then? You can't keep me from telling the truth, right? Forget it, I'm not going to go anyway, I'm going to talk to the director now," Ling Tian said and stood up. But in the next moment, Li pulled him back and shook her head at him. What should I say about you? Although the program group's purpose may not be that pure, it doesn't stop us from doing what we can, does it? Yes, the program group wants to rub off on them, but we can also take this opportunity to let the candidates relax themselves as much as possible, can't we? They have been working hard for 3 years and carrying 3 years of pressure. What they need the most at this time is not revision, but something that is more capable of venting out their pressure so that they can empty their inner agitation and restlessness, and thus face the college entrance exams with a healthier mindset. And that is what we need to do this time around. Let's go, I'll go with you. Ling Tian opened his mouth, had the intention to retort, but finally realized that what Li said seems to be really right. Well, in his previous life when he took the college entrance examination, no one gave him vent to his emotions, and finally took the college entrance examination with an extremely depressing mood, and the result was that he, who was usually in the top 10 of the grade level forever, actually only took a second grade in the college entrance examination, and at that time, directly shocked off a ground of eyeballs. Contemplating for a moment, he was eventually forced to be pulled along by Li Xiaoyan. No matter what, after Li Xiaoyan's words, his rebelliousness was obviously not as serious. When they arrived downstairs, the two of them, Huang Lei and He Jiong, were discussing how to distress the candidates, while Zhao Liang and Peng Yuchan were listening attentively on the side. Huang Lei was a teacher at Nortel, and He Jiong was once a university lecturer, so both of them were definitely qualified, but whether or not their methods of coping could be adapted to the psychology of current students was a matter of opinion. After people arrive, the director directly arranged for them to get on the car. Today their destination is the third high school in Changnan City. This high school is an ordinary high school in Changnan City. The average rate of going to college is only about 10%, a book is less than 1%. The result of such a low rate is that students and teachers in this school are under the greatest pressure. The program team has received information that this school entered a period of comprehensive preparation 2 months ago, with the average sleep time of students not exceeding 4 hours and the rest time of teachers being less than 6 hours. Reviewing, cramming, supplementing, almost became the entirety of the teachers and students. Now the college entrance exam is just around the corner, with their mentality, wanting to do well in the exam unless they are the kind of people who are extremely determined. But for an 18-year-old child, how strong of a mind can they have? In the car, after the director finished talking about the situation in the school, He Jiong and the others below talked about it. After all, such a strong intensity of revision is simply unheard of. This is overdrawing their lives, so if you want to distress them at this time, you have to have a proper arrangement, otherwise it could easily lead to very serious consequences. Ling Tian was also caught in the middle of his contemplation. His mind kept thinking about the topics about the college entrance exams in his previous life, preparing to pick out some that he could use to take out. Right at this moment, the camera that had been closed suddenly opened, filming all of them with all of their expressions. The sudden light made Ling Tian look up at once, a bright light flashed through his eyes, and he whispered, "This might work?" "What can?" Li Xiaobian froze for a moment and opened his mouth to ask. Ling Tian's mouth flirted, "Nothing, just thought of something, hopefully it can help the students." A group of people instantly focused their eyes on Ling Tian's body, their eyes flickering. Chapter 176, Candidates Who Are Bursting with Stress. This time, the live broadcast opened a bit early, so it lasted until more than 10 minutes after the start of the broadcast before pop-ups appeared one after another in the live broadcast room. The program is going somewhere? The life to the future is ready to change the set? Look at Mr. He, their expression seems a bit serious. It cannot happen what happened, right? 6666, the truth upstairs, but then again what could make the program group go out? Sit and wait for the follow-up development. At 7:40 a.m., the program team ate breakfast at a breakfast store in Changnan City and then continued to move forward. This so slow traveling speed directly let the people in the live broadcasting room dumbfounded. This Nemo looks like something happened? This is out traveling, right? But why do you want to travel with such a serious expression? Is it fun? Because all the way He Jiong they did not have much interaction, so the entire live broadcast room lasted for nearly 2 hours of silence. But what everyone did not expect is that this silence not only did not let the number of people in the live broadcast room to reduce, but more and more, to the 9 o'clock in the morning, the number of people in the live broadcast room has broken through the 50 million mark, a new record high. This result left the director speechless, but more excited. As long as He Jiong's performance was fine, perhaps the program group was about to usher in a new history. As the director of this program, his value would certainly rise by then. Near 9:10, the car finally stopped, and see the vehicle in front of the premises, the entire live broadcast room instantly boiled. The program group is ready to engage in the hairline The program group is ready to engage in hairline I know, the program group must be preparing to come to console the high school students, as next year's candidates. I feel as if I was born late. Condolences to the candidates? I think it's just to rub it in, right? Programs nowadays are getting more and more uncouth, they dare to rub off on everything. Don't they know how serious the college entrance exam is? Top floor, the college entrance exam almost decides the fate of a person's life. This approach of the program is disgusting. I don't want to watch it anyway. Me too, I'll flash first. You guys are really enough. I think the program group did a good job. I am this year's candidates. The pressure is too much, to be honest. If the program group is willing to come to our school, I am sure that I warmly welcome. At least watching them can relax a lot. The upstairs is amazingly powerful, as if the day after tomorrow will be the college entrance examination, right? How can you even think of watching the program now? Kneel down. The good and the bad in the pop-up screen took turns. Obviously, this practice of the program group directly caused controversy, and even this controversy is rapidly spreading to the entire network. Just more than 10 minutes time, the number of participants, according to incomplete estimation, has exceeded the 10 million mark. The topic of their discussion is whether variety shows should be involved in the college entrance exam. Some people even initiated a poll on the internet, and the results of the poll within 10 minutes scared a large group of people, with more than 300,000 in favor and 250,000 against, both sides going back and forth, tit for tat, without the slightest intention of backing down. But these couldn't affect the people in the program. After all, they couldn't see the pop-ups. At this time they had already arrived at the school's auditorium. Today they would be here to give a performance to the entire school's 631 candidates, or to tell about the time period of the college entrance exams they had had. The director had already gone to the principal for final communication and to notify the college entrance exam students to enter the auditorium. Backstage, looking out at the students who kept walking in, Hee-jeong suddenly felt some emotion and whispered. Looking at their expressions, suddenly felt a sense of guilt, especially the numb eyes. It was really heartbreaking. Hwang Lei sighed. Yes, every year there will be tens of millions of candidates on the college entrance examination. This wooden bridge, but can really cross over not many. The huge pressure is constantly eroding their youthful vigor. Perhaps we really came to the right today. I feel the same way now. I feel that later, if we can let them really lose all the pressure and really relax and laugh out, our purpose this time will be achieved. But now it seems that this goal seems to be a bit difficult to accomplish. Hee-jeong was slightly worried. Ling Tian also stood at the backstage exit at this time. When he saw the expression of those candidates, he was really taken aback. To be honest, he had seen quite a few candidates, in his past life and in this life together. It was estimated that there must be thousands of them, but the expression that could be compared to those in front of him, it was estimated that it was even less than 1%. At this time, Ling Tian couldn't help but look towards the teachers who were bringing their students in, but looked tired, and couldn't stop spitting in his heart. How much pressure did this school give to these teachers and students in the end? After a long time, he sighed deeply, then turned around and returned to the backstage. Because it was an impromptu performance, so they basically didn't need to put on any makeup. Even Zhao Lixing and Li Li were completely veiled at this time, and were chattering away discussing what they were going to perform next. Singing? This kind of occasion is obviously inappropriate. The students need to vent, need to laugh loudly, not the so-called chicken soup and uplifting songs. After all, those things they have heard too much. Peng Yu Chang, on the other hand, was sitting there alone in a daze. Ling Tian couldn't help but walk over and curiously patted his shoulder. What's wrong? Peng Yu Chang reacted fiercely. No, just suddenly I feel so much pressure. Really, I was sent to the Magic City Drama Academy, so I have never experienced the college entrance exams, but I pay attention to it every year, and I know that college entrance exams are very stressful, but I really don't know how to do anything. What if I mess it up later on? Ling Tian was somewhat speechless. In fact, not only Peng Yu Chang, even Hee-jeong and Hwang Lei didn't dare to say that they could make the students really laugh. It was too difficult. Taking a deep breath, he once again patted Peng Yu Chang's shoulder. Don't put pressure on yourself, they are already under enough pressure. If you go on stage with pressure, it will instead result in more serious consequences. Just relax yourself and let all the students feel your own ease, they will understand. I'll try my best. Peng Yu Chang lowered her head with very little confidence. Chapter 177, Cracking the Pressure. 10 o'clock in the morning. The director and principal walked into the auditorium jointly, after which the director gestured towards the assistant director, who understood and hurriedly ran into the backstage. People have already arrived, you still have 3 minutes to consider what exactly you are going to perform. Of course, now you must come out one person to go to the front to press the stage. We only have 2 hours, so how much we can do for these candidates, it all depends on you, go for it. The assistant director turned around and left after saying that, leaving behind a group of people who were looking at each other with blank faces. I haven't thought about what to say, lecture. This one they probably heard more than anyone else. I'm a bit scratchy right now. Hee-jeong looked helpless. Hwang Lei nodded. Why don't we go back to playing games later? Let's think about what's about the college entrance exam. Let's work together. As long as we can draw out their enthusiasm in the front, there won't be much of a problem in the back. Peng Yu Chang, Li Li, and Zhao Liying nodded their heads in succession. The three of them were under the same amount of pressure right now, but it would be much better if they had someone to lead them. Then who should we let go first to pressurize the scene? Hee-jeong suddenly asked.
At this time Ling Tian stood up. I'll be in charge of marshalling their enthusiasm. You guys think carefully about how to do it. Well, my time might be a bit long, right now I just hope that those students won't hate my nagging. He Jong and the others froze. By the time they reacted, Ling Tian had already walked onto the stage. As Ling Tian stepped onto the stage, the candidates below immediately raised their heads. They had long been suffocated during this period of time. They didn't play with their cell phones, they didn't look at their computers, they didn't flip through the news, they didn't pay attention to the games. Every day they were just battling with the questions from the college entrance exams every year. So there was some anticipation for the performance that was to come. Especially when they knew that the performers were the big stars He Jong and the others, they were even more looking forward to it, only that Ling Tian's appearance directly made them dumbfounded. There is no way, they have been studying for 2 months, Ling Tian's debut time is less than 2 months, so they are not clear about what Ling Tian really is? Could it be a scam? The candidates' minds instantly cooled by half. Ling Tian walked to the center of the stage, smiled and looked at the teachers and students below, saying, "Everyone seems to be very puzzled about me as a person. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Ling Tian. Yes, that's right, it's that low to no good Ling Tian. I'm a newcomer. Now I'm barely considered as a person in the entertainment industry. I'm very happy to be able to perform for you all today." Silence that was almost suffocating. The director's face wasn't looking too good either. The reason why he chose this school as the location for his performance was because he had specifically investigated all the information about this school and knew that this was the place that needed the most help, but now it seemed as if things were going to go wrong? Ling Tian, however, didn't think about the reaction from below, because he had already expected this, so after introducing himself, he clapped his hands and said, "To be honest, I, for one, haven't participated in the college entrance exams, and I have no way to appreciate how much pressure you guys are under right now, so I'm here today purely to nag you all and talk to you. I remember I used to have a little hair. He is a school bully, from elementary school to high school, academic performance or skating, just to the college entrance examination a month before, he was inevitably a strong pressure, so he began to constantly look for tips to get through the college entrance examination. Finally he found that if the boys or cooking seems to have extra points, so I this hair little in the college entrance examination room made fish and meat, hairy blood want, braised hooves." Ling Tian hadn't even finished speaking when one of the candidates below suddenly couldn't help but laugh. His laughter, on the other hand, was like igniting something, and instantly, the entire venue of candidates couldn't help but let out a light laugh, which, although short-lived, was unintentionally a hard knock to their inner anxieties. Seeing this, Ling Tian lightly laughed and spread his hands. "You guys don't think I'm talking about a joke, I'm talking about the real thing. I remember when I used to study in junior high school, there were 2 classmates, a man and a woman, sitting right in front of me. The 2 of them were getting tired of each other every day, and then the 2 of them went to the same high school together, and I don't know if it was unfortunate or not, but I even got to the same place as they did. Alas, you do not know, I was that angry and then the 2 agreed in front of me, the future to read the same university, then they are ready to love and get married. Well, this dog food spread I was caught off guard, so I was in the corner of the circle curse them. The final result is obviously I won, because one of them went to Lansao University, one went to the South University. Special statement, my female classmates are not local, a little accent. Put. LOL. Ha. Now there was more laughter in the large auditorium and it was extended to almost 30 seconds, and when the laughter stopped, the students' faces were no longer that anxious numb expression, they became somewhat expectant, and there was a renewed light in their eyes. This was the best affirmation for Ling Tian, even though they did not applaud. Lightly clapping his hands, Ling Tian continued to say with a smile, "You guys must have thought that I'm telling a joke, but I'm actually not. I dare to swear on the light bulb on the top of the auditorium that what I'm saying is true. If it's a lie, just let it go. Nowadays oaths seem to be a little bit out of the question, and no one cares about it." Ha, Ling Tian, you are really enough. The college entrance examination, so serious atmosphere, you can tell such unseemly stories. Are you trying to laugh us to death? Suddenly I feel that those candidates are so happy. What if I want to go to the scene too? I want to go to the scene too. What if I give Ling Tian a knee and tell jokes like this? 6666, upstairs is too skinny, but it's really joyful. Just now when I saw the expression on those candidates' faces, I was heartbroken. Now when I see them laughing out loud, I'm really relieved. Maybe we should think about things from a different perspective? As Ling Tian's words fell, the auditorium finally began to sparsely have applause. Ling Tian raised his hand and said, well, don't shoot, no. Now everyone couldn't help it, they directly laughed and sprayed. Even those teachers one by one also laughed. At once the applause became more and more intense. Ling Tian himself could not help but laugh. Well, it seems that everyone's emotions have been mobilized. Then next we will enter the main topic, the words when I had a classmate. Chapter 178, Exploding Enthusiasm. Xiao Tian performed well in front, the students' emotions have been slowly mobilized, next we have to give him a ride no matter what. Huan Lei looked at the candidates in front of him and gradually had some smiles on his face. He Zhou nodded, indeed good, the doctor was wrong, Xiao Tian is born belonging to the stage, now I am really convinced. You should have been convinced when you were in happy camp. Huang Lei laughed out loud while turning around to continue working with the others on what to perform next. On stage, Ling Tian's performance continued. That said, I also have a classmate. Remember that time I did not have the means to go to the college entrance examination, so I went to his home, ready to explain to him to let him take my share of the examination. At that time I watched him riding a horse ready to go, so I could not help but ask, "What are you doing riding a horse? The road is stuck in traffic?" My classmate gave me a disdainful look and said, "The teacher said that I can get the key test by riding a horse." Put. Now all the students couldn't help themselves, completely letting go of all the pressure, and started to let out a loud laugh. The audience in the live broadcast room was also amused by Ling Tian. Ling Tian laughed as he watched the reactions below. This was the result he expected, as he had gone through the memories in his head when he came here and realized that there was no such thing as a so-called talk show in this world, which meant that things like segments did not exist. He was definitely the first case now, and all fresh things that appeared for the first time were either slammed to the bone in a matter of moments or exploded into something powerful far beyond people's comprehension. There is no doubt that talk shows and segments have experienced the gossip furnace of thousands of netizens in his previous life, and he is now talking about some of the more famous ones, so it is completely normal to have such an effect. In fact, the significance of the college entrance examination for everyone is different. I have a classmate. Put cough cough. This time, without waiting for Ling Tian to finish, the students below couldn't help but laugh. Ling Tian coughed twice with a serious face. Silence. This time it's a real classmate. Ha, I can't help it. So what you said just now was a fake classmate? Why is this guy so funny? What's his name again? Ling Tian, right? I haven't been this happy in half a year. Me too, my whole body feels so much more relaxed now. Ha, Ling Tian, I'll be following you. I'll go through your Weibo after the exam. We're all together. This is the first time I've seen such a happy star. Ha, I can't, I have to laugh for a while. Seeing that the students in the venue are laughing more and more, Ling Tian is a bit embarrassed, and quickly said, "What are you talking about? How come the ones in front of me aren't classmates? What's wrong with that? Although they don't know me, it doesn't stop me from admiring them." The students were already completely laughing and had no time to speak. Ling Tian was a bit disgruntled and raised his hand to slap the table, saying, "Why don't you guys listen to me? Fine then, you guys laugh, I just happened to see how those students of mine are doing now." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and pretended to start flipping through it. Seeing his action, the students and the audience in the live broadcast room simultaneously stifled their laughter and looked at him with burning eyes. Ling Tian was slightly stunned, looked up and said, "Not laughing off? That just so happened that I saw a classmate's circle of friends," he said. "Ahem," he said, "so, turn around from the time I participated in the college entrance examination has been the past 5 years, think back to the beginning, I should listen to the teacher's words, take the test well, because the college entrance examination is really the last time to use the brain, and now society is all about using the face. Poha, God is now all about face, nothing you blindly say what big truth. Ahem, although what Ling Tian said is true, but the college entrance exam still need to take the exam well, Completely speechless to this era where face value is justice. 6666, the truth is always so helpless, but why does it make you want to laugh so much when you hear Ling Tian say it? The audience in the live broadcast room went crazy, while the teachers and students at the scene were all blinded, because what Ling Tian said was a little bit of poisonous chicken soup, and this situation had the opposite result for the psychological guidance of the candidates, so for a while, all the teachers' gazes were focused on the principal's body. The candidates, on the other hand, were still looking at Ling Tian, wanting to see what he would say next. The principal was also frowning at this moment, a little less than happy. It was just that Ling Tian didn't bother to look at their expressions at all he cared about was his students, as long as he could get them to relax. Poisonous chicken soup was sometimes more useful than chicken soup for the soul. So, after a short period of deliberation, he continued, This life lesson is very good. First of all, this is also my classmate, the time is today at 8 o'clock in the morning, he said so. Now think back to the beginning, think my old classmate Ling Tian said a sentence really right, the college entrance examination is still to take a good test, because it is likely that this is the only thing you can take in this life, I now really. When did I ever say such a thing? Ling Tian suddenly raised his head and looked at everyone below with a blank face, that innocent little look directly made all the candidates all sprayed. Ling Tian was instantly furious. I swear, I definitely didn't say such words, this is a rumor, even though what he said is true. The candidates were completely unable to hold it in this time, many of them even directly burrowed under the stools and kept rubbing their stomachs, there was no way, it hurt to laugh. Ling Tian stood on the stage and continued to speak. A paragraph about the college entrance examination was closely linked to him, an inexplicable classmate innocently lying down, so it was called the most bitter classmate by netizens, and even many netizens began to search for Ling Tian's classmates. For a time, the entire network set off an action about looking for those bitter classmates. After speaking for close to 20 minutes one after another, Ling Tian finally stopped, because the students' emotions had been completely ignited by him, and all that was left was a shot in the arm, so he stopped after speaking the last paragraph, and looked at all the candidates with a solemn gaze. In front of you, you can just be happy. The college entrance examination is like a one-wood bridge, 10 million people are on it, so I still hope that all the students here can insist on their dreams, take out their greatest enthusiasm to meet the college entrance examination, face the college entrance examination, overcome the college entrance examination. The following, a song of my newest song, I believe is given to all the examinees who are going to be involved in the college entrance
examination. May all of you believe in yourselves. Chapter 179, Burning Hot Blood.
This last song was Ling Tian's impromptu idea. After all, there was nothing more energizing than a song at this time. Of course, this was only because he was sure that there was an electric guitar in the backstage of the auditorium, otherwise he would never have mentioned this. After all, the passion and fervor of the song I believe could only be released by electric music. Greeting the back, he brought out the electric guitar. At the sight of Lee, some of the candidates who were more fond of Lee instantly boiled over and instantly let out a scream, which also made them look forward to the performance in the back even more. After all, Ling Tian was still quite a bit worse than those stars they were familiar with, at the very least, for those of them. This was what was often referred to as the star effect, which could also be described as a star aura. Ling Tian didn't mind about this, taking the electric guitar back to the center, put up his finger and booed, saying, "Don't cheer, cheer again, that's my daughter-in-law, it has nothing to do with you guys." The moment these words came out, the following candidates were instantly dumbfounded. But Ling Tian simply did not give them time to react. His fingers gently strummed the guitar, and immediately a low electric sound was sent out, through the microphone spread throughout the entire venue. Really happy how this group of candidates actually can listen to Ling Tian singing live, grew, more and more feel that their last year's college entrance examination loss. The same feeling, but it's okay, to be able to hear the new song at the first time on the live broadcast, the happiness is instantly bursting. 233333, the music circle does not serve anyone, just serve Ling Tian this kind of at the drop of a hat on the character of singing, but also every time is a new song. Ha, as a fan of Ling Tian's, he said he was so proud to give Ling Tian kudos. Ling Tian adjusted his tone and then went straight to the point. A powerful intro ended and his high-pitched voice came out. I want to fly up to the sky, shoulder to shoulder with the sun, the world is waiting for me to change, the dreams I want to do are never afraid of others seeing them, here I can realize them all. The intense and fervent lyrics caused the candidates' minds to all come back at once, while feeling that an unsuppressible fervor within them was frantically stirring, as if it was about to gush out. Ling Tian pointed with a big hand, laugh out loud, let you and I stand shoulder to shoulder, where can't we have unlimited joy, leave our worries behind and stride forward bravely, I'm standing in the middle of the stage. The sudden high pitch made everyone's blood instantly burst out, all the candidates even stood up directly, even those teachers were excited to follow and couldn't help but raise their own hands. Thinking back to the past 2 months or so, their suppressed youthful vigor once again blossomed into a powerful light that belonged to them at this moment. Ling Tian let his voice soar, I believe that I am who I am, I believe in tomorrow, I believe that there is no horizon in the future, on the beach at sunset, on the bustling street, are the most beautiful paradise in my heart. I believe in freedom, I believe in hope, I believe in reaching for the sky, having you by my side makes life fresher, every moment is wonderful. The fierce and high chorus makes all the emotions in this song focus on one point and suddenly explode, instantly igniting everyone's passion. Candidates who can endure loneliness to study have their own dreams in their hearts, and maybe those dreams look very childish and absurd to others, but at this moment, they really ignite the power to pursue their dreams for the future. The melody slowly lowered and turned back, and then the second time of the song began. This time many candidates had already begun to gently hum along. They did not know the lyrics, but it did not prevent them from relying on the melody of the song to express the excitement in their hearts. Backstage, He Jiong, Huang Lei, and the others looked at Ling Tian, who was standing on the stage and manipulating the whole scene. Although they had already known that Ling Tian was powerful, they were still deeply shocked at this moment. This was a real improvisation. Should it be so bullish? Especially Peng Yu Chang is more excited and disheveled coexist. Excited as Ling Tian's powerful and song blood let him simply cannot help. Disheveled as Ling Tian is really too good, excellent in front of him, and Ling Tian simply do not have a little bit of hope to take off. At one time he thought he could catch up with Ling Tian, but now he could only put this thought to death in the bottom of his heart, and then wait for Mold to develop. That's right, Mold. This song is really great. Did he really write it on the spot? How is that possible? I must be hallucinating. Zhao Liying desperately rubbed her eyes and then patted her ears, wanting to make sure what she saw and heard wasn't true. However, the cruel reality told her that what was happening as far as her eyes could see was real, and this power of Ling Tian's made her feel a deep sense of powerlessness. Li Shoubian, on the other hand, looked at Ling Tian with a face of adoration. This was the man she chose, a person who gave people a shock all the time. Although Ling Tian was 2 years younger than her, but now Li Shoubian really felt that she was the younger one, not only in her everyday life, but even more so in her abilities. Every moment is wonderful, Wan Fei, I don't believe.